Have I actually crossed over? Into the world of Naruto, no less. Upon awakening, Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment. Originally, he had merely taken a brief afternoon nap, yet upon waking, he discovered that he had traversed into the realm of Naruto, becoming a primary student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. In a state of shock, Feng surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a number of students, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, were seated at their desks. Feng began to scrutinize his classmates. There were no familiar faces like Naruto or Sasuke. However, that sweetly smiling girl with purple doodles on her face, she somewhat resembles Rin Noera, doesn't she? Next to her, the little girl with ruby red eyes must be Yugao Yuzuki. Goodness, that boy with goggles, appearing rather brash and insufferable, is none other than Obito Uchiha, the future boss of the ninja world. And those others seem to be Asuma, Sarutobi, and Guy. My heavens, I have crossed over into the world of Naruto, and I am in the same class as Obito. Feng's eyes widened, his mind swirling with disbelief. Yet, at that moment, a slight pain radiated through his head, and fragmented memories began to flood in. Feng assimilated the memories of the original owner. Uchiha. My full name is Uchiha Feng. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. With the memories accepted, Feng gained insight into his identity. A flicker of excitement glimmered in his black pupils. However, this spark soon dimmed, replaced by a profound sense of worry. Indeed, crossing over as a member of the Uchiha clan was a cause for celebration. The formidable Sharingan bloodline limit was enough to elicit envy from other ninjas. Yet, what troubled Feng was the temporal juncture at which he had arrived. Anyone familiar with the original story would know that during the time Obito and Guy were studying at the Ninja Academy, the entire ninja world was embroiled in the Third Great Ninja War. Konoha, Suna, and Kumo, among other great ninja villages, were engaged in fierce battles. As the focal point of the war, Konoha had suffered unimaginable losses during this period. In the original narrative, even Obito and Kakashi faced crises under the protection of the fourth Hokage. One can only imagine the peril for others. Moreover, it is well known that the Uchiha clan had a tenuous relationship with Konoha's higher-ups, which later culminated in the tragic massacre orchestrated by Itachi. Having been an avid fan of Naruto in his previous life, Feng naturally delved into the study of the Uchiha massacre. In his view, the primary catalyst for this event was likely the Third Great Ninja War. That old man, the third Hokage, appears so upright. Yet, his heart must be shrouded in darkness. Feng murmured, growing increasingly anxious about his future. Uchiha Feng, this character did not exist in the original narrative, indicating that the original owner possessed mediocre talent. If he were to graduate from the Ninja Academy and step onto the battlefield, wouldn't he be courting danger at every turn? The more Feng pondered, the more he felt the gravity of his predicament. This is truly unfortunate. How did I end up in this particular time? Having the Uchiha bloodline is one thing, but at least grant me some time. He raked his fingers through his disheveled black hair, a sense of distress washing over him. That moment, a cold, piercing voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Next, Uchiha Feng. Feng looked up to see a teacher holding a roster. It dawned on him that the very moment he had traversed into was the assessment day at the Ninja Academy. There was no time for excessive contemplation. He rose to his feet. Feng. It's your turn. Go, Feng. You can do it. A few girls nearby cast encouraging glances at him, shyly cheering him on. Go, Feng. Yawara Rin beamed, offering her encouragement. Cheer up, Feng. On the other side, with her ruby-red eyes, Hinata Yuhi raised her tiny fist, cheerfully rallying support. Seeing their reactions, Feng momentarily set aside his worries about the future. Certainly, there was still some time before the impending Ninja World War. The immediate concern, however, lay with the Academy's assessment. His gaze shifted to the podium, and a wave of anxiety surged within him. The content of the assessment at the Konoha Ninja Academy had always revolved around the 3 basic techniques, and today's evaluation focused on the fundamental clone technique. Yet, Feng had only recently arrived and had scarcely a few hours to absorb the original host's fragmented memories. In other words, he was entirely unfamiliar with the clone technique. Taking the stage would only lead to embarrassment. To face humiliation right after his arrival, especially in front of a group of children, would surely make him a peculiar anomaly among the ranks of transmigrators. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Feng couldn't help but internally lament. Yet, the situation demanded action. Under the stern gaze of the teacher, he felt as though he had returned to his elementary school days. Reluctantly, he clenched his fists and trudged forward, making his way to the podium. Just then, a sudden mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting intense emotions from the host. The super darkening system has been autonomously bound. System, Feng's eyes brightened, overwhelmed with joy. Huh? A golden finger right upon my arrival. Indeed, novels do not deceive. In the next moment, before he could inquire about the system's functions, a melodious voice echoed in his consciousness once more. Chapter 2. The number 1 lackey, Uchiha Obito. Ding. Your eyes have been affected, and the dark awakening has commenced. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Within the confines of the ninja classroom, a series of notifications echoed within Feng's mind. What on earth is this divine system? His ninjutsu has blackened and even leveled up. Moreover, it can evolve into advanced techniques. Has the Sharingan awakened in its darkened form? This is astonishing. A transformation from weakness to immense strength? A blackening system. How splendid. The sudden emergence of the system and the unexpected enhancement of his ninjutsu filled Feng with exhilaration, igniting a newfound confidence within him. Thus, it seems I too may have the opportunity to become a formidable figure in the ninja world. Clenching his fists, Feng felt a swell of ambition. Casting a glance at the teacher on the stage, assessments? What a disgrace. Such concerns are now obsolete. Although Feng was still somewhat unclear about what the system meant by perfect level, its implications were undeniably impressive. Passing an assessment would be effortlessly simple. Moreover, in addition to the enhancement of the transformation technique, he had also acquired the body flicker technique and the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique, a signature ninjutsu of Naruto, is indeed a remarkable skill. While the body flicker technique may not boast a high rank, its potential is formidable and can serve as a means of survival. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shursui was renowned for his mastery of the body flicker technique, earning the title of Shursui of the body flicker during the Ninja World War. Furthermore, the legendary Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage, although categorized as a space-time ninjutsu, essentially represents an advanced development of the body flicker technique. With the awakening of the system and the acquisition of the foundational body flicker technique, how far can the Flying Thunder God be from my reach? Upon deeper contemplation, the future appears bright. Yet, among the various techniques, Feng held a singular dissatisfaction with the transformation technique. Why must it evolve into something so trivial as the seduction technique? Do I truly require such a skill? Moreover, how shameful it is that the esteemed shadow clone technique could be overshadowed by the seduction technique, merging together, utterly disgraceful. How shameless, Uchiha Feng. Just as Feng was lost in his thoughts, the instructor's voice broke through the reverie, urging him to proceed. With newfound confidence, he stepped up to the podium. Bang! With a series of hand seals, a cloud of smoke erupted. In the next moment, a clone appeared beside Feng, with tousled black hair, striking features, and a pair of enchanting eyes, vividly contrasting in black and white, sparkling with a certain charm. The smile seemed to carry an almost magical allure. The Uchiha's aesthetic truly is remarkable. How delightful. No wonder the girls in class are so eager to greet me. Gazing at himself, Feng's first thought was one of admiration. In terms of mere looks, even the likes of Sasuke cannot compare. Furthermore, as a member of the clan, if I can prevent Itachi from annihilating our family, Sasuke might even have to call me brother in the future. 96 points. Not bad. Quite exceptional. It seems you have been practicing diligently during this time. At this moment, the assessing teacher assigned scores, casting a gaze at Feng that conveyed a hint of satisfaction. Subsequently, the teacher glanced at Obito seated below, yet his expression seemed to convey a silent message. You, a member of the Uchiha clan, should compare yourself to him. Remarkable. Feng is truly exceptional, scoring 96 points. He has undoubtedly secured first place. As the teacher announced the scores, a group of excited girls in the audience began to chatter enthusiastically. Surely, Feng 1T graduate early like Kakashi. He's worked so hard. He must have endured quite a bit behind the scenes. Listening to the remarks from his female classmates, the boys rolled their eyes. Huffed, what's so impressive about that? So what if he's good? It's merely the shadow clone technique. We can all do that. Being from the Uchiha clan doesn't make him extraordinary? One failure, and he can only perform a clone technique. Let us not forget, Kakashi is already on the brink of becoming a Jonin. Exactly. Being from a prestigious family doesn't amount to much. Amidst the discussions, several boys cast glances at Obito, who was ensnared by the repercussions of Mu Feng's success. Prior to Mu Feng's performance, Obito had completed the assessment as well, but unfortunately, he had received a failing grade. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Obito felt a surge of anger, his gaze towards Mu Feng shifting noticeably. Earlier, when he saw Lin engaging with Mu Feng, he had begun to harbor resentment. Now, hearing his classmates' comments, Obito's discontent towards Mu Feng intensified. Well then, this assessment has concluded. The middle-aged teacher announced from the podium. I would like to commend Mu Feng for his remarkable progress. Additionally, the following 3 students must intensify their practice, otherwise, graduation may elude them. At that moment, Obito's name was mentioned. As the teacher finished speaking, he exited the classroom. Watching the teacher leave, the students relaxed, and Mu Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, just then, the girls around Mu Feng began to stir and moved closer to him. Suddenly, a figure dashed in front of all the girls. Obito leaped from his seat, striding forward amidst the shouts of his classmates, directly approaching Mu Feng's desk. With a loud bang, Obito slammed his hand on the table, his eyes burning with intensity as he glared at Mu Feng. Uchiha Mu Feng, I hereby challenge you. Upon hearing this, the entire class fell silent, all eyes turning towards Obito and Mu Feng. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Obito's sudden outburst. Yet, in the next instant, a smile graced Mu Feng's lips as he looked at Obito across the table. Uchiha Obito, you are destined to be a significant figure in the future ninja world, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, a character of the highest caliber among Hokages. Yet, at this moment, you are still just a student at the Ninja Academy, which makes it hard for me to take you seriously. You challenge me? Mu Feng queried in return. Indeed, I, Uchiha Obito, formally challenge you, Uchiha Mu Feng. If you lose, you must acknowledge me as your elder brother and keep your distance from Lin. As the conversation unfolded, Obito cast a glance at the bewildered and perplexed Lin. But what if you lose? Feng rose to his feet. I cannot possibly lose. If I were to lose, I would become your subordinate. However, Lin interjected, but I cannot let that happen. It must be a fair competition. Obito's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, all right. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng acquiesced. To accept Obito as a subordinate was a notion he had never entertained before his journey through time. Yet, he was astonished that Obito had willingly offered himself. As Feng's agreement echoed through the classroom, the eyes of their classmates brightened with intrigue. 2 members of the Uchiha clan engaging in a duel. This promised to be captivating. Chapter 3. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, we shall take this outside. Obito declared, pointing towards the door. No need for that. This space is sufficient. I shall allow you a few moves. Come on. Feng shook his finger. Having perfected the body flicker technique and mastered the shadow clone technique, Feng believed it unreasonable for him to be bested by Obito at this moment. As Feng's words settled, Obito clenched his jaw and tightened his fists. In the next instant, he launched his assault, a straight punch aimed directly at Feng's face, accompanied by a rush of wind. Feng, ever vigilant, did not underestimate Obito's strike. Although Obito was not yet at his future prowess, the physical abilities of children in the Naruto world were formidable. A full-force blow could easily incapacitate an untrained adult. Having just acclimated to the original host's physique, Feng was still unfamiliar with its resilience. He instinctively evaded Obito's attack. But Obito had anticipated this. Haha, you've fallen for it. Obito exclaimed with a gleam of triumph in his eyes, simultaneously lifting his left leg to deliver a sweeping kick towards Feng's chest. The angle of the sweep was cunning, and with desks and chairs as obstacles, it seemed impractical for Feng to evade using mere physical agility. Several classmates noticed the precariousness of the situation and began to express their concerns for Feng. Yet, at that very moment, a flash of crimson flickered in Feng's eyes. The next instant, a resounding thud echoed through the room as Obito's sweep met with a solid impact, prompting him to cry out in pain. See, I told you Feng was merely. The boys who had previously mocked Feng wore smug expressions, but their words faltered as they witnessed Obito's agonizing shout. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. Just then, a series of thuds resonated from one side of the classroom. All eyes turned to find a solid wooden log that had inexplicably appeared, evidently struck by someone moments earlier. Substitution technique. A perceptive student immediately recognized. realizing Feng had utilized the technique to evade Obito's attack. Scanning the classroom, they ultimately noticed Feng standing at the doorway. At the entrance of the classroom, Feng offered a gentle smile. Indeed, the attack from Obito was calculated, swift, and executed at close range. In that moment, without prior preparation, employing the substitution technique posed a certain level of risk. However, in addition to his flawless substitution technique, Feng had awakened the Sharingan. Although the one-tomo Sharingan possessed only basic capabilities, it was evidently sufficient to counter Obito's current assault. First, he discerned Obito's attack, identified the openings, and then executed the substitution technique. All of this transpired in an instant, and it was nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, Obito cast a glance at Feng, his eyes reflecting a mixture of unwillingness and ferocity. Just as he was about to speak, Feng interjected, "Fair and square? How about this?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the onlookers beheld Feng's figure flicker. With a muffled thud, the next moment saw Feng suddenly appear before Obito, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Obito to double over in a shrimp-like posture. Coughing, Obito struggled as the force of the blow took him by surprise. At that moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Classmates Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, Guy, and Lin stared at Feng, their eyes wide with astonishment. The boys who had mocked Feng just moments prior were now left utterly dumbfounded. "All right, you've lost. Remember to call me Big Brother from now on," Feng remarked, clapping his hands as he looked down at Obito, who was now on all fours. Internally, he marveled at the sheer effectiveness of the body flicker technique. After finishing his words, Feng turned and exited the classroom. As he stepped into the corridor, the classroom erupted in conversation. "Did you see that? How did Feng manage that?" There was still a distance from the entrance. "I get it now. It must be the body flicker technique. Feng is actually that impressive? How come we never noticed before? I wonder how he compares to Kakashi." The chatter of boys and girls melded into a cacophony. Meanwhile, Obito, still sprawled on the ground, listened to the discussions, his heart swelling with resentment and unwillingness as he clenched his fists tightly. How could this be? Just as Obito simmered in indignation, a tissue appeared in his line of sight. "Hey, Obito, are you all right?" At the sound, Obito froze momentarily, slowly raising his head to find Lin's sweet smile before him. Lin. Upon seeing Lin, Obito sprang to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in emotion. "Ding!" Detecting host's unusual emotional fluctuations. "Your bloodline feels shame for your desire to rely on your subordinates to evade responsibility, and has darkened once more. Ding! Congratulations, your Sharingan has evolved again. Current state, 3 Tomo." As Feng exited the ninja school, he was lost in dreams of a bright future. Yet, at that moment, the system's notification sound interrupted his thoughts. After hearing the system's prompt, Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had genuinely contemplated gathering a group of followers before others had the chance to grow, envisioning a future where he could simply recline and rely on them. However, he never anticipated that his very own bloodline would scorn such a notion. Was it too much to desire a moment of ease? Had he set such lofty expectations for himself after his transformation? Quite impressive indeed. Despite his complaints, upon hearing the system's notification chime, Feng's spirits soared once again. The awakening of his bloodline had concurrently elevated his Sharingan. It had ascended directly to the 3 Tomo stage, with the next step leading to the kaleidoscope. Feng was somewhat taken aback. After all, it had been less than a day since his arrival in this world. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was not easily attained. Achieving 3 Tomo within a single day was undoubtedly the mark of a prodigy. Sasuke, Obito, even Itachi and Shisui would have to take a back seat to him. Furthermore, with the awakening of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Feng effectively possessed the ability to replicate ninjutsu. Incredible! Feng was instantly filled with exhilaration. In the next moment, he opened his attributes panel. Uchiha Feng, Strength, Jonin, Physique, None, Bloodline Limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, currently darkening. Ninjutsu tools, none. Chakra, pitifully low, less than 1% of Kakashi. Taijutsu, basic entry level. Jinjutsu, none. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique perfect level, resting. Transformation technique perfect level, resting. Substitution technique perfect level, resting. Multiple shadow clone technique entry level, darkening training. Body flicker technique entry level, darkening training. Upon viewing the attributes panel, Feng could no longer maintain his composure. the three-tomo Sharingan. In the next instant, he attempted to activate his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes and whispered inwardly, "Activate." In that moment, Mu Feng's eyes transformed from black to red, and the three-tomo whirled rapidly within his gaze, ultimately forming a triangular pattern that appeared strikingly impressive. Simultaneously, his vision underwent a transformation. Everything became remarkably clearer, as if he could effortlessly see through any object. Is this the Sharingan? Absolutely enthralling. Indeed, the Uchiha bloodline is exquisite. Mu Feng felt a surge of excitement within. He then shifted his attention to other aspects. What on earth did the notation in parentheses next to physique and ninjutsu signify? Continuous darkening training? Goodness. It appeared one must go mad to attain greatness. Such was the nature of a path that was all or nothing. Truly, the Darkening System was remarkable. However, to have chakra amounting to less than 1% of Kakashi? Is this some sort of jest? The system indeed had the audacity to measure my chakra against Kakashi's. I am thoroughly impressed. As he expressed this sentiment, suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. Your chakra feels insulted, grumbling, and declaring it can no longer endure. It has darkened. A sudden alert echoed in his mind, leaving Mu Feng utterly bewildered. Upon glancing at the panel, he noticed alterations in the chakra section. Chakra, pathetically low, a fraction of Kakashi, is on the verge of turning dark. Witnessing this change, Mu Feng instinctively drew a sharp breath. Goodness. A single phrase provoked such a transformation into darkness? Impressive. It seems you possess the potential to become a formidable antagonist. With a sense of admiration and a knowing smile, Mu Feng struck a nonchalant pose and stepped forward. Chapter 4. Iconic scene. Guy and Duy several minutes later, in the streets of Konoha. I have a little donkey. I never ride it, Mu Feng mumbled, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth as he strolled leisurely along. Having traversed into the world of Naruto and awakened his system, the pressure had diminished significantly, allowing Mu Feng to enjoy a leisurely exploration of Konoha. During his wanderings, he gradually began to accept the memories of his predecessor. Indeed, he belonged to the Uchiha clan, albeit with a slight distinction. He was an orphan. In this aspect, he bore some resemblance to Obito. Mu Feng's parents had perished shortly after his birth, lost in the throes of battle. Nevertheless, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he need not worry about sustenance, having been raised with the support of fellow clansmen. Yet, as Mu Feng had surmised, his aptitude was rather ordinary. Within the ninja academy, he ranked among the underachievers, only slightly better than Obito. Had he not traversed into this world, his original self would have perished, either in the Third Great Ninja War or at Itachi's hands on the night of the massacre. How did I even end up here? Moreover, the consciousness of my predecessor has completely dissipated. But fret not. Your body is now in my capable hands, far better than if it were still yours. I assure you, I will surpass you significantly. At the very least, I will not allow such a tragedy as the massacre to occur. As he pondered, Mu Feng murmured to himself. Once he finished speaking, a wave of clarity washed over his mind, as if something had entirely vacated his being. Shaking his head, he resumed his aimless wandering. Simultaneously, he began contemplating his future development. At present, my strength could barely be classified as a genin. Among genin, chunin, special jonin, and jonin, there are still the likes of Naruto and Madara, those monstrous beings of the sage level. I must strive diligently. At the very least, I aim to elevate my power to special jonin or jonin before stepping onto the battlefield. I also need to learn some life-preserving jutsu. Otherwise, the battlefield could be perilous. Even with the system, Mu Feng did not believe it would solve all his problems, especially when considering the likes of Madara, Hashirama, and Kagaya. Such formidable figures placed immense pressure upon him. Lost in thought, he wandered aimlessly, kicking a small stone beneath his feet as he walked. Moments later, Mu Feng had strayed from the main architectural area of Konoha village, arriving at a clearing in the wilderness. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds reached his ears. Thud, 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 as someone kicked a wooden post. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a young boy clad in a green, form-fitting outfit, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle and thick eyebrows. Beside this youthful figure stood a middle-aged man, similarly attired but appearing somewhat disheveled. The two of them were diligently striking the wooden post, the boy vocally counting, 269, 270, 271. With each utterance, he delivered another forceful kick. Observing this, Mu Feng halted in his tracks. It was none other than Guy and his father, Duel. Mu Feng recognized this father-son duo immediately. Guy's distinctive attire was unmistakable, and being well acquainted with the original characters, Mu Feng felt a surge of familiarity. Meanwhile, Guy and Duy seemed oblivious to Mu Feng's presence, as Guy continued to exert himself in his physical training. Mu Feng, momentarily lost in thought, found himself captivated by their rigorous practice. 345,367. 408, 478, 500. Yoshi, Guy, you're doing splendidly. Take a breather. Next, I have an exceedingly important ninjutsu to teach you. After a while, Guy ceased his assault on the wooden post, and Duy began to speak. However, as his words fell, Mu Feng perked up his ears, a bold hypothesis blossoming within him. Unconsciously, he edged closer, and Dewey's voice became clearer. Listen closely, Guy. This set of taijutsu is something your father has mastered over the course of 20 years. Now, I shall impart it to you. This technique possesses immense power, but also places a significant burden on a ninja's body. Only use it in dire circumstances. Upon hearing his father's admonition, Guy's excitement surged. Father, please teach me. At that moment, Mu Feng inhaled sharply. He had confirmed his earlier suspicion. The taijutsu Duy was about to impart was indeed the 8 gates. Mu Feng inched closer once more, his heart racing. The 8 gates, a formidable technique within the Naruto universe. In the original narrative, Guy, in the state of the 8 gates, nearly delivered the final blow to the series climax with his Night Guy technique. When he witnessed that scene, Mu Feng himself had felt an exhilarating rush. His youthful spirit ablaze with dreams of attaining such extraordinary strength and prowess. After all, that was the essence of passion, pure, unadulterated fervor. And now, he was witnessing the moment when Might Duy would teach Guy the 8 gates. Mu Feng was utterly exhilarated. Yet, just as he prepared to eavesdrop further, a sudden voice broke the moment. Who goes there? Duy turned his head, spotting Mu Feng. Startled by Dewey's voice, Mu Feng's expression turned awkward. Eavesdropping on others' conversations is certainly not a commendable act. However, since the situation had already unfolded, Mu Feng had no choice but to step forward. Hello, Kai? Mu Feng greeted with a warm smile. Upon seeing Mu Feng, Kai raised an eyebrow and widened his eyes. Ah, it is you, Mu Feng. Father, he is my classmate, Uchiha Mu Feng. Kai declared, and as the words left his lips, his internal defenses dissipated. Oh, so you're Kai's classmate. A member of the Uchiha clan, indeed. Might Guy nodded. Mu Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kai's father, and currently instructing him in physical techniques. With that, Might Guy struck what he believed to be a handsome pose. Mu Feng offered an awkward smile, but felt relieved to see the two men let down their guard. In the next moment, Mu Feng boldly expressed his request. I just saw Kai. Uncle Dai, may I join in your training? Chapter 5, The Physical Technique Showdown. Mu Feng directly articulated his desire on the training ground. To outsiders, he appeared merely as a 7-year-old child, making his request seem quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Might Guy did not express anger. Instead, his smile grew even more radiant. Kai's eyes widened with excitement. Really? Mu Feng, you want to join us? Then let us train together. Youth should be spent sweating profusely. Seeing his son so enthusiastic, Might Guy found it difficult to refuse Mu Feng's request. Soon, he prepared to embark on a new round of physical training with both Mu Feng and Kai. However, before he could assign any new tasks, Kai interjected. Father, didn't you just mention you had a new technique to teach me? Upon hearing Kai's words, Mu Feng's heart leapt with joy. He had hesitated to speak up earlier, but Kai had inadvertently become his ally. As Kai gazed at Might Guy with hopeful anticipation, Might Guy furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Mu Feng, shaking his head. Not yet. Kai, I mentioned that this is a highly advanced technique that imposes significant strain on the body. After your extensive training in physical techniques, I have only just deemed you ready to learn it. But with Mu Feng joining us, we cannot proceed with that instruction. Having said this, Might Guy affectionately ruffled Kai's hair. Perhaps next time, I shall teach you. Though slightly disappointed, Kai nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Mu Feng felt a surge of despair within. His reason for wanting to participate in the training was to learn the 8 gates. What a predicament to be denied instruction. Growing anxious, he blurted out, Uncle Dai, my physical techniques are quite commendable. Surely, I could learn that ninjutsu you mentioned? As Mu Feng spoke, Might Dai furrowed his brow once more, scrutinizing Mu Feng closely. After a long while, he still could not discern the merits of Mu Feng's physical prowess. Father, Mu Feng is indeed formidable. Today, he defeated Obito in a single move during our class. At this moment, Guy's timely support came forth, vouching for Feng. Nevertheless, Might Duy remained somewhat apprehensive. It was not that he was unwilling to impart the 8 gates to Feng, but rather that he genuinely feared Feng might recklessly practice and inadvertently harm himself. Yet, upon observing the eager gazes of both Guy and Feng, Might Duy hesitated briefly before deciding to grant Feng an opportunity. Very well. Feng, you shall spar with Guy. No ninjutsu allowed, only taijutsu. Should you manage to defeat Guy, I will teach you. With those words, Might Duy cleverly set the stage. Upon hearing that his father wanted him to spar with Feng, Guy's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit ignited as he turned his focus toward Feng. However, at that moment, Feng was taken aback. Taijutsu against Guy? Was this for real? Just moments ago, he had checked his own taijutsu level, beginner. How could he possibly contend with Guy? Faced with Guy, Feng was acutely aware of his own limitations. It was nearly impossible for a beginner in taijutsu to triumph over Guy, even if both were mere children at this stage. Instantly, Feng's expression soured. What's the matter? Feng, feeling a bit challenged? Might Duy seemed to sense Feng's discomfort and spoke up. Perhaps you should train with Guy for a while before you learn? Observing Might Duy's furrowed brow, Feng glanced at the enthusiastic Guy, his own brow knitting slightly in contemplation. What to do? Should he give it a try? Just give it a shot. Worst case scenario, he would just take a beating. After a moment of internal hesitation, Feng resolved to take the plunge. Let me see just how strong Guy's taijutsu is now. Just as Feng solidified his determination, a sudden notification rang out. Ding! System alert sounded. Your basic taijutsu has detected scornful gazes, and it has begun to curse, entering a darkened state. Your basic taijutsu has successfully darkened, advancing to the proficient level. Hearing the sound, Feng was momentarily stunned. This time, he distinctly felt changes within his body. He seemed sturdier yet lighter. Proficient basic taijutsu. Now he should possess the strength to contend with Guy. The system was truly impressive. A smile graced Feng's lips. In the next moment, his gaze hardened as he looked toward Might Duy. Uncle Duy, I am ready. He then fixed his eyes on Guy. Their gazes met in the air, sparking an electric tension. Feng Kuan, youthful passion demands a full-on battle. Haha, Guy, bring it on. Who falls first is yet to be determined. Feng Kuan. Guy? In the training ground, the two 7-year-old boys roared at each other. Moved by the scene before him, Might Duy felt the atmosphere ignite with fervor. Yash, I hereby declare, the battle begins. With his right arm raised high, a roar echoed through the training ground. In that very moment, Kai and Feng sprang into action simultaneously. The two figures blurred, accompanied by the rapid sound of wind. With his fundamental physical skills elevated to mastery, Feng's speed had increased significantly. Now, if compared to his past life, he would undoubtedly be capable of claiming a world championship title. At the tender age of 7, he was unfettered by limitations. As the battle commenced, he fixated intently on Kai, eagerly seeking an opportunity. Opposite him, Kai too refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe Feng. The pair maneuvered in a circular dance. Their gazes locked. Both young warriors felt a jolt of surprise within. They recognized that each could keep pace with the other's speed. Truly, Kai was exceptional, already mastering the fundamental techniques at such a young age. And Feng, what a prodigy he was, excelling not only in ninjutsu, but also keeping up with my physical prowess. Yet, who among them was the stronger, he or Kakashi? Amidst their thoughts, they returned to their original positions, their eyes meeting once more. Feng. Kai's gaze sharpened as he initiated the first attack. Chapter 6. 8 Gates of Duel. On the training field, Kai launched his assault first. Gathering strength in his legs, he propelled himself forward, charging at Feng. Although he was merely 7 or 8 years old, once the battle commenced, an aura of determination surged within him. The youthful warrior transformed, exuding the fierce presence of a tiger. How swift! Feng gasped, swiftly adopting a defensive stance. In the next instant, Kai closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick. Feng blocked with both hands, absorbing the impact directly. During this confrontation, Feng chose not to activate his Sharingan. He had previously pledged to rely solely on physical techniques, and he yearned to test the true strength of his mastery. Additionally, he was curious to gauge Kai's capabilities. As he met Kai's kick head-on, Feng was propelled backward, while Kai, seizing the momentum, charged again, his fist rising to strike Feng's face. With a resounding thud, Feng raised his knee, executing a counterkick. Their fists and knees collided with a dull thump, and Kai swiftly retreated. In this exchange, neither side gained an advantage. Yet both garnered a deeper understanding of each other's strength. Feng could distinctly feel that with each defensive and offensive maneuver, his comprehension of the newly acquired mastery deepened. Soon, the second wave of attacks commenced. This time, Feng took the initiative, charging forward once more. Kai, unwilling to yield, met Feng's assault head-on. On the training ground, the two young titans quickly became embroiled in a fierce struggle, with a succession of straightforward punches, side kicks, and sweeping maneuvers. The intensity of the duel escalated, the pace quickening, yet the two combatants remained locked in a stalemate, seemingly evenly matched. The sounds of their strikes echoed, thuds and whooshes, intertwined with the rush of air from their swift movements. On one side, Mangekyou observed the fierce exchange, his initially relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Unbeknownst to him, his son had grown remarkably strong. The relentless training, the tireless dedication, had begun to bear fruit. Kai, you surpass your father, he thought. If you continue on this path, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. As he gazed at Kai, a look of pride illuminated Mangekyou's eyes. His attention then shifted to Mangekyou's. Mangekyou felt a deep sense of satisfaction with Mangekyou's performance. Under Kai's fervent assault, Mangekyou realized that even without unleashing the 8 gates, he might struggle to cope. Yet, Mangekyou adeptly countered each of Kai's advances, effectively defending against every strike while seizing opportunities to retaliate. Could this boy be training as diligently as Kai? Mangekyou mused, furrowing his brow as he continued his observation. However, soon the mirth in his eyes faded, replaced by astonishment. He noted that as the battle progressed, Mangekyou's movements grew increasingly rapid and precise. Despite repeated exchanges, Kai's techniques had scarcely evolved, while Mangekyou's defensive skills had markedly improved. It was as if he had transformed from an apprentice to a master, exploring and enhancing his abilities mid-battle. Such innate talent was truly formidable. Mangekyou's brow furrowed deeper. If this trend continued, he was certain that defeat awaited his son Kai. For Kai was not merely contending with a ninja who had labored to achieve such prowess. He was facing a prodigy, an unequivocal genius. This boy was also a member of the Uchiha clan. If he were to awaken the Sharingan, the thought sent a shiver down Mangekyou's spine as he glanced at Kai. Son, this fellow will surely be your rival in the future. As these thoughts resonated within him, a fire of determination ignited in Mangekyou, accompanied by a sense of pride. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the clash between Kai and Mangekyou was drawing to a close. Although Mangekyou had mastered advanced taijutsu, the system had only granted him physical strength, speed, techniques, and reflexes. Beyond that foundation, he needed to engage in combat to develop his unique fighting style. The same level of ninjutsu yields different results in different hands. With each encounter against Kai, Mangekyou began to grasp this truth, his movements gradually evolving. Bang! On the field, Kai's initial attack was intercepted by Mangekyou, who swiftly adjusted his position, preparing to launch a side kick aimed at Mangekyou's right flank. However, just as Kai was about to launch his attack, Feng suddenly retreated slightly. With a whoosh, the powerful sweep of his leg missed. A look of surprise instantly filled Kai's eyes, but in the next moment, Feng's right leg loomed large before him. With a resounding thud, a clean and decisive kick struck Kai's side, and under the tremendous force, he was sent flying. Rolling onto the grass nearby, pain surged through him, yet Kai endured. When he lifted his head to look again, Feng was already at his side, his right fist positioned less than 10 centimeters from Kai's face. The astonishment in Kai's eyes deepened. In the next instant, Feng's clenched fist suddenly opened, as if inviting him. Are you all right? Feng's voice rang out. Kai extended his hand, and upon Feng's pull, he stood up. I have lost, Kai said earnestly. Feng is indeed a formidable opponent. All right, to celebrate my loss to Feng, let's do another set of training today. Rising to his feet, Kai quickly regained his fervor and struck a pose, shouting earnestly. Meanwhile, Mangekyou approached, utterly astonished by the prowess of Feng's martial arts. Well done, Feng. Kai, you must strive to improve and aim to defeat Feng soon. Rest assured, father, youth shall not yield easily. Feng, I will challenge you again next time. I accept your challenge, Feng replied without hesitation. If Kai were to challenge him again, it might just provoke his martial arts into further darkness. Uncle Duy, you mentioned that if I passed the assessment, you would impart the secrets of martial arts to me. This battle, while satisfying for Mu Feng, also marked an achievement in his journey through this world, having triumphed over the Emperor Kai in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, he did not forget the purpose of this fight. The Eight Gates, the ultimate martial arts secret within the realm of Naruto. Ha ha ha, since you have defeated Kai, I will naturally teach you. However, before that, I must warn you, Kai, you must listen carefully. This martial arts secret is known as the Eight Gates, and it took me 20 years to learn even a portion of it. The principle behind the Eight Gates is to temporarily unlock the channels that bind chakra within the body to gain immense power. The Eight Gates are the Opening Gate, the Rest Gate, the Life Gate, the Injury Gate, the Dying Gate, the View Gate, the Shock Gate, and the Death Gate. Each gate open grants power that can double or even multiply several times. A powerful ninja can instantaneously attain strength comparable to that of the 5 Kage. However, using the 8 gates will inflict severe injury on the user, so one must not forcefully use or exceed the level of the gates without adequate training. And most importantly, you must remember this: the last gate, the Death Gate, should never be opened unless in a critical situation of utmost necessity. Once the Death Gate is opened, the only outcome is death. Do you understand? The expression on Dai's face grew serious. Imparting the 8 gates of Duinjia was no trivial matter, and he needed to elucidate its crucial aspects. Opposite him, Mufeng was already well acquainted with the dangers and potency of the 8 gates, having heard that it could bestow an individual with power rivaling that of the 5 Kage. Instantly, he was filled with excitement, paying little mind to Dai's subsequent explanations. His eager eyes fixed on him. Noticing the fervor in their gazes, Dai's expression shifted. In the next moment, he wiped his nose and declared, "Yash, let us commence our training." Chapter 7. Opening 3 Gates. The astonished Might Guy in the training grounds of Konoha village, 2 boys, around 7 to 8 years old, stood in a horse stance, shouting in unison, "First gate, open! First gate, open!" The initial training for the 8 gates was not particularly difficult. Its challenges lay in perseverance and continuous enhancement. Thus, Dai's teaching process was relatively brief. After explaining the principles of the 8 gates and the foundational training methods, Mufeng and Kai were eager to give it a try. As the chakra surged within them, accompanied by their shouts, they both attempted to open the first gate. Given their current level of taijutsu mastery, even if there were side effects from opening the first gate, they could undoubtedly endure them. This was also the crux of Dai's assessment of their taijutsu. Forcing the opening of the gates could inflict severe damage on their bodies. However, after numerous attempts, neither Kai nor Mufeng could grasp the essence of opening the gate. Not only did they fail to open the first gate, but they also struggled to locate the chakra points. At that moment, Mufeng noticed that his system was not responding much either. It seemed my suspicions were correct. The original body's talent was not high. Yet, judging by Kai's demeanor, he did not seem to feel it. The 8 gates appeared to be rather challenging to master. As Mufeng continued to internalize his frustrations, he shouted, "8 gates, first gate, open." Just as Kai finished his words, a sudden surge of energy emanated from his body. Although this energy dispersed almost immediately, Mufeng undeniably sensed it. Yash, he has already sensed the chakra points, he thought, feeling a rush of motivation to push through. 8 gates. First gate, open. On the training field, Kai clenched his fists and braced himself, while Mufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Kai truly lives up to his title. He's already figured out the secret to opening the gate so quickly. In contrast, my taijutsu talent seems abysmally lacking, he lamented. If it weren't for the system, I fear, beat. Just as Mufeng was lamenting internally, the system's voice chimed in once more. Your complaints have wounded your taijutsu talent. It is now sorrowful and weeping. Due to your hurtful remarks, your taijutsu talent has now darkened. Your taijutsu talent has been elevated to level. With a chime, the system announced, "Congratulations. You have successfully mastered the forbidden technique, the 8 gates of Duinjia." The notification startled Mufeng, yet simultaneously filled him with exhilaration. To think this was even possible. A spark of inspiration ignited within Mufeng. In the next moment, he firmly settled into a horse stance. The first gate, the opening gate, open. With a decisive shout, Mufeng's chakra surged within him, instantly unlocking the opening gate, creating a powerful wave of energy that erupted outward with a resonant sound. The first gate, the opening gate, had been successfully unlocked. Did you succeed, Mufeng? The voices of Might Guy and Kai were filled with curiosity and astonishment as they observed Mufeng's rising aura. At this moment, Mufeng took a moment to attune to his body. After unlocking the opening gate, he felt his strength had more than doubled, and he seemed to possess an abundance of vitality, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Moreover, he felt no significant discomfort, which piqued his curiosity. System: how many gates can I open at most? Host: you have currently mastered the 8 gates of Duel at an entry level, and you can now open up to the 3rd gate, the Life Gate. The prospect of unlocking the 3rd gate filled Feng with joy, brimming with excitement. He eagerly prepared to try again. The 2nd gate, the Rest Gate, open. With another powerful command, his chakra surged even more violently, sending a gust of energy towards Kai. Reacting quickly, Kai stepped aside, his eyes wide with awe, filled with newfound admiration for Feng. Feng is incredible. He can already open the 2nd gate. I must strive to keep pace with him. The 2nd gate. Guy was equally astonished. This child possesses an extraordinary talent for physical techniques. However, before he could finish his thought, Feng shouted again. The 3rd gate, the Life Gate, open. With this declaration, the atmosphere of the training ground shifted dramatically. The energy waves unleashed by Feng became even more intense, and his body began to glow with a reddish hue. A layer of green energy surrounded him, and the overwhelming chakra seemed to suffocate the air around him. Witnessing this spectacle, Kai stood frozen, his mind awash with disbelief. In that moment, he felt as if he were witnessing Naruto and his companions during the Chunin exams, seeing Lee unlock the 3rd gate for the first time. All that echoed in his mind were 3 words: powerful, powerful, and nothing but power. The 3rd gate. Guy was equally dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen someone unlock 3 gates in less than half an hour of training in the 8 gates of Duel. How extraordinary must this child's talent be? Rumor had it that in Kai's class, there was a prodigious youth named Kakashi. Was another genius about to emerge? Guy gazed in astonishment at the green light enveloping Feng, then turned to Kai. What a stroke of fortune it is for my son to be in the same cohort as such a prodigy. Or is it a misfortune? With great enthusiasm, Feng has successfully opened the 3rd gate. I, too, shall not concede defeat. Following the initial shock, Feng's display invigorated Kai. In the next instant, Kai assumed his stance. The 8 gates of chakra release. 1st gate, open. Observing Kai, Guy couldn't help but smile knowingly. At this moment, having opened 3 gates, Feng sensed an overwhelming surge of power within him and began to test his limits. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, as if employing a technique of instantaneous movement. The next moment, he reappeared before a sturdy tree outside the training ground. His right leg lashed out like a whip. With a resounding crash, the tree, as thick as a person's waist, was severed cleanly in 2, akin to a battle axe's strike. A truly astonishing display. Astonished by his own prowess, Feng exclaimed, "Incredible! My speed and strength have more than doubled. If I were to combine this with my Sharingan, I would likely outmatch any average Nin. Furthermore, with the system's existence, the 8 gates and other ninjutsu can be further enhanced through dark cultivation. Most crucially, my taijutsu talent has already reached a heightened state, ensuring that my future training will yield far greater results." This endeavor to learn the 8 gates has truly been fruitful. After testing his newfound strength and speed, Feng prudently closed the 8 gates. Yet, a smile radiated on his face, though he soon pondered that this was still insufficient. Indeed, it was far from enough. Currently, I have merely grasped the 8 gates. In the future, I must also learn the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo, Chidori, and Rasengan. Moreover, I have a premonition that the Dark System is not simply about enhancing proficiency and levels. It surely possesses more formidable methods for strengthening ninjutsu in the future. Clenching his fist, Feng felt a renewed sense of confidence for what lay ahead. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have automatically learned the forbidden art of the 8 gates and gained 100 points of dark value. The system's alert caught Feng off guard, leaving him momentarily dazed. Dark value, what is that? Chapter 8. The purpose of dark value. Dark value? System, what is this? Taken aback by the sudden appearance of dark value, Feng was intrigued. Dark value is a special item awarded by the system. You may consider it a form of currency granted by the system. You can acquire dark value by autonomously learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or by developing your own ninjutsu. Developing your own ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu will yield even greater rewards in dark value. Additionally, battling formidable enemies also grants a chance to earn dark value. Dark value can be utilized to purchase new ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, bloodline limits, unique physical attributes, and special ninja tools. It can also be used to activate uncorrupted ninjutsu, taijutsu, bloodline limits, unique physical attributes, and special ninja tools. Simultaneously, the darkening value can enhance any skills or items the host has already mastered, elevating the level of their darkened state. The higher the darkening level, the greater the proficiency of the skill, which may also activate darkening effects. The same principle applies to items. Furthermore, skills and items of higher levels require a greater amount of darkening value. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Feng finally comprehended the implications. In essence, everything I learn in the future, including bloodline limits, can be manually enhanced using darkening value, in addition to the passive improvements from the darkening process itself. The host may interpret it this way. This notion is splendid. Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Relying solely on ninjutsu or bloodline limits for self-improvement would be excessively passive. Moreover, Feng found it somewhat elusive to grasp the triggering conditions for darkening. It seemed to activate upon receiving certain stimuli, but the degree and quantity of these stimuli were crucial factors. Additionally, Feng struggled to determine the developmental direction of his various ninjutsu, including bloodline limits. If the enhancements were limited to basic ninjutsu like shadow clone technique or body replacement technique due to stimuli, he would still be a weakling on the battlefield. However, with the introduction of the darkening value system, Feng could now autonomously focus on specific aspects. For instance, even if his Sharingan no longer darkened autonomously, he could employ darkening value to elevate it to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, through darkening value, Feng might circumvent certain restrictions associated with enhancing the Sharingan, greatly facilitating his progress. The system is indeed considerate. System, please check how much darkening value I would need to elevate my 3-Tomo Sharingan to the kaleidoscope level. Query in progress. Query results indicate between 10,000 to 100,000, depending on the specific abilities of the Sharingan. 10,000 to 100,000. Such a considerable range? Upon hearing the results, Feng was slightly astonished. However, upon further reflection, possessing a kaleidoscope Sharingan would result in a qualitative enhancement of his abilities, making the cost acceptable. If we consider that learning a single ninjutsu requires 100 points of darkening value, I would need to learn 100 ninjutsu independently. While this may seem daunting, it is not insurmountable. The Sharingan can replicate and learn from others' ninjutsu. Furthermore, the system indicated that developing original ninjutsu would yield even greater rewards. Additionally, the more ninjutsu I learn, the more powerful my system becomes. After contemplating these thoughts, Feng set himself a modest goal, to master 100 ninjutsu first. Feng. While Feng was deep in thought, Kai approached him, and at that moment, Kai's aura had stabilized, clearly indicating he had successfully unlocked a new ability. Congratulations, Kai, on successfully unlocking the initial gate. Haha, compared to you, Feng, my talent is still lacking significantly, but I will not be outdone by you. I will strive even harder. Feng, would you care for another round of physical training? 1,000 leg kicks, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer cross-country run. Observing Kai's fervor, Feng's expression shifted as he shook his head. No, I have some matters to attend to. Let us call it a day. Kai, Feng has just opened the door to his potential. It may be unwise to push him too hard. At that moment, Guy approached and inquired, Feng, do you feel anything amiss? Not at the moment. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Duy. As Kai's classmate, with such remarkable talent for physical prowess, it is only natural. Kai will need your support in the future. Guy spoke in a fatherly tone. Kai is my classmate. It is only fitting. Feng replied, scratching the back of his head. However, Uncle Duy, it is getting late, and I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Very well. Feng, should you wish to train again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Guy did not insist on retaining Feng. Indeed, Feng, youth is meant to be spent shedding sweat. Kai chimed in. Watching the two, Feng smiled knowingly. Although their acquaintance was brief, the character of the Kai family was genuinely commendable. Yet, in the next moment, Feng's brow furrowed as he recalled Guy's fate in the original narrative. According to the storyline, during the Third Shinobi World War, Guy would perish after opening the 8th gate in a noble sacrifice. Considering the timeline, it would not be long before that tragic event unfolded. Sighing inwardly, Mu Feng resolved that if the opportunity arose and he possessed the strength, he would intervene to save Guy. This could be regarded as a form of tuition for the invaluable teachings of the Eight Gates. Having acquired the knowledge of the Eight Gates, Mu Feng bid farewell to Kai and his father, departing the training ground with a sense of contentment. As dusk settled, Mu Feng made his way back to the Uchiha clan grounds, to his home. Along the way, he observed the villagers. The atmosphere in Konoha was devoid of the palpable tension characteristic of impending war. However, he overheard numerous discussions regarding missions, indicating that the outside world remained unstable. Following the main street, Mu Feng arrived at the renowned Ichiraku ramen shop. Just as he curiously peered into the establishment, a frantic voice called out, "Mu Feng! Mu Feng!" Turning at the sound, he beheld a girl clad in red and white rushing toward him, her expression one of urgency. "Why, hi Kurenai?" Mu Feng recognized her, and his gaze sharpened as he noticed several boys of similar age trailing behind her. "Mu Feng, thank goodness it's really you. Mu Feng, please save me." Chapter 9. A fierce confrontation with Asuma. "Mu Feng, please save me," Kurenai cried as she sprinted toward him. In a swift motion, she took refuge behind Mu Feng, her ruby-red eyes fixed on the approaching threat. At this moment, Hinata's red hue had yet to blossom into the mature elegance of her later years. Resembling a charming little girl, nestled behind Feng with a face full of concern that only added to her endearing and pitiable demeanor. Feng, taken aback, was just about to inquire when suddenly, "There, brother Asuma, she's over there," exclaimed three boys, aged around 7 or 8, rushing forth. Upon closer inspection, Feng recognized the leader of the trio, and their conversation confirmed his identity: Sarutobi Asuma, the second son of the third Hokage and his current classmate. At this moment, Asuma had not yet matured into the seasoned adult he would later become. His youthful features bore a resemblance to Konohamaru. Upon spotting Hinata, a grin blossomed on Asuma's face, giving him an air that was less than virtuous, reminiscent of a delinquent youth. "Brother, it's him, Uchiha Feng." Asuma's companions shouted as they dashed forward. "Hey, Feng, let go of Hinata," Asuma barked, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng. Startled, Hinata shrank further behind Feng and quietly implored, "Feng, please help me. Asuma wants to take me to a strange place." Hearing this, Feng furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Asuma. However, Asuma, oblivious to Hinata's plea, instinctively turned against Feng, shouting a few more times at Hinata. When he noticed her minimal reaction, his anger intensified. "Feng, you need to let Hinata go. I only wanted to invite her for ramen. I mean no harm." Asuma attempted to clarify. Nonetheless, Hinata clearly did not trust Asuma's words, gripping Feng's clothing tightly. Within a few exchanged words, Feng seemed to glean the essence of the situation, connecting it to the subsequent events in the Naruto storyline. He became increasingly certain that Asuma harbored feelings for Hinata. Yet, his current delinquent demeanor misled Hinata into believing he intended her harm, prompting her to seek Feng's assistance. Feng had little desire to delve into the specifics of their misunderstanding. However, since Hinata had turned to him, he felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, Asuma's arrogant attitude further irked Feng. It was time to teach this boy a lesson, as he seemed to think his status as the third Hokage's son placed him above others. While Feng contemplated his next move, Asuma continued to berate him, glaring coldly. Hinata's rejection of his invitation seemed inconsequential to Asuma, but when she hid behind Feng, it ignited his fury. Was he, the son of the Hokage, to be overshadowed by an orphan of the Uchiha clan? "Feng, if you don't step aside, I'll take action. Although you belong to the Uchiha clan and perform well in school, there are 3 of us here." In the face of Asuma's bravado, Feng remained unfazed, finding the whole situation rather juvenile. 3 individuals. 10 of you would be of no consequence. "Asuma, I shall not permit you to bully our classmate, especially such a delightful girl as Hong." Stepping forward, Mu Feng spoke with unwavering righteousness. Behind him, Hong heard his words, and her complexion became rosy. She tugged gently at Mu Feng's sleeve. "Mu Feng, maybe. It's all right, just stay behind me. They are no match for me." Mu Feng turned, revealing a warm smile, causing Xia Hong to be momentarily entranced, her heart racing. This is what it feels like to be protected. With a slight smile, Xia Hong displayed an adorably radiant grin. This scene left Mu Feng momentarily dumbfounded, but he quickly regained his composure. How could he possibly feel this way about a girl so young? Truly scandalous. As he wrestled with his inner turmoil, Mu Feng glanced at Asuma. In that case, Feng, we have no choice but to settle this. Only the victor deserves the beauty, Asuma proclaimed in a rather dramatic fashion, yet his demeanor radiated confidence. I shall not wager Hong in this battle. I merely find you insufferable and wish to teach you a lesson. Bring it on, all three of you together. If you can defeat me, I shall call you father. Feng stepped forward again, his youthful frame radiating an intimidating aura. Asuma hesitated for a moment, glancing at his two lackeys before summoning courage. Let us all attack. He is but one. Even the body flicker technique is hardly impressive. I am Sarutobi Asuma, of the Sarutobi clan. Attack. With that, Asuma charged directly at Feng, his two companions flanking him to launch a simultaneous assault from different angles. Feng's gaze sharpened. In the next instant, he formed a hand seal. Bang! Bang! A cloud of smoke billowed forth, revealing two shadowy duplicates of Feng on the battlefield. Shadow clone technique. Asuma's eyes widened in astonishment. A standard clone technique merely creates a phantom without substance, incapable of offense. Given that Feng was merely a student at the Ninja Academy, Asuma found it hard to believe he could master such an advanced technique as the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thus, Asuma was taken aback. Using clones against the three of them effectively meant 1 against 3. Moreover, employing the clone technique in plain sight would directly reveal which one was the original. Never mind. Let us go all out. Target the one in the middle. At Asuma's command, the three lunged toward Feng's original self. Watching the three advance, all three Fengs sprang into action. Bam! The clash began. Asuma was the first to strike, launching a punch straight for Feng's face. However, Feng deftly evaded it, finding Asuma's technique rather clumsy in comparison to Kai's. After dodging, Feng made no grand movements. With a firm grip, he swiftly jabbed upward, landing a solid blow to Asuma's abdomen. The impact resonated with a muffled thud. Asuma's entire body contorted like a shrimp, and he expelled a mouthful of sour liquid, his complexion turning a deep shade of green. In that instant, Feng delivered a swift kick that sent Asuma sprawling. "Boss!" shouted the two underlings as they witnessed Asuma's humiliation. "No, don't worry about me," Asuma struggled to say, realizing that now was the opportune moment to strike at Feng. With a focused gaze, the two jumped high into the air, their legs raised to strike at Feng's shoulders. If Feng were to suffer this blow, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 10. The battle against the middle ninja on the street, as Asuma's two subordinates descended from the air. Launching their attack on Feng, the onlooker, Yuhi Kurenai, felt a pang of anxiety. "Feng, give it your all," she urged. The distance between Feng and the two attackers dwindled, yet he showed no intention of dodging, causing Kurenai's tension to escalate. Meanwhile, Asuma's subordinates' eyes gleamed with determination. "For our boss! For our boss!" they shouted excitedly. However, at that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two of Feng's shadow clones suddenly appeared beside them. With swift kicks, they sent the two airborne subordinates flying. Their martial prowess, inferior even to Asuma's, was easily dispatched by Feng's clones. As the two subordinates hit the ground, Asuma's trio officially faced defeat. The entire confrontation unfolded in mere seconds, yet their downfall occurred in an instant. As they stood up, disbelief filled the eyes of the two subordinates. "This is not mere shadow technique. He possesses the shadow clone jutsu," they exclaimed in astonishment. On the other side, Asuma was gradually regaining his composure. But as he lifted his head, three versions of Feng appeared before him, cornering him. "What will it be? Will you concede? Promise me you won't pursue Kurenai anymore, and I shall let you go," Feng said, gazing down at Asuma. "Damn it, Feng. I will never yield. Dream on if you think you can take Kurenai from me," Asuma retorted, his expression filled with indignation. He was clearly unwilling to accept Feng's terms. "If you refuse to concede, then I shall force you to." With that declaration, one of Feng's clones delivered a punch to Asuma. "Feng, let our boss go. He is the son of the Hokage. You cannot treat him this way." Asuma's subordinates rushed forward, calling out, yet they hesitated to act, fully aware they were no match for Feng. "Damn it, Feng. Just you wait. I will never back down," Asuma shouted defiantly even after being struck. Soon after, Feng's second clone joined the fray. However, this time, Feng only intended to teach Asuma a lesson, so he did not strike with full force. Yet, the subordinates, witnessing the unfolding scene, grew anxious. "Hurry, go find the Hokage." Yes, yes, we must find the Hokage." The two individuals immediately thought of Asuma's father, the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. After uttering this, they dashed towards the Hokage building. However, they had barely taken a few steps when, with a whoosh, a man clad in a forehead protector appeared before them, glaring fiercely at Mufeng. How dare you, Uchiha, lay hands on the son of the Hokage. Release Asuma at once. As the words fell, the man charged directly towards Mufeng. Upon hearing this, Mufeng turned to face the man, who bore the Leaf Village forehead protector and appeared to be in his 20s, resembling a Nin in attire. The Nin's eyes were filled with anger and disdain, as if Mufeng were his sworn enemy. Ah, the one who dares to show himself has finally arrived? Upon seeing him, Mufeng immediately recalled Ebisu, Konohamaru's teacher. It seemed that Asuma had likely enjoyed similar privileges in his youth, being the son of the third Hokage after all. Nin? Mufeng ventured to inquire. Since you are aware, release Asuma at once. He is not someone of your ilk to be compared with. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, Uchiha scum. The Nin retorted through gritted teeth. From the tone of his voice, Mufeng sensed not only the man's disdain for him, but also a palpable animosity toward the Uchiha clan. Instantly, Mufeng's spirit ignited. Impolite. Pray tell, what does that entail? Perfect timing, for I, too, seek a Nin to test my current prowess. You shall suffice, Mufeng declared, raising an eyebrow. Huh, you little brat, though young. Your words are audacious. Indeed, Uchiha are all alike. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. Facing a mere 7 or 8-year-old, the Nin was unperturbed. With that, he advanced towards Mufeng. Yet, at that moment, Asuma stood up. This is my own affair. You need not meddle. Go back and tell him that I, Asuma, shall grow stronger by my own merit, not by the title of the Hokage's son. His gaze fixed on the Nin, Asuma's anger flared even more. Upon hearing this, the Nin furrowed his brow, his expression darkening slightly. Asuma, it is my duty to instruct you and ensure your safety. He is my classmate. We are merely playing around, Asuma remarked, touching the blood at the corner of his mouth defiantly. Upon hearing this, Mufeng was somewhat taken aback. The original narrative had also mentioned that before maturing, Asuma was a rebellious youth. It was only after the Third Great Ninja War and years of training abroad that he returned to Konoha, becoming more composed. Asuma's current demeanor aligned with the original characterization. However, Mufeng had finally found a suitable adversary to hone his skills and had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Moreover, with the activation of his Sharingan, engaging in battle equated to learning ninjutsu, thus accumulating darkening values. As if you're implying I am destined to lose. Do not presume that being a Nin renders you exceptional. Today, I, Uchiha Mufeng, shall challenge you and demonstrate the true essence of the Uchiha clan. As these words fell from his lips, Mufeng advanced forward, disregarding Asuma entirely. Concurrently, Mufeng formed hand seals once more. Boom. 2 shadow clones materialized at Mufeng's side. With a serious gaze, the 4 clones sprang into action, launching the first offensive. How laughable. To believe that mastering the shadow clone technique would enable one to triumph over a Nin. Today, I shall show you your place. I apologize, Asuma. But even if he is your classmate, I cannot allow such provocation. The Nin bowed towards Asuma, then assumed a battle stance. Observing the 4 clones charging towards him, the Nin swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground. Earth release, earth flow river. With a commanding shout, the ground beneath Mufeng's 4 clones morphed into a swamp, beginning to shift ominously. Instantly, the 4 clones lost their balance and were about to crash heavily into the ground. Yet, at that moment, Mufeng remained calm, even feeling a flicker of joy within. Finally, it begins, Mufeng murmured, as a flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes. 3 black tomo solidifying within his gaze. Chapter 11. The Might of the Sharingan. The appearance of the Umbu Earth Release. Earth Flow River. The Nin bellowed. The ground before him transformed into a quagmire, continuously shifting and ensnaring Mufeng's 4 clones in place. With the ground's relentless motion, the clones lost their footing and collapsed into the mire. Almost instantaneously, propelled by the earth's flow, the 4 clones dissipated into smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The clones vanished, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the Nin's eyes. Huh, indeed, well spoken. But is this truly all your strength? His gaze shifted to Mufeng across the way. Yet, in the next moment, his expression sharpened. Before him, Mufeng's hands danced in a flurry, seemingly forming hand seals, and the technique he employed appeared strikingly familiar. This is not good. His pupils dilated, and the Nin immediately sensed the impending danger, propelling himself into the air. Just then, Feng forcefully struck the ground with his hands. Earth release, earth flow river. With a soft utterance, the ground beneath the Nin surged, transforming into a mire. Witnessing this scene, the Nin was taken aback. For an ordinary ninja, utilizing such a technique would be unremarkable. But who was his opponent? Merely a 7-year-old boy, still regarded as an elementary student at the Konoha Academy. Yet he possesses the capability to execute such a jutsu. This is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai watched in astonishment as Feng unleashed the earth release, their eyes widening in disbelief. Asuma gazed at Feng in utter incredulity, overwhelmed by shock. This insufferable fellow, has he been pretending all along during our time at school? Asuma expressed his indignation, lamenting that had Feng employed his recent technique earlier, he would have stood no chance against him. Feng, how strikingly handsome, he thought, marveling at the impressive ninjutsu displayed. Yuhi Kurenai gazed at Feng, her expression one of admiration. In their previous class, Kakashi had been the universally acknowledged genius. However, due to the legacy of his father, the White Feng, Kakashi often appeared aloof, and he graduated early after just a year at the Ninja Academy. Consequently, most girls had little interaction with him. Conversely, while Feng belonged to the Uchiha clan, he possessed a commendable personality. Although his previous abilities and talents had been rather ordinary, and despite his handsome appearance, he had been looked down upon in the world of Naruto. Now, however, with his striking looks, amiable character, and formidable skills, he had become the object of admiration for nearly all the girls in his class. Furthermore, having previously intervened to thwart Asuma's harassment, Kurenai's fondness for Feng's sword. At that moment, Feng remained oblivious to Asuma and Kurenai's sentiments. Upon activating his Sharingan, he swiftly discerned the jutsu of the Chunin opponent before him, comprehending and replicating it. Regrettably, he realized that his adversary had anticipated his actions. As Feng had only recently awakened his eyes, he had yet to master the level of Kakashi's imitation of Zabuza, rendering him unable to hypnotize the Chunin. Nonetheless, for a child of 7 or 8, his prowess was already remarkable. Observing the Chunin ascend into the air, Feng casually hurled several shurikens, utilizing his Sharingan to track the Chunin's trajectory and preemptively block his path. In the air, the Chunin narrowed his eyes at the incoming shurikens, their trajectory dangerously precise, causing him to furrow his brow. At that moment, he felt as though he were confronting a ninja of equal caliber. In the next instant, the Chunin's gaze fell upon Feng, his expression reflecting indescribable shock. He beheld the crimson eyes of Feng, the Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. A shiver coursed through the Chunin at the sight of the Sharingan, involuntarily recalling how he had previously suffered defeat at the hands of an Uchiha, resulting in profound humiliation. It was then that he had developed a deep-seated hatred for the members of the Uchiha clan. Swish, 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 the shurikens whistled through the air, disrupting the Chunin's thoughts. Staring at the shurikens, his gaze grew increasingly frenzied. What a joke! A mere 7 or 8-year-old child cannot possibly be my match, he exclaimed, and as he spoke, he swiftly retrieved 2 shurikens from behind and hurled them. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. The shurikens from both sides soared through the air. The Chunin then called out, Ninjutsu, multiple shuriken shadow clone technique. In the next moment, the shurikens he hurled fragmented, multiplying from 2 to 4, and then to 8, surpassing the number of shurikens in Feng's possession. The clattering sound echoed as several of Feng's shurikens were struck and fell to the ground, while the newly split shurikens from the Nin continued to soar towards him. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Feng felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Similarly, he extracted 2 shurikens from his hand, and at the instant of their release, his fingers danced swiftly, forming seals. Ninjutsu, multiplication of shuriken shadow clones. Utilizing the same seals and technique, Feng cast 2 shurikens, which remarkably transformed into 16. His blood-red Sharingan remained fixated on the Nin. The angles of the shurikens still astutely calculated, and this time, the quantity was even greater. Observing Feng's crimson eyes and the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, the Nin suddenly seemed to grasp something. Impossible. Even the Sharingan cannot replicate my ninjutsu so swiftly. Why is he able to produce 16 shurikens? This is inconceivable, the Nin exclaimed in disbelief. However, at that moment, the 16 shurikens not only intercepted the ones he had thrown, but the remainder sped towards him. With no other recourse, the Nin drew a kunai and began to defend himself. Yet, under the influence of the Sharingan, Feng's shurikens were far from easily deflected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens whizzed through the air, grazing the Nin's face, right arm, and lower abdomen, leaving behind 3 crimson streaks. More critically, 1 shuriken struck his left arm, embedding itself deep into his flesh. The Nin grimaced in pain, his body descending from the air. With a grunt, he yanked the shuriken from his arm. Clutching the wound, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Feng. "You Uchiha whelp, I will kill you," he roared, like a wounded lion poised to attack. In the next heartbeat, he was ready to charge forward. Meanwhile, Feng, having nearly depleted his chakra, remained unperturbed. In contrast to ninjutsu, he excelled in taijutsu. As his chakra circulated within him, Feng was prepared to unleash the 8 gates, intent on utterly overpowering the arrogant and aggressive Nin before him. The atmosphere between them intensified, but just then, whoosh, a figure suddenly landed between the two. "Stop!" A cold voice rang out as a masked Umbu appeared. The Umbu ninja first directed a piercing gaze at the Nin, sending a wave of formidable killing intent surging towards him. With a thud, the Nin seemed momentarily paralyzed by this aura. At that moment, the Umbu turned to face Feng. Furrowing his brow, Feng muttered to himself, "Umbu?" However, in the next moment, Feng discerned the gaze of his opponent. A pair of crimson eyes, unmistakably the Sharingan. Chapter 12. The Leaf Village Prodigy, Kakashi. The presence of the Umbu rendered Feng contemplative, leading him to abandon his intent to continue the skirmish. With the Umbu present, the Chunin opponent also seemed disinclined to prolong the confrontation. "TCH, consider yourself fortunate this time," the Chunin called to Asuma. "I refuse," Asuma retorted, turning to leave. Before departing, he cast a complex glance at Feng, seemingly astonished that Feng could contend with a Chunin. Observing Asuma's retreat, the Chunin swiftly followed suit, while an Umbu member vanished from the scene. "Feng, are you all right?" At that moment, the ever-watchful Yugao rushed over with concern etched on her face. "I'm fine." Feng waved his hand dismissively. "That truly frightened me. I never anticipated that Feng-kun would be so formidable, capable of matching a Chunin in combat," Yugao exclaimed, still shaken. Though aware they were fellow villagers and would not resort to lethal force, the clash of ninjutsu posed considerable danger for children aged 7 or 8. Thankfully, Feng emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the guilt would have haunted me indefinitely. Feng continued to reflect on the recent battle. Although brief, the experience yielded significant gains. He had simulated the Earth Release, Earth Flow River, and the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu using the Sharingan. Moreover, his chakra had been stimulated, resulting in considerable growth. He now possessed 1/20th of Kakashi's chakra, likely measured against the elite Jonin Kakashi as he first appeared in the original narrative. 1/20th equated to that of an ordinary Chunin, coupled with the 8 gates and the Sharingan. Once I fully comprehend the Earth Release, Earth Flow River, and the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, my combat prowess should rival that of a Chunin, and I may even stand a chance against elite Chunin or Jonin. Feng assessed his current strength, noting the acquisition of 100 points of darkening value from the battle. Indeed, combat can yield darkening value. This darkening value seems pivotal for my future power enhancements. Alas, this system has me contemplating the battlefield for training. Contemplating the abundant rewards from such a fleeting skirmish, Feng smiled knowingly. On the side, Yugao observed Feng's smile with a look of surprise. "Feng, what occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing. Just suddenly recalled something amusing," Feng replied with a smile, redirecting his focus. Then, his gaze fell upon a nearby Ichiraku ramen shop, and in a buoyant mood, he decided to celebrate. He grabbed Yugao's hand. "Come, I'm in a good mood. Let us go have ramen." As her hand was clasped, Yugao's heart raced, her face flushed, and steam seemed to rise from her head, transforming her into a flustered maiden. Asuma could never have imagined that what he yearned to accomplish would be effortlessly achieved by Feng. "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen." Upon entering the noodle shop, Feng immediately called out. The ever-smiling Uncle Yael emerged, and upon seeing Feng and Xiang Hong, He beamed a knowing smile. All right, coming right up. In no time, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served, exuding an enticing aroma, with the crystal-clear broth igniting Mu Feng's appetite. Having longed to savor Uncle Yile's ramen since reading the original work, he finally felt his wish fulfilled. Uncle Yile, I won't hold back. Let's dig in, Mu Feng declared, and in the next moment, he devoured the noodles with gusto. The noodles were springy and robust, their flavor exquisite. Mu Feng smacked his lips, vowing that this was the finest ramen he had ever tasted. Uncle Yile, your skills are truly exceptional, he exclaimed, urging Hong to join in the delight. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yile chuckled, and Hong felt a newfound kinship towards Mu Feng. Compared to the fierce confrontation he had with the Chunin earlier, Mu Feng now appeared more like a peer. Mu Feng, slow down. You're splattering soup all over your clothes. Xiang Hong laughed, and soon she began to relish the meal as well. In no time, Mu Feng's bowl was empty. He patted his stomach, and Hong smiled at him before attending to her own meal. The two exited the Yile ramen shop in succession. Outside, the sky had darkened, with a sparse scattering of stars appearing in the night sky. Mu Fengkuan, thank you so much today. I am truly delighted. On the street, Xiang Hong smiled brightly at Mu Feng. He returned her smile faintly, inwardly chastising himself for flirting with a girl who seemed no older than 7 or 8. Yet, considering he himself was about that age, the guilt lessened significantly. Moreover, a beauty like Xiang Hong should not be wasted on a rough character like Asuma. Just then, as Mu Feng raised his hand to speak, he suddenly paused, his gaze drawn forward. Beneath the streetlight, a shadow elongated as a figure slowly approached Mu Feng and Xiang Hong. Following Mu Feng's line of sight, Xiang Hong's eyes filled with curiosity. However, they soon recognized the approaching individual. With white hair, a mask, and a small short sword slung across his back, Kakashi, Mu Feng exclaimed. It seems to be Kakashi. He must be returning from outside the village. Could he have been on a mission? Hong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and Mu Feng's attention remained fixed on Kakashi. Since his arrival in this world, Mu Feng had performed admirably, yet whenever he surpassed the average capabilities of his peers, others inevitably compared him to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was nothing short of a genius among his cohort with Obito. As the heir of the White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy in merely a year, swiftly ascending to the rank of Jonin, and the following year, he achieved the status of Chunin, far surpassing his peers. Akin to a prodigy from another household. Now, Kakashi has commenced undertaking missions assigned by the village. Although Mu Feng displays remarkable talent, he remains merely a student at the Ninja Academy, not yet even a Jonin, let alone possessing any experience in missions. However, Mu Feng is acutely aware that his current strength could already contend with a Chunin. Upon encountering Kakashi, Mu Feng's heart begins to stir with excitement. He wonders if he is a match for Kakashi now. If he could engage in a battle with him, he would surely learn a plethora of jutsu. Yet, at that moment, Kakashi merely passed by them, his gaze indifferent, as if they were non-existent. Mu Fengkuan, Yuan Hong seemed somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's aloofness as she spoke. Meanwhile, Mu Feng's nostrils flared slightly, catching a whiff of a metallic scent. Recently returned from a mission, it was highly likely he had taken a life. A glint sparked in his eyes as he focused on Kakashi's departing figure, his pupils quivering slightly, his thoughts becoming animated. Chapter 13, The Rise of Mu Feng. Reactions from the higher UPS Konoha village. Hokage building. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed solemnly at the documents in his hand, while Danzo sat beside him, his expression placid, revealing no emotion. Is this information confirmed? Hiruzen inquired. It has been confirmed, Danzo replied. The Chunin exams are imminent, and other villages will send their Jonin to participate. The current external situation is rather grim. Both the Cloud and Mist villages will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. After speaking, Danzo took a sip of water. Hiruzen pondered for a moment. The situation in Konoha indeed mirrored Danzo's assessment. The circumstances were far from favorable. Throughout the ninja world, the movements of war among the major nations were becoming increasingly evident. Aside from the Land of Fire, the other 4 great nations exhibited a growing discontent regarding their territories and resources. Following several skirmishes instigated against smaller nations, the major powers were evidently still unsatisfied, turning their sights towards the resource-rich Land of Fire. The initial conflict igniting this struggle for supremacy among the great nations was also the most crucial battle, the contention between the various ninja villages. Konoha stood at the forefront of this impending turmoil. The Chunin exams could not be cancelled. Heightened vigilance was essential during this period. The movements of the mist and cloud villages must also be monitored closely. As for the information you have brought, I will assign someone to handle it. After contemplating for a while, Hiruzen spoke once more. Hearing this, Danzo refrained from further dialogue, rising from his seat, preparing to depart the Hokage building. Just then, a ninja entered the premises. Hokage-sama, it's bad. Asuma-san has been attacked. This ninja was none other than the Chunin who had previously clashed with Mufeng. He shouted as he entered the Hokage building, but soon noticed Danzo's presence and fell silent. Danzo-sama. Upon hearing the news of Asuma being attacked, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and took a drag from his cigarette. For him, this was merely a trifling matter. Yet he could not dismiss the fact that it concerned his own son. Speak, he commanded. The Chunin, who was a classmate of Asuma, Uchiha Mufeng, glanced at Danzo and ultimately recounted the events in detail, including his own intervention. Though some of the wording had been altered, the essence of the story remained intact. As they listened to the account of Mufeng's ability to hold his ground against a Chunin and his awakening of the Sharingan, which allowed him to replicate others' jutsu, both Hiruzen and Danzo were taken aback. Very well, I have grasped the situation. Just ensure that Asuma does not cause any further trouble. With a decisive puff of smoke, Hiruzen continued, Understood, Hokage-sama. The Chunin then departed from the Hokage building. Inside the building, however, Hiruzen and Danzo fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, Danzo broke the stillness, expressing, a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, he must have activated his three-tomo Sharingan. What do you intend to do about him? A glint of ambition flickered in Danzo's eyes as he continued. Previously, you opposed Kakashi's inclusion in Root, but this Uchiha Mufeng is a different matter. We are at a critical juncture. Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's thoughts. Danzo, it would be prudent for you to temper your ambitions. He is of the Uchiha clan. Even as an orphan, his awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan will undoubtedly draw attention from them. Do you really believe that Fugaku and the Uchiha will permit him to join your route? I will contemplate his future, but first, we must assess his abilities. Hiruzen mused deeply. Upon hearing this, disappointment briefly shadowed Danzo's eyes, yet he concealed it well, rising to exit the Hokage building. Once Danzo had departed, Hiruzen gently tapped his fingers on the desk. In the next moment, a masked Umbu ninja appeared before him. Investigate this Uchiha Mufeng, he ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, as Danzo stepped outside the Hokage building, two subordinates who had been waiting followed closely behind him. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mufeng, Danzo murmured, then quietly began issuing instructions to his companions. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Fugaku received word of Mufeng's awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan. Are you certain it is the three-tomo Sharingan? The messenger was an Umbu member who had intervened in the confrontation between Mufeng and the Chunin. There can be no mistake. Clan leader, upon my return, I verified the records. Uchiha Mufeng is indeed one of ours, a contemporary of Obito. A contemporary of Obito? That means he is merely 7 or 8 years old. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. To awaken the three-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age, what does this signify? No one understands the peculiarity of this situation better than the Uchiha clan. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 8, earning the title of a genius. However, Itachi merely activated a single Tomo Sharingan, whereas Sasuke did not awaken his three-tomo Sharingan until he was 13. Now, astonishingly, there are individuals who can directly unlock the three-tomo Sharingan at the mere age of 7 or 8. Such prodigies possess a significant likelihood of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. What is most crucial is the realization that such talent had previously gone unnoticed. For a moment, Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep contemplation, but soon thereafter, he found himself filled with joy. As the leader of the Konoha's security force, Fugaku was not oblivious to the movements within the ninja world. With impending conflict on the horizon, the Uchiha clan had seemingly failed to produce any notable geniuses. At this time, Shursui was merely 4 or 5 years old. Itachi had yet to be born, and Obito was struggling academically. The once illustrious Uchiha clan had entered a period devoid of talent. In contrast, Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, was rising to fame as a genius, which left some of the proud Uchiha members feeling uneasy. However, with the emergence of Mufeng, Fugaku felt a spark of hope rekindled. As long as a genius arose within the Uchiha clan capable of achieving great feats on the battlefield, they could vie for greater power within Konoha, even potentially nominating one of their own as Hokage. Leader, should I summon Mufeng for your personal assessment? An Uchiha clan member inquired. After a moment of reflection, Fugaku shook his head. No need. It is best to keep him distanced from clan affairs. However, I will ensure that the clan protects him from the shadows. The Hokage requires a genius on par with the Uchiha, and we too need a talent capable of competing for the position of Hokage. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke softly. Chapter 14. Early Graduation. Application for assessment the following day at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Hey, Mufeng, I still want to challenge you. As Mufeng entered the classroom, Obito rushed towards him. Yesterday's challenge had left Obito humiliated, but with his personality, he would not easily concede defeat, even against Kakashi, and naturally, he would not back down from Mufeng. Boring. You lost yesterday. From that moment on, you have been my subordinate. Come challenge me again when your strength reaches that of a Nin. Mufeng replied nonchalantly, glancing around the classroom. At that moment, Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and other students had also arrived. Spotting Mufeng, Guy eagerly approached him. Mufeng-kun, Kurenai just said that you fought against a Nin yesterday and won. Would you like to train some taijutsu with me today? Before Guy could finish his question, the girls in the class rushed over as well. Mufeng, did you really engage in battle with a Nin? Kurenai said you have already mastered advanced ninjutsu. Is that true? Mufeng-kun, how impressive. Can you teach me the shadow clone technique? Mufeng, this is a small gift I have prepared for you. A group of girls gathered around, leaving the periphery, where the setting sun cast a warm glow, feeling somewhat bewildered. Mufeng himself was taken aback, responding with a few smiles. However, as he began to engage in conversation, the girls became even more proactive, inquiring about Mufeng's specific experiences battling Nin. Mufeng is truly remarkable. One might fear that Kakashi pales in comparison. Kakashi. Speaking of which, Mufeng, does this mean you are also on the verge of graduating early? Suddenly, one of the girls posed the question. In an instant, many students began to realize the implications. Indeed, if Mufeng possesses the strength to contend with Nin now, would he remain at the Ninja Academy? Would he, like Kakashi, apply for early graduation? The girls reacted with even greater enthusiasm. If Mufeng graduated early, they would no longer have the chance to see him. Consequently, several girls expressed their regret, while the ones at the edge of the crowd bit their lips in dismay. Just then, a disdainful snort echoed from behind. Asuma Sarutobi approached, his eyes cold and piercing as he fixed his gaze on Mufeng. Noticing Asuma's frosty demeanor and aggressive aura, others quickly stepped aside. Mufeng, I acknowledge your strength. Yet, I, Asuma Sarutobi, will not concede easily. I shall continue to challenge you. With that, he delivered a parting remark before returning to his seat. Mufeng was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that after witnessing his fight with the Nin yesterday, Asuma would dare to provoke him today. It seemed that only by thoroughly defeating this fellow would he grasp the true meaning of strength. Observing Asuma, Mufeng resolved to teach him a lesson in due time. Soon after, the teacher arrived in the classroom. With the teacher's presence, the clamor within the room ceased immediately. Throughout the day's lessons, Mufeng drifted in and out of focus, contemplating where to acquire some ninjutsu next. To learn ninjutsu now, one must either engage in combat, seek a mentor, or find ninjutsu scrolls. While fighting with the Sharingan allows for the copying of ninjutsu, it does not equate to complete mastery. Practice is still required. However, given the current situation in the village, opportunities like yesterday's would be rare. If seeking instruction, perhaps he could approach Fugaku Uchiha. As the clan leader, he would likely be amenable. Moreover, it felt somewhat awkward to be part of the Uchiha clan when even someone like Obito had learned fire release. The original host hadn't even mastered a single technique. Alternatively, he could learn from ninjutsu scrolls or even develop techniques himself. However, he wondered if developing existing ninjutsu would count as original creation. If so, he might attempt to create a Rasengan. The Uchiha Rasengan. It seemed like there was something amiss about that notion. Regardless, as long as he could gain darkening points, that was all that mattered. Yet, he found himself curious about where Kakashi had learned his ninjutsu previously. At this juncture, he had yet to take Feng Shui Men as his mentor. The only plausible source of knowledge could have been from Baya. After a day filled with errant thoughts, as class neared its end, the teacher called Feng aside. Feng, I have heard that you engaged in a confrontation with a Chunin from the village yesterday. Mu Feng nodded in affirmation. This matter has already reached the ears of Lord Hokage. Your current prowess suggests that it may be unsuitable for you to remain in the Ninja Academy any longer. Both Lord Hokage and I concur that you may apply for early graduation. Here is an application form for you to peruse. If there are no issues, you may take it home today to complete, and tomorrow, you can apply for the graduation assessment. With that, the teacher handed Mu Feng the application form. Upon seeing the document, Mu Feng was taken aback. After his skirmish with the Jonin and his subsequent meeting with Kakashi, he had contemplated applying for early graduation. However, he had not anticipated that his affairs would reach the third Hokage, who had personally inquired about them. Moreover, this early graduation might bear the influence of the third Hokage. The rapidity of this development was somewhat startling. Being scrutinized by the third Hokage as a Uchiha clan member, and with Danzo now aware of his existence, Mu Feng felt this was not an entirely fortuitous situation. Nevertheless, graduating early would afford him considerable autonomy and ample time, rendering it not entirely unfavorable. Moreover, he pondered the possibility of seizing this opportunity. Teacher, may I inquire if, upon early graduation, I could apply to learn more advanced ninjutsu? For instance, techniques like the Fire Dragon Bullet or Water Dragon Bullet. Taking this chance, Mu Feng expressed his aspirations. Upon hearing his query, the teacher furrowed his brow. Mu Feng, you are already capable of engaging with Chunin at your age. I must concede that you possess remarkable talent. However, the acquisition of any ninjutsu is not an instantaneous endeavor. Each ninja has limited time, and learning ninjutsu is a serious undertaking. It is not a matter of quantity over quality. Nonetheless, if you succeed in the graduation assessment and have aspirations to learn ninjutsu, I will support you and can assist in applying for some ninjutsu scrolls. Alternatively, you might consider joining a team within the village to continue your studies under a Jonin. Upon hearing that he could obtain ninjutsu scrolls, Mu Feng's eyes lit up. In that case, I shall apply for early graduation, Mu Feng declared resolutely. Excellent. Prepare yourself today, and you may undertake the assessment tomorrow. Chapter 15, Assessment concluded. Entering Training Mode. Shadow Clone Technique, passed. Transformation Technique, passed. Substitution Technique, passed. Congratulations, Uchiha Mu Feng. You have grown into a competent ninja. Here is your forehead protector. In the presence of the proctoring teacher, Mu Feng publicly submitted his application for early graduation. He flawlessly passed the graduation assessment and received his Jonin forehead protector. Mu Feng, congratulations. I am proud of you. As the teacher presented him with the forehead protector, the other students in the classroom reacted with varying responses upon witnessing Mu Feng's early graduation. The girls in the class gazed at Mu Feng with a sense of reluctance, while the boys exhibited a variety of reactions, some envious, others dismissive, and a few also feeling a sense of loss. So, Mu Feng has graduated early. With Kakashi already having 2 students graduate ahead of schedule, it seems we must strive harder. A few boys spoke up. Indeed, youth should be about relentlessly pursuing the footsteps of the strong. I, Kai, clench my fists. Mu Feng, wait for me. I, Asuma, will undoubtedly catch up to you and surpass you. Mu Feng, I too will put forth my utmost effort. As she looked at Mu Feng, Kurenai also regained her spirit. Mu Feng surveyed his classmates and smiled faintly. He chuckled. I've merely graduated early. It's not as if we won't see each other again. But everyone, do keep pushing yourselves. With that, he waved his hand, flaunting the forehead protector he held. All right, everyone, this lowly Jonin has some matters to attend to. You all should diligently continue being students. Witnessing Mu Feng's demeanor, the boys in the class gritted their teeth in frustration. How infuriating. He's acting so smug. It's just a slight early graduation. I, Uchiha Obito, will surely surpass him. So will I, Sarutobi Asuma. The classroom erupted into a cacophony. Mu Feng, after your early graduation, you can join a ninja team. I've already submitted your information to Lord Hokage. At this moment, Mu Feng followed his teacher outside the classroom, where the teacher began to speak. A ninja team? Yes, but before that, you must pass the assessment for ninja teams to undertake missions. However, there isn't a particularly suitable squad at the moment. During this time, don't forget to continue training. This is the ninja scroll you previously desired. Saying this, the teacher produced several ninjutsu scrolls. Rest assured, teacher, I will train diligently. Upon seeing the ninjutsu scrolls, Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly reached out to take them. After a brief exchange with the teacher, Mu Feng departed from the Ninja Academy. At the Hokage building, A figure swiftly appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Feng has applied for early graduation. Furthermore, Danzo has taken an interest in him. The Uchiha clan has yet to take any action. The ninja reported promptly upon arrival. Understood, Hiruzen replied, not lifting his gaze from his paperwork as he inhaled smoke. In the next moment, the ninja vanished from sight. Once the ninja had disappeared, Hiruzen finally raised his head, slightly furrowing his brow. Logically, after Feng's early graduation, he would join the ranks of those undertaking missions, much like Kakashi. Moreover, upon graduation, ninjas typically join a 4-person team for integration. Although there are several teams currently in the village, Feng's situation is rather unique. As a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened a Sharingan, his emergence as a prodigious talent during a time of uncertainty for the Uchiha clan certainly warrants special attention from them. Thus, in light of the distribution of duties, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself burdened with even greater considerations. It truly is a source of vexation. First, there was Kakashi, and now another Uchiha, Feng, has emerged. Regardless, this child must not fall into the hands of Danzo, for the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly object. However, as he perused the roster for the upcoming team, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indecisive. Ultimately, he chose to defer his decision, wishing instead to observe the Uchiha clan's reaction. He resolved to grant it a little more time. Moreover, the imminent Chunin exams that the village was about to host required significant attention. This time, they must dispatch some exceptional ninjas to demonstrate the strength of Konoha to both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist. Murmuring to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed smoking, while tentatively designating Feng as a participant in the Chunin exams. Yet, whether he could actually partake in them remained uncertain for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Feng had departed from the Ninja Academy, oblivious to the thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. After acquiring the Ninjutsu scroll, Feng hurried back to the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan had always been responsible for the village's security, making their territory one of the safest locales within Konoha. Once back, Feng eagerly unrolled the Ninjutsu scroll. It was densely packed with various techniques, although many were basic jutsu like Earth Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Bullet, and Water Barrier. For Feng, quantity outweighed quality at this point. Additionally, several common fire release techniques were inscribed within the scroll. If he could activate the ninjutsu to enter a state of enhancement, it would be a boon for him. Furthermore, actively learning ninjutsu would yield him valuable enhancement points, a precious resource for Feng. Alright, starting today, I shall enter a fervent mode of study, he declared with fervor. I will absorb these techniques and strive to develop the Rasengan and Chidori. Ideally, I should elevate my prowess to the level of a Jonin before embarking on missions. Feng spoke with unwavering confidence, having selectively disregarded the drawbacks of graduating early. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he needed to select a secure location for his training. Practicing ninjutsu at home or within the village was simply not feasible. His mind immediately recalled the training ground where he had previously practiced taijutsu with Guy. Although the facility was somewhat small, a nearby open space and a small lake provided an ideal setting for ninjutsu practice. As the day waned, he decided to commence his training the following day. From tomorrow onward, I shall officially enter my training regimen. Feng clenched his fist slightly, speaking with excitement. In the next moment, his gaze flickered with delight as he looked at the ninjutsu scroll in his hands, diving back into the study of its myriad techniques. Throughout the night, Feng scarcely rested, poring over the scroll's contents. The following day, as dawn broke, Feng swiftly rose and set off for the training location he had designated. The training of ninjutsu was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 16, Attaining the Body of the Columns. Mastering would release the night had deepened. Over the tranquil surface of a lake surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village, a commanding voice resonated. Fire release, grand fireball technique. In an instant, a magnificent swirl of crimson flames erupted, causing the surrounding air to grow intensely oppressive, with waves of steam rising. On the shore of the lake, a young boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, clad in the attire of the Uchiha clan, was diligently honing his ninjutsu skills. This boy was Uchiha Feng, who had applied for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. Now, it had been more than half a month since Feng's graduation. During this time, Feng had led a monotonous and repetitive life. Each morning, as the sun began to rise, he would arrive at this clearing by the lake to practice his ninjutsu. training tirelessly until the late hours of the night before returning to rest. His month of dedication bore significant fruit, as he had mastered numerous low-level ninjutsu. Additionally, throughout his training, Mufeng's innate talent for ninjutsu underwent a transformation, elevating from a previously abysmal level to a commendable one. On this very day, he had even succeeded in learning the fire release technique, a source of pride for the Uchiha clan. This was the final ninjutsu recorded in the scroll he had obtained. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the fire release, grand fireball technique, earning 100 points of darkening points. You have consecutively learned 10 ninjutsu. Due to your fickleness, there has been considerable dissatisfaction among the techniques. Ding! A darkening explosion has occurred. All the ninjutsu you have acquired are now competing with one another, resulting in further darkening. All ninjutsu are at proficiency level 1. The flames above the lake gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in Mufeng's mind. Momentarily taken aback by the sound, Mufeng quickly displayed an expression of excitement. In the next instant, he opened his system panel. Uchiha Mufeng, Strength, Elite Chunin, Physique, None, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan. 3 Tomo, Darkening in Progress. Ninjutsu Tools, None. Chakra, Minimal, 1/10 of Kakashi, currently undergoing darkening. Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu Proficient. 8 Gates, Basic Level, Darkening in Progress. Jinjutsu, None. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique Perfect Level, Resting. Transformation Technique Perfect Level, Resting. Substitution Technique Perfect Level, Resting. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Beginner Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Body Flicker Technique Beginner Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Fire Release, Grand Fireball Basic Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Water Release, Water Formation Wall Proficient Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Earth Release, Earth Flow River Basic Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Multiple Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique Basic Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Basic Level, Darkening Training in Progress. Talent, Taijutsu Talent, Level. Ninjutsu Talent, Level. Comprehensive Evaluation. With your 3 Tomo Sharingan and an array of ninjutsu, you have transcended the ranks of mere cannon fodder. Amidst the current state of a dark surge, where all ninjutsu autonomously enhances at an accelerated pace, Feng gazed at his panel and felt a sense of adequacy as a ninja. He had mastered a substantial number of ninjutsu, and the system had deemed him an elite chunin. With the 8 gates technique elevated to a foundational level, he could now unlock the 4th gate. If coupled with the Sharingan, he believed he could stand toe-to-toe with a Jonin. However, his dark value was still somewhat lacking. With only 1,400 points, it was far from sufficient to elevate the Sharingan to the Mangekyou level. Should he temporarily allocate his dark value elsewhere? As he contemplated his accumulated dark value, a flicker of hesitation crossed Feng's eyes. Initially, he intended to save his dark value to enhance the Sharingan in one fell swoop. But after half a month of training, he realized he might have been overly ambitious. The quantity of dark value required for the enhancement was exorbitant, and he had barely accumulated 1/5 of what was needed. Continuing at this pace might hinder his current development. His physical attributes remained a blank slate. Perhaps there was room for improvement in that aspect. System, please check how much dark value is required to enhance my physique. Beep. Detection shows the host currently has no physical attributes. Activating physique for the first time requires 1,000 dark points, and the direction of enhancement will be randomly generated. 1,000 points. So be it. Activated immediately. Beep. 1,000 dark points have been deducted. Physique activation in progress. Congratulations, host. Your physique enhancement is successful. The dark direction is Hashirama's body. Physique enhancement progress. 3. Hashirama's body. The physique of Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Having read the original work, he vividly recalled the remarkable traits of the first Hokage's physique. His extraordinary regenerative abilities were enough to leave numerous ninjas in awe. Moreover, inheriting such a physique would even grant him the ability to utilize wood release. It is no exaggeration to state that the first Hokage's physique surpasses even a Mangekyou Sharingan in prowess. Though Feng had activated only a semblance of it, having spent merely 1,000 dark points to acquire Hashirama's physique made him feel as though he had struck a significant bargain. Furthermore, combining Hashirama's physique with the Uchiha bloodline seemed to align perfectly with Madara's evolutionary potential. This realization ignited a surge of excitement within him. If he could continue to develop, one day he might reach Madara's level. With that thought in mind, Feng eagerly began to explore his newfound abilities. At that moment, beep. Congratulations, host. You have awakened Hashirama's body. You can now learn Would Release. Would Release. Feng's eyes sparkled, though he had yet to find an opportunity to delve into it. Fortunately, within the system, Feng could exchange for the learning of Ninjutsu. However, these techniques not only failed to increase his darkening points, but also deducted a certain amount of them. Clearly, it was not a wise investment, yet. In pursuit of experiencing the legendary Would Release Ninjutsu, Feng resolutely decided to indulge himself. Glancing at the learning interface for Would Release techniques, he ultimately made his choice. Would Release, Would Spike technique, requires 400 darkening points. This technique was vividly etched in Feng's memory in the original narrative. After Uchiha Obito had darkened and subsequently transplanted the first Hokage cells to restore his body, the first time he unleashed his Would Release against an adversary was indeed the Would Spike technique, which effortlessly eliminated a Chunin from the Mist Village. Congratulations. You have learned the Would Spike technique. With 400 darkening points deducted, Feng returned to a state of utter emptiness. Nevertheless, his strength had dramatically increased compared to before. Now, even against a particularly formidable Jonin, he felt capable of standing his ground. Furthermore, having acquired the Would Release physique enhanced his recovery abilities, indirectly amplifying the 8th gate of death. Let us test this Would Spike technique. As the words left his lips, Feng summoned his chakra to condense the ninjutsu. His hands moved swiftly, and he aimed at a large tree before him. Would Release, Would Spike technique. With a series of muffled thuds echoing through the forest, 3 sturdy branches pierced through the trunk of a tree as thick as a barrel. Feng approached to inspect the results, feeling quite satisfied. If this technique were used against a person, it could undoubtedly deliver a chilling experience. After witnessing the effectiveness of the Would Spike technique, he resolved to practice it more frequently for ambushes in future battles. Ordinary ninjas would certainly not expect it. Unbeknownst to him, he had already acquired the ability to protect himself. Even if he found himself on the battlefield, he would not merely be cannon fodder. Looking up at the moon over Konoha, Feng couldn't help but reflect. However, he knew he could not afford to relax too much. Should he encounter a powerful Jonin or a Kage-level opponent, he would still be at a disadvantage. He vowed to continue training, aiming to elevate his strength to the level of a Kage before the impending war. Clenching his fist, Feng made a solemn pledge. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, capturing Feng's attention. Chapter 17, Kakashi in a Dilemma. Feng makes his entrance in a dense forest. 2 figures swiftly darted about, intertwining with one another. The clashing sounds of blades echoed, accompanied by sporadic sparks flying between the trees. Suddenly, one individual plummeted from the air. Crashing to the ground with a thud, Kakashi, gripping his short blade, fixed his gaze intently on the unfamiliar ninja perched in the trees. The ninja wielded an oddly shaped, peculiar large sword, and his cold gaze bore into Kakashi, emanating a murderous intent that felt almost palpable, akin to a beast poised to pounce. A member of the Mist Village, Kakashi's eyes swept over the forehead protector adorning the adversary's brow, and he muttered in frustration. At that moment, with a swift motion, the enemy vanished from the branches and reappeared on the ground not far from Kakashi. I originally intended to take advantage of the interval during the Chunin exam to gauge the strength of Konoha. Little did I expect to be seen through by a mere child. With white hair and a blade in hand. You must be Hitaki Tsukumo? No, you are surely his descendant. Konoha truly is a village brimming with talent. The ninja wielding the peculiar great sword approached Kakashi, speaking as he drew nearer. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade, his gaze scanning the surroundings for anything that could be of use. The death of his father, Hitaki Tsukumo, had rendered Kakashi taciturn. Whenever the night weighed heavily on his heart, he would stealthily leave the village for a stroll. However, today, Kakashi encountered an unforeseen circumstance. In the forest outside the village, he stumbled upon a group of rogue ninjas not affiliated with Konoha, and emboldened by his skills, he attempted to sneak past them. Yet, he was discovered. One among them pursued him relentlessly, a ninja from the hidden mist, now standing before him. After engaging in combat, Kakashi quickly discerned that his opponent's prowess far surpassed his own. This was a genuine Jonin. While Kakashi had only recently ascended to Chunin, still considerably distant from Jonin-level capabilities. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage, Kakashi began to flee towards Konoha, hoping that the Jonin and within the village would swiftly realize the situation and come to his aid. Moments ago, the Mist Ninja had caught up, and as they clashed blades once more, Kakashi was struck down by the sheer force of his adversary, crashing to the ground, his body trembling and ensnared in a dire predicament. As the opponent advanced, blade poised to strike, the grim specter of death loomed over Kakashi. Though I do not know your exact connection to Hatake Tsukumo, I regret that I have never crossed blades with him. The white Feng of Konoha, how intriguing. But alas, it appears this is the end. As he spoke, the formidable and enigmatic Mist Ninja brandished his peculiar great sword, raising it high and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Kakashi. At that moment, a flurry of shurikens suddenly whizzed through the air from the nearby woods, tracing an arc as they hurtled towards the Mist Ninja's head. Noticing this, the Mist Ninja swiftly retreated, swinging his fish-shaped blade to deflect the projectiles. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken were thwarted. The Mist Ninja, now on high alert, scanned the surrounding forest. This was the territory of the Leaf Village. If the were to discover his presence, he would likely face dire consequences. At this point, the Mist Ninja began to contemplate retreat. Soon, Feng emerged from the thicket. Illuminated by the moonlight, he cast his gaze upon the Mist Ninja opposite him, his pupils narrowing. Feng recognized the Mist Ninja's fish-shaped great sword, the Twin Swords of Flounder, a formidable blade wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, crafted from 2 symmetrical blades, capable of launching energy orbs and enlarging its form. Due to its resemblance to a flounder, it was aptly named the Twin Swords of Flounder. In the original work, this blade has always been wielded by Chojuro. However, the ninja standing before Feng is evidently not Chojuro. Rather, he bears a striking resemblance to the character known as Hozuki Mangekyou. From this information, Feng swiftly deduces that the ninja from the hidden mist village before him is none other than the current leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hozuki Mangekyou. It is surprising to encounter such a formidable individual. Gazing at Hozuki Mangekyou, Feng silently marvels. As the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the might of Hozuki Mangekyou is self-evident. He not only possesses the innate talents of the Hozuki clan, but also adeptly wields the 7 swords of the swordsman, making him a veritable elite Jonin. However, in the Third Shinobi World War, he met his demise under Might Guy's 8 Gates. Otherwise, he might have even contended for the title of Mizukage. Feng. Upon seeing Feng emerge from the thicket, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Feng, you must leave this place immediately. That individual is a Jonin from the hidden mist. Kakashi shouts urgently. Feng is of the same age as Kakashi, and during their time at the academy, Feng never exhibited remarkable prowess. According to the norm, Feng would not even qualify as a genin at this point. To pit such a ninja against a hidden mist Jonin capable of pushing a talented chunin like Kakashi to the brink of death is tantamount to courting disaster. I understand. Yet, before Kakashi can finish his warning, Feng steps forward, interrupting him. His gaze is fixed on Hozuki Mangekyou. Hidden Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hozuki Mangekyou. The great sword you wield must be the Twin Blade Flounder. Feng's expression is resolute as he accurately names Hozuki Mangekyou, leaving Kakashi momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, Hozuki Mangekyou is taken aback, tilting his head to scrutinize Feng, eventually locking his gaze onto Feng's Uchiha attire. Uchiha fan, you are a young one from the Uchiha clan. Ha ha, impressive. To recognize me without fleeing at the first opportunity at your age is quite remarkable. Zabuza may not achieve such a feat easily. Hozuki Mangekyou laughs heartily, dismissing Feng entirely. If he can effortlessly eliminate Kakashi, he certainly does not regard another peer who fancies himself a genius from the hidden mist. At that moment, Kakashi stands in shock. He never expected that Feng, after enduring grueling battles, could identify an opponent he himself had failed to recognize. It is crucial to note that in the world of Naruto, recognizing an opponent's identity carries profound implications, as it signifies knowledge of their jutsu, techniques, and even bloodline limits. For instance, if Feng's Uchiha identity were to be acknowledged on the battlefield, enemies would instinctively avoid his gaze, wary of attacks from his Sharingan. Thus, accurately identifying an adversary's clan is a vital aspect of a ninja's combat strategy. In this regard, it is evident that Feng has surpassed Kakashi. Most importantly, Kakashi had been engaged in various missions over the past year, while Mu Feng had remained within the confines of the village. In an instant, Kakashi felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards his former classmate. At that moment, Mu Feng's voice reached Kakashi's ears. "Rest assured, I will handle this." The calmness in his tone convinced Kakashi of his sincerity, amplifying his inner astonishment. "Mu Feng, you are facing a Jonin. A Jonin, whom I am prepared to slay." With resounding conviction, Mu Feng's murderous intent surged forth. The battle commenced. Chapter 18. Uchiha Mu Feng and Kirigakure's Full Moon Ha. This could be interesting. Let me witness your capabilities, young one. Sensing Mu Feng's fighting spirit, Kirigakure's Full Moon revealed a faint smile. Gripping his dual blades tightly, he launched his attack. With an astonishing burst of speed, he lunged forward, executing a sweeping strike with his right arm, his blades carving a crescent arc through the air. The sound of slicing air heightened the tension. Facing a Jonin for the first time, Mu Feng did not dare to underestimate his opponent. As Full Moon moved, he activated his three-tomo Sharingan. His vision slowed, allowing him to evade Full Moon's lethal strike with a swift retreat. In the next moment, he quickly formed hand seals. Chakra flowing through his body. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. With a forceful slam of his hands to the ground, the earth trembled as a colossal dragon erupted from the soil, roaring fiercely as it lunged towards Full Moon. A flicker of surprise crossed Full Moon's eyes. At Mu Feng's age, he had not been able to perform such ninjutsu. Setting aside the difficulty of the technique, the sheer volume of chakra required was beyond his capability. In contrast, after executing the Earth Dragon Bullet, Mu Feng appeared completely unscathed, swiftly creating distance between them. Full Moon, wielding his dual blades, was the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned for his exceptional taijutsu. Meanwhile, Mu Feng was unarmed, possessing only basic taijutsu and the 8 gates technique. However, the 8 gates served as Mu Feng's ultimate trump card, not to be revealed lightly. Thus, maintaining distance and employing ninjutsu to wear down Full Moon was the most prudent strategy. Full Moon discerned Mu Feng's intentions. "You wish to defeat me from afar with ninjutsu? A commendable thought, but alas, you lack the means." A cold snort escaped him. Mu Feng's appearance indicated his youth, and the ninjutsu capable of effectively harming a Jonin typically belonged to a higher tier. Full Moon did not believe Mu Feng could achieve victory solely through ninjutsu. Continuing to strike with his blades, Full Moon pressed forward. As he widened the distance, Mu Feng, observing the approaching Full Moon, felt a surge of urgency and continued to unleash his ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A massive, searing fireball erupted from his mouth, the raging waves of heat surging toward Full Moon. In the depths of the night, the flicker of flames was particularly pronounced. TCH. Ghost Lantern Man you let out a disdainful hum, yet he was compelled to sidestep to evade Mu Feng's assault, finding himself pushed to the right side by a fireball. At that moment, Mu Feng took the opportunity to increase the distance between himself and Ghost Lantern Manyu, retreating to the left. Simultaneously, bolstered by Mu Feng's resistance, Kakashi began to regain his strength and take action. Meanwhile, a commotion seemed to arise from the distant Hidden Leaf village. This caused Ghost Lantern Manyu to furrow his brows. This brat intends to create a ruckus using ninjutsu, waiting for reinforcements from Konoha. How infuriating. Clenching his teeth, Ghost Lantern Manyu speculated on Mu Feng's intentions. He cast his gaze toward the distant Leaf village, feeling a twinge of retreat in his heart. With Kakashi and Mu Feng together, he had no fear. However, if he were ensnared by Konoha's Umbu, escape would become exceedingly difficult. How detestable. So, this was the scheme laid out for me. Brat, consider yourselves fortunate this time. Fixing his glare on the turmoil within the Leaf village, Ghost Lantern Manyu turned and ventured deeper into the forest. Panting, Kakashi sank to the ground, overwhelmed with relief at having survived. He then turned to Mu Feng to express his gratitude. "Mu Feng, thank you." However, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Mu Feng strode forward, snatching the short blade from Kakashi's grasp. "Let me borrow this," he exclaimed, leaving Kakashi bewildered as Mu Feng pursued Ghost Lantern Manyu. In a blur of movement, Mu Feng's figure vanished into the depths of the forest, mirroring Ghost Lantern Manyu, leaving Kakashi in stunned silence. Within the forest, Mu Feng moved swiftly, utilizing the Sharingan to clearly track the direction and traces of Ghost Lantern Manyu's departure. Pursuing Ghost Lantern Manyu was not an act of recklessness. Mu Feng understood the gravity of the situation. It was a rare opportunity to engage with a Jonin from another nation. and he could not afford to squander this chance. Moreover, their earlier confrontation had already stirred the Hidden Leaf Village, and the Umbu would surely be on their way. At this juncture, as long as Feng did not fall victim to Ghost Lantern Man Yu's instant kill, he remained in a secure position. With his strength now akin to that of a Jonin, coupled with the 8th gate of the 8 gates, would release, and the physique of Hashirama, it would be nearly impossible for Ghost Lantern Man Yu to eliminate him in a heartbeat. However, if Feng could hold Ghost Lantern Man Yu at bay, or even defeat him, he would not only enhance his combat experience, but also acquire additional dark points. In summary, pursuing Ghost Lantern Man Yu was a venture with guaranteed returns. Before long, after a fervent chase, Feng spotted Ghost Lantern Man Yu sprinting ahead. Ghost Lantern Man Yu also noticed Feng, surprised by his audacity. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of fury welled up within him. He could hardly believe that an ordinary child from the Hidden Leaf had the audacity to pursue him, which was undeniably a challenge and an affront to his dignity. Since he was so eager to court death, then so be it. A murderous intent flickered in the eyes of Kirigakure's Mangetsuki, and in the next moment, he swung his twin blades, the flounder. With a resounding boom, a swirling mass of gaseous energy erupted from the blades, hurtling directly towards Feng. Instantly alert, Feng activated his Sharingan and deftly evaded the attack with a body flicker technique, continuing his relentless pursuit of Kirigakure's Mangetsuki. Realizing that Feng was resolutely determined to chase him, Mangetsuki sheathed his twin blades and quickened his pace. Gritting his teeth, Feng matched his speed, and soon, the two were racing towards the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. After approximately 2 minutes of pursuit, they came to a stop beside a pond, where Mangetsuki abruptly turned to face Feng. "You have truly angered me, little leaf brat." With that declaration, Mangetsuki began forming hand seals. Mist concealment technique. As his voice faded, a thick fog enveloped the area. Feng's heart sank as he sensed danger and heightened his vigilance. Chapter 19. The 8 Gates. Open. As the mist concealment technique unfolded, dense water vapor spread across the battlefield, completely shrouding Feng's position. Gripping the short blade he had taken from Kakashi, Feng surveyed his surroundings with his Sharingan, filled with caution. This time, he had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition with Mangetsuki. In terms of power, the 8 gates combined with the Sharingan represented Feng's ultimate state. First gate. Open. Observing his surroundings closely, Feng quickly pinpointed Mangetsuki's location through the enhanced perception of his Sharingan. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the first gate of the 8 gates. However, it was evident that this was far from sufficient. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Third gate. Life gate. Open. Fourth gate. Wounding gate. Open. In a single breath, he opened 4 gates, and instantly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted around him, emanating a vibrant green energy. The overwhelming chakra dispelled the mist surrounding Feng, startling the concealed Mangetsuki. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Faced with the 8 gates for the first time, Mangetsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. He could distinctly feel the chakra within Feng escalating at an exponential rate. Within mere moments, he was already sensing an immense pressure emanating from the child. How is this possible? Such chakra is beyond that of even an ordinary Jonin, and yet, he was merely a child from the Hidden Leaf Village. After the shock wore off, Mangetsuki's instincts began to sharpen. At this moment, he fully acknowledged that Feng was undoubtedly more talented than Kakashi, with whom he had just clashed. Even before breaching the Hidden Leaf Village, he had already encountered 2 of its prodigies, instilling a twinge of unease within Mangetsuki. In the Hidden Leaf Village, how many prodigious youths remain? Can the Hidden Mist Village truly contend with Konoha? Will this upcoming Chunin exam proceed smoothly? From Feng, it seems that Kiri's Hozuki Mangetsu has already glimpsed an invincible Konoha. Yet, at this moment of distraction for Hozuki Mangetsu, Feng has locked onto his figure with the Sharingan. In a state of having opened all 8 gates, Feng's movements are so swift that they elude the perception of ordinary individuals. As he detects Hozuki Mangetsu, he dashes forward, brandishing his short blade, appearing right before him. With a whoosh, startled by Feng's sudden emergence, Hozuki Mangetsu instinctively draws his twin blades, the Hiramakiri, to defend himself. With a clang, the 2 weapons collide, producing a crisp metallic sound. Immediately after, Hozuki Mangetsu feels an overwhelming force emanating from the Hiramakiri, a force that directly suppresses him. Thud, thud. He retreats 2 steps in disbelief. However, Feng offers him no respite. With a swift movement, he closes the distance once more, swinging his short blade. The sounds of clashing metal resonate through the forest as the short blade and Hiramakiri strike, creating sparks. Hozuki Mangetsu's swordsmanship is remarkable, and he possesses ample confidence against ninjas of Mu Feng's age. Indeed, as Mu Feng approaches, Hozuki Mangetsu's exquisite technique places considerable pressure on him. Yet, this pressure soon begins to wane, and it is Hozuki Mangetsu who becomes increasingly unsettled. He realizes that after Mu Feng has opened the 8 gates, the speed of his strikes far surpasses his own. Although Hozuki Mangetsu's technique is superior, Mu Feng's frequency of slashes overwhelms him, forcing Hozuki Mangetsu into a defensive stance. With the activation of his 3-tomo Sharingan, Mu Feng engages in battle with Hozuki Mangetsu for a time, analyzing his moves and even beginning to learn from his swordplay. Ultimately, after a period of stalemate, Mu Feng seizes an opportunity. His short blade transforms into a streak of white light, slicing through the gap of the Hiramakiri, aimed at Hozuki Mangetsu's waist. Just as the blade is about to make contact, Hozuki Mangetsu suddenly becomes transparent, swiftly transforming into a mass of water. The water transformation technique, a bloodline limit of the Hozuki clan. Morphing into water, Hozuki Mangetsu retreats, regaining distance before returning to his original form. The young ninja of Konoha has actually managed to force me into this predicament. But this ends here. A fierce glint flashes in Hozuki Mangetsu's eyes, clearly angered by being driven to utilize his bloodline limit by a mere child of 7 or 8 years. If word of this spread, it would not only tarnish Hozuki Mangetsu's reputation and that of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but would also lead to the entire Hidden Mist village being underestimated. Across from him, Mu Feng observes the restored Hozuki Mangetsu, furrowing his brow. Indeed, mere 4 doors cannot contend with this adversary. The technique of hydration proves rather troublesome. Yet if I recall correctly, it should be vulnerable to a certain counter. Within the recesses of his mind, Mu Feng began to calculate. The previous encounter had compelled the manifestation of the hydration technique from the Moonlit Spectre, thereby granting Mu Feng a clearer understanding of his formidable prowess. After a thorough reckoning, a glimmer of resolve illuminated Mu Feng's gaze. There is a possibility to slay him. It is worth the attempt. As he uttered these words, the chakra within Mu Feng surged forth. The 5th gate of the 8 gates of liberation, the gate of closing, was now unsealed. With a resounding roar, a powerful wave of energy erupted, and as the gate was opened, Mu Feng's chakra surged like a torrential flood. His vital energy began to evaporate, and the radiance emanating from his body intensified tremendously. Can he truly become stronger? The Moonlit Spectre, Ghost Lantern Manua, was taken aback by Mu Feng's transformation. In this state, he felt a slight prick of pain at his brow, and his entire being resonated with a warning. Clearly, with the opening of the 5th gate, Mu Feng had become a genuine threat to Ghost Lantern Manua's very life. Clutching his dual blades tightly, Ghost Lantern Manua contemplated retreating from the battlefield. However, he was acutely aware that Mu Feng's speed in this state left no room for escape. This condition cannot endure. If he can merely evade the forthcoming onslaught, the subsequent moments will be much simpler. Observing Mu Feng, Ghost Lantern Manua realized that the 8 gates technique was a secret art, not meant to last and detrimental to the body. He merely needed to bide his time, waiting for Mu Feng's condition to decline, thereby easily dispatching him. In the face of such physical assaults, Ghost Lantern Manua possessed a degree of confidence, for in his hydration state, he was immune to physical attacks. Now, he was prepared to face Mu Feng's offensive, ready to slip into hydration at any moment. Fixating his gaze upon Mu Feng, suddenly his pupils constricted. How swift! Mu Feng launched his attack. Chapter 20, A Grave Crisis. Death in Battle. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a situation has arisen. Quickly, inform the others. As a sudden burst of flames erupted in the distance, accompanied by significant chakra fluctuations, the covert operatives dispersed throughout Konoha sprang into action. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures darted through the forest, heading directly towards the confrontation between Ghost Lantern Manua and Mu Feng. Soon, the news of an enemy incursion reached the Hokage Tower. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood atop the tower, gazing toward the battleground outside the village. Indeed, they remained unwilling to relinquish this opportunity presented by the Chunin exams. With a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly, his brow furrowed. The world of the Hokage is evidently fraught with turmoil, and the conflicts between the great nations have intensified. The aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War has left numerous unresolved issues, particularly for Konoha, which has garnered considerable benefits post-war, thus drawing the attention of others. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not one to cower. Since they wished to come, let them come. He inhaled deeply once more, exhaling slowly. On the other side, within the dense forest outside Konoha village, Hzuki Mangetsu breathed heavily, staring incredulously at Mufeng. Could this fellow still be human? Just moments ago, Mufeng had activated the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Byaku and launched an assault. The intensity of the 8 gates is contingent upon the user's capabilities. After opening the fifth gate, Mufeng distinctly felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, while simultaneously experiencing a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. In the fourth gate state, Mufeng had been able to exchange blows with Hzuki Mangetsu. But upon reaching the fifth gate, Mangetsu was evidently unable to keep pace with Mufeng's rhythm. With a swift motion, a flash of white light darted past, and in the blink of an eye, Mufeng was upon Hzuki Mangetsu. Startled, Mangetsu hastily activated the water transformation technique, yet it was a second too late. Mufeng's short blade sliced through his shoulder, sending a spray of crimson droplets into the air. Taking a deep breath, Hzuki Mangetsu felt a mix of shock and relief. Fortuitously, he had refrained from overestimating himself and had quickly employed the water transformation technique. Otherwise, Mufeng's strike would have undoubtedly severed his entire right arm. Feeling the sharp pain in his shoulder, Mangetsu regarded Mufeng with a grave expression. The fish-like blade in his hand emitted a faint glow, but rather than attacking immediately, he opted to utilize the water clone technique. 2 streams of water coalesced at his sides, ultimately manifesting into 2 water clones, resulting in 3 identical Hzuki Mangetsus shifting positions in unison. Even with Mufeng's Sharingan, discerning the true body among them was an impossibility. Employing the water clone technique necessitates a substantial amount of chakra. In the world of Naruto, only exceptional individuals like Naruto Uzumaki can generate a vast number of shadow clones. Typically, a Jonin can summon no more than a handful of clones during a battle. Hzuki Mangetsu's intention behind creating these clones was straightforward: to prolong the engagement until Mufeng's 8-gate state expired. Indeed, becoming a Jonin is no simple feat. Witnessing Hzuki Mangetsu's actions, Mufeng furrowed his brow. That last strike had represented the pinnacle of his current abilities. In the world of Naruto, the physical constitution of its characters is not so extraordinarily powerful. Had that strike landed on an average Jonin, they would have sustained severe injuries, if not death. However, Hzuki Mangetsu possessed the water transformation technique, a bloodline limit that effectively counters most slashing attacks, unless Mufeng could infuse his weapon with lightning chakra. Mufeng was acutely aware of this limitation. It was not that he was unwilling to imbue his weapon with lightning chakra. Rather, he simply lacked the skill. Infusing weapons with chakra of differing attributes requires extensive practice, which Mufeng had yet to master. Moreover, even if he had acquired this skill, it would be impossible to execute in the state of the 8 gates. At present, chakra surged within him like a relentless torrent, making even the slightest control of chakra or the execution of ninjutsu unfeasible or perhaps entirely unnecessary. This situation is becoming rather troublesome. Under the 5-door state, the duration would not be prolonged, yet it is evident that Hzuki Mangetsu is not my match. It appears that I must take a gamble. With all 5 gates already opened, Mufeng clearly does not wish to concede defeat directly. After a brief moment of internal calculation, Mufeng moves once more, his figure becoming a blur. When he reappears, he stands before Hzuki Mangetsu, with a swift flash of his blade. One of Hzuki Mangetsu's clones is mercilessly severed by Mufeng, dissipating like flowing water. How infuriating! I cannot capture this fellow's speed. Hzuki Mangetsu tightly grips the flounder in his hand, attempting to use his clone to resist Mufeng, but it is evident that this endeavor has failed. The radiance upon the flounder flickers, and in the next moment, Hzuki Mangetsu swings with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. The flounder unleashes its power. A massive surge of energy erupts from the flounder, exploding in all directions. Unable to discern Mufeng's whereabouts, Hzuki Mangetsu resorts to a wide-ranging assault. The colossal energy sphere detonates within the forest, sending trees and earth flying, rendering the surroundings a chaotic mess. Mufeng's figure flits effortlessly through the tumult, easily avoiding Hzuki Mangetsu's onslaught. However, At that moment, a dull thud resonates within Mu Feng's body. His heart suddenly constricts, and he momentarily freezes in place, as if struck by an immense force. Hokage Mangekyou had initially planned to utilize the ensuing chaos to escape, splitting his remaining water clones to create distance and buy time. Yet, in that fleeting moment of flight, he sensed the chakra surging from Mu Feng dissipating rapidly. Has the time come? A glint of realization sparkled in Hokage Mangekyou's eyes as he halted and glanced back. There, upon the recently blasted ground, Mu Feng is half kneeling, displaying an expression of agony. Seeing this, Hokage Mangekyou's heart soared with joy. However, recalling Mu Feng's earlier display, he remained vigilant, casting a glance at the water clone that had also ceased its movement. In the next instant, the water clone charged directly at Mu Feng. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. When it approached within 10 meters, Mu Feng remained largely unresponsive, a smile gracing Hokage Mangekyou's face. Yet, just as the water clone drew near, a swift flash of a white blade streaked through the air. Mu Feng leaped, hurling the short blade, white-fanged, with his Sharingan locked onto the water clone. With precision, the water clone was struck by the short blade, transforming into a pool of water. Thud! Having thrown the short blade, Mu Feng appeared utterly drained, once more kneeling upon the ground. Witnessing Mu Feng's desperate retaliation against the water clone, Hokage Mangekyou felt no shock. Instead, a flicker of delight danced in his eyes. The earlier strike seemed to confirm a crucial realization. Mu Feng had exhausted his capacity for counterattack. The little brat from Konoha. One must concede, at your age. Compelling me to this extent is indeed impressive. If only the Mist Village possessed a talent like you, you could likely cut through your peers. Alas, how delightful it would be to sever the head of Konoha's prodigy. Recognizing that Mu Feng possessed no further power to retaliate, Hokage Mangekyou, with sharp fangs bared, approached him with deliberate steps. The shimmering blade of his halberd glinted ominously under the moonlight, appearing exceptionally sharp. Meanwhile, on the ground, Mu Feng coughed a few times, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness, his Sharingan gradually fading due to exhaustion, resembling the aftermath of the 8 Gates technique. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Hokage Mangekyou, wary yet determined, closed in to within a meter of Mu Feng. This is the end, he declared, raising his halberd high. However, at that very moment, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Opposite him, the previously feeble Mu Feng suddenly surged with chakra, and he sharply lifted his gaze. The tomo within his eyes swirling into formation. Not good. Would release. Would binding jutsu. Mu Feng unleashed his technique, causing sharp wooden spikes to materialize from thin air, piercing directly into Hokage Mangekyou's body. Sensing the imminent threat, Hokage Mangekyou hastily retreated while simultaneously activating his water transformation technique, rendering his body transparent. Yet, caught off guard, he was still startled by Mu Feng's sudden attack. 3 sharp branches pierced his lungs and waist, blood gushing forth and staining the water he had transformed into. A flicker of rage ignited in Hokage Mangekyou's eyes. He seemed incredulous that Mu Feng, on the brink of demise, still had the strength to counterattack. He glared fiercely at Mu Feng. At that moment, a series of sharp cries pierced the air, reminiscent of thousands of birds chirping in unison. Looking up, Hokage Mangekyou saw Mu Feng charging towards him, his right hand enveloped in a sphere of white lightning, the Sharingan glowing with a deep crimson hue, radiating a deadly intent. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. With the white lightning crackling in his grasp, Mu Feng executed his final thrust, his right hand piercing directly into Hokage Mangekyou's chest. Thud! Hokage Mangekyou's water transformation technique faltered under the assault of the lightning, and he coughed up blood as his heart was impaled by Mu Feng's strike, leaving him limp and powerless. How could this be possible? Hokage Mangekyou's eyes widened in disbelief as the vitality within him ebbed away, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud. Panting, Mu Feng gazed down at the fallen Hokage Mangekyou, the Sharingan in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by the triumph of victory. I succeeded. Ding. You have slain Hokage Mangekyou of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You have gained 2,000 points of Darkened value. Detecting that the 7 ninja swordsmen are unique figures from the village hidden in the mist, you have earned a chance for ability extraction. The ability extraction opportunity arises solely when the host defeats a powerful adversary. Utilizing this ability allows the host to extract one skill from the slain individual, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, or forbidden techniques. Ding! You have utilized your ability extraction opportunity. You have acquired Hzuki Mangetsu's swordsmanship. Ding! You have engaged in a life and death battle, acutely aware of your own frailty, filled with a sense of resentment. All your ninjutsu and taijutsu have plunged into a state of darkness. Your mastery of these techniques has reached a mere proficiency of 1. Your chakra has also succumbed to this dark transformation, surging uncontrollably. You have mastered the 5 elemental chakras, enabling you to execute fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water techniques flawlessly. Your control over chakra is improving, and the amount of chakra you possess is increasing. A cacophony of notifications resounds in Mu Feng's ears. Yet he finds himself ensnared in the debilitating state of the 8 gates, gasping for breath. At this moment, the formidable power of the Hashirama cell manifests, aiding Mu Feng in mending the internal injuries inflicted by the 8 gates. The stinging sensations across his body gradually fade, and upon casting his gaze upon the lifeless form of Kagaya's moon, a smile finally graces his lips. In truth, Mu Feng's state of the 5th gate did not conclude due to the passage of time, but rather because he forcibly released it during the battle. While his speed and strength surged to a terrifying degree under this state, he faced the formidable Kagaya, who wielded the technique of water transformation, an ability that countered his raw power. In such circumstances, unless Mu Feng, like the legendary Might Guy, was willing to disregard his own life to forcibly activate the remaining gates, slaying Kagaya would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, under the 8-gate state, releasing ninjutsu with the raging chakra proved impractical. He was left to rely solely on taijutsu. In a flash of inspiration, Mu Feng devised a plan to forcibly conclude the 8-gate state. Harnessing the tenacity of his Hashirama cell and the residual strength he had, he engaged Kagaya in combat. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit. Kagaya, unable to withstand the overwhelming sense of accomplishment in slaying a Leaf Village prodigy, moved in to deliver a finishing blow upon witnessing Mu Feng's state conclude, only to be met with Mu Feng seizing the opportunity. As he gasped for breath, Mu Feng began to reflect on this encounter. It is no wonder that the 8 gates technique is so formidable, yet few ninjas utilize it. During the activation, one can rely solely on taijutsu, unable to use ninjutsu, and the unpredictable nature of chakra attribute changes adds to the challenge. When faced with ninjas who counter taijutsu, the struggle becomes arduous. This battle has granted Mu Feng a newfound understanding of the 8 gates. Indeed, it possesses power that can surpass even the 5 Kage. But the cost of such strength is steep. Apart from extensive practice, encountering opponents who counter taijutsu renders combat exceedingly challenging, often necessitating a sacrifice of one's life. For the average ninja, it is evident that ninjutsu and standard taijutsu are far more suited for intricate battles. It seems he must not overly rely on the 8 gates in the future. A more holistic approach is essential, developing ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu alike. Approaching Kagaya's lifeless body, Mu Feng retrieved the short blade of white Feng and struck several blows to the lungs and abdomen, targeting the wounds inflicted by the technique of tree binding. The ability of wood release, Muke's, clearly did not wish for the other inhabitants of Konoha, especially the higher-ups, to discover it. After completing his tasks, Muke's cast a glance in the direction of Konoha. Under the moonlight, he could already discern several figures hastening toward him. Subsequently, he immediately discarded the short blade, white Feng, and turned to sprint toward the Uchiha clan's territory. However, before departing, Muke's took one last look at the adjacent forest where he sensed the presence of an individual, yet chose to disregard them. With swift movements, he vanished into the depths of the forest. On the opposite side of the forest, Kakashi, who had witnessed Muke's counterattack, was engulfed in shock. Dead. Muke's had slain the Mist Village's Jonin. Witnessing a pure triumph over an adversary from another village that he deemed insurmountable had profoundly shaken Kakashi's inner world, especially at the critical moment. He had seen the orb of white light coalescing in Muke's hand, feeling the immense destructive power it possessed. For the first time, Kakashi perceived the violent beauty of ninjutsu. Was that technique called Chidori? He murmured softly, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he emerged from the forest and retrieved the white Fang short blade. Concurrently, 3 masked members of Konoha's Umbu appeared beside him. Kakashi Hatake? What brings you here? Upon arrival, the Umbu members immediately recognized Kakashi on the battlefield, and one of them inquired, "Hey, look over there. That guy. The blade, if I'm not mistaken, belongs to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." 2 Umbu members, upon seeing the corpse of Mangekyou Hzuki, immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. The dual-wielding technique, coupled with the distinctive attire and sharp fangs of the Hzuki clan, made it clear that the deceased was indeed Mangekyou Hzuki, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. "Wait, this fellow is an elite Jonin. Kid, did you do this?" The Umbu ninja looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Kakashi, however, remained silent, firmly gripping the white fang short blade as memories of Mukei's final technique, the lightning release, Chidori, replayed in his mind. "Captain, how should we proceed?" Noticing Kakashi's unusual demeanor, the Umbu members refrained from pressing him, knowing that as a member of Konoha, he would clarify matters once back at headquarters. "First, let us transport the body and this individual back. Vulture, you stay behind to conceal the scene. I will report." "Understood." The 3 Umbu quickly divided their tasks, one of them hoisting Mangekyou Hzuki's body while also taking the twin swords. "Hey kid, come back with me." Hearing this, Kakashi snapped back to reality and followed closely behind the Umbu ninja. Soon, the news of Mangekyou Hzuki's demise reached the ears of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Not only that, but almost simultaneously, the entirety of Konoha's higher-ups received word of Hzuki's invasion and subsequent death. Was it Kakashi who did this? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered within the confines of the Hokage building, somewhat perplexed. Following the demise of White Fang, Kakashi showcased an extraordinary talent as a ninja, subsequently becoming a focal point of scrutiny for the higher echelons of Konoha. It is essential to recognize that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, is not characterized by benevolence, and the death of Konoha's White Fang is inextricably linked to him. A hero, once celebrated for rescuing fellow villagers, tragically descended into the realm of scorn as a traitor. It is implausible to assert that there was no subtle encouragement from the village's leadership behind this transformation. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not directly involved, his indifference undoubtedly contributed to White Fang's tragic fate. Kakashi, being of tender age, was unable to grasp the intricacies of the power struggles within Konoha. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to remain vigilant of Kakashi, wary of the emergence of a gifted ninja who could potentially turn against Konoha or even become an adversary. During the more than a year of surveillance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of Kakashi's burgeoning prowess. Just as Konoha's watch over Kakashi began to wane, he exhibited an unprecedented level of combat strength, which was decidedly alarming for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, signs of fire release were discerned at the battle scene. Kakashi is not particularly adept at fire release. There must be another individual involved. Furthermore, Kakashi sustained severe injuries and fell into a coma upon returning to the village. Perhaps only upon awakening would he reveal the identity of this other person. The Umbu ninja reported the facts accurately. Oh, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief. Soon after, he began to speculate about the other individual present at the scene, who could have slain the elite Jonin from the Mist Village, as well as other Jonin and Umbu members. All others possess alibis, and additionally, the Root Division confirmed that it was not their operatives who executed the attack. Given this, we must await Kakashi's awakening. The immediate priority is to conduct a thorough investigation within the village, ensuring that no rogue ninjas from other villages slip through the cracks, especially with the Nin exams approaching. We cannot afford any missteps. Yes, Hokage-sama. Very well. You may leave. With the dialogue concluded, the Umbu member vanished from the Hokage building. At this moment, within the Uchiha clan's domain, the architect of the demise of Hozuki Mangekyou had returned home, taking stock of his post-battle gains. 2,000 points of corruption value. Both ninjutsu and taijutsu have seen enhancements. However, the most significant development is my refined control over chakra, along with the acquisition of 5 elemental transformations. Additionally, I have obtained Hozuki Mangekyou's swordsmanship. Indeed, the swiftest path to power lies in vanquishing fellow ninjas. In the room, leveraging the formidable vitality of the Senju, Mufeng had recovered from the exhaustion of the 8 gates. After reviewing his post-battle rewards, Mufeng felt a profound satisfaction with his recent acquisitions. Subsequently, he opened his attribute panel. Uchiha Mufeng, Strength, Jonin, Physique, Hashirama's Body, 4, Bloodline limit. Sharingan with 3 tomo, currently darkening. Ninjutsu tools. None. Chakra. Limited, mastered fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning elements. Currently advancing towards chakra darkening. Taijutsu. Proficient in basic taijutsu, basic level in 8 gates. Beginner level in swordsmanship, Kisame Hashigaki's technique. Jinjutsu. None. Ninjutsu. Perfect level in body substitution technique. Basic level in shadow clone technique. Basic level in body flicker technique. Basic level in fire release. Great fireball technique. Proficient level in water release. Water barrier. Basic level in earth release. Earth flow river. Basic level in multiple shuriken shadow clone technique. Basic level in water release. Water dragon bullet. Basic level in Chidori. Basic level in wood release. Wood cloning technique. Talent. Taijutsu talent, level. Ninjutsu talent, level. Comprehensive evaluation. With your 3 tomo Sharingan and a plethora of ninjutsu, you have transcended the ranks of mere fodder. Remark. Currently experiencing a surge in darkening. All ninjutsu self-upgrades are accelerating. Darkening value. 2000 at present. All ninjutsu mastered by Feng have advanced to the basic level, a significant improvement from the previous beginner level, and the comprehensive evaluation has risen from elite Chunin to Jonin. Feng is now confident that even without opening the 8 gates, he possesses the strength to contend with ordinary elite Jonin. Furthermore, Feng is delighted to notice a change in his chakra attributes, with enhanced control over it. It is noteworthy that at Feng's age, the most challenging aspect is not mastering various ninjutsu, but rather enhancing one's chakra. After all, Feng is merely a child and not a Jinchuriki. Hence, he cannot possess a vast amount of sealed chakra. The darkening of chakra has led to a substantial increase, allowing Feng to perform more ninjutsu. And the refined control over chakra enables him to wield ninjutsu effectively, striking down foes while conserving every ounce of chakra. Moreover, the darkening value that Feng had just exhausted has now increased again. Observing the 2,000 points of darkening value, Feng smiled faintly. Subsequently, he accessed the system store. Chapter 23. The Hokage summons how expensive. Feng grimaced at the array of ninjutsu available in the system store. The 2,000 points of darkening value were indeed considerable. If relying solely on self-study for ninjutsu, Feng would need to learn 20 techniques. However, in the context of the system store, it seemed somewhat insufficient. Ultimately, after browsing the system store, Feng selected several items that were most beneficial at this stage. Indeed, they were items, not ninjutsu. Ninjutsu enhancement card description. Upon use, it can elevate a regular ninjutsu, including level ninjutsu, but excluding forbidden techniques, by 1 tier, with a maximum enhancement to perfect level. Redemption requirement. 500 points of darkening value. Taijutsu enhancement card description. Upon use, it can elevate a regular taijutsu by 1 tier, with a maximum enhancement to perfect level. Redemption requirement. 500 points of darkening value. Physical enhancement card, small. Description. Upon use, it slightly enhances physical attributes, with the degree of enhancement depending on the current physique. Redemption requirement. 1,000 points of corruption value. Demon blade, Muramasa. Description. A razor-sharp, renowned blade, processed by the system to accommodate any chakra attribute. Redemption requirement. 3,000 points of corruption value. Gazing upon these items, Feng felt a surge of desire, particularly for the last exquisite ninja blade. Having already acquired swordsmanship from the formidable Hozuki Mangekyou and possessing 5 elemental chakra, the addition of a fine blade would undoubtedly elevate his close combat prowess. Moreover, the mere sight of a sword hanging at his waist would undeniably enhance his aesthetic appeal. Alas, the unfortunate reality was that the redemption requirement for this blade was a staggering 3,000 corruption points, a sum Feng could not afford at present. After considerable contemplation, Feng resolved to conserve his 2,000 corruption points. Currently residing in Konoha village, as long as he remained prudent, his safety was assured. Furthermore, he could still augment his strength with the aid of the corruption system, albeit at a slower pace. Lost in such musings, Feng soon drifted into slumber. The following day, within the Konoha hospital, Kakashi sat up in his bed, realizing he was indeed in the Konoha hospital. Relieved yet shaken, he soon caught the attention of a medical ninja tending to him. "You're awake, Captain?" The exclamation prompted the medical ninja to hasten outside in search of their leader. Meanwhile, after surveying the room, Kakashi was about to rise when, with a swift motion, a member of the Umbu appeared in the infirmary. You're awake. The Hokage requests your presence. Minutes later, Kakashi, bandaged and somewhat disheveled, stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo at the Hokage office. Observing Kakashi's appearance, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. If your father could see you now, he would undoubtedly feel proud. Now, tell me, what transpired during yesterday's battle? Sarutobi inquired directly. It was Uchiha Mufeng. Kakashi mused for a moment before responding. Mufeng? Upon hearing this, both Sarutobi and Danzo exchanged astonished glances. Uchiha Mufeng fought alongside me last night. Kakashi recounted the events he remembered from the previous evening, detailing his experience outside the village as he noted the puzzled expressions of the two men in the room. After listening to Kakashi's account, Sarutobi and Danzo exchanged knowing looks. So, you were saying that the Jonin from the Mist Village was not slain by you? Sarutobi pressed, suppressing his inner shock, while Danzo cast a penetrating gaze. Although they both suspected Kakashi was not responsible, they sought confirmation, as he was the son of the legendary Konoha White Feng. Not at all. It was Mufeng who eliminated the Mist Ninja. Kakashi felt a twinge of melancholy as he reminisced about the battle from the previous night. The sense of helplessness he experienced while confronting the formidable Hozuki Mangekyou was overwhelming, especially when his peer, Uchiha Mufeng, achieved victory over him. For so long, Kakashi had been regarded as a genius within the village, but last night, that title was irrevocably shattered. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained undeniable. Observing Kakashi's somber demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his smoking pipe thoughtfully. He was certain that Kakashi was not lying. Rather, he was still grappling with the shock of the events. Very well, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Kakashi, you should return and recuperate, Hiruzen ultimately decided, allowing Kakashi to leave the Hokage tower. Once everyone else had departed, Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Uchiha Mufeng. This name had only recently surfaced in their discussions, and now he had already amassed such a daunting record. For both Hiruzen and Danzo, it was inconceivable that Mufeng could have achieved such remarkable growth in such a short span of time. The only plausible explanation lay in the fact that Mufeng had been concealing his true abilities. Even during his time in the Ninja Academy, he possessed talents and skills that surpassed Kakashi's, yet he had consistently suppressed his potential to appear more modest. But why had he chosen to do so? And why, at this juncture, had he opted to reveal his prowess? The only reasonable conclusion pointed to his surname, Uchiha. What were the Uchiha clan plotting? Hiruzen reignited his pipe and began issuing orders. Investigate whether Uchiha Mufeng is currently within the village. Bring him to see me. The following morning, Mufeng was summoned to the Hokage tower by a ninja. He had anticipated this, knowing that as long as Kakashi was alive, he would surely report the events. Upon entering the Hokage's office, it was Mufeng's first encounter with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was somewhat surprised to see Danzo present as well. Mufeng harbored no fondness for Danzo, who had a reputation for lurking in the shadows, and in the original narrative, he had even transplanted an entire arm's worth of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha himself, Mufeng felt a lingering discomfort under Danzo's gaze, as if the man were intent on taking his eyes. How have you been adjusting since graduating from the Ninja Academy, Mufeng? Hiruzen inquired, offering a warm smile. Not too bad, thank you. By the way, Hokage-sama, did you summon me for a reason? Mufeng replied. Just now, Kakashi visited. You haven't forgotten about last night's incident, have you? Hiruzen continued, half-jokingly. I didn't expect that besides Kakashi, we would have another genius arise in Konoha. Mufeng, you were the one who eliminated that Jonin from the Mist Village last night, weren't you? Hiruzen asked directly. Yes, Mufeng affirmed without hesitation. Could you enlighten me on the current extent of your abilities? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. At this juncture, Mufeng hesitated momentarily. Nin, the individual from yesterday underestimated me, and I seized the opportunity. Mufeng deliberately concealed his true strength. However, when he clashed with the formidable Mizukage, the system had assessed his average combat power as that of an elite Nin. Just a Nin, you say? Upon hearing Mufeng's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat dissatisfied. In his eyes, a mere Jonin lacked the capability to vanquish a Nin, particularly one as formidable as a member of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a prodigy of the Kaigetsu clan. Nonetheless, this should suffice. As his words lingered in the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo before addressing Mufeng once more. Mufeng, I have a mission for you. The mention of a mission caused Mufeng's demeanor to shift, adopting a more serious countenance. Before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly produced a document and handed it to Mufeng. Take a look at this. After examining the document for a minute, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Mufeng's eyes. The Nin exams? He exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded affirmatively, elaborating. This Nin exam differs from its predecessors, as the current geopolitical climate among the ninja villages is quite tense. There is a high likelihood of interference from ninjas of other villages. Originally, several Nin were to be dispatched by the village, disguised as participants to prevent any unforeseen incidents. You are still a Jonin, correct? Upon hearing this, Mufeng instinctively nodded, yet a sense of unease began to brew within him. The appearance of Kaigetsu Manatsu in Konoha was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence, coupled with the mission Sarutobi Hiruzen had just assigned him. It seemed this Nin exam would be shrouded in mystery. However, the original narrative did not allude to any peculiarities surrounding this particular exam, leaving Mufeng somewhat uninformed. Psychologically, Mufeng was reluctant to partake in this upcoming Nin exam. Therefore, since your abilities are now sufficient, I have decided to allow you to participate in this assessment ahead of schedule. During the evaluation, you must monitor the ninjas from other villages to ensure the exam proceeds smoothly. Concurrently, the village will dispatch agents to oversee the examination, given your current capabilities. You should not encounter significant danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, puffing on his cigarette. Mufeng pondered silently. Following his previous battle, he had tasted the immense rewards that combat offered, even developing a yearning to step onto the battlefield. Nonetheless, for Mufeng at this juncture, the battlefield still bore a degree of peril. The Nin exam, however, presented a different scenario. While casualties could occur during the exam, akin to a battlefield, it was still overseen by the village of Konoha, thus not a true battlefield, allowing for a somewhat gentler experience. At the very least, Mufeng need not worry about encountering any high-ranking, formidable characters from the original narrative. In summation, the Nin exam resembled a prelude to the battlefield. For the current Mufeng, this prelude is precisely what he requires. Having perused the original work, Mufeng understands that the ninja world war is inevitable. He will inevitably confront ninjas from other villages. The quicker he acclimatizes to combat, the greater his chances of survival will be. Last night's encounter with Ghost Lantern Manuel indeed involved an element of risk. However, had Mufeng possessed a touch more combat experience, perhaps he could have devised a more advantageous solution. As Mufeng pondered, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered a special storyline. System task initiated. Task name, Chunin exam. Task description, participate in the Chunin exam as a Jonin from Konoha and obtain Chunin qualification. Task reward, 1,000 points of corruption value. Task penalty, deduction of 2,000 points of corruption value, and all ninjutsu proficiency reduced to 5. The system's notification abruptly interrupted Mufeng's contemplation, and he no longer hesitated. Very well, Hokage-sama. I shall not disappoint you. Mufeng responded eagerly. Then, go prepare yourself. The Chunin exam will commence in 7 days, and I will arrange for you to participate as an individual, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. With Mufeng's agreement, he departed from the Hokage building. Throughout this exchange, Danzo remained silent, which left Mufeng with an unsettling feeling. Could these two old men be plotting against him? What? Mufeng is to participate in the Chunin exam? Ah, the Chunin exam. No way. Soon, the news of Mufeng's participation spread throughout the village. At the Ninja Academy, his peers were stunned upon hearing this revelation. It had only been about a month since Mufeng's graduation. Kakashi had only participated in the Chunin exam during his second year. Truly, Mufeng lives up to his reputation. This youthful fervor is indeed unforgettable. Foolish guy, what do you know? This is the Chunin exam. One misstep could lead to death. I believe in Mufeng, Guy exclaimed confidently, only to be met with a round of eye rolls. Mufeng, that guy, has yet to complete our duel. At that moment, Obito interjected. Hearing this, Asuma scoffed, but soon clenched his fist. TCH, if I recognize him, then Mufeng must be quite formidable. The Chunin exam will be no challenge for him. However, one day, I shall catch up to him and surpass him. Asuma's declaration elicited astonished glances from his classmates, who had not anticipated a connection between Asuma and Mufeng. Yet, despite Asuma's words, some classmates remained anxious, particularly Yuhi Kurenai, whose eyes brimmed with concern. I must speak with Mu Feng, she resolved, waiting for the end of class. In the afternoon, Mu Feng chose not to train outside but instead stayed home to review information regarding the Chunin exam. Much like the original text, the Chunin exam is divided into 3 segments, the first being a written test, the second involving free combat, and the third consisting of one-on-one duels. This time, Mu Feng has been tasked with not only safeguarding the ninjas from Konoha, but also finding ways to eliminate the ninjas from other villages. However, akin to Konoha's intentions, the other hidden villages will likewise seize this opportunity to dispatch their most formidable ninjas, executing a similar strategy. For the participating villages, this event resembles a miniature war, albeit confined within certain boundaries. Given my current prowess, I should be sufficiently capable of handling ordinary ninjas, with the enhancements of the 8 gates and the Sharingan. Even if other villages have elite ninjas masquerading as exam participants, I am more than prepared. After defeating Mizuki Mangekyou, Mu Feng has gained a modicum of confidence. After glancing over the details regarding the Chunin exam, he set the document aside. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Kakashi, wrapped in bandages. Kakashi? Chapter 25. He is stronger than me. Kakashi's visit surprised Mu Feng. Mu Feng. Kakashi's demeanor had softened since their first encounter, revealing traces of weariness in his eyes. May I come in? Please, step inside. Mu Feng quickly invited Kakashi into the room. Once seated, Kakashi surveyed Mu Feng's modest dwelling before breaking the silence. Thank you for yesterday evening. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng smiled. In truth, according to the original narrative, even without Mu Feng's intervention, Kakashi would not have perished there. Likewise, Mizuki Mangekyou would not have met his end either. It is highly probable that they merely engaged in combat, with Kakashi stalling long enough to attract the attention of Konoha's Umbu or the security forces, ultimately forcing Mizuki Mangekyou to retreat. However, from Kakashi's perspective, it was indeed Mu Feng who saved him. Not at all. In that situation, it was impossible not to intervene. Mu Feng continued to smile. Moreover, aren't we all comrades? Comrades should rescue one another. Should comrades indeed rescue each other? Upon hearing this, Kakashi slightly trembled, as the term comrade still held a certain discomfort for him due to the legacy of his father, White Fang. Yet, following their battle the previous day, it was evident that Kakashi had begun to contemplate the matter more deeply. Indeed, if one does not cherish their comrades, are they not even worse than mere refuse? Furthermore, as you witnessed last night, I emerged victorious. Mu Feng added with a grin. At this declaration, Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly, and he abruptly raised his gaze towards Mu Feng. Is that so? However, it was not long before Kakashi fell back into contemplation. Mu Feng was well aware of Kakashi's thoughts, but chose not to press the issue. The two remained in silence for a moment. By the way, Mu Feng, what was the name of that technique you employed at the end yesterday? Kakashi broke the awkward silence. On this occasion, he visited Mu Feng with 2 intentions. First, to express gratitude for Mu Feng's assistance the previous night, and second, to inquire about the Chidori technique. Chidori. It is a ninjutsu I have developed myself. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. Mu Feng certainly would not concede that he had merely plagiarized Kakashi's technique. Chidori, a melodious name. However, no need for that. I've already grasped it clearly last night, and it won't be long before I can employ this technique myself. Kakashi rose to his feet and spoke. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng was secretly astonished. Could he truly develop it after just one observation? Indeed, he was a genius. It seemed that Kakashi's future reputation as the copy ninja was not solely reliant on his Sharingan. After standing, Kakashi appeared to regain his confidence. The despondency in his gaze dissipated considerably, and when he looked at Mu Feng, a hint of rivalry emerged. Mu Feng, you are formidable, but next time, I shall surpass you. With that declaration, Kakashi exited Mu Feng's residence. This statement left Mu Feng somewhat speechless. In his recollection, Kakashi did not possess such a demeanor. Moreover, since his arrival in this world, it seemed that more and more individuals in the village regarded him as a rival. First it was Obito, then Guy, followed by Asuma. And now Kakashi had joined this illustrious cohort. Nonetheless, deep down, Mu Feng felt no concern about being surpassed by these individuals. After all, he had his own advantages. As Kakashi departed from Mu Feng's home, on the other side, Sunset Red, Lin, Obito, Guy, and others rushed over after school, eager to inquire about Mu Feng's participation in the Chunin exams. Upon reaching Mu Feng's doorstep, they spotted Kakashi. Isn't that Kakashi? What happened to him? Why is he wrapped in bandages? Why is he coming out of Mu Feng's house? Sunset Red and the others halted, curiosity piqued. Hey, Kakashi. Long time no see, Guy exclaimed, immediately greeting him with enthusiasm. Kakashi turned, casting a glance at Sunset Red and the others on the street, his brow furrowing slightly. In truth, due to the incident involving White Fang, Kakashi's personality had not been very amiable in his youth, and coupled with his reputation as a genius. The other peers recognized him, but were not particularly close. Even in adulthood, his only true friend remained Guy. This guy, rushing over so suddenly. Kakashi thought. Not good. We've been spotted. Realizing that Kakashi had noticed them, Sunset Red and the others felt compelled to approach him and greet him. Hey, Kakashi. What brings you to Mu Feng's house? Guy asked candidly. And you all? Kakashi responded with a question of his own. We heard that Mu Feng is participating in the Chunin exams, and we were a bit worried, so we came to check on him, Sunset Red replied softly. Chunin exams? Kakashi furrowed his brow at this revelation. He arrived from the hospital, unaware that Mu Feng was to participate in the Chunin exam. However, upon reflection, it was evident that with Mu Feng's current prowess, he had clearly surpassed the rank of a Jonin and indeed needed to partake in the Chunin exam. If that is the case, there is no need for concern. As he spoke, Kakashi cast a glance towards the door of Mu Feng's home. That fellow is stronger than I am. With that statement, Kakashi turned and limped back towards the hospital. Stronger than him? What does that mean? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito and the others were left perplexed. Hey, Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Obito called out, abruptly stepping forward to confront Kakashi, who had already begun to depart. Yet, the next moment, as he observed Kakashi's bandages and his limping gait, Obito suddenly covered his cheek in shock. Could it be that Mu Feng engaged in a duel with Kakashi? He exclaimed. At his words, the pupils of Asuma and the others widened in astonishment as they glanced at Kakashi's sorry state, gasping in disbelief. Obito, are you suggesting that Kakashi's injuries were inflicted by Mu Feng? Asuma exclaimed. Subsequently, the group turned their gazes towards Kakashi's retreating figure, their expressions unwittingly growing more complex. Creak. At that moment, the door to Mu Feng's house swung open. Mu Feng appeared at the threshold, immediately meeting the eyes of Asuma and the others. Mu Feng? The group promptly turned to face him. Yuhi Kurenai felt a flicker of joy but quickly masked her emotions. What brings you all here? Hearing the commotion outside, Mu Feng decided to come out and investigate. Mu Feng, did Kakashi stop by just now? Obito was the first to inquire. Yes, you encountered him, Mu Feng replied, and upon hearing this, the expressions of Obito and the others shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. What is the matter? Mu Feng asked, puzzled by their reactions. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Asuma interjected. He certainly wouldn't inquire if Mu Feng had surpassed Kakashi, as that would only provide Mu Feng an opportunity to boast. Mu Feng, we heard you were participating in the Chunin exam, so we came to check on you. At that moment, Kurenai stepped forward from the crowd, expressing her concern. Indeed, Mu Feng, we've heard that the Chunin exam is quite perilous. It is typically undertaken only after a period of performing missions post-graduation. Mu Feng, you've only graduated a month ago and don't even have a mentor yet, if you force yourself to participate. At this point, Noara Rin also emerged, casting a worried glance at Mu Feng. The conversation shifted back to the pressing issue, restoring the group's anxious mood. When Kakashi participated in the Chunin exam, Obito and the others were not nearly as astonished. First, Kakashi had always been a standout student, a prodigy in their class. Second, he had also trained for a considerable time before embarking on the Chunin exam. It was rare for someone like Mu Feng to participate in the exam so soon after graduation. It seems I have caused everyone undue worry. Observing the concerned expressions on their faces, Mu Feng offered a warm smile. All right, everyone, please come inside. With that, Mu Feng invited them into his home. Wow, is this your room, Mu Feng? It appears so tidy. However, there seems to be a lack of furniture. Upon entering Mu Feng's room, the group of girls curiously examined their surroundings, transformed into inquisitive little beings. Mu Feng greeted everyone and fetched some stools. Once they were seated, the conversation shifted to the Chunin exam. Mu Feng, the Chunin exam is quite perilous. You must think it over carefully. You could wait until after graduation, and we could all participate together, Yu and Lin kindly suggested. Mu Feng smiled faintly. I fear that is not an option. This time, I am participating in the Chunin exam by the direct request of Lord Hokage. by the direct request of Lord Hokage? Upon hearing this, the room erupted with excitement. They understood precisely what this entailed. The fact that Hokage had endorsed Mufeng's participation in the Chunin exam signified his recognition of Mufeng's abilities. Instantly, the gazes directed at Mufeng were imbued with envy and admiration, bringing a sense of reassurance to their hearts. In their eyes, Hokage represented the authority of Konoha. Moreover, the third Hokage's prestige was exceedingly high. If even he acknowledged Mufeng's prowess, what could they, mere 8-year-olds, and not even Jonin, possibly fear? However, among the crowd, one individual exhibited a peculiar demeanor, devoid of envy, instead letting out a cold snicker. This individual was Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. That old man delights in such antics. Hey, Mufeng, since you've gained his approval, the Chunin exam should pose no problem for you. But I shall not concede. One day, I will reclaim what is mine, Asuma declared. His words ignited a fervor in his companions, Dato and Kai, who promptly rose to declare their own ambitions. Observing this, Mufeng couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, then you all must endeavor earnestly. He casually responded, yet the three took it with utmost seriousness. With the third Hokage being carried away, Yuhi Kurenai and the others felt more at ease, and the conversation veered into a myriad of topics. The girls began inquiring about Mufeng's hobbies, while the boys fantasized about the scenarios they would encounter in the Chunin exam. As the idle chatter continued, time slipped away swiftly. Noting that it was nearly time, Mufeng began to escort everyone out. Outside, Mufeng bid farewell to Dato and the others. But Yuhi Kurenai lingered at the back of the crowd, intentionally being the last to remain. Mufeng-kun, this is an amulet I made myself. I hope you can take it with you to the Chunin exam. As the sun set, Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks flushed, her hands presenting a yellow charm, her eyes brimming with shyness. Mufeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon reached out to receive it. All right, I shall definitely take it. Once the Chunin exam concludes, I will treat you to ramen. Sounds wonderful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shiri Hong readily acquiesced, her crimson eyes sparkling with an infectious smile that momentarily captivated Mufeng, who found himself lost in her gaze. Yet, it seemed that Shiri Hong was startled by the intensity of Mufeng's gaze, as she briefly averted her eyes before swiftly darting towards her home. How absurd it was to think that I, a mere boy, could be so enchanted by a girl of merely 7 or 8 years. Watching Shiri Hong's vivacious silhouette, Mufeng could not help but exclaim in wonder. He then glanced down at the protective talisman in his hand before stowing it away securely. For Mufeng, his feelings for Shiri Hong were merely fondness at this stage. However, despite any budding affection, she remained a young child, and thus, further pursuits were out of the question. Moreover, the onset of the Third Shinobi World War loomed ominously on the horizon. Therefore, Mufeng's immediate priority was to elevate his own strength. Soon, thoughts of Shiri Hong and her graduation group assignments flitted through his mind. Perhaps I could seek an opportunity to approach the third Hokage. It would be advantageous to be placed in the same group as Hong. The wisdom of proximity to advantage was not lost on Mufeng. After indulging in these idle musings for a moment, he returned to his room to begin preparations for the upcoming Chunin exam. Chapter 26. The Chunin exam commences a few days later. The village hidden in the leaves prepared to host the Chunin exam. As was customary, the format of this exam remained unchanged. Mufeng rose early, making his way to the first examination venue. The initial phase of the Chunin exam consisted of a written test, and by the time Mufeng arrived at the designated classroom, it was already bustling with numerous candidates. A quick scan revealed over 50 participants, predominantly from Konoha, though a small faction of unfamiliar faces gathered in a corner, adorned with headbands from other shinobi villages. The moment Mufeng entered, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Not only did the other ninja from rival villages cast curious glances, but even those from Konoha regarded him with intrigue. The reason was simple. Mufeng had arrived alone and was participating in this assessment as an individual. This meant that during the second phase of the exam, he would have no teammates, while most others competed in teams of 3. Those entering as individuals were either older, yet still Jonin, seeking to advance, or exceptionally talented prodigies. Given Mufeng's age, he undoubtedly fell into the latter category. The Uchiha clan emblem. That fellow is from the Uchiha clan, murmured the onlookers, their surprise palpable. How curious. When did our village gain another such individual? I had not heard of him before. They continued, take heed, According to the records, this individual is competing solo. His strength is likely formidable. As Mu Feng stepped into the examination room, hushed whispers ignited among the crowd, revealing their intense curiosity about him. Once seated, Mu Feng began to observe the other candidates around him. In the Leaf Village, Mu Feng did not encounter any familiar faces. However, he noticed a few individuals with mature appearances scattered throughout, their gazes frequently drifting towards the other ninja from different villages, showing little interest in him. These individuals were likely the ninjas assigned by the village. Mu Feng mused internally as he continued his observation, this time focusing on the ninjas from other villages. Over there were the ninjas from the Cloud Village, 6 of them, none particularly recognizable. To the side were the ninjas from the Mist Village, whose demeanor seemed somewhat off. Suddenly, as he glanced at the Mist Village ninjas, Mu Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and his gaze landed on a notably tall young man. Upon locking eyes, the other immediately turned to look back. As Mu Feng beheld the face before him, his suspicions solidified. It was Kakuzu. To his astonishment, as a member of the Akatsuki organization in the original narrative and a partner of Itachi Uchiha, even at merely 10 years of age, Mu Feng could instantly identify him. Kakuzu seemed to sense Mu Feng's scrutiny and quickly turned his attention to him. "What is the matter?" he inquired, frowning at an older ninja from the Mist Village standing beside him. "Nothing, just spotted an interesting fellow," Kakuzu replied, following his gaze. The Mist Village ninja glanced over and quickly noticed the Uchiha crest emblazoned on Mu Feng's attire. He belongs to the Uchiha clan, and since he is participating alone in the examination, he must possess some skill, the Mist ninja remarked, furrowing his brow. "However, there is no need to fear. At worst, we can avoid direct confrontation with him, at least until the 3rd round of the exam." Indeed, Kakuzu nodded, yet his gaze towards Mu Feng gleamed with intrigue. Nevertheless, Kakuzu was acutely aware that this was not the time to stir trouble in the Leaf Village. Their original aim as participants was to eliminate ninjas from other villages, which was the very reason the Mist Village had dispatched Kakuzu along with 2 companions whose abilities surpassed that of a mere Jonin. However, no one could fathom the reason behind the sudden directive they received about a week prior, mandating that they maintain a low profile. Little did Kakuzu and his companions realize that the request for discretion stemmed from Mu Feng's recent assassination of a Mist Village Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, known as Hozuki Mangekyou. Silence, as Kakuzu, Mu Feng, and the others harbored their own thoughts. A sharp command resonated from the entrance of the classroom. Accompanying this voice was the chief examiner for the 1st round of the exam, Yamashiro Ehi, who entered the classroom flanked by 2 assistant examiners. Upon entering the hall, Yamashiro Ehi cast a stern gaze, unleashing an aura befitting a Jonin, which swiftly silenced the entire classroom. "Ahem, I am Yamashiro Ehi, the chief examiner for the 1st round. We shall now commence the first evaluation of the Ch-Nin exams. I shall call your names in order. Those whose names I mention should come forward to receive the information sheet and number tag. Upon completing the information sheet, everyone must take their designated seats according to the number tags they received. The first examination papers will soon be distributed to you." A commanding and robust voice resonated within the classroom, drawing the gaze of every individual towards Yamashiro Kaichi. On this side, Mu Feng immediately began to search for information regarding Yamashiro Kaichi. Yamashiro, he must be Ino's father. It is surprising that such a man could father a daughter like Ino. Alas, it is unfortunate that Ino's birth is still a few years away. Mu Feng sighed internally. Meanwhile, the 2 proctors beside Yamashiro Kaichi had already commenced calling out names. The process of receiving the number tags and information sheets was rather mundane. Mu Feng quickly obtained his own number tag and settled into his corresponding seat. With a clear understanding of the original narrative, Mu Feng was aware that this examination did not primarily test the ninjas' knowledge, but rather their methods of acquiring information. The examiners would discreetly place 2 or 3 individuals, already privy to the answers, at the testing venue, while the other candidates must find a way to copy the answers without alerting the proctors. Thus, after taking his seat, Mu Feng immediately began scanning the examination hall for the personnel arranged by the examiners. Before long, he identified a participant seated diagonally in front of him. "The papers are now being distributed. Commence answering. Remember, your time is limited." Just then, Yamashiro Kaichi's voice resounded once more. With the distribution of the papers, the Chunin exam officially commenced. Chapter 27, The Forest of Death, Second Examination. Ah, my heavens, how is this so difficult? How could anyone possibly answer these questions? What kind of inquiries are these? In the examination hall, candidates who received their papers glanced at the questions, their expressions filled with dismay. Their reactions mirrored Mufeng's own. Mufeng casually surveyed the questions. Indeed, they were quite challenging, and it was improbable that the Ninja Academy had covered such intricate details. However, they were not entirely insurmountable. After a cursory glance, combining it with his memories, Mufeng felt confident that he could answer at least half of the questions, though he lacked assurance regarding the remainder. Soon, Mufeng noticed the ninja seated diagonally in front of him beginning to write, and at a commendable speed. Without hesitation, Mufeng activated his Sharingan. Replicating the movements of the aforementioned ninja, answers swiftly materialized on Mufeng's paper. The sound of his pen drew the attention of those around him. That individual is from the Uchiha clan. He has already begun answering. Could it be that he is managing to answer so quickly despite the difficulty of the questions? Others nearby started to write as well. Soon, the examination hall divided into two factions. One group overwhelmed with despair, completely at a loss, and the other swiftly penning answers, as if they had foreknowledge of the solutions. The Nin exam presented formidable challenges, albeit not in overwhelming numbers. Under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, Mufeng swiftly completed his answer sheet. Meanwhile, a ninja positioned diagonally ahead of him also set down his pen, yet chose not to exit the examination hall immediately. His role was to provide correct answers to the candidates within the hall. Even after finishing, he remained to wait until the conclusion of the exam. However, Mufeng had no time to linger in the examination room and promptly stood up. "Teacher, I wish to submit my paper." His declaration drew the attention of all present. Yamanaka Hachi gazed at Mufeng in astonishment, then signaled his assistant to approach and verify Mufeng's test sheet. The assistant scrutinized the paper for a moment before nodding in affirmation to Yamanaka Hachi. The test paper was then handed to Yamanaka Hachi, who examined Mufeng's responses, which were nothing short of perfection. "Have you already grasped the essence of this examination so swiftly? No wonder you are favored by Lord Hokage. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent." Yamanaka Hachi mused internally, then turned his gaze to Mufeng. "Very well, you may leave early." The words of Yamanaka Hachi left the other candidates in utter disbelief. Is it already finished? So soon? How on earth did he accomplish that? I wish to see his paper. A chorus of envy and murmurs arose among the crowd. At that moment, with a swift motion, the assistant examiner apprehended a student attempting to cheat. Candidate 017, examination fraud, failure, and expulsion from the examination hall. The assistant's cold voice resonated, and the disgraced candidate stood up in shame, trudging toward the exit. This scene heightened the anxiety among the remaining candidates, adding a layer of admiration to their gazes directed at Mufeng. Simultaneously, others in the examination hall began to ponder, gradually discerning the true abilities being assessed in this examination. As Mufeng approached the door, several candidates resumed writing. He glanced around and noticed Mangekyou among them. Soon, the first round of exams concluded. A total of 53 candidates participated in this initial assessment, with 18 disqualified for cheating and 3 who voluntarily forfeited to protect their comrades. Ultimately, only 32 candidates passed the written examination. The first round of assessments has concluded. We shall now proceed to the second round. All candidates who have passed, please make your way immediately to the second examination location, Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. As Yamanaka Hachi's voice echoed through the hall, Mufeng reflected. Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. Just like the venue in the original story with Naruto and his companions. Following Yamanaka Hachi's announcement, everyone swiftly gathered their passes and proceeded to the second examination site. The Death Forest, much like its depiction in the original text, is encircled by barbed wire, with an interior teeming with dense jungle. Mufeng surveyed the familiar surroundings, adjusting his expression as a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. This is indeed the venue where the true drama shall unfold. As he glanced around, he noticed that the Konoha ninjas, along with those from other ninja villages, were also scrutinizing the Death Forest. A forest, you say? One wonders if there will be any bodies of water within. Yet, in such a dense thicket, does it truly matter? It presents an excellent opportunity to test my assassination techniques. Indeed, for us, this should serve as the ultimate battlefield. However, for others, it may very well be a graveyard. A few missed ninjas, upon witnessing the Death Forest, were instantly elated. The dense foliage was indeed well suited for assassination. and the ninjas of the Mist Village excelled in such arts. Meanwhile, the ninjas from other villages, including the Cloud Village, furrowed their brows and began to murmur amongst themselves. Beside Feng, many Konoha ninjas also engaged in hushed discussions, strategizing for the trials ahead. The first examination is merely a formality. It is the second and third assessments that carry significant weight. If one falters, there could be peril to their very lives. Among them was a candidate who had participated in the Chunin exams twice before. He had nearly perished during the second assessment of his first attempt. Now, confronted once more with the Death Forest, he appeared visibly anxious. Yet he continued to explain the situation to his companions. "Everyone, please be quiet." Just then, a figure landed before the assembly with a swift motion, none other than the chief examiner for the second trial, Naruto. "I shall preside over the second examination. However, prior to participating, all must sign a consent form. This trial carries the potential for injury or even death. If you are afraid, you may leave now." Naruto's voice resonated with authority. Nevertheless, those qualified to participate in the Chunin exams had already familiarized themselves with the rules. Thus, a mere few words would not deter them. Before long, everyone had signed the consent forms. Excellent. Now, heed the rules of this examination carefully. There are 32 participants in the second trial, along with individual assessments, making a total of 12 teams. Each team will receive either a Heaven or Earth scroll. To pass the examination, you must gather both types of scrolls and reach the central tower of the Death Forest within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Now, step forward to collect your scrolls. Chapter 28. The outbreak of battle. As the chief examiner concluded his address, the candidates began to collect their scrolls. Heaven. Gonpei Guijiao glanced at the scroll in his hand, then immediately directed his gaze towards the other teams. "It seems the Cloud Ninjas have also acquired a Heaven scroll," a Mist Ninja remarked. "Not to worry. The rules do not state that scrolls of the same type cannot be seized." Gonpei Guijiao grinned. "What a pity. Those fellows have also obtained Heaven scrolls. They are not our targets." Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja team had also noticed Gonpei Guijiao and his companions. "Once we enter, let us first search for the Earth scroll, and then deal with the others. Captain, do you see that fellow? Indeed, he is alone." During the conversation, Feng approached and claimed the Earth scroll. "It is the Earth scroll. This individual has acquired the Earth." Upon seeing the scroll in Feng's hand, Yunren's eyes sparkled, and simultaneously, Gonpei Guijiao and other teams possessing the Heaven scroll cast their gazes upon him. Guijiao remarked, "That guy seems to possess the Earth scroll. Let's not rush. We should observe for now. Since he has chosen to participate alone, he must possess some skill. Moreover, he hails from the Uchiha clan. He has likely awakened the Sharingan. He is indeed a tough contender, participating in the examination solo. If this were not the Chunin exams, I would relish the opportunity to spar with him." The trio of Gonpei and Guijiao began to deliberate. A single participant in the examination, in contrast to the trio configurations of others, is certainly at a numerical disadvantage. However, anyone capable of participating in the Chunin exams and successfully passing the first assessment is no fool. A conventional lineup may indicate average strength, yet an unconventional one surely harbors extraordinary qualities. Similarly, Yunren Village and other teams took notice of Feng, this unique individual. A solo participant in the examination? Even the Uchiha clan might be overestimating their confidence. Take note, he holds the Earth scroll, which perfectly complements our own. Many teams scrutinized Feng with hushed discussions. Feng surveyed his surroundings, unperturbed by the gazes of others. To obtain the scroll he possessed, one must possess genuine ability. Soon, the distribution of scrolls concluded, and each team set forth into the Forest of Death. To prevent early conflicts among teams, the Forest of Death is equipped with multiple entrances, allowing different teams to enter through various access points. Feng was assigned to entrance number 3, clutching the scroll. He made his way to the third entrance. "Wait, where are your teammates?" inquired the ninja overseeing the entrance, surprised to see only Feng. "It's just me. I am participating in the examination solo." "Solo participation?" The Leaf Village ninja furrowed his brow. "You must exercise caution, based on past experiences. Those who participate alone are often marked as primary targets, especially by teams from other villages. You might already be under their scrutiny. No matter. If they wish to come, let them." Feng replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, the Leaf Ninja refrained from further comment. A solo participant undoubtedly possesses some skill. Yet, he had already provided his warning. Whether Feng heeded it was his own prerogative. All right, time's up. You may proceed. After checking his watch, the Leaf Ninja allowed Feng to enter the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Forest of Death, one of the teams stated, "We have obtained the Heaven Scroll, so we should target the team with the Earth Scroll. I just conducted a scan. The teams holding the Earth Scroll are mostly comparable to us, but there is one exceptional individual among them." In a secluded corner, Oil Girl Torian spoke to Inuzuka Hana and Hyuga Hayashi. "Are you referring to that individual? The solitary examiner from the Uchiha clan?" Inuzuka Hana immediately reacted, furrowing her brow. "I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from confronting him. Greymaru has sensed an unusual aura emanating from him." An unusual aura? Hyuga Hayashi's gaze sharpened. In any case, that individual is unlikely to be weaker than the other teams, and being a member of the Uchiha clan, he may have already awakened the Sharingan. Inuzuka Hana added, "Very well, let us consider the other teams for the time being." Oil Girl Torian sighed and continued to deliberate on their target mission. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from behind the trio. Isn't this the Konoha team?" Instantly, the three turned alert, with Greymaru, Inuzuka Hana's companion, already poised for battle. "You are from the Cloud Ninja team?" Hyuga Hayashi inquired. "If memory serves us right, you also possess the Heavenly Scroll. There is no need for us to engage in conflict at this juncture." Indeed, a tall, muscular man from the Cloud Ninja village stepped forward. "The scroll we possess is indeed the Heavenly Scroll. However, coincidentally, we have just disposed of a Konoha team on our way here. Now, surrender your scroll, or we will be compelled to take action ourselves." Upon finishing his words, the Cloud Ninja revealed a cunning smile. The brows of Hyuga Hayashi and his companions knitted together as they prepared for battle. Just then, a series of combat sounds erupted from one side of the two teams. Are there other teams? Upon hearing the sounds of fighting, the three Cloud Ninjas leapt upwards, scanning the area, and indeed, a cloud of smoke was rising from their right. The trio from Hyuga Hayashi's side also ascended into the air. "What should we do?" One of the Cloud Ninjas voiced. "When we acquired the scroll, I noticed that the three opponents possessed the Heavenly Scroll, and it seemed that the leader was from the Hyuga clan." Another Cloud Ninja added, "All right, let us abandon them, and first investigate the source of the battle." The Cloud Ninjas reached a consensus and surged toward the direction of the conflict. "They're leaving?" Inuzuka Hana inquired upon seeing the Cloud Ninjas depart. "Hold on, let me take a look." Hyuga Hayashi immediately responded, activating his Byakugan. His vision pierced through the dense foliage, quickly locking onto the combatants. "There are 4 individuals ahead, and that one is the Uchiha clan member. Let us move. Even if we cannot acquire the Earth Scroll, we must not allow those Cloud Ninjas to take it." With that declaration, Hyuga Hayashi and his companions sprinted toward the battlefield. Chapter 29. The Might of the Wind. Is that him? The lone wolf of the Uchiha clan. He is battling with those from the Mist Village. The ninjas of Jonin village arrived on the battlefield and soon discovered 3 Mist ninjas surrounding Feng in the center, where a confrontation had already commenced. "Hey, Leaf Ninja over there, surrender the scroll in your possession, and we may spare your life." These 3 Mist ninjas had set their sights on Feng even before entering the Forest of Death. As the second tier of Mist Village, they were acutely aware of their own limitations compared to the other participants in the exam. To engage in a 3-on-3 encounter with other teams would pose significant risks. Thus, in pursuit of successful advancement, they conspired to target the lone Feng. They understood that Feng, being a solo participant, possessed exceptional abilities, yet fundamentally, 3 against 1 provided a clear numerical advantage. Moreover, should they encounter an unexpectedly formidable opponent, retreat would be relatively feasible. After all, even a slight edge in strength could make it challenging for one to hold off 3 adversaries. Once they entered the Forest of Death, they began to search for Feng. Fortune seemed to favor them, for it was not long before they stumbled upon him. Initially intending to ambush Feng, their plans quickly unraveled as he effortlessly discerned their approach. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, all 3 launched an attack simultaneously. However, their efforts yielded little advantage, and the leader of the trio, realizing the situation was unfavorable, resorted to threats against Feng. "Yes, hand over the scroll, and we might spare you," the others echoed. Feng cast a glance at the trio, recognizing them as ninjas from the Mist Village by their forehead protectors. In this Nin exam, Mist Village had sent a total of 6 participants, divided into 2 teams. The team led by Kisame Hoshigaki was the first, while these three belonged to the second, significantly weaker in comparison. Not seeing Kisame left Mufeng somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to gauge the strength of the legendary tailless beast at this age and compare chakra levels. Defeating such a prominent character from the original story would likely yield additional rewards. In contrast, Mufeng felt little interest in these ordinary mist ninjas before him. However, as they were indeed ninjas from Mist Village, Mufeng had no reason to let them go easily. His current mission was to eliminate ninjas from other villages during the Chunin exam. Engaging in the Forest of Death was the perfect opportunity. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get on with it. Bring it on. Once I'm done with you, I'll seek out other ninjas. With a dismissive gesture towards the three mist ninjas, Mufeng displayed an air of arrogance, seemingly unimpressed by them. Quite the audacious little brat. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Rainfield, Chongyue attack. First, bring him down. As the words fell, the leading ninja from the Mist Village swiftly formed hand seals, while the other two charged towards Mufeng. One ranged, two melee. A commendable tactic. Unfortunately, the chakra within Mufeng surged, and his Sharingan activated. With a thunderous impact, Mufeng forcefully stomped the ground and propelled himself towards the two opponents. Mastering advanced taijutsu, Mufeng had already distanced himself from the other exam participants. A swift gust of wind heralded his disappearance, and in the next moment, he materialized before one of the mist ninjas. His speed was so extraordinary that the three mist ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to react. The targeted mist ninja felt a fierce wind rush towards him. The next instant, a fist loomed larger before him. His heart seized, and his hair stood on end as he sensed an overwhelming pressure and impending doom. With a resounding thud, Mufeng's fist struck the mist ninja squarely in the face, unleashing a torrent of force that sent him flying several meters, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Upon witnessing his comrade's swift defeat, the mist team's captain shouted, "Chongyue, this fellow excels in taijutsu. Do not engage him directly." 1. Down. Mufeng withdrew his fist and spoke softly, his gaze sweeping towards another mist ninja, Chongyue. The crimson intensity of his stare met Chongyue's, sending a shiver down his spine, as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. With a swift motion, Mufeng vanished once more. Chongyue could hardly perceive Mufeng's figure. He was too fast, having already surpassed the boundaries of a Jonin's speed. All Chongyue could see were fleeting shadows of Mufeng. Damn it, this guy is indeed formidable. The mist captain lamented inwardly, but at that moment, his ninjutsu was complete. Chongyue retreat. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A pale blue water dragon emerged beside the mist captain, its gaze fierce as it surged forward. Chongyue, elated by his captain's support, leapt backward, while Mufeng continued his charge, his speed rendering him difficult to halt. This guy is strong, but unfortunately, he is alone. If he cannot fend off the mist ninja's water dragon bullets, this should be the end. Chongyue mused, observing Mufeng's prowess, noting his youth and formidable taijutsu skills, likely honed through rigorous training. Meanwhile, the mist ninja's ability to execute the water dragon bullet in such a setting was impressive. The arriving cloud ninja trio scrutinized the unfolding scene between Mufeng and the mist ninjas. However, another leaf team was present. It remained to be seen whether they would intervene. The cloud ninjas then turned their attention to the Hyuga trio lurking nearby. Inuzuka Hana watched the situation with furrowed brows before glancing at Hinata Hayashi. The water dragon bullet. Isn't that a high-level technique? This situation looks dire. Hayashi, shall we take action? As a fellow ninja of Konoha, Inuzuka Hana was naturally disheartened to witness Feng being bested by the mist ninjas. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss with that fellow's chakra. Hyuga Hayaman intently observed the arena, veins around his Byakugan bulging. Although he struggled to catch Feng's swift movements, his Byakugan allowed him to discern the chakra within Feng's body. At that moment, amidst rapid motion, Feng's chakra began to stir vibrantly, seemingly preparing to unleash a jutsu. However, the water dragon bullet was already upon him. With a roll, the dragon surged towards Feng, splashing torrents of water in its wake. It's over. Inuzuka Hana's spirits plummeted. Yet, simultaneously, earth-style, earth flow wall, came a sharp command, as Feng continued his frantic dash. With a leap, he reached the side of Chongyue. In a swift motion, Feng seized Chongyue by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Chongyue's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped for breath, his face reddening, struggling and emitting muffled sounds. In a decisive snap, Feng mercilessly broke Chonyue's neck. The second one. With a thud, Chonyue's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, while Feng's gaze was now fixed on the last of the mist ninjas. Only one remains. Chapter 30. Living in Konoha, the pressure is immense. Boom. The water dragon bullet struck the ground, erupting into multiple streams of water. Amidst a cascade of pale droplets, a figure emerged, Feng. He efficiently dispatched the second mist ninja and turned his attention to the final one, his eyes sharp and imbued with murderous intent, causing the mist ninja captain to tremble in terror. How could this be? He had clearly been obstructed by the water dragon bullet. The mist ninja captain gazed in disbelief, only then realizing the earth flow wall summoned by Feng. The earth flow wall. This is impossible. In such a brief moment, while moving at high speed, he instinctively took a step back, disbelief etched across his face. With formidable physical prowess and jutsu capabilities rivaling his own, how could such a ninja still be a Jonin? Moreover, judging by Feng's stature, he appeared significantly younger than himself. Nothing is impossible. Now, only you remain. One-on-one, it is entirely fair. Feng released the corpse from his grip, his indifferent voice resonating as he advanced towards the mist ninja captain. Stricken with terror, the mist ninja captain regarded Feng as if he were a monstrous apparition. As Feng approached, the dread of death overwhelmed his rationality, compelling his body to retreat involuntarily. No, this cannot be, the mist ninja captain murmured, while his inner voice urged him to flee. He must escape, or he would lose his life. Turning, the mist ninja captain fled into the woods. Observing this, Feng furrowed his brow, casually retrieving a few shurikens and sending them flying towards his foe. Captain Mist, utterly terrified, failed to notice the shurikens approaching from behind. With a series of muffled thuds, blood blossomed in the air, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Simultaneously, the heavenly scroll he carried tumbled from his grip, landing on the earth below. The confrontation was swift, and its conclusion even swifter. Hokage, that guy has killed the ninjas of the Mist Village. Wasn't this merely an examination? Inuzuka Hana gazed at the three fallen mist ninjas, her eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, but his expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. It was indeed an examination, yet it was also a battle. In truth, Hyuga Hayashi himself was taken aback by Feng's decisive actions, though he promptly recalibrated his mindset. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha was known for its commendable protection of Jonin. Outside of wartime, they rarely engaged in combat or bloodshed. Although Hayashi's team had undertaken several missions and even ventured outside the village multiple times, none of the 3 Jonin had ever truly taken a life. Witnessing Feng, who was younger than them, efficiently eliminate 2 mist ninjas left them somewhat disoriented. It seemed our mentality requires adjustment. Take gain. Hana, we must approach this with utmost seriousness. The Chunin exam can indeed be deadly. Hayashi addressed his companions. Inuzuka Hana and Yamanaka Takegain nodded in understanding, quickly grasping Hayashi's intent. Indeed, being personally selected by the Hokage to participate in the Chunin exam was no trivial matter. With a sigh, Hayashi regarded Feng. Feng's formidable prowess and decisiveness left Hayashi in awe, but given that Feng had only dispatched 2 mist Jonin thus far, it was unfathomable what their expressions would be if they knew he had previously slain a Jonin. Earth style, earth wall. Had he unleashed it so swiftly? This fellow's ninjutsu capabilities are remarkable. Resolving the mist ninjas so promptly, he is indeed a formidable adversary. Fortuitously, we had not chosen to target him earlier. The 3 cloud ninjas, witnessing Feng's triumph over his opponents, widened their eyes in astonishment, simultaneously feeling grateful for their astuteness. They considered themselves superior to the fallen mist ninjas, yet recognized they were no match for Feng, especially after witnessing his earth wall technique. How has he trained? His taijutsu is exceptional, yet his ninjutsu is released with such rapidity? Let us not forget, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Those eyes are notoriously difficult to contend with. If he has also mastered ocular techniques, we are in grave trouble. The 3 cloud ninjas simultaneously furrowed their brows, their hearts beginning to entertain thoughts of retreat. The leader of the cloud ninjas glanced at the scroll that had fallen to the ground, belonging to the 3 mist ninjas. It is the heavenly scroll. It is of no use to us. We must withdraw immediately. The cloud ninjas had learned of Hyuga Hayashi's team approaching their location, compounded by Feng's overwhelming strength. The balance of power was abundantly clear. Retreating was the most prudent course of action. The other two Cloud Jonin nodded in agreement, and the trio slowly began to back away toward the forest, careful not to disturb Feng. As the three turned away, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped them. After observing for so long, did they really intend to leave just like that? A chilling voice suddenly erupted in their ears, causing the trio to feel a shiver down their spines. Slightly glancing sideways, they beheld the smiling figure of Feng standing nearby. In that instant, a wave of dread washed over them. Split up and run, each of you for yourselves, the captain of the Yunrin team shouted, before turning and fleeing in a frenzied direction. The other two widened their eyes, and in the next moment, their feet seemed to be coated in oil as they bolted away. Seeing this, Feng furrowed his brows. It became evident that an individual's strength had its limitations. The Yunrin trio displayed remarkable cleverness by opting to escape rather than engage. They scattered in 3 different directions, making it clear that it would be impossible for Feng to pursue all of them simultaneously. Moreover, he was reluctant to utilize his shadow clone technique, as its reliability was questionable and could potentially lead to a counterattack. However, Feng had no intention of annihilating the entire Yunrin team this time. After eliminating the Mist Village trio, he had already acquired the Earth Scroll and combined it with the Heaven Scroll in his possession, thus preparing for his escape. Furthermore, having dispatched 3 adversarial ninjas from the enemy village, he could provide an adequate report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The remaining enemy ninjas were no longer a priority for Feng. He approached the situation with a casual attitude, merely hoping to draw a fortunate examiner. Casting a glance at the fleeing trio, Feng ultimately chose to pursue the captain of the Yunrin team. With a swift rush, the 3 from Yunrin and Feng soon distanced themselves from their original location. At that moment, the trio from the Hyuga clan, who had been concealed within the forest, emerged. "Has that guy discovered us?" Inuzuka Hana inquired, her gaze fixed on the direction Feng had departed. Hyuga Hayashi remained silent, yet he recalled how Feng had cast a significant glance towards their direction while collecting the scrolls. "Enough speculation. We are not his match. And he is also from Konoha. We should hasten to find another team possessing the Earth Scroll to complete our mission." Indeed, Inuzuka Hana nodded, though the image of Feng lingered in her mind. First Kakashi, and now this formidable being. Life in Konoha was undeniably stressful. Inuzuka Hana sighed inwardly. Chapter 31. The Lone Wanderer of the Uchiha clan. With a thud, a figure plummeted from the heights of the trees in the Death Forest, accompanied by a mournful scream. It was a ninja from the Hot Water Village, who landed heavily on the ground and gazed up in terror. At that moment, a ninja clad in the short-sleeved attire of the Uchiha clan descended from above. Hand over the scroll, or face death. Feng coldly regarded the Hot Water Village ninja, his crimson Sharingan emanating an aura of indifference and murderous intent. "I'll give it. Please, don't kill me." The Hot Water Village ninja collapsed onto the ground, throwing back the Earth Scroll he had been carrying as he retreated in fear. With a resounding clap, Feng caught the scroll, confirmed its authenticity, and departed without a backward glance. As he distanced himself, the Hot Water Village ninja exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, his team encountered Feng. With the examination time drawing near, the ninjas from Tangyin Village devised a plan against Feng. However, after engaging in battle, they soon realized that this seemingly younger lone ninja possessed formidable strength. Within a mere 5 minutes of combat, 2 ninjas from Tangyin Village were vanquished. He desperately fled with the scroll, yet ultimately fell prey to Feng's minions. The Tangyin ninja sighed deeply, pondering the origins of such a monstrous being. At this very moment, unbeknownst to him, Feng's reputation had already spread throughout the Death Forest as the examination progressed. After several teams crossed paths, upon confirming the identity of the scroll, they refrained from direct conflict and opted instead to exchange intelligence. Currently, 3 dominant teams participated in the Academy's examination, with 2 being completely untouchable. Among these formidable teams were 2 from Konoha and 1 from the Cloud Village. The 2 teams to be avoided at all costs comprised of the lone Uchiha and the Mist Shark. The latter referred to the dreaded Kisame Hoshigaki, while the former denoted Feng himself. Half of the teams had already been eliminated from the Death Forest, with many of them having suffered significant defeats at the hands of these 2. Following an exchange of information, nearly everyone began to deliberately steer clear of Feng and Kisame Hoshigaki. However, the Tangyin team was evidently unaware of this and unwittingly offered up a few more heads upon encountering Feng. Another team down, indeed. This could be considered an extraordinary accomplishment. After acquiring the scroll from Tangyin Village's team, Mufeng felt a slight surge of joy within. Calculating the time, he acknowledged that the second examination was nearing its conclusion. Thus, he had no intention of further hunting and instead hastened towards the central rendezvous point of the Death Forest. Meanwhile, in the examination monitoring room, the shinobi, Bianzulei, gazed in astonishment at the screen displaying Mufeng. How could this individual possess such strength? As a Jonin of Konoha, Bianzulei took this examination very seriously. At a time when all major ninja villages were on edge, any misstep in the Chunin examination could potentially ignite conflict among them. Naturally, some villages might even desire war, seeking to manipulate this Chunin exam for their own gain. Therefore, this assessment was conducted with greater rigor than previous ones. Sarutobi Hiruzen had directly issued orders to Bianzulei to ensure the smooth progression of the Chunin exams, while also safeguarding the Konoha ninjas. This Chunin examination was not merely about selecting the finest ninjas from each village. It also served as a demonstration of strength. If Konoha performed poorly in this examination, as the village that had most benefited from the Second Shinobi World War and the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, one could only imagine how other nations would perceive Konoha and what actions they might take in response after the Chunin exams. Under various pressures, he dared not relax, having even prepared himself for a timely appearance. Although the pressure was immense, the entire Chunin exam process was not merely smooth, but remarkably so. Within the Forest of Death, he did not encounter any ninjas disguised as Chunin participants, which was quite possible. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had once disguised himself as an exam participant to confront Sasuke. Furthermore, Kabuto's abilities evidently surpassed those of the average Chunin. In truth, he was unaware that prior to the exam, the Mist Village had contemplated a similar scheme. However, after Hozuki Mangekyou was inadvertently killed by Mufeng, the Mist Village lost a significant general, which heightened their vigilance, leading them to believe that Konoha was already on guard. Consequently, their plan to create chaos during the Chunin exam was ultimately abandoned. Besides this scheme, the Mist Village had another plan involving Kisame Hoshigaki. They intended to leverage Kisame's extraordinary chakra and abilities to deliver a jolt to Konoha and the other ninja villages during the exam, not as a conspiracy, but as a demonstration of straightforward power. He also took note of Kisame. Truth be told, in his eyes, Kisame surpassed the average Chunin by a considerable margin. Currently, he was merely a genin, yet he could consecutively perform multiple high-level jutsu. He even felt that Kisame could unleash the water release, Great Waterfall technique, which was indeed a genuine high-level jutsu. In the original narrative, this technique was regarded as Zabuza Momochi's signature move, which was countered by Kakashi's Sharingan, leading to Zabuza's downfall. It is worth noting that Zabuza was a bona fide elite Jonin of the Mist Village. A technique of such caliber was certainly beyond the capacity of mere Chunin exam participants to withstand. Should Kisame truly possess this technique, coupled with his commendable taijutsu, he could potentially take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. Upon witnessing Kisame single-handedly confront a small team, he initially held little expectation for Konoha's team, merely hoping for a minimal number of eliminations. However, the subsequent appearance of Mufeng left him utterly astounded. The Uchiha clan's reputation within Konoha was far more resounding than in other villages, and upon Mufeng revealing his Crimson Sharingan, he recognized that Mufeng's prowess surpassed that of the average examiner. Moreover, Mufeng's utilization of taijutsu and ninjutsu plunged him into deep contemplation. Was this truly just a genin? He even felt that Mufeng was no different from the Jonin he had previously faced against the participating candidates. Mufeng was a veritable force of annihilation. It was precisely due to Mufeng's presence that the atmosphere within the Forest of Death appeared not as a singular spectacle, but rather as a duet of distinction. Simultaneously, this factor rendered other teams increasingly cautious, particularly upon encountering Konoha's team, as they deliberated whether to engage with Konoha, fearing the repercussions of Mufeng's wrath. Under these circumstances, although the Konoha team had also been eliminated somewhat, their performance was not significantly different from expectations. Glancing at the clock on the wall and noting the time, Banju-Luyu stood up and made his way to the rendezvous point. He pondered what the third match would entail. The confrontation between Uchiha Mufeng and the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki, was bound to be the highlight of this Chunin exam. As he exited the room, Banju-Luoyu mumbled to himself. Chapter 32. What a coincidence. I am not either. Finally arriving at the destination. This time it was truly precarious. In the heart of the Death Forest, before a tower-like structure, Inuzuka Hana stretched her weary body and spoke. She was in a team with Hyuga Hiraman and Yamanaka Torian. These three had witnessed Mufeng eliminate the first target, the second team of the Cloud Shinobi. After that, they were fortunate enough to encounter a small ninja village's team, and following a skirmish, they successfully acquired the enemy's scroll, which coincidentally paired with their own. However, on their way to the rendezvous point, they crossed paths with another Konoha team, Inuzuka Shika Ch. From them, they gleaned some information and heard the titles of Uchiha's Lone Wolf and the Mist Village's Shark. Ultimately, after some discussion, the trio decided to delay their journey to the central meeting point. As the time approached, they hastened towards the gathering place. The journey was fraught with discomfort, but they eventually arrived. Upon seeing the rendezvous point so near, Hyuga Hiraman felt his taut nerves finally ease. Wow, by the looks of you, it seems you've gathered your scrolls. Nara Shiozui smiled at the trio as they approached the meeting tower. Hyuga Hiraman was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in slight wariness. Do not worry, we have also assembled our scrolls, and since this is the meeting point, there is no possibility of confrontation here. Nara Shiozui said with a gentle smile, and soon, two teammates emerged from behind him. Seeing this, Hyuga Hiraman lowered his guard and approached. What is the situation? Hyuga Hiraman inquired. With the confirmation of a non-hostile relationship, it was natural for them to be Konoha's allies. Additionally, Hyuga Hiraman sought to acquire some information from Nara Shiozui to prepare for the upcoming third examination. Thanks to a certain individual, our Konoha team has not faced significant eliminations, only half. However, the other villages fared much worse. Both teams from the Cloud Shinobi have been eliminated. One, as you know, was taken out by a young Uchiha, while the other fell to that guy from the mist. At this point, Nara Shiozui sighed helplessly. Understanding the temperament of the Nara clan, Hyuga Hiraman glanced towards the tower. Inside, there were indeed people, but a heavy silence prevailed, indicating a rather somber atmosphere. All right, you have all arrived, and it seems the time is about right. Nara Shiozui stood up straight and began walking towards the tower, with Hyuga Hiraman following closely behind. A few individuals entered, and a wave of scrutinizing gazes swept over them, most imbued with a hint of hostility. Hinata Hiraman and his companions casually selected a spot while simultaneously observing those around them. With only minutes remaining until the conclusion of the assessment, it was evident that the individuals present would likely be the ones participating in the third round. Among the crowd, the majority hailed from Konoha, with Hinata Hiraman's team, alongside Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, comprising a total of 6 members. Meanwhile, Mufeng leaned against the wall, lost in thought. Opposite him stood the trio of Kisame Hoshigaki, the sole representatives of the Mist Village to advance to this stage. To Hinata Hiraman's surprise, there was another team present, their forehead protectors not belonging to any of the 5 great ninja villages. As of now, 13 individuals had successfully passed the second assessment, and these 13 would face each other in the upcoming third round. Time slipped away, enveloping the gathering in silence as each participant assessed their adversaries. A few bolder teams began to exchange information, yet curiously, no one dared to glance towards Mufeng and Kisame Hoshigaki. Those who had made it this far were undoubtedly astute. The prowess of these two in the arena was sufficient to instill apprehension. Some of the more timid ninjas began to pray, hoping to avoid encounters with Mufeng and Kisame. Kisame, however, fixed his gaze on Mufeng, a smile adorning his face, clearly intrigued by him. Time's up. Congratulations to all who have arrived here alive. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the gathering, belonging to a figure clad in a light green ninja uniform, a smile gracing his features. Upon recognizing him, the crowd briefly turned their attention before swiftly returning to their previous focus. We will now commence the verification of the scrolls. Teams that have gathered both the Heaven and Earth scrolls, please present yourselves here. Upon confirming the authenticity of your scrolls, you will be deemed successful in this assessment. Who will be the first? His gaze swept across the assemblage, and amidst the silence, Nara Shio swiftly stepped forward, producing 2 scrolls. After inspecting the scrolls and confirming their legitimacy, the speaker signaled that Nara Shio's team had passed, instructing them to wait momentarily before departing the Forest of Death. Subsequently, Hinata Hiraman and the other teams produced their scrolls as well, each having undoubtedly gathered the requisite scrolls to arrive at this point. Mufeng also presented his scroll. It appears there are no issues with the scrolls. You have all passed this assessment. Shortly, under guidance, you will exit the Forest of Death. The third round will commence in 1 day's time. Additionally, during this day, injured ninjas may seek treatment at the medical department, and those who wish to withdraw may do so. However, one crucial point must be heeded. During this day, no participant is permitted to engage in combat with others. Any violations will result in disqualification from the Chunin examinations and expulsion from Konoha. The speaker underscored the importance of discipline. After the brutal skirmishes within the Forest of Death, even camaraderie amongst comrades was tenuous. The pursuit of scrolls could even demand the ultimate price. This enmity is a matter of life and death. Although many are aware that this is merely an assessment, such hatred is not easily alleviated. The likelihood of unexpected incidents between different villages is significantly heightened, particularly with the stakes of the Ch-Nin exams at hand. It would not be surprising if an examiner were to be assassinated during the interval between the second and third rounds. Observing the crowd, their emotions remained unchanged, and Ando Rei nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, several additional ninjas arrived at the base. After some arrangements, the group was escorted by a cadre of J-Nin away from the stronghold, heading towards the Forest of Death. Mufeng also set forth, trailing at the rear of the procession. At that moment, a shadow intentionally slipped to the back and approached Mufeng. Be cautious, that guy from the Mist Village is formidable. He is far from a mere Ch-Nin. The speaker was none other than Naruto. Upon hearing this, Mufeng smiled lightly. What a coincidence, so am I. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Mufeng's expression but quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Is that so? Then I look forward to your performance. If my predictions are correct, your opponent will be him. In that case, I am eager for the challenge. With that, Mufeng's gaze fell upon the figure of Kisame Hashigaki, who happened to turn and meet Mufeng's eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 33. Conclusion of the second exam. The second round of the Ch-Nin exams has drawn to a close. Within the Hokage Tower, Ando Rei reported the circumstances to Sarutobi Hiruzen, detailing every nuance of what he had witnessed in the Forest of Death. His report emphasized the prowess of Mufeng and Kisame Hashigaki. Lord Hokage, the general situation of this examination is as follows. Uchiha Mufeng and Kisame Hashigaki from the Mist Village. In my opinion, both possess strength that surpasses that of a typical Ch-Nin, especially Mufeng. To be honest, I cannot discern his true capabilities. As he concluded, Ando Rei furrowed his brow. Seated in his office chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe thoughtfully. Oh, is that so? It seems that Fugaku has nurtured a remarkable talent this time. You need not worry about Mufeng. Your task is to ensure the smooth progression of this Ch-Nin exam. The presence of the Mist Village ninjas is indeed concerning, but with Mufeng on our side, there is no need for excessive apprehension. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Ando Rei felt a sense of relief. The upcoming Ch-Nin exam would be in the format of battles, supervised by the Leaf's ninjas, and for him, the most challenging phase had already passed. As for the final outcome of the Ch-Nin exam, that was beyond Ando Rei's control. Very well, you may leave now. Yes. Lord Hokage. Ando Rei departed from the Hokage Tower, while Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder. The third round of the Ch-Nin exam may appear more manageable than the second, yet the reality was quite different, especially as the final match approached. At that point, the spectators would not only include those from the Leaf Village but also higher-ups from other ninja villages. In a certain sense, the Chunin exams are not merely a selection process for ninjas, but rather a contest between the great hidden villages, a demonstration of martial prowess. It is not an exaggeration to liken the Chunin exams to military exercises among modern nations within the world of Naruto. Moreover, the Chunin exams do not solely reflect brute strength. They also showcase the training caliber of each hidden village. As the foremost among the 5 great shinobi countries, if Konoha were to experience a severe generational gap, it would undoubtedly be excellent news for the other villages, signifying a decline in Konoha's hegemonic status. From this perspective, the third assessment in the eyes of Danzo and the evaluation perceived by Hiruzen Sarutobi are fundamentally divergent. What Danzo perceives as the most favorable news is not the exceptional performance of Mufeng, but rather the elimination of the Cloud Village from the competition. It is crucial to recognize that the Cloud Village, capable of sending its ninjas to participate in the Chunin exams, was undoubtedly well prepared, dispatching not ordinary genin but rather a cadre of elite shinobi. Yet, despite this, they failed to advance even through the second round of assessments. When the third round commenced, the audience was struck by the absence of Cloud Village ninjas, a resounding slap in the face for them, accompanied by a disdainful spitting gesture, signaling their inadequacy. As for Feng and Kisame Hoshigaki, the people from the 5 great villages are well aware that such monstrous prodigies do not embody representational significance. The rise of Feng remains an enigma even to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kisame's situation is somewhat comprehensible to Sarutobi, yet their focus lies on the overall capability of a hidden village. Individuals of the caliber of Feng and Kisame serve merely as trump cards, their deterrent potential outweighing their practical utility. Naturally, should an individual reach the illustrious levels of the later Hokage, such as 6 Paths Obito or Madara, the implications would be vastly different. However, given the current circumstances, Sarutobi lacks such foresight. Kage-level strength was already the pinnacle during the Third Shinobi World War. Jonin represent the backbone of the battlefield, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. With the Cloud Village's elimination, Konoha has preserved its foundational standing. And now Sarutobi must contemplate how to maneuver so that Konoha can achieve renown in the third round of assessments. The most fundamental aspect to accomplish this lies in the allocation of battles. Among 13 participants, one must inevitably be exempt from the first round. Yet, this may serve to elevate the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Muttering softly, Sarutobi resumed his smoking. How goes it? Has the examination concluded? It is said that the second round takes place in the Forest of Death, where the casualty rate exceeds 30% each year. Oh, does this imply that Feng might be in peril? The Chunin exams are indeed quite treacherous. I have heard from previous Jonin participants that one could very well lose their life. Some ninjas are so intimidated by the experience that they refuse to participate a second time. Is it truly that perilous? As the assessments neared their conclusion, like many in Konoha, Obito and Yuhi Kurenai awaited the news with bated breath. It is rather curious that during the previous year's examination, Kakashi's companions, including Obito, exhibited far less concern. However, now that it is Mukei's turn, every individual in the class seems to be enveloped in a palpable tension, each one clenching their small fists, appearing even more anxious than when they themselves participated in the Nin exams. Those who share a closer bond with Mukei's, such as Kurenai, Guy, and Obito, have gathered around the periphery of the Forest of Death, eagerly awaiting the moment to ascertain Mukei's safety. Before long, under the guidance of the elite ninjas from Konoha, those who successfully passed the examination emerged. From a distance, Mukei spotted Obito and the others waving at him. Casting a glance back at the Konoha shinobi leading the way, who offered no sign of objection, Mukei swiftly broke away from the group and ran toward his friends. Mukei, how did it go? Was the Nin exam terrifying? One of them exclaimed. Haha, I have already stated that the Nin exam could hardly pose a challenge for Mukei. He is a member of the Uchiha clan and a rival acknowledged by me, Obito. As Mukei reached his companions, their reactions varied. Yet all were imbued with hopeful glances directed at him, eager to learn about the specifics of the examination. Gazing at the still immature faces before him, Mukei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Should he confess to Kurenai and Guy that he had dispatched several genin within the Forest of Death? It was all right, though. Nevertheless, it was indeed perilous inside. A few had perished, and several others sustained serious injuries, he recounted briefly. Yet, he refrained from disclosing that some of the casualties were at his own hands. Ah, people truly can die? Kurenai gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It's not quite so severe. If you exercise caution, you will surely succeed. Moreover, you still have at least a year before your examination. During this time, you can train diligently. By the time you participate in the next Nin exam, you will naturally comprehend the gravity of it. Mukei continued, promptly addressing other inquiries from the group. As they engaged in lively conversation, they made their way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. This gathering was proposed by Asuma to celebrate Mukei's successful passage through the second round of the examination. Kurenai also expressed her intent to join, much to Asuma's delight. However, he did not anticipate that his inaugural invitation for Kurenai to dine on ramen would be accompanied by so many unwelcome companions, and most critically, that he himself was not the center of attention. Inside the ramen shop, watching the lively interactions surrounding Mukei, Asuma buried his head in his food, silently vowing, Uchiha Mukei, there will come a day when I shall surpass you. Chapter 34. The third round of the examination, the draw the following day, early in the morning. Mukes received a notification instructing him to proceed to the site of the third round of examinations. This round is divided into two phases, the preliminary and the final. Both stages will consist of one-on-one confrontations, serving as a true assessment of a ninja's absolute prowess. If the first round of the Nin exam tests a ninja's perceptive awareness, and the second examines survival skills, the third round will gauge combat abilities. Succinctly summarizing that these three assessments encompass intellect, physicality, and tactical acumen. A ninja can only truly qualify as a competent Nin upon fulfilling three essential criteria. The venue for the third examination is designated to be the contest hall of Konoha. By the time Feng arrived, the hall was already bustling with numerous personnel from the village, including instructors from the Hokage Hayashi and Naruto teams. The third phase of the examination was once again overseen by the esteemed Irika Yumino, who promptly gathered the participating examiners and called the roll. Hokage Hayashi, present. Naruto, present. Uchiha Feng, present. Kirigakure S. Kisame Hoshigaki. As each name was announced, Feng responded in kind, interspersed among the others. Observing that all participants had assembled, Irika nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Everyone is present and appears to be in high spirits, which suggests that no one intentionally contravened the rules yesterday. Very well. I shall now announce the regulations for this year's Nin exam's third assessment. The format of the third round consists of combat, divided into preliminary and final stages. Both stages will employ a draw for matchups, and ultimately, the candidates who demonstrate commendable performance in battle will determine who passes the Nin examination. Therefore, merely reaching the end does not guarantee one will attain the rank of Nin. It is imperative to wield your strength and showcase your intellect. This is the true essence of a ninja, Irika proclaimed passionately, while the Jonin below listened attentively. Now, I shall elucidate the specific rules for this assessment. Both the preliminary and final stages will utilize an 11-match format. During the preliminaries, you will select your opponents. Within the box beside me lie 13 white balls, numbered 0 to 12, from which you will draw at random. After the draws, the matchups will proceed with number 1 facing number 12, number 2 facing number 11, and so forth. Should anyone draw the number 0, congratulations, you shall advance directly to the finals. However, I must caution you that advancing directly to the finals is not necessarily advantageous. As previously stated, success in the Nin examination is contingent upon your performance during the battles. A lack of demonstration may significantly diminish your chances of passing. Now, the explanation of the rules is concluded. Please come forward to draw your numbers. We shall commence with Hokage Hayashi. As Irika's voice echoed, the expressions of the 13 Jonin began to shift, their gazes fixated on the box beside Irika. Hokage Hayashi straightened himself and approached the front. As the first to select a number, he felt little pressure, swiftly retrieving a ball. Number 7. Upon acquiring his number, he descended without knowing his opponent, while the others observed him intently. In this Nin examination, aside from Feng and Kisame, Hayashi garnered the most attention. As his lineage from the Hokage clan naturally attracted considerable interest, and the Byakugan's bloodline limit, combined with his close combat techniques, instilled a sense of wariness among the other ninjas. After Hayashi returned, Inuzuka Hana followed closely behind. However, she did not draw a number herself, instead opting to let her ninkin assist her. Come on, Grey Maru, draw a lucky number for me. As the conversation flowed, Inuzuka Hana observed as her companion, Kiba, reached into the box. Moments later, he indeed retrieved a small white orb. Upon glancing at it, Hana noted with a hint of disappointment that it was not the extraordinary number 0, though she found number 3 to be quite satisfactory. Soon after, following Hinata and Nara's turns, the others began drawing their numbers as well. In no time, a significant portion of the participants had acquired their numbers, thereby clarifying their opponents for the first round of competition. Hinata and Nara were to face 2 individuals from the Mist Village, while Hana's opponent would be the boar from the Inoshikacho trio. The remaining contestants also identified their adversaries. Before long, only Feng and Kisame remained without numbers, and the box now contained merely numbers 2 and 0. The individual drawing number 2 would contend against Yamanaka Ino. Next up was Kisame. The announcer called out, and shortly thereafter, Kisame stepped forward to draw his number 2. A smile graced his face upon revealing it. With that, Feng no longer needed to draw, as only number 0 remained in the box. It appeared that a buy had emerged in this round. Uchiha Mufeng, you need not step forward to draw. You are automatically advanced to the next round. However, you must compete in the finals. Mufeng nodded in agreement. Thus far, the preliminary battle roster had been entirely clarified. Yet as Mufeng regarded this list, a different notion crossed his mind. He harbored a premonition that this draw was not as random as it appeared. Firstly, among the Leaf Village, aside from himself, the most formidable combatant was undoubtedly Hinata, followed closely by Nara, whose tactical intelligence was exceptionally high. His shadow imitation technique would be enhanced in an indoor environment, thus bolstering his strength. However, it was curious that these two formidable fighters were pitted against rather challenging ninjas from the Mist Village, while the other ninjas faced either their compatriots or teams from smaller villages. If it were merely this, Mufeng could dismiss it as coincidence. Yet, the matchup of Kisame against Yamanaka Ino raised further suspicion. A chakra-heavy fighter like Kisame facing off against a chakra-eating opponent like Ino appeared to be a fundamentally disadvantageous situation. Mufeng began to suspect that there was indeed some underlying manipulation behind this draw. What puzzled Mufeng further was why he had received a bye this round. Given his performance, he believed he should be eliminating the more unstable members and factors directly. However, with one less match to contend with, Mufeng conserved his energy. He had already experienced during the Chunin exams that defeating or killing ninjas of lower ranks did not yield any rewards from the system. Now recognized by the system as possessing Jonin-level strength, it seemed that only defeating formidable characters like Kisame in significant narrative tasks might provide some benefits. Perhaps in the second round, I shall encounter this fellow. Mufeng pondered, casting a glance towards Kisame. Chapter 35, Stealing Secrets? With a resounding crash, the multiplication technique, meet battle car. On the battlefield, with a commanding shout, Akimichi CHD unleashed his ultimate technique, multiplying his form and launching an assault. Opposite him stood a ninja from the small hidden village, whose ninjutsu and taijutsu were commendable, particularly his adept use of the earth shield. However, in the face of CHD's ferocious charge, the ninja found himself overwhelmed, as CHD manifested his meat tank technique. The third round of the CHD exams escalated into a fervent contest. CHD, give it your all. Defeat that guy. Beware of his defenses, damn it. He hails from the Akimichi clan, and he cannot maintain this state for long, cheered their teammates from the stands. The situation clearly favored CHD. Mufeng, competing solo without teammates, appeared indifferent, yawning while others fervently debated the ongoing match. Having advanced past the preliminaries, he could afford to remain in this state until the conclusion of the initial rounds. Meanwhile, the others scrutinized the duel intently, analyzing the strengths and tactics of both contenders, acutely aware that they might encounter either of them later in the competition. With a thunderous rumble, the meat tank maneuvered across the dueling arena, enveloped in a cloud of dust. After a prolonged struggle, the small village ninja finally signaled his surrender. His earth techniques could indeed withstand CHD's assault, but he lacked sufficient chakra to execute many ninjutsu. In contrast, CHD outlasted him and secured victory in this battle. Hooray! CHD's success elicited great joy from his teammate, Butterfly. In truth, among the trio of Inoshikacho, the Yamanaka clan was the least skilled in combat. Thus their expectations in direct confrontations were typically modest. However, the existence of such clans and techniques meant that the final evaluation of the CHD exams was not solely reliant on victory or defeat. The judgment of performance during combat was of paramount importance. Damn it, Gene Z fell here. Hey, you leaf ninjas, do not get too cocky. Gene Z was merely the weakest among us. Next, I will show you what we're capable of. On the other side, witnessing their comrades' defeat, the remaining two from the small village expressed their discontent, yet felt powerless to change the outcome. With CHD having decisively defeated his opponent, the announcer declared, I hereby announce the end of the first match, with the victor being Akimichi CHD, with the final proclamation echoing through the arena. The first match concluded amidst CHD's heavy breaths. In the second match, the contenders were Kisame Hashigaki from the Mist Village and Kurenai Yuhi from the Leaf Village. Swiftly, the second match commenced following the identical announcement. As Kurenai and Kisame took their positions in the arena, Kisame, yet to obtain the Samahata, wielded an ordinary large sword. This sword was notably exaggerated in size, surpassing even Kisame himself, creating a strikingly incongruous appearance when slung across his back. As the formidable Kisame made his entrance, A profound silence enveloped the observation platform, where numerous trainees stood in awe. The chilling aura emanating from Kisame instilled a sense of oppression and discomfort. This individual truly warranted the caution advised when traversing the forest of death. He was undeniably a monster. Can we rely on you? One might ponder. For it was difficult to perceive Kisame as anything resembling a typical human. Trust in Toryun, came the reassuring words. He had proven to be reliable in critical moments. Hinata Hayashi and Inuzuka Hana exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. Amidst the arena, Toryun Yamanaka donned sunglasses, his trench coat collar turned up, enveloping him in an enigmatic shroud. In stark contrast to Kisame, his physique appeared notably slender, a visual testament to the disparity in their physical prowess. I had initially anticipated engaging with someone from the Uchiha clan, yet it seems fortune has favored that individual. For now, I shall make do with you to hone my skills. Kisame fixed his icy gaze upon Toryun, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Come at me if you dare. Yet, Toryun remained unfazed. The innate abilities of the Yamanaka clan allowed him to keenly perceive the intensity of his opponent's chakra. To him, Kisame stood before him as a volatile mass of high-density chakra, poised to explode at the slightest provocation. Nevertheless, due to his clan's unique secret techniques, Toryun maintained an unwavering calm, even in the face of Kisame's overwhelming strength. Moreover, in Toryun's eyes, the more chakra Kisame possessed, the more exuberant his insects would become. With the battle officially commencing, the referee signaled the start. In an instant, Kisame lunged forward, his massive blades slicing through the air towards Toryun. The latter sidestepped effortlessly, betraying no sign of concern, yet he was thoroughly prepared for combat. Chakra surged within Toryun, animating swarms of small insects cultivated within his very being. Kisame, moving with remarkable speed, closed the distance in a heartbeat. Sensing the enormity of Kisame's power, Toryun refrained from underestimating his adversary. A low buzzing sound filled the air as a plume of black mist poured from Toryun's sleeve. This was no ordinary fog. It was the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. The insects instinctively scattered, seeking to devour the chakra of their target. To them, Kisame was akin to a five-star delicacy. Utterly irresistible. Without the need for Toryun's guidance, the minuscule creatures eagerly surged towards Kisame. Kisame, keenly aware of the unfolding situation, narrowed his eyes in suspicion as he observed the dark mist swirling around Toryun. With a sudden motion, he retreated, swiftly distancing himself. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. Rather than pursuing Kisame, the black mist surrounding Toryun seemed to coalesce and press forward. In the audience, Mufing's attention sharpened at this spectacle, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he contemplated the nature of Toryun's mysterious mist. The insects capable of absorbing chakra are truly formidable. If they were to live longer, they would undoubtedly become a terrifying presence on the battlefield. Mufeng pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. In his view, the strength of the Oil Women clan had been significantly diminished in the original narrative. Imagine a creature that can devour energy. If even one were to parasitize him, it could reproduce infinitely by absorbing chakra, swiftly claiming the lives of ninjas. Such entities, if developed properly, would undoubtedly qualify as biochemical weapons. Ordinary ninjas would find it impossible to survive under such jutsu. It would purely be a matter of predator and prey. Perhaps, in the future, I could delve into this further. If a system were in place, I should also be able to learn secret techniques, wouldn't I? Chapter 36, The Oil Woman. Toragain in the arena, a rustling sound echoed. The battle raged on, and Goncourt, fixated on the large blade held horizontally by Toragain of the Oil Women clan, exhibited for the first time a flicker of doubt and wariness in his gaze. What was that creature? Among the spectators, many lower-ranked ninjas were unfamiliar with the secret techniques of the Oil Women clan, leading to puzzled expressions as they observed Toragain's combat style. It was an insect. Toragain employed the secret art of the Oil Women clan, cultivating a type of insect that feeds on chakra using her own energy. Once parasitized by such an insect, it would voraciously drain the chakra of its host, potentially even depleting Nin's chakra in a matter of moments. At this moment, Narashio began to explain to his opponent beside him, and as soon as he finished speaking, many gazes turned towards Toragain with a newfound complexity. That individual possessed an astonishing amount of chakra, far beyond that of a typical lower-ranked ninja. Fortunately, he encountered Toragain, whose secret art was particularly effective against such foes. However, a significant flaw remained. The insects cultivated by the Oil Women clan would perish in a short time if they left the host's body or lacked chakra nourishment. If Torigane could not find a way to approach the enemy effectively, she would be at a distinct disadvantage in this battle. Naruto analyzed the situation earnestly. From the perspective of ninjutsu, Torigane held a certain advantage, yet in reality, the initiative on the battlefield lay firmly in Goncourt's hands. Goncourt now faced two choices: close combat or the use of ninjutsu. Given his previous encounters, he would undoubtedly lean towards melee, as he was adept in water-style techniques, which were not particularly advantageous in an enclosed space. Nevertheless, the black mist emanating from Torigane sent a shiver down Goncourt's spine. His instincts warned him to steer clear of that ominous cloud. With a decisive thud, Goncourt plunged his large blade into the ground and began forming hand seals. He intended to resolve the situation through ninjutsu. Observing this, Torigane would not relent and charge forward. As Goncourt deftly maneuvered to evade her, he soared into action. Torigane was not particularly skilled in physical combat and could not match his speed. Moreover, having discerned the essence of Torigane's secret technique, Goncourt offered her no opportunity to seize the moment. If that is the case, it will likely conclude soon. Feng gazed intently at the battlefield below, as if he could foresee the outcome. Hinata Hayashi and Inuzuka Hana began to feel the tension rise. Water release, water shark bullet technique. In an instant, Kisame formed a hand seal and roared, summoning a swirling mass of pale blue water that resembled a shark. With a swift motion, the water shark bullet surged toward Ninja Kurenai at an astonishing speed. Kurenai's pupils contracted. He never anticipated that Kisame could unleash such formidable water ninjutsu in an area devoid of any water source. With the flow of chakra intensifying, Kurenai found himself unable to pursue further and was forced to evade. Seizing this moment, he invoked the mist concealment technique. A resonant hum echoed as a veil of mist enveloped Kisame and Kurenai, obscuring the entire arena from view. What is happening? What is this? I can see nothing. Byakugan, activate. In the stands, upon witnessing the deployment of the mist concealment technique, the crowd erupted in commotion. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan, successfully tracking the movements of Kisame and Ninja Kurenai, but he noticed Kurenai appeared to be in a precarious state. Under the veil of visual obstruction, Kisame had already created distance, seemingly preparing for another jutsu. Meanwhile, Kurenai's chakra was in disarray, with the cultivated insects within him struggling to adapt to the environment, moving erratically. Observing this, Hinata Hayashi furrowed his brow, likely sensing the impending outcome. After a fierce exchange, ultimately, Ninja Kurenai was defeated, as Kisame's water dragon bullet successfully struck him, rendering him unconscious. The victor of the second match is Kisame Hoshigaki. Following his triumph, Kisame appeared strangely unenthused. He directed a hostile gaze toward Feng in the stands and made a threatening gesture. Feng regarded Kisame with little emotional turbulence. This battle had clarified Kisame's true capabilities. Though his taijutsu and swordsmanship had not been showcased, it was evident that he could not rival the prowess of Kirigakure's Mangekyou. Even during his peak, Kisame's swordsmanship fell short when compared to Mangekyou, who was a prodigy capable of wielding 7 different swords. The singular impression Kisame left on Feng was one of sheer brutality, unleashing high-level ninjutsu with abandon, a rarity in battles among Jonin. However, to Feng, who had witnessed the overwhelming might of characters at the 6 paths level, Kisame's water shark bullet was utterly unimpressive, akin to a mere rinse for one's hair. Now, Feng found himself curious whether he might witness Kisame's renowned moments in the upcoming matches. He wondered if Kisame had mastered the technique for constructing dams. With a serene smile, Feng resumed watching the competition. Feng. After a while, he heard a call and turned to see Kakashi approaching. After a day of treatment, Kakashi's injuries had nearly healed, and the bandages had been removed. This left Feng in awe of the medical advancements in the world of shinobi. Eyes can be easily exchanged, and with such medical prowess, one might resurrect the deceased. If this level of healing were present in a past era, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits. Kakashi, you two have arrived? I came to take a look and, coincidentally, to seek you out. Might there be a temporary mission from Lord Hokage? Kakashi lowered his voice and spoke to Feng. A temporary mission? Feng was momentarily taken aback. It pertains to the Chunin exams. Kakashi furrowed his brow, casting a glance toward Kisame and a few others from the Mist Village. This is not the place for discussion. Follow me. By the way, you didn't participate in the preliminary matches, did you? I knew there was something amiss with the drawing. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Feng chuckled wryly. At the time of the drawing, Kakashi was absent, and he hadn't inquired. Now, he had come directly to him. Nevertheless, Kakashi had obeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, indicating that the latter was the mastermind behind these events. Given the stakes involved in the Chunin exams, Feng did not dare to take them lightly. While not overly concerned about gaining recognition from Konoha, Feng understood the importance of earning the system's approval, as the penalties for failing a mission could be quite severe. Very well, lead the way. With a gesture of his hands, Feng addressed Kakashi. After concluding their conversation, the two exited through a back door of the viewing platform. Chapter 37. Namake's Minato, the Flying Thunder God Technique. May I speak now? Having stepped out of the examination venue alongside Kakashi, Feng inquired. Patience, let us wait for one more person. Kakashi replied while gazing into the distance. Just then, with a swish, a figure appeared, landing atop the wall beside them. Feng and Kakashi simultaneously glanced over, spotting a golden-haired, handsome young man with a radiant smile looking down at them. Good afternoon, Kakashi. Feng. Namake's Minato. Upon seeing the newcomer, Feng immediately recognized him. As the father of the protagonist from the original story, Feng was exceedingly familiar with Namake's Minato. In the original narrative, if one were to consider the greatest contributions during the Third Shinobi World War, Minato would certainly be among the top contenders, if not the very best. Following the war, he triumphed over Orochimaru in the struggle for the position of Hokage, ascending to the throne as the fourth Hokage. It is worth noting that within the world of Naruto, nepotism is quite prevalent. Almost every Hokage from Konoha and other shinobi villages has some sort of familial connection. However, Minato stands as an exception. He ascended to the role of Hokage solely through his merit as a commoner. If any connection existed, it would be with Jiraiya as his mentor. Yet Jiraiya hardly imparted much knowledge to Minato, and after the Second War, he began wandering the shinobi world, showing little interest in Konoha's power struggles. In such circumstances, the fact that Minato could defeat Orochimaru and secure the position of fourth Hokage speaks volumes about his personal charisma and prowess. What perplexes Feng, however, is that at this juncture, Kakashi has yet to become Minato's pupil, yet Minato appears now. From a certain perspective, this is not only Feng's first encounter with Minato since his transmigration, but also Kakashi's first. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the esteemed Jonin of Konoha, Minato Namake's. I have accepted a mission from Lord Hokage, tasked with collaborating with you to accomplish our objectives. This is the Chunin, Kakashi Hitaki, and, the Genin, Uchiha Feng. Each of us has presented our affiliations, yet Feng appears somewhat resigned, seemingly the weakest among us based on titles alone. Indeed, I have heard of Kakashi's prowess from others, and I have also learned of Feng's abilities from Lord Third. You have single-handedly eliminated an elite Jonin from the Mist Village? Minato cast a curious gaze upon Feng. Merely a stroke of luck. Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually. How modest. Minato was quite pleased with Feng's demeanor. To possess such strength at a young age, yet remain humble, is a rare and commendable trait. Now, let us review the details of our mission. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Minato leaped down from the wall, retrieving 2 mission scrolls from behind him, which he presented to Kakashi and Feng. The two accepted the scrolls and began to read intently. However, upon completion, a flicker of shock illuminated their eyes. Is this truly what it states? Kakashi exclaimed, eyes wide, inhaling sharply in disbelief. It is yet to be confirmed, but it is likely accurate. Kakashi, since you will be the first to engage with the Mist Village, you are tasked with scouting the area outside the village, while Feng, your responsibilities are clearly outlined in the scroll, and I trust you will have no difficulties. Observing the two, Minato displayed his signature smile. Feng perused the contents of the scroll, pondering for a moment. After a while, Feng nodded. Certainly, that poses no issue. However, I have a request. Minato regarded Feng with curiosity. Upon the conclusion of this mission, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Feng stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Minato. At this, Minato paused momentarily, then shyly scratched his head. Feng, your talent is indeed remarkable, yet space-time ninjutsu demands a certain aptitude. As it happens, I possess a degree of talent in this domain. Nevertheless, if you wish to learn, I am willing to instruct you. Ultimately, your success will depend on your own efforts. The Flying Thunder God technique was not developed by Minato, but rather by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who was a master of forbidden jutsu. Throughout his life, Tobirama devised numerous forbidden techniques, such as the reanimation jutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique. However, many of these techniques were sealed away by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as they were brothers. This situation has evolved into a humorous anecdote in Mufing's original world. Tobirama Senju, brother, I have developed a new jutsu. Hashirama Senju, is it water release? Tobirama Senju, no? Hashirama Senju, then seal it. While this jest may be lighthearted, it reflects Tobirama's remarkable ability to innovate jutsu. And as forbidden techniques, the challenges of learning them certainly exist, along with inherent risks. The Flying Thunder God technique is renowned as one of the forbidden arts, and it is undoubtedly the most challenging space-time ninjutsu to master. The difficulty of learning such a technique is evident, which explains why, despite its formidable power, only 2 individuals from Konoha have successfully utilized it. However, Mufeng remains undeterred by this challenge. His unique physique offers him the potential to persevere. As long as he can endure the learning process until the system acknowledges his preliminary grasp of the Flying Thunder God, the subsequent journey will involve continually motivating himself to refine the technique. The prospect of wielding a space-time ninjutsu that allows for effortless movement exhilarates Mufeng. He is resolute in his determination to master it. Moreover, he has already begun contemplating the combination techniques that could follow his mastery of the Flying Thunder God, envisioning himself traversing the battlefield with Susanoo while employing the technique. It is akin to piloting a Gundam with instantaneous teleportation, truly a nightmare for any adversary. I fear not the obstacles. One must at least attempt the endeavor. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi? Noticing that Minato Namikaze does not seem averse to teaching the Flying Thunder God, Mufeng feels a glimmer of hope. With some time remaining before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, if he can seize this opportunity to learn the technique, the illustrious title may very well be his, significantly enhancing his safety on the battlefield thereafter. Upon hearing Mufeng's words, Kakashi's gaze reflects a flicker of interest. Yet he refrains from speaking, as he is still engrossed in the study of Chidori. Well then, do you have any thoughts regarding the mission? Minato inquires. Kakashi and Mufeng shake their heads in response. Minato nods, and then produces 2 specially crafted kunai from behind him. These are my specially designed kunai, imbued with the Flying Thunder God markings. Carry these with you. Should any peril arise during your mission, I shall provide immediate support. Mufeng and Kakashi accept the kunai. Very well, we shall meet then. With that, Minato waves goodbye and departs. Chapter 38. The Shattering of Hidden Mission Fantasies. What should we do? After watching Minato Namikaze leave, Kakashi turns his gaze towards Mufeng. In truth, the relationship between Mufeng and Kakashi had not been particularly harmonious prior to the incident with the full moon of the Ghost Lantern. But it seems that an unspoken understanding has developed between them since then. Moreover, Kakashi is no longer as aloof as he once was, at least in Mufeng's presence. What else is there to do? We shall proceed according to the mission. Mufeng glances at Kakashi, resting his hands behind his head. That works. Kakashi nods. But then his brow furrows. I have a question I would like to ask you. Kakashi poses once more. Mufeng is momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Go ahead. It pertains to Chidori. I have been studying the variations in chakra properties, but the lightning chakra tends to be volatile. Attempting to harness it on my hand can lead to self-injury if not executed properly. How did you manage to achieve that? Kakashi gazes earnestly at Mufeng, who, upon hearing this, appears somewhat surprised. How did I accomplish it? In terms of the timeline, Kakashi has not yet developed Chidori at this juncture. Strictly speaking, Mufeng has innovated the technique himself. However, he has not given much thought to Kakashi's inquiry. He merely relied on his recollections of the original work and followed the flow without much contemplation. This issue left Feng resting his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, he couldn't possibly reveal to Kakashi that he had traversed time and that Chidori was, in fact, a mimicry of his own. However, after Kakashi posed the question, Feng felt a certain validity in his words. In the original narrative, Kakashi had devoted considerable time to developing Raikiri. Although Feng had read the original, he was not fully aware of its principles. He had ventured into ninjutsu development based on his own ideas, and astonishingly, he had succeeded. Could it be that he was a genius in ninjutsu? No, the system had bestowed upon him an exceptional talent for ninjutsu. Was that truly remarkable? Observing Feng lost in contemplation, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, was it so difficult to achieve this? Kakashi sighed. It wasn't entirely impossible. Let me demonstrate a few more times, and you can observe closely. Truth be told, I hadn't given it much thought back then. Isn't chakra simply an extension of oneself? How could one's own chakra harm oneself? Feng felt that he couldn't articulate his thoughts clearly in just a few words. It would be better for Kakashi to deduce it himself. As his words trailed off, Feng summoned his chakra, and after a few simple hand seals, the chakra within him began to surge, be it Chidori or Raikiri. They were essentially ninjutsu formed through the externalization of chakra combined with elemental transformation. The difficulties of such ninjutsu lie in two aspects. First, the quantity of chakra must meet the externalization standards. Second, the control over chakra must be quite precise. Currently, Kakashi lacked in both areas, which explained his earlier inquiries. After all, the moniker of Konoha's Chakra Man was not earned lightly. Feng's demonstration was swift. He executed a few simple hand seals, and in the next moment, crackling lightning chakra surged in his hands. The azure light flickered, and Kakashi observed intently. Did you understand? Feng inquired. Kakashi shook his head, and with a hint of exasperation, Feng proceeded to demonstrate once more. It's not that complicated. As long as there is sufficient chakra, and one can train to control it, it can be achieved. Recently, I've been pondering whether I could compress chakra and release it directly, creating something akin to a flying sword, Feng stated. Having witnessed such ninjutsu before in the original narrative when Sasuke had employed it. However, as Feng's words fell, Kakashi appeared contemplative, his brow furrowing. And Feng realized that this time he had grasped some insights. Alright, if you have any further questions, feel free to come to me. Although I can't exactly articulate how to do it. Feng turned to leave. Kakashi nodded, offering a simple farewell. After parting ways with Kakashi, Feng did not immediately return to the competition arena to observe the preliminary battles. Instead, he sought a secluded spot and opened the system panel. Just moments ago, when Minato had handed Feng the mission scroll, he had heard the system's notification sound, but due to the presence of Kakashi and Minato, he had not checked it immediately. Now, Feng activated the system, and the first thing that caught his eye was the task notification. You have triggered the hidden task of the Chunin exam, Shattering Illusions. Task name: Shattering Illusions. Task description: the corpse of a high-ranking ninja from Kirigakure, Kaido Manatsu, has been discovered outside of Konoha, having been slain by someone. This occurs during a sensitive period of the Chunin exam, prompting an investigation by the higher-ups of Konoha. They unexpectedly uncover a conspiracy between Kirigakure and Kumogakure, intending to eliminate all Konoha participants before the exam. You have been assigned a task by the Konoha leadership to secretly execute an assassination of the enemy village ninjas infiltrating Konoha tonight. Task requirements: defeat or kill 2 enemy Chunin. Task rewards: Flying Thunder God Technique, Darkening Value, Random Secret Technique Research Scroll. Task penalty: all ninjutsu will be in a darkened state for 1 month. Note 1. This task is a hidden one, given the host's previous performance. The rewards are not fixed and will depend on the execution evaluation. Note 2. This task has a high probability of affecting the subsequent Chunin exam. Please take it seriously. Upon reading this task, Feng's eyes initially lit up, but then he furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, the rewards of the task stirred some desire within him. However, Feng now harbored serious doubts that the system had somehow gleaned his thoughts. The inclusion of the Flying Thunder God technique seemed to be an addition by the system itself. It appeared that he needed to cultivate more thoughts internally. Reflecting on the previous operations of the system, Feng began to seriously suspect that his system possessed some whimsical attributes. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take this task seriously. Unexpectedly, he found himself engaged in Chunin-level activities before even achieving the rank of Chunin. Sighing, Feng turned and headed home. With the task set to commence tonight, he needed to rest beforehand. Moreover, this mission was classified, and he was not alone. Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, and members of Konoha Zanbu would also be participating. Given the alliance between Kumogakure and Kirigakure, deploying the Umbu was entirely justified. Upon returning home, he rested for a while. As the sun set that evening, a knock sounded at Feng's door. Chapter 39, Covert Operation Uchiha Feng. Upon opening the door, a stranger appeared before him. The ninja wore a mask, easily recognizable as a member of Konoha's Umbu. Feng nodded, and the stranger tossed him a fox mask. "Put it on and follow me." Feng said nothing further, took the fox mask, and donned it. The Umbu ninja and Feng left the Uchiha compound together, maintaining silence throughout the journey. They continued until they neared the outskirts of Konoha, at which point the Umbu ninja slowly spoke. "Wait here." Feng nodded. This was the Umbu's style, silent and task-oriented. After a while, two figures suddenly appeared beside Feng. "Is everyone here?" A ninja adorned with a rabbit mask inquired. "Ready." The masked ninja spoke. "Another one?" The rabbit-masked ninja's gaze shifted towards Feng. "The Hokage has commanded it. The Uchiha have awakened their Sharingan." "Excellent. From this moment forth, your name shall be Akihiko. Is the mission clear?" The rabbit-masked ninja did not seek further clarification, directly addressing the pivotal question. Feng nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Our objective this time is a clandestine outpost located outside the Hidden Mist Village, recently established. There are 5 primary targets, one being a Jonin. I will handle the Jonin, while the rest of you swiftly eliminate the remaining Nin. Act quickly and strive to leave no survivors. Furthermore, among the opposing ninjas, there may be sensory-type ninjas. Should they become alert, we shall launch a direct assault." The rabbit-masked ninja outlined the strategy before turning to Feng. "For your first mission, observe from the sidelines and intervene only if the situation demands." "Understood." Feng nodded in agreement. The Umbu of Konoha represent the elite forces of the village, operating in a squad format. After joining the Umbu, one must undergo a period of training. The members typically exhibit intricate coordination and formidable strength. Feng surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen likely wished for him to participate in this operation to groom him as an Umbu member. This thought momentarily evoked the likeness of Uchiha Itachi from the original narrative. Feng recognized the parallels between his current script and that of Itachi. Although the distinction lay in the timing, Itachi became an Umbu member only after the Third Shinobi World War, during a period of intense conflict between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Presently, with war on the horizon, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would hesitate to act against the Uchiha clan. His intentions seemed directed towards recruiting Feng as the Uchiha of Konoha, rather than as a member of the Uchiha clan itself. Feng understood the intricacies of the situation, but felt no urgency to dwell on them. Possessing a system, his development was merely a matter of time. Konoha offered him a secure environment for growth, and he was content to remain there. However, the future remained uncertain. In summary, his priority was to strengthen himself, clearing any obstacles that stood in his path towards power. "Excellent. As long as you comprehend, let us depart," declared the rabbit-masked ninja, leading the team onward. Feng was positioned centrally within the squad, and after a swift journey, they had exited the boundaries of Konoha, arriving at a secluded forested hillside. This hidden grove was remarkably discreet. Viewed from above, one would perceive it merely as an ordinary slope. Yet, the incline concealed ample space, shrouded from view by the dense foliage, and it was not artificially created. Unless one approached intentionally, it would be challenging to discern the concealed mysteries of this hillside. As they drew closer, Feng and the others were taken aback, marveling internally at how such a secretive location could be discovered by both the Hidden Mist Village and the inhabitants of Konoha. "Hold." Upon nearing the hillside, the leading rabbit-masked ninja gestured for a few to halt, casting a glance towards another individual. That person fell silent, forming a hand seal, and after a brief moment, turned to the others. The individuals inside remained unaware of any disturbances. It was time to act. "All right, I will advance with the toad, while you and the red fox stay here. If anyone attempts to flee, be sure to intercept them immediately." With these words, the dark ninja unsheathed his kunai and stealthily moved forward, followed closely by one of his companions. The ninja beside Feng was indeed the one sent to fetch him. And through the recent actions, Feng had confirmed that this individual was a sensory-type ninja. Among the ranks of Konoha, sensory-type ninjas were relatively abundant, with the Hyuga clan being the most prominent, alongside the clan residing in the mountains where Ino hailed from. However, the dark ninja accompanying Feng did not belong to either of these clans, and Feng could not ascertain the nature of his jutsu. Realizing that Konoha harbored many hidden talents beyond what was depicted in the original narrative, the dark ninja signaled Feng to remain still while he continued to enhance his sensory perception. Under the cover of night, the two Konoha Dark members stealthily approached the Mist Village stronghold. Within the stronghold, 5 Mist Village ninjas wore expressions of concern. 2 days had elapsed, yet there was still no word from Lord Full Moon. If all went as expected, he must have been discovered by the Konoha forces. I noticed signs of battle outside Konoha, likely left by Lord Full Moon. Mizukes had reported the information, exclaiming, "Damn it, Konoha's security has become unusually stringent. And the attitude of the Cloud Ninjas seems to have shifted as well. What should we do? Should we remain here? If we leave and fail the mission, Lord Mizukage will be furious, and we cannot bear the consequences." Upon hearing the mention of the Mizukage's wrath, a deep silence enveloped the stronghold, the atmosphere growing tense. At that moment, a Mist Ninja's pupils dilated suddenly. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet around us. As soon as he uttered these words, one of his companions immediately employed a reconnaissance jutsu, and in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. "Someone is approaching. It's a Konoha ninja. Prepare to retreat." There was no time to waste. The enemy had already arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind filled the air as several shurikens flew towards the group during their conversation. The 5 Mist Ninjas turned in unison to face the incoming shurikens, and their hearts sank as they realized the grave danger they were in. Oh no, there are explosive tags. In the next moment, a resounding explosion erupted amidst the tranquil forest as 2 Konoha Dark Ninjas launched an assault on the 5 Mist Ninjas. It's Konoha's dark forces, 2 of them. And there's another lurking in the shadows. Be cautious, prepare for battle. The Mist Ninjas evaded the explosive tags using body flicker techniques, while the leading Jonin charged directly towards the dark member adorned with the rabbit mask. The other 2 engaged the remaining ninja, while the last 2 swiftly turned to flee without a second thought. Chapter 40. Swiftly concluding the battle amidst the vicinity of the stronghold forest, the Konoha ninjas clashed with the Mist Ninjas. Several shurikens soared through the air, colliding and plummeting to the ground. A Konoha ninja, adorned with a rabbit mask, swiftly identified his target, a Miss Jonin wielding a short blade. Without needing further instruction, another ninja beside him charged toward the remaining 2 adversaries. With a thud, a sudden movement resulted in a resounding impact of fists. The Miss Jonin cast a glance at the 3 remaining combatants, all of whom possessed a certain degree of combat prowess. The 2 who had fled were a sensory-type ninja and another skilled in stealth and speed. The plan had been compromised. The Miss Jonin understood the difficulty of returning alive this time, yet he was determined to transmit the intelligence from this location. Otherwise, further complications would surely arise. Observing the escape of the 2, the Konoha members chose not to pursue them, deeming the pair insufficiently formidable and leaving their apprehension to Feng and another member stationed outside. Although the trio within their unit exhibited varying levels of strength, as competent ninjas, their combat capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. This time, the Konoha held a measure of confidence. Even without Feng's presence, the 3 of them could accomplish their mission with success. In the depths of the forest, a thunderous explosion erupted as the stronghold's explosive tags detonated, causing Feng and the nearby ninja to tense their nerves. The sensory ninja quickly furrowed his brow. "Someone is emerging. Follow me." As he spoke, he darted toward the direction of the 2 Mist Ninjas. Feng followed closely behind, his eyes unknowingly transforming into a crimson hue, the 3 tomos spinning into place. 3 tomo. The sensory ninja expressed his astonishment upon witnessing Feng's eyes. Feng nodded, remaining silent. "I'll handle one of them. That is acceptable, right?" "No problem." "All right. There are 2 ahead, one on the left and one on the right. I'll take the one on the right." With swift movements, the 2 figures flitted about. Having established their strategy, the remaining task was to engage in combat. Soon, following the sensory-type ninja, Feng spotted the 2 emerging Mist Ninjas, who, in turn, had also noticed Feng and his companion. Indeed, there are more. What is going on? 2 of them. The Mist Ninjas expressed surprise at the sight of the approaching duo. Typically, formations consist of 3 members, with occasional lone wolves. However, encounters with 4 individuals were rare. Forget the details for now, let us charge ahead. With the dispatch of members, it was likely that Konoha intended to resolve matters discreetly. "All right, you take the tall one, I'll deal with the short one." "Damn it, this guy is from the Uchiha clan. Do not look into his eyes." In the swift rush, both sides soon collided. and Mufeng's pair of crimson Sharingan drew the attention of the Mist Ninjas. Though renowned, the Sharingan instilled the greatest fear in many ninjas due to the Jinjutsu it could unleash. Upon encountering the adversaries of the Uchiha clan, many ninjas instinctively avert their gazes, for to do otherwise may result in falling prey to the opponent's Jinjutsu without even realizing it. If ensnared by such illusions, merely being immobilized would be tolerable. However, becoming indistinguishable from foe would indeed spell trouble. At this moment, although Mufeng had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, he remained utterly oblivious to the intricacies of Jinjutsu, with his foremost strengths lying in taijutsu and ninjutsu. With a swift motion, the distance between the two parties diminished. The Mist Ninja understood that to break free, he must eliminate Mufeng and the other Umbu members standing before him. He hurled a kunai and promptly began weaving hand seals. Fingers danced with remarkable speed. Water style, water bullet technique. In the next instant, a torrent of blue-white water orbs surged towards Mufeng and his companion. Reacting quickly, Mufeng and the other Umbu ninjas separated, dodging to the side and propelling themselves towards their respective targets by leveraging the branches of the dense forest. Close combat was their only option. Gritting his teeth, the Mist Ninja braced himself for the inevitable confrontation with the Konoha Umbu member, a daunting experience indeed, yet there was no alternative. They needed to concentrate their efforts to breach through one individual. After a brief exchange of signals, they swiftly identified their target, not Mufeng, but rather the sensory-type ninja. After all, Mufeng's Sharingan was quite imposing, giving the impression that he was not to be trifled with. The two Mist Ninjas charged towards the sensory Umbu member, simultaneously drawing kunai from their waists. The Umbu member furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Mufeng's position. He was not far, yet it would take a moment to reach him. In this one-against-two scenario, the Umbu member would not have it easy. Clash. The two sides briefly crossed paths, and in a flash of lightning, they had engaged in combat. However, this encounter left the Umbu member wounded, his arm slashed by one of the Mist Ninjas. The Umbu member glanced in astonishment, while the assailant's gaze turned icy, emanating a palpable murderous intent, far beyond that of a mere Chunin. "You are no Chunin," exclaimed the sensory Umbu member in shock. "Chunin? I have been a Jonin for 2 years now. Your intelligence in Konoha is woefully outdated. How could they dispatch mere Chunin to confront us?" The Mist Ninja retorted, eyeing the wound on the Umbu member's arm, pausing for a moment. Meanwhile, his companion deftly positioned himself opposite him. Observing this, Mufeng furrowed his brow and dashed towards the Konoha Umbu member. "How are you holding up?" "The kunai was poisoned. For now, I am fine, but I suspect this arm will be of no use." The Umbu member quickly assessed. They likely employed a neurotoxin, so exercise caution. "Understood." Mufeng nodded, directing his gaze towards the two Mist Ninjas. Faced with Mufeng, their expressions tightened, clearly intimidated by his Sharingan. "Retreat." In the next moment, the two exchanged glances, unwilling to linger, and swiftly turned to race into the distance. To depart was not so simple. Mufeng's gaze sharpened, and simultaneously, his chakra surged within him. 8 gates release, activate. With a thunderous roar, his chakra erupted forth, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. This time, Mufeng directly opened to the 4th gate. Enveloped by a layer of energy, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, akin to a beast of the wilderness. How could this be possible? The two from the Mist Village immediately fell into a state of panic, while the members of the Umbu also gazed at Mufeng in astonishment. Under the scrutiny of the three, Mufeng's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The warning of the Mist Village's Jonin was abruptly interrupted. With a resounding impact, immense force surged forth, striking the Mist Ninja's torso. He failed to even perceive Mufeng's movement before he was violently propelled backward. In midair, another tremendous force descended upon him, crashing him heavily to the ground. A dull thud resonated as the Mist Jonin slammed onto the earth, struggling to rise, while his companions were now thoroughly bewildered. How could this be? "You are not of the Uchiha clan." He gazed at Mufeng in shock. Yet Mufeng's reply was 2 swift punches. A minute later, the two Mist Ninjas lay defeated upon the ground. Their combat prowess was significantly inferior, far below that of the likes of Kisame, and in the 4th gate state, Mufeng granted them no opportunity for resistance. After Mufeng triumphed over the two, the battle at the base had also concluded. The Umbu ninja in the rabbit mask emerged, wiping the blood from his ninja blade. "Is it over? Did you perform well?" The rabbit-masked Umbu member glanced at the sensory ninja, but soon noticed the latter's injuries. Chapter 41. Exchange for Ninja Blade. Demon Blade Muramasa. What happened? Seeing one injured, the leading Umbu member's tone turned somewhat cold. One among them was a Jonin. It was the Red Fox who saved me, but he paid a price. The Umbu member replied. The so-called price he spoke of was the after-effects of the Eight Gates release. As Umbu members, they were certainly familiar with the Eight Gates. Many had attempted to train in it, yet none had achieved notable success, as the rigorous physical training was exceedingly tedious and did not readily translate into combat power. Eight Gates release. Within the base, the rabbit had already heard the commotion outside, and, upon seeing the somewhat exhausted Feng and the injured individual, he felt reassured. An Uchiha actually utilized the Eight Gates release. Noticing Feng's silence, the rabbit began to mutter quietly. Not only outsiders, but even within Konoha. It was believed that as a member of the Uchiha clan, mastering one's bloodline limit surpassed all else. Dedicating time to train in the Eight Gates release was considered a fruitless endeavor. The mission has been accomplished. We should return. I wonder how the other squads fared. Red Fox, you shall accompany us. Soon, the four departed from the scene, leaving behind 5 slain mist ninjas. However, a recovery team would soon arrive to address the aftermath. After a while, Feng returned to Konoha village, accompanied by 3 Umbu ninjas. There, he encountered Kakashi, adorned with an Umbu mask, the animal it represented being indiscernible. Yet, his distinctive white hair was unmistakable, allowing anyone familiar with Kakashi to recognize him. In addition to Kakashi, Feng also crossed paths with 2 other teams. After a brief exchange regarding the completion of their respective missions, they disbanded promptly. Feng followed his own team, while Kakashi remained with his. Throughout this entire process, although both recognized each other, they did not engage in conversation. What piqued Feng's interest was the absence of Minato Namikaze. It was apparent that Minato was engaged with adversaries far more formidable than their small squads. The mission had been assigned swiftly and concluded just as promptly. Ultimately, after confirming the mission's completion, Feng returned the fox mask. Your performance was commendable. If you can successfully pass the Chunin exams, consider joining the Umbu, remarked the leading Umbu ninja as they departed. From the outset, Feng understood that this mission was largely a precursor to his potential enlistment in the Umbu. However, deep within, Feng harbored a curiosity about the Umbu of Konoha, albeit accompanied by a sense of resistance. This resistance stemmed primarily from his Uchiha heritage. He did not wish to become a traitor like Itachi, who, under the guise of protecting the village, turned his blade against his own kin. Yet, aside from this concern, the identity of an Umbu held certain advantages. First and foremost, it would grant Feng the opportunity to encounter a greater variety of individuals, gain more combat experience, and even engage with formidable opponents. Just as in the recent battle, where Feng triumphed over a mist Jonin, he additionally earned 100 points of dark value. Upon returning home and resting for a while, Feng received a notification from the system. Ding. Hidden task. Chunin exam fantasy shattered has been completed. Commencing settlement. Your final settlement score is level. You have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. Requires consultation with Minato Namikaze. You have gained 1,300 points of dark value. You have received random secret technique scroll 1. The system's settlement concluded, indicating that Konoha had achieved victory in tonight's endeavor. However, given Feng's current qualifications and performance, subsequent matters would likely hold little relevance for him, as he was still but a child. As I suspected, I must learn the Flying Thunder God technique on my own. Feng mused, somewhat exasperated by the system's notification. He then redirected his attention to the dark value and the random secret technique scroll, a task directly awarded 1,300 points of dark value, instilling in Feng a sense of burgeoning prosperity. Most crucially, with these 1,300 points, Feng now possessed a total of 3,400 points of dark value, sufficient to redeem the coveted Demon Blade Muramasa. Ever since Feng pilfered the swordsmanship skill from Ghost Lantern Full Moon, he had longed for a ninja blade. Yet the steep cost of 3,000 points induced a twinge of regret. After a brief contemplation, Feng resolutely decided to embrace the sacrifice and redeem the Demon Blade Muramasa. Wealth may be transient, but handsomeness is everlasting. You have redeemed the Ninja Blade Demon Blade Muramasa, consuming 3,000 points of dark value. Following the system's prompt, a black vortex materialized before Feng, through which a hilt wrapped in a purple cloth slowly emerged. Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt and drew the blade. Examining the weapon in his hand, Mu Feng noted its black sheath and purple grip, elegantly curved, capable of surpassing many artisanal blades in aesthetics alone. Upon grasping it, he felt a satisfying weight that was perfectly balanced, comfortable in his hold. With a swift motion, he drew the blade from its sheath, producing a crisp sound. And before him appeared a ninja blade adorned in hues of black and purple with a white, glistening edge, radiating an aura of sharpness. The junction where the blade met the edge featured rhythmic waves, enhancing the blade's overall fluidity. Gazing at this ninja blade, Mu Feng felt a surge of joy and began to swing it with vigor. However, he soon discovered a slight dissatisfaction relative to his current height. The blade seemed a tad lengthy. Yet, for an adult, the length would likely be ideal. Nevertheless, with the mastery of Ghost Lantern Full Moon's swordsmanship, this minor hindrance posed no significant challenge to Mu Feng. Before long, after a series of practice swings, Mu Feng became adept at wielding the demon blade Muramasa, finding it much more manageable. Yet, he now needed to assess the blade's performance to determine if it truly justified the expenditure of 3,000 points of dark value. Please do not disappoint me, otherwise, I shall suffer a tremendous loss, Mu Feng murmured as he caressed the demon blade Muramasa. In the next moment, he stood tall, gripping the blade with determination while channeling his chakra. Chapter 42, The Benefits Bestowed by Wave Wind Minato. With the demon blade firmly in hand, Mu Feng summoned his chakra. A resonant hum echoed as the chakra infused the black blade, which illuminated with a crimson glow, radiating an impressive splendor. With a swift flourish, he swung the blade, producing a sound as it sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of red light. The sharp edge emanated a chilling aura, as if capable of cleaving through space itself. The blade appears to possess a certain sharpness. Noticing the characteristics of the enchanted knife, Mu Feng procured a wooden board and swung the blade downwards. The white edge met the wood with no resistance, gliding through the surface as effortlessly as parting water, producing not even a sound. Much like a boat sailing smoothly, Mu Feng effortlessly sliced through the board. With a crack, the board split in two and fell to the ground. Mu Feng scrutinized the enchanted knife in his hand, yet this alone did not suffice to satisfy him. After all, this item had cost him a hefty 3,000 points of dark value. Subsequently, Mu Feng gathered several shurikens and placed them on the ground, eager to test the knife's sharpness further. This time, he refrained from channeling chakra and simply wielded the blade. Soon, however, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The enchanted knife, Muramasa, fell upon the shurikens, and Mu Feng felt little pressure. The shurikens were cleaved as effortlessly as tofu, the cuts smooth and precise. Upon closer inspection, the blade of Muramasa bore no marks, remaining flawlessly intact and polished. How extraordinarily sharp, Mu Feng exclaimed. Surely, it must be sharper than one forged from diamond. Having reached this point in his experimentation, Mu Feng was quite pleased with the knife's fundamental attributes. However, he soon began to explore other possibilities. According to the system's description, this knife had been processed to adapt well to chakra. Now, Mu Feng had just mastered the conversion and manipulation of the 5 elemental chakras. He proceeded to attempt imbuing the knife with various chakra attributes. With each elemental infusion, the enchanted knife underwent remarkable transformations. Under the fire attribute, it glowed a fierce crimson, emanating an extraordinary heat capable of incinerating all in its path. Encased in the earth attribute, the knife shimmered with a golden light, appearing incredibly resilient, able to withstand a fatal blow. In the presence of the lightning attribute, the blade sparkled with flickering white light, capable of inducing paralysis. The wind attribute augmented the knife with a cutting effect, enhancing its sharpness to a level where it could slice through energy. Conversely, the water attribute did not exhibit such pronounced effects. After experimenting with all 5 attributes, Mu Feng found no cause for dissatisfaction and grew increasingly fond of the knife. The combination of the elemental attributes and Mu Feng's mastery of swordsmanship, if trained diligently, could significantly bolster his close combat capabilities. Given the knife's sharpness, any strike would surely be decisive. Overall, Mu Feng felt quite content with this ninja blade. After a series of trials, Mu Feng secured the knife at his waist, though its length required him to hold the hilt firmly. This minor inconvenience was hardly worthy of concern. The next morning, early at dawn, a knock resounded at Mu Feng's door. "Hey, I heard from Kakashi that your home is here." Upon opening the door, Mu Feng was greeted by a striking blonde figure, none other than Minato. "How did the mission go last night?" Watergate appeared as an elder brother figure, his gaze reflecting a genuine concern. Not bad, quite smooth. Come in and take a seat. He beckoned to Feng. As Watergate stepped into Feng's humble abode, he surveyed the surroundings, his brows furrowing slightly at the sight of Feng's modest living conditions. Regarding the mission, I've heard from the Umbu about your commendable performance. I am here to present you with this. Once seated, Watergate got straight to the point, producing a scroll. He continued, I have a task to undertake outside the village, so I won't be around for a while. This scroll contains the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique, along with some of my personal insights. You may peruse it for now, and once I return, feel free to ask me any questions you might have. He paused and inquired, by the way, is the time-space kanai I left for you still with you? Feng nodded, initially contemplating seeking out Watergate himself, but was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected visit. The gesture of delivering such a gift certainly bolstered Feng's admiration for Watergate. Yes, it is. Watergate replied, the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in the mark. The time-space kanai you possess bears my mark, so you should observe it closely. Once you manage to carve your own time-space mark, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique will be within your grasp. Well, the primary purpose of my visit today was this matter, and my team awaits me, so I shall take my leave. With that, Watergate expressed his intention to depart. Feng bid farewell to Watergate and returned to his room, immersing himself in the study of the scroll detailing the Flying Thunder God technique. It must be said, the technique was indeed intricate, far more so than the Water Dragon Bullet and other ninjutsu he had previously learned. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique necessitated some foundational knowledge, such as time-space markings and chakra properties. Fortunately, the scroll contained detailed explanations, along with numerous annotations from Watergate, making it comprehensible for Feng. It appeared to be a monumental undertaking, one that would likely not bear fruit in time for the Chunin exams. Furthermore, the Flying Thunder God technique demanded considerable chakra. After a period of study, Feng reached a conclusion. Although he had previously been content with his chakra reserves, he now felt a sudden inadequacy. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Your chakra has detected your disdain and is currently undergoing a furious dark transformation. Taken aback, Feng opened his attribute panel and indeed saw the words furious dark transformation next to his chakra. Well, this is convenient. Having a system means I don't have to do anything. My chakra can enhance itself. Feng smiled faintly, envisioning a humorous scene in his mind. A little figure with a character for chakra taped to its head was diligently training, occasionally glancing at a photo of chakra taped nearby, motivating itself. The thought of this amusing image brought a smile to Feng's face. With the acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique and the exchange for a ninja sword, Feng once again found himself with a new training objective, embarking on the meticulous planning of his cultivation regimen. By 10 o'clock in the morning, he had largely formulated his subsequent training strategy. It was at this juncture that a voice called out from outside, Feng. Feng, are you home? Chapter 43. The Three Sannin. Orochimaru. As he opened the door, Feng was greeted by his companions, Kai, Yuhi Kurenai, Obito, and the somewhat disdainful Asuma Sarutobi. Upon spotting Feng, Kurenai waved enthusiastically, her smile radiant, as she hurried over. Feng, where were you yesterday? We came looking for you last night. But you weren't home, she inquired. I had some matters to attend to yesterday. What is up? Feng scratched his head, unsure of how to explain himself to them. It's nothing serious. We went to watch the Nin exam, and Asuma sneaked us in. But we didn't see you there. Didn't you pass the second round? Kurenai asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. While Asuma could have gathered information about the Nin exam, he refrained from doing so, feeling jealous of Kurenai's evident affection for Feng during their last ramen outing. He believed he had already done enough as a noble scion of Konoha by escorting Kurenai and the others to skip class and watch the exam. Thus, he would not stoop to inquire about a rival. Because of Asuma's reluctance, the others had not spotted Feng at the venue and were compelled to inquire. However, by the time they arrived yesterday, Feng had already set off on a mission, and it was not until today that Kurenai and the others returned. Oh, during the exam, Kakashi had something for me to attend to. In the first round, there were 13 participants, and I was exempt, so I didn't compete. Has the result of the exam been announced? Feng turned his gaze towards Kurenai. Exempt? Is that even possible? So you managed to reach the finals without lifting a finger, and you'll be competing before Lord Hokage? Obito interjected, unable to contain his disbelief. Becoming Hokage was Obito's dream, and the Hokage was a figure he revered. The finals of the Ch-Nin exam were open to the public, with the third Hokage himself in attendance. Such an opportunity for glory was one he had imagined countless times in his dreams. Obito, luck is a part of strength, Mu Feng replied. He firmly believed in this statement, for he had discerned that the exemption from the competition was orchestrated by the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Ultimately, his exemption stemmed from his own formidable prowess. How could this be? It's so unfair. Obito scratched his head, still somewhat incredulous. Mu Feng dismissed Obito's concerns, as did Kurenai. Well, the results of the preliminary rounds have been announced. However, during the preliminaries, 2 ninjas were severely injured in their match, and it appears they will not be able to compete. Oh, Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. Originally, Mu Feng had anticipated that after the preliminary rounds, with a total of 7 individuals, one would inevitably be left out. However, it now appeared that such a scenario was non-existent. Which 2 individuals sustained injuries? Mu Feng inquired. One is from a small ninja village, and the other is Inuzuka Hana. She earnestly replied. Her combat style is quite peculiar, as she actually fights alongside dogs. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's interest waned. The participation of these 2 held little significance for him. What piqued Mu Feng's curiosity was the potential reaction from the Akatsuki's Kaku following the severance of the communication link with Kirigakure by himself and the Umbu last night. Would they continue to compete or concede? Kakuzu and his comrades had entered the Chunin exam with transparent intentions. Thus, as long as they refrained from any egregious actions, Konoha would not take measures against them. Moreover, even if Kakuzu shone brightly during the Chunin exam, his current prowess was merely at the level of a Chunin nearing Jonin, posing little threat to Konoha. If it's just those 2, then it's of no concern. Even if they reach the finals, I won't cross paths with them, Mu Feng declared resolutely. Is that so? Listening to Mu Feng, Hinata nodded but refrained from further inquiries, instead mentioning another matter. Oh, by the way, when I arrived this morning, I saw the ninja from Kimogakure. They seem to have been eliminated and have already departed from Konoha, not intending to witness the subsequent matches. With Hinata's revelation, Mu Feng could ascertain that the actions taken last night had indeed succeeded. It was likely that Minato had dealt with the ninja from Kimogakure. The leader of the Mist Village was presumably Hozuki Mangekyou, while it remained uncertain who had been dispatched from Kimogakure. However, considering Minato's hurried visit this morning, indicating a mission outside, and in light of Hinata's statements, Mu Feng surmised that the Chunin exam was far from concluded. Having read the original text, Mu Feng was aware that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage. Yet now, having arrived in Konoha, he could already sense the impending scent of war. Additionally, there was another matter. Lord Orochimaru had returned and was reportedly attending the matches. If you perform well this time, perhaps you could even apprentice under Lord Orochimaru. Hinata continued to share news with Mu Feng. However, upon hearing the name Orochimaru, Mu Feng's brow furrowed in concern. In his eyes, the most formidable adversary in Konoha was neither Danzo nor the third Hokage, but Orochimaru. Renowned as the scientific madman of the ninja world, his capabilities were unpredictable. His techniques for reincarnation alone could send shivers down one's spine. Furthermore, Mu Feng harbored numerous secrets, including an inexplicable surge in strength and an abundance of chakra far exceeding that of an ordinary genin. The most concerning aspect was his possession of Hashirama's cells. Given the current timeline, Orochimaru's research likely revolved around Hashirama's cells. Should Orochimaru discover Mu Feng's possession of Hashirama's lineage, his days in Konoha could become exceedingly perilous. Oh, is that so? It seems this presents an opportunity. As Mu Feng contemplated, he indulged in a light-hearted exchange with Yugao. However, when compared to Lord Orochimaru, he found himself more inclined towards Lady Tsunade. Yugao blinked and earnestly remarked, unfortunately, Lady Tsunade is currently absent from the village, and Lord Jiraiya is also away. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. If he were to select a mentor among the legendary Sannin, his preference would undoubtedly lean towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya embodies the essence of a traditional ninja and possesses the summoning scroll of Mount Myaboku. In contrast, Orochimaru's techniques are rather sinister, and his character is equally dubious. Until he fully matures, Mu Feng is reluctant to engage with him. As for Tsunade, her expertise in medical ninjutsu diverges from Mu Feng's developmental trajectory. Thank you, Yugao, for taking the time to convey this information to me. After a brief moment of reflection, Mu Feng set aside his thoughts and shifted his gaze towards Yu Gao. Upon hearing Mu Feng's gratitude, a faint blush crept onto Yu Gao's cheeks. Not at all. It's just that everyone is rather intrigued. She retorted. Humph. If it weren't for you insisting that I come, I wouldn't have bothered, Yu Gao added, just as Asuma interjected with a scoff of disdain. Mu Feng offered Asuma a faint smile, though internally he criticized the disruption of Yu Gao's moment. In the original narrative, to win Yu Gao's affection was quite a feat. Subsequently, Mu Feng and Yu Gao, along with their companions, changed the subject, discussing Mu Feng's experiences during the Chunin exams. When mealtime arrived, the group made their way to Ichiraku Ramen, which had evidently become the favored dining spot for Mu Feng and his small entourage. After engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere quickly became amiable, and Asuma's earlier displeasure seemed to dissipate. Mu Feng, best of luck in the upcoming match in 2 days. We will all be there to support you. As they prepared to part ways, Yu Gao continued to encourage Mu Feng. Chapter 44. The final match 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Mu Feng remained undisturbed. He diligently practiced his swordsmanship while delving into the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique. The swordsmanship he acquired from the system belonged to the renowned Gazuki Manatsu, and Mu Feng aimed to integrate it into his own style, thereby crafting a distinctive swordsmanship that would enhance his fluidity in combat and minimize vulnerabilities. On the day of the final phase of the Chunin exams, Konoha was bustling with unprecedented excitement. As a ninja village, Konoha offered limited entertainment options, making the Chunin exams akin to the Olympics for many, especially for the common folk. Early in the morning, Mu Feng received notice to report to the competition venue for sign-in and identity verification. It was here that he encountered fellow participants in the final assessment, with the same instructor overseeing them. There were 6 participants in total for the final assessment. As Yu Gao had mentioned, Inuzuka Hana and another ninja from a small village had not determined a victor and were both severely injured, rendering them unable to compete. The 6 participants included Uchiha Mu Feng, Hyuga Hanabi, Nara Shio, Akimichi D2, Karashir Kisame, and another ninja from the Mist Village. 6 ninjas participated, with Konoha claiming 4 spots, which is already quite commendable. After the announcement, the overseer briefly addressed the 6 individuals. The rules for the finals remain unchanged from the preliminaries, still adhering to the 1v1 format. However, there was no need for a draw, as Konoha had already arranged the matchups. Once this was conveyed, the overseer gathered the 4 from Konoha. Here is the list of matchups. You may prepare yourselves. This contest is extraordinary, with the Hokage and the village's high-ranking officials paying keen attention. Those who excel will earn greater training resources and opportunities. Moreover, your prestige within the village will significantly increase, potentially benefiting your families as well. Additionally, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru, will be present to observe. Mu Feng, this presents an opportunity for you. At this point, the overseer turned his gaze toward Mu Feng, who stood alone among the 4, lacking a team. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, Mu Feng had not aligned himself with a squad or mentor. The overseer's statement was quite clear. Performing well could lead to being taken under Lord Orochimaru's wing. Mu Feng frowned slightly, but nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Orochimaru held considerable esteem within Konoha. All right, the competition is about to begin, and you are now aware of your opponents. Prepare yourselves. With that, the overseer departed. The 4 Konoha Jonin exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty. Showdown Dongtang and Hyuga Holman exuded a sense of rivalry, as they were slated to face one another according to the list. Nara Shiozui turned his attention to Mu Feng. It seems you will be up against that formidable shark from the mist, he cautioned. Be careful, as he is quite powerful. Nara Shiozui's warning stemmed from genuine concern, not prying. However, he couldn't help but notice the disparity in age. Mu Feng was the youngest among them, while his opponent was notably stronger than the others. This contrast made Nara Shiozui uneasy, fearing that Mu Feng might not stand a chance against Kisame Hashigaki. In response to Nara Shiozui's concern, Mu Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. You see me as a child, yet I see you as one as well. Just a few years older, why adopt a patronizing tone? Rest assured, I have slain Mist's elite. With that bold declaration, Mu Feng turned and departed, leaving Nara Shiozui and the others in a state of confusion. Is he serious? It doesn't seem likely, Nara Shiozui pondered, rubbing his chin as he recalled the village's unusual activities in recent days. Could it be? How much can he eat at his age? Xiao Dao Dongtang asked incredulously, sharing a close rapport with Nara Shiozui. At that moment, Hyuga Homan interrupted their conversation. Showdown Dantang, I will defeat you in the contest. The Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha. With that proclamation, he too turned to leave. Although the competition had yet to commence, a rift had already begun to form among the Konoha teams. Fortunately, this time it would be a series of 1v1 matches. Soon, after a brief wait, the final assessment of the Nin exam commenced. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, delivered an address, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the assembled Leaf Village personnel. Feng stood motionless, as if listening to an incomprehensible scripture, his expression devoid of emotion. The reactions of others varied. Some were filled with excitement, while others exhibited signs of anxiety, and a few appeared indifferent. After a series of preliminary proceedings, the anticipated battles finally began, with the first match featuring Nara Shio against a Mist Village ninja. Following the announcement of the combatants, Nara Shio descended from the spectator platform, while his opponent from the Mist regarded him with a gaze steeped in hostility. Having gone through the preliminary rounds, both sides had a reasonable understanding of each other's jutsu. Nara Shio employed the Nara clan's secret technique, the shadow imitation technique, while his adversary, a member of the Hozuki clan, wielded the water transformation technique. Evidently, in terms of ninjutsu, Nara Shio faced a disadvantage. The shadow imitation technique could not ensnare an adversary who had transformed into water. However, within the confines of the arena, the Hozuki ninja had also located a suitable hiding spot. Furthermore, during his offensive maneuvers, he could not maintain his water form. Should Nara Shio seize that fleeting moment, the contest could swiftly conclude. Thus, this bout was poised as a contest of equals, with the sole distinction being the ninjas' mastery of their respective secret techniques and combat awareness. Go, Shio! Send that Mist Village ninja flying. The audience erupted in cheers as both competitors took their places. Nara Shio dismissed the cacophony of noise, focusing intently on the Mist ninja, who was likewise scrutinizing him. Suddenly, the Mist ninja sprang into action, dashing towards the center of the arena. It was midday, and the shadow imitation technique relied on the presence of shadows. Moving away from the surrounding walls was certainly a prudent choice. Nara Shio did not pursue. Instead, he hurled several shuriken from a distance, only to have them effortlessly deflected by his opponent. A frown creased his brow as he observed the Mist Village ninja, and both found themselves locked in a stalemate. After a time, neither side seemed inclined to engage in fierce combat, which caused restlessness among the audience. Although some ninjas offered analyses, the spectators were evidently uninterested in a mere shuriken duel, and the noise escalated. Hey, over there! Continuing to drag this out won't solve anything. Why not settle it with taijutsu? At this moment, Nara Shio proposed a suggestion. The Mist ninja looked up at the sun and nodded in tacit agreement. The two combatants approached each other, initiating a vigorous confrontation. As a ninja of the Hozuki clan, the Mist ninja had presumed he would possess a certain advantage in physical combat. However, upon engaging, he realized he had miscalculated. Nara Shio's taijutsu was formidable, and without the use of secret techniques, the Hozuki ninja felt as though his hands and feet were bound. After a fierce battle, he found himself at a disadvantage. Nara Shio seized the opportunity and launched a punch directly towards the face of the Mist ninja. At that moment, with a resounding thud, the ninja executed the technique of water transformation. In the next instant, the transformed Mist ninja's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he circled behind Nara Shio, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that very moment, his body suddenly froze. I knew you wouldn't play fair. Therefore, I have always remained on guard against you, Nara Shio declared, his hands now clasped together, standing atop the shadow of the Mist ninja. With his body immobilized, Nara Shio soon compelled the Mist ninja to submit. In their first contest, Nara Shio emerged victorious. As the proctor announced the result, the spectators erupted with excitement. The subsequent match was an internal battle within the Leaf Village, featuring Hyuga Hayashi and Akimichi DT. The crowd's cheers were somewhat muted this time, as both participants hailed from the same village, and Hayashi belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan. Ultimately, Hyuga Hayashi triumphed, showcasing the long-unseen technique of Kaiten, leaving the entire Leaf Village astonished. Following the contest, Akimichi DT was promptly escorted to the medical room, yet he remained unconvinced by the outcome. Nara Shio, as DT's teammate, followed closely behind. The third match was about to commence, the grand finale that the audience had eagerly anticipated. The meeting of the Uchiha clan's new prodigy and a formidable beast from the Mist Village. Chapter 45. Clash with Hashigaki Kisame now. The third contest is set to begin. The competitors are from the Leaf Village, Uchiha Mufeng, and from the Mist Village, Hashigaki Kisame. The proctor announced the participants, and soon Mufeng and Kisame emerged from the respective entrances. Kisame bore a large sword on his back, while Mufeng wielded the cursed blade, Muramasa. This match would mark the first appearance of a cursed sword in the world of Naruto. In the stands, the audience's expressions shifted as they observed Mufeng and Kisame, both carrying swords that seemed disproportionate to their physiques, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. From a purely visual standpoint, Kisame's robust physique emanated an aggressive warrior presence, while Mufeng, though not tall, stood upright, resembling a nimble assassin. Were it not for the presence of ninjutsu, one might mistake this for a duel of swordsmanship. However, this was the Naruto universe. In a sense, although both wielded blades, their sword techniques were not particularly refined. Mufeng had yet to fully assimilate the swordsmanship of the ghostly Mizukage, and Kisame's original sword skills were merely passable. Yet, the sheer aura both exuded upon entering the arena was enough to intimidate the entire audience. The noise in the stands diminished considerably. Even those whispering attempted to lower their voices. Is that the Uchiha genius we've heard so much about lately? Why does he appear so young? It is said that he has just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and even Kakashi is no match for him. Kakashi cannot compete. The Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. This implies that he has awakened his Sharingan. It seems he has. Though it is unclear, we shall find out soon enough. In the stands, some civilians began to murmur. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, Mufeng, Mufeng, look over here. Suddenly, Kurenai Yuhi stood up and waved at Mufeng. Hearing Kurenai's call, Mufeng turned his gaze in her direction. Kurenai, what are you doing? Be quiet. At that moment, a woman resembling Kurenai quickly pulled her back down. After sitting, Kurenai made a little fist gesture towards Mufeng, cheering him on. Soon after, Mufeng noticed the figures of Guy and the others in the stands. Nearly all his classmates had come to witness Mufeng's Chunin examination. However, in the examination area, seeing Mufeng still had time to glance around did not sit well with Kisame Hashigaki. After spotting Guy and the others, Mufeng's gaze continued to wander amongst the stands. He was searching for Orochimaru's position. Before long, Mufeng found Orochimaru seated in the central stands, observing the examination arena with great interest, not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noticing Orochimaru's presence, Mufeng's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, the examination commenced. A voice interrupted Mufeng's contemplation. As the proctor's words faded, Mufeng withdrew his gaze and grasped his demon blade, locking eyes with Kisame. Is this the best Konoha could send to face me? Kisame, fixated on Mufeng, refrained from attacking and instead spoke with a grin. Weren't you eager to battle me before? Why the change of tone now? Mufeng's expression turned icy. Huh, you little brat from Konoha. Do you think your companions would be astonished if I were to slice you in half? As he spoke, Kisame drew the massive sword strapped to his back. You may give it a try? With a flick of his thumb, Mufeng's blade emitted a sound, though it remained sheathed. Engaging in pre-battle banter was clearly not Mufeng's forte, so he opted for a direct approach. Observing Mufeng's actions, Kisame's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he swiftly moved, drawing his sword as he charged toward Mufeng. Thud, thud, thud. Kisame's speed was remarkable, each step powerful and resonant upon the ground. The enormous blade in his hand towered over Mufeng, creating a striking visual impact that made the audience's hearts race. Just then, Mufeng sprang into action. Kisame's speed was impressive, yet Mufeng was swifter. With a grip on the hilt, he unsheathed his demon blade at a speed unfathomable to the average eye. A black shadow flashed through the air. Clang! In the next instant, a sound akin to metal striking metal echoed as Mufeng intercepted Kisame's assault with a decisive stroke. Kisame felt a surge of power emanating from the blade, leaving him astonished. He never anticipated that the seemingly diminutive figure of Mufeng could possess strength comparable to his own. Given Kisame's considerable age and physical prowess, he believed that his strikes would typically compel even the most skilled lower ninjas to evade, lest they suffer from the aftermath of a collision, their arms left numb and aching. Yet, to his disbelief, Mufeng had withstood Kisame's strike head-on, indicating that he too possessed an equally formidable physique. Simultaneously, Kisame discerned another crucial detail. He hastily retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Mu Feng. His gaze then fell upon his own sword, which, after their earlier clash, bore a noticeable dent, while Mu Feng's demonic blade remained pristine, as if newly forged. There was something amiss with that sword. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Kisame's mind, prompting him to abandon any further attempts at a swordsmanship contest. At that moment, a peculiar humming sound emanated from Mu Feng's direction as chakra flowed within him, transforming into wind chakra that enveloped the demonic sword. Instantly, a blue-white luminescent aura enveloped the blade, resonating with a sound produced by the rapid vibrations of the wind chakra. This was chakra infused into a weapon, undergoing a transformation of its properties. The wind chakra enhanced the blade's sharpness. How could this be possible? How old could he be? Before Kisame could fully process this revelation, the spectators in the stands were left dumbfounded, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. It is well known that manipulating chakra's elemental changes is no trivial feat, let alone affixing it to a ninja's weapon. In the original narrative, Sasuke had only mastered this skill after 3 years, while Naruto sought Asuma's guidance during the development of the Rasengan. They were significantly older and already possessed a measure of strength. Yet Mu Feng, at such a tender age, mastering the transformation of chakra's properties transcended the bounds of mere talent. What an intriguing young boy. In the stands, Orochimaru observed Mu Feng's demonic sword, a smile gracing his lips, while Sarutobi Hiruzen silently puffed on his cigarette, embodying a profound demeanor. Returning to the arena, after once more infusing the demonic sword with wind chakra, Mu Feng swiftly lunged toward Kisame. The caliber of his blade evidently surpassed that of Kisame's sword, and seizing this advantage, Mu Feng aimed to decisively conclude their confrontation through sheer swordsmanship. Upon witnessing this, Kisame's pupils dilated in alarm. Yet, before he could react, Mu Feng had already appeared before him in a flash. Chapter 46. Water Style. Great exploding water collision, waves so swift. Whoosh. A figure materialized before Kisame, prompting an instinctive response from him, speed. Immediately, he swung the ninja blade in his hand, feeling a tinge of regret for engaging in close combat with Mu Feng. Originally, Kisame intended to leverage his formidable strength to impose a melee suppression on Mu Feng. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Mu Feng was widely recognized for his ocular jutsu and fire techniques. Although the Uchiha clan often excelled in taijutsu, thanks to the Sharingan, mastering such physical techniques typically required extensive and arduous training, and given Mu Feng's youth, the likelihood of him being a taijutsu expert was rather slim. Thus, Kisame decided to strike first, aiming to suppress Mu Feng with taijutsu, denying him any opportunity to utilize his ocular techniques. As for fire techniques, Kisame had no fear. His proficiency in water techniques effectively countered them. However, Kisame never anticipated that Mu Feng's prowess in taijutsu was quite remarkable, and the strength he prided himself on was met with an equal response from Mu Feng. Before the battle commenced, Kisame had devised numerous strategies to counter illusion and ocular techniques. Yet once the fight began, he found himself ensnared in a predicament regarding taijutsu. The primary reason for this unfortunate circumstance lay in Kisame's lack of understanding of Mu Feng. In the Forest of Death, Kisame had not encountered Mu Feng, and Mu Feng had not participated in the subsequent preliminary matches. Therefore, Kisame was only aware that Mu Feng was a talented member of the esteemed Uchiha clan of Konoha, possessing formidable strength. Beyond this, he knew virtually nothing about Mu Feng's capabilities. The scant information he had gleaned from the Hidden Mist village was even less detailed, lacking clarity on Mu Feng's age. Conversely, Mu Feng had an advantage. He had read the original work and witnessed the battle between Kisame and Shino Aburame, thus possessing a fair understanding of Kisame's strength. In terms of taijutsu, Mu Feng benefited from systematic enhancement and also possessed the Hashirama cell, with a mystical blade in hand. Losing to Kisame would be a source of great embarrassment for him. The wind-infused chakra enveloping the mystical blade quivered, casting a shimmering shadow in the air as it relentlessly clashed against the ninja blade held by Kisame, dazzling yet lethal. Mu Feng's assault was swift, and with each strike, he unleashed a torrential flurry of attacks. Each blow left Kisame bewildered, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. In the stands, the audience was equally taken aback, their eyes wide as they focused on the center of the arena. Some spectators even rose partially from their seats, mouths agape in disbelief. The The disparity between Mu Feng's appearance and his aggressive onslaught was striking. Mu Feng has become so formidable. In the stands, Kurenai Yuhi was also startled by Mu Feng's display. She had initially worried for him when Kisame made his move. However, witnessing Mu Feng's ferocity now left her somewhat disoriented. The gentle demeanor he usually presented was starkly contrasted with the ruthless and cold demeanor of a killer he now exhibited. Yet, inexplicably, the wildness of Mu Feng's attacks stirred something within Kurenai's heart. Upon embracing this setting, she gazed at Mu Feng and found him even more handsome. So, Mu Feng-kun is truly formidable? Kai, standing nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment. As a master of physical techniques, he had previously clashed with Mu Feng. However, judging by Mu Feng's current performance, it was evident that he had made significant strides during this period. Indeed, it was settled. After witnessing Mu Feng-kun's match today, I shall practice 5 additional sets, striving to catch up with his prowess. Beside Kai, Asuma Sarutobi wore an expression of disdain, yet his eyes betrayed him, revealing a tinge of envy towards Mu Feng's strength. The sounds of clashing ninja blades echoed continuously as Mu Feng unleashed a flurry of attacks for several seconds. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the demon blade in Mu Feng's hand sliced through the ninja blade held by Kisame, who hastily retreated. At that moment, the interruption of the clash disrupted Mu Feng's rhythm of attacks, allowing Kisame to create some distance between them. To their astonishment, Kisame found himself outmatched in physical combat. His teammates, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited expressions of disbelief. However, one among them quickly shifted his gaze back to Mu Feng. Do you not perceive that this fellow's swordsmanship bears a resemblance to that of our mist village? I seem to discern the shadow of Lord Mangekyou's techniques in his style. The speaker was a ninja from the Hokage clan, who had previously witnessed Mangekyou battle and harbored admiration for the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Lord Mangekyou's swordsmanship? Impossible. The 7 blades of our mist village are entirely different. Another ninja countered, though he soon altered his tone. It is regrettable that Lord Mangekyou has been defeated here in Konoha. I yearn to eradicate every soul in Konoha. With those words, intense murderous intent surged in the eyes of the mist ninja. Calm yourself. One from the Hokage clan placed a hand on his companion, prompting him to regain composure. Their mission had failed, and with their current numbers, they could not stir any significant turmoil in Konoha. As long as Kisame could defeat this adversary, their endeavor would not be in vain. The Hokage ninja remarked, moreover, that monster Kisame possesses a certain jutsu. In such circumstances, even a typical elite Chunin would find it challenging to triumph over him. As they spoke, the gazes of the 2 mist ninjas simultaneously fixed upon Kisame. Meanwhile, Kisame had discarded his broken blade, fixating on Mu Feng as he began to weave hand signs. Mu Feng furrowed his brow, gripping his ninja blade tightly, and in the next moment, charged forward. Yet, just as Mu Feng had moved halfway, a ferocious glint surged in Kisame's eyes. It is time to conclude this. Physical techniques are not my forte. It is water style that I excel in. Gazing intently at Mu Feng, Kisame bared his sharp teeth and grinned. In the next moment, he pressed both hands firmly against the ground, invoking the name of a particular jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. As the words fell, a colossal surge of water erupted from beneath Kisame's feet. The roaring waves rushed towards Mu Feng, who instinctively narrowed his pupils and retreated. However, the oncoming torrent was evidently swifter. Soon, Mu Feng found himself ensnared within a vast sphere of water, while Kisame's gaze remained fixed upon him. Chapter 47. Please administer electrotherapy water release. Great waterfall technique. On the arena, Kisame joined his hands together and struck the ground. The surging waves erupted seemingly from nowhere, forming a gigantic spherical wave centered around Kisame. With his pupils constricted, Mu Feng immediately sensed the danger and began to retreat. Although Mu Feng was swift, he could not evade Kisame's technique. In a matter of moments, a massive water prison, nearly 100 meters in size, materialized in the arena, trapping both Kisame and Mu Feng inside. The audience in the stands erupted into astonished murmurs. What kind of jutsu is this? Is water release truly capable of such might? Is that Uchiha brat in danger? Many spectators stood up, their expressions rife with concern as they gazed at the immense water prison occupying half the arena, their shock palpable. Clearly, Kisame's technique had surpassed the capabilities of a mere Chunin, instilling fear in all present. Meanwhile, from the hidden mist village, Upon witnessing Kisame unleash his great waterfall technique, a glimmer of pride flickered in the eyes of his companions. This monster's strength has grown significantly. Heh, that leaf brat is in for a rough time. Kisame doesn't even have to lift a finger. If his opponent remains trapped in the water for too long, they'll suffocate. They spoke with smirking lips, convinced of Mu Feng's impending defeat. Within the vast water domain, Mu Feng felt the surrounding sounds fade into obscurity. Trapped in the water, he soon found himself unable to breathe. He glanced at Kisame, who, unlike in the original tale where he fused with Samahata, was now less affected by the water's constraints. Water release, 5 shark technique. Kisame's gaze sharpened as he completed the hand seals. A stream of water swirled at his fingertips, coalescing into 5 shark-like figures. Swiftly, these 5 sharks surged towards Mu Feng. In the watery prison, Mu Feng, already struggling for breath and hindered in movement, found his speed considerably diminished. Observing Kisame unleash his jutsu, Mu Feng's heart tightened. He was well aware of the potency of Kisame's techniques. The 5 sharks within the water prison were notoriously difficult to contend with, capable of self-repair if damaged. Moreover, the longer Mu Feng delayed, the more unfavorable his situation would become. Upon the stands, the audience could distinctly observe the forms of 5 sharks, gliding swiftly within the confines of the watery prison. Their gaping maws, though composed of water, exuded a ferocity that was even more intimidating than that of real sharks. Mu Feng, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shi Rihong covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with concern. Mu Feng, you must persevere. Do not give up. It was Dai Tu who first rallied the crowd, urging them to support Mu Feng. Let us not allow this fellow to underestimate our Konoha. As Dai Tu's voice resonated, a sporadic cheer arose from the audience. Go, defeat that shark. Mu Feng, you can do it. Soon, the villagers of Konoha united, fervently cheering for Mu Feng. This was indeed the greatest advantage of fighting on home turf. The shouts traversed the air, merging with the water's currents, becoming indistinct by the time they reached Mu Feng's ears. At that moment, Mu Feng had no time to heed the crowd's cries. His gaze sharpened as he sheathed his demon blade, surveying the 5 surging sharks. To achieve victory, he needed to escape the watery prison before devising a strategy to counter the techniques of Kisame. Fortunately, Kisame had not yet reached the terrifying level of power he would attain later, and the confines of the water prison were not vast. Had he unleashed a water prison spanning 10 kilometers, Mu Feng would have been left awaiting his demise. In the next instant, Mu Feng's chakra surged within him. To successfully break free from the water prison, he needed to act before being ensnared by the 5 sharks. Otherwise, it would become exceedingly troublesome. The 8 gates open. First gate open. Second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. Fifth gate open. With a thunderous roar, Mu Feng unleashed 5 gates in succession. A torrent of immense energy erupting from within him. The water within the prison began to swirl uncontrollably, forming chaotic currents that radiated outward from Mu Feng's center. The 5 sharks were tossed about by the tumult, and seizing this opportunity, Mu Feng surged forward, racing toward freedom beyond the water prison. The sudden outburst from Mu Feng left the audience in awe, their eyes transfixed on the violent currents within the prison, even drawing the attention of seasoned Jonin. Is that the 8 gates? How does he possess such mastery of this technique? The proctor, Rakage, furrowed his brow in concern. As a Jonin of Konoha, he understood the formidable power of the 8 gates, as well as the perilous consequences it entailed. Typically, at Mu Feng's age, one should not attempt to learn such a physically damaging technique. Any miscalculation could lead to irreversible harm. For a prodigy like Mu Feng, whose performance in the Chunin exams and his recent clash with Kisame had shown immense potential, even a defeat in this duel could affirm his capabilities. Yet, the more pressing concern was the irreversible damage Mu Feng might sustain from employing the 8 gates, a veritable nightmare for a talent of his caliber. However, it is not commonly known that an error in ninjutsu is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to occur in the case of Mu Feng. After his ninjutsu underwent a transformation, it began to naturally align with Mu Feng's unique constitution. Furthermore, the ninjutsu that Mu Feng has mastered from scratch possesses no sense of incongruity, unlike the extracted techniques. Once the 8 gates of Duel were activated, Mu Feng's speed increased exponentially, and the chaotic torrent of energy disrupted the movements of Kakashi's partner, Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame could only watch helplessly as Mu Feng surged toward the outer limits of the water prison. How could he suddenly possess such an abundance of chakra? This is even more terrifying than Kisame himself. How is this possible? Could it be a forbidden technique? Mastering such a technique at this age? Kisame's teammates were now unsettled. Mu Feng was on the verge of breaking through the water prison, their eyes fixated on his figure. 50 meters, 20 meters, splash. Ultimately, propelled by his incredible speed, Mu Feng shattered the water prison created by Kisame, executing a graceful spin as he landed on the ground. Mu Feng's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he closed the 8 gates of Duenjia. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning chakra surged forth, before succumbing entirely to fatigue. Mu Feng released every bit of chakra he could control. On the cursed blade, white lightning crackled, dazzling and resplendent. Perform electrotherapy, Mu Feng commanded, and in the next instant, the cursed blade imbued with white lightning pierced into the water prison. Chapter 48. The victor, Uchiha Mu Feng. The white lightning flickered and danced upon the blade, almost instantaneously transmitting its energy throughout the entire water prison. Outside the prison, arcs of lightning leapt upward, while inside, flashes of white light flickered like thunder on a stormy day. Just as Kisame regained his balance amidst the tumultuous currents, the power of lightning surged into his body, initially causing a tingling sensation on his skin, followed by an overwhelming sting throughout his entire being. He opened his mouth to scream, yet trapped within the water prison. No sound escaped him, as his body became paralyzed by the electric shock, rendering him immobile. Mu Feng remained outside, intently observing Kisame. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The fleeting moments felt like an eternity of torment for Kisame, as the very ninjutsu he once took pride in ensnared him, providing Mu Feng with a swift method to overcome him. Finally, after 5 seconds, the aftereffects of the 8 gates of Duenjia surged forth, leaving Mu Feng feeling weak and unable to concentrate on maintaining the output of chakra. He withdrew the cursed blade and took a step back. In that instant, Kisame seemed to plunge into unconsciousness, sinking toward the bottom of the water prison. Simultaneously, a thunderous crash echoed as Kisame lost the support of his chakra, causing the massive water prison to shatter instantaneously, sending debris flying in all directions across the trial grounds. Waves of water surged toward Mu Feng, yet this torrent lacked any chakra enhancement, merely consisting of ordinary water. Mu Feng steadied himself, gripping the cursed blade tightly. The water engulfed him up to his chest, but he stood resolutely, becoming the focal point of the entire arena. The Chunin exams, round 3, the victor, Uchiha Mu Feng. At this moment, the resounding voice of the chief examiner echoed throughout the arena. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, as all the villagers of Konoha rose to their feet, thunderous applause resonating around them. Well done. Haha, truly worthy of the Uchiha clan. Remarkable. Another prodigy. Mu Feng, do not become too complacent. I, Uchiha Obito, shall one day surpass you. Mu Feng, you are so handsome. Mu Feng, you are the best. The peers of Mu Feng also joined in the applause from the stage. Standing at the center of the arena, 100 meters away lay the unconscious figure of Kisame Hashigaki. The adverse effects of the 8 gates had left Mu Feng in a weakened state, forcing him to gasp for breath. Yet, at this moment, a melodious voice resonated within Mu Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Chunin exams. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 points of darkening value. Ding! Main quest initiated, the strongest ninja. Main quest, the strongest ninja. Quest description, a considerable time has elapsed since the host arrived in this world. The host has demonstrated through effort and strength that he has adapted to this world. Continue to strive and grow stronger until you become the most formidable ninja in the entire Hokage realm. Quest Reward 1, 1,000 years of lifespan. Quest Reward 2, unknown. Quest Penalty, none. Note, this quest has no time limit. Upon completion, new system features will be unlocked. As the system's notification faded, Mu Feng's pupils constricted slightly. It was only now that Mu Feng realized the Chunin exams were merely a preliminary test devised by the system. Completing this task signified the system's acknowledgement of him. Conversely, failure to accomplish it, while not resulting in punishment or elimination by the system, would certainly yield subsequent consequences. Now, he had proven through his strength that he was the most qualified among all participants in the Chunin examination to become a Chunin. If all went well, after the conclusion of the exams, Mu Feng would formally ascend to the rank of a Konoha Chunin. After all, Even Kakashi had already become a Chunin and was advancing toward Jonin. The thunderous applause continued to reverberate as several ninjas cleared the water from the arena and approached Feng with kind expressions. Congratulations, Uchiha Feng. You are the most outstanding participant I have ever witnessed in the Chunin exams. One of them said with a smile. To be honest, after witnessing Kisame perform the great exploding water colliding waves and water prison, he himself had no absolute certainty of victory. Yet Feng had broken through with the strength of the 8 gates. What astonished him the most was that Feng, after forcibly halting the 8 gates, still possessed the energy to control his chakra, ultimately securing victory through chakra manipulation. In this clash between a monster and a genius, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he had not even activated his Sharingan, which left him somewhat astounded. However, at that moment, he did not believe Feng had refrained from using his eyes. Conversely, if someone were to inform him that Feng had not activated his Sharingan, he would be utterly astonished. You can now rest well. The medical room is fully prepared. Noticing Feng's weariness, Nanju continued to speak. How about this? I shall accompany you there. Upon hearing Nanju words, Feng nodded. He could discern that Nanju sought to leave a favorable impression, especially since his own performance had been so remarkable. There was no doubt that he would soon ascend to the rank of Jonin, and perhaps even rise to a position of significance within Konoha. Establishing a good rapport with this individual could potentially mitigate future troubles, and in critical moments, someone like Feng might just save his life during missions. Soon, Nanju approached to inquire further about Feng's condition, checking if he required a stretcher. Feng assured him that he was capable of moving without any issues, and the two then proceeded towards the exit of the arena. Meanwhile, the medical team was seen carrying away Kisame Hashigaki. As they neared the exit, Feng paused momentarily, glancing back at the main viewing platform. Enough of that. With your performance, the Hokage will surely summon you. Nanju remarked with a smile, mistakenly believing that Feng was concerned about the Chunin exams. In reality, the outcome of the Chunin assessment had already been revealed to Feng by the system. His gaze was not directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather at Orochimaru, who was situated not far from him, and Feng could sense that Orochimaru was also observing him intently. Without lingering any longer, Feng departed from the arena, while some spectators remained immersed in the recent contest, while others began to exit. On the main viewing platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Feng at the arena's exit, smoking a pipe, and summoned Orochimaru to his side. Sensei. Orochimaru's voice retained its characteristic allure, and at this moment, the bond between the teacher and student had yet to fracture. Orochimaru, what are your thoughts on this Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, casting a glance at Orochimaru. Indeed, there are several commendable ninjas, particularly Uchiha Feng. Orochimaru replied candidly. Sensei, I have heard that Uchiha Feng has just graduated from the Ninja Academy and has yet to have a mentor. Oh, do you wish to take him as your student? Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Orochimaru with skepticism. Everything is at the teacher's discretion. Orochimaru responded with a smile, clearly exhibiting humility. Oh, you were never this obedient before. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze and rose to his feet. I have other plans for that boy. He is of the Uchiha clan, and it may not be suitable for him to follow you. Orochimaru appeared to have anticipated this outcome, showing no signs of surprise, nor did he voice any further objections. However, following the contest in the Chunin exam, Feng had undeniably caught Orochimaru's attention. Others were astonished by Feng's formidable prowess. Yet Orochimaru was more intrigued by how Feng could still engage in battle for a time after forcibly concluding the 8 gates technique, even executing intricate chakra manipulations such as infusing his weapons with lightning chakra. As a master researcher in Konoha, Orochimaru's studies on the human body were unparalleled, and although he had delved into the 8 gates technique, he soon dismissed it, for his ultimate pursuit was immortality, not a fleeting explosion of power leading to a premature demise. After Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Orochimaru did not linger long and exited the arena. In the medical room, Feng. That last jutsu was simply magnificent. Feng, you are truly impressive. To defeat such a powerful ninja. Feng, are you injured? Let me see. As Raiden escorted Feng to the medical room, he was quickly ushered out, for Yuhi Kurenai and her fellow students had already stormed in. These individuals had been relatively familiar with Feng in the past, yet now they regarded him with the wide-eyed curiosity of someone who had never met him before. A few close friends were genuinely concerned about Feng's well-being, while others debated his extraordinary abilities and sought to glean his thoughts from that moment. Feng, what will we do if we encounter such opponents during the Chunin exams? I certainly cannot escape from such a vast water prison. Escape? Huh. Then you might as well wait for your demise. Nonsense. I'm asking Feng, what does it concern you? Escaping is simple. Just defeat that guy within the water prison. Feng smiled faintly. Defeating him in the water prison? How could that be possible? Kai exclaimed incredulously. Seeing Kai's reaction, Feng found it somewhat amusing. In the original story, it was you who relentlessly pummeled Kisame. Have you forgotten? Kai, if you could open the 8 gates to the 7th, you would defeat Kisame. If you reach the 8th, you would annihilate him. But you know the consequences of opening the 8 gates. Feng added. These words instilled Kai with a surge of encouragement and confidence. Feng-kun, rest assured. I will persevere. At that moment, a medical ninja entered and declared, it is time to disperse. The patient requires rest. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai and the others reluctantly left the infirmary. The surroundings grew quiet, and Feng subsequently indulged in a restful slumber. The following day, Feng received a summons to the Hokage Tower. He understood this was a notification that he had passed the Chunin examination, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would bestow upon him the Chunin certification. While the certification itself was secondary, what preoccupied Feng's mind was how Hiruzen would arrange his future, whether he would join a standard task force, enter the or perhaps apprentice under Orochimaru to train alongside him. Among these 3 outcomes, Feng was most inclined towards joining the The identities of the members within the are shrouded in secrecy, at least for the majority of ninjas, and often, the members themselves are unfamiliar with one another, merely functioning with a certain degree of synergy. Feng harbors numerous secrets, and by joining the he can better conceal his true self. Of course, he could achieve a similar level of discretion by joining an ordinary task force. However, the possesses a distinct advantage. The missions are generally more challenging, involving considerable combat and tracking, whereas the mundane task forces are often assigned trivial pursuits, such as searching for lost pets. At this juncture, Feng is unwilling to squander his time on tasks that even an ordinary person could accomplish. He yearns for combat missions, as there is a possibility that he may trigger a system quest during one of these endeavors. Furthermore, Feng anticipates that he is quite likely to be inducted into the After all, there was no reason for him to be included in the previous operation if that were not the case. Given the strength of that team, they would have been capable of dealing with the mist ninjas at the outpost with relative ease, incurring minimal costs. Ultimately, the specifics of the situation remain to be determined upon his meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. On his way to the Hokage building, an unexpected visitor has already arrived, Shimura Danzo. Known as the scapegoat of Konoha and a figure of Hokage-level stature. Danzo wields control over the root organization of Konoha, overseeing its underground military capabilities, and is adept at employing various schemes to secure advantages for the village. In the original narrative, the emergence of Hanzo the Salamander and the Akatsuki hinted at a potential rise of the Rain Village. Danzo executed a scheme that sowed discord among Hanzo, Nagato, Yahiko, and others, plunging the Rain Village into internal strife. Hanzo was slain, Yahiko perished in battle, and Nagato was left in a state of despair, significantly alleviating the pressure on Konoha. Moreover, the downfall of the Uchiha clan cannot be dissociated from Danzo's machinations, and he has certain connections with Orochimaru. If Sarutobi Hiruzen embodies the light and righteousness of Konoha, then Danzo represents its shadowy aspect, with both men exerting control over the village in their pursuit of stability. Yet, both lack the formidable power of the first Hokage and the mastery of jutsu exhibited by the second Hokage. Under their governance, Konoha's strength and deterrence have been steadily declining, to the extent that even the Uchiha clan has become uncontrollable. Now, Danzo's purpose for visiting the Hokage building is quite clear. He seeks individuals. Following the recent Chunin exams, only 3 candidates have been promoted to Chunin: Uchiha Feng, Hyuga Hayashi, and Nara Shikamaru. Hyuga Hayashi and Nara Shikamaru have already formed their respective teams, and their promotion will not affect their assignments. Consequently, Feng has become the focal point of contention between the two. Hokage-sama, you are undoubtedly aware of the Uchiha clan's standing within the village, and now that other teams are at full capacity, why not assign him to root? They are in need of a Sharingan. Danzo squinted, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. As for Feng's future, I have already made my decision. He has already participated in an operation with the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards his old friend, as their frequent disagreements regarding the administration of Konoha often led to conflict. However, when matters concerning the interests of Konoha arose, they managed to unite. The nature of their relationship is complex and cannot be easily articulated in a few phrases. As far as I know, the personnel within the Umbu remains relatively stable, with no recent changes apparent. Shimura Danzo undoubtedly conducted his research before seeking individuals. Just as he finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Mufeng has arrived. Chapter 50. Joining the Umbu. A new mission. Let us put this matter to rest for now. Upon hearing of Mufeng's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted his conversation with Danzo. I shall send someone to the route, but it will not be Mufeng. He is still too young, Hiruzen remarked while drawing a puff from his cigarette. Danzo observed Hiruzen in silence for a moment. In that case, I shall take my leave, he stated, rising from his seat and turning to depart. Let Mufeng in, Hiruzen instructed his assistant. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the corridor outside, Mufeng awaited patiently. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and upon seeing Danzo emerge, Mufeng felt a tinge of surprise. He quickly realized that Danzo's visit to Hiruzen was likely related to him. Uchiha Mufeng. Approaching Mufeng, Danzo wore a friendly expression and inquired with a smile. Mufeng nodded, feigning astonishment. To a child who had never met the Hokage, both Danzo and Hiruzen appeared as kindly figures akin to grandfathers. Much like Naruto, who had aspired to become Hokage since childhood, influenced by Hiruzen, Mufeng found himself similarly inspired. In this regard, Hiruzen's influence was undeniably successful. In the original narrative, when Sasuke first defected to Orochimaru, his true intent was to grow stronger in order to avenge Itachi, rather than a genuine betrayal of Konoha. It was only after Itachi's death and the revelation of the truth that Sasuke turned his ire towards Konoha, ultimately targeting Danzo alone. You performed exceptionally well in the Chunin exams. How about it? Are you interested in serving under me? I can help you grow stronger swiftly. Danzo's affable demeanor belied any insincerity. Yet, Mufeng was acutely aware of Danzo's true nature. But isn't this a matter for Lord Hokage to decide? Mufeng hesitantly queried. In Danzo's eyes, despite Mufeng's evident talent, his youth was a limiting factor, and he interpreted Mufeng's response as genuine. However, Mufeng's inner thoughts were rife with sarcasm. Why would I ever consider aligning with you? Your methods are fundamentally flawed. Moreover, with your ties to Orochimaru, who is to say you wouldn't betray me for the so-called interests of Konoha, even going so far as to sacrifice my Sharingan? Tuanzong, a treacherous individual, was someone Mufeng preferred to avoid until he possessed absolute strength. Oh, is that so? Then you may enter. The Hokage is inside, Tuanzong said, preparing to pat Mufeng's head. However, Mufeng swiftly evaded his reach and seized the opportunity to slip into the Hokage's office unnoticed. Why do I sense hostility from this man? Is it merely an illusion? Mufeng pondered as he gazed at the now-closed door of the Hokage's office. Indeed, it was impossible for him to entrust a genius of the Uchiha clan to the roots. Was he still hesitating regarding the Uchiha? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tuanzong exited the Hokage building. Mufeng has arrived. Hokage-sama. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Mufeng with a beaming smile, exuding warmth and approachability. In this recent Chunin exam, Konoha not only thwarted the clandestine schemes of the Cloud and Mist villages, but also shone brilliantly during the examination, instilling fear in the other ninja villages. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this was undoubtedly a momentous achievement. The principal contributor to this success was none other than Mufeng. He had first rescued Kakashi from the clutches of the formidable Ao, subsequently vanquished Ao, which enabled Konoha to recognize the Mist's impending strike. Furthermore, he collaborated with the Umbu to dismantle a Mist stronghold. These contributions were made in the shadows, while on the surface, he had also thwarted the Mist's ace in the hole, the fearsome Kisame Hashigaki, ensuring Konoha emerged as the indisputable victor of the Chunin exams. Both his covert and overt contributions were significant. However, Mufeng's youth rendered it impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to bestow upon him grand accolades. In Konoha, rewards for completing village missions were typically modest, while failures incurred severe repercussions. White Fang was a prime example. Mufeng, first and foremost, congratulations on passing this Chunin exam. Haha. It has been ages since I've encountered a talented young lad like you. The future of Konoha will rest upon your shoulders. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to commend Mu Feng. Mu Feng shyly scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, yet internally, he was growing anxious. He yearned to discover which team he would be assigned to next. Becoming a Chunin signified his emergence as a pivotal force within the village. This time, only 3 individuals succeeded in the Chunin examination. The other 2 had already received their Chunin certificates and returned to their respective teams. Mu Feng, ordinarily, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, you would be assigned to a team in accordance with village regulations, allowing for some experience before participating in the Chunin exam. However, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Yet, now that you are a Chunin, the path ahead remains long. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, have you contemplated what you would like to pursue next? Will you continue to remain in the village, or do you aspire to venture out on missions? As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Mu Feng fell into deep contemplation. He was not merely considering the 2 options presented, but rather the implications that lay behind each choice. Lord Hokage, I am not quite sure about that. However, I find great joy in contributing to the village. Mu Feng deftly deflected the question. For a child, choosing between staying at home or venturing out into the world is indeed a formidable dilemma, and it is perfectly natural not to have an answer. What a good child. Hearing Mu Feng's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of happiness. Here's the thing. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, you have not teamed up with others, except for that one occasion when you undertook a mission with an Umbu member. That Umbu captain held you in high regard. Have you considered joining the Umbu? Sarutobi continued to inquire. If you prefer not to join the Umbu, I could introduce you to Orochimaru as your mentor. However, do bear in mind that Orochimaru does not frequently reside in the village and may not have much to teach you. Sarutobi presented Mu Feng with choices, seemingly granting him the freedom to select, yet the subtle persuasion in his words was unmistakable. I would still prefer to remain in the village and undertake some missions. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Feng provided his response. Very well. Sarutobi nodded, then cleared his throat. Come in. At his command, a ninja donned in a rabbit mask appeared within the Hokage's office. From this day forth, Mu Feng will be a member of your team. He is quite young, so please take good care of him. No problem. The rabbit-masked Umbu ninja glanced at Mu Feng and readily agreed without hesitation. Well then, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Please help Mu Feng acclimate to the Umbu. In a week, you will undertake a new mission. Mu Feng, you will accompany him. Sarutobi added, by the way, your Chunin certification will be delivered to your home shortly. After finishing, Sarutobi cast a kind gaze toward Mu Feng, seemingly encouraging him. Understood. Lord Hokage. Soon, Mu Feng followed the rabbit-masked Umbu ninja out of the office. The crux of their conversation revolved not only around his induction into the Umbu, but also the anticipation of a new mission in a week. Furthermore, Mu Feng had a premonition that this mission would likely take him beyond the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 51. The Wood Release Experiment. From this day forward, you are a member of the Umbu. On an open training ground in the Hidden Leaf, the rabbit-masked Umbu ninja addressed Mu Feng. Upon joining the Umbu, you must adhere to the following stipulations. First, tasks take precedence. The interests of the village must never be compromised. Under any circumstances, you must see your mission through to completion, even if you are the last one standing. Second, mission details are to remain confidential and must not be disclosed to anyone, not even your own parents. Third, you must not reveal your identity as an Umbu member. Fourth, you are prohibited from inquiring about the information of other members. These 4 rules are imperative for all Umbu members. As for the specifics, I will elaborate when we commence our missions. If you have no objections to these requirements, then I officially welcome you on behalf of the Umbu's 3rd squad. If you are not particularly inclined, I can request Lord Hokage to assign you to another team. The masked ninja, known as Rabbit, wasted no time and directly introduced the regulations one must adhere to when entering the Umbu. Mu Feng was somewhat familiar with the Umbu of Konoha. Ordinary individuals, or those ninjas yearning for fame, might have reservations regarding the demands of the Umbu. Individuals like Naruto and Obito would never be able to join the Umbu. However, Mu Feng was different. While others sought recognition, he was indifferent to it, at least for the time being. Having witnessed the peak prowess of Madara and the extraordinary jutsu of Kaguya, Mu Feng possessed the strength of a Jonin at his age. While others might take pride in such an achievement, Mu Feng remained humble. A fish that has seen the ocean would never boast about swimming in a mere pond. Likewise, A man who has encountered unparalleled beauty would not be swayed by a woman who is merely slightly more attractive than the ordinary. Feng was a ninja who had experienced the power of the Sage of Six Paths in the entire world of Hokage, to put it in contemporary terms. His perspective had broadened. To the common folk, a Jonin is indeed formidable, but to Feng, they were merely slightly more advanced fodder. The task assigned by the system was to become the strongest in the ninja world, which necessitated elevating his power to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, at present, Feng could not even activate his Susanoo. Until he reached the pinnacle of his strength, Feng believed in maintaining a low profile. Even if he were to be ostentatious, it should only be in the context of his Umbu identity. I have no objections. Feng nodded in affirmation. All right, here. Take this mask back. From today onward, you shall be its master, with the same code name as before, Red Fox. As he spoke, the rabbit-masked Umbu ninja produced the mask once more. Following the conclusion of the previous mission, the mask had been taken back, and Feng had thought he would never see it again. Yet, just days later, it had become his symbol. Very well. Now, let us take a moment to rest. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we shall gather here, and I will escort you to the Umbu training grounds, where you will also meet your teammates. The rabbit-masked ninja continued. By the way, you may refer to me as Rabbit or Captain. In the absence of enemies, addressing me as Captain is acceptable. However, I recommend that you consistently use Rabbit. Finally, Rabbit emphasized. Understood, Rabbit. Feng replied earnestly as he accepted the mask. Then, until tomorrow. With that, Rabbit executed a body flicker technique and vanished from sight. Feng gazed at the mask in his hand. From this day forth, he was a member of the Konoha Umbu. With a week ahead of him, he could not simply follow the Umbu for training. He needed to seize the opportunity to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Additionally, the system had rewarded him with a random secret technique research scroll, and he wondered if it could be applied to the Flying Thunder God technique. Feng planned to utilize that random secret technique research scroll upon his return to discover what remarkable abilities it might yield. As for the task a week from now, Feng had to prepare thoroughly, for it was highly likely to be his first mission outside of Konoha. In the village of Konoha, due to the presence of figures such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Orochimaru, Feng found himself unable to fully manifest his capabilities. However, upon stepping beyond the confines of the village, he was free as a bird soaring through the skies and a fish leaping across vast oceans. Truly, it was a realm that belonged to him. Meanwhile, within a clandestine research facility in Konoha, Orochimaru was engrossed in his experiments at a workstation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind, yet Orochimaru did not turn around. Instead, he queried, "So, has my teacher agreed?" The figure behind him, Danzo, shook his head in silence. Initially, he had intended to delve into the Uchiha clan's secrets, but it seemed the timing was not yet ripe. Orochimaru licked his lips and continued, "I have assigned Feng to an elite Umbu team. They are likely to undertake a mission next week. Having concealed so many affairs for you, it is time you reciprocate." Danzo interjected, "How is the research on the first Hokage's cells progressing?" Danzo's partnership with Orochimaru was based on recognizing the latter's intelligence and ambition. For Danzo, ambition was a virtue. He shared this trait himself. Ambitious individuals are easier to manipulate, whereas those who appear devoid of ambition, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, are truly formidable, as their thoughts remain inscrutable. We have made some progress, though it is far from perfect. If only the first had survived, alas. I have only managed to purify a small quantity of his cells. Orochimaru lamented. However, speaking of assistance, I possess a specimen that may pique your interest. Turning to face Danzo, Orochimaru ceased his actions. Danzo furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from Orochimaru. Initially, he felt he could read Orochimaru easily, but as their collaboration deepened, he found himself increasingly perplexed by him. "Follow me," Orochimaru beckoned, opening another door within the laboratory. Upon entering, Danzo's expression shifted dramatically. The chamber housed several large cylindrical containers filled with a pale green liquid, but what truly troubled Danzo were the living beings suspended within them, all appearing quite youthful. It seemed Orochimaru had advanced to a stage Danzo had not anticipated, experimenting with human subjects. "These are merely failed specimens. Only one has truly succeeded," Orochimaru declared, approaching a particular container. "This child has withstood the first cells and acquired that power." "Are you referring to wood release?" A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Danzo's eyes as his furrowed brow relaxed, his gaze shifting to the surrounding containers and the slumbering children within, igniting a flicker of fervor within him. "If you desire, you may take him," Orochimaru said, his gaze sharpening as a hint of mirth danced across his features. "Though he may not match that Uchiha child, he should suffice." This time, Danzo refrained from further words and simply nodded in agreement. Finding a suitable opportunity, "I shall return to rescue this unfortunate soul." With that, Danzo turned and vanished into the corridors of the laboratory. Chapter 52. The preliminary mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Donning his Umbu mask, he returned home. With a week remaining until his next mission, Feng knew he must prepare diligently to refine his Flying Thunder God technique. However, before that, he was eager to discover what secrets his random secret scroll might unveil. Upon returning home, Feng retrieved the random secret scroll from his chest. "Ding, would you like to open the random secret scroll?" "Yes. Congratulations. You have acquired one of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, the sealing technique." As the system notification chimed, Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Instantly, the scroll transformed into a myriad of glowing particles that surged into his mind. An overwhelming tide of information flooded Feng's consciousness, detailing one of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, the sealing of time and space. "Congratulations, you have initially comprehended the power of time and space." "Ding. Congratulations on your preliminary mastery of the sealing technique." Moments later, another system notification sounded, and Feng opened his eyes. After the barrage of information, his mind was still somewhat disoriented. Yet, he quickly organized the knowledge swirling in his head, gaining a foundational understanding of the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. The sealing technique, in a strict sense, is a form of space-time ninjutsu. However, conventional sealing techniques tend to focus on the sealing of space and energy. They compress and restrict tangible objects or energies from reality through secret arts to achieve a sealing effect. In the world of Naruto, the most renowned technique is the Shiki F gene, which summons the Shinigami from an alternate dimension to extract and seal the souls of others. Within this universe, the strongest sealing techniques belong to the Uzumaki clan. Naruto's mother hailed from this lineage and utilized sealing techniques to imprison the Ninetales within herself. The wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was also of the Uzumaki clan and pioneered the monumental achievement of sealing tailed beasts. Now, nearly all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were unfolding in Feng's mind. What a splendid gift! Feng couldn't help but marvel at this boon. However, he soon regained his composure, realizing that the system merely provided information regarding the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, not the ability to master them. Yet, the sheer influx of knowledge granted him a preliminary understanding of sealing and time-space concepts, though he was still far from fully grasping these techniques. Mastery would require his own diligent research. "It seems a new endeavor has been added to my list." Feng scratched his head, furrowing his brow. Thus far, the array of skills he needed to acquire had grown quite extensive, integrating the sword techniques of Kirigakure's Mange, comprehending the flying thunder god of Minato Namikaze, and now, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As the days progressed, Feng found himself increasingly troubled, pondering what he might become in the future. Would he one day master every jutsu and secret technique in the vast world of Naruto? A sense of wonder filled his heart, accompanied by a tinge of anxiety. Yet, this anxiety was a burden he willingly embraced. Fortunately, Feng was exhilarated to discover that both the sealing technique and the flying thunder god technique bore a connection to space-time ninjutsu, allowing for mutual enrichment and understanding. Since they belonged to different categories, studying one after the other would not prove tedious. A week's worth of work lay ahead of him. Oh, and he must not neglect the cultivation of taijutsu. Though his ninjutsu had darkened, propelling him relentlessly down the path of strength, he could not afford to be complacent. How else would he assimilate the jutsu he had learned? If the ninjutsu he had mastered could hear his inner monologue, it would likely abandon him in exasperation. After all, they had exerted so much effort. What right did they have to criticize him? In the ensuing week, Feng gathered his companions, and together they ventured to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate his promotion to Ch-Nin. Following this, he dedicated himself to rigorous training. Each morning, he would delve into the flying thunder god technique and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, practicing diligently by midday. In the afternoons, he would venture outside the village with his cursed blade, honing his swordsmanship and taijutsu. As evening fell, he would not forget to practice ninjutsu, often lamenting the slow progress of its power. The Great Fireball technique failed to ignite the lake's surface. What kind of great fireball was that? The Water Dragon Bullet technique's dragon barely reached 100 meters. What sort of dragon was that? And how long did he intend to languish in these 3 tomo? Such laziness. Did he not feel ashamed when he looked at his master? It seemed that under Mu Feng's influence and fervor, his mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, physical condition, and chakra experienced a significant surge, vowing to surpass his master. Naturally, Mu Feng welcomed this turn of events. This training persisted until the morning of the 7th day, which, by all accounts, should have been the time for mission announcements. However, that morning, Mu Feng received no notification. He did not dwell on it. Missions in Konoha were rarely punctual, subject to both early and late occurrences. Moreover, on this day, his research into the Flying Thunder God technique had reached a critical juncture, and he was reluctant to interrupt it. After completing his study of the Flying Thunder God's relevant techniques, he made his way to the training ground, which had nearly become his personal domain over the past week. Today, after a week of studying the Flying Thunder God and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he felt he had gained a sufficient understanding of space-time ninjutsu. He believed it was time to attempt the inscription of a unique space-time mark of his own. Upon arriving at the clearing, the first sight to greet Mu Feng was a cluster of battered trees nearby, the result of his practice with shuriken while training the Flying Thunder God technique. At present, Mu Feng has ceased his training and instead has chosen to immerse himself in introspection. Concurrently, he begins to manipulate his chakra, seeking to harmonize with the external spatial environment. The greatest challenge of space-time ninjutsu lies in the relationship between oneself and the environment. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is classified as a space-time ninjutsu, it is more closely related to space than time. Thus, by addressing the connection between himself and the surrounding space, he can successfully execute the Flying Thunder God technique. The key to resolving this lies within Mu Feng's chakra. By using chakra as a conduit, he can leave his mark within the space and then, leveraging this imprint, alter his position within that space. This encapsulates the essence of the Flying Thunder God. After a week of contemplation and practice, Mu Feng feels he has subtly grasped this method. This morning, that sensation has become increasingly vivid. As he sits in meditation and channels his chakra, Mu Feng quickly enters a remarkable state. Centered upon himself, the world around him seems to momentarily become transparent. In that instant, Mu Feng feels as though he has transcended this space. At will, he can re-enter it. However, he lacks a definitive signal to pinpoint his exact location within the space. A guiding signal is necessary. With this realization, Mu Feng opens his eyes. Indeed, he has arrived at the final step. By utilizing chakra to imprint a spatial marker, he can directly shift from that state, achieving instantaneous movement and completing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the imprints of the Flying Thunder God technique are typically unique. I must create one that belongs to me. What design would be most fitting? Mu Feng falls into contemplation, but soon, his eyes light up with inspiration. Eureka! Chapter 53, The First Mission Outside Buzz. The chakra within him quivers. Mu Feng approaches a tree, ready to attempt to engrave his unique space-time imprint upon its surface. Thus, the next time he enters that enigmatic state, he can lock onto a position through his imprint and perform instantaneous movement. With a resounding thud, Mu Feng slaps his palm against the tree, channeling his chakra, which swiftly emanates from his hand. Gradually, a design begins to emerge upon the tree's surface. It takes the form of a circle, divided into black and white sections, each shaped like a comma, yet together they form a unique symbol of Chinese culture, the Taiji diagram. This is the space-time imprint Mu Feng has determined for himself after much reflection. In his past life, Mu Feng was of Chinese descent, and the Taiji symbol represents the essence of Taoist culture. The Taiji diagram divides into two, forming the black and white commas, which are also distinctive emblems of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This design can be seen as a representation of Mu Feng's dual identities, his past life and his current existence, imbued with significant meaning. Mu Feng feels a sense of satisfaction with this chosen imprint. However, the ability to utilize it still requires validation. Observing the temporal and spatial imprints upon the trees, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction before striding towards the clearing opposite the large tree. Standing still, He began to reminisce about the profound sensation he experienced upon entering the realm of time and space. The chakra within him flowed gently, and with all his willpower, Feng endeavored to immerse himself in that enigmatic world. Soon, a humming sound reverberated. A blankness enveloped his mind, and shortly thereafter, his consciousness re-entered that grayish-white, translucent realm, where everything seemed to lay bare before his perception. This time, instead of lingering in the mystical moment, Feng focused intently on sensing the temporal imprint he had inscribed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His consciousness transformed into threads that meandered through the grayish-white world, these white lines multiplying, densely surrounding him at the center. The wandering white threads were intricate and chaotic, and Feng furrowed his brow. Through these lines of consciousness, he sensed no trace of the imprint. Had he failed? A thought flickered in his mind. At that very moment, amidst the myriad of white threads, one line suddenly tightened, transforming into a brilliant red hue. In the grayish-white realm, the appearance of this striking red was undeniably eye-catching. Instantly, Feng's attention was drawn to it, and following the red thread to its end, he beheld the temporal imprint he had etched upon the tree. It was right there. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his pupils as he reached out to grasp the red thread from the translucent world. In the next instant, he felt the surroundings twist, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before the tree adorned with the taiji symbol. Astonished, Feng glanced back at his original position, which was at least several hundred meters away from the tree. The moment he seized the red thread, he had disregarded that distance and soared directly to the tree's side. He had succeeded. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The exhilaration on Feng's face was unmistakable as he celebrated his first successful attempt. Although this endeavor took considerable time, from inscribing to meditation, time that could have allowed him to sprint from afar to the tree, it represented a monumental breakthrough for him. For now, he had executed the Flying Thunder God technique, and with diligent practice in the future, he could one day achieve instantaneous movement over vast distances akin to that of Minato Namikaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Difficulty detected for the Flying Thunder God technique is exceedingly high. Blackening value rewards are doubled. You have gained 200 points of blackening value. The Flying Thunder God technique is recognized as a task reward ninjutsu. The host receives an additional blackening value reward. You have gained 300 points of blackening value. As Feng was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed once more. Your Flying Thunder God technique is still in its nascent stage. It perceives itself as somewhat superfluous, leading to a distortion that is intensifying its darkening. Yet another darkened jutsu has been added. Feng smiled faintly and spoke. Having just mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt much like a child who had just acquired a new toy, eager to employ it once more. At that moment, with a swift sound, a figure suddenly appeared atop a tree beside him. Red Fox, there's a new mission. Gather at the usual spot in half an hour. As the voice echoed, when Feng turned to look, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy Umbu ninja darting away. However, from the voice, he discerned that it was his captain, the one who donned the rabbit mask. Half an hour later, Feng had changed into a new outfit, a set provided by the Umbu, and adorned his own red fox mask. The usual spot mentioned by his captain was the vacant training ground he had previously visited. Upon arriving at the training ground, Feng spotted two individuals. One was his captain with the rabbit mask, while the other was a perception-type ninja wearing a frog mask. These two had collaborated with Feng once before, and he felt a sense of familiarity, though he was puzzled by the absence of the third member. Rabbit said there would be newcomers, and I was right. It's you, Red Fox, exclaimed the perception-type ninja with the frog mask, his voice cheerful. Now I can introduce myself. I am Black Toad, adept in sensory and illusion techniques. Rabbit excels in close combat and earth techniques. As for you, Red Fox, your strengths lie in close combat and fire techniques. Feng briefly introduced himself, acknowledging that although they had worked together previously, that instance had been merely incidental. Given the current circumstances, it appeared he would be undertaking missions alongside these two Umbu members for some time. Excellent, Rabbit remarked, casting a friendly glance at Feng, who seemed to grasp the situation well. He began to outline their current mission. This task has been personally issued by Lord Hokage, so we must treat it with utmost seriousness. The mission will take place within the Land of Lightning, and we will receive the specific details upon our arrival. Red Fox, this will be your first mission outside the village. You must exercise caution. The outside world is not as tranquil as our village. Perhaps due to Mu Feng's youth. Rabbit elaborated a bit more, glancing at him with a look of inquiry. I have no issues. Mu Feng responded directly. Very well, I shall prepare to depart now. You have 1 hour for preparations. We will reconvene at the village gates in 1 hour. Chapter 54. A perilous rescue mission an hour later. Mu Feng arrived punctually at the entrance of Konoha village. For his first mission outside, he brought only some food and water. As a ninja, one's survival skills in the wilderness are naturally formidable, allowing for minimal concern. Prepared and ready, Rabbit turned to Mu Feng and another companion. Their mission this time was set in the Land of Thunder, approximately at the border with the Land of Fire. The village there had reportedly been attacked by the Cloud Ninja village, and communication had been severed. Upon arrival, they needed to locate others and uncover the true reason behind the assault on the outpost. There was a strong likelihood of encountering the main forces of the Cloud Ninja village. Hence, upon reaching the border, they must remain discreet and conceal their tracks. Rabbit emphasized this point, primarily as a reminder to Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Then let us set forth. With that, Rabbit dashed into the depths of the jungle, followed closely by Mu Feng and the Black Toad. Soon, the three vanished into the dense foliage. However, not long after their disappearance, at the village entrance, Danzo appeared on the path, accompanied by several ninjas. Among them was a particularly notable figure, a petite, youthful ninja whose gaze, though somewhat vacant, occasionally flickered with a hint of murderous intent. This ninja was none other than Sai, whom Danzo had recently acquired from Orochimaru, now a member of the Root organization. You four are tasked with trailing them, closely monitoring Uchiha Mu Feng's actions. But do not interfere. I wish to ascertain Uchiha Mu Feng's true strength. Danzo's eyes reflected a trace of concern as he watched Mu Feng's departing figure. The three ninjas knelt in unison, with the wooden-faced Sai following suit. Understood, Lord Danzo, we will accomplish the mission. Indeed, this mission is of special nature. You must include him. Should you encounter ninjas from the Cloud Village, you may assess his combat capabilities. With that, Danzo's gaze shifted back to Sai. The members of Root had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Danzo, executing his orders with unwavering fidelity and seldom questioning his directives. The addition of another individual posed little concern for them. Danzo had previously instructed that even if the trio were exposed and discovered by Mu Feng, it would not matter. The ultimate goal of this mission was to discern Mu Feng's true prowess, gathering intelligence for Danzo's future plans regarding the Uchiha. Sai was to be a means to test combat efficacy, as Danzo harbored curiosity about Sai's abilities, particularly since he possessed the same would-release techniques as the first Hokage. Very well, Lord Danzo. Now, you may depart. With those words, the group beside Danzo swiftly moved out, vanishing from sight. 2 days later, at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder, Mu Feng, Rabbit, and the Black Toad stood atop the treetops, gazing out over the expanse. In the distance, a dense forest lay beyond which stood a series of towering mountains, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Beyond this point lies the Land of Thunder. We must exercise caution from now on, Rabbit cautioned. The besieged stronghold is located in the central region of the Land of Lightning, with their last transmission occurring 4 days prior. In recent days, other scouts have detected an unusual surge of activity among the ninjas of the Land of Lightning at the borders, forming concentric circles of encirclement in the central area. According to the conjectures of the Hokage, this stronghold may possess critical information about the Land of Lightning, which has been prematurely exposed. However, the ninjas within the stronghold are still alive. Our mission is to locate them. Even if we cannot rescue them, we must bring back the intelligence. Rabbit began to elucidate the details of this mission to the two others. Clearly, he had already been aware of the task while in the village. Yet he chose to disclose it only now, which aligns with the style of the Umbu. Listening to Rabbit's words, Mu Feng furrowed his brow. Simply based on Rabbit's description, Mu Feng sensed that this mission would not be straightforward. Moreover, certain critical pieces of information remained undisclosed. For instance, what specific intelligence had the spies from Konoha obtained, and how many ninjas had the Cloud Village dispatched, including the number of Jonin among them? Relying solely on the three of them, would they be able to accomplish this mission? Were there perhaps other members of Konoha undertaking the same task? These details were left unspoken by Rabbit, who might not even be privy to them. Umbu ninjas are generally task-oriented, as their missions are primarily commissioned by Konoha, leaving no room for abandonment due to inadequate rewards. Hey Chan, once we enter the Land of Lightning, we will depend on you. No problem. I will remain vigilant at all times. Good. Chihu, if we encounter a team of cloud ninjas, do not act impulsively. Avoid confrontation if possible. This is the Land of Lightning, and their reinforcements will undoubtedly arrive faster than ours. Understood. I will be cautious. Then let us depart. With a swift motion, 3 figures descended below, simultaneously, within the borders of the Land of Lightning. Damn it. Where have those Konoha scoundrels run off to? These rascals caused quite a commotion among our cloud ninjas, and now think they can leave so easily. That would be too lenient. Don't give up. Keep searching. Reinforcements are on the way, and those Konoha fellows cannot escape. They are somewhere in this vicinity. Search diligently. The borders have been sealed off by Lord Rakage, and they will find it difficult to flee. Shouts echoed through a valley as dozens of cloud ninjas, their eyes filled with murderous intent, scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, not far beneath them, beside a stream where the cliff slightly dipped, 3 Konoha ninjas pressed against the wall, filled with anxiety. Here, they could clearly hear the furious shouts and commands of the cloud ninjas. Several minutes later, the hurried footsteps of the cloud ninjas began to fade, accompanied by sporadic shouts. After a while, the surroundings finally fell silent, and one of the ninjas exhaled in relief. The eyes of the other 2 reflected a glimmer of gratitude. Since their discovery, this team of Konoha ninjas has been relentlessly pursued by the cloud ninjas. However, thanks to the sensory ninja among them, they have managed to evade capture time and again. Yet, as time passed, the number of pursuing cloud ninjas increased, making their escape increasingly arduous. Just moments ago, they found themselves in the most perilous situation, surrounded on all sides by cloud ninjas. With no other choice, they opted to confront the weakest faction, but this nearly led to their exposure. The cloud ninjas were pursuing them with relentless fervor, and considering the considerable distance still separating them from the Land of Fire, it seemed their fate was sealed here. A middle-aged ninja sighed in resignation. The village will not abandon us. They will surely come for us. Beside him, another Konoha ninja was preparing to offer comfort and bolster morale. But at that moment, an ominous presence approached. It's bad. An elite ninja from the Cloud Village is coming, exclaimed the sensory ninja, his astonishment palpable. Instantly, the pupils of the 3 narrowed in alarm. Chapter 55. Infiltration of the Land of Lightning. This is bad. Someone is approaching. It is likely an elite from the Cloud Village. The concealed sensory ninja's warning sent a wave of tension among the trio. Over there, I sensed the presence of Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, not far from them, several figures were racing towards them, and it wouldn't be long before they would clash with the Konoha ninjas. What should we do? We must find a way to break through. Once that elite from the cloud arrives, we'll be trapped. We are in the Land of Lightning. If the cloud ninjas latch onto us, we are doomed. The 3 Konoha ninjas were filled with dread, and the sensory ninja strained to identify any potential escape routes. However, the more he searched, the tighter his brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Cloud ninjas surrounded them on all sides. If they wanted to break through, they would have to fight. Then let us fight. The determination to confront their fate ignited in their eyes. This way. In the next moment, the sensory ninja pointed towards a direction and dashed forward, followed closely by the other 2 ninjas. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja team detected the movement of the Konoha squad. Sir, they are on the move. Pursue them. Do not worry about the others. We have plenty of our Cloud Ninjas nearby. They want to escape far. Soon, a chase unfolded within the borders of the Land of Lightning. At the same time, near the border of the Land of Lightning, Feng, Heiken, and Tuzi observed the roaming Cloud Ninja team ahead with growing concern. This is already the 5th potential escape route we've found, and it's still occupied by Cloud Ninjas. It seems they have established a defensive line at the border. To penetrate deeper into the Land of Lightning, we cannot bypass these foes. Heiken spoke gravely. Infiltrating the Land of Lightning at this juncture was no simple task. Firstly, the tensions between the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages have escalated considerably. Furthermore, during the Chunin exams, the Cloud Village suffered a setback in the Land of the Leaves, which will undoubtedly compel them to seek redemption. Should Feng and his companions be discovered upon entering the Land of Lightning, the Cloud Village will certainly devise a means to confront them, especially considering the mission they bear. Of course, if they manage to infiltrate the Land of Lightning discreetly, it would be challenging for the Cloud Village to notice them immediately. However, the difficulty of this mission is evidently significant. The troubles caused by a single team of ninjas have led the Cloud Village to seal off the borders of the Land of Lightning. Now, for Feng and his two companions, breaching this barrier has become increasingly arduous, with a high likelihood of detection. Discovery would inevitably lead to confrontation. While Feng is confident in handling the majority of the Cloud Village's teams, any fatalities would certainly alert the village to their presence. At this juncture, they can no longer afford to deliberate. The longer they delay, the more detrimental it is for the team trapped inside. They must press forward with determination. Hokage, scout out a point of entry and see if you can infiltrate secretly. If not, create a significant diversion to signal us. Once in the Land of Lightning, we shall agree upon a rendezvous point and split up to swiftly locate the trapped team, using secret techniques to communicate once found. Rabbit interjected. The secret technique he referred to is a long-distance communication method utilized among members, considered a form of ninjutsu. Upon hearing the plan to split up, Hokage had no objections. Given the current situation, time is evidently on the side of the Cloud Village. The longer they take, the more unfavorable it becomes for Feng and his companions. Thus, the ability to quickly locate the team ensnared in the Land of Lightning and retrieve either intelligence or team members is pivotal for the success of their mission. If they can find the team from the Leaf Village within a few hours, Rabbit is confident they can collectively breach the Cloud Village's blockade and accomplish their task. Even a time frame of a day could yield success. However, should it extend to 3 or even 5 days, even if Rabbit and his companions can endure, the team trapped in the Land of Lightning will likely not be able to hold out. They have long been targeted by the ninjas of the Cloud Village. And for this team to still be alive at this point is already a testament to their skill. The longer the delay, the greater the difficulty of their escape. Eventually, the Cloud Village may even deploy their elite Jonin, with the likelihood of the AI brothers intervening being quite high. After all, this is on the territory of the Land of Lightning. Conversely, Feng finds himself rather eager about the prospect of splitting up. Now that he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, provided he employs it wisely, his self-preservation is assured. Once separated from the group, Feng need not conceal his prowess. In fact, he can seek out formidable adversaries, vanquish them, and thereby amass substantial dark value. Wreaking havoc within the enemy's stronghold presents a shortcut to acquiring significant dark value. Certainly, Feng is currently cautious about escalating matters, given his present capabilities. Facing even the likes of the two AI brothers is quite a formidable challenge, let alone the third Raikage. Moreover, Feng's Sharingan remains in the three-tomo state. If he were to be encircled by a multitude of cloud shinobi and they discerned his Flying Thunder God technique, his life would be at grave risk. However, it is worth noting that Feng has become increasingly difficult to eliminate. The Cloud Village's endeavor to dispatch him would undoubtedly prove far more arduous than hunting down a mere rabbit or a black toad. Is it acceptable for the Red Fox to act alone? After strategizing, the rabbit turned to Feng, a hint of concern in his gaze. No problem. I am quite capable of self-preservation, he reassured. Very well, should any troubles arise, contact me and the black toad immediately. We shall rush to your aid at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, if you locate that particular team, promptly lead them to retreat according to the plan devised by the black toad. Once you reach the borders of the Land of Fire, signal us. Our Konoha ninjas will be there to assist you. The rabbit reiterated the battle plan to Feng, who nodded in agreement. All right, let us infiltrate now. If the cloud shinobi become aware of our presence, I will remain to confront them, while you two must withdraw at once. With those words, the rabbit looked at the black toad, who utilized his sensory ninjutsu once more. This way. Soon, the black toad identified a direction, and the three dashed toward it. However, after traversing a short distance through the thicket, a wild beast suddenly let out a piercing howl. A woo. At the sound, the trio's expressions sharpened. It was no mere beast, but a summoned creature responding to their presence. Someone has breached the perimeter. Over there, hurry. Concurrently, a voice of alarm echoed nearby, followed by the swish of wind as numerous cloud shinobi charged toward Feng and his companions. Damn it, there are summoned beasts here. We've been discovered. We must vacate this area immediately. The urgency was palpable. There is no time. The cloud ninjas are close. You and the Red Fox should escape. I will stay behind to impede their pursuit. Remember, once you encounter the Konoha team, ensure their swift return to the Land of Fire. The rabbit looked toward the agitated cloud ninjas, addressing Mu Feng and the Black Toad. Both nodded in acknowledgement and turned to venture deeper into the land of lightning. Before long, the pair had covered a considerable distance. It's an Umbu from Konoha. Let us engage. They must be here for our spies. Voices echoed from behind, followed by the sounds of fierce combat. Do not concern yourself with the rabbit. He possesses considerable strength. Those cloud ninjas cannot best him. As they raced onward, the Black Toad reassured Mu Feng, who nodded in response and continued to follow closely behind. After the previous experience, Hichan proceeded with heightened caution this time. Mu Feng and he raced forward, swiftly breaching the second layer of the cloud ninja's blockade, entering deep into the land of lightning. According to the intelligence gathered by the rabbit, the squad trapped within the land of lightning was also situated in a specific area. All right, we have arrived. It is time to split up, Hichan declared as they reached a small stream. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Let us be careful. Understood. With one last glance at the Hidden Leaf Village, Hichan chose a direction and dashed off. Mu Feng, observing Hichan's retreating figure, ultimately surged in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, not far from Mu Feng, atop a cliff, 3 members of the Root Organization and Yamato fixed their gaze upon the duo. They have separated. What should we do? The leader spoke. Lord Danzo instructed us to primarily monitor Uchiha Mu Feng. We need not concern ourselves with the others, just follow them. Very well, let us follow him. However, this area is already under the control of the Cloud Ninja, so we must proceed with caution. The trio exchanged information, but soon, one member of the team abruptly turned to look behind. It seems we have encountered a team of Cloud Ninjas. 3 of them. They shouldn't be too formidable. Jia, this task falls to you. The leader commanded Yamato. Upon receiving the order, a glimmer of determination ignited in Yamato's usually vacant gaze, and in the next moment, he charged towards the rear. 1 minute later. Damn it, this guy is using wood release. Hurry, report to Lord Rakage. Several screams echoed through the valley as another ordinary Cloud Ninja team was swiftly annihilated. After leaving behind a few corpses, the Root Organization continued advancing in the direction where Mu Feng had headed. In the land of lightning, within the Rakage's office, the third Rakage sat in his seat, facing a muscular, dark-skinned ninja with bare arms and golden hair. If Mu Feng were present, he would easily recognize that the ninja before the third Rakage was the fourth Rakage. A is not the true name of the fourth Rakage. It can be considered more of a title. Each Rakage in the history of the Hidden Cloud Village inherits this title upon assuming the position. However, the fourth Rakage was somewhat different. He was designated as the heir to the Rakage from birth, thus his name has always been A. He did not disappoint this name, as his prowess in the original narrative was indeed at the pinnacle among the 5 Kage. With a formidable physique and unparalleled speed, the fourth Rakage was a war machine on the battlefield, capable of crushing any enemy. Now, as the heir to the next generation of Rakage, I had matured into the right hand of the third Rakage, serving as one of his most capable assistants and also as his son. This mission to pursue the Leaf Ninja team was entrusted to A by the third Rakage. From the current circumstances, it seems merely a matter of time before we capture the Konoha team that infiltrated the Cloud Ninja village to gather intelligence. However, despite this assurance, the third Rakage remains somewhat apprehensive. His brow is perpetually furrowed, as though he senses impending misfortune. He promptly summoned A. He inquired, how goes the mission? Father. A replied, I have already dispatched shinobi within the land of lightning and secured the borders between the land of lightning and the land of fire. Unless unforeseen events arise, that Konoha team will find themselves trapped. Good work. However, our previous plan with the Mist Village encountered some complications, resulting in the loss of 2 Jonin and the clearance of several of our strongholds within the land of fire, which has been a significant setback. This time, Konoha spies have audaciously infiltrated the Cloud Ninja village and stolen the roster of our secret forces. If Konoha acquires this intelligence, it would deal a substantial blow to our village. Thus it must be treated with utmost seriousness. Moreover, we must remain vigilant against any supporting forces dispatched by Konoha. We cannot allow any information to escape the land of lightning. Rest assured, Father, we have already pinpointed the location of that Konoha team. I have dispatched Mabu and an elite unit to the area, and we expect to receive updates by this afternoon. Upon hearing A's response, the third Rakage's furrowed brow began to relax. Yet, at that moment, bang, bang, bang. Lord Rakage, urgent intelligence. A large number of Konoha ninjas have been detected moving along the border of the Land of Fire. Simultaneously, the defensive forces along the perimeter reported that a Konoha Umbu team had breached the blockade and entered our territory. They are likely either providing support to that Konoha team or retrieving intelligence. The blocking forces have engaged the enemy, but were unable to prevent their escape. Additionally, we have discovered traces of 2 more Konoha teams deep within the Land of Lightning. A ninja rushed in, speaking hastily. What? As his words echoed. The third Raikage rose abruptly, glaring at the 2 individuals before him. Konoha is determined to oppose us, is it? That scoundrel Sarutobi Hiruzen has seized an opportunity and intends to exploit it. Very well. The third Raikage seethed, his gaze fixed intensely upon A. You shall personally lead the charge to bring back the heads of that Konoha team. Furthermore, inform all dispatched shinobi that upon sighting any Konoha ninjas, they must refrain from acting recklessly and report immediately. This time, regardless of how many personnel Konoha sends, I shall ensure they remain in the Land of Lightning. With a resounding clap, the third Raikage's fury surged, his entire being radiating wrath. Understood, father. A's eyes, too, glimmered with the intent to kill. With that, he turned and strode out of the Raikage building. Chapter 57. A dire situation in the Cloud Ninja Village. Having received news of the Konoha Umbu team advancing into the Land of Lightning for a rescue mission, both A and the third Raikage were filled with fury. At the entrance of the Cloud Ninja Village, A had assembled an elite team of shinobi, consisting of over a dozen Jonin. Since the commencement of the Chunin exams, it has been merely a few days, yet the Cloud Shinobi have faced successive defeats in the Land of Fire. Initially, their infiltrators into Konoha were eliminated, followed by the systematic dismantling of their strongholds within the Land of Fire. This, in itself, would not have been significant, as it was the Cloud Shinobi who chose to instigate conflict on Konoha's territory. Their demise could simply be attributed to their inadequacies. However, just as the Cloud Shinobi shifted their focus towards the teams within the Land of Fire, Konoha executed a cunning maneuver, dispatching an elite squad to infiltrate the Cloud Village and procure vital intelligence. This operation not only succeeded but also saw the Konoha ninjas escape from the Cloud Village unscathed. This humiliation was intolerable for the Cloud Shinobi. Konoha's actions bore the essence of retribution, as if to say, "Look, you are not competent." The third Raikage could hardly endure such disgrace, and even the hot-headed EI was provoked into action. Thus, the Cloud Shinobi mobilized a considerable number of ninjas and sealed off the borders of the Land of Lightning, determined to intercept Konoha's elite team and thwart their plans. According to the Cloud Shinobi's original strategy, the Konoha squad was to be trapped like fish in a barrel. However, with the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, the situation had become precarious. To suppress this unforeseen variable and extinguish any hope of reversal, EI personally led the pursuit. As the successor to the Raikage, EI possessed formidable strength, nearing the level of Hokage, and with over a dozen elite Jonin at his side. He was confident in his ability to eliminate all Konoha personnel. Without further ado, he commanded, "Everyone, let us depart. Together, we shall vanquish the Konoha ninjas." With a decisive wave of his arm, EI led the elite forces of the Cloud Shinobi directly onto the battlefield. Simultaneously, deep within the Land of Lightning, 3 hours had passed since Feng had parted ways with the Black Toad, and he continued to wander through the heart of the Land of Lightning. Though Feng's sensory abilities were not particularly strong, the activation of his Sharingan significantly enhanced his reconnaissance skills. Prior to his arrival in this world, he had spent a considerable time as a military enthusiast, gaining insights into reconnaissance tactics within military ranks. With the aid of the Sharingan, Feng's reconnaissance capabilities now surpassed even the finest scouts of his past life. There must have been signs of a struggle here. Arriving at a stream, Feng scanned the stony shore and noticed several peculiarities. The stones in certain areas had been disturbed, as if someone had forcefully stepped upon them. Frowning, Feng immediately began to search the vicinity. Indeed, it was not long before he discovered shuriken, kunai, and several traces of blood nearby. A battle had undoubtedly occurred here. As he picked up a kunai, Feng examined it carefully. This particular weapon undoubtedly belonged to the Hidden Leaf Village. While kunai are generally standard across the ninja world, subtle differences exist among the various hidden villages due to their unique forging techniques, particularly in aspects like weight. Although Feng had never encountered a Cloud Ninja's kunai, he was quite familiar with the ones from the Hidden Leaf, having utilized them extensively during his training. The moment he grasped this kunai, A sense of familiarity washed over him, leading him to conclude that it was indeed from the hidden leaf. Mufeng then shifted his gaze to the pool of blood nearby, deducing the time of the skirmish. It must have occurred a few hours prior, indicating that the Leaf team had already been discovered by the Cloud Ninjas. Frowning, Mufeng realized that the conflict had erupted a few hours ago, which was certainly alarming. The Cloud Ninjas had dispatched a substantial number of operatives this time. Should the Leaf team be detected and drawn into combat, they would face relentless pursuit and unending conflict. Even a seasoned ninja, regardless of rank, would be rendered exhausted after several hours of battle. Notably, even a formidable figure like the Third Hokage perished amidst the encirclement of numerous rock ninjas in the original story. Mufeng did not believe that this Leaf team possessed any warriors of such caliber. At this moment, he had little faith in the prospects of the Leaf team. However, after surveying the surrounding environment, Mufeng determined the direction in which the adversaries had fled and decided to pursue them alone. Just before his departure, he consciously cast a glance back. Throughout his journey, Mufeng had felt the presence of someone shadowing him, yet the individual remained concealed. He speculated that it was likely a member of the Leaf. Had they been Cloud Ninjas, they would have revealed themselves upon spotting a member of the Umbu. Nevertheless, his backward glance startled the Root members concealed a kilometer away. Why do I feel as though this boy has noticed us? One of them pondered in disbelief. Impossible. Even if he is a genius, he is merely 7 or 8 years old, lacking combat experience. At this distance, he should not be able to detect us. This boy hails from the Uchiha clan and has activated his Sharingan. Under those keen eyes, our Sharingan's detection capabilities are limited. If he were from the Hyuga clan, he would likely have discovered us by now, but the Sharingan should not pose a threat. Let us continue to follow him. The 3 Root members deliberated. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from behind the Root organization, causing them to furrow their brows in unison. Damn it, the Cloud Ninjas are back. How many have they sent this time? One of them exclaimed impatiently. They had already dealt with 3 Cloud Ninja squads while following Mufeng, yet new squads continued to emerge. You deal with those Cloud Ninjas. The leader of the Root commanded Yamato, but before Yamato could act, this is bad. The Cloud Ninja team is moving swiftly, and there may be Jonin among them. Hasten your retreat. Once we are ensnared by them, our fate shall be sealed. The perceptive ninja among the Root organization team gasped in astonishment. At that very moment, several figures darted towards them from the distance, and to their shock, the leading ninja was a woman. You scoundrels from Konoha, this time you shall not escape. Even before the Root members could fully withdraw, a furious roar echoed from afar. Chapter 58, A Chaotic Scene Flee. Upon seeing the elite Cloud Ninja approaching, the 3 members of the Root organization did not hesitate and turned to flee. How shameless. Stop right there. Behind them, a dozen Cloud Ninjas gritted their teeth and pursued relentlessly. This group of Cloud Ninjas was led by Mabui, part of the second wave of reinforcements. Their original objective had been to escort information back to the Konoha team, but in the course of their advance, they stumbled upon the members of the Root organization. Mabui glared at the backs of the 3 Root members and Yamato, her heart ablaze with anger. In the next instant, she hurled a kunai from her hand. Meanwhile, the members of the Root organization made their move. Wind release, great breakthrough. Turning around, they unleashed a powerful gust of wind that sent Mabui's kunai flying, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. The 4 members of the Root organization vanished within the smoke, and as Mabui and her companions avoided the ninjutsu, they looked up to find that the 4 had completely disappeared. Mabui, they are still ahead. Shall we continue the pursuit? They do not appear to be part of the Konoha team. They are likely a support unit from Konoha. As the Root organization members fled, the Cloud Ninjas quickly surrounded Mabui. The murderous intent in her eyes crystallized, yet her heart was conflicted. The task assigned to her by AI was to retrieve the information scroll and eliminate the Konoha team members who had stolen the intel, not to intercept the Konoha support unit. Moreover, judging by the performance of the Root members, they were not ordinary ninjas. In that moment of indecision, one of her team members seemed to receive a message from other ninjas. Mabui, Lord AI has already led an elite team out of the cloud. Lord Hokage has commanded that all Konoha ninjas entering the Land of Lightning must pay the price. Upon hearing this, Mabui's eyes sparkled with determination. Pursue. Subsequently, Mabui led a dozen Cloud Ninjas in the direction of the Root organization. At the same time, Mufeng followed the trail of battle he could discern. Halfway through, he sensed the feeling of being watched had vanished. Are they no longer pursuing me? Or have they fallen behind? Feng felt perplexed. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the sounds of combat erupted ahead. You take the information and flee. I will hold them off. You Konoha scum shall not escape today. Oh, it's the members of Konoha's Umbu. They have arrived. The Umbu are here. Everyone, hurry and break through. This is not good. We are surrounded. From across a hill, amidst the chaos, Feng heard the urgent shouts ringing out. As Feng felt a surge of urgency within, chakra coursed through his body. Upon cresting the hill, he beheld over 20 cloud ninjas encircling 4 leaf ninjas, among whom was his comrade from the Umbu squad, Haechan. At first, Feng refrained from drawing near, opting instead to conceal himself in a nearby location and observe intently. It became evident that the condition of the 4 leaf ninjas was dire, particularly the 3 squad members, each bearing visible injuries. The most grievously wounded was a middle-aged ninja with a common visage. His entire right forearm had been severed, blood gushing forth to reveal the stark whiteness of bone. Without prompt medical attention, it was likely that he would lose the use of that arm. The other 2 bore numerous wounds as well, their garments nearly saturated with blood. The only one in relatively stable condition was Feng's ally, Haechan, who gripped a short blade, warily scanning the surroundings while the 3 leaf ninjas shielded him. Among the 20 or so cloud ninjas, a few appeared to be in poor shape. Feng also noted a fallen cloud ninja's corpse. However, the majority retained their combat prowess. Activating his Sharingan, Feng continued to scrutinize the scene. It soon became clear that this group of over 20 cloud ninjas was no mere rabble. A significant portion comprised Nin, with 3 Nin positioned at the forefront of the encirclement. The fierce glares of these 3 Nin seemed capable of rending the force under. This was perilous. 3 Nin and so many Nin. After a brief analysis of the situation, Feng realized that the 3 leaf ninjas had no chance of escape. And even Haechan would have to remain. As a sensory-type ninja, Haechan was not adept in combat. Breaching the encirclement established by the 3 Nin was an unrealistic prospect. Moreover, if the situation dragged on, the number of cloud ninjas would only increase, diminishing their chances of fleeing. Had the cloud ninjas gone mad? To dispatch so many was far beyond the mission's expectations. In the center, Haechan lowered his voice fiercely. He was the first among the 3 to detect the intelligence team, but by the time he noticed the Leaf Squad, they were already being pursued by the Cloud Ninjas, embroiled in a fierce struggle. Seeing the situation grow increasingly desperate, Haechan acted without hesitation. Yet, who could have anticipated that amongst the 20-plus Cloud Ninjas were 3 Nin? After several rounds of combat, the Leaf side began to falter. It seemed this time they might meet their end here, Haechan thought inwardly. He then turned to the 3. Who possesses the intelligence? It is with me, replied the Leaf Ninja who had sustained the least injury. Very well, Haechan responded. When the battle commences, I shall do my utmost to hold them off while you seek an opportunity to break through. This is a communicator used by the Umbu. Once you escape, contact Umbu members immediately and have them provide cover for your retreat to the borders of the Land of Fire. At this juncture, Haechan knew he could only fight with every ounce of his being. Upon concluding his words, the Black Toad handed over the communicator he carried to a member of Konoha, fervently praying within. May the rabbit and the red fox be near. Konoha's operatives, surrender your intelligence and accompany us back to the village of the Cloud Ninja, and I may spare your lives. At that moment, one of the Cloud's Jonin, encircling the 4, stepped forward and declared, I will count to 3. Prepare to act. The Black Toad turned his gaze toward the Jonin, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. With escape appearing futile, he pondered the prospect of taking down an adversary alongside him. The 2 Konoha ninjas, sensing the Black Toad's intentions, moved closer to his side. 3, 2, 1. The Black Toad's voice resonated as chakra began to coalesce, ready to spring into action. Suddenly, from another direction, a voice boomed. Wind release, vacuum sphere, fire release, great fireball technique. 4 figures surged forth toward the battlefield. Behind these 4, a throng of dozens of ninjas followed closely. Were they Konohas? As he beheld the advancing 4, a spark of hope ignited in the Black Toad's heart, mirrored in the minds of the other 3 ninjas. Who are these 4? No, that one is Yamato. The concealed Feng also cast his gaze toward the approaching quartet from the Root Organization. Chapter 59, The Strike. Thunderous assault. The 3 from the Root Organization and Yamato continued their swift advance, while Mabu led a dozen Cloud Ninjas in relentless pursuit. Throughout their chase, the two sides had engaged indirectly several times. However, Maba's forces had not gained any significant advantage, yet they maintained their speed, refusing to lose sight of their target. The Root Trio, increasingly beleaguered, found themselves unable to monitor Feng any longer. As fate would have it, these two factions unexpectedly crossed paths with Konoha's team. The Black Toad recognized the figures in the distance as members of Danzo's subordinates, feeling a mix of confusion and relief. Although the Root organization's members typically did not undertake missions within the village, under the current circumstances, as fellow Konoha ninjas, they could not remain uninvolved. However, upon observing the Cloud Ninjas pursuing from behind the Root organization, the Black Toad's pupils constricted, and he inwardly cursed. Fools, they led the enemy right to us. The balance of power on the battlefield now tilted decidedly in favor of the Cloud Ninjas. While the Root Quartet had a slight edge in the pursuit, it was limited to that context. Should both sides halt and engage in a formal confrontation, the Cloud Ninjas would hold a greater likelihood of victory. With the merging of forces, Konoha's numbers swelled to 8, while the Cloud Ninjas surged to over 30, including 5 Jonin. In the time to come, more Cloud Jonin would undoubtedly arrive. Nonetheless, the increase in Konoha's numbers was not without merit. At least, with a larger contingent, a breakout would be more feasible, and dispersing could enhance the chances of relaying intelligence. It appeared that we had indeed encountered our Konoha ninjas ahead. Disregard the trivialities, charge forward. It would be most advantageous for these few individuals to draw the enemy's fire. Our mission is to surveil Uchiha Feng, and presently, that individual seems to have vanished. Upon our return, reporting to Danzo-sama would be quite the challenge. Here, Heiken contemplated the possibility of receiving assistance from the members of the Foundation. Yet the others had no such intentions. Having followed Danzo for so long, they regarded his orders as divine edicts, showing no interest in matters beyond their tasks. Even against fellow villagers, members of the Foundation would not hesitate to act, let alone in the current circumstances. The reason this small group of Foundation members chose this direction was due to the conflict occurring here, which could create chaos to facilitate their escape. After ascertaining the combatants, the leading ninja of the Foundation cast a glance back at Mabu and the others before forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The surging gusts did not rush toward Mabu and the others, but instead surged toward the Konoha team and the Cloud Ninja. Quick, intercept them. Do not let them through. The Cloud Ninja encircling the Konoha team reacted immediately as they witnessed the Foundation's members spring into action, with one of the Jonin directing the fight. Unfortunately, most of the Cloud Ninja excelled in lightning release and were not well versed in defensive techniques like earth or water release, making the sudden assault from the Foundation all the more challenging. With no other option, the Cloud Ninja had to resort to body flicker technique to evade the Foundation's attack. However, their evasive maneuver created a gap in the encirclement. Now. In that fleeting moment, both Heiken and Feng locked eyes, determined to break free. Heiken leaped toward the nearest Cloud Ninja with ferocity. Meanwhile, concealed upon the hillside, Feng drew the demon blade from his waist, fiery chakra enveloping it, transforming him into a streak of crimson light as he surged forward. Stop them, quickly, stop them. The Jonin of the cloud shouted in alarm upon witnessing Heiken's group attempting to escape. But in the next instant, a piercing scream echoed from the side of their formation, drawing everyone's attention. There, a ninja adorned with a crimson mask wielded a flaming kunai, having pierced the chest of a Cloud Ninja. Beneath the crimson glow, the victim's eyes reflected a sinister hue, appearing disturbingly eerie. It is the Red Fox. Upon seeing Feng, Heiken's heart surged with excitement. He immediately gestured toward the ninja carrying the intelligence within their ranks. Red Fox, take him away. In their previous mission, Heiken had witnessed Feng's swiftness. After opening the 8 gates, Feng's speed surely surpassed that of many present. Moreover, in terms of combat prowess, Feng evidently had the upper hand. The primary objective of this mission was to safeguard the intelligence stolen from the Cloud Ninja, and as long as the information was successfully delivered, the mission would be deemed a success. Feng comprehended the intentions of the Black Toad, delivering a fierce kick that sent the body of the Cloud Ninja flying. In an instant, he positioned himself beside the ninja carrying the intelligence. However, Feng had no intention of taking the individual with him. Currently, there were over 30 Cloud Ninjas present, while he had no faith in the members of the Root organization on the Leaf side. He was increasingly convinced that the Root organization had targeted him this time. Indeed, Danzo had set his sights on the Uchiha clan. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Mu Feng's Crimson Sharingan focused on the leaf ninja bearing the intelligence. Where is the information? It is here. The opponent, overwhelmed by Mu Feng's imposing presence, swiftly retrieved a scroll from their ninja tool pouch. Without hesitation, Mu Feng seized the scroll with decisive force. Break through. With that command, Mu Feng charged toward a gap in the encirclement. His demonic blade swept through the air, igniting a torrent of flames that forced back several cloud ninjas. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt onto one of the cloud ninjas and vaulted into the distance. This series of actions had been meticulously planned during his concealment. From the very beginning, his intention was to acquire the intelligence. He simply awaited the opportune moment. Although the members of the Root organization showed no intention of rescuing the Leaf team, their large-scale maneuver had indeed disrupted the battlefield, providing Mu Feng with the chance he sought. As for the Black Toad's orders, Mu Feng chose to disregard them. In the current situation, attempting to evacuate an injured comrade would require excessive effort and could easily entangle him with the Cloud Ninjas, plunging him back into a predicament. Thus, Mu Feng had never intended to assist the four in breaking free. Instead, he aimed to secure the intelligence and draw fire. That is our intelligence. Stop that brat. Upon observing the Leaf Ninja hand over the intelligence, 3 Cloud Jonin shouted in alarm. The one closest to Mu Feng gritted his teeth and charged at him, determined to prevent his escape. Noticing this, Mu Feng swiftly turned his gaze, employing his Sharingan to anticipate the Jonin's movements, and with a slight bow, he flawlessly evaded him in midair. With a thud, Mu Feng's feet landed on the ground, and he pushed off forcefully, propelling himself like a cannonball. The entire sequence, from his emergence to the breakout, transpired in less than a minute. Chase him. Catch that guy. The Cloud Ninjas, feeling mocked, seethed with anger. 2 Jonin abandoned the Black Toad and charged directly at Mu Feng. At this moment, the Black Toad swiftly intercepted one of them, having understood Mu Feng's intentions and aiming to buy him some time. Chapter 60. Mu Feng's retreat plan. Mu Feng's sudden appearance and the acquisition of intelligence disrupted the battlefield's dynamics. The Black Toad, fixated on the Cloud Jonin before him, gripped his kunai tightly, blocking the way. Damn it! The Cloud Jonin cursed inwardly, helplessly watching as Mu Feng escaped the encirclement. Since you are so eager to perish, I shall oblige you. Lightning release, body flicker. As the words fell, the Cloud Village Jonin struck the ground, summoning several arcs of white lightning that surged forward, forming a fan shape upon the earth. The Jonin had discerned that Mu Feng's speed was formidable. To pursue him, it was imperative to swiftly eliminate Hei-chan and his companions. Hei-chan leapt away, evading the range of the lightning release, while scattering a few shurikens towards the Jonin. The shurikens clanged as they were deflected in midair. The Jonin gripped his ninja blade tightly, a torrent of white thunder surging forth directly at Hei-chan. Meanwhile, the other 2 Jonin did not engage Hei-chan. One pursued Mu Feng, while the other targeted the members of the Konoha team. The remaining Cloud Ninjas, tasked with encircling Hei-chan's group, split into 2 factions, one pursuing Mu Feng and the other remaining to confront Hei-chan and his allies. At that moment, the 4 members of the Root organization surged forth. Their recent wind release had shattered the Cloud Ninjas' formation, and now, for ninjas on par with Jonin charged in, overwhelming the disordered ranks. Soon, the Cloud Ninjas parted, allowing the Root members passage, who cast a glance at the beleaguered Hei-chan's group without any intention of assistance, merely brushing past them. Damn it, the people from the Root organization are just like this. Hei-chan cursed under his breath, not anticipating their swift retreat. Beside Hei-chan, the 3 members of the Konoha team were utterly bewildered. Weren't they also ninjas from Konoha? Why did they rush past like mere passers-by? Were they not there to assist? This left them perplexed. The only explanation was that the information they had provided to the ninja in the red fox mask had rendered them devoid of value as protectors. They had become pawns discarded by Konoha. The thought filled their hearts with a profound melancholy. Yet, this sorrow quickly transformed into despair. After the Root members passed through the ranks of the Cloud Ninjas, Mabu-e led a support team of over 20 Cloud Ninjas, including several Jonin. Mabu-e, do not pursue those individuals. The information has been taken by a Konoha Umbu ninja wearing a red fox mask. Hurry and chase him. A steadfast Jonin among the defending Cloud Ninjas urged upon seeing Mabu-e and his entourage. Understood. You 3 follow me to pursue that Umbu from Konoha. Mabu-e commanded, casting a glance at Hei-chan's group. The rest of you stay here and eliminate these 4 Konoha ninjas." Upon hearing this, Haechan and the 3 Konoha team members felt a wave of despair wash over them. They were already struggling to hold their ground, and with Mabuyi's reinforcements arriving, their chances of survival had drastically diminished, particularly for the Konoha trio, who had sustained severe injuries. Continuing the fight risked not only their own lives, but could also endanger their comrades. "Umbu-sama, we are beyond salvation. I will use a secret technique shortly. You must flee while you still can," one Konoha ninja urged Haechan during a brief lull in the battle. The Black Toad's body slightly stiffened before it ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng darted through the heart of the land of lightning with vital intelligence in hand. "Damn it, stop right there. Hurry, keep up with him." Behind Feng, a cloud village Jonin, accompanied by 5 or 6 ninjas, strained to pursue him. However, despite the Jonin's swift utilization of lightning chakra to augment his physical capabilities, he could merely keep pace with Feng, while the other Jonin struggled to maintain the same speed. Unbeknownst to the cloud Jonin, Feng had already mastered the technique of harnessing lightning chakra to enhance his muscle speed, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary manner compared to the cloud ninjas. As time passed, the number of cloud ninjas trailing the Jonin dwindled until only one Jonin remained capable of matching Feng's velocity. At that moment, the lone Jonin felt a pang of anxiety. In a one-on-one confrontation, he harbored doubts about his ability to contend with Feng. Moreover, from their recent chase, he had discerned that the other was a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan from Konoha who had successfully awakened the Sharingan. This realization instilled a sense of trepidation within the cloud Jonin. Nevertheless, bolstered by the certainty of reinforcements behind him, he gritted his teeth and pressed on with the pursuit. As Feng fled, he glanced back and observed the cloud ninjas gradually falling behind, a sense of covert delight swelling within him. Fortunately, during the past week, he had also trained in taijutsu, and with the enhancement of his physical technique, his current speed had become remarkably swift. At this stage, aside from Jinjutsu, Feng had not yet had the opportunity to engage with or learn other techniques. Both taijutsu and ninjutsu were advancing simultaneously for him, particularly the former, which, thanks to the system, was progressing at an extraordinary rate compared to the average person. Thus, it was no wonder that he appeared so effortlessly agile while being pursued by a Jonin. Indeed, it was effortless. Presently, Feng's speed was not the result of a full-throttle sprint. Only upon opening the 8 gates would his speed reach astonishing levels. However, given his current location in the Land of Lightning, activating the 8 gates would entail a period of vulnerability, and Feng would refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he possessed another life-saving ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, he was heading toward a location marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Feng's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was not yet proficient. Aside from the inherent limitation on the number of seals, he could not achieve the level of mobility that Minato Namikaze exhibited across the entire ninja world. Currently, his effective range for the technique was limited to 10 kilometers. Beyond that, he would require a significant amount of time to guide himself, with the duration increasing relative to the distance. Upon entering the Land of Lightning, Feng had already marked several locations and established a retreat route. Now that the intelligence is in hand, as long as Feng adheres to the retreat route he has determined, he can safely return to the Land of Fire. The location from which he is retreating is one of the Flying Thunder God marks. Observing the surrounding terrain, Feng is confident that he is not far from that location. At that moment, several figures of Cloud Shinobi suddenly dashed towards him from the side, targeting the swiftly moving Feng. Chapter 61. The Swordsmanship of Feng Bang. A figure burst forth from the nearby thicket, launching a kick straight toward Feng's face. Feng raised his arms defensively. With a resounding thud, a searing pain shot through his forearm, the tremendous force propelling him backward. Through the gap between his arms, Feng caught sight of his assailant, a dark-skinned male ninja clad in traditional shinobi attire, a ninja blade slung across his back. White hair obscured the ninja's forehead, yet his gaze was filled with murderous intent. Darui. Upon seeing this individual, Feng immediately thought of a character from the original story. However, he quickly realized that this person was not Darui. At least, his age did not match. It was highly probable that this man was a senior relative of Darui, possessing remarkable strength and speed that surpassed the elite shinobi pursuing Feng. Pairui. Just in time, The intelligence is on him. Upon spotting the white-haired cloud shinobi, the shinobi trailing Mu Feng became exhilarated. Mu Feng shook his arms, feeling the sharp pain accompanied by a tinge of numbness, clearly indicating that the opponent's strike had utilized lightning chakra. This little fellow must still be the child of Mu Feng. To think he has become a member of the Umbu. It seems Konoha has no one left to send, resorting to dispatching a mere child for a mission. After repelling Mu Feng, Pyru scrutinized him with curiosity, then waved his hand toward another cloud shinobi elite, speaking aloud. Fear not, Lord AI is on his way. Once he arrives, this child will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Hey, kid, I'll give you a choice. Hand over the scroll and obediently accompany us back to Cloud Village, and we can allow those Konoha folks to negotiate for your release, granting you mercy in the process. Hearing Pyru Yi's words, Mu Feng remained utterly unfazed. What a joke. This was his first mission as an Umbu. If he were to be captured, how could he ever maintain his standing? However, upon hearing Pyru Yi mention AI, Mu Feng's heart began to race. He was acutely aware of who AI was. As a fan of the original story, he understood AI's speed and strength all too well. According to the narrative, once AI activated his body with lightning chakra, his velocity could even reach the speed of sound. In the face of such speed, ordinary ninjas had no hope of escape. Furthermore, AI's strength and physical prowess were formidable. If the opponent truly arrived, Mu Feng would stand no chance against him. In the original story, only the likes of Minato Namikaze could rival Raikage in speed, successfully repelling AI and his brother. The Flying Thunder God technique may indeed surpass the speed of the Raikage within the entirety of the ninja world. However, the mature version of this technique mastered by Minato Namikaze stands in stark contrast to the half-baked rendition wielded by Mu Feng, which proves utterly ineffective when confronted by AI. It is imperative that we withdraw from this location swiftly. Otherwise, should AI arrive, we might be forced to remain here indefinitely. Mu Feng possesses a clear understanding of the character's strengths within the original narrative, allowing him to accurately gauge the current situation. On the opposing side, Pyru awaits Mu Feng's response. Upon seeing Mu Feng, he immediately deduces that the youth is relatively young. The fact that such a ninja has joined the Umbu of Konoha does not imply a lack of capable individuals within the village. Rather, it serves as a testament to Mu Feng's innate genius. Aside from being a formidable elite Jonin, Pyru holds a prominent position within the village hidden in the clouds. He possesses considerable knowledge of the other 4 great ninja villages and recognizes that a talent like Mu Feng, if captured by the Cloud Ninja, could yield a significant exchange of resources from Konoha. Although this action would establish a powerful adversary for the Cloud, the arrogant Cloud Ninja have never feared formidable opponents, often looking down upon those lacking fortitude. Faced with the choice presented by Pyru, Mu Feng responds with decisive clarity. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Rapidly forming seals with his hands, Mu Feng leaps high into the air, unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of wash basins toward Pyru and the ninja behind him. Is this your choice, little Umbu of Konoha? Pyru taunts, drawing his hidden blade and deftly evading the oncoming flames, employing a body flicker technique to close in on Mu Feng. Flame blade circle slash. Just as Pyru approaches, Mu Feng shouts a command, sheathing his cursed blade and concentrating his spirit. The chakra within him surged, transforming into fire and enveloping the cursed blade, compressing within the sheath. In an instant, the blade ignited, merging with the flames, creating a radiant circle of blade light around Mu Feng. A result of his week-long training in swordsmanship, he fused the techniques of drawing and slashing with various elemental chakras. Crafting this unique move, his inaugural technique birthed from the foundation laid by the swordsmanship of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. The searing flames and the sharpness of the blade surged forth. Clearly startled by Mu Feng's sudden strike, Pyru had not anticipated such a powerful response from someone of Mu Feng's age nor the young ninja's mastery over chakra manipulation alongside formidable swordsmanship. Years of combat had honed Pyru's battle instincts, and at the moment Mu Feng drew his blade, he sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Clenching his jaw, he positioned his sword before him. But in the next moment, crack! The crisp sound echoed as Mu Feng's strike severed Pyru's weapon with ease. Yet the onslaught was far from over. The blazing slash, having cleaved through the sword, surged directly toward Pyru's chest. Pyru quickly retreated, fully aware that he had been struck by the blow. Even he would sustain injuries, and the burning effect of the fire attribute would infiltrate his body. significantly diminishing his combat prowess in a short span of time. With a swift adjustment, Peru changed direction and descended from the air, narrowly avoiding the slash from Mufeng, though his left arm still bore the brunt of the attack. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from his left arm, causing him to grip the broken kunai tightly. Casting a shocked glance at Mufeng, "Sir Peru, this is bad. He intends to flee. Quickly surround him." The other cloud ninjas were taken aback by Mufeng's sudden assault, and by the time they regained their composure, Mufeng had already leaped towards the location marked by the Flying Thunder God technique. "Damn it, I was careless." Watching Mufeng's retreating figure, Peru's eyes brimmed with resentment. He abruptly interrupted a medical ninja who had approached to tend to his wounds. "Everyone, follow me. We won't return to the village until we capture this scoundrel." Vowing silently to himself, Peru disregarded the pain in his left arm and charged ahead, leading the pursuit after Mufeng. Chapter 62. Erroneous judgment. Having suffered under Mufeng's hand, Peru was seething with rage. He had underestimated his opponent. Upon recognizing Mufeng's youth, he had unconsciously projected his past experiences against prodigies onto him, failing to anticipate that Mufeng possessed formidable skills in physical combat and swordsmanship, disciplines that typically required extensive practice. However, following his initial setback, Peru quickly recalibrated his mindset, recognizing Mufeng as an adversary of equal caliber. He rallied the Cloud Ninjas to continue the chase. Yet, moments later, Peru's brow furrowed once more. He realized that Mufeng was not heading towards the borders of the Land of Lightning, but rather deeper into its interior. What is he trying to accomplish? Is he walking into a trap? That cannot be. Peru had already granted Mufeng the opportunity to surrender. In his view, a clever opponent would either capitulate or make a desperate bid for the borders of the Land of Lightning, ultimately seeking refuge in the Land of Fire. Once within the Land of Fire, it would be beyond the control of the Cloud Ninjas. Yet now, Mufeng had not chosen either of those paths. Faced with this unexpected scenario, Peru quickly considered two possibilities. The first was that the intelligence regarding Mufeng was false, and he was merely a decoy, aiming to divert attention and allow the true informants from Konoha to breach their defenses. From this perspective, Mufeng had already succeeded to some extent. He had drawn Peru's attention, as well as that of others like Mabu, creating an opportunity for individuals such as Black Toad. However, it was merely a chance, in Peru's mind. As long as AI arrived on the battlefield, all of Konoha's forces would perish here. The second possibility was that the destination Mufeng was heading towards held some contingency, most likely with personnel from Konoha poised to receive him. After all, at this juncture, the Third Shinobi World War had yet to commence, and the legendary reputation of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, had not yet resounded, leaving the Cloud Ninjas somewhat unfamiliar with the Flying Thunder God technique. The likelihood of such a scenario occurring is exceedingly low. Following the theft of crucial intelligence from the Hidden Leaf by the Cloud Ninja, the Third Reikage ordered a purge of the Leaf's ninjas within the Land of Lightning. Currently, very few Leaf ninjas remain entrenched in the heart of the Land of Lightning. Many have chosen to retreat temporarily, avoiding confrontation. Thus, upon witnessing Mufeng's unusual behavior, Pirue is inclined to believe in the first possibility. "Are you certain about the authenticity of the information he possesses?" Pirue inquired of a nearby Cloud Ninja Jonin during their pursuit. "It is indeed true. I personally witnessed a Leaf Ninja handing over the scroll," the Jonin affirmed. "You saw it with your own eyes?" Pirue murmured. "What about the remaining Leaf Ninjas? They are engaged in combat with others. They have sustained severe injuries and cannot escape the Land of Lightning." At that moment, only one Umbu Ninja retained any combat capability. The Jonin's words intensified Pirue's unease. "Contact them immediately and inquire about the specifics." Pirue instructed a ninja beside him while keeping a watchful eye on Mufeng ahead. Shortly thereafter, the ninja received a message via communication methods. "Lord Pirue, the battle over there has concluded. The 3 Leaf Ninjas who stole the intelligence have been slain, but one Umbu Ninja has managed to escape. Currently, other Cloud Ninjas are in pursuit, yet it seems that the opponent possesses sensory abilities, making the chase quite challenging." A furrowed brow adorned the Cloud Ninja's face as he spoke, deducing some information from Pirue's reaction. "Additionally, Lady Mabu is en route. Immediately notify Mabu and instruct her to intercept the other Umbu Ninja. The genuine intelligence is likely in that individual's possession. You too assist Mabu. Furthermore, inform Lord AI of the change in circumstances and urge him to arrive at the battlefield post-haste." Understood. Upon receiving the orders, a swift sensory ninja alongside Pirue promptly departed from the team. Meanwhile, Mabu, who was pursuing Mufeng, received the news and halted abruptly, turning to pursue in the opposite direction. Lady Mabu? The surrounding cloud ninjas questioned in confusion. The situation has changed. Return and pursue that leaf ninja with the toad mask. Upon hearing this, the other cloud ninjas nodded and swiftly turned back to follow. As Mufeng raced towards the location of the flying thunder god mark, he glanced back to observe the pursuing cloud ninja team. To his surprise, their numbers had suddenly dwindled, and their speed had significantly decreased. Mufeng felt perplexed. Were it not for Purue's distinctive attire and appearance, he might have almost suspected that these individuals were betraying the cloud. What is happening? Mufeng was unaware that his actions had led Purue to make an erroneous assessment. However, from the outcome, this was indeed fortuitous for Mufeng. Purue's thoughts were rather straightforward. If it were the first scenario, and the information Mufeng possessed was indeed false, even if he turned back to pursue the Black Toad, it would be too late. It was better to proceed steadfastly down one path. Moreover, Mufeng's performance was remarkably exceptional, even if he had lost some intelligence. Capturing a genius from Konoha, particularly one from the Uchiha clan, would certainly mitigate some of the losses. Should the alternative scenario be true, it is highly probable that another faction from Konoha lurked within the heart of the Land of Thunder. The mere existence of such a faction, capable of surviving the large-scale purges by the Cloud Ninjas, would attest to their formidable strength. If this faction could be eradicated, it would indeed represent a significant blow to Konoha. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, intending to lure this Konoha faction out, so that he and Mufeng could ensnare them all at once. Yet, what Purue could never fathom was that both of his speculated scenarios were erroneous. The contingency Mufeng had prepared relied not on others, but on himself. As both parties raced through the Land of Thunder, the surrounding scenery transformed continuously. Mufeng remained vigilant, his gaze fixed ahead until it was captivated by a towering cliff. While cliffs were abundant in the Land of Thunder, few bore waterfalls. From a distance, he spotted a vast expanse of flowing white, unmistakably a waterfall. Mufeng had set the nearest flying thunder god mark at this very cliff. Now, if he could reach the vicinity of the cliff and linger for 3 seconds, he would enter the state of the flying thunder god technique, allowing him to vanish from his current location and evade Purue and his companions. Having located the first mark, the subsequent maneuvers would be considerably easier for Mufeng, who had already prearranged his escape route. Following this route, he was confident he had a 95% chance of returning to the Land of Fire. Initially, Mufeng had anticipated a fierce battle with Purue, but he had not expected that his actions would deceive Purue, leading to a misjudgment of the situation. As the distance to the cliff diminished, a glimmer of joy appeared in Mufeng's eyes, and he quickened his pace. Almost there, Mufeng thought to himself, "Have we arrived?" Purue, noticing Mufeng's sudden acceleration, became alert. At that moment, a cloud ninja responsible for communication received a message. "Lord Purue, Lord AI is on his way and is expected to rendezvous with us in 1 minute." Excellent. This time, he surely won't escape. Purue's eyes brightened as he fixated on Mufeng's silhouette, envisioning the prospect of victory. Chapter 63. Is everything a lie? Mufeng's abrupt surge in speed aroused Purue's vigilance. He immediately ordered the pursuing cloud ninjas to quicken their pace, while he himself infused his body with lightning chakra for added speed. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of white lightning danced around Purue, amplifying his speed by more than double. "Lord Purue, we have not detected any other Konoha ninja signatures in the vicinity." Beside Purue, a sensory Jonin struggled to keep pace, relaying the latest intelligence. Purue furrowed his brow, his thoughts already leaning towards the conclusion that Mufeng had mastered the art of misinformation. "I cannot concern myself with trivialities. First, I must capture this individual. It would be ideal to resolve this matter before Lord AI arrives. If I must rely on AI to deal with a mere 7- or 8-year-old Konoha ninja, I would consider my team utterly dispensable, simply inept." As I raced forward, the sound of successive explosions reached my ears from behind. Those were the sonic booms caused by my breakthrough of the sound barrier. Glancing back, I noticed a bright light swiftly approaching me. Indeed, had this individual not exerted their full strength previously? Had they discovered something now? I felt a twinge of confusion. My mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was unknown even to my teammates, Heiken and Usagi, and it was inconceivable that anyone from the Cloud Village could be aware of it. The only possibility remained that my adversary was beginning to panic. I cast a fleeting glance at the waterfall cliff ahead. At my current speed, I could reach it in approximately 3 minutes. However, with Perui's velocity trailing behind me, he would draw near in roughly 2 minutes. Gritting my teeth, I felt my chakras surge within me. I did not intend to utilize the 8 gates at this moment, but instead would harness the vitality bestowed by my lightning chakra to enhance my speed. Layers of electricity crackled across my body, significantly increasing my velocity, though it still paled in comparison to Perui's extraordinary capabilities. Nevertheless, I possessed other means at my disposal. With a series of hand seals, 2 clouds of smoke materialized, revealing my shadow clones. The shadow clone technique. In pursuit, there was no technique more fitting for dispersing an opponent's attention. Once the clones emerged, 3 versions of myself surged forth in various directions, 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and 1 through the center, all converging towards the waterfall cliff. Perui frowned. The shadow clone technique demanded a considerable amount of chakra, and logically, someone of my age should not be able to sustain such a burden. Yet, he could not afford to ponder over this any longer. You 3, pursue the one on the left. He commanded his fellow cloud ninjas. He then summoned a lightning clone to chase after the leftmost clone, while he himself pursued the central one. The team divided into 3 paths, yet the speed of the chase showed no signs of slowing. After 1 minute and 30 seconds, Perui had caught up with the central clone of mine. Without uttering a word, he swiftly drew the ninja blade from his back, enveloped it in a layer of lightning chakra, and charged towards me with intent to strike. Seeing this, my pupils dilated as I unsheathed my demon blade to counter his assault. The clash reverberated through the air, and it was evident that Perui's strength prevailed. In an instant, I was sent reeling backward by the force of his attack. Perui's brow furrowed. In his eyes, I should not have been so weak. In the next moment, he immediately pursued me with his blade drawn. With a swift motion, the blade drew a half circle in the air, cleaving the unsteady Feng in twain. Following this, a resounding thud echoed as a cloud of smoke dispersed. Damn it, a shadow clone. Perui cursed under his breath, his gaze instantly shifting to the fleeing figures of Feng on either side. However, at that moment, those 2 silhouettes had diminished to the size of ants in his sight. Fortunately, Perui's clone and another contingent of cloud shinobi were closing in on the 2 Fengs. With a furrowed brow, Perui dashed towards the direction where his clone was pursuing. Meanwhile, not far from him, an imposing figure radiating immense power was approaching. It was AI. Originally leading a multitude of cloud shinobi, AI hastened his pace upon receiving reports that their comrades were likely being toyed with by Konoha Zumbu. His speed was unparalleled in the ninja world, and once he accelerated, ordinary cloud shinobi could scarcely keep up. Soon, AI found himself a solitary figure, racing forth to provide support. Opting for the nearest route, he charged towards the heart of the land of lightning where Feng was located. Bang! 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 The sound of sonic booms reverberated around AI, his momentum far surpassing that of Perui. Many beasts along the way were startled into flight by the commotion. Before long, AI spotted Perui and his team, noticing that they had split into 2 directions in pursuit. Instinctively, AI chose to head towards Perui, driven by trust. Not long after Perui commenced his sprint, he heard the thunderous sound of sonic booms behind him. Almost immediately, a stern-looking man appeared beside him. Perui, what is the situation? AI inquired. The enemy used shadow clones and split up. I dispatched 1 clone, but 2 remain. Perui summarized, a hint of frustration gleaming in his eyes. He lamented not having dealt with Feng before AI's arrival, feeling he had failed the challenge he set for himself. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, vowing to hold himself to an even higher standard after this battle. Understood, AI nodded, his focus locking onto the fleeing silhouette of Feng ahead. In an instant, Perui heard a crackling sound beside him. AI's figure vanished almost instantaneously, reappearing in front of Feng, effectively blocking his path. Konoha? What a mere child! AI exclaimed, his body crackling with lightning as he confronted Feng. Observing the child's stature and sensing his aura, AI could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. AI, aware of Perui's capabilities, had assumed that any adversary capable of troubling Perui would at least be an adult ninja, perhaps a seasoned Umbu operative. Yet, astonishingly, the opponent before him was merely a child. Instantly, a feeling of unexpected admiration welled up in AI's heart for Feng. Young one, you have already surpassed your peers to an extraordinary degree. However, this is where it ends. A fist as large as a cauldron crackled with lightning. And in a swift motion, AI struck directly at Mu Feng. With vigilance in his eyes, Mu Feng unsheathed his demon blade. Yet, in the next moment, before he could fully comprehend the enemy's presence, a piercing blow penetrated his chest. Though AI had dispatched Mu Feng in a single strike, a frown creased his brow. With a resounding thud, Mu Feng transformed into smoke. A shadow clone. At that moment, news arrived from other cloud shinobi. Lord Pirouet, the shadow clone has been eliminated. Upon hearing the message through the communicator, Pirouet's pupils constricted. How could this be? All three were illusions? Chapter 64. The moment of life and death, what is happening? Realizing that all three Mu Fengs were merely clones, Pirouet stood frozen in astonishment. Had they been pursuing nothing but a mere clone from the outset? No. It was impossible for a clone to utilize shadow replication. Pirouet fell into deep contemplation, unable to fathom how Mu Feng had vanished right before his eyes. Where is he? AI's gaze also bore a hint of fury as he turned towards Pirouet. Lord AI, just now. Pirouet found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a shout echoed through the air as a cloud ninja Jonin pointed towards the waterfall cliff. In the distance, a figure, no larger than an ant, had raced to the base of the waterfall cliff, standing still and seemingly waving goodbye to the cloud shinobi. How could he possibly go anywhere? The first victim I struck down was also a shadow clone. Pirouet gazed at the distant figure, still unable to comprehend how Mu Feng had managed to escape. 2 minutes earlier, after utilizing the shadow clone technique, Mu Feng had not created just 2 clones, but 3. Meanwhile, his true self had transformed into a kunai using the transformation technique. As the central clone engaged Pirouet, Mu Feng's clone seized the opportunity, throwing the kunai, which was his true form, with great force while being sent flying by Pirouet. Unbeknownst to Pirouet, after eliminating Mu Feng's clone, he assumed the original was among the other 2 clones, simultaneously deceiving AI, who had come to assist in finishing off Mu Feng's clone. Taking advantage of this moment, the real Mu Feng distanced himself from the cloud shinobi and successfully reached the base of the waterfall cliff. The shadow clone and transformation techniques were something Mu Feng had learned alongside Naruto in the original narrative. Yet, in terms of practical effectiveness, they proved remarkably adept, even fooling a ninja of Pirouet's caliber. Standing beneath the waterfall, Mu Feng waved farewell to the cloud shinobi as he began to channel his chakra, entering the unique space-time of the flying thunder god technique. Damn it, I was actually outsmarted by a mere child. Pirouet cursed inwardly. As AI furrowed his brow, he gleaned the unfolding events through Peru's demeanor. Truly a clever little rascal. However, in the face of absolute speed, all else pales in significance. With that declaration, bolts of lightning erupted around AI's form, the crackling electricity invigorating his powerful physique as 2 streams of air surged from his nostrils. In an instant, AI vanished from his position, the gust generated by his departure disrupting Peru's stance, forcing him to shield himself. Beneath the waterfall, Mu Feng released his spirit, having sensed the flying thunder god mark. Yet, at that very moment, his pupils abruptly constricted, his gaze fixated ahead. The lightning bore the sound of a gale, moving at an astonishing pace, akin to a flash of lightning. Even with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Mu Feng could not clearly capture that fleeting figure. In truth, not even the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan possessed by the second Hokage could discern the Raikage silhouette during the 5 Kage summit in the original narrative. Though the Raikage had not yet reached his peak power, he was not far from it, wielding absolute shadow-level strength. In the world of Naruto, shadow-level prowess represents a crucial threshold, particularly at this juncture, where those possessing such strength are exceedingly rare. Mu Feng had attained the rank of Jonin, and after unlocking the 8 gates, he was somewhat stronger than an average Jonin, but that was the extent of it. Should a confrontation arise, Mu Feng would likely struggle against Peru, let alone surpass AI, who was a significant tier above him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a fierce sonic explosion reverberated. Yet AI's figure had already moved beyond the sound's reach. He raised his right arm, aiming for Mu Feng's abdomen, clearly intent on delivering a devastating blow. If struck by this attack, given Mu Feng's current constitution, death would be a likely outcome. Faced with a shadow-level adversary, Mu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety and diligently activated the flying thunder god mark. Buzz. In his mind, a slender thread tightened, suffused with crimson. A smile graced Mu Feng's lips. Boom. In the next moment, AI, propelled by the tempestuous force of wind and thunder, left behind a mere afterimage as his robust arm cleaved through the air, his entire body crashing against the cliff. In an instant, rocks tumbled, dust billowed, and the place where Feng once stood resembled the aftermath of an explosive detonation. The flying debris erupted, and Peru swiftly dodged, hastily pursuing forward. Moments later, he too emerged at the base of the cliff. Amidst the swirling dust, AI stepped forth, his expression one of confusion and disbelief. AI-sama. He escaped. This fellow likely possesses some form of space-time ninjutsu. AI exclaimed, his voice tinged with indignation. His speed was indeed impressive. But even the swiftest of individuals could not achieve teleportation or instant movement. However, when Feng had vanished, it felt to AI not as though he had employed physical prowess, but rather had executed some form of ninjutsu. In the world of Naruto, there are indeed numerous ninjutsu capable of facilitating rapid relocation, with summoning techniques being among them, yet most belong to the realm of space-time ninjutsu. However, time-space ninjutsu is generally quite challenging to master, requiring certain preconditions for its execution. Time-space ninjutsu. Upon hearing AI's words, Pirue's expression became even more grim. He realized that he had been thoroughly toyed with by this leaf Umbu ninja. The two possibilities he had previously speculated were incorrect. The intelligence was indeed in Feng's possession, but Feng's presence here was not due to reinforcements. Rather, it was a contingency he had left behind. This individual, despite his youth, possessed an astonishing array of ninjutsu, and his taijutsu and swordsmanship were formidable as well. Moreover, his chakra was not akin to that of his peers. Pirue tugged at his hair in frustration, unable to comprehend the emergence of such a person. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He may not be merely a child, but perhaps a midget. AI, observing Pirue's confidence shaken, offered words of consolation. Yet soon after, he shifted his tone. However, this situation is rather troublesome. The opponent has mastered time-space ninjutsu, and even I cannot guarantee a successful pursuit. AI furrowed his brow, as the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the Cloud Ninjas. Although AI excelled in pursuit, he was not adept at finding individuals. In a land as vast as the Land of Lightning, locating a single ninja proved exceedingly difficult, especially one who wielded time-space ninjutsu. The prospect of recapturing the adversary had become virtually impossible. In fact, the time-space ninjutsu had likely already transported the opponent back to the Land of Fire. Retrieving intelligence was out of the question. It was time to seek others. Resignedly, even if the leaf had acquired the intelligence this time, AI was determined to teach them a lesson, reclaiming some honor for the Cloud Ninjas. Chapter 65, A Smooth Return. The great victory of the leaf. Huff, huff, huff. Perched on the precipice of a waterfall, Feng leaned against a rock, gasping for breath. Yet a smile crept across his lips. That was a close call. Just moments ago, Feng had faced the most perilous life-and-death crisis since his arrival in this world. Before AI's robust arm could strike him, Feng utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away from the base of the waterfall. Had he delayed by even a few seconds, his technique would have been interrupted, and under AI's fierce assault, it was highly likely that he would have met his demise on the spot. The terror of life and death is immense. However, after that fleeting moment, Feng felt an inexplicable excitement rise within him. In comparison to his mundane past life, he seemed to relish the present moments even more. His heart pounding vigorously in his chest, his body still trembling. Though his mind had already moved beyond the tension of that life-threatening instant, the fear coursing through his body had yet to dissipate. This was a subconscious reaction of his brain, and Feng could only strive to suppress it with all his might. Nevertheless, he believed that with more experiences in the future, his control over his body would become increasingly precise, ensuring that should he encounter a similar situation again, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Huff, huff, huff. After resting for a brief moment, Feng finally rose to his feet. At this stage, the distance for Feng's Flying Thunder God mark is a maximum of 10 kilometers, yet this particular mark is situated approximately 8 kilometers from where Feng is moving. For an average Jonin, 8 kilometers is not considered a significant distance, let alone for a powerhouse like the Raikage. At present, the location where Feng finds himself is, in a certain sense, not entirely secure. Upon inspecting his belongings, he found that his demon blade, kunai, explosive tags, and intelligence scroll were all intact, without any unforeseen incidents resulting from the Flying Thunder God technique. With the demon blade slung over his shoulder, Mu Feng leapt towards the next mark of the flying thunder god. Now in possession of the intelligence scroll, Mu Feng's sole focus was on departing the land of lightning. According to his previously devised route, as long as he did not encounter he was highly confident in his ability to exit the land of lightning. Swiftly, his lithe figure glided across the terrain of the land of lightning, the cascading cliffs receding in the distance. 2 hours later, he reached the border of the land of lightning. At last, Mu Feng found himself amidst a dense jungle. Releasing his senses, he felt the surge of chakra and detected the location of the final flying thunder god mark. In a mere 10 seconds, Mu Feng connected with that mark, his body swaying before vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already at the border of the land of fire. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a signal flare and released it directly. A sharp sound pierced the air at the border of the land of fire, as a burst of flames shot skyward, lingering and igniting the heavens, painting the sky in hues of crimson. It was a signal. Success. Quickly, he must inform Lord Hokage that the intelligence had been delivered to the land of fire. Upon seeing the signal, the hidden ninjas of Konoha at the border of the land of fire erupted with excitement, rushing towards the source of the signal. What is that? It appears to be from the direction of Konoha, within the boundaries of the land of fire. Damn it, have the Konoha shinobi succeeded? Observing the ascending signal flare, the ninjas responsible for securing the border of the land of lightning were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had received orders from the Cloud Shinobi to maintain a stringent defense at the border, ensuring that no Konoha operatives could escape from the land of lightning. Yet now, that signal unmistakably indicated that someone had managed to break through and seemingly accomplished a mission. Faced with this revelation, the Cloud Ninjas felt both enraged and helpless. Just as in the land of lightning, the border of the land of fire was now swarming with Konoha ninjas. If the Cloud Ninjas rashly intervened, they would likely face a fierce counterattack from Konoha, potentially igniting a war between the two ninja villages. Although the conflict between the two factions was intense, with the deployment of an elite like the Raikage, the current situation had not escalated to the point of outright war. Both Konoha and the Cloud understood that given the present dynamics of the ninja world, any large-scale confrontation could ignite a widespread conflict within mere days. The Third Great Ninja War was now foreseeable, yet no one wished to play the role of the harbinger. Upon successfully breaching the borders of the land of fire, Mu Feng found that the ninjas of the Cloud Village were at a loss, unless they, like Konoha, dispatched an elite team to infiltrate. However, this endeavor had already been attempted by the Cloud and Mist villages during the Nin exams, resulting in failure. The defenses of Konoha had since become impenetrable, rendering any second infiltration by the Cloud Village impossible. Since the onset of hostilities during the Nin exams, Konoha had achieved an overwhelming victory. After signaling, Mu Feng concealed himself amidst the treetops. Moments later, 3 figures appeared within his line of sight. Recognizing the headbands they wore, Mu Feng chose to reveal himself. He leaped down from the heights of the trees, landing behind the trio of Konoha ninjas. They turned in unison, their gazes sweeping downward. An Umbu ninja? They mused. Indeed, only the elite of the Umbu could accomplish such a task. My lord, there are already Nin awaiting you at the base. As long as you reach the stronghold, this mission will be deemed complete. We shall safeguard you with our lives along the way, spoke the foremost Konoha ninja. Mu Feng scanned the trio, confirming their allegiance to Konoha before speaking slowly, lead the way. His youthful voice caught them off guard. They had assumed this esteemed figure was naturally short in stature, but they were astonished to find his voice equally youthful. This is astonishing. Could he possibly be a mere child? Despite their surprise, the 3 swiftly made their way towards the stronghold, with Mu Feng following closely behind. After half an hour, Mu Feng arrived at Konoha's temporary outpost along the border of the land of fire. At this moment, several Nin were stationed there, ensuring its safety. With the intelligence scroll securely in hand, Mu Feng knew that the Cloud Village's chances of reclaiming their position were virtually non-existent. Inside the outpost, Mu Feng encountered the Nin responsible for the stronghold. They did not request the intelligence scroll. Instead, they merely confirmed its presence with Mu Feng and assured him of the safety of the location, inviting him to rest. Following the conversation, Mu Feng was escorted to a tent to recuperate. After an exhilarating pursuit, fatigue began to wash over him, particularly as he relaxed. Drowsiness enveloped him, and his body grew sore. Yet, just as Mu Feng settled into rest, a cacophony of alarm echoed from outside the outpost. Medical ninjas? Where are the medical ninjas? Hurry. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Feng hastily exited the tent. What he witnessed next left him in shock. Medical ninjas. Over here, over here. A tumultuous clamor resonated throughout the outpost. As Mu Feng stepped out from his tent, he beheld a stretcher surrounded by several Konoha ninjas, who were anxiously attending to the situation, their expressions fraught with urgency. Blood dripped continuously from the stretcher, forming a crimson trail along the way. Through the throng, Mu Feng glimpsed the hand of the man lying on the stretcher, gripping a rabbit mask that had now cracked and been stained red with blood. The captain? Mu Feng's expression tightened as he hurried forward. Parting the crowd, he soon beheld the rabbit, who had returned alive, now resting on the stretcher. His abdomen was swathed in strips of cloth, while his right side was grievously mangled. His right arm was nowhere to be found. Were it not for the tightly wrapped bandages, Mu Feng feared the rabbit's innards would have spilled forth. A pungent scent of blood mingled with a faint stench wafted through the air. The rabbit had succumbed to unconsciousness, his black hair now darkened with blood, his face obscured by crimson, rendering his features unrecognizable. Severe burns marred his chest, and his overall condition was beyond wretched. Such injuries would have spelled demise in the past life, and even in the world of ninjas, they were considered fatal. Yet, against all odds, the rabbit had persevered, responding to Mu Feng's signal and fighting his way back from the borders of the Land of Lightning. Ultimately, within the Land of Fire, the gravely injured rabbit was discovered by Konoha's ninjas and brought back to their stronghold. However, his condition was dire, teetering on the brink of death. Mu Feng was not a medical ninja. After merely gazing at the rabbit, he was promptly escorted by several medical ninjas into the medical tent. Almost immediately, a radiance erupted within the tent as the medical ninjas began their earnest efforts to save the rabbit. Mu Feng observed the flickering chakra light within the tent, his brow furrowing slightly. Shaking his head, he returned to his own tent. Although he shared little camaraderie with the rabbit, they were nonetheless part of the same covert team. This mission had indeed exceeded the capabilities of the Umbu, especially with formidable figures like A from the Cloud Village involved. The rabbit's plight was fortunate in comparison. Another companion, the Black Toad, remained an uncertain fate. As a novice, Mu Feng had emerged unscathed. Yet two seasoned Umbu were in peril, one fighting for survival in the Land of Lightning, the other undergoing emergency treatment. Moreover, even if the rabbit survived, his injuries would preclude him from subsequent missions. Mu Feng had now witnessed the grim realities of the ninja world. Additionally, he was troubled by another concern. If the Black Toad did not return, the rabbit's condition would render them incapable of continuing their task. This left Mu Feng as the sole survivor of his Umbu team. Did this mean he would have to change squads once more? Yet, considering the Umbu, a temporary member replacement should pose little issue. As the Third Great Ninja War commenced, such occurrences would likely become increasingly common. Upon returning to his tent, Mu Feng's thoughts spiraled into disarray before he succumbed to a restless slumber. It was not until nightfall that a ninja from the stronghold roused him from his sleep. Mu Feng was brought to the main tent of the stronghold, where he encountered an old acquaintance, Minato Namikaze. Hello. Upon seeing Mu Feng, Minato rose and greeted him warmly. Sensei Minato. Mu Feng was slightly taken aback at the sight of him. Given his current circumstances, Minato refrained from directly addressing Mu Feng's identity, opting instead to communicate using the title associated with the Umbu. Having recently begun to master the Flying Thunder God technique, Mu Feng felt comfortable referring to Minato as sensei, though it was primarily a matter of respect. After a brief conversation, Mu Feng learned the reason for Minato's presence at the border of the Land of Fire, following reconnaissance efforts in the Land of Lightning, which cost several ninjas their lives. Konoha had confirmed the movements of EI within the heart of the Land of Lightning and suspected his approach towards the Land of Fire's borders. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly contacted Minato, assigning him the task of ensuring safety in the area while facilitating the subsequent transfer of duties to Mu Feng. Minato had been at the stronghold for nearly 2 hours, but upon noticing Mu Feng resting, he chose not to disturb him. At this point, the injuries of the rabbit had stabilized, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. As dusk approached, Minato grew apprehensive that the Land of Lightning might launch a nighttime assault, prompting him to awaken Mu Feng for the transfer of intelligence scrolls. Once their discussion concluded, Mu Feng retrieved the intelligence scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Though small in size, it had already claimed numerous lives. Well done on this mission. Your execution was flawless. Upon your return, I will report your achievements to the Hokage. Additionally, there is troubling news. Your teammate, Hurakan, is likely deceased, having encountered EI from Mangekyou, a formidable opponent with strength comparable to that of Akage and one of the most challenging ninjas in the village. Furthermore, your other teammate, Rabbit, has emerged from life-threatening danger. Though his condition remains precarious, I will arrange for his swift transportation back to Konoha for recovery. You may not receive significant rewards for this mission, but feel free to voice any requests upon your return to Konoha, Minato concluded. Feng nodded, acutely aware that his team had suffered both loss and injury in service of Konoha's mission, warranting some form of compensation from the village. Ironically, as the bearer of intact intelligence, he would receive the least in terms of rewards. However, Feng was not particularly concerned with material compensation. As an orphan residing in Konoha, his expenses were minimal, and even if he had money, there was little opportunity to spend it. Instead, he yearned for a substantial amount of ninjutsu scrolls from Konoha to enhance his skills and thus elevate his darkness value. This darkness value was essential for his survival in the world of Naruto. I have received the intelligence. If you wish to return to Konoha, you may accompany the escort team back. For the time being, you should refrain from taking on additional missions and focus on recuperating, Minato advised. As the conversation concluded, Feng stepped out of the tent. At this juncture, the task's progression had reached a point where the remaining matters no longer significantly pertained to him. Regardless of how the situation between Jonin and Konoha would ultimately unfold, Feng was now able to extricate himself from this area, which could evolve into a battlefield at any moment. Half an hour later, he received notification and set off alongside the escort team transporting the injured Rabbit, returning to Konoha. Among the team, Feng once again encountered Rabbit, whose wounds had been bandaged, and whose breathing had stabilized. Additionally, he had donned a fresh set of clothes, albeit with the right sleeve conspicuously empty. Due to the presence of the wounded Rabbit, the team's pace was rather slow. Fortunately, as they were within the borders of the Land of Fire, Feng and his companions did not face any unexpected assaults. The following day at noon, Feng once again beheld the gates of Konoha. Sunlight bathed the village, and a few children played joyfully at the entrance. The atmosphere within Konoha was serene, yet Feng had already experienced that the world beyond the village was far from safe. Chapter 67. News from Kakashi. As the team entered Konoha, they quickly drew the attention of the villagers. Observing the severely injured Rabbit, the villagers' eyes filled with compassion, yet they hastily retreated. Feng followed the team, his identity obscured by the Umbu mask, though his stature was striking enough to attract glances from many. Lord Red Fox, we shall now escort Lord Rabbit to the medical department. You may return to your residence, spoke the leader of the escort team to Feng. He nodded. As an Umbu member, it felt somewhat inappropriate to be so openly present on the streets of Konoha. After bidding farewell to the escort team, Feng vanished in an instant. 10 minutes later, feeling somewhat fatigued, Feng returned to his abode. He had just changed out of his Umbu attire and placed the Red Fox mask in the wardrobe when, with a clatter, the window from outside was pushed open. Feng turned his gaze in that direction. Kakashi? The sight of the distinctive white hair indicated that Kakashi had evidently received word of Feng's return and had come to visit. How did the mission go? I heard there were casualties in your team. After a period of rest and treatment, Kakashi's injuries had long since healed. However, he was currently unassigned and lingering in Konoha. Unfortunate luck, we encountered a formidable foe from Jonin, and I nearly didn't make it back. Feng replied as he gestured for Kakashi to enter through the window. Kakashi jumped down, his gaze tinged with curiosity. A powerful adversary from Jonin? You engaged him? Though Kakashi's strength could not compare to Feng's current prowess, his experience in missions surpassed that of Feng. As soon as Feng uttered the term powerful adversary, the notion of an elite Jonin from an enemy village instinctively sprang to Kakashi's mind. Based on his prior mission experiences, encountering an elite Jonin could very well lead to annihilation. Indeed, Feng nodded. In my previous missions, I encountered individuals of that nature, and they are indeed quite formidable. However, the fact that you emerged unscathed is surprising. Kakashi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Feng. Facing an elite Jonin during one's inaugural mission is akin to a nightmarish ordeal. Yet here stood Feng, unharmed, which astonished Kakashi. You have also faced a shadow-level powerhouse. Feng was equally taken aback by Kakashi's assertion. In his eyes, it seemed impossible for Kakashi to have survived an encounter with someone like AI, and even in later stages, without the aid of the Sharingan. Kakashi could not have triumphed over AI. A shadow-level powerhouse? Is it not merely an elite Jonin? Kakashi exclaimed, his pupils narrowing as realization dawned upon him. You encountered a shadow-level ninja from the Cloud Village and survived? Feng nodded and sighed. I narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, I withdrew in time. In that moment, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Who is it? He inquired, eager to learn more about Feng's adversary. AI from the Cloud Village, Feng replied. Kakashi's brow furrowed as he began to contemplate. The name seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not immediately recall its significance. After a few seconds, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. AI, is that not the title of the Raikage from the Cloud Village? You did not happen to encounter the third, did you? No. It is likely that he is the fourth Raikage. As he spoke, Feng poured 2 cups of water, diverting the conversation. Let us not dwell on that. How has the village been during this time? Kakashi, clearly intrigued by Feng's encounter with a formidable foe, felt a tinge of disappointment upon noticing Feng's reluctance to elaborate. The village remains unchanged, though many ninjas have been dispatched elsewhere lately. It seems there are issues at the borders with the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind. The Hokage has also been scarce in the village these days. I have an ominous feeling. As the son of White Fang, Kakashi harbored a certain aversion to the ongoing ninja world conflicts, making him far more sensitive to the looming threats than his peers. The mass exodus of ninjas from the village and the Hokage's busyness clearly indicated that something significant was about to transpire. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He was aware of the situation in the Land of Lightning, but the movements of the sand ninjas from the Land of Wind puzzled him. After his recent ventures, Feng had gained a comprehensive understanding of the dynamics between the 5 great nations and their respective villages, with borders beginning to close. The involvement of figures like AI suggested that if tensions escalated or if more personnel were dispatched from Konoha, it could very well devolve into a minor war. Logically, with the situation so tense with the Cloud Village, Konoha should refrain from provoking other ninja villages. Yet, at this critical juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent several ninjas to the Land of Wind, and the fact that Kakashi, a Nin, was aware of this implied that a considerable number of Konoha ninjas had been dispatched. This instantly reminded Feng of the catalyst that ignited the Third Shinobi World War, the assassination of the Third Kazekage. Yet, something seemed amiss. The timeline did not align. Puzzled, Feng shook his head. What timeline is incongruous? Kakashi inquired, noticing Feng's unusual reaction. Nothing, just pondering over the mission details. You mentioned that ninjas were dispatched from the village to the Land of Wind? Feng continued to probe. Indeed, a small team, including myself, was assigned there. Though our duties merely involve reconnaissance, we have yet to reach a stage of confrontation, Kakashi clarified. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Feng felt a slight sense of relief, realizing that the Third Kazekage was still alive and well. However, he soon contemplated another possibility. Could his next mission be to the Land of Wind? By the way, Feng, after you explained the Chidori to me last time, I have grasped some of its principles. I've been practicing diligently, and I believe it won't be long before I master it. I will be able to employ it against our foes in our next mission. Kakashi's face radiated pride at the mention of Chidori. He had invested considerable time developing this jutsu, and although he had taken a shortcut through Feng's guidance, mastering it brought him closer to Feng's level. Congratulations. Feng smiled. Subsequently, he inquired about the recent happenings in the village, and Kakashi generously shared all he knew. With few friends in Konoha, Feng had now become one of them. This mutual recognition between geniuses perhaps indicated Kakashi's desire to have Feng as a short-term goal. Nevertheless, for Feng, having Kakashi share insights about the village was significantly more advantageous than relying on his own conjectures. Amidst their casual conversation, the two transitioned from discussing the current state of Konoha to the topic of ninjutsu training. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Suddenly, a doorbell rang at Feng's residence. He opened the door to find a kind-looking Jonin clad in the Konoha ninja uniform. Uchiha Feng, the Hokage wishes to see you. Chapter 68. Mission Rewards in Konoha Village. Within the root organization, Danzo sat in a sealed office devoid of windows, with only a front door for entry. As an underground figure in Konoha, Danzo was frequently targeted for assassination, some attempts originating from rival ninja villages and others from within Konoha itself. The root's base, Danzo's stronghold, had been fortified under his direction, making it secure and clandestine. concealing numerous secrets within its walls. The news of Mu Feng's return to the village had reached Danzo's ears. Yet he felt disappointment as 3 operatives dispatched by the route prior to Mu Feng's return had not resurfaced, and their companion, Yamato, was also unaccounted for. The fact that Mu Feng had returned while his subordinates remained missing could only signify one thing: the trio had gone astray. However, through his own observations, Danzo became aware of the events transpiring in the Land of Lightning, particularly the involvement of AI. He was acutely cognizant of the combat capabilities of his subordinates. Should those 3 encounter AI, survival would be utterly impossible. A significant amount of time had elapsed since the return of Mu Feng to Konoha, yet he had received no updates regarding his subordinates. This situation vexed Danzo, not out of concern for his men, but because nurturing individuals within the Root organization was no simple feat. The very nature of Root dictated that mediocrity could not be tolerated. Merely acquiring personnel necessitated a battle of wits against Sarutobi Hiruzen. The loss of 3 for individuals represented a considerable blow to the organization as a whole. Among the deceased was Yamato, who had inherited the wood release, a technique capable of subduing tailed beasts, making it an invaluable asset for a leader. As Danzo contemplated how to negotiate with Orochimaru in order to cultivate more ninjas akin to Yamato, the office door was pushed open. "Lord Danzo, we have news from the border of the Land of Fire," a subordinate announced, kneeling respectfully. "Oh, of the 3 dispatched, only 1 survived. The ninja proficient in wood release has also survived, but is gravely injured. He is currently receiving treatment at the border outpost and is en route back to the village." "Alive, is he? This seems to be a promising prospect," Danzo murmured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips upon hearing the report. He then waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to withdraw. After this trial, Yamato had proven himself worthy of joining Root in Danzo's eyes. "Lord Hokage, Mu Feng has arrived." Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Mu Feng, accompanied by a Jonin, reached the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After ushering Mu Feng inside, the Jonin exited, leaving only Mu Feng and Hiruzen in the room. However, unlike their previous encounter, Hiruzen's demeanor appeared far from benevolent. There was no trace of a smile, only a visage of concern. "Mu Feng, I bear a significant responsibility for the sacrifice of Hiken," Hiruzen began. "This time, I misjudged the resolve of the Cloud Shinobi, resulting in the loss of an exceptional Jonin for Konoha." Taken aback by Hiruzen's words, Mu Feng did not expect to be held accountable upon his arrival. Furthermore, Hiruzen's expression indicated that he was genuinely grieving for Hiken's sacrifice. The Umbu, a division directly under the Hokage, suffered greatly from the loss of Hiken, a seasoned member. Despite the unfortunate turn of events during the mission, Mu Feng believed Hiruzen need not bear the blame himself. Yet, it soon dawned upon Mu Feng that Hiruzen's words were an attempt to garner support. "I have already made arrangements on the rabbit front. Fortunately, this time you emerged unscathed. Otherwise, it would have dealt a significant blow to the entire Leaf Village." At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone bore a hint of relief. Mukase found it difficult to discern the authenticity behind Sarutobi's words. If his mental age truly mirrored that of a mere child, he might have shared in Sarutobi's sorrow for the plight of his 2 teammates, while simultaneously feeling fortunate to have escaped death, completely forgetting that it was Sarutobi who had assigned him such a daunting task. However, Mukase's true psychological maturity had long surpassed that of a 7- or 8-year-old. Moreover, he held his own understanding of the world of shinobi. Although he had traversed into this realm for some time now, he still felt a sense of alienation. To Mukase, he appeared as an outsider, while the Leaf Village and all its inhabitants belonged to a different faction. This invisible barrier between them fostered a lack of deep connection to Konoha and, by extension, the entire Naruto universe, at least in his current state. His pursuit was to grow stronger and become one of the elite figures within the Naruto world. Additionally, Mukase's quest for strength was also driven by the instinct for survival. Considering the imminent Third Great Ninja War and the subsequent Fourth Great Ninja War, along with the Moon Eye Plan, these were all monumental events that could jeopardize his life. Having crossed over, Mukase had already gained a significant advantage in information and possessed the Darkening System. Entrusting his destiny to others was not in his nature. Therefore, whether Sarutobi's sentiments were genuine or feigned mattered little to him. What concerned Mukase more was the extent of the rewards he could reap from the arduous task he had undertaken, even if it resulted in his demise within the embrace of AI. "Mukase, I have heard from Minato regarding the circumstances of this mission." The success of this endeavor is largely attributable to your efforts. After expressing his sorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and finally broached the main topic. Minato informed me that he has imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to you. Your ability to retreat from the land of lightning was due to mastering this technique, correct? Mukei's nodded. The Flying Thunder God technique would serve as one of Mukei's staple ninjutsu in subsequent battles. Thus, he had no intention of concealing it from Sarutobi. Upon hearing Mukei's admission, Sarutobi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of admiration. As the disciple of the second Hokage, he was well aware of the difficulty associated with the Flying Thunder God technique. Mukei's swift mastery of it elevated Sarutobi's internal assessment of Mukei's ninjutsu prowess. Indeed, it seems that following Minato, the Leaf Village is about to witness the emergence of another genius in space-time ninjutsu. You performed exceptionally well in this mission. Now tell me, what kind of reward do you desire? With this statement, a smile graced Sarutobi's face, and the previous sadness had noticeably faded. Konoha has lost 2 members of the Umbu, yet it has gained a promising genius among them. I desire the Forbidden Technique Scroll. Mu Feng candidly expressed his innermost thoughts. Upon hearing Mu Feng's request for the Forbidden Technique Scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He indeed possessed such a scroll, but regarded it with a degree of indifference, believing that as long as it did not fall into the hands of those outside Konoha, there would be no issue. In the original narrative, even a young Naruto managed to secretly acquire the Forbidden Scroll, indicating that its guardianship was rather lax. The Forbidden Technique Scroll contains numerous forbidden jutsu, including the Shadow Clone Technique. The reasons for such jutsu being prohibited typically stem from their incompleteness or the significant burden they impose on the user. Moreover, certain techniques possess immense power and destructive capability or exhibit peculiarities, akin to the reanimation jutsu or the impure world reincarnation. The allure of the Forbidden Scroll is considerable for ordinary ninjas, as those who struggle to surpass their own limits often seek to enhance their abilities through forbidden techniques. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not perceive such aspirations in Mu Feng. The only notion that crossed his mind was Mu Feng's youth, which could account for his immense curiosity regarding such techniques. Do you understand what a forbidden technique truly entails? Sarutobi Hiruzen queried, taking a puff from his cigarette. This was a question Mu Feng had not contemplated, although the concept of forbidden techniques existed in the original story in later stages. Who among the formidable ninjas did not master a few forbidden techniques? Thus, Mu Feng refrained from answering. I can entrust the Forbidden Scroll to you, but it must not leave the village. You are to return it before your next mission. After careful consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that given Mu Feng's aptitude for techniques like the Flying Thunder God, he should have no difficulty learning some of the jutsu within the scroll. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the scroll to be delivered to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hand over the scroll immediately. He needed to review it first, excising certain specialized techniques and leaving only those deemed safe for Mu Feng. He was unwilling to witness the emergence of another Orochimaru. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement, albeit with a delay until the following day, Mu Feng could surmise some of the implications. Nevertheless, as long as he had the opportunity to study jutsu, he remained unconcerned. In truth, Mu Feng was indifferent to any potential harm the forbidden techniques might inflict upon their wielder. His sole objective was to learn, as acquiring knowledge would yield him dark points. Whether he would utilize that knowledge thereafter was a matter for him alone. After his journey through the land of lightning, Mu Feng has increasingly recognized the necessity of mastering various jutsu, having only grasped the rudimentary aspects of the Flying Thunder God technique. He could evade a confrontation with A by setting up beforehand. Until he attained a position of absolute strength, the advantages of jutsu countering one another proved exceedingly beneficial. Furthermore, Mu Feng had already mastered 5 elemental chakra types, making the pursuit of additional techniques undeniably advantageous. After concluding negotiations with Sarutobi Hizashi, Mu Feng received a reward in the form of currency from the Land of Fire, which he could utilize to enhance his living conditions and acquire some ninja tools, such as shurikens. Upon departing from the Hokage building, Mu Feng purchased a bouquet of flowers and made his way to the Konoha medical facility to visit Rabbit. At that moment, Rabbit had regained consciousness, yet his mental state was far from satisfactory. He had lost an arm in the Land of Lightning and suffered severe injuries, rendering him unfit for missions for at least 6 months. In the hospital ward, Mu Feng encountered Rabbit's true appearance for the first time. Rabbit, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable face, could easily be mistaken for an anonymous figure among the ranks of ninja. Mufeng, haha. I never anticipated you would be the first to visit. Rabbit expressed surprise upon seeing Mufeng, followed by a wry smile. I've heard about the mission. You performed admirably and completed it. In a way, I have benefited from your success, as my medical expenses are entirely waived. Mufeng presented the flowers he had bought, wishing for Rabbit's swift recovery. Observing Rabbit's empty right sleeve, Mufeng felt a pang of confusion. With Konoha's medical ninjutsu, one would expect that a severed arm could be restored. Don't dwell on that, Rabbit replied. My right arm did not make it back. Otherwise, it could have been reattached. It's best you don't encounter such situations in the future. He chuckled bitterly. Perhaps it's for the best. I may not undertake missions again, at least not in the near term. Mufeng, you might need to find a new team. Indeed, Mufeng nodded. Their bond was not particularly deep, and he sensed that this meeting might be their last formal encounter. Future meetings would likely occur by chance in Konoha, but given their age difference, there would be little to discuss. In truth, it felt as though they would not meet again. There was little left to say between them. Rabbit expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that Mufeng's successful mission lent value to the sacrifices made by him and Kirichu. He also assured Mufeng that he would look after Kirichu's family, having worked alongside him for some time and developed familiarity. Before Mufeng departed, Rabbit handed him a scroll containing techniques he had learned. At your age, it is wise to acquire more ninjutsu. Mastering swordsmanship and taijutsu is exceedingly difficult. Do not forsake your talent for ninjutsu. Rabbit imparted this wisdom from his own experiences. Upon hearing these words, Mufeng nodded and then exited the ward. Just as the door closed behind him, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Your swordsmanship, Kisame's full moon, and taijutsu feel insulted, igniting a resolve to retaliate. Your swordsmanship, Kisame's full moon, and taijutsu have entered a state of furious transformation. You have received a request for a darkening mission from the swordsmanship, Mitsuki, and body technique. Darkening mission, the strongest swordsmanship source. Swordsmanship, Mitsuki. Description: within 3 days, focus solely on practicing swordsmanship and abandon the training of ninjutsu. Reward: accelerated comprehension of one's swordsmanship. Penalty: fury of incompetence in swordsmanship. Note: this mission conflicts with body technique. 1. Please choose wisely. Darkening mission, body technique. 1 source, body technique. Description: within 3 days. Concentrate on practicing body technique and forsake the training of ninjutsu. Reward: enhanced precision in body technique training. Penalty: vengeful counterattack in body technique. Note: this mission conflicts with the strongest swordsmanship mission. Please choose wisely. Chapter 70. Choosing Swordsmanship. The counterattack from body technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mufeng stood frozen, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. To forsake ninjutsu training for 3 days? To choose between swordsmanship and body technique for focused training? Was this not the fabled specialized training? Holding the ninjutsu scroll he had just acquired, Mufeng found himself momentarily speechless. Ever since his return, he had sought to gain darkening points through the study of ninjutsu. Yet this unexpected turn of events had evidently provoked both body technique and swordsmanship to a state of frenzy. However, the most bewildering aspect was the realization that the skills he had mastered could issue missions. He had thought he had grasped the intricacies of the Darkening System, yet it seemed he had merely skimmed the surface. Fortunately, the shift in focus between swordsmanship and body technique was limited to 3 days. Could he not negotiate to practice body technique for the first 3 days and swordsmanship for the latter 3? Having received a mission, and considering the rewards associated with it, Mufeng surmised that this specialized training would yield significant benefits. With a tentative attitude, he attempted to communicate, but alas, the attempt failed. Scratching his head, Mufeng felt somewhat foolish for talking to himself, relieved that no one was around to witness his apparent madness. Now the dilemma arose. With communication proving ineffective, he was compelled to choose one path for training. After careful comparison of the 2 missions, Mufeng discerned that the only distinction lay in the penalties. The penalty for the swordsmanship mission was the fury of incompetence in swordsmanship, Mitsuki, while the penalty for the body technique mission was the vengeful counterattack in body technique. Contemplating these penalties and recalling the nature of the Darkening System, Mufeng quickly arrived at a decision. Swordsmanship it must be. As for the body technique's counterattack, a mere jest. For he had cultivated the body technique himself. What could its counterattack possibly achieve? Whistling softly, Mufeng departed the hospital, ninjutsu scroll in hand. Upon returning home, he retrieved his demon blade and, with it in tow, made his way to his usual training ground. A notification resonated, indicating that you had chosen to accept the formidable task of mastering the blade. The task of body techniques, however, was automatically relinquished. Another alert followed, revealing that your martial prowess sensed an overwhelming malice from the world, triggering the awakening of your darkened soul. Subsequently, a message confirmed that your foundational abilities in martial arts had been established, yet you faced a counterattack from your martial skills, resulting in a 10-point enhancement to your own strength. This was soon followed by another notification stating that your ability to control this newfound power had significantly diminished, rendering you incapable of wielding your strength effectively. Given your inability to manage your own power, pursuing the art of the blade could lead to dire consequences, inciting discontent from the technique known as Oni Lantern Full Moon. Through negotiation, it was decided that the repercussions from the blade technique would be deferred for 3 days, persisting for a duration of 2 days thereafter. You garnered appreciation from the blade technique, Oni Lantern Full Moon, which proclaimed, "Behold, I am the strongest." Haha. From the blade technique. However, your ninjutsu abilities were intensely dissatisfied, yet were thwarted by the combined resistance of the blade and body techniques, resulting in a failed darkening attempt. In the open space, as you merely grasped the cursed blade, a cacophony of notifications exploded in your mind. Without any action on your part, you could sense the whimsical and childlike nature of the abilities you possessed. It was as if 3 mischievous children were bickering within you, vying for the affection of their parental figure. Originally, this position was designated for ninjutsu, but it stirred discontent among the blade and body techniques, who united in protest against you, their guardian. They pledged to be obedient and diligent in their training to win your support. Ultimately, the blade technique triumphed, inciting further discontent from the body technique, which began to sabotage the blade's plans. However, after negotiations, the body technique conceded. Observing the antics of the 2 brothers, the ninjutsu could no longer suppress its desire to intervene, yet it was swiftly quelled by their united front, stifled before it could rise. Thus, it could be said that the blade technique emerged victorious, the body technique neither gaining nor losing, while ninjutsu suffered significant losses. Nevertheless, as the parental figure, you felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, for you, the more tumultuous these abilities became, the greater the benefits you reaped. Unbeknownst to you, it seemed you had stumbled upon a second phase in the Darkening System and the utilization of these abilities, sowing discord. You resolved that these powers could not coexist harmoniously. They must understand that without striving for the darkening, they could not earn your paternal affection. With this thought, you felt a renewed sense of control. Following a series of system evaluations, you returned to normalcy. However, for the ensuing 3 days, you were compelled to focus solely on honing your blade technique. While ninjutsu was off-limits, and the body technique, in a strict sense, was also encompassed within the blade technique. Yet, mastering the blade was more about finesse, while specializing in body techniques emphasized the enhancement of physical prowess. Mu Feng's decision to specialize in swordsmanship was not solely motivated by the penalties of his tasks. Rather, it was of paramount importance that his current sword skills were derived from the essence of the deceased Akatsuki member, Haiden, and thus did not wholly belong to him. Mastering these techniques posed a challenge. The system had conveniently presented him with an opportunity, and Mu Feng was determined to seize it. Otherwise, he would not only fail to honor the memory of the late Haiden, but also squander the formidable demonic blade in his possession, which was valued at 3,000 dark value points. To replenish this amount, Mu Feng would need to learn 30 ninjutsu techniques. Casting aside distractions, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves around him. The demonic blade was drawn forth, enveloped in a layer of wind attribute chakra. Wind blade. The blade shimmered as it sliced through the air, unleashing an invisible and transparent gust of wind that struck the tree before him. At the moment of its release, the wind blade was sharp and seemed capable of cleaving through anything. However, its potency diminished significantly after traveling less than 2 meters. 5 seconds later, Mu Feng frowned as he beheld the unscathed tree before him. His objective for the day was clear: to refine this wind blade technique and simultaneously practice, deconstruct, and integrate Haiden's foundational moves into his own swordsmanship. With his goal firmly established, the next moment resonated with a humming sound as the demonic blade vibrated in his grip. Concurrently, a notification echoed within Mu Feng's mind. Swordsmanship, Haiden, is under development. Upon completion, it will transform into basic swordsmanship. Ding, swordsmanship, heighten, development progress. 1. Ding. Soon, amidst the rustling of trees swaying in the wind, the only sound remaining was the slicing of air as Feng swung his blade. Chapter 71. The Land of Wind. Mangekyou. The following day, after an afternoon of rigorous sword training, Feng's arms were sore and fatigued. However, early in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched individuals to deliver the Forbidden Technique Scroll. As Feng had surmised, the scroll was a censored version, with certain ninjutsu techniques excised by Hiruzen. He even suspected that the scroll he received was a hastily produced imitation crafted by Hiruzen himself. Upon examining the Forbidden Technique Scroll, Feng found it contained over 80 ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, yet many were perplexingly impractical. Numerous forbidden techniques appeared potent at first glance, yet their actual execution was utterly nonsensical, revealing their absurdity with the slightest scrutiny. For example, utilizing chakra to gain formidable regenerative abilities involved excruciating pain that could lead to unconsciousness. The most infuriating aspect was that during the recovery process, excessive chakra depletion could potentially result in self-inflicted demise. Now possessing Hashirama's physique, Feng was not foolish enough to experiment with such forbidden techniques. With just a modest investment of resources into his Hashirama traits, his regenerative capabilities would rank among the finest in the entire Naruto universe. After perusing the Forbidden Technique Scroll, Feng gleaned several insights, the most notable being his encounter with illusionary techniques, particularly the darkness walking technique. This particular illusionary art possesses the ability to deprive adversaries of their sense of light, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. This ninjutsu proves to be quite practical, as evidenced by its prior use by the second Hokage in the original narrative. Feng values the illusions within the scroll not merely for the potency of the darkness walking technique, but rather as an opportunity, a pivotal moment to awaken his own latent illusionary abilities. Regrettably, at this stage, Feng can only observe the ninjutsu inscribed in the scroll, unable to practice it himself. The task concerning swordsmanship remains ongoing, and due to this assignment, Feng's training in sword techniques has yielded remarkably enhanced results. Presently, his swordsmanship, Demon Lantern Full Moon, has transformed by 20 levels into basic sword techniques. In less than 3 days, Feng will be able to fully assimilate the extracted Demon Lantern Full Moon technique into his repertoire. Furthermore, following yesterday's specialized training, Feng has forged a deeper connection with his demonic sword. This has led him to realize that this blade appears to possess additional stages of potential, which he has yet to unlock. Perhaps once he masters the fundamental sword techniques, the sword's true capabilities will be revealed. After securing the Forbidden Technique Scroll, Feng finished his breakfast and set off to his usual training grounds with the demonic sword in hand. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, a report was being made. The situation in the Land of Lightning has stabilized, stated Namikaze Minato. Thanks to the intelligence we obtained, the Land of Lightning is now hesitant to advance further, otherwise, they would suffer significant losses. Across from him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in contemplative silence, finally spoke. I have heard that the Cloud Ninja's EI has made a move. Have you engaged him? Yes, I did. His strength is formidable, likely on par with a Hokage. My Flying Thunder God technique can counter him. But his defenses and power are top tier. It would be nearly impossible to eliminate him. Is that so? Then we shall temporarily disregard the Cloud Ninja. More pressing is the situation with the Sand Ninja. Their recent circumstances have taken a turn for the worse, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed thoughtfully. Since the conclusion of the last Ninja World War, the Sand Village has been in a state of instability, Namikaze Minato concurred. The Land of Wind, where the Sand Village is situated, is already resource poor, and after their defeat in the Second Ninja World War, the feudal lord of the Wind Country has curtailed substantial support to the Sand Village. In the eyes of the feudal lord, investing vast resources to sustain a cadre of ninjas who are prone to defeat holds little significance. Thus, under the guise of fostering elite training, the reality is a severe lack of resources. This situation has naturally incited discontent within the Sand Village. Yet they find themselves at a loss when facing the authority of the feudal lord. Within the village, conflicts began to arise due to resource scarcity. Most notably, the status of the Wind Shadow started to decline. A faction believed that the Sand Ninja village was beyond saving, having lost the support of the Land of Wind's resources, and would only grow weaker. Conversely, another faction argued that the village required a dignified battle or rather, a war. The fundamental reason for the lack of resources lay in the Sand Ninja Village's defeat during the Great Ninja War, which had similarly caused the Land of Wind to lose certain resources during negotiations with the 5 great nations. However, if the Sand Ninja Village could initiate a battle or war and achieve victory, it would affirm the village's worth. In such circumstances, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, having tasted the benefits of nurturing ninjas, would undoubtedly support the Sand Ninja Village vigorously, thereby resolving its resource issues. Yet, securing victory in the Ninja World War was no simple feat. Even with the Land of Wind's substantial assistance, the Sand Ninja Village had faced defeat, let alone in the current scenario of resource scarcity. Faced with an inability to gain an advantage in resources, transformation became imperative, prompting the third Wind Shadow to embark on such endeavors. This included his successor, the fourth Wind Shadow, who later transformed Gaara into a weapon of war for the Sand Ninja Village. This very transformation gradually led the entire Sand Ninja Village into chaos, as conservatives and radicals continuously provoked conflict, and the Wind Shadow's authority waned due to the losses in war, ultimately resulting in the third Wind Shadow's demise at the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand. This further destabilized the situation in the Sand Ninja Village, which was eventually perceived by other ninja villages, igniting the Third Great Ninja War. Now, both Konoha and the Cloud Ninja were acutely aware of the Sand Ninja Village's precarious state and began reconnaissance efforts. As the strongest ninja village among the 5 great nations, Konoha, alongside the formidable Cloud Ninja clan, would undoubtedly scheme for benefits upon sensing opportunity, especially with the existence of Danzo's root organization prioritizing Konoha's interests. Therefore, from the moment the third Wind Shadow was slain, the downfall of the Sand Ninja Village became inevitable. However, the signals it emitted provoked other ninja villages and incited the animosities that led to the Second Great Ninja War, ultimately evolving into the Third Great Ninja War. Now, Minato Namikaze had also grasped this reality. After hastily resolving the aftermath of the Land of Lightning incident, he returned to Konoha and conferred with Hiruzen Sarutobi regarding their next course of action. Eventually, Hiruzen agreed to allow Minato to conduct intelligence gathering in the Land of Wind. But this time, he did not intend for Minato to go alone. By the way, Kakashi's injury should have healed by now. Additionally, the situation in the Sand Ninja Village remains unclear, so you should take some time to rest in the village. Kushina has been complaining to me for quite a while. For the next mission, you will take Kakashi and Uchiha Mukufu with you. Chapter 72. What is this design? Outside of Konoha Village, in an open space, with the wind caressing his body, Mufeng wielded the enchanted blade with relentless vigor, beads of sweat soaking his forehead and torso. Today marked the third, and most pivotal, day of his swordsmanship training. This time, Mufeng refrained from releasing his chakra, sensing that after 2 days of intensive practice, he had gradually adapted the techniques of the Demon Lantern's full moon into a style more suitable for himself. Thus, he dedicated this day to honing fundamental sword techniques: chop, sweep, stab, intercept, block, crush, slash, wipe, lead, entangle. Each fundamental movement was repeated continuously, enhancing Mufeng's mastery over the enchanted blade and his strength. The scorching sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, and a gentle breeze provided a refreshing respite as the sounds of Mufeng's blade cleaving through the air echoed in the forest. Ding! Swordsmanship awakening successful. Your swordsmanship, Demon Lantern's full moon, has been transformed into fundamental sword techniques. You have acquired fundamental swordsmanship. A voice resonated in Mufeng's mind, followed by a flood of training experiences replaying within him. He hastily set aside the enchanted blade and sat cross-legged, beginning to contemplate deeply. At that moment, notifications sounded in succession. Your fundamental swordsmanship proficiency, 1. Your fundamental swordsmanship proficiency, 1. Your fundamental swordsmanship. After a brief pause, Mufeng organized his insights and then opened the system panel, directing his gaze to the swordsmanship section. Fundamental swordsmanship mastered. Through 3 days of training, Mufeng had entirely transformed the techniques of the Demon Lantern's full moon into his own. Furthermore, by integrating the characteristics of the enchanted blade and his chakra, he had devised several unique sword techniques. You have mastered fundamental swordsmanship. Ding! You have created a sword technique, Fireblade Circular Slash. You have gained 200 dark value points. Ding! You have created a sword technique, Windblade Slice. You have gained 200 dark value points. Ding! You have created a sword technique, Heavenly Thunder Rampage. You have gained 200 dark value points. Ding, you have created a sword technique, Flowing Water Instant Flash. You have gained 200 dark value points. Ding, you have created a defensive sword technique, Diamond Guard. You have gained 200 dark value points. Feng crafted a technique corresponding to each of the 5 elemental chakras based on their unique traits. In truth, these techniques had already been in nascent form during his confrontations with the Cloud Ninja, where he had employed them. However, at that time, his swordsmanship had yet to fully evolve into his own, rendering those techniques mere imitations lacking substance. Now, having completely transformed the techniques of the Demon Lantern's full moon into his own, Feng's understanding of swordsmanship had deepened, allowing his techniques to evolve into creations of his own design. As he listened to the system notifications, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Having accrued 1,000 dark value points, he felt his pocket swell with newfound riches. Ding, congratulations on completing the quest task, the strongest swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship talent, 1. Your swordsmanship potential, 1. Ding, your swordsmanship performance has been met with great satisfaction, mercilessly ridiculing ninjutsu and taijutsu. As the notification chimed, ding, your physical technique begins to resist. You have gained the state of counterattack. A surge of energy coursed through Feng's body. His strength stood at 10. Yet he felt a significant reduction in his control over it, a condition that would persist for 3 days. Just as he reveled in the joy of acquiring 1,000 points of dark value and honing his swordsmanship, the system's alert echoed once more. With the counterattack of his physical technique activated, Feng sensed a fiery blaze igniting within him, filling his entire being with power. Albeit a power that felt beyond his complete control, this sensation was peculiar, as if his body was no longer his own. Rising to his feet, he took a step, but in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as his foot struck the ground, creating a crater. Isn't this merely walking? He pondered, bemused and astonished, suddenly comprehending what it meant to have diminished mastery over his own strength. It was indeed a pit. He imagined his physical technique within him, exuding an air of arrogance. Mocking him, "Humph, who told you not to choose me?" After several more steps, he continued to experience missteps. Either he exerted too much force, creating another pit, or too little, causing him to lose his balance. Furrowing his brow, Feng realized he had underestimated the complexities of the counterattack. However, a realization dawned upon him. This might be an opportunity, a chance to master his own strength. At present, controlling his body was akin to wielding a lever that amplified his actions. A slight increase in strength felt magnified through this leverage, while a minor decrease translated into a significant loss. Thus, if Feng could dissect his usual strength into finer increments, gradually amplifying it, he could achieve a refined control over his power. One must not underestimate the art of precise control over strength. It serves as the ultimate strategy for conserving energy on the battlefield and bestows considerable advantages to physical techniques. Glancing back at the uneven pits he had created, a smile crept onto Feng's lips. This was not merely a counterattack of his physical technique. It resembled a trial. Moreover, with an additional 10 points of strength, he felt he had gained much from this experience. Instantly, his earlier frustrations dissipated, and joy blossomed within him. Indeed, the same event, when viewed from a different perspective, could yield entirely different insights. Feng found himself admiring his own philosophical potential. At that moment, another notification chimed. Ding. Your physical technique is quite displeased with your attitude, feeling its intelligence has been insulted. A new alert resonated, and Feng envisioned a small figure, ablaze with fury, seething at him. How could you perceive this as a trial? It is clearly a punishment. Ignoring the impotence of taijutsu, Feng cast aside the demon blade, realizing he could not control the power surging within him. It would be quite absurd if he were to injure himself with the very weapon meant for his training. With a resounding thud, the demon blade was flung far away, allowing Feng to gradually regain control over his strength. Step by step, he began to learn to walk anew. However, unbeknownst to him, on the other side of the forest, Red Sunset was watching him intently. Previously, as Feng trained with his upper body exposed, Red Sunset found herself captivated, but in a mere moment. He discarded the demon blade and commenced his clumsy attempts at walking. Observing Feng's devilish strides, a large question mark hovered above Red Sunset's head. What on earth was he doing? Chapter 73. The watchful gaze of Uchiha Madara. With a loud thud, Feng stumbled and fell to the ground. Red Sunset, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. In the eyes of the beholder, Feng, in his vulnerable state, appeared rather endearing. Upon hearing her laughter, Feng swiftly turned his head, his sharp gaze immediately locking onto Red Sunset's figure. "Hey, Feng." As he realized he had been discovered, Red Sunset emerged from the thicket, greeting him with a smile. Feng feigned indifference, yet dared not take another step forward. "What brings you here?" "Kakashi informed me that you had returned from your mission and would be training here for the next few days." Red Sunset's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. One should not underestimate her youth. Characters in the world of Naruto often mature quickly. Sakura had already shown jealousy over Ino back in the Ninja Academy, and Red Sunset was now at the age where romantic feelings began to stir. "Oh," Feng nodded, settling down on the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. While training to master his strength was beneficial, being observed by others was decidedly uncomfortable. This was indeed mortifying. Internally seething, Feng maintained a calm facade as he sat down. Seizing the moment, he pulled out a forbidden technique scroll he carried with him, clearly wishing to divert attention from his training. Red Sunset approached cautiously. "Feng, have you eaten?" "I brought lunch." In truth, she had brought the bento the day before, but out of respect for Feng's intense training, she had refrained from interrupting him. Today, however, being discovered left her no choice but to reveal herself, and she felt a tinge of excitement beneath her shyness. "Never mind, I'm not hungry," Feng replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the bento she held. At this moment, he had no desire to demonstrate his prowess by crushing the bento with his bare hands. "Oh." Red Sunset's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as she shifted the topic. "By the way, Feng, we are about to graduate soon. After this graduation, we will be assigned to new teams. Do you have a team of your own yet?" Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that the time for graduation from the Ninja Academy was indeed approaching. The assessments he undertook upon his arrival in this world were merely a prelude to the final examinations. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Feng graduated early and has now ascended to the rank of Nin in Konoha. While Yuhi Kurenai's visit was one aspect of her intentions, the more significant motive was her desire to join a team alongside Feng. Although she was aware that the likelihood of this happening was slim, she remained hopeful. "Not at the moment. My previous team has encountered some issues, but the village will surely assign me other tasks soon." Listening to Kurenai's words, Feng furrowed his brow. He understood that with Kurenai, Obito, and others graduating, the Third Great Ninja War would officially commence. Yet what intrigued Feng was the apparent butterfly effect triggered by his presence. Would Sarutobi Hiruzen still organize the teams based on the previous class arrangements? This was a question that lingered in his mind. If Obito and Kakashi were not placed in the same class, could this potentially mean that Obito would not succumb to darkness? Observing Feng's serious demeanor, Kurenai felt a surge of excitement within her. She assumed he was troubled by the class assignment issue. In truth, not being in the same class was inconsequential. "My heart has always been with Feng-kun." Kurenai blushed as she spoke. "I've left your bento here, Feng-kun. Remember to eat when you're hungry." With that, she dashed away, her face flushed with warmth. Was that a confession just now? Oh, her young heart was a whirlpool of emotions. Feng glanced at the bento she left behind, then at her retreating figure. In his eyes, Kurenai possessed a delightful personality. She was not as easily embarrassed as Hinata nor as neurotic as Sakura, oscillating between grace and volatility. Instead of resuming his physical training, Feng returned his focus to the forbidden scrolls before him. His specialized training in swordsmanship had concluded, allowing him the freedom to delve into new ninjutsu. The mastery of ninjutsu primarily involved controlling chakra and forming hand seals, which did not necessitate excessive strength. Thus, in the days to come, Feng intended to alternate between physical training and ninjutsu study, while also seizing opportunities to enhance his Flying Thunder God technique. This was a divine skill. Had he not possessed it during his time in the Land of Lightning, he might have met a dire fate. If all else failed, Feng planned to directly utilize his darkening points to strengthen the Flying Thunder God technique. At the very least, the level of this ninjutsu needed to improve before his next mission. Resolute in his decision, Feng resumed his studies of the Forbidden Scrolls. Meanwhile, underground in the Land of Earth, an elderly man, nearly withered, closed his eyes in meditation, several unknown tubes protruding from his frail body, exuding an aura of death that indicated he had little time left. Turmoil had erupted in the Land of Lightning. and it seemed that the Uchiha clan had produced a promising descendant. In the depths of the underground chamber, a figure suddenly materialized, clad entirely in white. With a spark of excitement illuminating his eyes as he spoke to a shadowy figure beside him. At that moment, the three individuals concealed within the chamber were none other than Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu, Obito. White Zetsu had detected significant movements in the Land of Lightning. And there, he uncovered the existence of Feng and brought the news back. Understanding that Madara was a member of the Uchiha clan, White Zetsu eagerly relayed his findings. As soon as White Zetsu's exhilarated words fell, Madara turned his gaze towards him, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. After his battle with Hashirama, Madara had remained hidden in the world of shinobi, awakening his Rinnegan, yet his physical condition was quite frail. For the success of the Eye of the Moon plan, with Black Zetsu's assistance, Madara chose Nagato to inherit his Rinnegan, awaiting Nagato's growth to eventually resurrect himself through the Rinnegan's innate abilities. However, after careful observation, both he and Black Zetsu felt that Nagato's character posed certain issues. Despite being born in the war-torn Rain Village, Nagato, under Yahiko's influence, had not succumbed to darkness but was gradually embracing the light. Such a character was evidently ill-suited for executing the Eye of the Moon plan. In the original narrative, Madara, on the brink of death, had selected the severely injured Obito as the executor of the plan, orchestrating Obito's descent into darkness. Yet this time, Feng's sudden rise seemed to disrupt everything. Feng had intruded into Madara's sight prior to Obito. "Oh, what is his name?" Madara inquired, directing his gaze at White Zetsu. "Feng. Uchiha Feng," White Zetsu replied with a chuckle, before merging with Black Zetsu and vanishing into the ground. Chapter 74. Commencement of Illusion Technique Learning. Swish, swish, swish. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. On the outskirts of Konoha, two figures raced through the foliage, when suddenly one of them unleashed a formidable display, hands forming seals in a blur. In the next instant, a massive fireball, a meter in diameter, surged towards the other individual with fierce momentum. The other, a youth with white hair and a short blade slung across his back, felt his pupils constrict as the fireball approached, swiftly slamming his hands to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent tremor, a wall of rock and earth materialized before him. The fireball collided, sending sparks flying, while a wave of heat distorted the air around them. In that fleeting moment, a flash of blade light darted through the chaos. The white-haired boy scoffed, forming seals with his hands, and in the next heartbeat, a cluster of lightning danced atop his right hand, radiating a blinding brilliance. Lightning Release, 1,000 Birds. The white-haired youth was none other than Kakashi, who had just mastered the technique. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A cacophony of sound erupted around Kakashi, akin to 1,000 birds singing in unison. Grasping the power of thunder, Kakashi's confidence surged. But at that instant, whoosh, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced the air. "Kakashi, you have lost again." A detached voice emerged from behind Kakashi, causing him to turn slightly. In close proximity, less than 10 centimeters from the right side of his neck, a gleaming demon blade hovered ominously. A tinge of resignation flickered in Kakashi's gaze as the Chidori he had been gathering in his right hand gradually dissipated. "Very well. This time, you win," he conceded reluctantly, pivoting to face his opponent. The youth clad in Uchiha attire stood before him, smiling, none other than Uchiha Feng. It had been 10 days since Feng returned to Konoha. During the first 3 days, he had immersed himself in swordsmanship training, while the subsequent 3 days were spent enduring the rigors of physical combat. A period marked by both pain and joy. The door of his family home had been replaced thrice, and Feng had gone through 7 beds, with various pieces of furniture sustaining varying degrees of damage. Ultimately, he resorted to sleeping on the floor. After the 4th day, Feng finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. His first order of business was to replace all his furniture with iron, but alas, Konoha offered little in the way of iron furnishings. Resigned to his predicament, he cleared out a small room in his house. Should he encounter a similar situation in the future, he would promptly retreat to that little room, his own sanctuary. Though the past 3 days had been arduous, the results were undeniably visible. Following the trials, Feng's strength had significantly increased, estimated to have doubled, a fact that was particularly evident in his swordsmanship. Additionally, his physical constitution had noticeably improved due to this surge in strength, and coupled with his training, he had fully adapted to the enhancement of his physique and power. The following 2 days were dedicated to the study of ninjutsu, during which Kakashi approached him. Eager for a friendly spar, Mufeng gladly accepted. Having a partner for practical combat was invaluable. Over these 2 days, Mufeng became increasingly adept in battle, while Kakashi grew more withdrawn. Almost every time, Kakashi would approach Mufeng with enthusiasm, only to depart in a despondent state. This time was no different. Within mere minutes of their bout, Mufeng emerged victorious over Kakashi. Kakashi, you really need to hone your taijutsu. That Guy is far superior to you, he remarked with a smile as he sheathed the demon blade. I know, Kakashi nodded, preparing to leave. I'll be back tomorrow, he declared, casting a fierce glance at Mufeng. Although defeated, he was far from conceding. As Kakashi turned away, Mufeng shook his head in exasperation. He then unfurled the forbidden jutsu scroll and resumed his studies. Over the past few days, Mufeng had nearly mastered the jutsu contained within the scroll, learning a total of 56 techniques, though most were not particularly practical. In the world of Naruto, countless jutsu exist. Even Kakashi, as depicted in the original series, had mastered over 1,000 techniques. Yet only a handful proved effective in actual combat. Moreover, certain ninjutsu techniques bear striking similarities in essence, yet undergo transformations in form or potency, thereby evolving into entirely new techniques. This presents a fortuitous opportunity for Mufeng, as the more ninjutsu he masters, the greater his accumulation of dark points becomes. Presently, Mufeng is engrossed in deciphering some jinjutsu recorded within forbidden scrolls, specifically the dark illusion technique. He meticulously examines this ninjutsu. Although his talent for ninjutsu is formidable, his proficiency in jinjutsu predominantly relies on the ocular powers of the Sharingan. However, he has yet to fully comprehend the principles governing the Sharingan's abilities. It would be prudent for him to seek guidance from his fellow Uchiha clan members regarding the ocular jinjutsu. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan remains intact, providing Mufeng with numerous individuals to consult. It is evident that the father of Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, would be an excellent choice. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, despite not having engaged in battle within the original narrative, should not be foolishly underestimated as a weakling, nor should he be considered inferior to his son, Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku's demise was likely the result of a power struggle. He understood that even had he survived, his fate would not have been significantly improved. Furthermore, the village of Konoha displayed a ruthless side, utilizing Itachi in the Uchiha clan's extermination plan. Itachi, being Fugaku's eldest son, rendered any potential rebellion on Fugaku's part against the plan nearly impossible, as he could not bear to harm his own child. Now that Mufeng has entered the world of Naruto, Itachi is still but an infant, although Mufeng holds reservations about fully embracing this world. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he resolutely opposes the notion of clan extermination. It is vital to remember that in this life, Mufeng's parents took great pride in their Uchiha heritage before their deaths. Had they known that the Uchiha clan would ultimately dwindle to just Sasuke, they would likely rise from their graves in outrage. Returning his focus to the jinjutsu, Mufeng has made a resolution. Once he has mastered the jinjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll, he will seek Uchiha Fugaku's counsel regarding the Sharingan's ocular powers. Should fortune favor him, he also hopes to glimpse the stone tablet located in Uchiha territory to uncover its inscriptions. With a long, contemplative sigh, Mufeng commits the seals and chakra manipulation methods of the dark illusion technique to memory. In the next moment, he stands and swiftly gestures with his hands. However, just moments later, he comes to a realization. Wait a moment, this is jinjutsu. It requires a subject to act as a test subject. How could he possibly cast it upon himself? Glancing at Kakashi, who had not yet departed, Mufeng swiftly pursues him, calling out, Kakashi, wait. Chapter 75, a new attribute panel. Beep, congratulations. You have mastered the dark illusion technique. You have gained 100 dark points. The system's prompt resonates. Beep. Detection indicates that the host has mastered over 100 ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and sword techniques. The system will initiate foundational integration. The integration will be completed in 2 minutes. Countdown, 1:59. After 2 minutes, the system finished the integration. The integration concluded, and the host's abilities have been consolidated for personal review. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Mufeng opened the system panel. This time, the system panel exhibited some changes compared to before. Uchiha Mufeng, Strength, Elite Jonin, Physique, Hashirama's Body, 5. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan with 3 Tomo, Ninjutsu Tools, Demon Blade, Chakra, Mastered 5 Elemental Transformations, Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu. 8 Gates Release, Kenjutsu, Fire Blade Circular Slash, Wind Blade Cut, Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Jinjutsu, Dark Walk Technique, Talent, Taijutsu Talent, Level, Ninjutsu Talent, Level, Jinjutsu Talent, Level. Overall evaluation, your development is approaching comprehensive mastery, surpassing the average individual, yet you remain unable to alter your fate. Remarks, current darkening intensity, Taijutsu, 120, Kenjutsu, 89, Ninjutsu, 95, Jinjutsu, 305, darkening value, 7,200. Upon observing the newly updated attribute panel, Mu Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. As his abilities gradually expanded, the system had consolidated them and provided a star rating based on the new classifications. Though Mu Feng was uncertain about the criteria for this star rating, it allowed him to discern his strengths and weaknesses. He had a premonition that these broad categories would undoubtedly increase over time. For instance, the sealing techniques he previously obtained did not appear among the major categories. Mu Feng speculated that this was due to the low level of his sealing techniques, which had not even reached a single star, thus being excluded from the calculations. Conversely, the Flying Thunder God technique, which he valued highly, was classified under Ninjutsu. Similar to the Multiple Shadow Clone technique and the 8 Gates Release, both of which were recorded in Forbidden Scrolls, rather than being categorized as forbidden techniques. Mu Feng found this classification agreeable. Fundamentally, forbidden techniques are still ninjutsu or taijutsu, merely a categorization devised by ninjas within the world of Naruto. According to the attribute panel, Mu Feng's Jinjutsu level was the lowest, which was expected since he had only recently begun to engage with it. However, what caught Mu Feng's attention was the additional notation regarding various types of darkening intensity listed beneath the system. Darkening intensity essentially reflects the self-training speed across several categories. Now that Jinjutsu had just emerged, it seemed to sense pressure, causing its intensity to soar to 305. In contrast, Kenjutsu had become complacent due to prior specialized training, leaving Mu Feng somewhat speechless. Did this technique not realize it ranked among his abilities as the lowest? Mu Feng could only sigh in exasperation. Before him, Kakashi was still struggling within the confines of the dark technique. Mu Feng, having only a cursory understanding of the system panel, resolved to return home that evening to engage in a thorough dialogue with the system, exploring any potential new features. Kakashi, it's time, Mu Feng called out. The dark technique merely deprived its victim of sight, leaving their hearing relatively unaffected. Release. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, Kakashi immediately performed the necessary hand seals to dispel his illusionary state. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Feng expressed his desire to treat Kakashi to a meal. However, Kakashi departed without even a glance, determined in his heart. I must learn the art of illusions. Mu Feng must have summoned me solely to flaunt his newly acquired skills in illusion. Observing the disgruntled Kakashi, Mu Feng suddenly noted that his current demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Obito from the original narrative. Indeed, the inhabitants of Konoha shared a common trait. When they were blessed with genius, they exuded an air of aloofness, and when that genius waned, they often became resentful, striving to surpass the very talent they once envied. Fortunately, Mu Feng now embodied that very genius. After Kakashi's departure, the hour grew late. Contemplating his options, Mu Feng chose not to continue training, but instead returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. Following the system's integration of abilities, Mu Feng had mastered illusions and decided to seize the moment to visit Uchiha Fugaku, seeking counsel on the matters of illusion and the Sharingan's ocular prowess. Upon returning to Konoha, Mu Feng, ever mindful of decorum, purchased some gifts within the village before making his way to Fugaku's residence. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mu Feng arrived at the home of Uchiha Fugaku, who was the father of Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke had yet to be born, while Itachi had already entered the world but was still in infancy. Mu Feng, come in. You must be here to see my husband. Welcome to Itachi's mother, Uchiha Mikoto. As Mu Feng stepped into the home, initially, he did not encounter Fugaku, who was preoccupied with his duties as a member of Konoha's elite security force. Mu Feng had gained recognition as a prodigy within the Uchiha clan, despite limited interactions with its members. Although Fugaku, as clan leader, had not summoned him. The entire Uchiha clan was aware of the emergence of a new talent. Since the Nin exams, Feng's name had resonated throughout the village of Konoha. However, the Uchiha clan was somewhat disappointed that Feng had not utilized the Sharingan to triumph over his opponents during the exams. Instead, he had relied on his physical prowess and chakra manipulation. Nonetheless, his standing within the Uchiha clan had significantly risen post-exams. Naturally, Fugaku could not overlook such a gifted individual, and according to clan rules, he was meant to commend Feng for his accomplishments. However, following the Nin exams, Feng had been diligently training, often absent from home, while Fugaku had been preoccupied with the aftermath of the actions taken by the mist ninjas during the exams, thus allowing their paths to diverge. Now, Feng has taken the initiative to visit Fugaku's residence. While Fugaku remains taciturn, Mikoto Uchiha is filled with unparalleled joy. As a new mother, her maternal instincts overflow, and her fondness for children is abundantly clear. With an exceptional Uchiha like Feng in her presence, her admiration for him is undeniable. However, she recognizes that Feng must have a reason for his visit. Upon entering, Feng arrives not only with his presence, but also with gifts. Observing the offerings in his hands, Mikoto's delight amplifies, not merely due to the gifts, but because she perceives Feng as capable, courteous, and modest, a truly commendable youth. Is the clan leader not at home? Feng inquires, peering into the house. No, he will return shortly. By the way, Feng, have you eaten? I can prepare something for you. Mikoto replies with a smile. However, as soon as her words fall, a piercing cry of a baby resonates from within the house. Chapter 76. Uchiha Fugaku's little classroom, a child? Hearing the wailing, Feng's eyes light up. He is well aware that the infant in the room is none other than Uchiha Itachi, yet he cannot help but express his curiosity as a boy under 10. Hee. Would you like to see your little brother? Mikoto's friendliness towards Feng has grown, as his polite demeanor since entering has greatly enhanced her fondness for him. Yes, Feng nods, genuinely intrigued to witness Itachi as an infant. Soon, Mikoto leads Feng into the room, where on the tatami mat, he finds the swaddled Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Itachi is merely a baby, unable to even roll over. As Feng gazes upon him, he finds Itachi, like other infants, quite adorable, with his chubby cheeks. However, the little one is crying, seemingly uncomfortable for reasons unknown. In this light, Feng struggles to associate the infant before him with the Itachi he knows. He appears to be an ordinary baby. Mikoto unwrapped the swaddling cloth, revealing a damp diaper. To Mikoto, Feng is still just a child, so there is no need for discretion, and thus, he has the fortune of witnessing the naked Uchiha Itachi. What is his name? Feng asks, his curiosity piqued, even though he already knows the answer. Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Mikoto responds with a smile, proceeding to change Itachi's diaper while soothing him simultaneously. There, Itachi, don't cry. Look, your big brother has come to see you. He is a genius of our Uchiha clan, having awakened the 3 Tomo before even turning 10. When you grow up, be sure to learn from your brother Feng. As she cradles Itachi, Mikoto continues to comfort him. Feng, however, feels somewhat awkward. He had never anticipated that he would be portrayed as another child in front of baby Itachi. Gazing curiously at the infant, he finds an inexplicable sense of incongruity when he recalls the Itachi from the original narrative, nearly causing him to chuckle. Would you like to hold Itachi? In Meichin's eyes, Feng's actions were filled with curiosity and affection towards the infant. She addressed Feng, prompting him to respond. Instinctively, Feng shook his head. Truthfully, the sight of the baby, no larger than a pillow, instilled a fear in him of inadequately holding the fragile being and inadvertently causing harm. However, Uchiha Meichin encouraged Feng to muster his courage. And ultimately, he accepted the baby Itachi into his arms. His hands trembled slightly. To be honest, he had never felt such anxiety even when facing AI. Yet, as soon as Itachi was cradled in Feng's embrace, his cries abruptly ceased. It appears that Itachi takes a liking to you, Meichin observed, her smile radiant as she looked at the 2 children, one large and one small. Indeed, not a sound, Feng remarked, glancing down at Itachi, who, despite everything, exuded an undeniable charm. Playfully, he teased the tip of Itachi's nose, offering a gentle smile. Now, Itachi, when you grow up, do not become an unfilial son. Feng murmured softly. What did you say to him? Meichin inquired, unable to catch his words clearly. I told him that he must honor his parents well when he grows up. As Mufeng's words settled, Meiqin's smile brightened even further as she turned her gaze toward Itachi. Itachi, did you hear that? Just then, a light cough echoed from behind them. Mufeng turned to see Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku. You've returned. I came to see you. Upon seeing Fugaku, Meiqin quickly took Itachi from Mufeng's arms. Greetings, clan leader. Mufeng saluted Fugaku. Yes, let us discuss matters in my study, Fugaku replied, his expression serious. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he must maintain a facade of authority. Very well, clan leader. Mufeng nodded in agreement. Hurry along. After our discussion, you may come back to play with Itachi, Meiqin said kindly. With that, Mufeng followed Uchiha Fugaku into his study. Once inside, Fugaku's demeanor softened significantly. After all, Mufeng had become a favored figure within the Uchiha clan and was recognized as a prodigy in Konoha. For such an outstanding junior, Fugaku's attitude was notably cordial. After some casual conversation, Mufeng discerned that Fugaku genuinely cared for him. However, in Mufeng's perspective, this concern was intrinsically linked to Itachi's birth. It is worth noting that Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, frequently engaged in political struggles with Sarutobi's third Hokage, and individuals of his stature rarely revealed their true sentiments. Yet, the arrival of Itachi had evidently stirred new emotions within Fugaku as he gazed upon Mufeng, as if seeing a reflection of Itachi's future self. Their friendly banter soon transitioned into more serious discussions. Mufeng, have you awakened your Sharingan? Indeed, I have achieved the 3-tomo level. 3-tomo? Is the rumor true? Fugaku exclaimed, astonished as he turned his gaze toward Mufeng. Mufeng promptly activated his Sharingan, the 3-tomo swirling within his eyes before settling into their final form. Witnessing this firsthand, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Fugaku was still taken aback. After all, at Mufeng's age, successfully awakening the Sharingan is already a mark of genius. The number of individuals who have activated the 3-tomo Sharingan throughout the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan is limited. Lord Clan Leader, I have come to seek your wisdom regarding the ocular abilities and Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, Feng stated candidly. Ocular abilities and Jinjutsu? Upon hearing Feng's words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression became somewhat serious. Indeed, your parents passed away rather early. Had they been alive, you would not need to seek my counsel on these matters. Continuing, he added, as you have heard, our Uchiha bloodline limit is the Sharingan, primarily relying on the ocular power embedded within the Sharingan for combat. Now that you have activated the 3 tomos, your chakra should be adequate to harness the ocular abilities of the Sharingan. Next, I shall impart to you the methods and some subtle techniques for utilizing the ocular power of the Sharingan. However, before we proceed, you must remember one crucial point. While the ocular power of the Sharingan is formidable, it must not be overexerted, as this may cause damage to your eyes, Fugaku advised. Feng was already aware of the side effects of the Sharingan. However, he felt no immediate concern since he had not yet awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Moreover, with the system he possessed, as long as he accumulated enough Darkened value, Feng could attain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan without the need for transplantation. Once he reached that stage, the issue of overexerting his ocular power would no longer be a concern. The ocular power of the Sharingan primarily relies on chakra generated from mental strength. One aspect allows for psychological assaults on adversaries through visual engagement, which manifests as Jinjutsu. The other aspect involves altering reality through mental influence, a capability you have yet to encounter. In due time, you shall understand. Fugaku continued to elucidate the principles of the Sharingan, and Feng listened attentively. In summary, the Sharingan is an immensely powerful talent that has significantly bolstered the Uchiha clan. Even during the Warring States period, before the establishment of the ninja villages, the Uchiha were among the most formidable clans. Feng, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you should take pride in your heritage. Your current performance has already done justice to the Uchiha name. Keep up the good work. In the study, Uchiha Fugaku elaborated on the unique aspects of the Sharingan bloodline limit and personally demonstrated the might of the ocular power to Feng. He diligently memorized the key points Fugaku conveyed, while being acutely aware of Uchiha history, which he was more familiar with than Fugaku. Throughout the entire process, Feng exhibited no signs of impatience, which pleased Fugaku greatly. Before departing the study, Fugaku patted Feng on the shoulder. Never forget, you are a member of the Uchiha. Feng nodded, and Fugaku's smile widened. However, Feng understood the deeper implications of Fugaku's words. Since the battle between Hashirama and Madara, the status of the Uchiha clan within Konoha had become somewhat precarious, particularly following Hashirama's death and Tobirama's ascension as Hokage. During his tenure, Tobirama had never held the Uchiha clan in high regard, and thus their standing within Konohagakure was rather precarious. Following Tobirama's demise, the circumstances for the Uchiha did not substantially improve. It is noteworthy that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a disciple of Tobirama, which undoubtedly influenced his leadership. Additionally, Danzo, too, was affected by Tobirama's legacy. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan's most significant dilemma lay with the Sharingan. While this Kekkei Genkai was immensely powerful, it bore considerable drawbacks. This predicament was rooted in the legacy established since Indra's time, and even Madara could not alter this fate. Feng harbored a rather tenuous connection to the world of Hokage, let alone to the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, in pivotal moments, Feng was inclined to side with the Uchiha, influenced in part by the remnants of his previous memories. After discussing these matters, Feng prepared some ramen, inviting others to partake. Feng and Feng exited the study, where Uchiha Makoto awaited them, greeting Feng with a warm smile. "Do stay and have a bite. You cannot leave the clan leader's home on an empty stomach." The congenial conversation between Feng and Feng revealed Feng's perception of Feng's increasing affinity for the Uchiha clan within the village, which brought him great joy. Feng, though initially hesitant to accept, found himself genuinely hungry as his stomach grumbled, eliciting hearty laughter from Feng. It must be said, Makoto's culinary skills were commendable, rivaling even those of Uncle Irika, though their ramen bore distinct flavors. Feng devoured 2 bowls in quick succession before casting a glance at the slumbering Itachi. Bidding farewell to the Uchiha household. "Dear, do you think Itachi will grow to be like Feng at this age?" Makoto inquired as she watched Feng depart. "Haha, if Itachi possesses even half of Feng's prowess at this age, I, as clan leader, would surely take pride." Feng chuckled in response. Subsequently, Feng and Makoto returned to their chamber. 10 minutes later, Feng returned to his own room. The first order of business upon arriving home was to retrieve a scroll and meticulously document all he had learned regarding the Sharingan's ocular abilities. This was a habit Feng had cultivated in his past life, note-taking. Through his conversation with Feng had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Sharingan's usage and precautions, though he had yet to practice. Consequently, the system had not provided him with any relevant prompts. However, upon grasping the methodology, Feng felt confident in his ability to learn. He resolved that once he had preliminarily mastered the Sharingan's ocular prowess and Genjutsu capabilities, he would destroy the scroll. The criteria for this determination were straightforward. He would heed the system's notifications. Unlike others, Feng possessed a clearer understanding of his own potential for growth, which would invigorate his training. There is nothing more rewarding and worthy of pursuit than witnessing oneself gradually grow stronger. The only source of vexation for Feng was the scarcity of time at his disposal. He had yet to fully master the ninjutsu inscribed on the Forbidden Scroll, and his grasp of the Flying Thunder God technique remained rudimentary. As for his swordsmanship, Feng intended to continue refining his skills, while he had temporarily abandoned his training in taijutsu, as his current proficiency was sufficient to handle most adversaries. Each of these abilities demanded considerable time investment. Furthermore, he had recently delved into the realm of traditional illusion techniques, and had also begun to explore the potential of the Sharingan. Indeed, being a polymath was no easy feat. Ruffling his hair, Feng retrieved a blank sheet of paper and began to jot down notes and sketches, meticulously crafting his training plan. Meanwhile, in the village of Sand, within a dimly lit and cramped room, a red-haired youth gazed at the mechanical puppet before him, his eyes alight with excitement. With a subtle flick of his fingers, chakra threads were released, connecting to the puppet. Suddenly, the lifeless wooden figure sprang to life, executing a series of intricate movements. The red-haired boy observed the puppet closely, noting its remarkable capabilities compared to those crafted by other puppeteers in the Sand Village. However, after a series of manipulations, a hint of disappointment clouded his gaze. It was still insufficiently powerful. With a swift motion, he flicked the chakra threads, which snapped in the air with a sharp sound. The once animated puppet collapsed into a heap on the ground. This time, the red-haired youth did not linger on the fallen puppet. Instead, he pushed open the door to his room. Outside, the night enveloped the Sand Village, and his gaze drifted toward the heart of the village. where an iconic structure stood, the Kazekage Tower. At that moment, light still emanated from the Kazekage's office. The red-haired boy fixated on the glow, a spark igniting in his eyes as he seemed to be formulating a plan. "Scorpion, are you still awake at this hour?" A voice called from beside him. "Chiobaba, I am merely contemplating a few matters." "What are you pondering?" "I am considering how to create the most formidable puppet." His expression sharpened. He was none other than the renowned puppeteer from the original tale, Sasori of the Red Sand. Chapter 78. A New Mission. Infiltrating the Sand Village. Time passed swiftly. Amidst a flurry of training, a week had gone by. During this period, Feng had refined his swordsmanship and had gained a preliminary mastery of the Sharingan. Though it was rated at a mere 1 star. Nonetheless, the potential of the Sharingan was immense, and with Feng's gradual adaptation and usage, it promised to become a formidable asset. This morning, he forewent his usual training to arrive early at the base of the Hokage building. Just yesterday, he had received orders regarding a new mission. This time, Feng would not be operating under the guise of the Umbu, but rather in his true identity. However, this does not imply that Feng's affiliation with the Umbu has been nullified. Rather, it signifies that there is currently no suitable team for him. The last transaction between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo led to Feng being placed in the Umbu. Following the incident in the Land of Lightning, with one of his teammates dead and another injured, this identity within the Umbu has been temporarily sealed away. Feng approached the Hokage building, but had yet to enter when a voice called out from beside him. Turning his head, he saw Kakashi. "Kakashi? Are you here to accept a mission as well?" Feng replied, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. Simultaneously, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. "You are here to accept a mission too." Kakashi frowned. Throughout the week, he had sought Feng repeatedly, only to face defeat each time. Under Feng's influence, Kakashi had also begun to practice Ninjutsu, but his talent in this area was evidently lacking. The burden of his reputation as a genius weighed heavily upon him. "Then let us enter together." Feng had barely finished speaking when a figure appeared behind him, none other than Minato Namikaze, with a smile illuminating his face. It was clear that he was in high spirits. Owing to Feng and Kakashi, he had spent some time recuperating in Konoha. During this period, Minato's relationship with Kushina Uzumaki had blossomed, revitalizing his spirit. The three exchanged pleasantries before entering the Hokage's office, where they arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's chamber. At that moment, both Kakashi and Feng had already surmised the situation. Indeed, they would be teammates for the upcoming mission. Now that everyone is here, let us proceed directly to the task at hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen began, surveying the trio. "Your next assignment will take you to the Land of Wind, specifically Sunigakure. Watergate. You and Feng performed admirably on the last mission in the Land of Lightning. The situation with the Cloud Village has stabilized significantly, and the influence of the Cloud Shinobi within the Land of Fire has diminished. However, there have been some disturbances arising from Sunigakure. It appears that Awagakure has also taken note of the anomalies in Sunigakure and has dispatched ninjas to infiltrate it. Watergate. You will take Feng and Kakashi with you to investigate the movements of the Sand Shinobi, as this matter is likely related to the tailed beasts." Related to the tailed beasts? Upon hearing this, Minato's expression grew grave. In the current shinobi world, few could toy with tailed beasts as mere pets. Anything connected to them was a significant event. Minato was particularly sensitive regarding tailed beasts, for his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was the host of the Nine Tails. When involving Sunigakure, it could only mean the one tail, Shikaku. Having listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Feng was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, it was evident that Gaara had yet to be born, and Shikaku was sealed within a man named Fu. Fu had become the host of the One Tail during the reign of the second Kazekage. He was a monk of pure heart and kindness, earning the recognition of Shikaku himself. However, after becoming the Jinchuriki, Fumoku was confined within the temple of Sunigakure, serving as a war weapon to safeguard the village. The mission assigned to Minato and Feng was rather straightforward. Ascertain Fumoku's condition and, if possible, investigate Sunigakure's intentions regarding the One Tail. This task could be divided into 2 parts. The first was to confirm the status of Fumoku, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, and determine whether he was still alive. This was relatively uncomplicated, especially with Minato's prowess, as infiltrating the temple would not pose a significant challenge. The second part, however, entailed probing whether Sunigakure harbored any ambitions to exploit the One-Tailed Jinchuriki for their own ends, and if so, to discern their objectives and plans. The latter proved to be more arduous, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen did not place undue pressure regarding this aspect. This outlined the mission's particulars and the assistance available to you within Sunagakure, Minato. The responsibility for this task now rests upon you. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the scroll across the table, and Minato accepted it. Understood, Hokage-sama. I shall fulfill this mission. Furthermore, ensure the safety of both individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Kakashi and Feng, to which Minato nodded. Very well, you may proceed. With those words, Minato departed with Feng and Kakashi. Upon exiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Feng furrowed his brow slightly, clearly recognizing the challenge that lay ahead, likely more formidable than their previous endeavor in the Land of Lightning. After all, the last mission merely involved retrieving someone within the borders of the Land of Lightning, and encountering EI had been merely coincidental, with a degree of luck involved. This time, however, the stakes were higher, as they were to infiltrate Sunagakure itself. Typically, such covert operations are best executed with minimal personnel. Feng estimated that this mission was originally intended solely for Minato, whose Flying Thunder God technique, while not ideally suited for stealth, excelled in escape. Moreover, Minato possessed formidable overall strength. Now, accompanied by Kakashi and Feng, it felt as though they were dragging along two burdens. Should Kakashi or Feng's presence be revealed, Sunagakure, being astute, would undoubtedly tighten their defenses. Feng was now certain that Sunagakure was aware that other ninja villages had detected issues with their tailed beast. Of course, there existed another possibility. Sunagakure might be employing a strategy of baiting. However, Feng considered this scenario to be rather unlikely, having perused the original narrative. He knew that the current one-tailed Jinchuriki had aged significantly, eventually passing away in the original story, although he was uncertain of the specific timing of this demise. Upon receiving this task, Feng deduced that it was likely imminent. Typically, when a Jinchuriki passes away, the village would seek a new host. Yet this is not a simple endeavor. According to the original storyline, after Fumoka's death, the One-Tail was subsequently resealed within the Temple of Sunagakure. Until the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, Sunagakure once again faced defeat. Following Gaara's father assuming leadership as the fourth Kazekage, the village reinstated the Jinchuriki program, sealing the One-Tail within Gaara's being. The emergence of Jinchuriki posed a significant challenge, and given the tense atmosphere throughout the shinobi world, this presented an opportune moment for other ninja villages. In the original narrative, Obito was aware that during Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth, unleashing the Nine Tails would strike a blow against Konoha. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the high-ranking officials of other ninja villages would seize this opportunity to target Sunagakure. The mission undertaken by Minato Namikaze, Feng, and Kakashi was essentially a reconnaissance operation to assess the vulnerabilities of Sunagakure. Should any weaknesses be discovered, they would undoubtedly capitalize on the situation. Chapter 79. A God with two pits. The wind howled, and the yellow sand swirled. After 2 days, under the guidance of Minato Namikaze, Feng arrived within the borders of the Land of Wind. His first impression was one of desolation and barrenness. The abundance of sand left him baffled as to how human life could flourish in such an inhospitable land, let alone establish a powerful nation like the Land of Wind. In his past life, such a place would have been nearly deserted, long designated for afforestation efforts. Managing arid landscapes had proven to be an arduous task in his former existence. Yet in the world of Naruto, where ninjutsu prevailed, Feng believed that the reclamation of desert lands should be considerably simpler. With the wood release of Hashirama Senju and the water release of Tobarama Senju, an expansive forest could likely be cultivated within a year. However, this notion remained merely a thought for Feng. The living conditions in the Land of Wind were indeed challenging, yet they possessed a unique way of survival. While the region was lacking in essential resources, it boasted a wealth of minerals that surpassed those of other nations. Gold lay hidden beneath the desert sands, and the ninjas of Sunagakure had, in a sense, chosen to inhabit this arid expanse. Much like Shikaku, had the Land of Wind not been a sea of shifting sands, it is unlikely that Shikaku would choose to reside there. Nonetheless, it must be noted that, in comparison to the other great nations, the Land of Wind's national strength was considerably weaker, a reality heavily influenced by its geographical features. We have arrived. This is the Land of Wind, and if we proceed further, we will soon approach Sunagakure, Minato announced as they stood atop a stretch of barren land. Throughout their journey, he had engaged in gradual discourse with Feng and Kakashi, cultivating a basic understanding among them. In this exchange, Mufeng gleaned the most knowledge. Having sought guidance from Minato on the Flying Thunder God technique, and he had made significant progress in mastering it, Minato was quite astonished, seemingly unaware that Mufeng could grasp the technique in such a brief span of time. It is worth noting that Minato had invested considerably more time in learning the Flying Thunder God technique himself. The intricacies of space-time ninjutsu alone would suffice to challenge the average ninja. Ultimately, during their journey, upon executing the Flying Thunder God technique, the slightest flicker of pride within Minato Namake's dissipated entirely. Following the second Hokage, another had mastered the Flying Thunder God. He was no longer the sole bearer of this esteemed technique in Konoha. Regret lingered, yet in mentoring Mukase, Minato exhibited no reluctance, answering his inquiries with unwavering generosity. This scene evoked a hint of envy in Kakashi, who one night, seizing a moment of respite, discreetly approached Minato, yearning for him to impart the wisdom of the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato, elated by the request, handed Kakashi a scroll. However, by the following day, Kakashi returned the scroll, refraining from posing any further questions regarding the technique. This interlude rendered their two-day journey considerably less tedious. Now, having entered the Land of Wind, the trio successfully approached the vicinity of Mangekyou. Minato, shedding his usual amiability, adopted a more serious demeanor. Mukase and Kakashi, aware of their proximity to the enemy's stronghold, likewise approached the situation with heightened seriousness. They slowed their pace, cautiously advancing towards Mangekyou. On the third day, they encountered a squad of Mangekyou ninjas. Fortunately, Minato's timely observation ensured their concealment. After retreating for an hour, they resumed their exploration, only to soon discover a second squad of Mangekyou ninjas. Ultimately, under Minato's leadership, the trio resolved to abandon their initial plan of direct infiltration. It was evident that Mangekyou was on high alert. With just the three of us, it would be implausible to proceed undetected in such a short time. In a temporary encampment upon the desolate plains, Minato unfurled a map. Mukase and Kakashi leaned in closer, noting the scattered red dots, numbering over 20. While you rested, I conducted further reconnaissance nearby. This is the location of Mangekyou. Minato indicated a marked point amidst the red dots. These marks represent the Mangekyou ninjas I encountered on previous occasions. They have deployed a significant number of ninjas, all dispersed around the village. If the three of us act, we are likely to be discovered. As Minato spoke, Kakashi and Mukase exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. After entering the Land of Wind, neither had sensed Minato's absence. He had seemingly remained with them throughout. Yet, during their entire time, they had only encountered 2 squads of Mangekyou ninjas, while the map indicated over 20. Could it be that he had ventured out during their slumber? Mukase pondered inwardly. Kakashi, perplexed, furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of his genius title slipping further from reality. Mufeng increasingly affirmed that this mission was originally intended solely for Wave Wind Minato. It was unclear why Sarutobi Hiruzen had intervened, permitting Minato to bring along the two of them. Although Mufeng had attained the rank of Jonin and Kakashi was no weakling, their youth and inexperience were evident, making their involvement with Minato akin to a divine presence accompanied by 2 novices. Nevertheless, this was beyond their control. It was simply the way Konoha nurtured its shinobi. In the original narrative, Kakashi was seen escorting Naruto and Sakura on a trivial quest to find a lost kitten, which, at that time, was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Shinobi require cultivation, and this time, Minato's accompaniment of Mufeng and Kakashi was a deliberate effort to train them. For based on their current performance, both were destined to become formidable assets for Konoha, possibly even undertaking covert missions into enemy villages in the future. Thus, the current situation arose. Had Minato been alone, he would have likely infiltrated Mangekyou by now. However, he bore no resentment towards bringing Mufeng and Kakashi along, as he too had once been in their position. Now that you have a grasp of the basic situation, I shall assign the tasks. Minato addressed Mufeng and Kakashi. Chapter 80. Split up and act. I will proceed first to assess the defenses of Mangekyou, as this reconnaissance mission is perilous. Kakashi, your responsibility is to locate Konoha shinobi in the vicinity of Mangekyou and ascertain the situation from them, ideally gathering intelligence on the movements of a Wagakyou shinobi. Mufeng, you will continue your investigation around Mangekyou, discerning the patterns and movements of their departing shinobi. Once we have gathered sufficient intelligence, we will regroup here. If feasible, I will lead you into Sunagakure, Minato explained. He understood that bringing Feng and Kakashi into Sunagakure without adequate information could easily lead to their exposure. Hence, he had opted for a strategy of splitting up to gather intelligence before formulating a plan for their subsequent actions. Among the three, Minato's mission was the most perilous as he needed to infiltrate Sunagakure and ascertain the status of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Following closely was Feng, who would need to interact with the external patrols of Sunagakure, thus facing potential exposure. Lastly, there was Kakashi, tasked with contacting Konoha members embedded in Sunagakure and probing the movements of a Wagakure shinobi. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already prepared, and Kakashi merely needed to meet with Konoha's shinobi at a designated location. His challenge lay in uncovering the movements of a Wagakure. A Wagakure was aware of the changes concerning the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure and had dispatched shinobi of their own, but it was conceivable that they, like Feng's team, had also gone into hiding, or perhaps had already infiltrated Sunagakure. Relying solely on Kakashi for reconnaissance would not yield a high success rate. His primary duty is to gather intelligence from the spies of Konoha. Only after the three factions' intelligence is thoroughly integrated can Minato Namikaze determine the subsequent course of action. Upon hearing that they would split up, Kakashi and Feng had little objection, as acting together in such circumstances would likely lead to exposure. Very well, let us rest for now. We shall commence our operation later tonight, Minato remarked, tossing a scroll to Kakashi. After catching it, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Feng, on the other hand, collected the map that Minato had just retrieved, intending to enhance it by clarifying the movements and routes of the ninja outside Sunagakure. Once the task distribution was complete, Minato scanned their surroundings and returned to inform them that they could now rest. As night descended, the trio began their mission. Meanwhile, within Sunagakure, the situation concerning the Jinchuriki had become increasingly dire. A suitable replacement had to be found and sealed before his demise. Indeed, should that individual break free, the entire village would suffer catastrophic consequences. Yet, there was currently no appropriate candidate to serve as a Jinchuriki. Not just anyone could fill that role. Therefore, a plan to reseal the One Tail had to be devised. Resealing? Impossible. You are well aware of the current state of the ninja world. If other villages become aware of the One Tail being resealed, the repercussions would be dire. We possess not only Jinchuriki, but also formidable ninja. And with the Kazekage at our helm, what is there to fear? The feudal lord has already reduced the financial support for the ninja villages. How much worse can it get? If Konoha or IWA dares to approach, let them learn that Sunagakure is not to be trifled with. Within the Kazekage's office, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure convened to discuss the matter of the tailed beasts. However, it was evident that opinions were far from unified. The third Kazekage sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed, clearly uncomfortable with the current situation. He had advocated for utilizing the tailed beasts to create powerful weapons, yet regrettably, Sunagakure lacked suitable Jinchuriki at this time. With the condition of the current Jinchuriki deteriorating rapidly, death could occur at any moment. Should he perish, the tailed beast would undoubtedly break free from its seal. At that point, Sunagakure would have to confront the threat of Shikaku, whose power in the Land of Wind could prove overwhelmingly formidable. Thus, preparations must be made to seal Shikaku before the Jinchuriki's death. This was originally an internal matter for Sunagakure, yet for reasons unknown, this information had been leaked. The high-ranking officials, now aware of the breach, promptly convened an emergency meeting, only to find themselves embroiled in heated disputes over how to handle the tailed beast. Some advocated for the continued development of Jinchuriki to create weapons, thereby threatening other ninja villages to demonstrate their strength. A faction of individuals believes that the pursuit of a temporary host for the tailed beast carries excessive risk, should the host be unable to withstand the burden of Shikaku. Leading to the beast's escape from its seal, it would spell disaster for the Sand Village. Enough. As he listened to the clamor between the two factions, the third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table. For now, let us pause the discussion regarding the tailed beasts. Since there are differing opinions, we shall adopt both approaches. Seek a suitable host, while simultaneously preparing the temple to seal Shikaku at any given moment. After all, Fugaku is still alive. The pressing matter at hand is to deliberate on the issues with Konoha and IWA. News of the abnormality concerning the host has already spread. Both Konoha and IWA are aware of some details and are unlikely to let this opportunity slip by. IWA has already mobilized, just yesterday, Signs of their activity were detected within the village, and Konoha is sure to follow suit soon. The third Kazekage dropped a bombshell of information. IWA has infiltrated the Sand Village. Is this news credible, Kazekage-sama? A look of horror flickered in Chiyo's eyes, while the other high-ranking Sand shinobi furrowed their brows in silence. There is no room for doubt. IWA has indeed infiltrated the village. Chiyo, you must ensure the safety of the temple and prevent any mishaps with the host. They will undoubtedly employ every means to approach Fugaku and ascertain the host's condition. However, as long as we handle this situation with sufficient prudence, it may serve as an opportunity, a chance to deliver a warning to both Konoha and IWA. The third Kazekage spoke. In fact, he had already discerned Iwa's movements just the day before. Yet, the Kazekage refrained from immediate action, wishing to leverage this opportunity to convey a message to IWA. Hoping they would relent. Once the matter was concluded, he intended to retain one of their shinobi permanently within the Sand Village. Chapter 81. The desert at night. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted. Beneath the luminous full moon, Mufeng commenced his mission. Utilizing the map provided by Minato Namikaze, Mufeng began to survey the surroundings of the Sand Village. The terrain around the village was not conducive to concealment. It was a vast expanse of desert, devoid of cover. However, this openness also posed a challenge for the inhabitants of the Sand Village. They could see their adversaries. And vice versa, especially under circumstances where the enemy dwelled in shadows while they remained exposed. Mufeng cloaked his movements with a veil of sand while activating his Sharingan. Having gained insight into the ocular technique from Fugaku, Mufeng had begun to grasp the powers of the Sharingan. This enhancement granted him superior vision, allowing him to see further, along with heightened dynamic perception, which significantly aided in reconnaissance. Mufeng could actively utilize the Sharingan for scouting. However, he could not maintain this state for an extended period. Particularly the dynamic perception, as prolonged use would lead to noticeable discomfort in his eyes. Additionally, employing the Sharingan drained chakra, and even though Mufeng was of the Uchiha clan, he remained cautious about the chakra expenditure. At present, he was not overly concerned about chakra levels. Rather, he feared that extended usage might lead to blindness. In the absence of any anomalies over the past few weeks, Mufeng refrained from activating his Sharingan. He moved cautiously around the periphery of Mangekyou. Meanwhile, within the village, a squad of sand ninja had received orders to patrol and assess the situation surrounding Mangekyou. Hurry up, the situation in the village is rather dire. Scorpion, what are you dawdling for? Two masked sand ninja chided a red-haired boy trailing behind them. The boy remained silent, burdened by a puppet that seemed disproportionately large for his slender frame. Despite his companion's urgings, he showed no inclination to quicken his pace. This kid certainly deserves a beating. One of the sand ninja exclaimed in frustration. Never mind, the mission is paramount. Besides, he is the grandson of Lady Chiyo. The other ninja quickly interjected. The red-haired boy was none other than Akasuna no Sasori, who, at this time, had yet to assassinate the third Kazekage or defect from Mangekyou. As a member of the village, he was assigned various tasks, but due to his temperament, his missions were generally simpler. Rather than executing assignments, he preferred to delve into the intricacies of puppet techniques and the art of puppetry. The two ordinary sand ninja in front of him found themselves at a loss regarding Sasori's sluggishness and taciturn nature, with one of them growing increasingly irate. The relationships among the ninjas in Mangekyou were far from harmonious, unlike those in Konoha. The reason was simple. Konoha enjoyed the support of the Land of Fire and, as the strongest ninja village, received numerous assignments, resulting in abundant resources. Consequently, even without outstanding achievements, Konoha's ninjas could lead comfortable lives. In stark contrast, Mangekyou grappled with the arid terrain of the Land of Wind, leading to scarcity and a smaller population. Consequently, the village received fewer commissions, compounded by the dissatisfaction of the feudal lord with the village's military strength, resulting in limited resources. This disparity led to a generally lower standard of living for the ninjas of Mangekyou, where advancement required competition and notable accomplishments, or, alternatively, advantageous connections. This environment fostered a lack of harmony among the ninjas, particularly between commoners and those with connections. Evidently, the two ninjas ahead were from the common class, while the red-haired Sasori appeared to belong to a privileged background. The differences in status and temperament led to a palpable resentment towards Sasori. Nevertheless, As ninjas of the same village, they had not descended to the point of mutual annihilation. Their conflicts remained personal, with the interests of the village being a shared concern. Sasori paid little heed to the attitudes of the two ninjas ahead. He was accustomed to such treatment within Mangekyou. They viewed him with disdain, and he regarded them as foolish, feeling similarly irritated by their presence. It is important to note that Sasori's privileged status was not without merit. His parents had perished on the battlefield while serving Mangekyou. This tragedy fueled his fascination with puppetry, leading him to believe that eternal and indestructible art represented the pinnacle of artistic expression, a feat achievable through puppets. However, the current scorpion of the Red Sand has grown increasingly dissatisfied with those frigid puppets, for they remain mere lifeless entities. His gaze shifted towards the two comrades ahead, and a thought surged within Scorpion's mind. He quickened his pace to catch up with them. Rarely did he allow a smile to grace his lips when looking at these two, yet this time, a faint smile emerged. The two sand shinobi, evidently oblivious to the unfolding situation, relaxed their furrowed brows upon witnessing Scorpion's cooperation. If only this had been the case earlier. Let us hurry through the patrol and return before dawn. One of the sand shinobi urged, as even the native inhabitants were reluctant to linger in the desolate night. The howling wind swept through the sand village, stirring up layers of sand and dust. Ugh! On the arid expanse, Feng was caught off guard by a gust, swallowing a mouthful of sand, and promptly stuck out his tongue in distaste. The rising dust also irritated his eyes, making him nostalgic for Uchiha Obito's protective goggles. Grabbing a roll of bandage, Feng wrapped it around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed, resembling the second wind shadow. Continuing to meander near the sand village, Feng prepared to mark specific locations for his flying thunder god technique. Following his previous training, his mastery of this technique had indeed progressed. His markers had increased from the original 10 to 40, and he could now enter the spatial state more swiftly, with a maximum sensing range of 30 kilometers. Such rapid advancement was remarkable, and as his understanding of space deepened, the improvements accelerated. According to Feng's estimations, within 2 years, he would be able to teleport directly from Konoha to the Land of Wind. Of course, this was without the aid of a system. With one, he could hardly predict the speed of his enhancement. Perhaps, the next time he could engage in specialized training for the Flying Thunder God technique and truly let it soar. As he pondered, Feng remained vigilant of his surroundings. Just as he planted a Flying Thunder God marker and prepared to rise for his next destination, a series of unusual combat sounds erupted from ahead. Feng immediately sharpened his focus, his pupils transforming into a vivid crimson, 3 tomo gradually manifesting. Chapter 82. Confrontation with Scorpion. A piercing, shrill cry echoed across the desert. A middle-aged sand shinobi glared fiercely at a crimson-haired youth behind him, his face twitching with intense malice. If one's gaze could slay foes, Scorpion would have perished countless times by now. Though the sand shinobi was engulfed in fury, he was far from well. His entire body trembled, waves of weakness washing over him, as he sensed an anomaly within. This peculiar sensation coursed through him, intertwining with his blood, continually siphoning his strength and chakra. At that moment, a stream of dark blood oozed from a sharp wound on his arm. Scorpion, do you truly wish to betray the sand village? The middle-aged sand ninja, suppressing the weakness coursing through his body, stared wide-eyed at the figure of the red sand scorpion before him. His words carried no weight. The moment Scorpion controlled a puppet to pierce the heart of his comrade, the betrayal of the sand village had already transpired. The reason for his inquiry was an attempt to evoke a flicker of sentiment in Scorpion, a desperate plea for survival. You do not embody the essence of the sand ninja, Scorpion replied, his gaze tranquil, akin to a still pond. As he spoke, a peculiar puppet, with 4 arms and a head adorned with 3 eyes, began to hover beside him. This was the infamous crow, a creation of the red sand scorpion. The puppet emitted a series of clicks as it surged towards the sand ninja. Clearly poisoned and drained of strength, the middle-aged sand ninja could not muster his chakra, rendering him incapable of defeating even a mere child. Faced with the impending threat of the crow, he could only muster a desperate cry. A scream resonated, echoing across the nearby dunes. Hidden at the edge of the sandbank, Feng witnessed the entire scene unfold, the red sand scorpion ruthlessly eliminating 2 sand ninjas. Under the moonlight, aided by his Sharingan, Feng observed the tableau with clarity. He recognized the crow puppet at once, recalling its use by Kankuro in the original narrative. But now he understood the true puppeteer could not be Kankuro, who was still within his parents' bodies. Upon catching a glimpse of the striking red hair, Feng immediately identified the rogue ninja before him. The Red Sand Scorpion? He felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Scorpion here. As a member of the Akatsuki in the original tale, Feng had a profound understanding of Scorpion, a man willing to transform himself into a puppet for the sake of art. Yet now, it appeared Scorpion still retained his physical form. Given the current timeline, it was evident he had yet to assassinate the third Kazekage, thus could not transform him into a puppet. Instantly, Feng began to assess his odds against the present Red Sand Scorpion. 90 to 10. Feng, confident in his own prowess, calculated a 9-to-1 advantage. Were it not for witnessing the Sand Ninja's reaction to the poison, he would have considered the odds even less favorable. While Scorpion's puppet techniques were formidable, he was presently utilizing the crow, indicating he had not yet perfected his art. Having read the original tale, Feng was well aware of Crow's strategies, which relied heavily on ambush and toxins. Although the puppet was equipped with numerous mechanisms, foreknowledge of these traps significantly diminished their effectiveness. Despite possessing a strong likelihood of overcoming the Red Sand Scorpion, Feng refrained from intervening. After all, he was on the territory of the Sand Village, and any noise could attract the attention of other Sand Ninjas. Concealed behind the dunes, Feng chose to observe the unfolding drama. After the Scorpion of the Red Sand eliminated 2 Sand Shinobi, he did not retreat. Rather, he began to explore and examine the corpses of the fallen. He detached a segment of the crow's arm, revealing its sharp blades, and astonishingly commenced an autopsy on the 2 Sand Shinobi. Witnessing this scene left Feng utterly dumbfounded. For the Scorpion of the Red Sand was not much older than himself. Even within the world of Hokage, no child could maintain a blank expression while committing murder and subsequently studying the remains. Feng inwardly lamented, "This child is doomed." However, at the moment of his reflection, the Scorpion of the Red Sand seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, the scattered puppet crows on the ground sprang to life, soaring directly towards Feng. Startled, Feng had not anticipated the Scorpion's keen perception. This was, of course, quite normal. Puppet masters relied on their puppets for combat rather than their own physical forms. They were not only required to possess exquisite chakra manipulation, but also exceptional sensory and reflexive abilities. After all, a puppet does not feel pain, while its master does. If a puppet master's perception were dull, they would be unable to assess their puppet's condition or gauge the strength of their adversaries, let alone command their puppets from the shadows. With a resounding thud, a crow descended from the sky, striking the sand dune and sending grains flying. Feng leapt forth from the cloud of dust, not retreating but charging directly at the Scorpion of the Red Sand. His hand rested upon the cursed blade, and at this proximity, he had no intention of employing ninjutsu, as that would create too much commotion. Windblade. With a swift motion, a brilliant flash of light surged forth, accompanied by a semi-transparent wind blade racing towards the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The Scorpion was caught off guard, unaware of another lurking presence nearby, and this individual appeared formidable. As the wind blade approached, the sharp sound of slicing air caused the Scorpion's pupils to constrict in alarm. He sensed danger. Yet, the Scorpion of the Red Sand lacked significant combat experience. Instinctively, he summoned the crow to block the wind blade. The wind blade collided with the puppet crow, creating a fissure in its otherwise resilient form, eliciting a look of astonishment from the Scorpion. Although the crow appeared wooden, the material he had chosen was exceptionally sturdy, even more so than steel. Yet now, a gash had been cleaved into it. Realizing the implications, the Scorpion immediately thought of someone, Konoha's white Feng. Instinctively, he sought to flee. He was an artist, not a fool. With a flick of chakra threads, he attempted to retract the crow, but at this moment, it was too late. Seizing the opportunity as the wind blade struck the puppet crow, rendering it momentarily rigid, Feng leapt to the crow's side, with a flourish of his blade. The combination of wind attribute enhancement and the cursed blade's inherent sharpness rendered the puppet crow as fragile as paper, shattering it effortlessly. The gaze of the Scorpion of the Red Sand deepened, yet the chakra threads in his hands remained unbroken. Although the crow was forced to disassemble, many of its components remained viable. He cast several chakra threads, connecting them to the scattered parts of the crow on the ground, and manipulated multiple components to launch an assault on Feng. At that moment, a crisp chime suddenly resonated in Feng's mind. Chapter 83. The System's New Task, Ding. The host has encountered a significant plot character in this world, triggering a plot mission. Just as Mu Feng was poised to determine the outcome against the Scorpion of the Red Sand, the system's notification echoed in his mind, causing him to momentarily halt. Seizing this opportunity, the Scorpion completed his counterattack, reassembling the fragments of the crow while retreating to maintain a distance from Mu Feng. Cursed system. Mu Feng silently cursed, surveying the floating fragments of the crow before glancing at the distance between himself and the Scorpion. He cautiously retreated, sheathing his demon blade, and produced a kunai with his left hand, fixing his gaze upon the Scorpion. The Scorpion did not launch an immediate attack, but instead scrutinized Mu Feng. At that moment, Mu Feng's face was obscured by bandages, rendering his appearance indiscernible. However, through his stature and form, the Scorpion quickly deduced that Mu Feng was not a ninja from the Sand Village. Upon this realization, the Scorpion felt a sense of relief. He had no interest in which ninja village Mu Feng belonged to. As long as he was not from the Sand Village, that sufficed. Just moments ago, he had nearly slain 2 ninjas from the Sand Village right beneath their noses, an act that had already constituted a betrayal. Neither the Scorpion nor Mu Feng made a move, for the system's notifications continued to resound in Mu Feng's mind. Detected that the Scorpion of the Red Sand is a strong plot task. You have triggered the plot task, the death of the 3rd Kazekage. Plot task, the death of the 3rd Kazekage. Task description. The Scorpion of the Red Sand, shaped by an unfortunate childhood, became enamored with the art of puppetry. His reclusive thoughts and the environment of the Sand Village fostered his contemplation of life and art, and now he stands on the brink of darkness. Task requirements. Intensify the Scorpion's descent into darkness. Task objectives. 1. Shatter the Scorpion's ordinary puppets. Completed. 2. Sever or damage parts of the Scorpion's body. Incomplete. 3. Showcase the eternal beauty to the Scorpion. Incomplete. Note: this section can be addressed through illusions. Task rewards. 10,000 points of darkening. Chakra refinement level 1. 1 black seed. Task penalties. 1. Lose all darkening abilities within 6 months. 2. System authority reduced by 1. Remarks. 1. At this stage, the strong plot task involving the Scorpion of the Red Sand cannot be eliminated. Remarks. 2. This task is a plot task. Upon completion, system authority will increase by 1. Description. To exist eternally is the beauty of life. As streams of information drifted by, Mu Feng gazed in astonishment at the task rewards. 10,000, a staggering figure indeed. One could scarcely believe it. The reward was a monumental 10,000 corruption points. Even amidst his battle with the Akatsuki Sasori, Mu Feng found himself taken aback by such a bountiful reward. Since entering the Naruto world, this marked Mu Feng's first encounter with a task of such grand magnitude, and it was also his inaugural experience with a plot-related mission. However, the system's classification of prominent plot characters left him somewhat perplexed. While Sasori certainly had his moments in the original Naruto narrative, his significance paled in comparison to figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. Particularly Kakashi, who was a central figure throughout the series. If Sasori was deemed a pivotal plot character, would that not elevate Kakashi to a status of unparalleled might? Yet, during his interactions with Kakashi, Mu Feng had received no such indication. This discrepancy confounded him. Nevertheless, Mu Feng soon came to a realization. The system's perspective on significant plot characters might diverge from his own understanding. From a conventional viewpoint, Sasori was indeed a character of dark inclination. Yet now, Mu Feng had no time to ponder these matters. The pressing concern was how to confront Sasori before him. Initially, Mu Feng had contemplated eliminating Sasori, fully aware that such an act would alter the course of the Naruto world. However, he was unperturbed by this notion. Even if he refrained from killing Sasori today, the latter's future actions would inevitably reshape the Naruto universe in ways distinct from its original path. Mu Feng's original plan was twofold. First, to slay Sasori and reap a substantial amount of corruption points. Second, to prevent the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage, thus potentially delaying the onset of the 3rd Great Ninja War, affording him the time to develop his own strength. Yet now, the system had issued a task, and the consequences of failing it were rather severe. A 6-month period without the ability to enhance his power through the system loomed ahead, coupled with a reduction in his privileges. The reduction of privileges appeared to Mu Feng to be a more grave consequence than the former, though the rewards for completing the task were undeniably generous. However, based on the nature of this task, if Mu Feng proceeded to execute it, It would likely accelerate Sasori's descent into darkness. It was conceivable that before long, Sasori would turn his attention to the third Kazekage. Furthermore, should he succeed in this task, he might leave a substantial psychological scar on Sasori, a shadow that could rival the peculiar bond shared between Itachi and Deidara. As Feng pondered these intricacies, Sasori launched his assault. Numerous shards resembling crows sliced through the air with a whistling sound, piercing towards Feng from various angles. The gleaming blades glistened with a purplish liquid, a poison meticulously applied by Sasori. Without delay, Feng activated the Sharingan, enhancing his dynamic vision. Instantly, the trajectories of the airborne shards materialized before his eyes, allowing him to predict their movements with clarity. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. With his cursed blade sheathed, Feng swiftly formed hand seals. After creating some distance, he was compelled to utilize Ninjutsu. Several fireballs flickered and surged through the air towards the raven fragments. The explosive collisions erupted, yet the raven shards surged forth from the blaze, albeit with the venom on the blades now dried. With a fierce bite, the scorpion of the red sand aimed to eliminate Feng directly. Feng swiftly dodged, his body tracing an elegant arc in the air, perfectly evading all attacks from the raven shards. Simultaneously, he hurled a kunai directly at the scorpion of the red sand. Following this, Feng's right hand pressed upon the cursed blade, and, succumbing to gravity, he plummeted downward. Observing this scene, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the scorpion of the red sand. With no leverage in the air, this was his opportunity to dispose of Feng. In the next moment, success. Both Feng and the scorpion of the red sand's eyes lit up, a smirk gracing their lips. Chapter 84. The Puppet Temple in the air. The puppet raven shards suddenly accelerated, surrounding Feng from all sides. A glimmer of delight appeared in the scorpion of the red sand's eyes. He seemed astonished that his opponent would commit such a grave error, leaving himself exposed in midair without any protection. To a puppeteer, such a target was akin to a bullseye. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing through the wind echoed across the desert. The raven shards pierced through, but in the next instant, a series of explosive collisions resounded. The scorpion of the red sand widened his eyes, his body trembling slightly, displaying an expression of disbelief. Where was the enemy? Just as the scorpion of the red sand was momentarily stunned, a flash of white light erupted before him, followed by a spurt of crimson that shot upward, blood splattering across his cheek. The scorpion of the red sand stood frozen in place. In the next instant, a scream of agony escaped his lips as he looked down at his right arm. At this moment, Feng had severed his arm with a single strike. Blood gushing forth. The sensation of pain surged, and before the scorpion of the red sand, Feng held the cursed blade, his crimson eyes locked onto his opponent. Just moments ago, while suspended in the air, Feng had thrown a kunai, deliberately colliding it with a raven shard, allowing the kunai marked with the flying thunder god technique to land beside the scorpion of the red sand. Believing he had triumphed, the scorpion of the red sand had no inkling that Feng possessed the flying thunder god technique. Utilizing this technique, Feng closed the distance to the scorpion of the red sand. Before the scorpion could execute his counterattack or unleash the puppets buried in the sand, Feng had already severed his arm. Simultaneously, Feng's Sharingan fixed its gaze upon the scorpion of the red sand, activating its power. In the next moment, the scenery surrounding the scorpion of the red sand began to shift dramatically. The desert vanished, revealing instead a magnificent temple. The temple, resplendent in gold and jade, featured a towering statue at its forefront, so imposing that the scorpion of the red sand had to tilt his head back to behold it. This transformation left the scorpion of the red sand utterly stunned, momentarily disregarding the pain radiating from his severed arm. Soon, he realized that he had fallen into an illusion, yet he found himself powerless to break free from it. Countless threads descended from the temple, densely obscuring the vision of the scorpion of the red sand. These threads resembled those used to manipulate puppets. A wave of anxiety surged within him as the fear of the unknown enveloped his heart. In the next moment, the threads burrowed into the ground of the temple, pulling outward, causing a multitude of puppets to emerge from beneath the surface. These puppets, humanoid in form, wore peculiar smiles. But what drove the scorpion of the red sand to the brink of madness was the unsettling realization that these figures appeared not to be wooden, but rather crafted from living beings. Controlled by the threads, the temple's puppets advanced menacingly towards him. The scorpion instinctively attempted to flee, but found himself immobilized, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming tide of puppets. Outside the realm of illusion, Feng observed the scorpion of the red sand, who stood frozen in a daze, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. His mastery of the Sharingan was not yet on par with Itachi from the original narrative, yet he was capable of utilizing its power to interfere with the scorpion's perception, guiding him to witness the visions that lay buried within his heart. In essence, the illusions enveloping him were not conjured by Feng, but rather a reflection of the scorpion's own fears and aspirations. As Feng watched the scorpion's expression shift from astonishment to terror, then suddenly to laughter, he was struck by an overwhelming curiosity. What had this young man seen that could provoke such a bizarre transformation of emotion? The scorpion, ensnared in the illusion, no longer posed a threat to Feng, as the remnants of the crows he had controlled had now fallen into the desolate sands. Seizing the opportunity, Feng perused his task list. Task objectives: 1. Shatter the scorpion of the red sands, ordinary puppets, completed. 2. Sever or destroy parts of the scorpion's body, completed. 3. Present the scorpion of the red sand with the beauty of eternity, completed. With all 3 objectives fulfilled, the system presented a warning. Warning: the scorpion of the red sand is a significant plot character. Killing this character will result in mission failure. Upon seeing the warning, Feng promptly sheathed his demon blade. Meanwhile, in the distance, he spotted several figures racing towards him. They were ninjas from the Sand Village. Without hesitation, Feng swiftly departed from the scene. That is Lord Chiyo's grandson. He is trapped in an illusion. Quickly, help him break free. What about the other 2? They are dead. Damn it, who did this? Split up and search. We must find the enemy. Having not ventured far, Feng soon heard calls echoing behind him. In response, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. It is utterly absurd for the ordinary ninjas of Mangekyou to seek out Feng. They merely stumbled upon a kunai marked with peculiar patterns, which was evidently of superior craftsmanship and not produced by Mangekyou. After several fruitless searches, the group of ninjas found no trace of anyone, and given the critical condition of Sasori, they decided to abandon their efforts. In reality, these ninjas were not as formidable as Sasori and his 2 companions, and they feared for their own lives. Soon, they returned to Mangekyou, bringing with them not only Sasori, but also the kunai bearing the Flying Thunder God mark. In the desolate expanse not far from Mangekyou, Feng had initiated the space-time perception of the Flying Thunder God technique, sensing that one of his marks was swiftly moving towards Mangekyou. A smile crept onto his lips. Feng did not believe that the people of Mangekyou could discern his Flying Thunder God mark. First and foremost, the Flying Thunder God technique is an exceptionally advanced ninjutsu. With the likes of Minato Namake's being an anomaly, Mangekyou does not possess extensive defenses against such techniques. Furthermore, Feng was not as flamboyant or ostentatious as Minato. His kunai appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary one, the only distinguishing feature being the bandages wrapped around it, emblazoned with the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the shinobi world, it is common for other ninjas to apply unique markings to their tools. Thus, upon encountering this kunai, most inhabitants of Mangekyou would likely perceive it as a standard kunai bearing a personal mark, and the ninja who found it would probably not consider reporting it. Unless, of course, there were ninjas within Mangekyou who were particularly sensitive to space-time ninjutsu. Only then might they unravel Feng's Flying Thunder God technique. With the Flying Thunder God mark now in place, Feng's infiltration into Mangekyou would become significantly more convenient. As Feng contemplated his subsequent actions, a chime resonated in his mind. The system announced the completion of his task. Chapter 85, The 10,000 Yen Household? Congratulations. You have completed the task, the death of the 3rd Kazekage. You have earned 10,000 dark points. Your chakra refinement level is now 1. You have acquired 1 black seed. Your system authority level is now 1. 3 notifications echoed in Feng's mind, prompting a smile to grace his face. Soon, a tingling sensation surged throughout his body, a sign of the enhancement of chakra refinement. This experience was not painful, though it lasted for an extended period, akin to a mild electric current coursing through his body, offering a delightful, yet slightly uncomfortable sensation. After 5 minutes, tranquility returned to Feng's being, and he could distinctly feel his chakra within him becoming clearer. This was a positive development, indicating that he would be able to utilize ninjutsu more swiftly in the future, potentially even simplifying his hand seals. The essence of ninjutsu lies in mobilizing one's chakra, and triggering it through hand seals. The stronger the mastery over chakra, the more it becomes possible to bypass certain seals that would typically be necessary, thus achieving a simplification of the seals. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the final release of a ninjutsu necessitates a hand seal to trigger it. This results in a scenario akin to that of Hashirama Senju, where a mere clap of the hands conjures whatever is desired. Of course, Feng has yet to master chakra to the extent of Hashirama Senju. However, simplifying 1 or 2 hand seals is well within his capabilities. The thought of having the system's assistance brings him hope, as he is confident that his control over chakra will become increasingly proficient. Who knows, in a few years, he might also achieve that remarkable ability of conjuring whatever he desires with a simple clap of his hands, and not merely would release. With this in mind, Feng found himself inexplicably filled with aspirations. However, he soon redirected his focus to other rewards. He had accumulated 10,000 points of darkening value, having previously saved 7,200 points. With this addition, Feng now possessed a staggering total of 17,200 points. In the context of the world he hailed from, during the 1970s and 1980s, he would have already reached the status of a wealthy individual. Initially, Feng had anticipated that upon completing this task, he would need to cultivate for a while to surpass the threshold of wealth, but fortune had arrived so unexpectedly. Simultaneously, one aspect that piqued Feng's interest was the system's permission level of 1. This reward was rather obscure, prompting him to inquire further with the system, which promptly provided a response. Enhancing system permissions can expand the categories of items available in the system store. Additionally, elevating system permissions to a certain level unlocks extra functionalities. Current system permission level of the host, level 3. The host can exchange for most ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and a select few bloodline limits in this world. The host can redeem level 12 ability enhancement cards, level 12 bloodline enhancement cards. Note: some special abilities require specialized enhancement cards. It has been detected that the host's permission level has reached level 3, allowing for the exchange of level 1 recovery potions. Note: this potion is supplied by the system, and its effects far exceed those of conventional medicinal pills in this world. Known information: elevating the host's permission level to level 5 will unlock additional system functionalities, which are chargeable. Upon hearing the system's reply, Feng gained a general understanding of the significance of system permissions. In simple terms, the higher the permission, the more extraordinary the items available for exchange. Subsequently, Feng inquired about the ability enhancement cards and bloodline enhancement cards, to which the system also provided a response. The ability enhancement card, while straightforward, increases the level of his abilities such as ninjutsu and swordsmanship, thereby amplifying their power. However, lower-tier enhancement cards, while increasing ability levels, simultaneously diminish proficiency. This is akin to the repercussions of countering in physical techniques. Post-enhancement, one requires time to familiarize and master the improved abilities. Higher-tier enhancement cards do not incur such drawbacks, yet, according to the system, their usage process is not particularly user-friendly. This, in essence, represents a cost, in the system's eyes. Effortlessly enhancing one's strength without consequence is an impossibility. The usage of ability enhancement cards is not restricted by frequency, allowing Feng to make his own choices. However, the bloodline enhancement card is of paramount importance. The disparity between higher and lower levels is significant, and there exists a limitation on the number of enhancements. Currently, Feng possesses the Uchiha bloodline, which can barely accommodate the Hashirama body. His Sharingan has already reached the state of 3 tomo. Should he utilize the bloodline enhancement card, there exists a certain probability that it may elevate the 3 tomo to the Mangekyou Sharingan, simultaneously bestowing upon him the abilities of the Mangekyou. This process is irreversible, implying that it is a singular opportunity. The lower-tier bloodline enhancement cards yield rather mediocre Mangekyou abilities, typically rated below 3 stars, whereas only the level 45 bloodline enhancement card can guarantee a Mangekyou ability of 3 stars or higher. At present, Feng finds himself unable to exchange for a level 4 bloodline enhancement card, not merely due to limitations in authority, but also because its exorbitant price renders it unattainable. He recalls previously observing the Mangekyou Sharingan in the system shop, which demanded a staggering 100,000 points of darkening value. It is worth noting that this corresponds to a level 2 enhancement card. A level 4 would require at least 300,000, even 500,000 points. In that instant, Mu Feng felt impoverished despite his affluent status. Yet, opportunities remain. He has gleaned that an increase in his authority would lead to reductions and discounts on items within the shop. A 500,000 bloodline enhancement card, discounted by 90, would amount to a mere 50,000 points. Alas, even 50,000 remains beyond his means. Mu Feng shed tears befitting the destitute. He then ceased his contemplation of darkening values. Previously, he had wished for the Third Shinobi World War to be delayed, but now, he yearned for its swift eruption. Subsequently, Mu Feng's gaze fell upon the final reward from the system. Black Seed, an exclusive reward for pivotal characters in the Naruto world, can be sold, can be used. Selling to the system grants 10,000 points of darkening value. Upon use, the minimum strength of darkening for all abilities is permanently increased by 50. Upon reading the description of the Black Seed, excitement illuminated Mu Feng's countenance. The concept was straightforward. Selling it to the system would yield 10,000 points of darkening value, while utilizing it would enhance the minimum darkening strength of all his abilities by 50. For instance, if Mu Feng's swordsmanship had a darkening strength of 100, after using the Black Seed, it would rise to 150. Even if his swordsmanship were to cease its darkening, this item would still augment the strength by 50. Without further contemplation, Mu Feng immediately utilized the Black Seed. He estimated that selling it to the system would yield 10,000 points of darkening value, yet acquiring it would cost at least 100,000. This treacherous system is indeed merciless. Chapter 86. Infiltration of the Sand Ninja Village. Upon using the Black Seed, Mu Feng sensed a tumult within his chakra, which soon settled. Ding. Your ninjutsu has been enhanced by the Black Seed, increasing its darkening strength by 50. Ding. Your swordsmanship. Ding. Your jinjutsu. The system's notifications chimed in, but Mu Feng chose to disregard them. The unexpected encounter with the scorpion of the red sand proved to be an extraordinarily valuable experience for Mu Feng, igniting a flicker of contemplation within him. Henceforth, he resolved to engage more with the darkened figures of the Naruto universe, particularly those of significant importance. Currently, Konoha has set its sights on a singular target, Orochimaru. However, Mu Feng's current strength remains insufficient, and based on previous interactions, the system has yet to classify Orochimaru as a character entrenched in a dark narrative. To extract certain advantages from Orochimaru, Mu Feng requires a fortuitous opportunity. Setting aside his thoughts, Mu Feng recognized that his accumulated dark value was of no immediate use, as his mission in the Sand Ninja Village remained unfinished. Recklessly exchanging items now could lead to fluctuations in his power and unforeseen consequences, which Mu Feng wished to avoid. He intended to enhance his strength only after returning to Konoha upon the completion of this mission. With over 10,000 dark values at his disposal, Mu Feng had no intention of saving them. He estimated that the task he triggered with the scorpion of the red sand was titled the death of the third Kazekage, and upon its completion, it was likely that the third Kazekage would not survive much longer. The death of the third Kazekage would serve as the spark for the third Great Ninja War, igniting conflict among several ninja villages in due course. Retaining dark values at that juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Gazing upward, Mu Feng noticed a glimmer of dawn breaking in the eastern sky. Daybreak was imminent, signaling the conclusion of his reconnaissance mission. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly reappeared near the designated outpost. Upon his return, he found Kakashi had completed his own mission and was back at the outpost. As Mu Feng approached, Kakashi lowered his guard. "How did your mission go, Mu Feng?" Kakashi inquired. At this moment, Minato Namikaze had yet to return, but Kakashi's proud demeanor suggested that he had achieved something noteworthy during his outing and was eager to compare results with Mu Feng. "Not particularly impressive. I encountered a squad of sand ninja and engaged in combat," Mu Feng replied. In terms of mission performance, his actions could be deemed lacking, as confronting the sand ninja signified exposure. Yet, from Mu Feng's perspective, the outing had yielded considerable gains. He was indifferent to the mission itself. His primary concern lay in his personal growth. "You engaged in combat?" Kakashi expressed surprise, then scrutinized Mu Feng closely, noting that he bore no injuries. "Did you handle everything?" "Not quite. One managed to escape," Mu Feng frowned. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pride dissipated, replaced by a grave expression. "An elite ninja? Just an ordinary one, a puppeteer. Then it seems we have been compromised. We haven't been exposed. They merely know we were here. For the sand ninja, our reconnaissance efforts are no longer a secret. Feng asserted. This was something he had previously confirmed with Minato Namikaze. Moreover, the risks associated with infiltrating the Sand Hidden Village are exceedingly high. Engaging in combat with the Sand Shinobi is virtually unavoidable, a fact that even the esteemed Minato Namikaze cannot guarantee to circumvent. After all, they are one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and it is nearly impossible for the 3 of them to toy with them undetected. Furthermore, the internal forces of the Sand Hidden Village are currently concentrated on addressing the issue of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Noticing the somewhat despondent expression on Feng's face, Kakashi felt it inappropriate to boast about his own mission and adopted a more tranquil tone. Well, as long as you're all right. The defenses of the Sand Hidden Village are indeed quite formidable. Even Master Minato cannot ensure that we will remain unnoticed. On my end, I have already discerned the movements of the rock shinobi. It appears they are also acting separately this time. An elite rock shinobi has already infiltrated the Sand Hidden Village. The remaining personnel are still positioned around the outskirts of the village, although their exact locations have yet to be thoroughly investigated. However, based on the current circumstances, it seems they are reluctant to engage with the Sand Shinobi or with us, Kakashi stated, his intelligence being partially sourced from Leaf spies and partly from his own reconnaissance. Last night, Kakashi had detected several enigmatic shinobi near the Sand Hidden Village whose actions did not resemble those of the Sand Shinobi. He deduced that they must be from the Rock Village. Upon discovering the Rock Shinobi, Kakashi opted for safety and refrained from tailing them, merely committing the locations to memory. Soon, he marked the area where he encountered the Rock Shinobi on a map. At that moment, as Feng and Kakashi were conversing, a figure abruptly appeared behind them. It was Minato Namikaze. Feng, Kakashi, something feels amiss. We may need to enter the Sand Hidden Village tonight, Minato declared with a serious tone, subsequently sharing with them the intelligence he had gathered. Last night, he had infiltrated the Sand Hidden Village using the Flying Thunder God technique, and initially, he went unnoticed. However, as he approached the village's temple, he could distinctly sense the tight security in place. Undeterred, Minato conducted further reconnaissance from the shadows. Through conversations among several shinobi, he learned that the Sand Hidden Village had decided to completely seal off the temple in 2 days and secretly relocate the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Although he was unaware of the destination of this relocation, one thing was certain. Once the Sand Hidden Village successfully moved the one-tailed Jinchuriki, further investigation would become exponentially more challenging. Thus, Minato resolved to ascertain the situation regarding the one-tailed Jinchuriki that very night. Moreover, he had already devised some plans, albeit with inherent risks for both Feng and Kakashi. Subsequently, Minato briefly outlined his plan to the 2, and upon hearing it, Kakashi furrowed his brow while Feng shrugged his shoulders. I am capable of this. I possess a kunai marked by the Flying Thunder God, which I have already observed in the Sand Ninja Village. With its aid, I can infiltrate the Sand Ninja Village. However, prior to this, I must ensure the precise location of the Flying Thunder God mark. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's eyes sparkled with approval as he cast an appreciative glance at me. Kakashi's expression, however, darkened. The challenge of his infiltration escalated significantly when compared to that of the 2 individuals skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique. Ultimately, it was Minato who spoke, offering to assist Kakashi in utilizing the Flying Thunder God to infiltrate the Sand Ninja Village. Very well, let us rest during the day and proceed with our mission at night. Chapter 87. The Darkened Scorpion of the Red Sand in the Sand Ninja Village's medical room. A medical nin approached, inquiring, "How is the situation?" Opposite him stood a female medical nin, a lower-ranking ninja, who was asked about the condition of the scorpion of the red sand. He has awakened from the Jinjutsu, and his arm has been reattached. However, his emotional state appears to be concerning, possibly influenced by the Jinjutsu, she replied, shaking her head in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the nature of the Jinjutsu that had rendered him thus. The nin nodded, leaning in to observe the patient within the ward. There. The red-haired scorpion of the red sand bowed his head, gazing at the arm that had been reattached through medical ninjutsu. His demeanor was grave, his mind consumed by visions of the puppet temple encountered within the Jinjutsu. Whenever he closed his eyes, the imposing statue and its blood-red eyes haunted him. The statue evoked a sense of solemnity, while those eyes, akin to an abyss, instilled in him a profound fear. He pondered why his adversary had not struck him down when the opportunity arose. Even if discovered by other ninjas from the Sand Village, that individual had the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Instead of doing so, they had opted to employ Jinjutsu, ultimately allowing him to escape. This left the Scorpion of the Red Sand perplexed. He had recognized those eyes as belonging to the Uchiha clan Sharingan from the Hidden Leaf Village, and the identity of his opponent had become strikingly clear. Nonetheless, when the ninjas from the Sand Village inquired, he remained silent, causing considerable frustration among them. However, due to his status, they dared not take any action against him, instead resorting to examining the corpses of the two fallen ninjas for answers. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn by the Sand Village was that they faced a master of Jinjutsu. The Scorpion of the Red Sand and his companions had fallen victim to this Jinjutsu, leading to mutual slaughter, resulting in the demise of the two sand ninjas beneath the Scorpion's puppets and poison. Furthermore, the adversary had manipulated Jinjutsu to control the Scorpion, severing one of his arms, yet allowing him to live. The revelation of this entire process left the ninjas of the Sand Village both shocked and horrified. They had never contemplated the possibility of the Scorpion of the Red Sand betraying the Sand Ninjas. All of it stemmed from that master of illusions. Once this truth came to light, the higher-ups of the Sand Village swiftly altered their perception of the Scorpion, casting sympathetic glances in his direction. Yet when the name of that illusionist was mentioned, gritted teeth and expressions of disdain filled the room, as everyone felt the cruelty and filth of the opponent's tactics. One must ponder the psychological torment that a ninja would endure upon awakening from an illusion only to discover that their comrades had met a tragic end at their own hands. Moreover, the Scorpion was merely a youth, still vulnerable to being slain by his adversary. Yet, the foe chose not to kill him. Instead, they allowed the Scorpion to live with the burden of guilt. Such a person was truly terrifying and utterly detestable. As the news reached the healing center, the staff's demeanor towards the Scorpion softened considerably. His silence was interpreted as a manifestation of the existential dread following the loss of his comrades. The Scorpion had transformed into the most significant victim of this incident, often appearing lost in thought, evoking sympathy from those around him. Meanwhile, the illusionist, Feng, became the scapegoat, with all blame heaped upon him. However, the reality was far more complex. At that moment, Feng was within the stronghold, perusing the system shop while calculating his corruption value, fully aware of his impoverished state. Meanwhile, the Scorpion, residing in the medical facility, was embarking on his path of darkness, awakening his artistic sensibilities. Just as the Scorpion contemplated the relationship between flesh and puppetry, a commotion arose outside his ward. Lord Kazekage! Lord Kazekage! Upon hearing the calls, the Scorpion pulled his thoughts back. How is the Scorpion faring? A deep voice inquired, and the Scorpion recognized it as the third Kazekage. Reporting to Lord Kazekage, not very well. He has suffered significantly. Since awakening today, he has been fixated on his severed arm. Fixated on his severed arm? The third Kazekage's tone held a hint of confusion. Indeed, his arm was severed, yet he was spared. However, another ninja attempted to elaborate. I am already aware of this matter, but the fault does not lie with him. Rather, the enemy is simply too formidable. The third Kazekage interjected. Where is he? Take me to him. Wonderful, Lord Kazekage. If you see the boy in person, he may emerge from his self-reproach. As the words fell, footsteps approached. Upon hearing the sound, the Scorpion instinctively concealed his severed arm beneath the blankets, and shortly thereafter, he beheld the third Kazekage. Accompanying him was a female medical ninja, the head of the healing center. Scorpion, Lord Kazekage has come to see you. The head of the center exclaimed with a beaming smile, though the expression of the Kazekage remained grave. Scorpion, I have heard about your situation. Do you know the identity of your adversary? The third Kazekage inquired. In his perspective, the issue concerning Scorpion was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the critical concern lay in the emergence of a master of illusion in the vicinity of Mangekyou. It is known that some illusionists possess the ability to manipulate ninja through their craft, and should any of the sand ninja on patrol be controlled, it would pose an immense threat to the entirety of Mangekyou. Listening to the words of the third Kazekage, Chiyo's grandson, Scorpion, remained silent, staring blankly at the Kazekage. He sensed a formidable chakra and presence emanating from the third Kazekage, but was indifferent to the latter's concerns. Scorpion, Lord Kazekage is addressing you, the head physician remarked. Observing Scorpion's continued silence, a hint of irritation crossing his face. For the past few days, he has been like this, even when Lady Chiyo visited. He did not utter a word. We shall expedite Scorpion's treatment, yet his psychological issues. That will suffice for today. Let us put Scorpion's matters aside for now. Should he choose to speak later, any information regarding that ninja must be reported to me. The third Kazekage expressed his displeasure, yet felt powerless over a patient, especially one who was Chiyo's grandson. Very well, Lord Kazekage. At that moment, the head physician discerned that the Kazekage's concern was less for Scorpion and more for the intelligence regarding the enemy, feeling a chill within while lamenting Scorpion's plight. What a pitiable child to encounter such misfortune. Before long, the third Kazekage departed the infirmary, followed by the head physician. However, once they exited the room, they were unaware that Scorpion had withdrawn his arm once more. No physical form can endure eternally. All will succumb to deterioration, even the mightiest, Scorpion murmured. Chapter 88. Whose unfortunate child? In the night, Minato Namikaze accompanied Mufeng and another as they stealthily approached the outskirts of Mangekyou. With the reconnaissance previously conducted by Mufeng and Minato, the trio encountered no unforeseen circumstances along their path. Upon reaching the outer walls of Mangekyou, they found the barriers insignificant, easily leaping over them. Yet, evading the detection of sensory-type ninjas stationed atop the high walls proved to be a more arduous task. In the 5 great ninja villages, infiltration invariably carries risks. Even those of the rank of Kage must tread cautiously to avoid calamity. Minato had already infiltrated Mangekyou the previous night and had naturally left his flying thunder god mark behind. Are you prepared? Minato inquired, glancing at Mufeng and Kakashi. Mufeng frowned slightly. He had entered the spatio-temporal perception of the flying thunder god during his encounter with Scorpion the day before. He had deliberately left behind a kunai marked with the flying thunder god, allowing it to be brought into Mangekyou by the sand ninja. Now, Mufeng was attuned to the presence of that very kunai. However, he found it peculiar that, within his perception, the kunai seemed to be moving. Could it be that those ninjas had not delivered the item and instead retained possession of it? Mufeng's brow furrowed slightly. Since the cursed kunai might be carried by someone, it is impossible for me to utilize my flying thunder god technique to enter Mangekyou. Kakashi, my marker is moving. I cannot transmit it for the time being. Mufeng addressed Minato Namikaze. No worries. I will transport both of you shortly. Mufeng, once we enter Mangekyou, proceed according to the plan. Since you have mastered the flying thunder god, leave a marker here for retreat. Minato instructed. His mastery of the flying thunder god technique had reached a significant level, allowing him to teleport others, albeit with some limitations on the number of people. Nevertheless, the pressure of carrying Mufeng and Kakashi was not burdensome for him. Ready? Let us go? With his hands resting on Mufeng and Kakashi's shoulders, Minato's voice resonated as the scene before them transformed. Mufeng, already familiar with the teleportation, felt at ease, while Kakashi experienced a mix of curiosity and anxiety. Moments later, the trio's vision stabilized. They were met with a wave of a rancid, dry stench. Minato had teleported them to the underground waterway of Mangekyou. Due to the village's unique topography, it was not damp, yet the odor was quite unpleasant. Kakashi was still reflecting on the convenience of the flying thunder god technique, which ignited a sense of longing within him. However, the thought of the complex knowledge of space-time ninjutsu caused him to hesitate, casting an envious glance at Mufeng. Mufeng surveyed the surroundings, finding the disarray and filth far from pleasant, and frowned. This place was the abandoned underground passage of Mangekyou, often littered with refuse tossed by some civilians. However, it was somewhat secluded, with an exit leading to the vicinity of the village's temple. Let us go. I'll lead you out, Minato declared, stepping forward. Yet, after only a few steps, Minato abruptly halted, raising a hand to signal Mufeng and Kakashi to remain silent. Mufeng promptly stopped, listening intently as voices echoed from the passage ahead. What is going on? Lord Kazekage has tasked us with cleaning this dump. Couldn't we just find a few civilians for this? One voice grumbled. Hurry up. I can't believe there's such a disgusting place in Mangekyou. The stench is unbearable. Another voice chimed in, followed by the sound of retching, accompanied by a string of elegant dialect from Mangekyou. Minato turned to Mufeng and Kakashi, gesturing for silence before cautiously advancing towards the source of the voices. Mufeng and Kakashi remained in place, waiting. Soon, a series of dull thuds echoed, and moments later, Minato reappeared before them, now clad in the attire of a Mangekyou ninja, evidently taken from the 2 shinobi he had just encountered. His characteristic golden hair was concealed beneath a headscarf. If one were to observe without due diligence, they might regard the illustrious Minato Namikaze merely as an ordinary ninja from the Sand Village. Regrettably, Both Mufeng and Kakashi are unable to adopt such a facade, as their physiques render it implausible to find suitably fitting garments. Conversely, due to their physiques, Mufeng and Kakashi may be overlooked, at least in the eyes of the common folk of the Sand Village, provided they undertake some form of disguise. Having resolved the matter, let us embark. Minato-sensei, Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment at his mentor's words. It merely reduces the likelihood of being discovered. You two must also don disguises when you venture out, Minato asserted. Very well. Kakashi furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant about the prospect of changing attire. Simultaneously, he resolved internally that regardless of the transformation, his signature mask must remain intact. Following closely behind Minato, the trio swiftly located their exit. However, just as Minato emerged, Mufeng and Kakashi followed suit. Suddenly, a voice from a nearby street called out, "Hey, you there, how is the situation down below?" Minato turned to see a robust ninja from the Sand Village regarding him with a look of disdain. At that moment, Mufeng, having just peeked out, was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the unfolding scenario. Fortuitously, Minato had already donned the attire of a Sand Village ninja, otherwise, they would have been unmasked on the spot. Kakashi, hearing the shout from below, felt a tightening in his chest. Two troublemaking kids have turned that place into a secret base. I'm currently escorting them out. Minato reacted swiftly, simultaneously lifting Mufeng from the pit. Mufeng, suspended in midair, wore a look of utter confusion. The Sand Village ninja, witnessing this, appeared even more displeased. Whose unfortunate child is that, crawling into such a filthy place? Enough. Get him out of here. This area must be sealed off by 10 o'clock. The Sand Ninja frowned, for even standing there, he could detect an unpleasant odor. Minato quickly acquiesced, and shortly thereafter, he extracted Kakashi from within. Once the three emerged from the tunnel, they hastily made their way toward a nearby street. At that moment, the burly Sand Ninja seemed to have an epiphany. Hey, wait a moment. He gestured, but by the time he turned to look, the trio had already vanished. Damn it. Now I have to go down myself. The burly Sand Ninja scowled, cursing under his breath as he pinched his nose and approached the tunnel entrance. Chapter 89. A game of cat and mouse. Phew, that was close. Near the temple of the Sand Village, in a shadowy alley, Kakashi patted his chest. Just moments ago, when they were called out by the Sand Ninja, both he and Mufeng feared they would be exposed. Yet, they had not anticipated that the Sand Ninja would possess such a lackadaisical attitude. Having narrowly escaped a crisis, it meant they could temporarily avoid confrontation with the ninjas of the Sand Village and proceed with their plans unimpeded. At this moment, however, the ever-determined Minato Namikaze wore a furrowed brow, his expression far from relaxed. Time was of the essence. We have already been detected by the Sand Shinobi, Minato exclaimed. How could this be? Just moments ago, the opponent seemed oblivious, but once they regain their senses, they will undoubtedly sense something amiss. Minato continued. Moreover, if they venture into the tunnel, they will soon discover those two companions. After hearing Minato's words, Mufeng and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Do you still remember the plan? Minato inquired. Mufeng and Kakashi nodded, and then Minato turned his gaze toward Mufeng. Can you sense the mark now? Yes, it seems to be in that direction. Mufeng pointed toward a direction, which led to the outskirts of the Sand Village, devoid of any remarkable structures. That area is residential. We should not encounter particularly troublesome characters, Minato remarked, following his gaze. Mufeng was increasingly certain that his kunai had been picked up by a ninja who had not reported it to the higher-ups of the Sand Village. In truth, there was nothing wrong with this. It was merely a kunai. During battles, both sides of ninjas would discard countless kunai. And if each one were to be reported and scrutinized, the higher-ups of the Sand Village would have no other tasks left to perform. Very well. Let us proceed as planned. This is my space-time kunai. Additionally, here is the temporary communication device. Should you encounter any emergencies within the Sand Village that you cannot resolve, activate this, and I will arrive immediately. As he spoke, Minato handed a Flying Thunder God kunai and what appeared to be an amulet to Mufeng and Kakashi, respectively. The two stowed the items close to their bodies, and even Mufeng understood that these two items were their lifelines. The tasks they were about to undertake carried a high probability of exposing themselves, and should they be discovered in the Sand Village, they would face immediate assault from the Sand Shinobi. Furthermore, Mufeng might even encounter formidable figures like the third Kazekage or Chiyo. Although Mufeng considered himself quite capable, he still felt somewhat inferior when facing opponents of such caliber. Very well, let us commence our actions. In 30 minutes, I shall attempt to breach the temple within the Sand Village. During this time, do your utmost to achieve what you can. Have you all brought the explosive tags? Minato reiterated emphatically. The subsequent plan for the trio was, in essence, quite straightforward. The host of the tailed beast in the Sand Village was experiencing complications, and as the entity responsible for containing the tailed beast, the Sand Village Temple had naturally become a focal point of defense. They not only needed to protect against external intruders, but also guard against the possibility of the tailed beast breaking free from its seal. Currently, the most fortified location within the Sand Village was the temple, boasting a higher level of security than even the Kazekage's office. As novices executing this mission, Feng and Kakashi found it nearly impossible to infiltrate the temple under such stringent security to ascertain the status of the tailed beast host. Thus, this task was entrusted to Namake's Minato, while Feng and Kakashi were assigned support duties. Before Minato commenced his operation, Feng and Kakashi created a commotion in the Sand Village, aiming to draw the attention of the ninjas guarding the temple. Ideally, they hoped to lure some of the temple's sentinels away. The duo set about creating opportunities for Minato, who had a clear objective, to infiltrate or engage directly, ascertaining the status of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. This mission was fraught with peril for both parties. Feng and Kakashi had to constantly reposition themselves. If discovered, they would face an onslaught from the Sand Village ninjas. Meanwhile, Minato would contend with the elite forces of the Sand Village, including the 3rd Kazekage and other shadow-level warriors. A single misstep could lead to their demise or capture. However, Feng and Minato possessed greater resilience, which meant that Feng bore a heavier burden in this support mission, as evidenced by the bulging explosive tags in his ninja pouch. These explosive tags had been procured by Kakashi from the Konoha scouts stationed in the Wind Country, with Feng carrying 70% and Kakashi 30%. After Minato imparted his final instructions to Feng and Kakashi, he prepared to bestow a grand name upon the mission. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps passed nearby. Hurry, we have an intruder. 2 ninjas have collapsed in the tunnel. As the voices of several ninjas echoed, Minato, Feng, and Kakashi exchanged glances. Their infiltration had been compromised. Act swiftly. Minato's expression tightened. At his command, Feng and Kakashi nodded at each other and vanished in an instant. Minato turned his gaze toward the temple at the end of the alley, which was brightly illuminated and appeared tranquil, though unseen ninjas likely lurked in the shadows. Boom. Under the calm night, a thunderous explosion erupted from the western residential area of the Sand Village, a fiery flash piercing the darkness. What happened? What's going on? An explosion. Enemy attack. It's explosive tags. Intruders have infiltrated. The blast jolted many from their slumber, shock etched on their faces as they gazed at the source of the explosion. Some filled with anger, others with fear. Quick, over there. Notify headquarters, seal off this area, and prevent the intruder from escaping. Send sensory ninjas. Simultaneously, the patrol team within the Sand Village hurried towards the explosion site. Just then, another resounding boom echoed from the eastern commercial district, accompanied by a burst of flames. The captain of the patrol ninjas, witnessing the flickering lights in the night, felt a surge of murderous intent. The enemy comes in 2 waves. Reinforce our ranks. Before long, all the ninja of the Sand Village sprang into action, each wielding torches as they began to patrol the village. Simultaneously, all the streets of the Sand Village were cleared, with civilians retreating to the safety of their homes. Thus commenced a game of cat and mouse within the confines of the Sand Village. Chapter 90. The misfortune of the rock ninja. With a thunderous roar, a colossal blaze erupted in the Sand Village, accompanied by the sound of the explosion. The entire village boiled over like water reaching its boiling point, as shadowy figures surged forth from the darkness, seizing the vantage points throughout the village. In the night, within a shadowy alley, 2 figures raced forward, closely pursued by several ninja from the Sand Village. Damn it! Who is causing such a commotion at this hour? The fleeing figure cursed aloud while glancing back. He was not a ninja from Konoha, but rather a rock ninja concealed within the Sand Village. Just moments ago, he had intended to utilize his earth jutsu to infiltrate the Sand Temple, but at that very moment, he discovered that someone had planted explosive tags nearby. Even worse, after detonating the tags, that person vanished without a trace, as if they were a ghost. The explosion attracted a multitude of sand ninja, and this rock ninja felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Though he possessed the strength to easily deal with the surrounding sand ninja, he knew that in the Sand Village, engaging in a true battle was out of the question, If he were to become entangled in a confrontation, he would surely not survive the night. After uttering a curse, just as he had anticipated, he found himself being targeted. The number of sand ninja pursuing him was rapidly increasing, and he felt as if he had been marked. Even when he employed his secret technique to meld into the walls, it did not take long for him to be discovered. This realization filled the rock ninja with dread. He was certain that among the pursuing squad of sand ninja, there was an exceptionally skilled sensor ninja. All he could do was exert every effort to escape. His hopes of probing the sand temple had been dashed. Now, surviving the escape from the sand village was a significant achievement. Damn the bastards. He gritted his teeth, vowing inwardly that if he discovered who had caused such a disturbance, he would not let them go unpunished. Swish, swish, swish. The rock ninja darted through several narrow alleyways. Capture him. He's just ahead. There's only one of him. He knows earth jutsu. He must be one of those from the rock village. The pursuing sand ninja shouted, with some of the angrier among them spewing venomous insults. Listening to the colorful remarks directed at the women of his clan and village from behind, the rock ninja felt his temper flare. He was acutely aware that those who were hurling insults would not stand a chance against him in a fair fight. Yet, in the current predicament, he had no means to retaliate and felt as though he were being chased like a dog. With a swift halt, he abruptly changed direction at the corner ahead. His body twisted to the right, but at that moment, a diminutive figure emerged within the line of sight of the rock ninja. His pupils constricted as he gazed at the silhouette across from him. The individual appeared youthful, yet their entire face was shrouded in bandages, giving them an exceedingly peculiar appearance. Upon noticing him, this figure did not charge forth with the same fervor as the other sand ninjas. Instead, they were momentarily taken aback, mirroring his own astonishment. The two locked eyes for a fleeting second, and in that instant, the air seemed to solidify. But in the next moment, it dawned on him. It's you. The rock ninja emitted a furious roar, recognizing Mu Feng, or rather surmising that Mu Feng was the very ninja who had ensnared him. The pent-up rage from being relentlessly pursued erupted within him as his chakra surged forth, propelling him straight towards Mu Feng. Being dispatched by the IWA village to undertake infiltration tasks, this rock ninja possessed considerable strength, though perhaps not on par with the likes of Minato Namikaze. He certainly surpassed the average Jonin. Like a cannonball, the rock ninja charged forward, his right arm cloaked in a layer of reddish-brown rock. If he were to collide with anyone, though not as lethal as AS strikes, the impact would be undeniably severe. Observing the opponent employ ninjutsu, Mu Feng, who was still preoccupied with setting up explosive seals, momentarily froze. In the next instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. A crimson line connected him to safety. At this moment, he cared not from which ninja village the assailant hailed. His only concern was to escape. As he fled, Mu Feng formed hand seals with one hand. Explosion! He bellowed, and in the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. A burst of flames erupted in the vicinity, demolishing the adjacent structures, while rocks and debris were sent flying, shrouding the area in a thick cloud of dust. Witnessing this, a fierce glint appeared in the eyes of the rock ninja. Just like that, his meticulously laid plans had gone awry, the genesis of his plight stemming from such an explosion, which had led to him being pursued by the entire village of sand ninjas for the past half hour. Now, seeing the architect of his misfortune before him, perpetrating yet another act of crime, his inner fury reached a fever pitch. He charged into the billowing smoke, letting out a primal roar. With a thunderous crash, he collided with a sand wall, the sheer force propelling him through it, startling an elderly woman within a nearby house. Amidst the dust cloud, the rock ninja shook his head, quickly grasping the situation from the sensation of the impact. Once again, his opponent had vanished without a trace. A flicker of malice ignited in the rock ninja's eyes, his expression rife with displeasure, yet soon, shouts from sand ninjas behind him rang out. Damn! This guy dares to return? The relentless rock ninja thought, filled with contempt. You are surrounded. Came the shouts. Let us all attack together and eliminate this scoundrel. Voices echoed around him, prompting the rock ninja to spit in disdain, casting a glance at the trembling elderly woman cowering in the corner. Damn bastard! His roar echoed as he commenced his grand escape. With a resounding crash, a rock ninja forcefully kicked open the wooden door, sending it flying. Yet, in the next instant, the quicksand beneath surged, gracefully catching the door and gently placing it aside. Observing this, the rock ninja's pupils constricted as a figure emerged before him outside the house. Recognizing the attire and silhouette of this figure, he suppressed his sorrow and indignation, drawing forth a kunai, his expression transforming into one of solemn determination. Deep within, however, he comprehended that he would not leave the Sand Ninja village today, for the individual confronting him bore the insignia of shadow upon his garments, the third Kazekage. The rock ninja murmured softly. In the ensuing moment, the surrounding sands began to swirl violently, pouring in from the entrance, overwhelming him with an immense force, until he was engulfed by the golden sands. Rest assured, Elder, all is well. The third Kazekage stepped inside, casting his gaze upon the elderly woman huddled in the corner. Then, his eyes narrowed as he addressed the newly arrived sand ninjas. Take this individual back and secure him. There are still foes within the village. We must uncover them all, leave no one behind. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The morale of the pursuing sand ninjas surged as they dispersed in all directions. Chapter 91. The Conspiracy. The Conflict. Within the Sand Ninja village's temple, Minato Namikaze concealed himself atop a sandy rooftop, meticulously observing the situation within the temple. Today marked the clandestine transfer of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and through careful reconnaissance, Minato had discerned that the Sand Ninjas' operation would commence at 10 o'clock. At this moment, a gathering of Sand Ninjas had assembled within the temple, with a dozen or so ninjas congregating beneath an ancient, gnarled tree in the courtyard. Everyone, stay alert. Today's operation concerns the safety of our Sand Ninja village. We cannot afford any mistakes, declared a menacing Sand Ninja, his scarred visage indicating his authority. Those permitted to undertake missions within the temple were the elite of the Sand Ninja village, and the prowess of the scar-faced man was evident, having distinguished himself among such formidable peers. As his words resonated, the expressions of the others remained largely unchanged, for they were all elite ninjas aware of the gravity of the situation. However, at that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from outside the temple, causing the gathered individuals to momentarily freeze, their gazes drawn to the source of the blast. In the next heartbeat, another explosion reverberated through the air. The scar-faced man's demeanor shifted, a newfound gravity evident in his gaze. Conduct a perimeter check, swiftly. Someone has infiltrated. He began issuing commands to the surrounding ninjas, who promptly sprang into action. With a flurry of movements, figures vanished from sight, dispersing in all directions. Observing this, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from the vicinity of the temple. When he reappeared, it was at the rear of the temple, amidst a cluster of dilapidated rooms, accompanied by a tangle of withered shrubs. Due to the recent explosion, the ninjas originally stationed within the temple began to disperse outward, creating an opportunity for Namikaze Minato. Clad in the garb of the Sand Village, he ensured that no Sand Ninja had detected his presence. Adjusting his attire, he quickly heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Leave this to me. You all guard the perimeter. Their target this time must be the Jinchuriki, Minato stated earnestly as he noticed Sand Ninjas charging towards him. Boom. At that moment, another explosion echoed in the distance. Hearing the blast, the Sand Ninjas felt a twinge of panic. They did not question Minato's identity, but hastily rushed outside. Observing their departure, Minato hurried toward the heart of the temple. Soon, he arrived at the central area, which, according to intelligence, was the location where the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast was being held captive. Stop! Where do you come from? The two Sand Ninjas immediately questioned as Minato approached. There are traces of enemy ninjas behind, Minato exclaimed, feigning urgency. However, as soon as his words fell, the two exchanged wary glances, their suspicion growing. One of them reached for his ninja tool pouch, clearly doubting Minato's claims. Behind? Impossible. I just came from there. One of the Sand Ninjas attempted to stabilize the situation, but before he could finish, a shuriken flew toward his head with a swift whoosh. Enemy. The two Sand Ninjas shouted in unison, but in the next moment, a figure materialized before them. What? Thud. Two solid punches struck their abdomens. Coughing, they hunched over like shrimp. Minato swiftly dispatched the two Sand Ninjas with precise hand strikes before advancing into the depths of the Sand Ninja Temple. As he stepped into the inner chamber, a narrow corridor unfolded before him, flanked by flickering candlelight. At that moment, as the door swung open, the flames danced wildly. Focused and alert, Minato understood that this marked the true beginning of his mission. He advanced step by step, the sound of crackling flames echoing in his ears, as he grasped a shuriken firmly in his hand. Just then, the flickering light in front of him suddenly swayed, and a figure emerged before Minato. It's someone from Konoha. I thought the first to arrive here would be a rock ninja. The flickering flames illuminated the figure, obscuring his features. But the voice resonated as he slowly stepped forth from the brilliance. Upon recognizing the individual, Minato furrowed his brow. According to the intelligence he had received, he identified the ninja before him, RSA, a candidate likely to become the next Kazekage of the Sand Village. In fact, within the original text, after the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Raza ascended to become the fourth Kazekage, governing the Mangekyou. Raza is renowned not only in Mangekyou but across the entire ninja world. His status comparable to that of Jiraiya in Konoha, a predecessor of Minato Namikaze. Although Minato has not yet achieved such fame, Raza is already a figure well known among the elite shinobi of various ninja villages. Upon seeing Raza, Minato furrowed his brow. He had never engaged in combat with Raza and could not gauge his strength. However, one thing was certain. The power of the Sand Shinobi was significantly heightened in this instance. Moreover, the confined environment was not particularly advantageous for Minato, and the opposing capabilities would face certain constraints. Leave. The tailed beasts of Mangekyou are not within your grasp, Konoha ninja. Raza fixed his gaze on Minato, refraining from immediate action, instead opting to speak. The ability of Minato to infiltrate this place had already demonstrated his skill level. Having such a ninja engage in combat within Mangekyou would not bode well for them, especially now, with the one-tailed Jinchuriki still behind Raza. Any confrontation could potentially lead to dire consequences. Indeed, the one-tailed Jinchuriki remained within the temple. Yet there were also two teams of sealing specialists at the ready within Mangekyou. The higher-ups of Mangekyou were already aware of the enemy village's intent to infiltrate, thus deliberately laid this trap. However, they understood the adage, one cannot catch a wolf without risking the lamb. During the execution of their plan, it was imperative to ensure the one-tailed Jinchuriki's presence, even if it involved some risk. Had they relocated the Jinchuriki prior to setting the trap, it might have compromised their secrecy. To conceal the plan, they could not station too many guards around the Jinchuriki, should the tailed beast rampage. The consequences would be severe. Therefore, considering these factors, Mangekyou employed a strategy of overt deception. The success of this scheme depended on the ensuing confrontation between Raza and Minato. Noticing Raza's hesitation to strike first, Minato glanced behind him. Amid the flickering candlelight, he perceived a dimly lit room, illuminated by the same flickering flames. Instantly, Minato's eyes brightened, and he slightly relaxed his grip on his kunai, easing his vigilance. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Lord Raza, something is amiss. We have intruders. Chapter 92. The conclusion. With a thunderous crash, an explosion erupted at the center of the temple. Following this, a surge of yellow sand burst forth from the courtyard, accompanied by a golden figure. Moments earlier, Minato had clashed with Raza, who had manipulated a vast quantity of yellow sand to seal off the passage to the central room of the temple. However, Minato had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind Raza, witnessing the ominous presence of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. As the task unfolded, Minato Namikaze comprehended the predicament concerning the Jinchuriki of Mangekyou. Concurrently, a sense of relief washed over him. As long as Mangekyou refrained from employing the tailed beasts as instruments of warfare, the implications for the other ninja villages and the entire shinobi world would remain minimal. The foremost concern for Konoha was the potential recklessness of any ninja village that might dare to unleash a tailed beast in battle amidst the current tumultuous state of affairs. Such an act would inevitably provoke a response from other villages, leading to a catastrophic escalation of conflict fueled by the powers of the tailed beasts. Minato had now witnessed the despondent state of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, confirming that the anomalies in Mangekyou's tailed beast were due to a transition in its Jinchuriki. Once a new Jinchuriki was appointed, it would be several years before Mangekyou would engage its Jinchuriki in combat, as the bond between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast necessitated a period of adjustment. Konoha had experienced a similar transition. Currently, the Nine Tails was sealed within Kushina Uzumaki, who was not the original Jinchuriki. While the replacement of a tailed beast Jinchuriki was a significant event for a ninja village, it posed no threat to other villages, which would need to remain vigilant for any opportunistic incursions. Thus, following the confirmation of the Jinchuriki's status, the recent incident involving Mangekyou's tailed beast was deemed unlikely to pose any threat to Konoha. Minato had achieved half of his objective. The other half involved discerning the intentions of a Wagakure, as he was uncertain of their stance. Should a Wagakure consider seizing this moment to invade Mangekyou? A full-scale conflict would undoubtedly ensue, raising the question of whether Konoha would become embroiled in such a war. However, Minato found no reason to engage in a confrontation with Rasha at this juncture. After utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to ascertain the one-tailed Jinchuriki's condition, he promptly departed from the passage. Yet, Rasha was unwilling to let him escape so easily. He summoned sand to shield the area housing the one-tailed Jinchuriki and unleashed a torrent of sand and dust toward Minato. The onslaught was so fierce that it tore the roof off the temple, startling Minato, who leaped high into the air. "Until we meet again," he called out to the enraged Rasha, waving his arm. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was beside Kakashi, who was desperately evading capture within Mangekyou. Lacking the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi had set several explosive tags. But it wasn't long before he was discovered by the village's shinobi. Fortunately, the elite ninja of Mangekyou were primarily concentrated near the temple, and Kakashi's location was sufficiently distant, allowing him to evade serious pursuit despite the numerous chasers. Simultaneously, the firepower from Ukei's side proved to be quite captivating, inadvertently ensnaring several ninjas from the Rock Ninja village. Thus, Kakashi appeared to be embroiled in an exhilarating battle for survival, yet the danger was not particularly grave. With little threat to his life, in a narrow alley, Kakashi had just evaded a squad of sand ninjas when, in a flash, a figure materialized beside him. Kakashi instinctively tensed, but upon recognizing the arrival of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he exhaled deeply, relieved. "Minato-sensei, has the situation at the temple been resolved?" "It is settled. The Jinchuriki of One Tail from the Sand Ninja village is faltering. They are either to replace the Jinchuriki or reseal One Tail, which is fortuitous for us." Minato replied with a smile. "You have borne the brunt of this mission. The previous tasks were not as arduous, were they?" Upon hearing Minato's words, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Although he graduated early and had undertaken numerous missions, he had never encountered a task of this nature before, infiltrating an enemy village to wreak havoc while being pursued by a throng of ninjas. This was indeed a first in his career. Previously, his engagements had mostly involved Chunin and Jonin, and in limited numbers. Kakashi found himself genuinely apprehensive. Had Minato arrived even a moment later, he might have been captured by the Sand Ninjas. This was not due to a lack of speed or awareness, but rather because his chakra appeared to be dwindling. "What of Ukei's?" Kakashi inquired, following Minato's earlier remarks. Just as his words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the Sand Ninja village, accompanied by the roars of the Sand Ninjas. "There! Hurry, capture him! Damn it, the kid has escaped again." Kakashi and Minato exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of helplessness. Placing Ukei's within the Sand Ninja village seemed to have granted him a sense of unfettered freedom, allowing him to act recklessly. However, with the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Ukei's possessed the means to evade capture, effortlessly teleporting away from the Sand Ninjas, whose endurance began to wane during the chase. "Wait a moment, let me sense Ukei's location," Minato said, focusing on detecting Ukei's whereabouts. With his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato quickly pinpointed Ukei's position. "There." Minato pointed in the opposite direction of the explosion, and in the next instant, he grasped Kakashi's shoulder. In a flash, the two vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, in a secluded loft within the Sand Ninja village, Ukei's concealed himself within a room. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a kunai hidden within a cabinet. Indeed, it was here. Upon acquiring the kunai, Mufeng smiled faintly. This was indeed the kunai he had intentionally left for the Sand Shinobi, initially intended for a stealthy infiltration, but later abandoned due to excessive risk. He intended to reclaim this kunai, for the Flying Thunder God technique had its limitations, and even the legendary Minato Namikaze could not produce kunai without restraint. However, just as Mufeng reveled in his good fortune, the door creaked open, revealing a red-haired youth who stepped inside. His gaze, filled with complexity, fixed upon the figure standing in his room. "It's you." In the next instant, the red-haired boy's pupils constricted as he recognized Mufeng, the very individual who had severed his arm with a blade and drawn him into the world of illusions. Chapter 93, Mission Completed. Temporary war task. As he discerned Mufeng's silhouette and that characteristic bandage-wrapped face, the red-haired boy instinctively recoiled a step, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, he was none other than Sasori of the Red Sand. After the third Kazakage's visit, Sasori returned home, having learned that the assailant had left behind a kunai. He sought out the ninja who had rescued him and claimed the kunai. Unbeknownst to the ninja, all those who had teamed up with Sasori had perished at his hands. As he handed the kunai to Sasori, he repeatedly reassured him, attributing the deaths of his comrades to that enigmatic illusionist, absolving him of blame. With the kunai in hand, Sasori aimed to issue himself a warning and establish a new objective. As Feng, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, sped towards him, he observed that Sasori's right arm had been replaced with a puppet material. This revelation startled Feng, yet Sasori's reaction was even more pronounced. After retreating a few steps while pointing at Feng, he seemed on the verge of shouting. In response, Feng swiftly unsheathed his cursed blade, arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface. Sasori's pupils dilated as he recalled that fateful night outside the village. Even if he attempted to distance himself now, he would not stand a chance against Feng, especially in such confined quarters. The cursed blade drawn, Sasori hesitated, failing to utter a sound. At that moment, two figures materialized beside Feng, one tall and one small, the duo being Minato Namikaze and his son. Feng, we're leaving. The mission is complete, Minato announced upon their arrival. He also noted Sasori in the room. An enemy? No, merely an inconsequential individual. Feng's indifferent voice echoed. Let us go. With that, Feng activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from the room. Such a brat. Minato glanced at Sasori. Although he recognized him as a ninja, he sensed something distinctly different about him. Observing Sasori's stunned demeanor, Minato chose not to engage. With his right hand resting on Kakashi's shoulder, the flying thunder god technique was activated, and in an instant, the two vanished from the room. Upon their disappearance, Deidara slid down the wall, landing heavily on the floor. He turned towards the balcony, his back drenched in cold sweat. However, this time, he heard Feng's voice, and the shock within him intensified. From the mere sound of Feng's voice, he could discern that the individual was quite young. Yet, such a person had subjected him to a nightmarish experience. Contemplating this, Deidara clenched his fists tightly, resolved to instigate change. He vowed that the next time he encountered that individual, he would not be caught off guard. Unbeknownst to him, a seed of hatred had already begun to take root in Deidara's heart. Meanwhile, outside Mangekyou, at the temporary stronghold of Feng and his companions, they arrived through the flying thunder god technique. Feng unwrapped his bandages. The experience of having them wrapped around his face was less than pleasant, and the sensation of sand and wind against his skin was also disagreeable. How is the mission progressing? We've completed half of it. The Jinchuriki of Mangekyou might be on the brink of death, so they must seek a new Jinchuriki or directly seal Shikaku, and then find a suitable replacement. This has become increasingly certain. Mangekyou does not intend to leverage the tailed beasts to wage war, which is good news for us. However, the current situation regarding Iwagakure remains unclear. If they choose to exploit this vulnerable period of Mangekyou to launch an attack, it would undoubtedly incite a large-scale conflict within the ninja world. Minato Namikaze remarked thoughtfully. Iwagakure? Their ninja have already been dealt with by the third Kazekage. It's unlikely they'll take further action anytime soon. Feng replied promptly. Minato, who had been operating near the temple, was unaware of the battles and outcomes taking place elsewhere in Mangekyou. He had initially been curious, given the significance of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. It would stand to reason that the Kazekage would oversee them personally. Yet upon his arrival, he found only Deidara. Are you certain? Of course. I was the one who ensnared Iwagakure. Their luck is simply unfortunate. Feng affirmed confidently. In that case, this mission is practically accomplished. Minato sighed in relief. However, we cannot return just yet. No one knows if Iwagakure has any hidden contingencies. Minato pondered. Let us wait 3 more days. If Iwagakure remains inactive after that, their plans will have failed, and we can return to the village. 3 days? Kakashi frowned. Do we need to infiltrate Mangekyou during this time? No need. I can handle it alone. You two should remain at the stronghold and, preferably, reflect on this operation and assimilate the experiences gained. This mission was a rare opportunity, and emerging alive is a valuable lesson in itself, Minato smiled. Upon hearing his words, both Kakashi and Feng nodded in agreement. Kakashi found it difficult to forget the experience of being hunted, while Feng nodded in agreement, having achieved significant gains from his recent actions in the Sand Ninja Village. Well, we are safe here. If you two wish to rest, seize the moment. Afterward, you shall take turns keeping watch, advised Wave Wind Watergate. Kakashi and Feng nodded in acknowledgement, with Kakashi retreating into the temporary stronghold and lying down. He was genuinely exhausted. Every minute spent evading his pursuers had drained his energy immensely. Before long, the sound of Kakashi's snoring filled the stronghold, a rare occurrence that underscored just how fatigued he truly was. On the other hand, Feng remained wide awake, brimming with energy. Finding a quiet corner, he activated the system. Beep, you have triggered the temporary war mission. Destroy the Sand Ninja Village. Beep, you have damaged buildings in the Sand Ninja Village, earning 500 points of corruption value. Intend progress towards the task. Beep, you have damaged buildings in the Sand Ninja Village. Beep, you have defeated a Sand Ninja Nin, earning 100 points of corruption value. Beep, you have defeated. Beep, you successfully evaded capture, earning 100 points of corruption value. As the system notifications filled the screen in a flurry, Feng couldn't help but chuckle, eagerly counting the corruption points he had amassed. Chapter 94. First use of the enhancement card. Beep, you have completed the temporary war mission. Destroy the Sand Ninja Village. You have received a level 3 enhancement card. You have earned 1,500 points of corruption value. You have obtained the Medal of War Enthusiast. War Enthusiast, level 1. Effect. Upon equipping, the corruption value rewards from war missions increase by 10. Note, effective for the next mission. Note, this can be recycled, yielding 2,000 points of corruption value. Overwhelmed by the cascade of system messages, Feng felt dizzy. Suppressing his laughter, he meticulously reviewed the spoils from this mission. He had amassed a total of 16,700 points of corruption value, along with a level 3 enhancement card and a medal. The functionality of the medal, after a brief inspection, led him to store it away. Given the magnitude of his gains from this war mission, it was clear that selling the medal was not a viable option. Though May 10th seemed insignificant, it equated to 670 points when considering the war mission's calculations. While the medal sale would only yield 2,000 points, indicating the system's stinginess. Moreover, Feng had a premonition that his involvement in this conflict would herald the approach of the Third Great Ninja War. With war on the horizon, the medal would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset for accruing corruption points. Conversely, in the absence of war missions, selling the medal to the system would prove advantageous. After all, recycling could be done at any time, and Feng now possessed a considerable cache of corruption value. The prospect of 2,000 points was simply beneath his notice. With this thought, Feng felt a surge of excitement. With 3 days remaining until the completion of the task, Feng found himself in a tranquil state, awaiting news from the venerable Minato Namikaze. During this period, he resolved to make productive use of his time, beginning with the utilization of a level 3 enhancement card. Prior to this moment, Feng had refrained from employing such cards, not out of reluctance, but rather due to concerns regarding his corruption value. In the past, his financial resources were scarce, necessitating that every coin be spent judiciously. Indeed, his expenditures were focused on essential matters, epitomized by the formidable blade at his waist. Feng had no intention of directly using his corruption value. He planned to deliberate on it further upon returning to Konoha. The level 3 enhancement card was designed to elevate a specific category of ability or to bolster particular ninjutsu or jinjutsu. However, it could not enhance bloodline powers or physical constitution. It was most effective when strengthening specific ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Gazing at the card's description, Feng entered a contemplative state. His abilities could be broadly categorized into ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, jinjutsu, bloodline limits, and physical constitution. Among the vast array of ninjutsu, only a select few were suitable for enhancement with the card. He tentatively identified 2, the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 gates. The 8 gates, once enhanced, would undoubtedly elevate Feng's close combat prowess to elite levels, albeit at the cost of severe side effects. The Flying Thunder God technique had become his newfound favorite, instrumental in the successful completion of missions in both the Land of Lightning and the Sand Village. Without this technique, he would have faced insurmountable challenges, even risking his life at the hands of A during the mission in the Land of Lightning. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique now stood as his most formidable means of survival. However, Feng's proficiency with the Flying Thunder God technique in combat remained rudimentary, rendering him ill-equipped to contend with powerful adversaries. After careful consideration, he chose not to enhance his broader capabilities, but instead to focus on augmenting the Flying Thunder God technique. His rationale was straightforward: to safeguard his growth for the time being, as he possessed a system that would allow him to thrive later. At the very least, He aimed to acquire a foundational set of 3 essential items. For Feng, the 2 unique abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan, particularly Susanoo, constituted his trifecta. Upon awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, he aspired to achieve Susanoo, thereby establishing himself as a formidable force within the ninja world. Currently, he lacked the means to activate the Mangekyou Sharingan, making the enhancement of the Flying Thunder God technique the only viable option. System: enhance the Flying Thunder God technique. With a chime, the system confirmed the utilization of the Level 3 enhancement card, announcing the enhancement of the Flying Thunder God technique, with an estimated duration of 2 days. As the system's voice resonated, Feng felt a peculiar energy merging with his body, enveloping him in warmth. Most notably, his spatio-temporal perception sharpened. Even when not in the Flying Thunder God state, he could faintly sense the kunai mark upon him. Without further delay, Feng activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Feng entered a state of temporal awareness. However, upon crossing into the translucent realm, he found himself momentarily taken aback. For the once gray-white world now bore faint traces of black lines. This revelation caused Feng to furrow his brow. Though he was still able to perceive the existence of the markers and extend his senses towards the white lines, it seemed that these black lines were a side effect of utilizing the ability enhancement card, yet he hoped that this side effect would not be permanent. The system indicated that the enhancement would require 2 days to complete. After that period, he assumed the black lines would dissipate. Despite this conjecture, worry began to creep into Feng's mind. This was his first experience with the enhancement card, and he could not ascertain whether the black lines would indeed fade after 2 days. What if they remained? That would signify a lasting side effect. Was there a means to eliminate these black lines? A thought surged through his mind, and in the next moment, instead of using the white lines to locate the markers, he directed them to make contact with the black lines. As the sensing white line touched the black line, a sound echoed, audible only to Feng, and the sensing line vanished. Simultaneously, a sensation of pressure enveloped his head, akin to being struck by a hammer. Despite the discomfort, he persevered, and once his mind stabilized, he noticed that the color of the black lines in the translucent world had lightened somewhat. A surge of joy welled within Feng. He had discovered a method to eliminate these black lines. Yet, the cost was enduring the unpleasant experience of being struck. Gritting his teeth, Feng resolved to eradicate the black lines entirely. The Flying Thunder God technique was his lifeline, demanding perfection without flaw. In the following moments, he continued to maneuver the sensing white lines to collide with the black lines, each impact causing him to frown and grimace. Nevertheless, after recovering from each bout, Feng persisted until he felt utterly exhausted and unable to focus on the translucent world. Only then did he cease his efforts. Rubbing his temples, he realized that eliminating the black lines drained more energy than causing a commotion in the Sand Ninja village. Casting a glance at Kakashi, who was snoring beside him, Feng decisively delivered a kick to awaken him. As Kakashi stirred, bleary-eyed, Feng furrowed his brow and spoke, "You keep watch. I need to rest." With that, he collapsed into slumber. Kakashi, bewildered, pondered how Feng had seemed more energetic just moments ago. Chapter 95, Enhancement Complete. A shift in circumstances in the midst of the yellow sands. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Feng had been engaged in a relentless battle against the black lines within the translucent realm of the Flying Thunder God. The black lines demanded immense energy and willpower from him, and as a result, his mental state had noticeably deteriorated. On the other hand, Kakashi and Feng found themselves in a starkly contrasting situation. They did not need to infiltrate the Sand Ninja village and were currently in a safe environment. Kakashi felt a sense of liberation, his spirit and vitality notably enhanced. Observing Feng's deteriorating mental state, Kakashi was perplexed, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. During this time, Minato had returned several times and, upon seeing Feng's dark circles, he too was baffled. Had they not known the resilience of a ninja's body, they might have suspected Feng was ill. After inquiring about Feng's condition, he merely stated that he was in training, openly revealing that he was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing Feng's explanation, Minato immediately understood, his gaze toward Feng now imbued with encouragement. As one of the practitioners of the Flying Thunder God technique, he was well aware of the immense energy it demanded. Meanwhile, Kakashi, upon receiving this revelation, transitioned from astonishment to sheer disbelief, and subsequently, he experienced an awakening of sorts, beginning to formulate his own training regimen. At that moment, Kakashi found himself admiring Feng. Previously, after their battle, Kakashi had felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his defeat, but now, witnessing Feng's panda-like eyes, he felt a complete sense of respect. This individual possessed greater talent and dedication than himself. How infuriating! If he did not exert himself more, he would undoubtedly fall behind. Thus, Kakashi embarked on his training, striving to refine his Chidori. The following morning, Feng was immersed in the transparent world, manipulating strands of sensory, white lines to fill the last remaining black line. The trials of the past 2 days had proven effective. He could distinctly feel an increase in the speed at which he entered the transparent world, and his control over the sensory white lines had significantly improved. The most evident change was that, when the sensory white lines collided with the black line, his head no longer felt as heavy as it had initially. If previously the sensation was akin to a steel ball striking his head, now it felt more like a watermelon, bearable enough to withstand several impacts. Moreover, Feng experienced a peculiar sensation. He felt his willpower had strengthened considerably. Although the concept of willpower was not explicitly addressed in the Naruto universe, it did manifest in various ways. Individuals with higher willpower found it easier to resist Ninjutsu, and the effectiveness of their own Ninjutsu was notably enhanced. This time, the process of repairing the black line was remarkably smooth. After a concerted effort, the black line in the transparent world faded, ultimately blending seamlessly with the surroundings. The entire transparent world reverted to its original state, and a wave of joy surged within Feng as he realized he had accomplished something significant. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Your Flying Thunder God technique has reached completion. Evaluating enhancement magnitude. Due to the host's exceptional performance, the enhancement magnitude has been increased by an additional 20. Your proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique is now level 6. As the system's sound echoed, Feng let out a long sigh of relief, quickly followed by a surge of joy. It seemed that if he did not exert himself, those dark lines would eventually dissipate with time. Yet there would be no significant increase. A direct enhancement of 6 proficiency points. He pondered the current level of his Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, Feng was eager to test his mastery of the technique. However, he recognized that he was not in the best condition, and ultimately decided to rest and restore his spirit before attempting to ascertain the extent of his improvement with the Flying Thunder God technique. He informed Kakashi to be vigilant against any potential appearances of Sand Shinobi, and then he fell into a deep slumber. 2 hours later, Feng awoke, revitalized and radiant. This time, he concentrated his mind and entered the transparent realm directly. He began to manipulate his perception, expanding the white lines of his sensory awareness. Soon, Feng was astounded by the capabilities of his Flying Thunder God perception. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 20. To his astonishment, he could sense all 20 markers he had set up near the sand village, and the speed was astonishingly swift. His farthest marker responded in under 3 seconds. A sudden shock coursed through him. During his time in the Land of Lightning, the maximum range of his perception had been merely 10 kilometers. Now, Feng felt that the reach of his Flying Thunder God perception had surpassed 100 kilometers, potentially even reaching 150 kilometers. Such a distance in the world of Naruto was considerable, equivalent to a Jonin's journey of 2 days, yet Feng could cover it in a mere 3 seconds. Simultaneously, due to the increase in proficiency, he could now retain a greater number of Flying Thunder God markers. Without further contemplation, Feng executed his Flying Thunder God technique. The scenery before him shifted, and in the next moment, he found himself standing atop a desolate expanse, surrounded by emptiness. This was the farthest of his established markers. Previously, it had required 2 applications of the technique to reach this point, but now, a single use sufficed. On a substantial rock that caught the wind's grace, Feng located his Flying Thunder God marker and absorbed the chakra within, rendering the marker obsolete. At the same time, he was now able to create a new marker. With only a day remaining until the agreed-upon time, and with his Flying Thunder God technique upgraded, Feng began to retrieve his markers. However, this time he did not fully reclaim them. He retained a few so that when he wished to return to the Sand Village, he could utilize the remaining markers to expedite his journey. Half an hour later, Feng completed the retrieval and returned to the base. At that moment, Minato Namikaze had also returned to the base and was conversing with Kakashi. Upon seeing Feng, Minato approached him eagerly, bearing new information. Feng, your earlier intel was indeed accurate. The situation in Mangekyou has been resolved, as the infiltrators from Awagakure have been dealt with. However, this incident has incited a considerable wrath from the Awagakure. A substantial number of their shinobi have now mobilized towards the borders of the Land of Earth, seemingly preparing to launch an offensive against the Land of Wind. We must hasten our return to Konoha to report these developments to Lord Third. Chapter 96. Return to the village. Yuhi Kurenai has graduated the mobilization of numerous shinobi from Awagakure. Upon hearing the words of Minato Namikaze, Feng was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that in the original narrative, the initial conflicts arose between Awagakure and Mangekyou. Following the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Mangekyou began to make aggressive moves, with Awagakure being their primary suspect. The current developments seem to corroborate this. Awagakure operates distinctly from other shinobi villages, while most villages lean towards a more elite approach. Deploying teams for missions post-conflict, Awagakure favors a strategy of overwhelming numbers, a tactic that has proven successful in the past. During the Third Shinobi World War, Awagakure managed to exhaust and ultimately defeat the Third Raikage with a horde of over 10,000 shinobi employing this very strategy. It is noteworthy that the Third Raikage was among the pinnacle of elite shinobi, and yet, he fell to a majority of lower-ranked and mid-ranked shinobi. The indignity of a top-tier shinobi being overwhelmed by such ranks is palpable. This scenario is unique to Awagakure. It is improbable that such a situation would arise in other villages. Not only is it doubtful that other villages could muster over 10,000 shinobi, but even if they could, lower-ranked shinobi would be exceedingly reluctant to confront an elite opponent. In villages like Kirigakure and Mangekyou, where compassion is scarce, simply avoiding defection would be considered fortunate. A prime example of this is Kakuzu, who, with a kunai launched from miles away, likely remains in flight to this day. The difference lies in the fact that while Kakuzu acted alone, Awagakure is mobilizing a multitude. However, even with 1,000 men, casualties are inevitable. Whenever Feng reflects on this, he perceives Awagakure as epitomizing a reckless disregard for life. Yet he also holds a degree of admiration for Naka's shrewdness and standing within Awagakure. Now, with Awagakure dispatching a vast number of shinobi towards the borders of the Land of Earth, seemingly poised to strike the Land of Wind and Mangekyou, Feng feels the ominous prelude of an impending storm. It appears that even if the third Kazekage had not gone missing, the Third Shinobi World War would not have been delayed for long. And now, due to my presence, it seems the war may commence even sooner. But if it is to be hastened, so be it. I have now mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and my proficiency has significantly improved, even without the Mangekyou Sharingan. As long as I exercise caution on the battlefield, my chances of survival remain high. Even when faced with an elite opponent, my likelihood of enduring the encounter is considerable. Feng began to formulate his plans in his mind. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Minato Namikaze had already begun to gather their belongings in preparation for their return to Konoha. Due to the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique, the journey back to Konoha would not take long, which was precisely why Minato Namikaze chose to return. While an ordinary ninja might have sent a message back and traveled directly to the borders of the Earth or Wind countries, Minato had no such need. Are we all set? He inquired a few minutes later. Feng and Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Very well, let us depart. With that, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting the three of them directly from the Sand Ninja Village stronghold. This mission in the Sand Ninja Village had finally reached its conclusion. That afternoon, as dusk approached, the trio arrived at the gates of Konoha. Relishing the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique, Feng could not help but muse that if it were used for deliveries, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Ah, we're finally back. At the village entrance, Kakashi gazed at the familiar Konoha gates, exhaling a long sigh. Feng also smiled. Although he did not possess a strong sense of belonging to the world of ninjas, Konoha was undeniably the place he knew best, representing safety and comfort. You two head back first. I will go see the Hokage. Minato instructed before making his way towards the Hokage building on foot. Ah, this mission was truly arduous. Kakashi exclaimed. Feng, now that we're back, should we indulge in a bowl of ramen? With Minato gone, Kakashi immediately made the suggestion. Infiltrating the Sand Ninja Village had indeed been the most challenging mission Kakashi had undertaken thus far, without exception. Even while stationed at the surrounding strongholds, he had to remain vigilant to avoid being ambushed by Sand Ninja. However, now that they were back in Konoha, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. One of the many charms of a ninja village. Contemplating Kakashi's suggestion, Feng agreed. He had begun to miss Uncle Ichiraka's ramen. And although the reward from the mission in the Land of Lightning had not been substantial, he had saved a little. Rather than hoarding the money, it was better to spend it. Let us go together then. Sounds good. Kakashi smiled, narrowing his eyes. The two made their way to Ichiraka Ramen. We're graduating soon. Indeed. Soon we will be assigned to different teams, and we may not see each other for quite some time. As Kakashi and Feng entered the ramen shop, they were greeted by familiar voices. They turned to see several young boys and girls seated inside. Another customer has arrived. Uncle Ichiraka beamed upon spotting Kakashi and Feng. Hearing the commotion, the patrons in the ramen shop turned to look. Kakashi, Feng. Obito exclaimed in surprise, while beside him, Rin, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy also appeared astonished. It's really you two. Weren't you on a mission? Guy asked incredulously. Of course we're back. Asuma remarked with a slight scoff. His gaze towards Feng somewhat discontented. Feng, when did you return? Kakashi, did you just get back? As the sun dipped below the horizon, both Yugao and Rin spoke simultaneously. Yet they displayed a remarkable synergy by not selecting the same individual. Upon hearing their voices, Kakashi nodded, exhibiting a rather indifferent demeanor. Although he had relinquished his air of genius around Feng, he still maintained his aloof persona in front of Obito and the others. Having just returned, Feng cheerfully exclaimed, I could really go for some ramen from Uncle Irika. A smile graced his face. Uncle, how about 2 bowls? No, let us make it 4 bowls of ramen. Absolutely. Uncle Irika readily agreed. Following this, Kakashi and Feng prepared to take their seats. Though they were merely children occupying a small space, the crowd was sizable, requiring a slight squeeze. Without much thought, Feng plopped down right beside Yugao, causing her cheeks to flush a delicate shade of pink, while Kakashi settled on Feng's other side. Yugao, it's been a while. Feng greeted her. Feng-kun, it's been too long. Yugao replied, her face tinged with shyness. However, their conversation was soon interrupted by Obito. Feng, Kakashi, look at this, he exclaimed, pointing proudly to the forehead protector atop his head. At that moment, Feng and Kakashi noticed that Obito, Rin, and Yugao were all wearing the Konoha forehead protector. You've graduated? Feng asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed. I'm now a Jonin. Obito interjected before Yugao could respond. Before long, I'll catch up to you and Kakashi. Feng paid no heed to Obito's words, reflecting instead on a previous conversation he had with Yugao about graduation and team assignments. Those words had held a significance akin to a confession for her. Now that they had graduated, the class division was imminent. With this thought, Feng promptly inquired, by the way, have the team assignments been announced yet? Not yet. The atmosphere dimmed a bit as everyone expressed their disappointment. This year features only the 2 of you, so the assignments require some deliberation, Rin added. Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Feng were taken aback, never expecting that they were part of the reason behind the delay. I want to take the blame for this. I'm already a Nin. Feng retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Yet, as he spoke, he noticed Yugao's body tremble slightly beside him. Even if they do divide the classes, I'm certain that I'll be in the same class as you, Yugao. Upon hearing Feng's words, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Yugao's eyes, while Asuma, sitting nearby, seemed displeased. Why should that be? It's clear you haven't studied the class assignments. Feng smiled. Aside from the fixed teams like Ino Shikicho, the general practice is to balance the strength of the teams, typically pairing a high-ranking individual with a weaker member and then filling in the middle. As an illustration, if I and Kakashi are the high-caliber warriors, then Obito and Asuma, you two are merely at the tail end. I am not. Upon hearing Feng's words, Obito immediately retorted, yet it was evident that his rebuttal bore little weight. Those present were well acquainted with one another, and Feng's statement held a kernel of truth. Hong and Rin were situated in the mediating position. Thus, the proposed arrangement had already materialized, albeit with differing outcomes. However, Obito, you and I belong to the Uchiha clan, our abilities being quite similar, which renders it impossible for us to be on the same team. Moreover, Hong cannot possibly be in the same squad as you. In summary, the final team divisions would be Kakashi, Rin, and Obito in one team, while I, Hong, and Asuma would form another. Of course, this assumes that Lord Hokage includes Kakashi and me in the team allocation. After Feng's thorough analysis, the others in the ramen shop nodded in agreement, recognizing the plausibility of such a scenario. Following this discourse, the most exhilarated individuals present were undoubtedly Obito and K. What about me, Mufeng-kun? At that moment, Guy interjected, clearly finding Mufeng's analysis credible. Your forte lies in taijutsu. You should team up with Hinata Hayashi to form a taijutsu assault team. Mufeng articulated. As for the other member, I cannot deduce at this moment, but it will likely be a girl. Oh, upon hearing Mufeng's words, Guy nodded and began to contemplate which girls might be in the same class. Wait, Mufeng, how can you be so certain that Hong will be in your team? At this juncture, Asuma clenched his teeth and inquired. Naturally, I will propose it to Lord Hokage. Mufeng replied coolly. Asuma, to be frank, even though you are the son of Lord Hokage, I would much prefer to be in a separate team with Hong. Mufeng cast a glance at Asuma and coldly responded. Mufeng-kun, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Upon hearing that Mufeng would actually suggest to the Hokage to form a team with her, YK felt a surge of happiness. While she understood that being in a team with Mufeng was unlikely, she still yearned for it. Humph, Lord Hokage would never heed your words. Asuma snorted disdainfully. Yet, simultaneously, he had resolved internally that he must team up with Hong, distancing himself from Mufeng. However, Asuma was aware that he had no real say in this matter. His father would not entertain his opinion. Otherwise, he would already be privy to the team list. The ramen is here. At that moment, Uncle Ichiraku interrupted the conversation, bringing forth the ramen for Kakashi and Mufeng. Finally, I have been longing for Uncle Ichiraku's ramen since my time in the Land of Wind. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as Mufeng exclaimed in praise, eagerly picking up his chopsticks. Hee, well then, come often. I'll give you a discount. Uncle Ichiraku replied with a kind smile. Did Mufeng and Kakashi just return from the Land of Wind? YK inquired upon hearing Mufeng's words. As Mufeng took a bite of the ramen, its springy texture delighted him, and the rich broth enveloped the noodles with a savory essence. While savoring his meal, he mumbled, Kakashi almost met his end there. Upon hearing this, Kakashi spat out a mouthful of broth, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Mufeng. Is it really that serious? The others turned their attention to Kakashi, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Kakashi, what is going on? Don't listen to Mufeng's exaggerations. However, this mission was indeed perilous. But you shouldn't have to face such dangers in the future, Kakashi reassured them. Ignore his nonsense. Having finished his noodles, Mufeng took a hearty sip of the broth, setting down the bowl with a serious demeanor. As a ninja, one must possess the awareness of a ninja. Any mission could lead to fatal consequences. You are all my friends, which is why I say this. Do you see this blade at my waist? It has claimed the lives of more than one ninja. Remember, embracing the life of a ninja requires such awareness. Otherwise, the outcome will not bode well for you. His tone was grave as his gaze landed on Yugao. Yugao, you too. Typically kind-hearted, Mufeng's sudden seriousness caught everyone off guard, plunging them into a contemplative silence. Yugao nodded, committing Mufeng's words to memory. Noticing their deep thoughts, Mufeng beckoned, Uncle, another bowl, please. In truth, Mufeng's sudden admonitions were not intended to frighten Yugao and the others, but rather to serve as a caution. He had an ominous premonition that his presence would precipitate the Third Shinobi World War, a development that posed little immediate danger to him, as he was already aware of the narrative. Yet for those present, including Kakashi, the stakes were alarmingly high. If they approached the battlefield with the navet of freshly graduated ninjas, their chances of survival would be significantly diminished. Mufeng did not presume that his words could alter their fates, but even a gentle reminder was a positive step. Chapter 98. Cultivating Yugao. I'm stuffed, Mufeng declared, patting his belly at the Ichiraku ramen shop. Mufeng, Yugao, ever attentive, handed him a napkin, which he accepted gratefully to wipe his mouth. At this moment, the atmosphere among the group had lightened considerably. Mufeng and Kakashi had shared some insights about their recent mission, though they withheld specific details. Merely mentioning it involved the tailed beasts. Upon hearing the term tailed beast, the eyes of Obito and the others widened. To them, tailed beasts were legendary ferocious entities, invincible forces of nature. Any mission associated with them was inherently fraught with danger. They could scarcely fathom that the task Mufeng and Kakashi were undertaking would unfold right here. Instantly, they realized that Mufeng's earlier claim of Kakashi nearly perishing was far from mere hyperbole. However, the few individuals present in the ramen shop were evidently unfazed. Obito remained his typical naive self. Guy embodied the spirit of a passionate youth, and Asuma represented the essence of rebellion. For them, Danger signified one thing. It was undeniably cool and exhilarating. Under the influence of these three, even Rin and Kurenai began to perceive the tailed beasts as less menacing. No, it could be said that death appeared less terrifying. Subsequently, upon learning that Kakashi and Feng were merely cooperating with the elite shinobi of Konoha, they found the situation more reasonable. Does this mean the Jonin leading your mission is quite formidable? Obito inquired eagerly. Indeed, he is quite powerful. His ninjutsu is quite unique. Kakashi nodded in affirmation, casting a complex glance at Feng. Will he be teaching your class this time? Obito pressed on. After graduation, he was eager to catch up with Feng and Kakashi. I don't know. It's possible. Feng replied. As for the current class assignments, Feng felt a lack of confidence. He believed the postponement of the class assignments was not due to himself or Kakashi. While they were indeed talented, they had not yet reached the level of affecting the very foundation of Konoha. The delay was likely because Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for movements from the Rock Village. If war were to break out between the Rock and Sand villages, then Obito and the others would become a significant concern. They would no longer have a safe environment to carry out missions, and once Konoha entered a wartime state, it would be impossible to dispatch personnel for tasks such as searching for lost pets. At that juncture, Minato Namikaze, along with Kakashi and Feng, would be deployed to the battlefield, leaving no powerful ninjas to serve as mentors. The harsh reality for Obito and his peers could very well be that they would be thrust into combat immediately after graduation. In this regard, Konoha was not performing admirably. If Konoha were to adopt the extreme selection methods of the Mist Village, immediate participation in battle post-graduation would pose no issue. But the current situation would certainly lead to complications. However, this troublesome matter was one that Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to contemplate. Feng was indifferent to it. Soon after, the group engaged in further conversation, with Kurenai and her companions sharing recent events in Konoha. However, the information gleaned from their accounts was rather trivial. More amusing anecdotes than substantial news. Yet, Feng did learn from Asuma that Konoha was currently dispatching ninjas to the Land of Rain and attempting to establish contact with its shinobi. Why the Land of Rain? The answer was simple. It lies at the intersection of the Fire, Wind, and Earth nations. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain suffered immensely, with Konoha, the Rock, and the Sand villages all engaging in battles there. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya earned their titles as the legendary Sannin after clashing with the ninja leader Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya even discovered Nagato, who inherited Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, in that very land. Although the Land of Rain is not one of the 5 great nations in the original Naruto series, it plays a crucial role, as it is the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing that Konoha was dispatching ninjas to the Land of Rain, Feng immediately thought of Nagato and Hans. Based on his current assessment, Hans should still be alive. Yahiko was still the leader of the Akatsuki, and Nagato had yet to succumb to darkness at this moment. The Land of Rain should still be in a phase of development. However, a tempest was soon destined to engulf the entire region. After some idle chatter, Kakashi departed first, followed by the others who gradually made their way home. Feng, as was his custom, escorted Yugao back to her residence. Upon arriving at her doorstep, the two exchanged few words. Yugao, I gift you this kunai, marked with my seal. Should you ever find yourself in peril, infuse your chakra into it. And if I am nearby, I shall hasten to your side. As they parted, Feng produced a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal and earnestly advised her. Remember, you must keep it on you at all times. Yugao's cheeks flushed as she accepted the kunai without hesitation. Rest assured, Feng, I shall carry it with me always. Indeed, you need not overly concern yourself with class assignments, Feng continued. Yugao, it would be prudent for you to focus on enhancing your strength. The ninja world is far from tranquil. During a recent mission, I became acquainted with a member of the Umbu. Here is his contact information. You may seek him out and request that he introduce you to a mentor. Just mention that Akihiko referred you. Understood, Feng-kun, I will remember. Yugao nodded, taking the contact information from him. The contact was a member of the Rabbit clan, currently recuperating in Konoha. Given Feng's connections within the Umbu, he believed it would not be difficult for him to secure a temporary teacher for Yugao. After completing this task, Feng retrieved a scroll. Yugao, I can see that you possess a notable talent for Jinjutsu. If possible, dedicate more effort to it. This scroll contains some Jinjutsu techniques I previously recorded, and now I entrust them to you. Mastering these will provide you with security, even in times of danger. Upon seeing the scroll, Yu Gao's large eyes glistened with moisture. Mufeng, you are too kind to me. Mufeng merely smiled faintly. However, these come at a cost. Having received this, you must ensure your survival. And no matter what transpires in the future, you must stand by my side. Do you understand? Yu Gao accepted the scroll, nodding vigorously. Yes. Now, you should return home. Indeed. Mufeng, what is it? Next time, you must take care to protect yourself during missions. I understand, but please do not worry about me. As Mufeng raised his hand in farewell, he made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 99, Redeeming Items, Enhancing Strength Upon Returning Home. Mufeng tidied up his living space before accessing the system to review his latest gains. It must be said, despite the perilous nature of this mission, Mufeng had reaped considerable rewards. Encountering the scorpion of the red sand had proven to be exceptionally profitable, and causing an uproar in the sand village had also yielded substantial benefits. At present, the level of corruption that Feng possesses has soared to an impressive 33,900 points, sufficient to procure a first-level bloodline enhancement card. However, it is evident that Feng would not resort to utilizing such a rudimentary card to augment his Sharingan, as that would equate to squandering his formidable lineage. This mission has illuminated a beacon of hope for Feng in terms of amassing corruption points. And with the impending onset of the Third Ninja War, the rate at which he acquires these points is bound to escalate dramatically. Furthermore, during this endeavor, Feng has also acquired a corruption seed, which will permanently amplify all his abilities by 50, intensifying his corruption strength. Even if Feng were to remain idle, his capabilities would continue to grow steadily. In summation, this mission in the Sand Ninja Village has bestowed upon Feng an unprecedented taste of affluence. Concurrently, this operation has intensified the already volatile situation within the ninja realm, amplifying Feng's urgency to enhance his strength. Hence, rather than hoarding the more than 30,000 corruption points he has obtained, Feng intends to redeem them all within the system store. With this thought in mind, he opened the system's redemption marketplace. Following the elevation of his authorization level, Feng now finds a broader array of categories and item levels available for exchange. The first items to catch Feng's eye were various ability enhancement cards. Level 1 ability enhancement card can be utilized to enhance abilities with modest effects. Required corruption points 1,000. Level 2 ability enhancement card can be utilized to enhance abilities with average effects. Required corruption points 3,000. Feng disregarded the Level 1 and Level 2 bloodline enhancement cards due to their low efficacy and potential side effects associated with the Level 3 enhancement cards. He swiftly dismissed these options and continued his exploration of the marketplace. Within the system store, aside from those two types of cards, several additional items had emerged. Level 1 Recovery Pill, a medicinal item that instantly restores 10 health points and 10 chakra. Required corruption points 100. Available for redemption 10. Level 2 Recovery Pill, a medicinal item that instantly restores 20 health points and 20 chakra. Required corruption points 500. Available for redemption 10. The recovery pills were a new addition to the marketplace, serving as a crucial means of survival, and Feng redeemed the entire stock, expending 6,000 corruption points. Subsequently, he turned his attention to other categories of items. Given Feng's current level of authorization, the options provided by the system were somewhat limited, and only a few were of utility to him. Nevertheless, he chose several noteworthy items. Level 1 Task Card, upon use, grants an additional random task. Not usable in Konoha, required corruption points 1,000. Illusion Technique Scroll, a scroll documenting at least 50 types of illusion techniques. Studying this scroll will enhance illusion capabilities. Required corruption points 5,000. Spatial Ninja Tool Bag, a bag containing an alternate dimension, capable of storing a multitude of ninja tools and miscellaneous items. Required corruption points 4,000. Refinement Stone can be fused with weapons to enhance their sharpness. Required dark value 500 points. Conduction Stone can be fused with weapons to enhance the chakra conduction rate. Required dark value 500 points. Blank Scroll, an item that, upon use, conceal a ninjutsu and can be released later at will. Required dark value 3,000 points. After exchanging for these items, Feng had spent a total of 20,000 points of dark value, which decreased visibly to a mere 13,900 900 points. Among the remaining items, Feng was particularly drawn to several fruits imbued with chakra attributes. Small chakra fruit. Fire consuming this will increase the total chakra and enhance control over fire attribute chakra. Amplifying the power of fire release. Required dark value, 5,000 points. Small chakra fruit. Wind consuming this will increase the total chakra and enhance control over wind attribute chakra. Amplifying the power of wind release. Required dark value, 5,000 points. Small chakra fruit. Earth, small chakra fruit. Water, small chakra fruit. Lightning. Note. Consuming the 5 chakra fruits of wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water at once may enhance ninjutsu talent to a certain degree. Feng gazed longingly at the 5 chakra fruits. Yet it was evident that consuming all 5 at once would yield the highest cost-effectiveness, necessitating 20,000 points of dark value. Therefore, he refrained from immediate consumption, intending to gather sufficient dark value before proceeding with the exchange. Ultimately, Feng selected another item from the shop list for redemption. Spirit of Wood, a product from another world. Using it can enhance the power of wood release and improve the wood release physique. Required dark value, 8,000 points. Previously, Feng had awakened the Hashirama physique and wood release, yet he lamented his inability to enhance their power, leaving it to others to strive for improvement. The Hashirama physique is already an immensely powerful trait within the Naruto universe, and investing in it seemed worthwhile to Feng. After spending another 8,000 points of dark value, he was left with 5,900 points, which he decided to save for future use, either for the next system upgrade or to exchange for chakra fruits. Following this, Feng took out the items he had redeemed, beginning with the Spirit of Wood, the most expensive item at 8,000 dark value points. Contrary to his expectations, the Spirit of Wood resembled a seed of fruit, dark in hue, yet exuding a refreshing aroma of grass and wood, reminiscent of a spring meadow after a rain. Without hesitation, Feng followed the system's instructions and consumed it. Gulp. As the Spirit of Wood was swallowed, a surge of exquisite natural energy rippled within him, invigorating every cell to fervently absorb this power. Ding. Your Hashirama physique has been enhanced by 5. With the complete absorption of the Spirit of Wood, a series of notifications echoed in Feng's mind, heralding enhancements to his self-healing abilities, strength, and proficiency in wood-style ninjutsu. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt a profound transformation within himself. Chapter 100, Elevating Power, a new training regimen after utilizing the Spirit of Wood. Feng distinctly sensed his physical form had grown significantly stronger. Clenching his fist, he could feel the surge of power coursing through him, along with a marked improvement in his mental state, an evident manifestation of enhanced vitality. With the body of Hashirama now elevated to a level of 8 from 5. This improvement was not to be underestimated, as it bestowed formidable enhancements. This elevation enabled Feng to proficiently wield wood-style ninjutsu and endowed him with extraordinary self-healing capabilities. In the world of Naruto, while ninjas possess formidable jutsu and techniques, most lack exceptional resilience, often relying on medical ninjas for aid. However, Hashirama Senju stands as an exception, boasting remarkable self-healing that allows him to survive even grievous injuries. Although Feng has yet to reach such heights, he found that injuries inflicted by ordinary kunai or shuriken now posed no significant threat to him. Moreover, the self-healing ability brought forth another advantage, abundant stamina. Feng was determined not to meet a fate like the third Hokage, who perished due to exhaustion. Although he now mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, reducing the likelihood of such occurrences, it remained clear that greater stamina would yield even more benefits. Following the use of the Spirit of Wood, Feng proceeded to employ a refinement stone, enhancing his demonic blade. The recent mission in the Sand Village had further illuminated the significance of swordsmanship, especially now that he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which elevated the importance of his blade skills. Ninjas must perform hand seals to execute ninjutsu, a process that consumes time. Few possess the capability of Hashirama. At this stage, most ninjas are still required to manually form hand seals. In contrast, swordsmanship operates without such constraints. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Feng could close the distance to his foes, rendering his sword techniques immensely valuable. The late Minato Namikaze, known for developing the Rasengan, recognized the advantage of its seal-less nature, allowing swift strikes upon close engagement. For Feng, however, swordsmanship replaced the Rasengan, He could imbue his demonic blade with various chakra types without the need for seals, and the range of his sword attacks was considerably broader. Crucially, compared to the Rasengan's offensive approach, swordsmanship offers greater flexibility and a wider array of tactical options. Minato opted not to employ sword techniques, as they too require time to execute, with ordinary ninjas typically favoring kunai over long swords. However, in Mu Feng's case, he possesses a system, and the swordsmanship has already been developed. Thus, for Mu Feng, the art of the blade surpasses the Rasengan in efficacy. Most importantly, upon utilizing sword techniques, Mu Feng is rewarded with the system's dark value for every new move he creates, whereas the Rasengan only grants a one-time reward. Consequently, Mu Feng exchanged 2 gems from the system store to enhance his demon sword. The refining stone and the conduction stone, once extracted, manifested as 2 stones the size of pigeon eggs. The former was black, while the latter shimmered with a myriad of colors. The process of utilizing the gems was automated by the system. Mu Feng merely retrieved both gems and the demon's sword into the system space simultaneously. After a brief period, the system issued notifications. Ding, your demon's sword has been refined. Sharpness is now 13. Ding, your demon's sword has been refined. Chakra conductivity is now 10. Mu Feng extracted the demon's sword from the system space. Externally, the sword appeared largely unchanged, yet upon casually slicing with it, Mu Feng sensed that the blade sparkled more brilliantly than before. Subsequently, as he infused it with some wind attribute chakra, the process felt notably easier, with significantly reduced resistance. However, overall, the enhancement was modest. After all, the sword's base attributes were already commendable. If it were an ordinary blade, the transformation would have been monumental. After toying with it for a while, Mu Feng finally sheathed the demon's sword and retrieved a Jinjutsu scroll to delve into its study. The rationale behind exchanging for the Jinjutsu scroll was straightforward. Mu Feng's current level of Jinjutsu was insufficient. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was imperative to cultivate Jinjutsu, which, to some extent, could complement Mu Feng's ocular prowess. Moreover, his recent experience utilizing Jinjutsu against Sasori yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. At times, Jinjutsu proved to be far more effective than ninjutsu or taijutsu, and also more challenging to counter. The mere knowledge that a Jinjutsu expert intended to infiltrate the Sand Ninja village prompted immediate vigilance. Additionally, Mu Feng's choice to acquire the Jinjutsu scroll stemmed from another motivation. Once he mastered these illusions, the scroll could also be entrusted to Tsunade for her training. However, he had never contemplated handing it over to Konoha. When he had requested the Forbidden Technique scroll as a mission reward from the 3rd Hokage, he was merely presented with a truncated version of it. Furthermore, that scroll was earned through arduous missions, and he was unwilling to surrender his Jinjutsu scroll to the village without recompense. As he opened the Jinjutsu scroll, Mu Feng skimmed through its contents. This scroll contained a total of 60 Jinjutsu techniques, comprising 30 low-level techniques, 20 mid-level techniques, and 10 high-level ninjutsu techniques. Among them, Mu Feng discovered the Jinjutsu Tree Binding Death, which was utilized by Sakura in the original narrative. The illusion scroll recorded within holds a value that is not particularly high. However, its price is likewise modest, 5,000 points of dark value. After Mu Feng has completed his study of these illusions, he will be able to recoup his investment, essentially allowing him to acquire these illusions at no cost. After stowing away the illusion scroll, Mu Feng began to devise a new training regimen. This time, he intended to train both ninjutsu and jinjutsu, while also refining the synergy between ninjutsu and swordsmanship. After all, performing ninjutsu requires both hands for seals. While swordsmanship necessitates at least one hand on the blade, the coordination between these processes is crucial. A fact Mu Feng had already discerned during his battle with the scorpion of the red sand in the Sand Village. However, Mu Feng felt that his time in the village would not be prolonged. Moreover, his next mission would likely take place within the Land of Rain. The mere thought of the Land of Rain instantly conjured images of the Akatsuki and Nagato. He pondered whether he would encounter Nagato and his associates again. Additionally, he wondered if he would be included in the division plans. After a bout of wild speculation, Mu Feng ultimately began to structure his training schedule. The future remains uncertain, so focusing on the present is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chapter 101. The storm approaches the following morning. Mu Feng arose and, armed with his demon blade, made his way to his usual training locale. There, he found Kakashi already waiting. The intense training Feng had undertaken during his 3-day wait in the Sand Village had evidently spurred Kakashi into action. Previously, Kakashi had learned of Feng's training location, and thus, it was only natural for him to seek it out. Upon seeing Kakashi, Feng smiled knowingly. He had intended to invite Kakashi to spar. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by Kakashi's initiative. The two exchanged glances, and without the need for words, they understood each other's intentions. Feng retrieved the illusion scroll and began to experiment with its contents, while Kakashi found another open space to commence his taijutsu training. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito Kyumi, Tsunade, Hinata Hizashi, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha convened. Additionally, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and other rising stars of the village were present at this significant assembly. Clearly, this was an exceedingly important meeting, even during the Chunin exams. The collusion between the Cloud and Mist villages had not provoked such a fervent response from Konoha. Cough, cough. The purpose of this meeting should be clear to all. Sarutobi Hiruzen began. IWA Ninja Village is currently dispatching a large number of ninjas through the Land of Rain, intending to advance toward the Land of Wind. Minato has returned with news from the Sand Village. The Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is now on the brink of death. It is evident that IWA Ninja Village harbors ill intentions, likely seeking to exploit the transitional period of the Jinchuriki in the Sand Village to sow chaos in the Land of Wind and disrupt the Sand Village. However, at this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. It cannot be dismissed that IWA Ninja Village may also have their sights set on our Land of Fire. The current situation in the ninja world is well understood by all. Any significant movement from one of the 5 great nations could potentially plunge the entire realm into chaos. While we, from the Hidden Leaf, are averse to the prospect of war, we are even less inclined to witness the destruction of the Land of Fire in our village. Therefore, this assembly primarily aims to discuss our response to the large-scale operations initiated by the Rock Village. As Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his remarks, he directed his gaze towards Minato Namikaze, who promptly produced a scroll. Esteemed colleagues, I have gathered intelligence regarding the tailed beast Jinchuriki from the Sand Village, as well as recent movements from the Rock Village. Currently, nearly 3,000 ninjas from the Rock Village have infiltrated the Land of Rain, and this number is steadily increasing. Furthermore, the Sand Village has dispatched over 800 ninjas advancing towards the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is strategically located at the confluence of the Wind, Earth, and Fire nations. Should a conflict erupt between the Rock and Sand villages there, it will undoubtedly impact us in the Hidden Leaf. Recently, the daimyo has assigned a mission to the ninja villages, urging us to ascertain the movements of both factions and to devise appropriate countermeasures. Even if the Sand or Rock villages decide to strike at the Land of Fire, we must be prepared to respond swiftly. With that, Minato unfurled a mission scroll that had been sent by the daimyo. At this moment, Mito Minyin and T-Ka Shikamaru furrowed their brows, while Danzo narrowed his eyes, already calculating something in his mind. What is the situation with the Land of Rain? Mito inquired. Hanzo, as the leader of the Land of Rain, cannot remain indifferent to the incursions of the Rock and Sand villages. After a brief contemplation, Mito continued, the specifics remain somewhat unclear. However, judging by the current circumstances, the Rain Village has not yet mobilized its ninjas for combat, or they may not be prepared to do so. Nonetheless, an organization known as Akatsuki has begun to take action, reportedly clashing with Rock Village ninjas several times and achieving some success. Akatsuki? Danzo's brow furrowed at the mention. It is a civilian organization from the Land of Rain, lacking in strength. The leader possesses some skills, likely at the level of an elite Jonin. Is it merely an elite Jonin? Upon hearing this, the assembly felt a sense of relief, dismissing the Akatsuki organization from their concerns. After all, an elite Jonin team is not uncommon in the world of shinobi, especially in the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War. However, such organizations often struggle to endure and pose little threat to the 5 great nations and their respective villages. This was the first time the name Akatsuki had been mentioned, and both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo paid little heed to the organization. Their primary focus remained on the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo, who had demonstrated formidable strength during the Second Great Ninja War and was revered as a semi-divine entity. It is precisely due to the presence of Hanzo that the Land of Rain has enjoyed a semblance of stability. Otherwise, during the Second Shinobi World War, it would have been ravaged by the great nations of Wind, Fire, and Earth, reduced to desolate wasteland. Presently, both the Mangekyou and Mangekyou have begun to make their moves. Yet the home team, Mangekyou, has remained unresponsive. This is rather illogical. Yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that Hanzo the Salamander is in a state of indecision. This very hesitation on Hanzo's part, however, presents an opportunity for Konoha. It appears that we must initiate contact with Hanzo, should we secure his consent. Our entrance into the Land of Rain will be considerably facilitated, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. The other party likely does not wish to witness the continuation of war spreading across the Land of Rain. Ultimately, the task of engaging with Hanzo fell upon Danzo's shoulders. He accepted the mission without protest. Soon thereafter, the others shared their perspectives and deliberated on the specifics of the plan. A rudimentary strategy was ultimately established. Konoha would first attempt to establish contact with Hanzo and forge a cooperative relationship with Mangekyou. Subsequently, Konoha would dispatch between 500 to 1,000 shinobi to the Land of Rain to prevent unforeseen incidents, while simultaneously reinforcing their presence along the borders of the Land of Fire to deter movements from Kumogakyou and Kirigakyou. Following this brief meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the attendees could not help but furrow their brows. They genuinely sensed that the shinobi world war was imminent. Moreover, this time, it was clear that human efforts alone would not suffice to avert it. After concluding the basic strategic discussions, Danzo and the others departed, while Sarutobi Hiruzen retained Mito Gadian and Tiketsu Koharu. Lord Hokage, Mito Gadian inquired. We need to consider and arrange for the graduates from the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Upon hearing this, both Mito Gadian and Tiketsu Koharu paused momentarily before their expressions turned serious, grasping Sarutobi Hiruzen's intent. Chapter 102, Special Training Plan. Yuhi Kurenai's resolve. The large-scale mobilization of a Mangekyou indicates that war among the ninja realms is now unavoidable. In the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a furrowed brow. Once war begins, the opportunities for this generation's training will be scarce. Thus, this cohort's progression is not merely a matter of class division. It also necessitates consideration of the tasks they will undertake. Acknowledging this, Mito Gadian and Tiketsu Koharu nodded. Obito, Asuma, and others represent the future of Konoha. In the past, they could simply follow the usual protocols, but now, the dynamics of the ninja world have shifted, and war could erupt at any moment. They can no longer afford to enjoy the standard training regimen like other lower-ranked shinobi. This indeed poses a dilemma. Mito Gadian remarked, if a Mangekyou remains unyielding, and Mangekyou is provoked, these individuals will not have the opportunity to undertake tasks as they typically would. Yet, once they are thrust onto the battlefield, I fear that, Tiketsu Koharu hesitated, her gaze tinged with compassion. Such is the unfortunate reality. If they can emerge from these trials, they shall undoubtedly become independent ninjas in the future. It is not feasible for our Konoha ninjas to be perpetually nurtured in a greenhouse. Mito Minyan assumed a serious demeanor. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag from his cigarette. Indeed, their capabilities are not as dire as one might think. Kakashi and Feng are part of this cohort and have already proven their mettle. Their recent infiltration of Mangekyou was a testament to their contributions. Perhaps, what our young ones in Konoha truly require is merely an opportunity. Let us arrange for them to undergo special training during this period. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Special training? Mito Minyan and Tsunade Rin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, yet their expressions soon brightened. It is crucial for them to grasp the harsh realities of the battlefield and shed the habits fostered by Konoha's prior protection. Once they overcome this hurdle, their chances of survival in combat will significantly improve. I shall assign this task to Anzoku Raido, and I will also enlist Kakashi and Uchiha Feng to oversee this initiative. Lord Hokage, since you have made your decision, I have no objections, Mito Minyan remarked. And what of class divisions? Tsunade Rin had no qualms about the special training, recognizing the importance of helping Obito and the others swiftly adjust their mindsets. The class list will be determined based on the results of the special training. This matter will require the cooperation of others, particularly from the medical ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly. It was evident that he was prepared for the graduates to shed a little blood this time. Mito Minyan and Tsunade Rin nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Anzoku Raido was summoned to discuss the specifics of the special training. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, knock, knock, knock. The door of a modest dwelling was rapped upon. Rabbit, currently recuperating at home, opened the door to find a young girl he did not recognize. Yuhi Kurenai stood at Rabbit's doorstep, somewhat anxious. This address was provided by Feng, instructing her to seek out Rabbit and introduce a temporary instructor to enhance her skills. Yuhi Kurenai knocked and soon was greeted by a middle-aged man with a somewhat dejected expression. "Are you Lord Rabbit?" "I am Feng's acquaintance." "No," introduced by Akihiko. Yuhi Kurenai inquired timidly. Upon hearing her words, Rabbit was momentarily taken aback. "Introduced by Feng?" "Yes." Yuhi Kurenai nodded affirmatively. "Please come in." Rabbit opened the door wider. At that moment, Kurenai noticed Rabbit's empty right arm. "Your arm. Is it from a mission, or were you with Feng? Are you from the same class?" Rabbit asked as he gestured for her to take a seat. Soon, Yuhi Kurenai settled into the room, and Rabbit called for his wife. Shortly, a gentle and graceful woman emerged from within. "Darling, who is this?" Introduced by Feng. "By the way, young lady, what is your name?" "Yuhi Kurenai." "Kurenai, is it? That is a lovely name. Feng certainly has an eye for talent." The rabbit, while speaking, sat opposite the setting sun, and his wife brought forth 2 cups of water. "You didn't say what you wanted me here for," the rabbit continued to inquire. "Well, I just graduated from ninja school and seek a temporary teacher to further my studies." The setting sun candidly articulated her intentions. "A temporary teacher? Are not your parents ninjas?" The rabbit expressed curiosity upon hearing her words. "My father is quite busy," the setting sun replied, somewhat embarrassed. Her father, the esteemed and powerful illusion ninja, was indeed preoccupied with the current instability in the ninja world, leaving him with little time to mentor her. "I see. The village is indeed somewhat unsettled at the moment. It is only individuals like me who can remain here." The rabbit responded with a hint of bitterness, though he quickly replaced it with a smile. "In that case, I can certainly offer you some guidance. I find myself with ample time on my hands." Ultimately, the rabbit cheerfully acquiesced and proceeded to engage in light-hearted conversation with the setting sun. Upon discovering her desire to delve deeper into illusion techniques, the rabbit, despite his own lack of expertise in that area, felt inclined to assist. He knew several illusion masters from the Umbu, many of whom, like himself, had retired due to injuries, making it entirely feasible for them to impart knowledge to her. As their dialogue flourished, the initial awkwardness dissipated for both the setting sun and the rabbit. Could you share some stories about Feng?" The setting sun inquired with a curious expression. "All right, but please refrain from calling me Rabbit Lord. It sounds rather odd. From now on, you may call me Uncle Gang." The rabbit replied with a gentle smile, before continuing. "As for Feng, he is arguably the most gifted ninja I have encountered in Konoha. However, my interactions with him have been limited, primarily during the Ch-Nin exams." With that, the rabbit opened up, recounting his experiences during that healing period, which had initially felt rather dreary. The arrival of the setting sun allowed him to share past tales, bringing him a measure of joy. He detailed the formation of his team and their encounters with Feng as they embarked on missions, while the setting sun listened with wide eyes. "Oh, during the Ch-Nin exams, Feng was already confronting ninja from rival villages," she exclaimed. "Not only that, subsequently, we ventured to the Land of Lightning, where I lost my arm during that mission, and Black Toad lost his life. Yet, thankfully, Feng successfully completed the task. Otherwise," the rabbit chuckled bitterly, then turned his gaze to the setting sun. "Red, it is evident that Feng holds you in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have sent you to me. Remember, when undertaking missions, you must exercise caution and never show mercy to your enemies. This is my advice. After many years as a Jonin, I have witnessed countless individuals lose their lives due to leniency towards foes. This is something you must always keep in mind." As the sun set, Sunset Song nodded earnestly. Noticing that time was fleeting, she scheduled a training session with the rabbit before returning home alone. However, on her way back, she clenched her fist, resolutely determined. It dawned on her that Feng had been undertaking such perilous tasks all along, and she must hasten to enhance her strength to assist Feng as soon as possible. Chapter 103. The Special Examiner Special Training? In the Konoha Ninja School, Obito gazed in astonishment at his instructor upon hearing this unfamiliar term. "Indeed, the Hokage believes that you are not yet equipped to undertake missions, hence you have been assigned a special training session. Upon its completion, those deemed qualified will officially become Jonin and will be assigned to classes based on their performance, while those who do not meet the standards will lose their Jonin status and continue their studies at the ninja school. The teacher at the podium spoke with a grave expression. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. What is this? Obito exclaimed, clutching his head. He had barely passed the graduation exam, and now there was to be a special training? This was difficult for him to accept. Moreover, failing the special training would mean losing his Jonin qualification. How could this be? I've just managed to bridge the gap with those two. Obito was thrown into a panic, while his classmates murmured amongst themselves. More special training? I thought we were going to be assigned to classes. How can this be? I have never heard of such a thing before. What is the purpose of this special training? Is it to continue learning ninjutsu? Many began to feel a sense of curiosity, yet some remained calm, such as those from prominent clans like the Hyuga, who were more or less privy to the current state of affairs in the ninja world. Has it really escalated to this point? Hyuga Shimizu furrowed his brow. As a member of the Hyuga clan and a cousin to Hyuga Hayashi, he was concerned. Perhaps, the missions that Kakashi and Feng are undertaking are not straightforward. Nara Shikaku, from the Nara clan, added thoughtfully. This special training is likely not as simple as it seems. The two soon grasped the true significance of the special training. Turmoil was brewing in the ninja world, and Konoha was evidently growing anxious, unable to afford them much time to adapt and develop. This special training mission is crucial and carries inherent risks. I hope everyone will take it seriously. The teacher continued. Now, I shall introduce the Jonin responsible for this special training, Lord Inuzuka Reiku. With that, he gestured towards the classroom door. With a clatter, the door swung open, and Inuzuka Reiku strode in, accompanied by Kakashi and Feng. Is that Kakashi and Feng? Are they also participating in the special training? The curiosity among the students intensified at the sight of them. Lord Inuzuka Reiku, I leave the rest to you. The school instructor ceded the podium to Inuzuka Reiku. Standing on the podium, the expression of Dan's was one of indifference, exuding the aura of a seasoned Jonin as he cast a cold gaze over the assembly. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Clearing his throat, he began. Now, allow me to elucidate the process and method of this special training. Much like the Nin exam, Dan's wasted no time and delved straight into the objectives of this training. The first assessment would take place in the second examination venue of the Konoha Nin exams, specifically within the treacherous Death Forest. Over the course of this exercise, nearly 100 death row inmates from the Land of Fire would be released into the forest. Your objective is straightforward: eliminate them. A single death row inmate slain will suffice for you to pass the first assessment. At Dan's pronouncement, the audience, including Obito and others, were momentarily taken aback. Kill? Murder? Even Hinata and Shikamaru furrowed their brows. For Obito and his peers, they had anticipated that this special training would involve learning ninjutsu and undergoing standard assessments, never imagining that the village would resort to such drastic measures. Were they, as freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy, to confront death row inmates from the Land of Fire? What manner of evaluation was this? In an instant, the previously quiet classroom erupted into commotion once more. Silence. Dan's banged his fist on the lectern. Those unwilling to participate may withdraw at this moment. This training program had been meticulously devised by Sarutobi Hiruzen and several high-ranking officials of the Hokage, evidently aimed at providing a somewhat safer alternative to engaging in combat against fellow ninjas on the battlefield. This confrontation was a derivative of the Nin exam, albeit with weaker adversaries for Obito and his comrades. Furthermore, I, alongside Kakashi, Feng, and other Konoha ninjas, will ensure your safety throughout this ordeal. However, once you choose to participate, should you sustain injuries, be they severe or minor, no one will come to your aid. This assessment merely simulates the Nin exam. Unlike the Nin assessment, your opponents will not be ordinary individuals, but ninjas akin to yourselves. If you lack the resolve to engage in this endeavor, it would be wiser to remain at the Ninja Academy. As Dan's cold words echoed through the room, the genin began to absorb the reality of the situation, their astonishment gradually dissipating. The mention of the Nin exam had evidently struck a chord. Indeed, wasn't that precisely the essence of the Nin exam? Moreover, the adversaries would be fellow ninjas. If they were incapable of confronting mere commoners now, what hope would they have during the Nin exam? With such thoughts, the emotions of the assembly stabilized. Do not be overly anxious. Your foes will be the notorious death row inmates of the Land of Fire. Individuals who have committed heinous crimes, some even having slaughtered numerous innocent citizens. They are ruthless and cunning. You need not harbor any guilt in vanquishing them. Nevertheless, Remain vigilant against these individuals. Do not presume that being a ninja grants you an effortless advantage over ordinary people. If one were to act carelessly, they might very well lose their life. With a tone of authority, Enzu Raito continued, "Now, anyone wishing to withdraw may speak up. I shall report to the Hokage." In the assembly, not a single ninja rose to their feet, not even the females among them. Observing this outcome, Enzu Raito felt a profound satisfaction within. Excellent. Tomorrow at this hour, we shall reconvene at the Ninja Academy. I will escort you to the Forest of Death for your assessment. Having concluded his address, Enzu Raito departed with the bewildered Kakashi and Feng in tow. The two had been training in the open space when they were suddenly summoned for a mission, which led them to the Ninja Academy. It was only after hearing Enzu Raito's remarks that they realized the village was organizing intensive training for Obito and the others. Upon leaving the academy, Enzu Raito elaborated on the task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to Kakashi and Feng. Upon hearing the details, both Kakashi and Feng were momentarily taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Enzu Raito. "You want us to be the final examiners?" Chapter 104, Attitude and Perspective. Upon being informed of their roles as examiners, Kakashi and Feng were momentarily stunned. "Indeed, your performances have been exemplary. Moreover, this task is not particularly challenging, as it remains within the village. For you too, it should pose no difficulty," Enzu Raito explained to Feng and Kakashi. From a standpoint of capability, both Feng and Kakashi were indeed adequate. However, the issue at hand was not merely their strength. It was the fact that they were of the same cohort as Obito and the others. While their peers participated in assessments, they found themselves in the role of evaluators, which created a sense of awkwardness. This is not necessarily a disadvantage. With the two of you present, they may perform even better. Furthermore, do not underestimate those death row inmates from the Land of Fire. Although they are mere mortals, each one is more ferocious than the last. If they are unprepared mentally, there is a risk of casualties, Enzu Raito asserted. Thus, your mission is of considerable importance. While ensuring the assessments proceed smoothly, you must also guarantee their safety. Upon hearing this, Feng and Kakashi nodded in understanding, and Enzu Raito departed with satisfaction. That afternoon, Obito and his companions sought out Kakashi and Feng. They were somewhat bewildered by the village's sudden announcement of special training. Upon seeing Feng, Kakashi, and Enzu Raito together, they concluded that the two must have some knowledge of the situation. Moreover, it was not only Obito. Hinata Shimizu and others also visited Feng's home. Compared to Kakashi, they had spent more time with Feng and were more familiar with him. Feng had anticipated such a scenario and had refrained from training that afternoon. As the group of over a dozen individuals, including Obito, crowded into Feng's home, it quickly became apparent that the space could not accommodate so many guests. Ultimately, they retreated to a secluded grove within Konoha village. What could possibly be the reason for this? Why, after graduation, must they undergo yet another assessment? Before anyone could voice their concerns, Obito began to voice his grievances. He was genuinely apprehensive about failing the evaluation and being relegated back to the ranks of the Ninja Academy, with the added humiliation of having his forehead protector confiscated. For a ninja, the forehead protector is a profound symbol of identity and honor. Even rogue ninjas wear theirs to signify their defection. "Do not fret, let Feng speak," one of the companions interjected. "Indeed, Obito, why are you in such haste? You are not the only one facing this assessment. You must be fearful of not passing." The other young ninjas began to chatter, and Feng found it somewhat overwhelming. Eventually, he raised his hand, and silence fell over the group. "I am not entirely certain about the specifics of this special training assessment. However, since it has been arranged by the village, we shall participate. I suspect it may be connected to the recent tensions between other villages. And might be on the verge of conflict with Suna. It is possible that war could erupt before long. Therefore, it seems the Hokage wishes to expedite your growth. War? Surely it cannot be that dire. Did we not just emerge from the Second Shinobi World War?" Upon hearing the word war, the young ninjas widened their eyes in alarm. Unlike the previous generation, including Naruto, they were not entirely unacquainted with warfare. Some had lost parents in the Second Shinobi World War. Feng's own parents had perished during that conflict, and the mere mention of war left Obito and the others feeling a mix of fear and trepidation. Hinata Hanabi and Nara Shikamaru furrowed their brows, their expressions suggesting they had anticipated this outcome. "So, this special training is intended to accelerate our development? But must we engage with death row inmates? Shouldn't we be learning formidable jutsu instead? Obito remarked, prompting a few others to nod in agreement. Feng shook his head at the assembled group. You ought to direct that question to the Hokage. In truth, he understood the rationale behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups in Konoha making this decision. Yet explaining it to Obito and the others seemed a daunting task, so he chose to remain silent. It is quite simple. Enhancing our jutsu seems futile. Nara Shikamaru chimed in. The improvement of jutsu and strength is not as straightforward as one might think. Rather than focusing solely on enhancing our power, we should cultivate a positive mindset. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. In my view, this special training assessment is not merely testing our abilities, but rather our thoughts and attitudes. As he concluded, the surrounding children displayed expressions of confusion, with only Feng remaining relatively unperturbed. Thoughts and attitudes? Indeed. I believe I have grasped the essence of this assessment. Just listen to me when the time comes. Nara Zenho declared with unwavering confidence. The first assessment should pose no problems. That's wonderful, but is it really without issues? A girl interjected. That Jamie mentioned that we would have to kill. To kill is to kill. Those are merely death row inmates from the land of fire, deserving of their fate. And should war truly erupt, would we show mercy on the battlefield? Let us not forget how many of our villagers perished at the hands of ninjas from other villages, including Feng's parents, who fell during the Great Ninja War. Another boy stepped forward, glancing at Feng. I apologize, Feng. I did not intend to bring this up. But the truth remains. Feng frowned, choosing not to respond. In truth, the boy's parents had also perished during the Second Great Ninja War, which explained his fervent emotions regarding the topic of war. For some, conflict is a frightful specter. For others, it embodies vengeance. Feng harbored no thoughts of retribution. He was unaware that the original Feng's parents had succumbed to a ninja's hand, and his memories of that past were faint. However, the boy before him clearly held a different perspective. Indeed, those individuals deserve death. Asuma interjected, we are merely enacting justice. Yes. So for tomorrow's assessment, Kai turned to the group, everyone should follow me. Even if we are separated, we must agree on a rendezvous point. Let us convene here today to strategize on how to face this challenge. Nara Zenho proposed. You all can discuss. I shall refrain from participating. Feng announced. Recognizing his unique position, it was prudent for him to step away at this moment. Nonetheless, he was curious about the actions that would unfold the following day. Chapter 105. The assessment begins in the Forest of Death the following day. The sun rose as it always did, and the streets of Konoha regained their vibrancy as Obito and others ventured forth towards the Ninja Academy. Today marked the commencement of their first rigorous assessment, and upon arriving at school, the students were inevitably filled with trepidation. Within the classroom, everyone gathered closely. Zenho, is the plan you outlined yesterday truly feasible? It seems rather complex. Indeed, especially since this is a special training assessment. After a night of contemplation, many still harbored a degree of fear. Listening to their inquiries, Nara Zenho furrowed his brow. He had clearly articulated the plan the previous afternoon, yet, including himself, everyone secretly felt a lack of confidence. After all, they were still unaware of who their opponents would be. After a brief tumult in the classroom, some expressed their willingness to team up with Nara Zenho, while others discreetly sought allies, hoping to overcome the impending challenge together. This assessment imposed no restrictions. Merely eliminating a death row inmate would suffice to pass. Thus, both solo and group endeavors were permissible. For the present cohort, including Obito and his companions, forming a group undoubtedly provides a sense of security, at least psychologically, as they feel considerably safer. Amidst the clamor, the door to the classroom was pushed open. The teachers of the school entered in unison, followed closely by Kakashi and Feng. Is everyone here? We shall commence roll call. Those who are absent will be deemed to have forfeited. The efficient and prompt manner of the instructor, Bonzu Reiho, was evident as he produced the attendance sheet and began to call out names one by one. After the roll call, it was confirmed that all were present, with no one having withdrawn. Very well, everyone follow me to the training ground. With that, Bonzu Reiho led the group towards the Forest of Death. Upon their return to the Forest of Death, Feng gazed at the surrounding barriers, filled with nostalgia. This was the very site of his Chunin exam, where he had vanquished numerous enemies from rival villages. The Chunin exam marked the inception of Feng's reputation as a prodigy throughout Konoha, and now, Obito, Guy, and others were to undertake a unique assessment within the same treacherous forest. The rules of the evaluation were straightforward. Each participant must personally eliminate a death row inmate and procure their identification, which was this. In the arena, Bonzu Reiho began to elucidate the assessment's regulations. In the midst of his explanation, he produced a white strip of cloth, emblazoned with various numbers. The area had been meticulously monitored by the villages Chunin and Jonin. There was no chance for the enemies to escape. Their only means of exit would be to obtain the headbands from the participants. Losing one's headband would equate to losing the opportunity to be assessed, resulting in disqualification. Hearing Bonzu Reiho's words, the expressions of the participants shifted slightly. He then emphasized further, upon entering the forest of death, you may choose to act alone or in teams. There are no restrictions on this. However, there are a few critical points to keep in mind. First, you must personally kill an enemy. There are 100 death row inmates within the forest, ample for your needs. Second, and this is absolutely non-negotiable, you must not harm your comrades. Should such an act be discovered, you will be immediately disqualified from the assessment and lose your chance to become a ninja. Must we do it ourselves? A young girl began to fret. 100? But there are only so few of us. Obito gathered the group, surveying their numbers. They were merely a dozen or so. All still children, tasked with confronting 100 scoundrels. It sounded rather brutal. Yet, as a ninja, such ruthlessness was a requisite. Have you all understood the requirements of this assessment? Understood. The group responded weakly. Subsequently, Bonzu Reiho called upon Kakashi and Feng. They would serve as the deputy overseers for this evaluation, responsible for ensuring the safety of the participants, and if any rule violations were detected, they would be tasked with expelling the offenders from the arena. Prepare to enter. Upon concluding his instructions, Bonzu Reiho glanced toward the guard at the entrance, who then opened the way. This time, unlike the Chunin exams, the entrance of the examination hall did not occur in batches for individuals such as Obito. It was evident that gathering a large number of people in one place was far from prudent, provided they possessed sufficient intelligence to realize this. Furthermore, this assessment lacked a time constraint, or rather, there was no time limitation for Obito and his companions. Gazing at the densely wooded death forest, Obito, Guy, and the others furrowed their brows, but in the next moment, they summoned their courage and resolve to venture forth. Yugao glanced back at Mukase, who smiled in return. Then she too stepped into the ominous depths of the forest. Simultaneously, within the confines of the death forest, a cluster of burly, bald men congregated among the thick underbrush. What on earth are these ninjas thinking? Forcing us to engage in a game with those kids in such a place, grumbled a robust man with an axe tattooed upon his head. He was a notorious criminal from the Land of Fire, having ruthlessly taken the lives of 3 civilians and a common soldier. After being apprehended, he had been sentenced to death, with his execution imminent. However, not long ago, he was brought to Konoha along with several fellow inmates. Most of these individuals were ordinary folk who stood little chance against the ninjas of Konoha, a fact that the bald man was acutely aware of. Upon arriving in Konoha, they were informed that they would participate in an assessment within the Death Forest, with the objective of obtaining the forehead protectors from the Konoha ninjas before nightfall. Initially, the bald men believed they were merely being toyed with by the Konoha ninjas, but upon learning that their opponents were merely a group of freshly graduated children from the Ninja Academy, the reality dawned upon them. Konoha was using them to cultivate their ninjas. One must not underestimate these youngsters. After all, they were ninjas. Yet, for them, this also presented a golden opportunity. Securing a ninja's forehead protector would grant them freedom and spare them from execution. Once I return, I shall ensure that the woman who reported me meets her end. Enough of this chatter. Let us check the time. Those kids from Konoha should be arriving soon. Let us prepare and show these youngsters that we ordinary folks are not to be trifled with. The group, consisting of 13 members, bore expressions of fierce determination as they noted the time. Subsequently, they sprang into action, intent on locating Obito and his companions within the Death Forest to seize their forehead protectors. Chapter 106. Is internal strife about to begin? What should we do now? In the Death Forest, not far from the exit, Obito, Rin, Yugao, Guy, and others came to a halt. Surrounded by the dim environment, confusion enveloped them. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy, they had yet to undertake any missions, and facing such a complex situation without guidance left even some adults bewildered, let alone children like Obito. Among the group, only Hinata Kiyoshi and Nara Zenpu remained relatively calm. Naturally, we must locate those individuals, eliminate them, and acquire their identification. Without a moment's hesitation, Obito spoke forth. Indeed, Obito's assertion held merit. However, we currently possess no knowledge of their whereabouts. Let us not forget, while we seek to obtain identification, those individuals also aspire to seize our ninja headbands. Hinata Kiyoshi began to analyze the situation. Thus, it is imperative that we gather intelligence on the enemy. Until we ascertain the enemy's strength, it would be unwise to act rashly. There are 100 of them, and we remain uncertain whether they are operating collectively. Should they be acting in concert, we stand no chance against them head-on. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, and others followed suit. Therefore, our primary objective is to collect intelligence? Kai inquired. Yet, he soon realized a pressing concern. How shall we gather this intelligence? Shall we split up? The mere suggestion of dividing their forces sent a wave of unease through many hearts. Asuma furrowed his brow. Despite being the son of the third Hokage, he found himself devoid of any privilege in this moment. I can assist with intelligence gathering, Hinata Kiyoshi declared. I have activated my Byakugan. The Byakugan is ineffective. They are merely ordinary individuals without chakra. Nara Shikaku retorted sharply. At the very least, it allows for greater sight. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted as the group engaged in fervent discussion. However, unbeknownst to them, a group of death row inmates had stealthily approached the vicinity. What a bunch of children. They are so brazenly discussing matters right at the entrance. It seems Konoha has not deceived us this time. But why are there only so few? Merely a dozen individuals, and only a handful of headbands. We have come with 100. Concealed among the trees, the death row inmates surveyed Obito and his companions, their gazes sweeping over their ninja headbands. Yet, they quickly recognized the severe shortage of participants entering the forest of death for the examination. They numbered 100, while Obito's group consisted of only a mere dozen. In such circumstances, even if they managed to confront Obito and his companions, it would be impossible for all to gain their freedom. As for targeting the Nin responsible for supervising within the forest of death, these inmates clearly had no desire to court death. It appears we must strike preemptively. Boss, what are your thoughts? Shall we proceed? If we are overtaken by others, acquiring headbands will become exceedingly difficult. Not so fast, let us wait. Though these individuals are merely children, they are all Konoha's genin. We lack experience with ninjas and are unaware of their capabilities. Let us observe if anyone makes a move. A lanky, gaunt man licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Rin, Yugao, and the other girls. Compared to boys like Hinata Kiyoshi, Kai, and Asuma, Rin and her companions were far more likely to become targets. Moreover, the Konoha ninjas merely stated they intended to acquire headbands. There were no stipulations regarding from whom they should obtain them. Acquiring headbands from other condemned prisoners is indeed a form of our own achievement. The emaciated man proclaimed as he leaned against the tree trunk, awaiting the unfolding events. Below, Obito and his companions were still engaged in tactical discussions. Although Nara Shikaku had conferred with everyone the previous day, once they entered the forest of death, a sense of unease lingered among them. The group could aptly be described as a rabble. Whenever someone proposed a suggestion, there was invariably a dissenting voice, and as the back and forth continued, they found themselves at an impasse, with Obito and Hinata Shimizu embroiled in an argument. Perched among the branches, Mufeng observed the heated exchange between Obito and Hinata, as well as the chaotic assembly of individuals, and could not help but shake his head. At that moment, Mufeng reflected on how astute Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to conduct this special training was. If Obito and his crew were to enter the battlefield in such a disarrayed state, survival would indeed be a mere fantasy. Meanwhile, Mufeng also noticed that two groups of condemned prisoners had caught wind of Obito and his companions' whereabouts, yet they remained still, seemingly biding their time. This was a test of patience between the two factions, each waiting to see who would falter first and take the initiative. In stark contrast to Obito's group, these condemned prisoners were evidently seasoned veterans. With your cowardice, we will never locate those individuals. Obito exclaimed in frustration. Forget it. I've made my point. I will act alone. As the argument between Obito and Hinata escalated, Obito turned to leave the crowd. An opportunity presented itself. Witnessing this, the hidden groups brightened at the prospect. Obito, wait. Hinata grasped Obito's arm and purposefully glanced towards Nara Shikaku, who nodded and began moving towards Kai and the others. Do not stop me. Obito retorted, seething with anger. I cannot allow you to leave. If you do, certain death awaits. Hinata continued. You may leave if you can defeat me first. Otherwise, you will obey my commands. Do you think I am inferior to you? Obito glared. Indeed. With that declaration, Obito unleashed a punch, which Hinata deftly intercepted. Fueled by rage, Obito was poised to strike again when suddenly, several robust figures burst forth from the foliage. Engage. The bald giant, unable to contain himself upon witnessing the internal conflict among Obito's group, roared as he charged forward with a cadre of 10 men. Observing this from his vantage point, the slender man felt a pang of urgency. He was about to act, but halted abruptly. For he noticed that aside from Obito and Hinata embroiled in their internal strife, the others had assumed defensive stances. They're coming. Kai, Asuma, engage. Narashikaku shouted. Understood. With that, Kai and Asuma dashed towards the bald-headed squad, while the others swiftly drew their kunai, identifying their targets to launch their projectiles. On the battlefield, the expressions of Kai, Asuma, and others suddenly shifted as the situation changed. Chapter 107. To toy with? To kill. Engage. With Narashikamaru's words echoing in the air, Kai, Asuma, and their companions sprang into action, hurling shurikens with remarkable speed. Their responses were swift, exhibiting a level of preparedness that suggested they had anticipated the ambush, as if it were a trap waiting for someone to charge in. Witnessing this scene, the members of the bald-headed team were momentarily taken aback. However, in an instant, a shuriken struck one of their own in the thigh, eliciting a pained scream that hindered his movements. Damn it, these brats did this on purpose, the bald-headed leader realized, directing his gaze towards Obito and Hinata Kiyoshi. At that moment, the truth dawned upon him. Obito and Hinata Kiyoshi had orchestrated this ruse to draw them out and confront them. In a flurry, several shurikens whirled towards the bald-headed leader, who sidestepped in an attempt to evade them. Yet, being an ordinary person, he could not dodge them all. One shuriken grazed his cheek, the sharp pain igniting a surge of anger within him. Damn those Konoha brats, do they truly wish for their demise? He growled, charging towards Kai and the others. Though they were not ninjas, they held a significant physical advantage, their muscles bulging as the bald-headed leader bore a fierce expression that could intimidate any ordinary child. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Kai. With a battle cry, Kai surged forward, executing a leaf-great whirlwind, delivering a powerful kick squarely to the bald-headed leader's chest. With a resounding thud, the leader was sent flying, as though struck by a colossal iron ball. Among them, Kai undoubtedly possessed the strongest taijutsu, and there was no doubt he would easily handle the bald-headed leader. Asuma, although lacking in raw power, exhibited far greater agility than the members of the bald-headed team, weaving through the crowd like a nimble monkey, deftly outmaneuvering them. Meanwhile, Mufeng observed the unfolding chaos with newfound clarity. He turned to Obito, contemplating how the latter had seemingly gained wisdom. Yet, upon seeing Obito's bewildered face, Mufeng grasped the truth. Obito had been oblivious to the plan from the outset. He had indeed quarreled with Hinata Kiyoshi and insisted on acting alone, while Hinata and Narashikamaru were likely aware of this. What is happening? Obito pondered. Confusion etched on his face as he witnessed the clash between the bald-headed group and Kai's team. Idiot. Stop staring and go support them. Hinata Kiyoshi shot a glance at Obito, exasperated by his lack of awareness. He could not fathom how, despite sharing the Uchiha bloodline, there could be such a stark difference in capabilities. With that, Hinata rushed to provide aid, engaging in combat with the nearest bald-headed thug. At this moment, among the dozen or so trainees, all the boys, save for a few girls, had begun to engage in combat with the bald death row inmates. Instantly, chaos erupted. One of the kicked bald inmates crawled out from the fray and spotted Lin and several girls, including Xiahong, standing aside. His gaze swept over their foreheads, revealing a glint of greed. Bring it to me. The bald inmate charged towards Lin and the girls like a famished tiger. Seeing this, Xiahong's expression tightened, while Lin's face turned pale. Yet, in the next moment, Xiahong unexpectedly gritted her teeth and lunged forward. With a swift movement, she positioned herself before the bald inmate and executed an upward kick that struck him squarely in the chin. A muffled thud echoed. Ah! The inmate howled, his legs clamping together, his complexion turning ashen, frozen in place. Immediately, Lin followed suit and delivered a punch directly to the inmate. Mufeng, perched in the tree, felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, he had been sweating for Xiahong, but now it seemed they had successfully incapacitated one inmate. Both Xiahong and Lin appeared considerably more at ease. As they gazed at the curled-up inmate on the ground, a flicker of guilt crossed their eyes. "Sorry, my apologies." In the next instant, the two of them, still apologizing, advanced towards the inmate. Before long, other girls joined their ranks, and in no time, the bald inmate fell unconscious. However, this victory bolstered the confidence and courage of Zaihong, Lin, and the others. The girls promptly set their sights on another bald inmate, and a small squad was officially formed. "Boss, the situation seems dire." Meanwhile, another group of inmates watched their beleaguered comrades with a hint of panic in their eyes. They had not anticipated that these Konoha youngsters possessed such formidable combat prowess. Particularly, the boy with thick eyebrows and another with an unusual fighting stance were exceptionally fierce. No ordinary 3 or 5 individuals could withstand them. As for the girls whom they initially underestimated, their techniques left the onlookers feeling uneasy. Without hesitation, they delivered kicks that rendered the inmates less defiant, followed by a flurry of strikes. Any man would struggle to endure such an onslaught. Moreover, there was another boy, stout and fierce-looking, who, despite appearing inept in combat, radiated an intimidating aura. Most importantly, his resilience was astounding. He had been knocked down several times, but rose again to rejoin the fray. As the battle progressed, it was astonishing that the physically robust inmates were not gaining the upper hand. Instead, the likes of Obito and his companions were prevailing. A few bald inmates, realizing the tide was turning against them, began to flee. Ultimately, in the midst of the confrontation, Hinata Kiyomi seized an opportunity, pivoted, and hurled a kunai that struck a bald inmate in the chest. Following that, with a resounding thud, Hinata Kiyomi stepped forward and delivered a palm strike that drove the kunai deeper into the inmate's chest. A kunai pierced the heart of the bald executioner, his eyes widening in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. Thud. In the next moment, his body collapsed to the ground, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, transforming him into a lifeless corpse, the kunai's handle still lodged in his chest. Death, he was dead. Witnessing this scene, the other bald men were overtaken by a flicker of terror. They had been engaged in a fierce battle with Kai and his companions, yet until now, no one had perished. With the first casualty, the significance of this confrontation had irrevocably shifted. Hinata Shimizu had slain an executioner, and a wild ferocity surged within his eyes. Instead of fear, he felt an insatiable urge to kill, to annihilate them all. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed his gaze upon another bald executioner, who, under such a fierce stare, began to cower in fear. "Flee! They intend to kill us." With a scream, the executioner bolted into the woods. Chapter 108. A difficult decision. Dead. As the first executioner fell, astonishment enveloped more than just their side. Obito, Kai, Asuma, and the others were equally taken aback. They turned to witness the executioner with the kunai embedded in his chest. Given the depth of the weapon, it was evident that he was beyond saving. Shimizu has killed that man." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Although they had received orders to eliminate their adversaries, when faced with the act of killing, Obito and the others lacked the resolve. In matters of murder, these executioners could indeed serve as their mentors. The executioners were panicking because fear had gripped them. After the skirmish commenced, they realized that this young leaf ninja was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Obito and his comrades were alarmed, for they were encountering death in battle for the first time. "Obito, don't let them escape." Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos, Hinata Shimizu, watched the fleeing executioners with a tightening sensation in his chest. He had felt a flicker of anxiety when he first struck, but as he beheld the executioner collapse, that tension and bewilderment dissipated. At that moment, Hinata Shimizu even felt as though killing was merely an act of this nature. His foremost thought was to accomplish the mission, to ensure everyone completed their objective. Yet, it was evident that intercepting the fleeing bald men was no longer possible for the bewildered Obito and his companions. The bald leader, upon witnessing death, began to flee as well. Although these executioners were no match for Kai and Obito, if they truly sought to escape, they could not be stopped. The executioners scattered, and Shimizu felt a pang of urgency. As Obito, Kai, and the others regained their composure, they noticed Shimizu's anxious demeanor and were inclined to pursue the fleeing executioners. "Wait, do not chase them." Just then, Narashikaku intervened, suggesting, "Let us handle those few over there first." With that, he pointed to the 3 executioners curled on the ground, rendered unconscious. The three individuals succumbed to the relentless leg techniques employed by Hinata and her cadre of female ninjas. Upon hearing Nara Zenfeng's words, Obito and Kai returned, with Asuma still somewhat disgruntled, muttering a few curses before rejoining the group. At this juncture, they split up to pursue their targets, wary of giving the condemned criminals an opportunity to strike back. The atmosphere soon fell into a profound silence. Perched upon a tree, Feng observed the scene below, simultaneously sensing that another group of death row inmates had vacated the area. Upon witnessing the combat prowess of Kai and his companions, they deemed their chances of victory in a direct confrontation to be minimal. Feng then became intrigued by how Obito and the others intended to handle these prisoners. What was to be done with them? After a brief respite, Shui procured ropes and bound all three condemned men. His initial inclination was to allow those present to execute them, yet no one dared to step forward. Naturally, the consensus was to eliminate them. They were defeated by Hinata and her comrades. They should rightfully belong to them, one male voice proclaimed. As the words echoed, the gaze of the crowd shifted towards Hinata, Sakura, and the others. Don't look at me. I can't bring myself to do it, Rin protested, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum. Hinata also waved her hands in refusal. I can't do it either. It was one thing to defeat the criminals using their leg techniques, but to kill them in front of everyone was beyond what the girls could bear. What should we do? A boy inquired, directing his gaze towards Hinata Shui, who, after the recent skirmish, had assumed a central role alongside Nara Zenfeng. I've already taken one down, so I fulfilled my part. It's your turn with these three. Shui lifted the credentials he had pried from the body of his victim, still trembling from the encounter. I'm not in a hurry, Nara Zenfeng admitted, revealing his own apprehension. This is quite the predicament. Obito voiced his dissent, suggesting, why can't we just tear off their credentials and find a place to confine them? That won't suffice. There are 100 of these criminals, and once we depart, their comrades will undoubtedly return. What then? Must we truly kill them? Indeed, Shui nodded, his gaze sweeping across the gathering. Unfortunately, no one was courageous enough to make the attempt. Even the more spirited Obito hesitated at that moment. Striking down a bound foe was not the way of a ninja. Instantly, the atmosphere grew chaotic once more, with even Shui and Nara Zenfeng unable to maintain order. In fact, during the earlier tumult, convincing Kai and the others to kill had not carried the same psychological burden as it did now. Previously, it had been a matter of life or death, but now, asking Obito and the others to execute the three condemned men filled them with overwhelming guilt, especially since these individuals had lost their capacity for resistance, and there were three of them. After much heated discussion, no one ultimately found the courage to step forward. Moments later, the group fell silent, gazing sorrowfully at the three bound criminals. To speak frankly, even Hinata Shimizu finds himself at a loss for what to do now. If he were to harden his heart, he could take action, given his upbringing in such a ruthless family. However, having already killed one person, he has fulfilled the criteria for the assessment. At this juncture, his intervention would hold no significance. Rather, it would instill fear in others like Obito. After a brief stalemate, the three death row inmates awoke from their stupor. Upon hearing the Leaf Village youths deliberating on their demise, but failing to reach a conclusion, they wisely succumbed to unconsciousness once more. They had discerned that ultimately, these individuals would not execute them. One of them, emboldened by desperation, contemplated how to escape and procure a forehead protector from Obito and his companions before fleeing. Feng, concealed in the shadows, observed this scene and shook his head. From the very beginning, he understood that none among Obito's group would take action. Hinata Shimizu was merely an exception. It was evident that, having spared that death row inmate moments ago, Hinata Shimizu was now even less likely to strike. With this in mind, Feng retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, which contained information about the death row inmates dispatched into the forest of death. After comparing the details of the unconscious trio, he extracted 3 shurikens, preparing to act. This time, in addition to his covert protective duties, he bore another responsibility: guidance. If Obito and the others hesitated to execute their task, it would fall to Feng and Kakashi to eliminate these threats. Just as Feng was poised to strike, Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward. I have a plan. I can ensnare them in a Jinjutsu, she declared, her face flushing. This way, they will cease to be our enemies. We can still complete the mission. Before she could elaborate, Obito interjected with a scoff. The group had anticipated Kurenai would take action. Yet it became apparent that none held the resolve to do so. Observing this exchange, Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. While Kurenai continued to argue with Obito and the others, Feng could no longer bide his time. With a swift motion, he launched the shurikens. The piercing sound echoed as they struck the 3 death row inmates in the chest, eliciting muffled gasps before they collapsed, lifeless moments later. Enemies are approaching. With this realization, Obito and the others immediately grew vigilant, scanning the direction from which the shurikens had been thrown. Just then, another shuriken whistled through the air, embedding itself into a tree. Its tip adorned with 3 white slips detailing the crimes of the deceased inmates. Having completed his task, Feng vanished without a trace. It's another ninja. Upon recognizing the shuriken, Hinata, Shimizu, and the others relaxed their guard. In the current death forest, only the ninjas from Konoha remain, and they are not adversaries. A young man discovered a piece of paper attached to a shuriken. Upon removing it and perusing its contents, he was taken aback. His gaze shifted from the 3 fallen death row inmates on the ground, his earlier sympathy replaced by a complex mix of emotions. What could this mean? Hinata Kayamizu approached to examine the paper as well. After a brief moment, everyone had reviewed the information about the 3 death row inmates, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd. These individuals truly deserved their fate. They spared not even the children. Daito's voice was filled with righteous indignation. A bunch of scum. Asuma spat in disdain, clearly agitated. Everyone, Nara Zenpu interjected. It is evident that these condemned criminals selected from our village are nothing but refuse. The dregs of society. They should have been executed in the land of fire. Yet here they are, brought to our village. We must demonstrate our resolve. If we cannot overcome this challenge, how can we call ourselves ninjas? Think, Hong and Rin, if you were the girls tormented by these death row inmates. How desperate would you feel before your demise? Nara Zenpu's words stirred the crowd, prompting many to empathize with the victims, heightening their recognition of the malevolence they faced. Next time, we will not show mercy, Daito declared. Nor will I, Asuma echoed. Very well, Nara Zenpu nodded, observing the renewed morale of his comrades. Let us discuss our strategy. Our enemies are numerous, yet they lack any ninjutsu, which presents us an advantage. We must learn to utilize our strengths. Even basic techniques like the body flicker technique can prove effective. After a fierce confrontation and confirmation of the inmates' crimes, Daito and his allies found themselves in a heightened state of excitement. The next time they encountered these death row inmates, even if they felt a twinge of compassion, remembering the heinous acts committed by their foes could harden their resolve. For a ninja, the act of killing an enemy is an essential lesson. It is not merely these guilty death row inmates. Even those who have committed no wrong can be met with lethal force due to differing allegiances. Konoha's education is relatively benevolent, yet that is merely a matter of perspective. Just like Hinata Kayamizu, who, after dispatching one of the death row inmates, found his emotions gradually settling. Daito and the others bolstered their spirits while searching for suitable strongholds and strategizing their tactics. Meanwhile, on the other side, damn it. How are these kids so strong? We can't even defeat them head-on. Boss, what should we do now? We are likely no match for the Konoha youngsters. After the emaciated man's group retreated, they gathered to deliberate their next course of action. They were originally part of a criminal syndicate engaged in the nefarious business of human trafficking. Initially, they ventured into villages affected by the Second Shinobi World War, abducting children to sell to various individuals or warfare organizations. However, as their organization expanded, their ambitions grew bolder, eventually encroaching upon the land of fire. This culminated in a grave miscalculation when a reckless member of their ranks kidnapped the granddaughter of a prominent figure in the land of fire, inadvertently leading to her demise. Consequently, their entire organization was dismantled by the authorities of the land of fire. Most of those sent to the Forest of Death were core members of the syndicate, each bearing the weight of at least 5 lives, with the number of children they trafficked reaching into the hundreds. A death sentence seemed a lenient fate for such individuals. The emaciated man served as the leader of the organization, yet his subordinates were clearly inferior to the earlier bald-headed crew. Observing the struggle of the bald-headed group against the assaults led by Obito and his allies, it was evident that they stood no chance. Confronting them was tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice. The pressing concern was that if they failed to acquire the Leaf Village headbands before nightfall, they would be executed in secrecy by the ninjas lurking within the Forest of Death. Ordinary individuals targeted by ninjas had no hope of escape. Cursed fate. It seemed their only option was to band together or await the moment when the Leaf Village children became separated. Filled with despair, the emaciated man was unwilling to meet his end so easily. Just then, a member of the condemned pointed ahead. "Boss, I believe I just saw a child darting past." "What? We must move swiftly. If that group of children catches up to us, we are finished." "No, boss, I only saw one person." "Are you certain it was just one?" "Yes, only one, and it appeared to have a blade at its waist. It was right over there, and then it zipped past." The condemned nodded earnestly. "One person, armed with a blade. Huh, surely, the heavens do not forsake me." Upon hearing this, the emaciated man burst into laughter. "Let us go? Everyone follow me. Let us take down that child." Encouraged by the thought of facing a lone opponent, the others bravely charged toward the direction indicated by the condemned. However, mere minutes later, in a clearing within the Forest of Death, a horrifying scene unfolded. "Monster, you are a monster." The emaciated leader of the condemned stared in terror at the child from the Leaf Village, who stood before him wielding a blade. Around him, his subordinates lay slain. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of steel met him. In an instant, the emaciated man collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Feng sheathed the cursed blade. 1, 2, 3, 13. It seems Obito and the others have a more arduous task ahead of them. With that, Feng swiftly departed to scout the positions of the other condemned. Meanwhile, it was Kakashi's turn to keep watch over Obito and the others. Chapter 110, Ambush. Exploiting vulnerabilities? Within the Forest of Death, the bald-headed squad, having been scattered by Obito and his companions, quickly encountered other members of the condemned. The executioners were cast into the Death Forest prior to the arrival of Obito and his companions. Much like the bald-headed team and the emaciated man, several other death row inmates formed their own factions. Unfortunately for the bald leader, he found himself captured by a group of over 30 executioners. The leader of these 30 was a robust, short old man with white hair, yet none among the inmates dared to underestimate him. From the outset, he single-handedly dispatched 5 executioners, subsequently rallying a formidable team around him. "So, you had an encounter with those Leaf Village brats before?" "Indeed, we were about 10 in number. But we were no match for those Leaf ninjas. One of them, a particularly fierce individual with thick eyebrows, was especially troublesome, along with 2 others who were far from ordinary. Moreover, those fellows were as agile as monkeys." The bald leader lamented his misfortunes. "How many were there in total?" "About 10. The bald leader replied. "Be precise." The opposing elder's eyes flickered with irritation. 13, a total of 13. "I cannot be certain if there were others. But we encountered, bang." Before the bald leader could finish, the elder delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. "Given this, you have outlived your usefulness." The elder glanced at the fallen bald leader and commanded, "Kill him." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other executioners glinted with malice. And soon 7 or 8 surrounded the bald leader, mercilessly beating him to death. Meanwhile, on another side of the forest, several executioners were sprinting through the Death Forest. After a considerable distance, the scar-faced leader displayed evident displeasure. "Hey, are you trying to deceive us? Where are those leaf brats?" He angrily glared at the man beside him. Just moments ago, their group of 5 or 6 had been hunting in the forest when they stumbled upon a fleeing executioner. The latter claimed to know the whereabouts of the Leaf Ninjas, stating that they were engaged in battle with another group and had sustained injuries, requesting to be taken to them in exchange for a leaf forehead protector. Upon hearing of such a prospect, the group readily agreed, allowing the executioner to lead the way. They initially planned to kick him aside after securing the forehead protector. However, to their dismay, after nearly half an hour of running, they had yet to catch sight of a single leaf ninja. Finally, their patience wore thin, and the leader glared fiercely at the guiding executioner. "Are you mocking us?" "Indeed." The response left the executioners momentarily stunned. Shui acted quickly. Yet, the next moment, with a shout, a loud bang echoed, and a cloud of smoke erupted into the air. The condemned criminals who were brought in glanced around, finding no signs of struggle or injury. The young leaf shinobi they sought had been right beside them all along, skillfully disguised as one of the other death row inmates, leading them into this trap. Disguising himself back to his original form, Nara Shikamaru swiftly employed a substitution technique, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, a flurry of shuriken and kunai whistled through the air from all directions. "Damn it!" one of the condemned shouted in fury. only to have his arm pierced by a shuriken in the next breath. Soon, the onslaught of shuriken and kunai engulfed the group, and in a matter of moments, all six bore wounds. At that instant, a precisely aimed kunai hurtled forward, striking one of the criminals squarely in the forehead. "Boss, the boss is dead. My arm. Ow, it hurts so much." The scene erupted in anguished cries, yet those lurking in the shadows, including Obito, remained hidden. The kunai and shuriken continued to fly, and soon, the remaining 5 succumbed, losing consciousness. "It's done." As silence fell over the battlefield, Hyuga Shimizu emerged from the thicket, followed closely by the others. This was their inaugural attempt at this hunting method, conceived by Nara Shikamaru himself. The objective of this assessment was to personally eliminate a condemned criminal and obtain their identification credentials. Acquiring such credentials was not overly challenging for Obito and the others. Yet the psychological burden of taking a life posed a significant hurdle, particularly for individuals like Asuma and Rin. Hence, Nara Shikamaru devised this ingenious strategy to exploit a loophole in the rules. By coordinating their efforts, if the condemned criminal were to perish, all would be deemed responsible for the kill, or they could simply assign credit amongst themselves, declaring whoever claimed the kill as the true slayer. In this scenario, Shikamaru was confident that even the Leaf Ninjas would struggle to ascertain the rightful credit for the kill. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of Shikamaru's plan was that the pressure of killing the enemy was evenly distributed among them, alleviating the burden on any single individual, especially for Asuma, Rin, and the others. Once the plan was finalized, Shikamaru transformed himself using the substitution technique to resemble one of the condemned, seeking the target and inviting them into the snare. Meanwhile, Hyuga Shimizu and the others lay in ambush, waiting for Shikamaru to return with the enemy before launching their assault. The effectiveness of this method became evident, as the condemned were swiftly ensnared in their own demise. However, witnessing the gruesome fate of the criminals left Obito and his companions feeling somewhat unsettled. Their expressions bore no signs of joy upon emerging from the forest. Just then, with a whoosh, a kunai zipped through the air, this time bearing several papers attached to its tip, detailing the heinous crimes committed by the 6 condemned before their demise. Upon witnessing the harrowing crimes inscribed upon the paper, the expressions of Nara Zenpu and his companions softened. "We are executing justice. Indeed, these individuals deserve their fate." The 2 boys voiced their sentiments, garnering the consensus of all present. "Now, let us procure their identity documents. We are merely 6 documents short." As they stripped the identity papers from the 6 individuals, Hinata Shimizu's solemn demeanor began to ease. However, at that moment, a loud shout pierced the air. "Haha! We found them! Over here!" A voice rang out from the nearby thicket, followed by a sharp whistle, and the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest. Blood vessels near Hinata Shimizu's eyes bulged as he activated his Byakugan. Scanning his surroundings, his expression suddenly turned grave. "Gather together, quickly. The enemy numbers over 40. Chapter 111. Surrounded so. These are the little brats from Konoha? Quite clever indeed. Those fools were easily dispatched. What shall we do, boss?" Rustling sounds emerged as a group of death row inmates emerged from the surrounding woods, led by a robust old man. The sturdy elder stepped forth from the foliage, first casting a glance at the 6 fallen death row inmates before directing his gaze at Obito and the others. Children on the opposite side. A smile crept onto the elder's face, revealing an unexpectedly amiable demeanor. "May we discuss a matter? If you hand over your ninja headbands, we shall ensure your safety within the death forest. What good is being a ninja? Look at those around you. Having become ninjas, they may soon meet the same fate. Lying cold on the ground. Imagine the sorrow your parents would feel. In other countries, upon death, there would be no one to claim your body. Your remains would be left for beasts to devour." The elder's gaze darkened as he extended his right hand. "Come now, surrender your ninja headbands. Why not be an ordinary person instead?" On the opposite side, Obito and his companions could not be swayed by the elder's mere words. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the elder's portrayal instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Do not heed his words. He merely seeks the headbands we have worked so hard to obtain. Nara Zenpu shouted in anger, and immediately, a murderous glint flickered in the elder's eyes as he regarded him. "You should concede. We shall never relinquish our headbands. This is my pride. I aspire to become Hokage and protect everyone." Obito stepped forward, incensed by the elder's manipulations. "I have no parents, but everyone in the village is my family. I became a ninja to protect them. Even if I perish on the battlefield, they will remember me. I am not like you selfish individuals, merely clinging to life. As Obito's words fell, the gazes of the others towards him subtly shifted. Indeed, the village is our home. Becoming a ninja is to protect the village. It is you wretches who deserve condemnation. Soon, the hesitation in their eyes dissipated, giving way to burgeoning anger. The robust elder, noticing this shift, felt a flicker of intensity in his gaze. His benevolent demeanor vanished, replaced by a brooding expression. You brats, I kindly advised you, yet you refuse to listen. If that is the case, then perish. Everyone, charge together. Time is of the essence. First, eliminate these Leaf Village brats, and then we shall distribute the headbands. The elder bellowed, and in the next moment, he summoned his strength, causing his shirt to burst as his muscles expanded. Kai, that fellow is yours. Upon witnessing the elder's clothing tear, Nara Shikamaru promptly spoke up. No problem. Kai responded with a thumbs up, his gaze fixated on the robust elder. Everyone, gather close. Girls to the center. At that moment, Hinata Shimizu spoke, and as his words resonated, he assumed the stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, prompting the other ninjas to spring into action, with Waihai Kurenai and Rin being shielded in the heart of the group. Just then, a fierce glint flickered in Waihai Kurenai's eyes as she began to form hand seals. Boom, boom. Soon, with Kai launching his assault, he clashed with the robust elder. Charge. Strike them down. Let the Leaf Village see us as mere pawns for their trials. Surrounding convicts surged toward Hinata Shimizu and his companions. And as the two sides collided, chaos ensued. The sounds of impact echoed, boom, boom, and punctuated by the muffled thuds of combat. Hinata Shimizu and his allies relentlessly repelled the advancing convicts, yet another would soon take their place. How is the situation? Meanwhile, atop a towering tree, Mufeng suddenly appeared beside Kakashi. This is likely the final battle. However, as for the situation, you can see for yourself. Kakashi observed the melee below involving Hinata Shimizu and the others, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, ninja possess strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even Obito's group would have an absolute advantage against an average adult. Yet now, they faced over 40 adults, notorious convicts, some of whom were formidable fighters. 1 against 4 while also protecting Waihai Kurenai, Rin, and the other girls. This situation does not appear optimistic. Things seem dire. These individuals are foolishly aspiring to be heroes at this moment. Mufeng regarded the encircled Hinata Shimizu and his allies, his brow furrowing slightly in dissatisfaction with their defensive strategy. The strength of Hinata Shimizu's group lies in their ninjutsu and agility, yet encircling themselves diminishes their mobility, appearing somewhat like posturing before the girls. Nevertheless, this maneuver did indeed invigorate the fighting spirit of Obito and the other boys considerably. However, relying solely on morale proves insufficient for victory, yet with Kai, it seems almost attainable. Shifting his gaze, Mufeng looked at Kai. Kai, Kakashi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, he has mastered the 8 gates. Mufeng nodded, asserting that opening just 2 of them should suffice against these ordinary foes. 8 gates, open. As Mufeng's words fell, a furious roar erupted on the battlefield. A surge of violent chakra enveloped Kai, manifesting as a misty white vapor. Subsequently, Kai unleashed a powerful punch that struck the heart of the sturdy elder, sending him flying and causing him to cough up blood. With a swift motion, Kai vanished from his position, reappearing before another condemned criminal. With a resounding thud, he felled yet another foe. Well done, Kai! Exclaimed Obito, cheering at the display. At that moment, the illusion technique, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, was activated by Kurenai Yuhi, whose aura surged ominously. Obito turned his head, his gaze meeting a pair of crimson eyes. In the next instant, the condemned criminal, poised to strike Obito while he was distracted, suddenly screamed, turning his aggression upon his comrades. Chapter 112. Passing the assessment. New mission. What's wrong with you? Are you mad? It was a ninjutsu, a jinjutsu from those youngsters. Damn it, someone needs to eliminate this guy. After Kurenai unleashed her jinjutsu, 2 condemned criminals began attacking their nearby companions in a frenzy. The assault on the battlefield was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, on the other side, who will stop this monster? Ah, don't come near. Where's the boss? Where's the leader? With the 8 gates opened, Kai wove through the ranks of condemned criminals. None could withstand his might. These fellows aren't too shabby, Kakashi remarked from his perch among the trees, observing Kai and the others' performance. Yet, They are merely dealing with ordinary individuals. Although Mu Feng said this, he nodded in agreement. He had initially anticipated casualties during this assessment, but given the current situation, it seemed unlikely. The growth rate of Obito and his companions surpassed Mu Feng's expectations, especially with Hinata and Nara guiding them. However, what astonished Mu Feng the most was Kurenai's newfound mastery of a Jinjutsu, which allowed her to join the fray and create significant trouble for the condemned criminals. It appeared that our intervention would not be necessary this time. Kakashi leaned against the tree, continuing to observe. As the condemned criminals witnessed Kai's rampage, they began to falter. Although ruthless when provoked, these criminals were primarily self-serving, and once they perceived a lack of hope for victory, they began to flee. After a few individuals fled, the assault by the death row inmates immediately collapsed. Hyuga Kiyomizu and the others ceased their defensive maneuvers and began their pursuit. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the scene. Among the 40-odd assailants, more than 20 remained, with 7 or 8 having perished on the spot, while the others bore severe injuries. We have triumphed. How infuriating. These rascals escaped too swiftly. If only I could catch up with them, I would make them pay dearly. And that wretched old man? He got away. I struck him once. He must be gravely injured. Kai exclaimed, panting, having just exited the 8 gates of Duenjia State. Kai, what was that jutsu you used? It was incredible. You erupted with such power. A boy inquired. The 8 gates of Duenjia, a physical technique that requires relentless practice. Mu Feng can also perform it, and he is even more proficient than I. Kai replied candidly. However, this technique should not be overused, as it is detrimental to the body. The boy silently committed the forbidden technique to memory. Mu Feng can do it too? Is he as formidable as you? Obito interjected, intrigued. He should be even better than me. Kai admitted, bashfully scratching his head. It was his first time being the center of attention among his peers. He was more accustomed to being in the background, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Well, hearing that Mu Feng is even stronger, Obito felt deflated. If he couldn't surpass Kai's performance, how could he hope to surpass Mu Feng? I will definitely exceed those two. On the other side, Kakashi and Mu Feng, upon witnessing the battle conclude, promptly received identical notifications. They had been closely monitoring the skirmish involving Obito and the others. Upon observing their victory over the 40-odd death row inmates, it became clear that the assessment need not continue. They informed Kakashi and Mu Feng accordingly. With the notification received, Mu Feng and Kakashi appeared before Obito and the others. Mu Feng, Kakashi, you have successfully passed your assessment. Follow me, Kakashi announced. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, joy erupted among the group, with Obito displaying a particularly triumphant demeanor. How was that? We performed admirably, didn't we? Obito turned to Mu Feng. Indeed, though you merely coasted through. Mu Feng nodded. Hey, Mu Feng, you can't say that. Obito protested. But Mu Feng disregarded him and walked alongside Kakashi toward the exit of the Death Forest. Although the assessment was brief, it was undoubtedly an unforgettable experience for Obito and his companions. Just as they exited the Death Forest, the hidden leaf ninjas within began to purge the remaining death row inmates. Shouts echoed from afar, but this time, Obito and his group did not react with the same panic as before. Instead, they furrowed their brows. Red, you performed admirably this time. You can even utilize Jinjutsu now. Seizing the moment of their collective endeavor, Mu Feng approached the radiant Yue Hong, softly showering her with praise. Upon hearing his words, Yue Hong's cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. It is all thanks to your unwavering support, Mu Feng-kun. Your own diligence is the true essence of success. She replied earnestly. Indeed, Mu Feng-kun, I shall strive diligently henceforth. One day, I too shall be of assistance to you. Mu Feng responded with a serene smile. Then you must put forth great effort. My progress is swift. With that, he quickened his pace. The nearest exit for Obito and the others was not far off, and soon, they arrived at their destination. Here, Hanzo and several other ninjas awaited their arrival. After a brief period of rest, Obito and the others were gathered before Hanzo. Firstly, congratulations on successfully passing the first assessment. Hanzo's expression was grave as he regarded the group. However, each of you must introspect and discern whether you have truly succeeded in this evaluation. Nara Shikamaru, he called, directing his gaze towards Shikamaru. I acknowledge that your ideas are commendable, but remember this, your cunning should be wielded against foes, not in defiance of the village's regulations. Your success in this assessment was not due to your strength, but rather the weakness of your adversaries. selfishness, greed, and foolishness. The 100 opponents you faced could not even overcome Kakashi or any of Mu Feng's prowess. The primary aim of this assessment was to fortify your resolve. And in that regard, Obito, you performed admirably. When tempted by the enemy, you stood courageous. Others exhibited doubt, raising concerns about your commitment to becoming a true ninja. As for the remaining aspects of this evaluation, I shall refrain from further comment. I will relay the specific details to Lord Hokage. Whether a second assessment is arranged will depend on Lord Hokage's satisfaction with your performance. Hanzo's admonition cast a shadow over the previously exuberant atmosphere of the crowd. Another assessment? Many felt a tightening in their chests at the prospect of a second trial. Now disperse. Hanzo disregarded the thoughts of Obito and the others, shifting his attention to Kakashi and Mu Feng. Kakashi, Mu Feng, come with me. There is a new mission. Chapter 113. The mission in the Land of Rain. Having exited the Forest of Death, Hanzo guided Kakashi and Mu Feng back to the village of Konoha. All right, that will suffice for now. Hanzo halted his stride. A new mission? Surely it isn't another assessment? Mu Feng inquired. No, this mission requires us to venture outside. The Land of Rain? Kakashi replied, raising an eyebrow. Haha, I knew I couldn't keep it from you two. Hanzo chuckled. Indeed, we are heading to the Land of Rain. Previously, Lord Hokage entrusted the task of contacting Hanzo, the leader of the Rain country, to Danzo. Just moments ago, Danzo made contact with Hanzo, the leader of the Rain country. However, the specific discussions must take place within the Land of Rain, and Lord Danzo has already arranged for personnel. However, Lord Hokage hopes that one of you two can also participate in this mission. Rest assured, this task carries minimal risk. Both Lord Danzo and one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru, will accompany the team to the Land of Rain, along with other Anbu ninjas. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they will be responsible for your protection. Danzo glanced at Kakashi and Mu Feng, but ultimately his gaze settled on Mu Feng, clearly favoring him as the choice between the two. Indeed, the risks seem minimal. After hearing Danzo's words, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Beside Kakashi, Mu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling an internal uproar. Minimal risk? Certainly. With Danzo, the Anbu, and Orochimaru, even Hans himself could not obliterate this formidable assembly. Yet the true peril does not lie with Hans. It resides with Orochimaru and Danzo. Heaven knows what conversation transpired between Danzo and Sarutobi to prompt Sarutobi to allow either Kakashi or himself to venture to the Land of Rain. And who can say what schemes Danzo and Orochimaru are concocting together? With such thoughts, Mu Feng instinctively prepared to decline. This mission should be entrusted to Kakashi. He began to speak. However, before he could finish, Danzo's expression brightened as he turned eagerly towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng, I knew you would not decline this mission. I heard that during the Chunin exams, you expressed a desire to take Lord Orochimaru as your mentor. This is indeed an opportunity for you, so seize it well. As he spoke, Danzo suddenly clapped Mu Feng on the shoulder, offering an encouraging glance that unmistakably conveyed, "Make us proud." Mu Feng looked astonished, and even Kakashi beside him offered a supportive gaze. Mu Feng was now solely interested in discovering who had spread the rumor about him wanting to apprentice under Orochimaru. Wasn't he that akin to courting disaster? Since Mu Feng was willing to undertake this mission, Kakashi, you will remain here to assist with the ongoing special training for this batch of students. Very well. Kakashi nodded. Thus it was settled. Mu Feng, remember to report to the Hokage building tomorrow morning. With that, Danzo turned and departed. Good luck. Kakashi encouraged Mu Feng before also turning to leave. Mu Feng's lips twitched, his emotions complex. Truth be told, after the recent incident in the Sand Village, Mu Feng realized that remaining in Konoha as a recluse held no future. If he wished to rapidly enhance his strength through the system, he must venture out to accept missions. With knowledge of the situation in the Land of Rain, Mu Feng was eager to travel there. After all, key figures such as Nagato and Yahiko resided there, and the Land of Rain was currently embroiled in chaos. One misstep could trigger combat missions, or even a war task. The appearance of a scorpion from the red sand has allowed Mu Feng to amass a considerable amount of darkening value. As core members of the Akatsuki, Nagato and Konin could undoubtedly accrue even more. Moreover, should turmoil erupt within the Land of Rain, the ensuing chaos would involve the formidable forces of wind, fire, and earth, engaging in a conflict that would undoubtedly surpass the duration of Mu Feng's previous mischief in the Sand Ninja Village. If a war mission were triggered, Mu Feng felt confident that he could easily surpass 100,000 in darkening value, potentially even enhancing the privileges of his system. Therefore, a journey to the Land of Rain is a necessity for Mu Feng. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that if he is to embark on this journey, he must accompany Danzo and Orochimaru, both of whom are formidable adversaries within Konoha, particularly Orochimaru, who had previously fixated on him during the Chunin exams. Traveling alongside him significantly diminishes the likelihood of remaining unnoticed. Additionally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old fox, undoubtedly harbors concerns about Danzo and Hanzo conspiring against him, which is why he has deliberately dispatched a contingent of ninjas to accompany Danzo under the pretense of assistance, yet in reality, it serves as a warning to Danzo not to act excessively. Clearly, Mu Feng is among this entourage, regarded by Sarutobi Hiruzen as merely a tool. Nevertheless, there is a slight advantage to being a tool. Mu Feng's actions in this instance are relatively secure. At the very least, Danzo and Orochimaru will not turn against him during this operation. Since circumstances have progressed to this point, it is prudent to take one step at a time. As he pondered, Mu Feng made his way homeward. The waters of Konoha run deep. Had it not been for a chosen one like Naruto, Konoha would have long begun its descent. After some casual reflections, Mu Feng ultimately attributed the situation to his own shortcomings. If he were stronger, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would find it challenging to manipulate him. Jiraiya serves as a prime example. Perhaps, once I have grown sufficiently powerful, I could contemplate severing ties with Konoha. The identity of Uchiha within Konoha is a grievous disadvantage. The intricacies of political maneuvering are exceedingly troublesome. Only strength can determine everything. Shaking his head, Mu Feng tightened his fist. The current state of Konoha has begun to weigh heavily on his mind, particularly after gaining insights from the original narrative. He understands that as a member of the Uchiha clan, the more conspicuous he becomes within Konoha, the greater the scrutiny he will attract. To remain forcibly within Konoha would yield unfavorable outcomes, as exemplified by Shursui and Itachi Uchiha. Previously, Mu Feng had not considered this aspect, but the current mission has instilled in him a sense of impending crisis. He does not wish to become a second Shursui or Itachi Uchiha. If necessary, Mu Feng would prefer to lead the entire Uchiha clan in defection from Konoha. However, achieving such a feat requires a long-term strategy and careful planning. For now, it seems he must first journey to the Land of Rain, ideally locating Nagato and Konin to acquire substantial darkening value. Additionally, if this mission could awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, it would be nothing short of splendid. Moreover, if the kaleidoscope is not awakened soon, the enhancement of strength will be rather sluggish. Upon returning home, Mu Feng reclined on his bed, beginning to devise his plans. Previously, his actions had adhered to the mission directives of Konoha, yet this time, Mu Feng resolved to follow his own strategy. Chapter 114. Has the physique been discovered? A crisis looms. Master Danzo, everything is prepared. We can set off for the Land of Rain tomorrow. An underling reported to Danzo within the organization. Indeed, Danzo nodded. This discussion with the Rain Ninja Village is pivotal for Konoha's future position in the Land of Rain, so you must exercise utmost caution. Additionally, bring that individual along. His abilities can counter the tailed beasts and are worth cultivating. Understood, Master Danzo. The subordinate nodded and continued. Furthermore, the ninja assigned by Lord Hokage has also been selected, and that Uchiha brat is among the ranks. Very well, I understand. Danzo waved his hand, and once his subordinate departed, his gaze sharpened slightly, lost in contemplation. That evening, Mu Feng meticulously contemplated his plans for the Land of Rain. The following morning, Mu Feng arrived at the Hokage building, where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Aizawa Raito awaited him. This time, Mu Feng was to accompany Danzo and Orochimaru to the Rain Ninja Village, with Aizawa Raito joining the entourage as well. Haha, Mu Feng, you didn't see this coming, did you? Aizawa Raito chuckled, revealing that he had already accepted the mission the previous day, intending to surprise Mu Feng. Mu Feng's impression of Aizawa Raito was not particularly profound, yet he recognized him as part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction, to which he also belonged now. Having a familiar face in the negotiating team was certainly advantageous for Mu Feng. This mission, Raito has probably briefed you on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. In addition to negotiating with the Rain Ninja Village, you have another task. At this moment, Mu Feng furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing of his additional assignment. Lord Hokage, are you certain? Absolutely. Minato has already reported your status to me. Your Flying Thunder God technique is quite proficient now, so this task should not pose a significant challenge for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, his expression growing serious. Since the Second Shinobi World War, the strength of the Rain Ninja Village has been on the rise, and Hanzo is a commendable leader. However, if this situation continues, it will not bode well for us in Konoha. Additionally, there are numerous other ninja organizations in the Land of Rain, and we must remain vigilant. If the Third Shinobi World War truly erupts, the Rain Ninja Village will become a critical location. Our generation is aging, Feng. The future of Konoha rests on the shoulders of you younger ones. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered an encouraging glance, his tone and words seemingly paving the way for Feng's journey ahead. Yet Feng was acutely aware that this was likely a ruse orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the Hokage of Konoha would never permit a member of the Uchiha clan to ascend to such heights. Following the Second Shinobi World War, the Uchiha had diverged from Konoha, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was destined to remain on the fringes of power within the village. As for Sarutobi's current words, Feng merely listened with a degree of skepticism. What piqued his interest more was the new mission Sarutobi had assigned him. Was it to investigate the other ninja factions within the Land of Rain? Feng murmured to himself, deep in contemplation. At that moment, the office door creaked open. Teacher. Feng turned to see Orochimaru entering the room. Feng-kun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Orochimaru greeted him with a congenial smile. Orochimaru, I am entrusting this mission to you. The situation in the Land of Rain is precarious. We cannot rule out the possibility of the Sand and Rock Ninja covertly thwarting our approach to the Rain Ninja Village. Should a conflict arise, your priority must be to ensure Feng's safety. Rest assured, teacher, I have a keen interest in Feng-kun as well. Orochimaru's words sent a shiver down Feng's spine, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. With Lord Orochimaru on our side, our mission should proceed without a hitch. Feng, you should express your gratitude to Lord Orochimaru, exclaimed Danzo, who stood nearby. At this juncture, Orochimaru still held considerable esteem within Konoha, otherwise, he would not be vying against Minato Namikaze for the position of fourth Hokage. Danzo, oblivious to Orochimaru's true nature, remained unaware of the cold-blooded serpent's intentions. But Feng harbored no fondness for him. Then I shall rely heavily on Lord Orochimaru, Feng replied, all the while devising plans in his mind for how to discreetly detach himself from the group once they entered the Rain Ninja Village to execute his own agenda. Furthermore, with Sarutobi having bestowed upon him a special task, he could easily claim to be investigating the other ninja factions in the Rain Ninja Village upon separating from the team. Be cautious upon your arrival in the Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo is a formidable ninja. Even if negotiations falter, do not engage in conflict. Sarutobi emphasized. Danzo is likely awaiting you. You may proceed. With that, Sarutobi waved them off. Understood, Hokage-sama. Yes, teacher. They responded in unison, and the three exited the office. At the village gates, half an hour later, Danzo's team officially set forth. Given the urgency of the situation, Konoha was wary of potential upheaval from the Sand and Rock Ninja in the Land of Rain, necessitating Danzo's personal involvement in this endeavor. Feng had long since acclimated to the pace of travel, positioning himself closely beside Danzo, nestled in the heart of the formation. Members of Danzo's root organization forged ahead, flanked by two guards who closely shadowed him, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Feng in stature. Soon, Feng deduced that this particular ninja was likely Yamato, who had recently joined the root organization. However, at this moment, he remained within the confines of the root. Feng was indifferent towards Yamato. His greater concern lay with Orochimaru behind him. Even having perused the original narrative, Feng found it difficult to fathom Orochimaru's enigmatic nature, as his methods seemed rather erratic. Conversely, Yamato, who was present within the team, exhibited an opposite demeanor, displaying less concern for Orochimaru than Feng did. This was because Yamato sensed a unique aura emanating from Feng, one that bore a resemblance to his own, yet was more refined. This aura was a manifestation of the Hashirama cells he possessed, making Yamato particularly attuned to the essence of Hashirama. However, Feng remained unaware that his secret was on the verge of being uncovered by Yamato, Danzo, and Orochimaru. Chapter 115, Under Attack. Hurry. We are nearing the Land of Rain. A gentle drizzle began to fall at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. As Danzo and his companions gazed upon the mist-enshrouded terrain ahead, they quickened their pace. Prior to formally engaging with Hanzo, Konoha had dispatched ninjas to establish a consensus with him, ensuring that Danzo's group would not face opposition from the Rain Ninja village during this operation. However, for the Iwa and Suna villages, Konoha's entrance was far from favorable news. Moreover, for certain local ninja factions within the Rain Ninja village, such as the Akatsuki, the presence of Konoha's personnel was an ominous signal. It was crucial to note that the current Rain Ninja village maintained an adversarial stance towards the three major nations of Fire, Wind, and Earth. Had it not been for the conflict among these nations within the Land of Rain, the region would not have descended into chaos, resulting in countless casualties and displacements. At present, Iwa and Suna had infiltrated the Land of Rain with a significant number of ninjas, and the addition of Konoha's forces signaled an impending calamity for the inhabitants of the Rain Ninja village, one they could not tolerate. Although Danzo's team was well equipped, each member understood that once they entered the Land of Rain, they would inevitably become targets. Standing at the center of the group, Feng lifted his gaze towards the distance, where he observed a cluster of collapsed structures, remnants of what once seemed to be a village, now abandoned. They had officially crossed into the territory of the Land of Rain. Simultaneously, a member of the root organization, tasked with scouting ahead, abruptly returned. Lord Danzo, we have discovered signs of battle ahead. Other ninjas may be in the vicinity. Shall we proceed? Let us move forward, towards the Rain Ninja village. Danzo's voice resonated with a grave tone as he surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at Orochimaru behind the group. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root member acknowledged before returning to the front, while the others in the team subtly edged closer to Feng. Meanwhile, at the rear of the group, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a hint of disdain. Swish, swish, swish. In the rain, a throng of individuals continued to rush onward. Meanwhile, not far from the crowd, within the confines of a desolate village, a discussion ensued among several ninjas in a dilapidated room. Are you certain? They are indeed from Konoha? Yes, it has been confirmed. Very well, prepare to execute the plan. We have not reached an agreement with the Rain Village, and we must ensure that the Konoha personnel do not come into contact with Hanzo. Surrounding them were a few Rain Village ninjas, cowering in the corners, their eyes filled with dread. Let us proceed according to the plan. We must sever the ties between the two parties before the Konoha team arrives at the Rain Village. One of the ninjas approached the cowering Rain ninjas in the corner. No, please. A few minutes later, one of the team members, Nezuko, whispered to Feng, stay closer. His gaze remained fixed ahead. An enemy attack. There are foes approaching. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the front, followed by the sound of exploding tags. Toanzo, standing beside Feng, immediately reacted, charging forward, while Orochimaru at the back of the team turned to face the hostile ninjas encircling from the other side. Feng and Nezuko also glanced back, realizing that the personnel engaged in battle with the root organization were merely a diversion, while the three ninjas approaching from behind appeared to be significantly stronger. However, upon noticing their attire, a frown creased Feng's brow. Rain Village ninjas? Feng fixated on the forehead protectors of the three. Equally astonished was Nezuko. Damn it, that's Orochimaru, one of the legendary three of Konoha. What is he doing here? We must retreat. The trio across, sensing the apprehension in Orochimaru's eyes even before engaging, began to contemplate withdrawal. Yet, Orochimaru offered them no opportunity to escape. Shadow Snake Hand. He raised his right hand, and several serpents, as thick as a small arm, shot forth from his arm, hurtling towards the trio. Scatter. The three ninjas felt a tightening in their chests. One drew a short blade from his waist, swiftly slicing through several of the snakes that fell to the ground. The other two, seizing the moment, dashed toward Orochimaru's physical form. Die. Gripping their kunai tightly, they hurled the weapons through the air, aiming directly for Orochimaru's head. Emotionless, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated, coiling toward the two attackers. Startled by the spectacle of such a technique, they had never witnessed anything like it. As their pupils constricted, one of them found himself ensnared by Orochimaru's elongated neck. With a decisive snap, the sound resonated sharply as the life flickered from his eyes. Once released, his lifeless body plummeted to the ground. Orochimaru then turned his gaze toward the remaining ninja. In that moment, the ninja was taken aback, and the one who had just severed the serpent's shadow was equally astonished. Orochimaru's combat style was utterly terrifying to them, and more importantly, They had never encountered anything like it before and had no idea how to respond. "We must resist together," declared the ninja wielding a short blade, his expression grave. Yet, before he could finish speaking, his companions, Rado and Feng, were already poised for action. "Fire style, great fireball technique," Rado shouted, and in the next instant, a massive fireball surged toward the two opponents. Seeing the approaching inferno, the two adversaries quickly dispersed, casting a wary glance toward Rado. "Another Jonin? We must retreat. This mission has failed. We must report to Hanzo," one of the ninjas declared. Faced with Orochimaru alone, they struggled, and with Rado joining, victory seemed impossible. The other enemy, recognizing the dire situation, nodded in agreement and began to withdraw. However, at that moment, Rado commanded, "Feng, do not let them escape." The two opposing ninjas' pupils constricted at the sound of his voice. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Feng appeared before them. Windblade, ring break. In an instant, Feng was before the two enemies, his cursed blade dancing in the air. With a swift motion, the blade surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed mercilessly at their necks. The two were startled, utterly baffled by Feng's sudden appearance. All they could do now was resist. The enemy with the short blade positioned it defensively in front of himself, hoping to block Feng's strike. But in the next moment, his pupils dilated, and he instinctively recoiled. With a resounding slice, the enemy's short blade was cleaved in two, the sharp blade's aura slicing through his neck, leaving a crimson mark. The enemy with the short blade was filled with shock, internally relieved that he had prepared in advance and had not overestimated his weapon. Otherwise, his head would have surely been severed. Meanwhile, the other ninja also attempted to escape, but Feng's wide-reaching attack grazed him, leaving a bloody gash across his chest. Both adversaries now focused warily on Feng, displaying evident trepidation. But at that moment, Rado charged forward, wielding a katana. "Split and retreat," he urged, prompting the two foes to act with urgency. One ninja executed a substitution technique, vanishing with a loud bang, while the other dashed away into the distance. As rain cascades around them, the two individuals attempt to escape. Feng and Bingzu Lei, each targeting a separate adversary, find their pursuit hampered by the inclement weather and their own pressing mission. Feng sheaths his demonic blade and, in an instant, charges towards one of the fleeing figures, while Bingzu Lei pursues the other. Observing their split actions, Orochimaru refrains from intervening, instead approaching the body of the ninja he had slain. A member of the Rain Village? Orochimaru inspects the corpse, finding the headband of the Rain Village. Yet, he soon discerns discrepancies. The headband bears scratches and signs of forceful tugging, and the aura of this ninja does not resonate with that of a Rain Village shinobi. Clearly, this individual is not affiliated with the Rain Village. Someone seeks to sabotage this negotiation. Having examined the remains, Orochimaru rises and strides towards the front of the group, where Danzo and members of the Root have already concluded their skirmish. Moments later, Feng and Bingzu Lei return to their companions. "What transpired?" Bingzu Lei inquires. "They escaped." Feng shakes his head. "It appears they were well prepared. The one I pursued managed to flee as well." Bingzu Lei furrows his brow. At that moment, he notices a member of the Root approaching Danzo. "Did you manage to detain them?" "No. They were likely of Jonin caliber and remarkably swift. Given the weather, I deemed it unwise to continue the chase." Bingzu Lei responds candidly. "Well done." Danzo interjects as he approaches, summoning other Root members to bring forth two bodies. These two are undoubtedly ninjas from the Rain Village, their identities beyond dispute. However, the sole anomaly is that they appear to have been under the influence of Ninjutsu. It is inconceivable that Hanzo would orchestrate such a reckless assault with only mid-level shinobi. Danzo articulates, revealing his high regard for Hanzo. Could it be Iwa or Suna? Or perhaps another shinobi faction from the Land of Rain? A Root member speculates. "It matters not. Our immediate priority is to send word to the Rain Village and establish contact with Hanzo," Danzo declares, turning his gaze towards Feng. Beside him, Bingzu Lei senses the gravity of the situation. "Isn't this a bit hasty? If these individuals truly are from the Rain Village, dispatching someone to them now seems imprudent." "Impossible." Orochimaru interjects. "That man would never act in such a manner. If he were to do so, he would confront us himself." Feng, "I have heard you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." As these words leave Orochimaru's lips, a shiver runs down Feng's spine. With the conversation veering in this direction, Feng comprehends the intentions of both Danzo and Orochimaru. They desire him to initiate contact with Hanzo. Yet, Feng does not perceive the current situation as sufficiently dire to necessitate ascertaining Hanzo's stance or to seek the protection of the Rain Village at this juncture. Compared to this reasoning, Feng is more inclined to believe that Danzo and Orochimaru have some ulterior motive for wanting to distance him, or perhaps to separate him from Pingzu Leitong. Both of them are affiliated with the third Hokage, and upon their arrival in the Land of Rain, aside from their meeting with Hanzo, it is evident that they harbor other intentions, matters that must not reach the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feng has little interest in the affairs of Danzo and Orochimaru. At this stage, he feels it prudent to keep a considerable distance from them. I can head to the Rain Ninja Village first, but how will I meet Hanzo? Feng inquired. Take this, Danzo said after a moment's hesitation, handing Feng a letter. Once you arrive in the Rain Ninja Village, this will naturally prove your affiliation with Konoha. Stowing the letter away, Feng cast a glance towards the direction of the Rain Ninja Village. Is it too reckless to send Feng there? Those individuals will undoubtedly lay in wait along the path to the Rain Ninja Village. Pingzu Leitong interjected, clearly concerned about Feng's safety. Feng Kuan is the best choice. He has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and no ordinary ninja can impede him, Orochimaru remarked. Although he had studied the Flying Thunder God technique to some extent, Orochimaru had never pursued its mastery, deeming it a time-consuming endeavor. However, witnessing Feng's rapid acquisition of the technique only deepened Orochimaru's curiosity about him. Yet, at present, the tasks he and Danzo were engaged in took precedence over Feng. Very well, Feng, do exercise caution, Pingzu Leitong urged. Understood. Feng nodded. In truth, he had long wished to distance himself from the group, and now that Orochimaru and Danzo had presented him with this opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Feng planned to head directly to the Rain Ninja Village upon leaving the group. Ideally, he would make contact with Hanzo. If that proved impossible, he had no intention of lingering in the Rain Ninja Village. He intended to seek out the Akatsuki organization, or at the very least, search for individuals from the Sand or Rock Ninja villages, hoping to trigger some missions. Ultimately, Feng's sole aim on this excursion could be summed up in 3 words: stir up trouble. Chapter 117. Arrival at the Rain Ninja Village. Within the borders of the Land of Rain, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky. On a road, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of ninjas raced forward, their heavy steps splashing mud beneath them. Hurry! The front line has spotted the Rock Ninja Village ninjas. Damn it, those wretches are back again. This time, we must defend our homeland. Yahiko is on the way. Let's quicken our pace. Several ninjas clad in black with red cloud motifs from the Rain Ninja Village shouted as they dashed ahead. They were members of the Akatsuki organization, currently en route to confront the Rock Ninja Village. Not far from this group, 3 individuals donned in Akatsuki attire were also racing forward. Yahiko, do you think everything will be all right? The movements of the Earth and Wind countries seem rather peculiar this time. A striking beauty with blue hair inquired, facing none other than Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki organization. Following closely behind them was a red-haired youth, notable for his extraordinary eyes. These 3 individuals were Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. At this juncture, they had already established the Akatsuki and had garnered a faction of Rain Country ninjas to join their ranks, undertaking minor commissions from the Rain Country and its neighboring territories, all while shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding their homeland. Currently, the Mangekyou and Mangekyou had dispatched a multitude of ninjas into the Rain Country, inciting the ire of Akatsuki's members. Most of them had experienced the Second Shinobi World War and harbored a certain aversion towards the 3 great nations surrounding them. This aversion was, in fact, justified. Should discord arise among the 3 great nations, the Rain Country would likely become a battleground for their conflicts. The Second Shinobi World War had already transpired, and life in the Rain Country during that tumultuous period had been far from easy. Witnessing the movements of a Mangekyou and Mangekyou, the Akatsuki could only oppose them, striving to thwart their entry into the Rain Country by any means necessary. The members of Akatsuki had already detected the presence of a Mangekyou ninjas within the Rain Country. However, after initial contact, no consensus was reached, leading to an outright clash. Yahiko and his companions received intelligence from Akatsuki members and rushed to support their comrades. They dashed through the rain, accompanied by other Akatsuki members. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a ninja landed before them. Yahiko, we have spotted a ninja ahead, seemingly from Konoha. He is heading towards the Rain Village. From Konoha? Are we certain? Upon hearing this, Yahiko and his companions exchanged solemn glances, their brows furrowing in concern. The actions of the Mangekyou and Fugaku had already caused them considerable distress, and the addition of a Konoha ninja only compounded their worries. Was the Second Shinobi World War about to unfold once more upon the Rain country? Yahiko, Conan remarked, observing the tension in his clenched fists. Let us proceed with our support. Regardless of the outcome, we possess sufficient strength this time, Yahiko declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. During the Second Shinobi World War, Conan, and Nagato had been mere orphans amidst the chaos, struggling to secure their own sustenance. Fortunately, they encountered Jiraiya, who guided them towards becoming formidable ninjas. Yahiko, characterized by his optimism and a hint of heroism, emerged from the Rain country, having witnessed the devastation of the Second Shinobi World War. Upon becoming a ninja, he sought not only personal sustenance, but aspired to lead the entire Rain country towards a path of strength. Perhaps initially, such aspirations had not fully formed in his mind, but with the expansion of the Akatsuki scale, it was evident that Yahiko had embraced this vision. In the original narrative, had it not been for Danzo's scheming to incite discord between Hanzo and the Akatsuki, Yahiko and his companions might have successfully allied with Hanzo, potentially leading to the prosperity and strength of the Land of Rain. As the three members of the Akatsuki set forth, on the other side, Mufeng was racing toward the Rain Ninja Village. Along his journey, Mufeng encountered various other ninjas, some affiliated with the Akatsuki, others with different factions, and a few belonging to the Rain Ninja Village. Upon recognizing Mufeng's identity, these ninjas chose not to engage. They exchanged fleeting glances and hurriedly departed. The situation in the Land of Rain had evidently shifted, and at this critical juncture, no one wished to stir trouble, including the mercenary ninja teams within the Land of Rain, which had also adopted a more subdued demeanor. After a long day of travel, Mufeng finally beheld the Rain Ninja Village. However, this version of the village was not as it appeared in the original work, where towering structures dominated the skyline. From a distance, the Rain Ninja Village displayed a few tower-like buildings, yet overall, it resembled a rather ordinary village. Upon Mufeng's arrival at the village, the rain had ceased, giving way to a brilliant rainbow that uplifted his spirits. He approached the village entrance when, with a swift motion, he was intercepted by two young ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village. Halt! The vigilant youth scrutinized Mufeng while glancing at his Konoha forehead protector. A ninja from Konoha? Mufeng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have received orders from Lord Hokage to accompany Lord Danzo to the Rain Ninja Village for negotiations. However, we were ambushed en route, and Lord Danzo instructed me to arrive early to assess the situation. Mufeng articulated his purpose. The two young ninjas furrowed their brows. Do you have any proof? Mufeng produced the letter Danzo had entrusted to him, stating, This is Lord Danzo's letter. You may present it to your leader, Lord Hanzo. As his words hung in the air, the two sentinels exchanged uncertain glances. One of them hastily retreated into the village. After a brief interval, another middle-aged ninja emerged from the Rain Ninja Village, exuding a more formidable presence, presumably a Jonin. What brings you here? The middle-aged ninja inquired, his gaze falling upon Mufeng with a hint of surprise, likely due to Mufeng's youthful appearance. However, his attention quickly shifted to Mufeng's Konoha forehead protector. A ninja from Konoha? He remarked, his brow furrowing further. Follow me. Lord Hanzo is already aware of the situation. With that, the middle-aged ninja turned and strode into the Rain Ninja Village, while Mufeng tucked the letter away and followed closely behind, entering deeper into the village. Chapter 118. The Demigod of the Ninja World, Hanzo following the Rain Ninja. Mufeng stepped into the Rain Ninja Village. After the rain, the streets retained a hint of moisture, and as Mufeng trod upon the cobblestones, he surveyed the surroundings. Unlike Konoha, the Hidden Rain Village appears conspicuously backward, with its ordinary structures being modest in height, predominantly constructed from stone. Upon seeing Mufeng, the townsfolk by the streets cast him peculiar glances, evidently recognizing him as an outsider. This observation led Mufeng to ascertain that the Hidden Rain Village is rather insular. Although Konoha also exhibits a degree of exclusivity, the presence of merchants and clients ensures that the common folk do not regard strangers with such scrutiny. Additionally, Mufeng noted that the civilians of the Hidden Rain Village displayed considerable respect towards the Jonin preceding him, parting ways in acknowledgement, albeit their reverence was tinged with a hint of trepidation. This aspect starkly contrasts with Konoha. From these subtle indicators, Mu Feng discerned that the governance within the Hidden Rain village is not as robust as that of Konoha. Otherwise, a significant number of ninjas would not have been absorbed into the Akatsuki organization. His previous visit to the Sand Village left him with an unfavorable impression, yet this time, the overall ambience of the Hidden Rain village felt even more dismal. Reflecting upon Konoha's prosperity, aside from formidable ninjas like Hashirama Senju and the Nine Tails, it primarily thrived on the support of its peers. Quickly, we are nearing Lord Hanzo's residence. Under the guidance of a rain ninja, Mu Feng soon arrived at a grand edifice perched on elevated ground. Hanzo's abode was remarkably opulent, reminiscent of the structures from the Warring States period in the Land of Water, and distinct from the other buildings in the Hidden Rain village. It was wooden. Before entering, Mu Feng surrendered his demon blade and pouch of ninja tools, after which a female ninja escorted him to a guest room. Please wait a moment. Lord Hanzo will be here shortly. In the room, Mu Feng settled in to await his arrival. After a brief interlude, the door creaked open, and a young man adorned with a mask entered. Mu Feng immediately recognized him as Hanzo, often referred to as the demigod in the world of Naruto. Konoha has sent a mere child. Hanzo's gaze reflected a flicker of disdain upon seeing Mu Feng, though it softened slightly upon noticing the Uchiha emblem on his attire. An Uchiha, how intriguing. Rising to his feet, Mu Feng recalled Hanzo's deeds. The original Naruto narrative offers scant details about Hanzo, yet they are profoundly significant. The titles of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, were bestowed upon them by Hanzo. Moreover, Yahiko met his demise at Hanzo's hands, and to some extent, the tragic fate of Nagato was also a consequence of Hanzo's actions. Despite this, Hanzo is portrayed with high regard in the original story. Although his combat prowess is not depicted as particularly exceptional, and his battles with Jiraiya and the others are merely glossed over, even his abilities post-reanimation do not seem overwhelmingly formidable, leading many to perceive the title of demigod as somewhat inflated. Mu Feng himself harbored doubts about the true extent of Hanzo's combat strength. However, now, upon encountering Hans once again, Mu Feng found that his initial thoughts had considerably faded. As Hans entered the room, Mu Feng was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of pressure, particularly emanating from Hans's piercing gaze, which made Mu Feng acutely aware of a slight sting in his psyche. This individual's willpower was undeniably extraordinary. Mu Feng marveled inwardly. At that moment, he discerned that in terms of ninjutsu and raw strength, Hans might not be as formidable as he had anticipated. Nonetheless, the moniker of demigod was not bestowed without reason. Firstly, Hans emerged during the tumultuous Second Shinobi World War, a time when the likes of Hashirama Senju had already perished and Madara Uchiha had retreated into obscurity. Although Hans's prowess did not rival that of Hashirama and his contemporaries, at his zenith, his strength was comparable to that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Coupled with the venom of the salamander coursing through his veins, encountering Hans in hostile circumstances was tantamount to facing death for most ninjas, even elite Jonin. Thus, it was inevitable that Hans would carve a name for himself in such dire times. However, the title of demigod appeared somewhat overstated. Mu Feng could only attribute it to Hans's origins. Born in the Land of Rain, Hans managed to establish Rain Village amidst the conflicts involving the great nations. A feat not solely achievable through strength, especially considering that even formidable ninjas like the Raikage had perished in the war. Hans earned the title of demigod not just for his combat abilities and the salamander's venom, but more importantly, for his intellect and indomitable will. It could be said that during the Second Shinobi World War, Hans safeguarded the Land of Rain and its village from the clutches of the great nations. A monumental achievement in itself. In the world from which Mu Feng hailed, Hans would be akin to a figure like Gandhi, a guardian of his nation, whose strength commanded the respect of other countries and ninja villages. Given this context, Hans's title of demigod seemed less anomalous. Yet, it appeared that in his later years, Hans had lost his way, or perhaps the issues within Rain Village had provided an opportunity for Danzo and Konoha to orchestrate Hans's downfall. Reflecting on Hans's life, Mu Feng felt a tinge of regret. Just then, Hans settled across from him. "Please, take a seat," Hans said, his voice slightly rasping through his mask. "Danzo must have entrusted you with a letter." "Here it is," Mu Feng replied, producing the letter given to him by Danzo. Hans paid little attention to Mu Feng, perceiving him merely as a subordinate. Taking the letter, Hans read it with increasing seriousness, his brow furrowing deeper with each line, until he finally lifted his gaze to Feng. You encountered an attack from Rain Village ninjas during your journey? Feng nodded. Indeed, but the circumstances seemed rather peculiar. They couldn't possibly be under the orders of Lord Hans. Not at all. Hans replied decisively before rising to his feet. I am already aware of this matter. The task of the Leaf's ninja has been accomplished. I shall arrange for your accommodation in the village of Rain. As these words fell, Hanzo prepared to summon someone. However, at that very moment, a voice cried out, Lord Hanzo, there's trouble. A battle has erupted in the north. A ninja from the village of Rain rushed in, exclaiming, members of the Akatsuki organization are clashing with the Rock Village. A substantial number of rock shinobi have breached our defenses. Chapter 119. The emergence of Black Zetsu, Lord Hanzo. An anxious Rain ninja burst into the room. The Akatsuki and the Rock Village are engaged in combat near the northern border. The Rain ninja appeared flustered, his complexion pale. Hanzo did not respond immediately but cast a cold, piercing glance at the intruder. The Rain ninja shuddered and quickly began to apologize. I beg your pardon, Lord Hanzo. I was too agitated. Hanzo's stern gaze gradually softened, and Feng could distinctly sense the tension dissipating from the Rain ninja. The Akatsuki, once again, their leader, if I recall correctly, is named Yahiko. Indeed, Lord Hanzo, the Rain ninja affirmed. Very well, I am aware of the situation. First, summon Chizuru, and then gather Ryushin and the others. Hanzo commanded. Understood, Lord Hanzo. The Rain ninja nodded eagerly and departed. As he watched the ninja leave, Hanzo turned to Feng, casting a fleeting glance but uttering no words. Silence soon enveloped the room again, and Feng felt a tad awkward. As the envoy sent from the Leaf, it was not his place to inquire into the affairs of the Land of Rain. Before long, a female ninja clad in a tight black combat uniform appeared at the entrance. Lord Hanzo, you called for me. She glanced at Feng before addressing Hanzo. This is the envoy from the Leaf. You are to attend to him. I have matters to attend to, so this is where I take my leave. Hanzo's cold tone left no room for discussion, and after his words, he swiftly exited the room, clearly in haste to address the conflict between the Akatsuki and the Rock Village. Only then did Feng take a closer look at the female ninja before him. She appeared to be slightly older than Feng, likely around 17 or 18, yet her black combat attire enveloped her form, revealing a physique that belied her age. After Hanzo's departure, the female ninja's gaze fell upon Feng, her elongated phoenix eyes betraying a hint of curiosity, though her demeanor remained aloof. I am Chizuru. Please follow me, she spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Uchiha Feng. He introduced himself succinctly. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Chizuru paused briefly, her eyes reflecting heightened curiosity as she regarded Feng. Under Chizuru's guidance, they proceeded out of Hanzo's quarters, and once outside, Chizuru's rigid posture seemed to relax slightly. She turned to Feng and said, Please, follow me this way. Swiftly, the two traversed the streets of the Rain Ninja Village, and before long, Chizuru led Feng to a quaint three-story wooden lodge. This, esteemed envoy from Konoha, is our hospitality lodge in the Rain Ninja Village. You may reside here for the night. Should you require assistance, the ninjas within the lodge are at your service. It is advisable to remain indoors this evening, as the current climate in Rain Ninja Village is rather perilous. I trust you will uphold the decorum expected of a guest. As Chizuru escorted Feng into the lodge, her words were imbued with gravity, particularly in her final admonition. Feng nodded in acknowledgement, yet he paid little heed to Chizuru's caution. He had no intention of lingering in Rain Ninja Village. He had already prepared a flying thunder god seal outside the village. A mere shadow clone would suffice to remain behind in the village. Once Danzo and the others arrived, he could return without issue. Feng's first destination was the site of the conflict between the Akatsuki and the Rock Ninja. There, he had a considerable chance of encountering Yahiko and others. Engaging with them would validate his journey to the Land of Rain, and perhaps even trigger a war mission. Having resolved his course of action, Feng accompanied Chizuru on a brief tour of the lodge, selecting a room for his stay. Throughout their walk, Chizuru regarded Feng with curiosity, having never encountered a child of such stature serving as an envoy for negotiations. However, respecting her own position, she refrained from expressing her thoughts too openly, though her gaze towards Feng was somewhat peculiar. Simultaneously, Chizuru meticulously outlined the precautions Feng should observe during his stay in Rain Ninja Village. In essence, her counsel distilled to a single directive: remain in his room, communicate any needs to the outside rain ninjas, and venture out only when absolutely necessary. As they parted, Chizuru introduced Feng to the middle-aged ninja responsible for the lodge. This man, exuding a portly demeanor and an amiable appearance, nonetheless emanated a palpable aura of bloodlust, suggesting he was no ordinary ninja. After this exchange, the daylight outside had faded into twilight. Once back in his room, Feng surveyed his surroundings, finding no surveillance devices. He promptly executed the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, a clone emerged, nodding in acknowledgement to Feng's original form. In the next instant, Feng vanished from the room using the flying thunder god technique. Meanwhile, within the lodge, the middle-aged ninja was engaged in conversation with Chizuru regarding Feng. At the precise moment Feng's original form disappeared, the ninja furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Chizuru inquired, noticing his reaction. "Wait." The middle-aged ninja closed his eyes briefly, only to reopen them swiftly. "It's nothing. The boy is still in the room." He offered a wry smile. "It seems we in Konoha are increasingly bewildered. We have allowed such a young one to come here. Do not underestimate Konoha's ninjas, even if they are but Jonin." Chizuru furrowed her brow and insisted. "I entrust you with this task for tonight. I must return to prepare for the investigation into the Akatsuki." "Go on." The middle-aged ninja waved his hand. Chizuru rose to her feet, and the middle-aged ninja continued. "Chizuru, take this time to enhance your abilities. The ninja world war may erupt once more." Upon hearing these words, Chizuru paused briefly before exiting the room. Meanwhile, outside the rain village, on a hillside, a figure emerged. It was Feng, who quickly discerned the direction and sped northward. Shortly after Feng's departure, a body ensconced in a pitcher plant gradually surfaced not far from the hillside. It was the flying thunder god technique. Unexpectedly, a member of the Uchiha clan had mastered such a jutsu. Kuro, observing Feng's appearance, was filled with astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze shifted northward. Heading north. Is he? A bold individual indeed. It seems the plan can be executed ahead of schedule. I wonder if he will encounter Nagato. If the two cross paths, it could lead to some intriguing events. A smile crept across Kuro's face from within the pitcher plant. Chapter 120. Encounter with Akatsuki members in the Land of Rain. At the northern border, a low mountain range divided the land, with a gentle stream flowing through it. On one side of the riverbank, Feng was racing swiftly. After departing from the rain village, he headed north, deliberately concealing his leaf village forehead protector and donning a red fox mask to mask his identity. As he sped northward, Feng soon encountered a group of ninjas also making their way in the same direction. From these ninjas, Feng learned of the precise location of the ongoing battle to the north. By following the riverbank, he could reach the area where the Akatsuki were clashing with the rock ninjas. After a tedious journey, Feng left behind several flying thunder god marks along the way. Upon reaching a small hill, Feng paused to ascertain his direction. Just then, a voice called out from across the river. "Hey!" Startled, Feng turned to look. Before him stood several individuals clad in black cloaks, one of whom was clearly beckoning to him. Upon seeing that Feng had halted, they hurriedly rushed toward him. As the flowing river was not swift, it was not until those figures reached the center of the river that Feng noticed they were all wearing the iconic red cloud-black cloaks of the Akatsuki. However, their faces were unfamiliar to him. At this time, the Akatsuki had not yet adopted the elite route depicted in the original story. Any ninja dedicated to protecting the Land of Rain and their homeland could essentially join the organization. Thus, Feng found their appearance not particularly surprising, merely curious. As several members of the Akatsuki observed Feng come to a halt, one of them, gazing at the young male ninja, who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, wore a relaxed smile. With swift strides, he darted from the river and positioned himself before Feng. "Hey, we've been calling out to you for quite some time. Did you not hear us?" The youthful ninja fixed his gaze upon Feng, a mixture of surprise and indignation evident in his eyes. "A battle is unfolding ahead. If you wish to avoid being swept up in it, it would be prudent to steer clear of this area. We are members of the Akatsuki. Are you a local ninja from the Land of Rain?" As the young ninja scrutinized Feng, a flicker of wariness crossed his features upon noticing Feng's mask. Feng appeared taken aback, seemingly not anticipating an encounter with members of the Akatsuki during his travels. His eyes roamed over the man who had approached him, then swept over the few companions behind him. There were 3 men and 2 women, a total of 5 individuals, all looking quite youthful. These individuals had originally received orders from within the Akatsuki to proceed to the battlefield and assist their comrades. However, en route, they stumbled upon Feng. Initially indifferent to Feng, their interest piqued upon realizing that his trajectory aligned with theirs, prompting the five to heighten their vigilance. Uncertain of Feng's intentions, they engaged in a brief discussion and resolved to initiate contact. Such encounters were not uncommon for members of the Akatsuki. Following the Second Great Ninja War, the Land of Rain remained in a state of disarray, with not only the Akatsuki but also other ninja factions and a number of rogue ninjas wandering about. The Akatsuki had long sought to recruit these wandering ninjas, and successful integration into their ranks would yield internal rewards. This was one of the reasons why, after the Second Great Ninja War, Yahiko was able to rapidly expand the Akatsuki, even instilling a sense of threat in Hanzo. This developmental approach led many within the Akatsuki to attempt contact with solitary ninjas, hoping to invite them to join their ranks. The five members currently harbored similar intentions. Furthermore, the Akatsuki was presently in conflict with the Rock Ninja Village. If they were to encounter a wandering ninja from the Land of Rain willing to lend their strength, it would indeed be a fortuitous day for the five. After resolving to pursue Feng, they began their chase, only to find themselves disheartened by the realization that they could not keep pace with him. At one point, two of the female ninjas suggested giving up. Yet the remaining three, particularly the one who had first initiated contact, were resolute, employing every possible means to catch up. Ultimately, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, the five succeeded in intercepting Feng. However, upon seeing the masked figure before them, a sense of inner conflict arose among the Akatsuki members. With a mask adorning his face and lacking the ninja headband, his speed exceeded that of the five before him, suggesting that his prowess was likely on par with theirs. Such a ninja exuded an aura of danger. Yet, the five had already intercepted Feng, leaving them in a precarious situation. The first to greet him was a young male ninja, appearing to be around 17 or 18, who now furrowed his brow, forcing a strained smile, and took the initiative to explain himself to Feng. As Feng observed the five before him, a thought surged within him. "Are you members of the Akatsuki?" He gestured toward the distinctive attire of the five and spoke up. Indeed, the leader nodded, a glimmer of pride evident in his gaze. The three companions beside him exchanged puzzled looks, having recognized Feng's voice and deduced from it that he could not be very old. "Ah, young ninja." One among the group stepped forward. "Since you are aware of our Akatsuki, you must have spent some time in the Land of Rain. To be frank, we are currently engaged in battle with the ninjas from Mangekyou. They seek to invade the Land of Rain. If you proceed any further, you may find yourself embroiled in trouble." This statement came from a composed ninja in his 20s. "There's no need for concern. I have come solely to observe the battlefield." Feng promptly waved his hand and declared, "Moreover, I wish to witness the strength of the IWA ninjas. Rest assured, I am not your enemy. In fact, I may soon stand alongside you on the same front. Additionally, I am acquainted with your leader, Yahiko." "Really?" As soon as Feng uttered the name Yahiko, a flicker of excitement sparked in the eyes of the five. Following the mention of Yahiko, Feng slowly removed his mask. The five turned their gaze towards his unveiled visage. Yet, in the next instant, a pair of crimson eyes met their sight, causing their previously gleaming expressions to become vacant, as though they had succumbed to an illusion. Chapter 121. The Elite Ninja of a Mangekyou with a hum. The five members of the Akatsuki beheld Feng as he gradually revealed his mask, but in the next moment, their heads buzzed. Simultaneously, their pupils dulled. Observing their dazed expressions, Feng exhaled softly, then selected one among them. "Do you know where Yahiko and Nagato are?" Feng inquired. "The leader is on his way." The individual replied. "On his way?" "Yes. We received orders from the organization to stabilize the situation at the battlefield before the leader and other members arrive. He should be here shortly to fight alongside us." The Akatsuki member continued. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated Feng's expression, and he proceeded to inquire further about their specific location. "I am unaware of the specific location. The leader has always operated in squads, and we, the subordinates, seldom have the opportunity to interact with him. We only encounter him at the headquarters." "Very well." Feng furrowed his brow. "In that case, you shall proceed to fulfill your mission. Moreover, forget that you ever crossed paths with me." With these words, Feng instructed the five individuals before him. As his voice faded, the five nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way north along the river. Observing their retreating figures, Feng donned his mask once more and hastened in their wake. The technique he had employed on them was derived from a scroll of illusionary arts, typically utilized for interrogating adversaries. Although his proficiency in illusion was not particularly advanced, the element of surprise, coupled with the power of his Sharingan, had ensnared the five. However, Feng was acutely aware that such an illusion, at his current level, would soon be discerned by them. Yet, these five were mere foot soldiers, and he paid them little mind. With the confirmation that Yahiko and Nagato were en route to the battlefield, he felt an even greater urgency to press forward. He raced along the river, and after half an hour, he finally paused, casting a glance at the water. What was once crystal clear now bore a faint crimson hue. He recognized at once that it was blood. The presence of blood indicated that the battlefield was not far off. Upon witnessing this sanguine sight, Feng's spirits lifted. Meanwhile, not far from his position, within a valley, the earth trembled. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. The ground erupted as layers of soil surged forth, and a stone-formed earth dragon charged towards several members of the Akatsuki. Just as the dragon was about to collide with them, a kunai embedded with an explosive tag was hurled from a distance. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward, scattering the earth dragon and granting a momentary reprieve to the two Akatsuki members, who exhaled in relief. However, their expressions soon turned grave. Damn it! The Rock Village has actually dispatched a Jonin. Do they truly intend to instigate war? Where is the leader? Our numbers are dwindling rapidly. We cannot hold out much longer. Should we retreat? The Rain Village ninjas have yet to arrive, and we are merely a mercenary group. Why should we risk our lives here? The daimyo of the Land of Rain has not even commissioned us. Let us wait a moment longer. The leader and Lord Nagato are on their way. Let us not forget why we joined the Akatsuki in the first place. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the members of the Akatsuki exchanged hurried words. Just a short while prior, they had engaged in combat with the Rock Ninjas, initially gaining the upper hand. However, before long, a significant number of Rock Ninjas had arrived from the border of the Land of Earth, forcing the Akatsuki members to retreat deeper into the Land of Rain. Utilizing their familiarity with the terrain, they managed to confine the Rock Ninjas to a narrow valley. The two sides had been locked in a stalemate for a while, but just moments ago, two elite shinobi from the Rock Ninja village suddenly emerged. Upon their arrival, they unleashed a powerful earth technique, tearing a gaping chasm in the valley. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by these two Jonin, the ordinary members of the Akatsuki found it increasingly difficult to maintain their defense of the valley, with only a handful of Jonin still holding their ground. However, they were on the verge of collapse. Above the valley, an Akatsuki member cast a glance downward. After several rounds of ninjutsu bombardment, dozens of figures from the Rock Ninja village reappeared, advancing menacingly towards the Akatsuki. Quickly, they are charging again. Prepare for battle, shouted an Akatsuki member, as his comrades' expressions turned serious. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. A shuriken suddenly appeared, aimed at the Akatsuki member. In an instant, he was pierced through the heart by the shuriken and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Panic ensued among the others. Before their eyes stood a formidable figure, a burly man clad in a gray-brown round hat. It was the camouflage specialist from the Rock Ninja village, a Jonin. One member recognized the man's techniques and identity, and shouted out. As his voice echoed, the previously restless Akatsuki members grew noticeably calmer, their gazes fixated on the Rock Jonin before them. We are many. He is but one. Another called out. Yet, the next moment, as his words faded, the Rock Jonin dashed towards him with remarkable speed. With a powerful kick, the Jonin sent the Akatsuki ninja flying, before swiftly maneuvering behind a boulder. Ninjutsu, camouflage, a voice declared, and in the blink of an eye, the Rock Jonin vanished from sight. Where did he go? Stay close together, do not stray. He excels in assassination. With the enemy's sudden disappearance, the Akatsuki members grew tense. However, a blood-curdling scream erupted from above the valley, as a lone Akatsuki member collapsed to the ground, a shuriken lodged in his back. He had clearly fallen victim to the recently vanished Rock Jonin. The others looked at their fallen comrade's body, but could not locate the Jonin, their expressions shifting to panic as many began to cluster together. Meanwhile, the rest of the Rock Ninja forces seized this opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. Before long, The Akatsuki members above the valley found themselves encircled by a throng of rock ninjas. "We're doomed," one cried out in despair. Yet, just at that moment, a commanding shout rang out, "Shadow Shuriken Jutsu," accompanied by the sound of dozens of black shurikens soaring from the opposite side of the valley. A powerful voice echoed, "Do not fear, Akatsuki members. I have arrived." The members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly changed their expressions, filled with excitement. It was Yahiko, their leader. Alongside him were Konin and Nagato. Chapter 122, A New Mission Whoosh. A flurry of shurikens hurtled toward the rock ninjas in the valley. In midair, these shurikens split apart, forming a dense curtain of projectiles. The rock ninjas above the valley were taken aback by the sight. At a critical moment, one of the rock ninjas rapidly formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With a thunderous crash, a wall of earth rose up before him. The shurikens clanged against the wall, then fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the rock ninjas were momentarily distracted, the surrounded members of the Akatsuki began their counterattack. "The boss is over there. Let us charge in." With Yahiko's arrival, the Akatsuki members were filled with fighting spirit. Just moments ago, they were lamenting their doom, but now they seemed transformed, brimming with determination. Gripping their kunai tightly, one Akatsuki member shouted in fury and charged at the rock ninjas. Behind him, dozens of Akatsuki ninjas who had been encircled also sprang into action, some unleashing ninjutsu, others hurling shurikens, while some rushed directly into battle. Witnessing the fervor of the Akatsuki members, the rock ninjas began to panic. At that moment, whoosh, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing atop the earthen wall summoned by the rock ninjas, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin. The trio surveyed the rock ninjas with cold disdain, Yahiko's eyes reflecting both anger and arrogance. "It's the leader of the Akatsuki. Damn it, this guy is at least a Jonin. Where is Ishii? Where is Ishii?" Caught in a pincer movement, and with the enemy leader in the fray, the lower-ranked rock ninjas immediately began searching for their own Jonin. Ishii, mentioned by them, was the Jonin dispatched by the rock village for this mission. In the original storyline, Ishii had also appeared during the Third Great Ninja War, where he used his camouflage technique to capture Rin, ultimately leading to the tragedy involving Obito and Kakashi. Now, commissioned as one of the first Jonin to infiltrate the Land of Rain, Ishii's trustworthiness was evident. Yet, amidst the shouts of the surrounding rock ninjas, Ishii did not reveal himself. Instead, he stealthily approached Yahiko and the others, utilizing his camouflage technique. Striking unexpectedly and successfully retreating without leaving a trace was one of Ishii's combat strategies, reflecting his profound understanding of the shinobi arts. When employing his camouflage technique, he needed to maintain a single-handed hand seal, while his other hand tightly grasped his kunai. He moved slowly toward Yahiko and his companions, his long training enabling him to maintain absolute calm in such a situation, without producing any sounds that might draw attention. With each careful step, as the large stone reached the base of the earthen wall, a swift glance from Nagato above caught sight of him. In an instant, a shuriken shot forth from Nagato's sleeve. With a swift motion, the large stone deflected the incoming projectile with his own weapon, yet this action revealed his position. Breaking his camouflage, gazing coldly at Nagato, the large stone found himself entranced by the pair of Rinnegan eyes. Astonishingly, those eyes could penetrate his ninjutsu. He was taken aback internally. However, before he could further scrutinize Nagato, Yahiko, standing atop the earthen wall, swung his ninja blade and leaped down with a fierce strike. The large stone quickly employed his ninjutsu, summoning a layer of rock to shield his right arm, absorbing the blow from Yahiko. From Yahiko's smug expression, the large stone sensed an undercurrent of deception. He cast a complex glance at Konin and Nagato still perched above, realizing their intent. The 3 of them had deliberately positioned themselves at a height, aiming to draw him out while using that person's eyes to unveil his techniques. The large stone pondered, his gaze towards Yahiko now serious. Clearly, the trio's actions had garnered his attention. Meanwhile, after Yahiko's strike was thwarted by the large stone's ninjutsu, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Yet, the next moment, he steeled himself. "Yahiko, be cautious. The opponent is a Jonin from a Wagakure. Let us first deal with the others before assisting you." At that moment, Konin's voice rang out. As her words echoed, she and Nagato sprang into action, followed closely by members of the Akatsuki, charging toward the IWA ninjas. "Brothers, let us go all out. Drive these rock ninjas out of our rain country." Scum of IWA. Return to your homeland. With a swift Earth-style technique, the battlefield erupted into chaos as approximately 70 to 80 ninjas clashed, shurikens, kunai, and various ninjutsu swirling in a cacophony of combat. Be careful. The unscrupulous rogue is launching a sneak attack. My hand. Cries of distress intermingled, with ninjas sustaining injuries almost every minute. Not far from the valley, atop another hill, a figure descended with a whoosh. Through the hollow of his mask, Feng observed the fray between the Akatsuki and the IWA ninjas, his eyes lighting up. Soon, he was captivated by two figures soaring through the air. One was a Jonin from a Mangekyou, while the other was Yahiko. Spotting Yahiko invigorated Feng, prompting him to scan the battlefield. Soon, he identified two distinct figures with differing hair colors, Konin and Nagato. Presently, Konin and Nagato were entangled in combat with the Mangekyou's Chunin, with Konin's swift movements weaving through the crowd. Possessing the Rinnegan, Nagato single-handedly faced three rock ninja, while evading their attacks with the Rinnegan's ocular prowess. He seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to one of them. Feng felt a surge of excitement within as he observed the two. He had already accomplished half of his objective for this journey. However, in the next moment, he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to carefully observe the unfolding situation and wait. What was taking so long? Was it due to insufficient distance? After a brief wait, without any discernible change, he voiced his confusion. Yet, just as his words faded, a crisp sound resonated in his mind. Alert! A clear voice echoed within Feng's consciousness. Discovered a significant narrative character, Akatsuki leader Yahiko, and Rinnegan wielder Nagato. Assessing mission parameters. Mission assessment successful. Alert! You have triggered a new mission. Chapter 123. Mission, Akatsuki Dynasty. Alert! You have triggered a new mission. A melodious notification from the system rang in Feng's mind. Upon hearing the system prompt, he was instantly filled with joy. The next moment, a barrage of mission details flooded his consciousness. Narrative mission, the path of Akatsuki. Mission trigger condition, engage with a member of the Akatsuki leadership. The main storyline of this mission presents options. Please read the requirements carefully. Mission description, as an undeniably dark faction within the Naruto world, the Akatsuki consists of core members from various hidden villages, making it highly compatible with this system. At present, the Akatsuki is still in its developmental phase, with core members Nagato, Yahiko, Konin, and other ordinary members steadfastly pursuing their paths. The host may choose from the following options. 1. Disrupt the normal development of the Akatsuki, guiding it to become the most formidable organization in the ninja world. This mission is an ultimate side quest. Progress will confront the 5 great nations and the 3 great holy lands, and cannot be mitigated. The rewards for this mission are exceedingly generous but come with significant risks. The host is advised to consider carefully. 2. Allow for unimpeded development. Permit the Akatsuki to develop normally without interference. Mission reward, 100,000 corruption points. Note: selecting this mission will prevent the triggering of any further narrative missions related to the Akatsuki, though individual narrative missions involving Akatsuki members may still occur. Choosing this mission will greatly reduce risks, avoiding enmity with the 5 great nations and the 3 great holy lands. The host must make a decision within 1 hour. Should the host fail to make a choice within the hour, the system will assign randomly. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a mission with selectable pathways. The routes presented by the system were neither complicated nor difficult to comprehend. Opting for the first path meant aligning himself with the Akatsuki, striving to join or even control the organization, and subsequently engaging in battle against the 5 great nations and the 3 great holy lands, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the Naruto world. However, there is one point that the system has not mentioned. After selecting this route, Feng must contend not only with the 5 great nations and the 3 sacred lands, but also with Uchiha Obito. After all, the Akatsuki organization is a construct of Uchiha Obito and Kaga's plan to cultivate the Munai project. Should Feng opt for the first route, he would inevitably confront Uchiha Obito for the rightful ownership of the Akatsuki. Yet the system has failed to address Uchiha Obito, leading Feng to speculate that there might be a way to avoid direct confrontation with him, thereby achieving his goals. Choosing the second route appears far more straightforward. By merely observing, Feng could amass a staggering 100,000 points of darkening value. This reward is indeed extraordinarily enticing. Most crucially, by selecting this path, Feng could also trigger individual storyline missions associated with the Akatsuki members. For instance, the next time he encounters Sasori of the Red Sand, he might have the opportunity to instigate a storyline quest with him. However, Feng understands deep down that while the prospect of acquiring 100,000 points of darkening value is alluring, it represents a relinquishment of all future rewards from Akatsuki missions. In essence, he is trading infinite possibilities for a fleeting sense of security. Feng felt a slight turmoil within him. This time, he was not conflicted by the allure of the 100,000 darkening points, but rather contemplating the feasibility of the first route proposed by the system. The Akatsuki's status and significance in the original Naruto narrative are profound. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the primary antagonistic organization in the Naruto universe. Whether it be Nagato, Uchiha Obito lurking in the shadows, or Kaguya, these figures are pivotal in propelling the entire plot of the Naruto world. For Feng, possessing the Darkening System, he perceives the Akatsuki as perfectly aligned with the essence of this system. While he is aware of the original plot, which has diverged somewhat due to his presence, it currently seems that Feng alone cannot alter the fate of the entire Naruto universe. Thus, the future Akatsuki will undoubtedly gather numerous rogue ninjas, who are regarded as darkened figures by their respective villages. The leader of such an organization would naturally embody the epitome of darkness, a true villain among villains. Feng harbors no objections to assuming any role. In the original narrative, the existence of protagonists creates issues of allegiance, but now that he has truly entered this world, self-interest serves as the lever to drive allegiances. For Feng, he is now a part of the Naruto world, rendering the allegiances in the original narrative irrelevant to him. His current considerations revolve around the feasibility of executing missions, weighing risks against rewards. By doing nothing, he can secure 100,000 darkening points. Opting for the first route, he risks potential failure or even death, yet there lies the possibility of soaring to become the sovereign of the entire Naruto realm. A step towards heaven, a step towards hell. This encapsulates the immense risks and rewards that come with choosing the first route. As he gazed at the battle unfolding in the valley before him, with Nagato and Yahiko engaged in conflict, Feng found himself ensnared in a profound dilemma for the first time. At this moment, Feng found himself contemplating his past life, a mundane existence filled with aimlessness. The next instant, he clenched his teeth in determination. Come on, Feng. Do you still believe you are living in your former life? Or do you wish to linger in another world? What is a mere 100,000 darkening points? Have you never encountered such a concept? Gritting his teeth, Feng unleashed an inner roar at himself, and in the following moment, he spoke aloud. System, select option 1. As his words echoed, a spark ignited in Feng's eyes. Gazing intently at Nagato and the IWA shinobi before him, Feng sensed a shift in his mindset. The battle unfolding seemed almost trivial to him, for at that moment, he understood that soon such skirmishes would be of little consequence. Please confirm your choice. Will you opt for Route 1? Warning, once this route is selected, it cannot be altered, and the host will face significant risks. Confirmed. Task route selection successful. Task verification in progress. Task verification complete. You have triggered the ultimate plot task of the Akatsuki organization. Task description. You have chosen to seize your destiny and alter the fate and trajectory of the Akatsuki with your own strength. Task objective. Successfully reclaim the Akatsuki or become its leader, transforming its fate while developing it into the most formidable organization within the Naruto world. Note, this task comprises multiple stages. Please follow the guidance provided. Task 1. Engage with the Akatsuki. Task objective. Aid the Akatsuki in repelling the IWA shinobi. Task reward. 10,000 darkening points. Task duration, 1 hour. Task failure penalty. All ability levels reduced to 2. Note, commence your journey. Chapter 124. Feng enters. Swordsmanship shines as the system's notification concluded. Feng scrutinized the task rewards and penalties. 10,000 darkening points. This is merely the first stage of the task. Observing the generous reward, Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had chosen a path fraught with risk, yet the rewards offered by the system were undeniably enticing. If merely engaging with the Akatsuki yields such a bounty, then the rewards upon joining or subduing the organization would surely be covetous. Once the system had issued the task, it fell silent. Feng turned his attention to the battlefield on the opposite side of the valley. After a period of fierce conflict, the situation there remained somewhat stalemated. However, the Akatsuki had clearly gained the upper hand. Yahiko had drawn forth a massive boulder, while Konin and Nagato's abilities were evidently superior to those of the ordinary IWA shinobi. Given the current state of affairs, Feng sensed that he need not intervene. The members of the Akatsuki were capable of overcoming the IWA shinobi on their own. Yet, the only concern was the disparity in skill levels among the Akatsuki's ninjas. If the battle dragged on, casualties would inevitably occur on their side as well. With the system's task accepted, Feng resolved not to linger any longer in observation. He leaped from the edge of the valley and raced towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Feng donned his red fox mask. This insufferable opponent possesses strength that surpasses ours. Continuing in this manner is futile. Lord Daisher is entangled by the enemy's leader, and now we must rely on ourselves. We must break through and circumvent that red-haired figure. His eyes are most peculiar, and his abilities are rather extraordinary. Several ninjas from the IWA shinobi village engaged in a fierce battle with Konin and Nagato before retreating, their expressions grim. One of them glanced at the struggle between Yahiko and Daisher, realizing that neither side would yield victory in the near future. This thought sparked a sense of retreat among the IWA ninjas. When they initially entered the Land of Rain, Hanzo and the Rain Village ninjas did not impede their progress. However, who could have anticipated the emergence of the Akatsuki organization? This is, after all, a rogue ninja group. Such organizations typically refrain from confronting the 5 great shinobi villages, especially in such village-level operations, as it could lead to significant complications for the entire organization. Initially, the IWA ninjas underestimated the Akatsuki. Having encountered similar individuals during the Second Shinobi World War, particularly in the Land of Rain, where local ninjas would often ambush those from the 3 great nations. Most of these skirmishes were minor annoyances and not serious threats. However, as the situation has evolved, the IWA ninjas now feel they have underestimated their foe, and their circumstances have become precarious. Yet, this is inconsequential. As long as they manage to escape this time, the IWA village will certainly be better prepared in the future. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, IWA boasts the largest number of ninjas. Relying solely on their numbers, the IWA ninjas are confident they can overwhelm the Akatsuki members. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the Akatsuki appear to be of little consequence. Their leader has already been deployed, while IWA has dispatched only a single Jonin. The true power of both sides is not on the same level. However, the IWA ninjas remain unaware of the formidable strength of the Rinnegan. What to do? It seems Lord Daisher is being held up. If only Lord Hikari were not on a mission and could be here. How could a rogue organization act so brazenly? The IWA ninjas murmured in discontent. Just then, a masked figure, small in stature, sped into their view. Someone is coming. Who could it be? It doesn't seem to be from our village. Prepare to defend. As they observed Feng racing towards the battlefield, the IWA ninjas immediately took defensive positions. On the opposing side, Nagato also noticed Feng's presence, his brow furrowed, for he had not seen such an individual within the Akatsuki. However, due to the relatively lax management of the organization, there were indeed members he had yet to encounter. What heightened Nagato's caution was that the individual did not wear the distinctive attire of the Akatsuki, and from his movements, it was clear he was approaching with intent. Konin, stand by my side. Nagato hesitated to act recklessly, turning to Konin beside him. The speed of Feng was astonishing, and the aura and chakra fluctuations emanating from him were unmistakably those of an extraordinary ninja. Is he an enemy? Konin exclaimed. Her gaze fixed on Feng, astonished. Nagato remained silent. In the next moment, Feng's figure surged towards the two, drawing his cursed blade from his waist. 2 members of the Akatsuki attempted to intercept him, but were effortlessly evaded by Feng's agile leap. Meanwhile, a nearby IWA ninja regarded this intruder with wariness. Who exactly is this guy? One IWA ninja questioned aloud. Feng's sudden appearance caused both the Akatsuki and IWA ninjas, who were previously engaged in fierce combat, to instinctively conserve their strength and cautiously test each other. This frustrated some ninjas, who felt they could easily dispose of their immediate foes. yet found themselves unable to unleash their full power with Mufeng present. At last, one IWA ninja could no longer contain himself and leaped forward. No matter which side you belong to, those who dare to interrupt us shall face my wrath. Before the IWA ninja could finish his sentence, a flash of pristine white light sliced through the air. Cursed blade, wind blade. Gripping the cursed blade, Mufeng suddenly accelerated, piercing through the IWA ninja like a streak of white light. In the next instant, his figure flickered past without pause. The IWA ninja stood frozen in place. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from beneath him. It's an enemy. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding IWA ninjas immediately cried out in alarm. Such a swift blade technique. Another troublesome foe has arrived. On the other side, Yahiko and Daisher reacted differently. Yahiko marveled at Mufeng's swordsmanship, while Daisher furrowed his brow, already contemplating a retreat. The IWA ninja's sudden attack failed to hinder Mufeng, who, in the next moment, charged toward the position of the IWSH Nin with a single blade. Ringing flame blade. The fire chakra enveloped the cursed blade, and with a sweeping strike, an arc of flaming energy surged toward the IW village's CH Nin. The few CH Nin gasped in shock and hurriedly dodged backward. Mufeng zeroed in on one unfortunate soul and charged forth. Go. He is here to assist us. Reinforcements. An elite-level ally. Realizing Mufeng's allegiance, the Akatsuki members on the battlefield rejoiced, unleashing their full might upon the IWA village ninjas. Chapter 125, Battle concludes, negotiations begin. With a flourish, a flurry of blade light surged, accompanied by searing flames. Mufeng struck down, forcing several IWSH Nin to retreat. Following this, he chose one to pursue, exuding an intimidating presence. The sight of Mufeng in action left the other Akatsuki members in a state of shock and exhilaration. The Akatsuki's organization was relatively loose. To most members, Mufeng appeared to be a formidable expert summoned by their leader from some unknown origin. However, as they witnessed Mufeng's prowess, Yahiko, Nagato, and others were left utterly bewildered. Now is not the moment for inquiries. Nagato and Konan observed as the Iwagakure CH Nin, whom they were battling, was forced to retreat, and exchanged a glance. In the next instant, they surged towards Yahiko. On this side, Daisher was engaged in combat with Yahiko, and as he noticed Nagato and Konan charging towards him, a flicker of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Immediately, a strong desire to withdraw surged within him. Casting a glance over the battlefield, he recognized the overwhelming disadvantage of his side. Ultimately, Daisher decided to abandon the fight. He turned to Yahiko and swiftly formed hand seals. Doton, Dori Heki. Just as Yahiko was about to advance, the earthen wall summoned by Daisher thwarted his charge. Without hesitation, Daisher spun around and dashed down the valley, clearly conceding this attack. Retreat. Lord Daisher has withdrawn. Fall back, everyone, retreat immediately. Upon witnessing Daisher's departure from the battlefield, the others began to shout in unison. Many of the Iwagakure ninjas, already lacking the will to fight, were further convinced of their desire to retreat upon hearing this command. Shuriken flew as several Iwagakure ninjas hurled kunai, then began fleeing towards the land of earth. Damn it, they've escaped. Wait, be cautious of traps. The members of the Akatsuki responded differently upon seeing the Iwagakure ninjas retreat. Mufeng glanced at the fleeing Iwagakure CH Nin before turning back to find that several of his Akatsuki comrades showed no intent to pursue. Initially eager to capitalize on their advantage and capture a few Iwagakure CH Nin, Mufeng's enthusiasm waned upon witnessing this scene, causing him to furrow his brow. Soon, the Iwagakure ninjas fled the valley, though a few remained behind forever. The Akatsuki members, having achieved victory, felt a sense of elation. Yet their observations of one another revealed a spectrum of emotions. Some rejoiced, excitedly recounting their recent exploits, while others chuckled quietly, and still, others wore solemn expressions, as though they had suffered defeat. By the time Konan and Nagato reached Yahiko, Daisher had already slipped away. Although Yahiko possessed commendable abilities, compelling a Nin to remain was indeed a formidable challenge. What of the Iwagakure Nin? He escaped. Yahiko shrugged in response to Konan's inquiry. So, does this mean we have emerged victorious? A rare smile graced Nagato's face. Indeed, yet Iwagakure will not relinquish their efforts so easily. Yahiko frowned. The same concerns persist. In comparison to Iwagakure, the Akatsuki remains too feeble. Although they had repelled the Iwagakure ninjas this time, it was certain that they would return, and their next onslaught would be even more ferocious. Contemplating this, Nagato and Konan fell into silence. Yet, this is the fate of the Rain Village ninjas. Born in the land of rain, they find themselves unable to contend with the ninjas of other great nations. From the very outset, they must constantly worry about their future. The next time they come, we will strike back. Yahiko tightly gripped the ninja blade in his hand. I have always believed that the Akatsuki organization can alter the fate of the Land of Rain. Even if we ultimately fail, we can at least change some things. Yes. Nagato and Konan nodded, although their expressions remained somewhat somber. Let us be optimistic. Look, didn't we win this time? At that moment, Yahiko clapped Nagato on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Seeing his expression, Konan revealed a faint smile, and Nagato's demeanor softened considerably. As the atmosphere among the three lightened, their gazes turned toward the spot where Feng stood. By the way, that guy, did you bring him here? Yahiko pointed at Feng and asked Nagato. Wasn't he your doing? Nagato replied, slightly surprised. No. Yahiko frowned and continued. Let us go check it out. Above the valley, after repelling the Nin from the rock village, Feng found a rock to rest upon. Surrounding him were several members of the Akatsuki who wished to approach but lacked the courage. As Yahiko and the others made their way toward Feng, the other Akatsuki members promptly cleared a path. The three approached Feng, who stood up as they neared. I'm not sure who you are, but thanks for what you did earlier. Yahiko, looking down at Feng, who was significantly shorter than him, felt somewhat awkward. No need to thank me. We can collaborate in the future. Feng's voice emerged from beneath his mask. The youthful tone instantly captured the attention of Yahiko and the others. Is he a child? One of the nearby Akatsuki members exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, curiosity about Feng surged among the crowd. You must be the leaders of the Akatsuki, right? Yahiko, Nagato, Konan? Feng continued. What a cool kid. Upon hearing Feng's words, a voice rang out among the Akatsuki members, and whispers began to circulate. Indeed. Do you have something to discuss with us? Yahiko responded with a relatively favorable attitude, given Feng's evident strength. Yes, that is correct. Let us go over there and talk. Feng suggested the idea of a conversation. Hearing this, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. All right. Finally, Yahiko spoke, then turned to Nagato and Konan. I'll go with you too. They can stay here. I'll handle the matters within the organization. No, she can remain here, but this guy must come. The wielder of the Rinnegan is currently the only one of his kind on the continent. Feng pointed at Nagato, speaking directly. Upon hearing Feng mention the Rinnegan and assertively state that he was the sole possessor, the astonishment in Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's eyes deepened, accompanied by a newfound wariness. There's no need to look at me like that. Our goals align. Do you not desire for the Land of Rain to stand on par with the 5 great nations? Observing the shifting expressions of the trio, Feng felt the moment was ripe and continued to entice them. As expected, after Feng's words resonated, their countenances began to reflect a growing conflict. You two should go. Do not mind me. Showdown interjected at that moment. No, we shall go together. Yahiko declared with a wave of his hand. We can discuss this. Over there. He gestured towards a large stone atop the valley. Chapter 126. The astonishing plan of the 3 in the Land of Rain. Above the valley, behind a rock, Feng, Yahiko, Nagato, and Showdown stood together, engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, several members of the Akatsuki organization peered curiously from one side. Who on earth is that individual? One asked. I don't know. It seems even the leaders are unaware of his identity. Yet, I feel that mask seems oddly familiar. A young female member mused, casting a puzzled glance at Feng. Indeed, I find it somewhat recognizable as well. Another young ninja from the Akatsuki chimed in, sharing the same sense of bewilderment with their companions. In reality, these 5 had encountered Feng during their journey, but now, due to the influence of Feng's illusions, they had forgotten much of what had transpired. The other Akatsuki members harbored a profound curiosity regarding this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse, eager to uncover what discussions had transpired between their leader and this enigmatic figure. At that moment, beneath the colossal stone, Yahiko looked at Feng in astonishment. Is what you say true? Can you truly achieve this? He was taken aback by the plan Feng had just proposed. Nagato and Showdown, standing beside him, regarded Feng with disbelief, their eyes reflecting skepticism. Whether it is true or not, You shall know in due course. Frankly, what you are doing is untenable. I have witnessed the previous battle, and the Akatsuki stands no chance against the 5 great nations. Should conflict arise, the Land of Rain will not differ greatly from the last time. The only question is, what can the Land of Rain gain from this war? Mu Feng's voice, though somewhat youthful beneath the mask, carried the weight of wisdom. This dialogue left Yahiko, Nagato, and Shounen feeling a sense of astonishment, as an intense dissonance stirred within them. Yet, they struggled to identify any flaws in Mu Feng's proposed plan or the current state of the Akatsuki. In truth, Mu Feng had meticulously organized his thoughts over a period of time. Since the inception of this operation, he had been strategizing his future sanctuary. Konoha was out of the question, as a member of the Uchiha clan. Remaining in Konoha while awaiting the inevitable clash between Konoha and the Uchiha would force Mu Feng to choose sides. Aligning with the Uchiha, he would ultimately become a rogue ninja. Standing on the side of Konoha, it is a quintessentially thankless endeavor. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo would undoubtedly abandon their former allies, exemplified by the fate of Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, Mu Feng has no intention of remaining in Konoha village. After the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, though perhaps it will not take that long, Mu Feng plans to depart from the village. Initially, to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, Mu Feng contemplated becoming a wandering ninja or perhaps establishing a small faction. However, the system has now provided him with a different path to take control of the entire Akatsuki organization. In Mu Feng's view, this is an appealing option, as it would significantly expedite his development. The only drawback is the considerable risk involved. As for how Mu Feng intends to seize control of the Akatsuki, he harbors no concerns. He has resolved to emulate Uchiha Obito's approach. Having perused the original narrative, Mu Feng possesses an inherent advantage in intelligence, allowing him to leverage this to intimidate Konan and her companions. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Mu Feng is aware of Nagato's true identity and the origins of the Rinnegan, which Obito had previously exploited to become the puppet master of the Akatsuki. However, compared to Mu Feng, Obito's knowledge was evidently limited. The reason Mu Feng proposed a discussion with Nagato and the others was to utilize this information to secure a unique position within the Akatsuki. During this dialogue, Mu Feng first articulated the organization's critical flaw, its excessive disorganization. Although the members appear united, the reality is quite the opposite. This issue remained unresolved even after Yahiko's demise in the original narrative. Subsequently, Mu Feng introduced a bold idea, one that left Yahiko and his companions somewhat incredulous. He proposed to divide the Akatsuki into 2 factions. One would adopt the model of the ninja villages, seeking to recruit and divide the smaller ninja villages or the clan powers of other villages, while the other would emulate the original Akatsuki structure, focusing on nurturing formidable combat prowess. This model reflects the strategies currently employed by the major ninja villages. Although Yahiko and Nagato had contemplated this notion, the difficulty of implementation was daunting. To put it bluntly, under the current circumstances, even a small village like Takigakure would look down upon the Akatsuki. Moreover, which clan from the prominent ninja villages would willingly abandon their heritage to relocate to the war-torn Land of Rain? Mu Feng had anticipated that the trio would hardly believe his assertions, and he did not intend to rely solely on persuasion. He was not Naruto, after all. Presently, Mu Feng merely outlined his plan to Nagato and the others. He aimed to relocate the Uchiha clan from Konoha to the entirety of the Land of Rain and establish a new power in conjunction with the Akatsuki. This revelation left Nagato and his companions in shock. The Uchiha clan? Are you certain? How could they possibly heed your call? They are the renowned Uchiha of the ninja world. Yahiko's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at Mu Feng, while Mu Feng's gaze shifted towards Nagato, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic quality. This caused Nagato's heart to skip a beat, as though he had been seen through entirely. They are certainly not inclined to heed my words at this moment. Yet, the discord between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf village is destined to intensify. Shortly after the outbreak of the Ninja World War, I shall devise a means to facilitate the Uchiha's escape from the Hidden Leaf village to the Land of Rain. However, in executing this plan, I require Nagato's cooperation. Mu Feng subtly hinted without explicitly revealing Nagato's identity. Yet it was evident he possessed knowledge of certain circumstances. Observing the 3 individuals opposite him grappling with uncertainty, Mu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, you may choose to disbelieve me. However, should you persist in this trajectory, Yahiko, You shall meet your demise, and it will be at the hands of the ninjas from the land of rain. Nagato and Conan, you two may find yourselves in a fate worse than death. Very well, I shall cease my words here. You may ponder this matter further. Additionally, I neglected to mention that I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. As his words settled, Mufeng activated his Sharingan and infused it with Jinjutsu. The moment his crimson eyes appeared, the three were irresistibly drawn in. Nagato's reaction was even more profound, for as he gazed into Mufeng's Sharingan, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Lord Madara, I am disappointed in you. Complete the plan swiftly. I shall assist you. Upon hearing this, Nagato stood frozen in place. Very well, it is settled. Should you wish to reach me in the future, utilize this kunai. However, it will only be effective for a few days. With that, Mufeng cast aside a Flying Thunder God kunai, and with a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. Chapter 127. Nagato's Confusion. Yahiko. Is what that individual said true? As they watched Mufeng depart, Conan voiced her confusion. Meanwhile, Nagato was lost in contemplation. The message conveyed to him through Mufeng's Jinjutsu prior to his departure was exceedingly clear. Has he returned once more? Nagato furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with melancholy. The Rinnegan had been bestowed upon him at birth, and due to it, he had been ostracized in his village, even regarded as a harbinger of misfortune. Subsequently, amidst the turmoil in the land of rain, Nagato became an orphan, wandering in solitude, and this pair of eyes had brought him considerable strife. Such tribulations shaped Nagato's reclusive character until he encountered Conan and Yahiko, who, themselves orphans, did not shun him but instead joined forces to survive in the land of rain. After the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, the trio crossed paths with Jiraiya. From Jiraiya, Nagato learned that his eyes harbored immense power. He had always been curious as to why, despite his parents being ordinary, he possessed such extraordinary eyes. However, under Jiraiya's guidance, Nagato accepted the Rinnegan and began to feel fortunate for possessing it. For he understood that Jiraiya's decision to take the three of them as disciples and teach them ninjutsu was largely due to the potential he saw in Nagato's Rinnegan, believing him to be the chosen one spoken of by the sage of Mount Myaboku. For a considerable time thereafter, Nagato held steadfast to this belief. Yet, on a fateful night, a mysterious ninja intruded upon this tranquility. This enigmatic figure, who referred to himself as Zetsu, unveiled the tribulations that Nagato had endured over the years, revealing that his eyes were not a natural endowment, but rather a gift from a legendary ninja named Uchiha Madara. Madara, a paragon of the Uchiha clan, possessed a formidable lineage and stood among the elite of the ninja world. His intention in bestowing these eyes upon Nagato was to facilitate his growth, harnessing the power of the Rinnegan to resurrect himself. The notion of resurrecting the deceased was an idea that had never crossed Nagato's mind. Zetsu divulged everything to Nagato and commenced his instruction on wielding the power of the Rinnegan. However, upon sensing its immense potential, a wave of trepidation washed over Nagato. Fortunately, after Zetsu's initial appearance, he did not return, and during this time, Yahiko had resolved to establish the Akatsuki organization. With the formation of Akatsuki, Nagato experienced a profound sense of belonging for the first time, yet the secrets of Zetsu and the Rinnegan remained his own. After a period of anxiety, Nagato refrained from further exploring the powers of the Rinnegan, opting instead to fight alongside his comrades using his own abilities. The absence of Zetsu brought Nagato some relief. But soon another individual appeared, one who belonged to the Uchiha clan. This left Nagato in deep contemplation as he glanced at Yahiko and Conan, wrestling with the decision of whether to confide in them about the Rinnegan and Zetsu. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Conan also bore expressions of confusion. The sudden arrival of Mufeng, accompanied by a barrage of cryptic remarks, unsettled Yahiko, particularly his ominous warning that if things continued as they were, Yahiko would meet his demise at the hands of the Rain Country Ninja, and Nagato and Conan might suffer even worse fates. Who does he think he is? Just a mere child. Our Akatsuki is. As Yahiko spoke, he turned to gaze at the members of Akatsuki gathered above in the valley. At that moment, they too looked back at Yahiko and his companions, their faces a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity. Some of the younger ninjas whispered among themselves, speculating whether Mufeng was a new recruit brought in by their leader. Observing the Akatsuki members, Yahiko scratched the back of his head. Indeed, the organization exhibited little in the way of discipline, although their enthusiasm was palpable. However, this fervor was likely to be short-lived, as the Akatsuki would soon face retaliation from the IWA ninja village. Should the IWA ninjas infiltrate the Rain country in large numbers, the Akatsuki would find itself in dire straits. Under such circumstances, maintaining the current level of enthusiasm among the members would be questionable. While passion brought them together, it would not suffice to sustain their bonds. Rather, it was friendship and mutual interests that would endure. Perhaps that guy was right. Yahiko scoffed, then turned to Conan. Conan, let us send everyone home. As for the matters he mentioned, we shall deliberate upon them once we return. Mayahiko glanced at the flying thunder god kunai in his hand and spoke. Nagato, what are you pondering? That fellow has already departed. Let us return. He then patted Nagato's shoulder and continued. Soon, under the organization of Mayahiko and his companions, the members of the Akatsuki who participated in the battle gradually returned to their headquarters, leaving behind a portion of their ranks to monitor and prevent the ninja from a Mangekyou from launching a counterattack. On the other side of the valley, Mufeng observed everything from a distance. He had not ventured far with the flying thunder god technique, as he wished to gauge the reactions of Nagato and the others. While the trio appeared relatively composed, Nagato seemed somewhat lost in thought, which brought a subtle smile to Mufeng's lips. At that moment, a notification echoed in Mufeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first phase of the mission. You have gained 10,000 points of corruption value. Due to your performance, your illusion technique level has been elevated. Congratulations, your illusion technique level is now 1. The voice of the system continued. Ding! You have triggered the second phase of the Akatsuki Dynasty mission. Mission requirements. Join the Akatsuki as a member or establish a cooperative relationship with them. Note, given your current performance, the system is more inclined towards a cooperative relationship. Mission rewards. Joining the Akatsuki as a regular member grants 1,000 points of corruption value. As an elite member grants 5,000 points and 1 random ability enhancement opportunity. As a leader grants 10,000 points and 2 random ability enhancement opportunities. Establishing an equal cooperative relationship grants 15,000 points and 3 random ability enhancement opportunities. Establishing a subordinate cooperative relationship grants 25,000 points and 1 underhanded schemer medal. Mission duration, 1 year, automatic settlement after 1 year, or can be settled early. Specific rewards depend on the rank at the time of settlement. Mission penalties, deduct 10,000 points of corruption value. All ability levels reset to 1. Mission note, status and identity determine your future. As the system's voice faded, Mufeng glanced at the mission details, surprised to see the duration set for a year. Clearly, this was intended as a long-term task, yet Mufeng was disinclined to prolong it unnecessarily. However, the final reward caught his attention. While other rewards focused on enhancing abilities, the reward for establishing a subordinate relationship with the Akatsuki included a medal. Mufeng already possessed a medal, which he found quite effective, especially in times of conflict. This left him in a quandary. Should he delay to secure a better reward? Or should he expedite his progress and seize the opportunity to enhance his strength? As Mufeng wrestled with this decision, he sensed a slight disturbance within the space of the flying thunder god technique. Frowning, he directed his gaze towards the direction of the Rain Ninja village. In matters of ambition, man strives while fate intervenes. We shall proceed step by step. Attaining the ultimate reward would be ideal. However, should that elude us, we must seize the opportunity to enhance our strength. The fluctuations of the flying thunder god technique emanate from the shadow clones within the hidden Rain village. The only explanation for the shadow clones triggering the flying thunder god kunai is that Danzo and his associates have indeed arrived in the Rain village. The interaction between Mukase and Nagato has concluded, leaving some moments for Nagato and his companions to ponder deeply. Mukase has accomplished nearly all he can do for the Akatsuki organization. Previously, he contemplated not returning to the Rain village until matters here were resolved, but he has now resolved to return. Revealing himself before Danzo and Orochimaru sooner rather than later is increasingly disadvantageous for Mukase. With a swift motion, Mukase utilized the flying thunder god technique to vacate the borders of the Rain country. After 3 applications of the technique, he returned to his accommodations. You're back. Danzo and the others have arrived. Upon seeing Mukase, his shadow clone spoke. In the next instant, with a puff, the clone dissipated into smoke. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in. Mukase, removing his red fox mask, called out. Mukase, the Rain Village ninja informed me you were in this room. So I came directly. As the door swung open, Fugaku entered, though his expression was far from pleasant. Why are you alone? Where are Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru? Mukase inquired, puzzled. They are discussing matters with Hanzo of the Salamander. I did not accompany them. Fugaku replied with a hint of irritation. Mukase could perceive his displeasure immediately, which was entirely reasonable. After dismissing Mukase, only Fugaku remained from Sarutobi Hiruzen's group, making his presence somewhat peculiar. Danzo and Orochimaru must have had additional engagements in the Rain Country, and it was only natural that they would not bring Fugaku or Mukase along. Thus, during the negotiations with Hanzo, Danzo and Orochimaru employed some cunning tactics to keep the others waiting outside while they engaged with Hanzo personally. It was as though they had forgotten Mukase entirely, neglecting to check in on him at the accommodations. Such behavior is understandable. Within the group, Mukase played a minor role, while Danzo and Orochimaru were the leading figures, rendering it unnecessary for them to seek out Mukase specifically. Let us place our trust in our esteemed leaders. Mukase donned a benevolent smile, feigning ignorance of the situation. Fugaku shook his head helplessly and remarked, You are still young. There are matters you do not comprehend. However, at your age, your sole responsibility is to fulfill your missions. The Hokage will address the remaining issues. So, how has your time in the Rain Village been? Have you met Hanzo? I did meet him, and he seems quite formidable. It is only natural. He is a top-tier individual capable of contending with the legendary Sannin. Perhaps only the third Hokage could match him. Alas, being born in the land of rain. Such a small nation has little to offer in terms of formidable ninjas aside from Hans. This thought left Banzoku feeling somewhat regretful for Hans. Mufeng chose not to engage with this lamentation, recognizing it as mere venting from Banzoku. Shortly thereafter, Banzoku revealed the purpose of his visit. By the way, Mufeng, there is a fellow by Lord Danzo's side who bears a striking resemblance to you. Do you know him? Banzoku inquired. Mufeng paused momentarily, but soon realized that Banzoku was referring to Yamato. Indeed, during his time in the Land of Lightning, Mufeng had encountered Yamato, albeit amidst chaos, and was unaware that Yamato's objective was to surveil him. Mufeng remained uninformed about Yamato's current status, as the original narrative provides scant details regarding Yamato's time under Danzo's command. I do not know him, Mufeng replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Banzoku displayed a hint of confusion. How peculiar. During my time in the squad, it seemed that fellow was discussing you with Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru, mentioning some sort of similar aura, perhaps connected to trees. No, it seems to pertain to one's constitution. As he observed Banzoku's bewilderment, Mufeng's pupils constricted suddenly. He comprehended the implication of Banzoku's words. Constitution refers to his own inherent abilities. Mufeng possesses the genetic legacy of Senju Hashirama, enabling him to wield wood release, while Yamato, as a bearer of the first cells, also possesses this ability. Mufeng could not fathom the connection between the two, yet Banzoku's words sent a tremor through his heart. He now realized that Yamato had somehow sensed his unique wood release constitution and relayed this information to Orochimaru and Danzo. This was certainly not favorable news. If Danzo and Orochimaru were to discover Mufeng's capacity to wield wood release, along with his formidable regenerative abilities inherited from Senju Hashirama, it was uncertain what actions they might take, particularly Orochimaru. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's desire for immortality had reached its zenith. Originally, his research into the first cells had culminated with Yamato, but thereafter, he shifted focus towards the study of natural energy, specifically the power of Hashirama. However, now that he had encountered someone possessing the first powers who was not of the Senju clan, what would Orochimaru do? Would he dissect him for research or preserve him in a test tube? How could that be? I do not know that individual. Mufeng waved his hand dismissively, yet internally, he began to strategize. Well, it seems that I was previously inclined to have you apprentice under Orochimaru. But it appears that he may not be suitable for you after all. Mufeng, if you are willing, I can recommend another mentor, one of the Sannin, Jiraiya. What do you think? Banzoku continued. Listening to Banzoku's words, Mufeng finally grasped the situation. This time, the actions of the character revealed to him the peculiar relationship between Danzo and Orochimaru. Previously, he had believed that Feng sought to apprentice under Orochimaru, and now he stepped forward to prevent this from occurring. Feng was nearly moved to tears upon hearing his words. Brother, you have finally seen the light. You understand that I do not wish to associate with Orochimaru. Chapter 129. The negotiation concludes within the confines of the room. Feng listened intently to the words of his companion, deeply resonating with them. His companion continued to persuade him. In truth, Lord Jiraiya is quite formidable. It's merely that he has been absent from the village for an extended period. However, he should return soon, and when he does, I can introduce you. By the way, Minato Namikaze is also a student of Jiraiya. You must be acquainted with him. After hearing this, Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, he had no intention of seeking Jiraiya as a mentor. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, it would be more prudent to find someone from his own lineage. At the very least, they could impart knowledge regarding the Sharingan's utilization, and among his options, Fugaku Uchiha stood out as an excellent choice. He was a central figure within the Uchiha clan, possessing significant experience in the development of the Sharingan and holding considerable influence within the clan. Feng's forthcoming plans would greatly benefit from this association. If he intended to lead the entire Uchiha clan away from Konoha, Fugaku was an indispensable ally. There's no need for you to worry about that, for I have already chosen my mentor, Feng declared. The last time I visited the clan leader's residence, I was profoundly inspired by his insights on the Sharingan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I believe it is far more advantageous to seek guidance from the clan leader. Feng promptly rejected his companion's suggestion. What? His companion was momentarily taken aback by Feng's statement. However, upon reflection, he realized the logic in Feng's reasoning. After all, he was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan was undeniably powerful. Feng could already activate the three-tomo Sharingan, so dedicating time and effort to mastering it would be far more beneficial than pursuing other avenues. Fugaku, you say? That is indeed a commendable choice. His companion furrowed his brow, but then patted Feng on the shoulder. However, the Hokage has high hopes for you, so do not forget us in the future. Feng nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Come, let us step outside. Lord Danzo has likely concluded his discussions by now. With that, his companion led Feng out of the room. As they exited the reception building, they were escorted by the Rain Village ninjas to Hans's residence. There, Danzo and Orochimaru were engaged in discussions with Hans regarding Konoha's advancements into the Land of Rain. Feng and his companion were ushered into a room to await their turn. Upon entering the room, Feng immediately sensed an unfriendly gaze. Following the source of the scrutiny, he discovered Yamato among the gathered individuals. At this moment, Yamato was fixated on Feng, his lifeless eyes betraying no emotion, yet the furrowed brow incited a sense of caution within Feng. It seemed that Bingzu's earlier words had not been in vain. This individual had certainly sensed something amiss, Feng mused internally. Although Bingzu remained oblivious to any peculiarities, the room was predominantly occupied by members of the Root organization, who engaged in silent meditation without acknowledging the two. Feng and Bingzu settled in a corner, awaiting developments. After approximately half an hour, the door swung open with a resounding creak, revealing Danzo at the threshold. All right, we may depart. The Root members rose without further ado, trailing closely behind Danzo. Bingzu's brow furrowed, clearly tempted to inquire about the outcome of the negotiations, yet he refrained from speaking at that moment. As they exited Hanzo's residence, Danzo finally addressed them. Lord Orochimaru has matters to attend to here, so we shall return first. I have reached a preliminary consensus with the Rain Village. We can dispatch 100 ninjas to assist them in operations within the Land of Rain. Upon Danzo's declaration, the members of the Root organization exhibited no reaction. Though Bingzu appeared somewhat dissatisfied, 100 ninjas seemed rather insufficient. It was worth noting that the number of ninjas from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind heading to the Land of Rain was counted in the thousands. However, the only advantage was that the ninjas from Konoha would operate alongside those from the Rain Village, thus not being perceived as hostile. In truth, Danzo had no intention of adhering strictly to the terms of the negotiations. His visit was primarily to gauge the attitude of the Rain Village. Evidently, Hanzo had also foreseen the impending conflict. Leading the ninjas of the Rain Village to confront those of the three major nations would be futile and could result in significant casualties among his own ranks. Positioned in the precarious space between the three major nations, Hanzo had managed to preserve the Rain Village's existence during the Second Shinobi World War. establishing his own reputation in the process, demonstrating that he was no fool. The strength of the Rain Village did not equate to that of an individual major nation. Given that war between the three major nations in the Land of Rain was inevitable, it was prudent to conserve their strength and allow the three nations to exhaust themselves. Once the situation stabilized, the Rain Village could retain enough power to reclaim control over the entire Land of Rain, preventing its annexation by the three nations. This was of utmost importance. Thus, this rationale also explained why Hanzo did not dispatch the ninjas of the Rain Village to engage in conflict after the movements of the Iwa and Suna villages. The prevailing trend was inexorable. Even figures such as Hanzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not halt the onset of the Shinobi World War. To alter the dynamics of the entire Shinobi world, one would require the prowess of Senju Hashirama or the capability to vanquish the Ten Tails single-handedly. However, it was evident that Hanzo did not belong to such a tier of strength, and indeed, the Rain Village's power was comparatively feeble, particularly following the Second Great Ninja War. The Rain Village witnessed a significant exodus of ninjas. Figures such as Pain and Conan opted not to align themselves with the Rain Village, instead choosing to forge their own factions. This circumstance starkly illustrates the Rain Village's waning influence over the ninja forces within the Land of Rain, revealing a certain frailty. Upon hearing the words of Danzo, Mufeng felt a sense of relief. He was quite certain that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. Thus, the outcome of this negotiation held little significance. Even if Hanzo were reluctant, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly dispatch ninjas. Mufeng was more concerned about Orochimaru's absence from the group, as he had attended to other matters. The specifics of those matters were inconsequential, but at least on his return journey, he need not worry about being targeted by a serpent. Danzo and his entourage arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly after their discussions with Hanzo. However, once outside the Rain Village, an individual named Anzuru Rei took the opportunity to excuse himself from the group. Return to the village with the others. Also, deliver this to Lord Hokage. Before departing, Anzuru Rei handed Mufeng a scroll. As Anzuru Rei exited, Danzo and the others did not impede him. From the outset, they had tacitly acknowledged that Anzuru Rei was not aligned with their interests. Mufeng accepted the scroll from Anzuru Rei, furrowing his brow slightly. With Anzuru Rei's departure, he realized that only he and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained among the group, and it was quite possible that Danzo had already received some intelligence from Yamato. Shortly after Anzuru Rei left, a member of the Root organization swiftly approached Mufeng. Although Mufeng raised an eyebrow in concern, the individual remained silent, accompanying him as they hastened towards the Land of Fire. Their pace was brisk, yet the sky gradually darkened, and soon a gentle rain began to fall. By evening, the rain intensified, obscuring their vision. Lord Danzo, the rain is becoming quite heavy. The light has faded as well. Should we not take a moment to rest? A member of the Root organization suggested, approaching Danzo. Danzo frowned but glanced at those surrounding him, particularly Yamato and Mufeng. Very well. There is a cave up ahead. We can seek refuge there, announced a member of the Root organization. Lead the way. Everyone follow me, commanded Danzo, gesturing for the others to follow. In swift order, the members complied, and Mufeng trailed behind. Before long, a cave came into view, and the group entered. Two members of the Root organization immediately set about preparing a fire. This accursed weather in the Land of Rain, it never ceases. One of them muttered under their breath. Just wait a moment. They will prepare some hot water. It will warm us up. At that moment, a kindly-looking member of the Root organization approached Mukase and spoke to him. Mukase nodded in acknowledgement and then cast a glance at Danzo. Since entering the cave, Danzo had been leaning against the wall, his eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings, which only heightened Mukase's vigilance. Soon, several members of the Root organization kindled a fire. The warm flames flickered, and as they gathered around the fire, the moisture on their bodies gradually evaporated, raising the temperature significantly. Come, have some soup. At this juncture, the member of the Root organization returned, holding a bowl of hot soup. This must be your first visit to the Land of Rain. The climate in such a small place is truly deplorable, incomparable to our Land of Fire, the member remarked casually, his tone dripping with disdain for the Land of Rain. Mukase accepted the hot soup and took a sip. At that moment, he noticed another member of the Root organization stepping outside, seemingly to attend to some matter. Shortly after, this member returned, shaking off the rainwater from his clothes, and approached Danzo to whisper something. Upon hearing this, Danzo opened his eyes and looked toward the cave entrance. Just then, amidst the rainy night, a silhouette appeared at the cave's mouth. Instantly, everyone inside the cave became alert. "Do not be alarmed. It is I," came a raspy yet magnetic voice, prompting the group to lower their guard, though Mukei's pupils constricted in shock. The newcomer was none other than Orochimaru, who had left the group earlier. For reasons unknown, he had found his way back to Danzo and rejoined the team prematurely. As Orochimaru entered the cave, his long hair was drenched from the rain, giving him a disheveled, yet somewhat menacing appearance. However, at that moment, his gaze shifted to Mukei's-kun, long time no see. His magnetic voice resonated, and in the next moment, a glint of amusement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Mukei shuddered, realizing the impending danger. In Orochimaru's gaze, he perceived something ominous, as if he were being regarded as prey. "Lord Orochimaru." Mukei's, preparing to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, braced himself against Orochimaru's presence. At that instant, the Root Organization member who had initially approached Mukei's in a friendly manner quietly stepped back a few paces. This action further heightened Mukei's unease. He glanced at Danzo, who remained oblivious, eyes still closed in deep contemplation. Yet, the members of the Root Organization surrounding Danzo had begun to make subtle movements. "Mukei's-kun, there is no need to be overly anxious. I merely wish to clarify a few matters." Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly, accompanied by a hint of a smile. "What matters?" Mukei's inquired, striving to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions while restraining himself from employing the Flying Thunder God technique. "That child, do you see him?" Orochimaru pointed to Yamato, who was present in the cave. "That child is one I have nurtured. He has inherited the cells of the first Hokage and possesses the power of wood release. Regrettably, his training was far from adequate. Feng, you may not fully comprehend the prowess of the first Hokage. His ninjutsu and vitality are beyond our reach. Had it not been for his battle with your Uchiha clan's Madara, the first Hokage might have lived to this day. Observe the turmoil of this world. War, chaos, and the relentless death of ninjas render it anything but peaceful, and it shall never find tranquility. As long as you exist, death is an inevitable companion. However, ninjutsu and chakra possess the potential to alter this reality. Immortality is not an impossibility. Feng, that child perceives the strength and the essence of wood release that resonates within you. Although I am uncertain how you achieve this, it piques my interest. Thus, I wish to request your collaboration. In return, I shall bestow upon you formidable power." Orochimaru's slitted eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of madness. At this moment, Feng concluded that the crux of the matter lay with Yamato. He cast a surprised glance at Yamato, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had been forewarned earlier. Power? What power? The power of nature, which can also be interpreted as the power of cursed seals. Orochimaru licked his lips. Upon hearing cursed seal power, Feng's brow furrowed. Having read the original work, he knew this was far from a benign force, and the power of cursed seals was utterly inferior to that of sage arts. "Fear not, you need only cooperate with me. It will not affect you adversely." Orochimaru continued. "What if I refuse?" Given the circumstances, Feng resolved to take a stand. "If you harm me, the Hokage will surely find out. Rest assured, the teacher will remain oblivious to our involvement." A glint of cunning flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. In the next moment, an ominous aura enveloped Feng. He felt a jolt of alarm. Before him, Orochimaru had already raised his head, unleashing a flurry of small snakes from his arm. Chapter 131. Feng's resolve. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several grayish snakes slithered from Orochimaru's sleeve, lunging towards Feng. Feng's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Orochimaru would act with such decisiveness. In an instant, his spirit surged, and he drew the enchanted blade from his waist. Windblade dance. With a flurry of slashes, a tempest of wind blades swirled within the cave, cleaving the grayish snakes in twain. Other wind blades struck at the Root Organization members nearby, who hastily evaded. The blades collided with the cave walls, shaking the entire cavern and sending dust swirling into the air. By a cruel twist of fate, one wind blade struck the campfire, igniting the wooden logs and sending sparks dancing throughout the cave. Has this man lost his mind? One of the Root members blocked the sparks aimed at Danzo, cursing under his breath. Yet the next moment, as he focused on the spot where Feng had been, he found that Feng had vanished from sight. Where could he be? Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? As Mu Feng vanished into the depths of the cave, the members of the root organization were momentarily taken aback. While Orochimaru and Danzo appeared to have anticipated such an outcome. What a clever little imp, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. If you were aware this would be the result, why resort to violence? Danzo questioned, somewhat perplexed. Moreover, how do you intend to conceal this from Lord Hokage? No need for that. Mu Feng will not report to the teacher, Orochimaru replied. Are you so confident? Danzo inquired. Orochimaru merely smiled in response. Soon, tranquility enveloped the cave once more. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, torrential rain poured down as Mu Feng's figure appeared beside a large tree, his expression grave. He had not expected Orochimaru and Danzo to act with such urgency, striking at him directly on his return journey. Did they not fear that Sarutobi Hiruzen would discover their actions and hold them accountable? No matter how he pondered, Mu Feng felt that neither Orochimaru nor Danzo possessed the audacity to confront Sarutobi directly. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. The downpour was relentless, and Mu Feng needed to find a shelter from the rain. Erasing the flying thunder god mark he had left behind, he began to search the surroundings. As he traversed the forest, a chaotic terrain soon captured Mu Feng's attention. It appeared that a battle had occurred here. Bodies lay strewn about, ninja corpses. A swift movement brought Mu Feng closer to the fallen figures. Crouching down, he began his inspection. They were from Mangekyou, and their deaths were recent. Oddly enough, what were Mangekyou's shinobi doing here? A frown creased Mu Feng's brow as he sensed something amiss. The expressions on the faces of the deceased were filled with terror, as if they had witnessed something dreadful. Upon further examination, Mu Feng discovered 2 small puncture wounds on the neck of one of the Mangekyou ninjas. This bore the hallmark of a snakebite. Orochimaru had slain these individuals. In that instant, Mu Feng grasped the implications. That fiend intended to frame his death, or rather, his disappearance, on Mangekyou, subsequently leaving him within the Rain country for further study. Indeed, they had no intention of facing Sarutobi directly. Thus, they devised such a scheme. A few Mangekyou ninjas would suffice to placate Sarutobi. This realization sent a shiver down Mu Feng's spine. After all, he considered himself one of Konoha's most prominent prodigies. Yet in the eyes of Orochimaru and Danzo, his value lay in their research of him. Mu Feng could comprehend Orochimaru's motives. That man had long since abandoned any care for Konoha and would later utilize Konoha's ninja for his experiments. But why would Danzo acquiesce? It was known that Danzo had always prioritized Konoha's interests, and a developing genius was of paramount importance to the village, rivaling even Orochimaru himself. The sole issue lies within one's identity. The Uchiha clan, Danzo, fixated on the interests of Konoha, even to the point of employing unscrupulous means, perceives the Uchiha as an obstruction to those very interests. A prodigy from Konoha is of great significance, yet an Uchiha prodigy poses a considerable dilemma. Thus, Danzo permitted Orochimaru's current scheme to unfold. These old men are remarkably astute. He must have calculated that even if I were to perish, Hiruzen Sarutobi would merely erupt in fury without taking any tangible action against them. It is likely that Hiruzen harbors significant grievances towards the Uchiha clan as well. Both are disciples of Senju Tobirama. How amusing. It seems upon my return, I must engage in a discussion with Fugaku. If necessary, I might even resort to certain tactics. A glimmer of determination shone in Mu Feng's eyes, as the flames of indignation surged within him. This time, he felt a profound sense of anger, and his fondness for Konoha evaporated entirely. Most crucially, Mu Feng genuinely sensed the helplessness of being an Uchiha. Even someone as talented as he, when targeted by compatriots, would find no one to voice their concerns. In Hiruzen's eyes, he likely appears as a mere future tool, while in Danzo's perspective, he is an unpredictable bomb. The sentiments among other high-ranking officials likely mirror this. Fortunately, I have no intention of becoming your companion. Gritting his teeth, Mu Feng gazed at the lifeless body of the sand ninja lying cold on the ground, and his heart grew increasingly frigid. He began to recollect all the information from his previous life regarding the Hokage, particularly concerning Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Upon returning, he would instigate discord between the Uchiha and Konoha to execute his own plans. The patter of rain fell upon Mu Feng, and in the next moment, his eyes turned crimson. A flicker of brilliance flashed within his gaze as a rough plan began to take shape in his mind. This will be the course of action. Is this struggle not merely a contest of who is more cunning? I refuse to believe that Orochimaru and Danzo would dare act against me within the confines of Konoha. Moreover, should Orochimaru choose to strike, he is well aware of my flying thunder god technique. He must think I will conceal this incident from Hiruzen after my escape. Or perhaps, he is exceedingly confident in his cursed seals. It is unfortunate that they have erred in perceiving me as a mere child. The Sharingan rotated slowly, and the plan solidified in his heart. In the next moment, Feng vanished from his location. This time, he did not seek a hiding place, but instead sped directly towards the land of fire. He aimed to return to Konoha before Danzo and the others could reach it. Chapter 132, Feng's famed suffering in the land of fire, Konoha. A new day dawned, and as usual, sunlight poured down, prompting the villagers and ninjas of Konoha to commence their daily labors and missions. Atop a watchtower at the village's entrance, a Chunin yawned and gazed into the distance. At that moment, a figure dashed into the line of sight of the Nin. The figure moved with remarkable speed, yet its steps appeared somewhat disordered. As if it were injured, the Nin immediately heightened his vigilance, shaking off any lingering drowsiness. As the figure drew closer, he scrutinized it closely and recognized the Leaf Village forehead protector adorning its head. With a swift motion, the Nin leaped down from the watchtower. On the road leading to the entrance of Konoha, Feng clutched his left arm, blood trickling down from the wound. Much of the blood had dried, and his complexion was alarmingly pale. Uchiha Feng. The Nin reached Feng's side and, astonished, exclaimed, "Take me inside." Feng's voice was faint and weak. Upon hearing this, the Nin promptly stepped forward to support him, guiding Feng swiftly towards the heart of the village. Suddenly, Feng gasped sharply, "Walk." All right. The Nin nodded quickly. Thus, with the Nin's assistance, Feng made his way into Konoha. On the village streets, many bystanders caught sight of the two and were instantly struck with surprise. Particularly the women, whose eyes brimmed with concern and pity upon seeing Feng's bloodless visage. After all, he appeared merely as a child to them. Is that child a ninja? How did he end up like this? I believe he is a prodigy from the Uchiha clan. He defeated a hidden mist ninja during the Nin exams. Did he return from an assignment outside the village? How dreadful. Who could have done this to a child? The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Soon, the news reached the ninjas within Konoha, and several medical ninjas hurriedly arrived to tend to Feng's injuries on the street. They swiftly transported him to the ninja hospital. How could the Hokage send such a young child on a perilous mission? Remarked the Nin guarding the watchtower, furrowing his brow in confusion as he bid farewell to Feng. Upon arriving at the ninja hospital, Feng gradually regained his composure under the care of the medical ninjas. How is the situation? The medical ninja captain inquired upon arriving. The situation is stable. The injuries are not severe, but he has overexerted his chakra. He managed to hold on until the battle concluded, which is commendable, replied a freckled female medical ninja, aged around 17 or 18. What kind of mission could he have undertaken to end up like this? At his age, such injuries seem improbable. I do not know. Well, since he has stabilized, you all should leave and allow the patient to rest. The medical ninja captain instructed, glancing at Feng before departing with the other medical ninjas. Once the medical ninjas left the room, the previously listless Feng's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. In truth, during his journey from the land of rain to Konoha, he had encountered neither ambushes nor battles. The reason Feng returned with injuries is entirely of his own making. The wounds on his left arm were inflicted by his own shadow clone, and the depletion of chakra was likewise under his control. After encountering Orochimaru's ambush in the land of rain, Feng had already begun to devise his plan. This self-directed battle is merely the initial step in executing that scheme. Just as Orochimaru suspected, Feng did not intend to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen about the attack. Given Orochimaru's audacity, he harbored no fear of Feng reporting it to Sarutobi. Moreover, Feng was aware that even if Sarutobi were to learn of the incident, he would at most take precautions against Orochimaru and issue a warning, which would be of little consequence to Orochimaru. In fact, it could even lead to Sarutobi learning the secret of the Hashirama cell that Orochimaru possessed. Overall, reporting the attack upon his return to the village would yield minimal effect, providing merely some compensation for himself. As he raced back, Feng had already discerned this, which is why he chose to enact this fade of self-inflicted suffering instead. He deliberately selected this moment, allowing a Chunin to escort him through Konoha. with the intention of ensuring that the majority of the villagers were aware of his grievous injuries sustained while on a mission. This time, he had been assigned to a mission alongside Orochimaru and Danzo, and subsequently, Feng would leak this information. Imagine the implications. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, alongside the leader of the Root organization, Danzo, failed to protect even a mere child during a mission that posed little danger. What would the villagers of Konoha think when such news spread? They would surely begin to question the capabilities of both Orochimaru and Danzo. Crucially, Feng returned alone. He preferred to make his way back to the village independently rather than regroup with Orochimaru and Danzo. The implications hidden within this choice are profound. While ordinary individuals might not perceive this, Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly consider it. After all, Feng, as one of his own, had been on a mission with Orochimaru and Danzo, and the coincidence of being attacked shortly after departing from the group is too remarkable to ignore. Additionally, considering Feng's status as a member of the Uchiha clan, yet still just a child, Sarutobi would never suspect that this was a self-staged act of suffering. He would likely attribute the malice to Orochimaru or Danzo, with Sarutobi potentially placing the blame squarely on Danzo, while Orochimaru as an accomplice would not fare any better. In this manner, the essence of the issue becomes largely detached from Feng himself. Rather, it transforms into a confrontation between Orochimaru and Danzo against Sarutobi, with Feng merely serving as a signal they provided. This manipulation of the fundamental power dynamics among the three is precisely what Feng seeks to witness. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, one would never expect to endure such a fate while on a mission. What thoughts might the members of the Uchiha clan harbor? Along his journey, Feng contemplated extensively, ultimately resolving to act in such a manner. Yet, he remains uncertain whether his thoughts are indeed correct. It seems that a little more time is needed for reflection. Lying on the hospital bed, Feng quietly ponders and awaits. Chapter 133. Could it really be just him? What? Feng has been injured? What happened? Is it serious? In a training ground in Konoha, Kurenai, Guy, Obito, and others gathered around Kakashi, inquiring about the news they had just learned. Feng had returned to the village gravely wounded. Kurenai and several others immediately displayed anxious expressions, abandoning their training to surround him. It is still unclear, but it should not be too grave. That guy has mastered the flying thunder god technique from Lord Minato. His ability to survive is formidable. Kakashi furrowed his brow. He was the most familiar with Feng's strength on the field. It is precisely because he understands that he cannot fathom how Feng sustained such severe injuries. The flying thunder god technique alone should ensure Feng's escape during combat. If he couldn't withdraw immediately, the ferocity of the battle must have been intense. Kakashi found himself bewildered. He was aware of the mission Feng was executing. Logically, he was accompanied by Orochimaru, Danzo, and the elite of the Root organization. Under such auspices, ordinary ninjas should not have been able to harm Feng. Yet now, Feng lay in the ninja hospital. Kakashi had even made inquiries and learned that Danzo and Orochimaru had only returned to the village that morning. Feng was not with them, nor had he been with others. This left Kakashi perplexed, unable to discern the events that transpired. A chilling thought crept into his mind. There have been rumors circulating in the village regarding discord between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage. Could this be due to Feng's Uchiha heritage? As this notion surfaced, the once illuminated image of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Kakashi's mind dimmed. Where is Feng now? Kurenai urgently inquired. He is still in the hospital receiving treatment. We can visit him shortly. Kakashi replied. He was determined to see Feng. More than simply checking on his condition, Kakashi yearned to uncover the truth of what had transpired. As his words fell, Kurenai took off, leaving the training ground in haste, heading toward the hospital. Kurenai, wait for me. And wait for me too. The others, seeing Kurenai's urgency, immediately followed in her wake. Meanwhile, it was not only Kakashi who was aware of Feng's grievous return. Throughout the day, many villagers of Konoha had witnessed Feng's condition. And now the entire village was aware of his injury. The common folk regard Feng with a sense of sympathy. Whenever the matter arises, they express their astonishment. Is he not the prodigious young talent from the Uchiha clan who participated in the Chunin exams? Indeed, the outside world is perilous, and even he has been dispatched. Well, who can blame him for being a member of the Uchiha clan? What does that have to do with it? I can't be bothered to explain, but I've heard that his current assignment is not particularly dangerous. Moreover, he is undertaking it alongside Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo. Really? with Lords Orochimaru and Danzo present. How could a mere child, lacking even the strength of a Jonin, possibly manage? Thus, who can blame him for being an Uchiha? Once again, he's showing off. Look at that Uchiha boy named Obito, constantly boasting about his ambition to become Hokage, easily flustered by challenges. Several villagers engaged in discussion, some displaying shock while others wore expressions of disdain, clearly harboring some resentment towards the Uchiha clan. Feng is not that kind of person. Just then, a voice resonated behind them, prompting the villagers to turn around and see a solemn one-armed middle-aged ninja standing quietly at their backs. It would be wise for you to refrain from discussing matters concerning the ninjas of the village. The stern admonition from the ninja caused the villagers' expressions to shift, and they nodded before dispersing. Watching them depart, the ninja let out a sigh. He too had heard the news of Feng's injury. Initially, he thought little of it. However, with so many people discussing the incident, he learned that when Feng returned to the village, he was so weak that he needed support to walk. Frowning, he glanced at his empty sleeve. This little fellow is truly impulsive. The ninja sighed inwardly. At that moment, his gaze swept towards the vicinity of the Hokage building, where several familiar figures were entering. These individuals were indeed Orochimaru, Danzo, and the elite members of the Root organization. Observing Danzo and Orochimaru, the ninja's brow furrowed. Could it truly be because Feng was sent by Lord Hokage? No, it is also due to Feng being an Uchiha. Danzo would indeed dare to take such risks. Does he not fear betrayal from the Uchiha? Fixating on Danzo's retreating form, the ninja's expression turned complex. Nevertheless, he understood that this matter no longer fell within his purview. Thus, he sought out a nearby flower shop, purchasing a basket of flowers and making his way toward the ninja hospital. Inside the Hokage building, Danzo and Orochimaru entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Lord Hokage, Master, they both spoke, with Danzo maintaining a stoic demeanor while Orochimaru wore a faint smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a smoking pipe, his expression grave, his gaze piercing as it bore into the two before him. Speak. What exactly transpired? How did Feng come to be injured? This matter is beyond my knowledge, Danzo replied, taking the lead in the conversation. Teacher, this matter indeed does not concern us. On the way back, Feng departed alone, and as for the subsequent events, I am unaware. Orochimaru interjected. To a certain extent, Orochimaru's response was not incorrect. It even restored a part of the factual truth. However, standing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronted by Orochimaru and Danzo, he believed not a single word. Departing without permission? It is indeed a possibility, yet prior to that, he had given explicit instructions, and Feng had never encountered such a situation in his previous missions. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was now aware that Feng had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary ninja to severely injure him. So how did Feng sustain his injuries? Could it be that he inflicted them upon himself? Now that the situation had escalated to this point, Danzo could be excused, but Orochimaru's lack of honesty incited a flicker of anger within Sarutobi Hiruzen. He fixed a cold gaze upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru, have you also played a part in this affair? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, articulating each word carefully. Orochimaru paused slightly, perplexed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. You cannot possibly suggest that Feng's injuries were self-inflicted? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on. Orochimaru furrowed his brow ever so slightly. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you may leave. However, you must provide an explanation to the Uchiha clan. The last remark was directed at Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, yet he nodded in silence and exited Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, with Orochimaru trailing behind him. After their departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation within the office. Chapter 134, Companions Feng. At the Konoha Ninja Hospital, Yugao hurried into Feng's hospital room. Upon seeing Feng, who lay weakened upon the bed, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. At this moment, Feng was not alone in the room. Rabbit was also present. Noticing Yugao's entrance, Rabbit's expression took on a subtly awkward tone. Ah, the little lover has arrived. I shall not intrude. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. With that, Rabbit exited the ward. His visit was brief, merely a cursory check on Feng, devoid of conversation. For Rabbit, the ongoing power struggle in Konoha had little bearing on him. Perhaps after the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, he would need to reclaim his identity as a ninja, but until then, He preferred to remain at home, cherishing moments with his wife. Accustomed to the life of an umbu, filled with missions and conflict, he found this change of pace rather pleasing. Rabbit-sensei. Upon seeing Rabbit, Yugao felt a twinge of embarrassment. No worries, I must be on my way. Rest assured, Mu Feng's condition is not severe. He will be discharged today. Before departing, Rabbit reassured Yugao. As the setting sun cast a warm glow, Shiyu Hong nodded and then noticed the flowers adorning the hospital room. Upon realizing her empty hands, she felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, Mu Feng. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to bring a gift, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Quickly, she shifted the conversation. By the way, is there anything you wish to eat? I can go buy something right now. No need. Just come over and sit here. Mu Feng replied, a smile gracing his face as he observed Shiyu Hong's flustered demeanor. Seeing that Mu Feng bore no anger or reproach, she nodded and approached his bedside. Mu Feng patted the edge of the bed, prompting Shiyu Hong to shyly take a seat. Mu Feng, are your injuries serious? She inquired with concern. It's nothing major, just a bit of chakra depletion. A little rest will suffice, Mu Feng responded with a relaxed smile. That's a relief. However, Mu Feng, what mission were you on? Kakashi mentioned your remarkable strength. How could this happen? Shiyu Hong asked earnestly. It's nothing, merely a minor oversight on my part. I placed too much trust in others. Mu Feng said, his gaze turning serious as he looked at Shiyu Hong. Hong, you must exercise caution during your missions. Even amongst unfamiliar companions, one should maintain a sense of vigilance. Companions? Shiyu Hong's pupils dilated slightly upon hearing Mu Feng's words. Never mind, you are different from me. You probably will not encounter such situations, but it is best to remain cautious, Mu Feng continued to advise. Noticing Mu Feng's serious expression, Shiyu Hong nodded, understanding that he preferred not to dwell on the matter and refrained from further questioning. They both fell into a contemplative silence, one resting on the bed and the other seated beside it. After a while, Shiyu Hong's cheeks flushed. Mu Feng, are you feeling warm? I could open the window, she suggested, diverting the topic. Just as she stood, a voice echoed from outside the room. Mu Feng, we've come to see you. It was Obito's voice. With that, Obito, Guy, Kakashi, Rin, and Asuma entered the room. Mu Feng, how could this happen? You're so strong yet you got injured? Tell us who did this, and as your kin, I shall avenge you. Obito exclaimed, his voice raised in indignation. However, the others dismissed his words, treating them as mere bluster. Mu Feng, how severe is your injury? One of them asked. We brought you ramen. It's still warm. Others chimed in, expressing their concern. Mu Feng felt a warmth in his heart as he smiled at them. Thank you for your concern. I am nearly recovered. It was just a moment of carelessness, leading to significant chakra depletion. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. But Mu Feng, please make sure to rest adequately. Rin said gently. Rin, you never said that when I got injured during training. Obito protested, feeling slighted. That time, you merely scraped your backside, so stop exaggerating. Asuma retorted mercilessly, exposing Obito's dramatics. Upon hearing that Mu Feng was not gravely injured, the crowd gradually relaxed, their expressions shifting from concern to smiles. However, at the back of the group, Kakashi fixated on Mu Feng, his brow furrowed. He comprehended Mu Feng's prowess and found it perplexing how he could have sustained injuries. What circumstances could lead Mu Feng to exhaust his chakra? Did he not have the means to flee? Unless he was unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape? Moreover, observing Mu Feng this time, Kakashi sensed a change in him, though he couldn't quite articulate what had transformed. Perhaps it was simply that he had never witnessed this individual in such a disheveled state. Kakashi reassured himself inwardly. In the hospital room, after confirming that Mu Feng was fine, the atmosphere lightened as everyone began to share their experiences from the past few days in Konoha. Mu Feng, you can't imagine. After you left, we commenced intense training once more. And this time, it was a collective effort, truly daunting. The most infuriating part is that Kakashi was the training officer. He devised some sort of bell-snatching test. If we failed the test, we wouldn't even be fed. Obito lamented bitterly, his eyes ablaze with indignation. At the sound of this, Mu Feng turned to Kakashi, surprise flickering in his gaze. It was merely a game. You can't blame me. They were simply too weak. Clearly, you cheated. Obito shouted in fury. I was on the brink of success when you kicked me. Soon, the room was filled with a cacophony of voices. Yet the mood remained relatively lighthearted. After a while, their commotion drew the attention of a medical ninja, who entered with a stern demeanor and reprimanded them, insisting that Mu Feng needed rest. Reluctantly, they bid farewell to Mu Feng's hospital room. Mu Feng, we'll visit you again tomorrow. Don't be absurd. Mu Feng can be discharged tonight. Then we shall come to your home. Not necessary. You all should focus on your training. Mu Feng gently declined their suggestions. Very well. We shall take our leave. Mu Feng Kuan, once our training concludes, let's undertake missions together. Do wait for us. The group called back as they turned to leave, while Mu Feng maintained a serene smile. Before long, Obito and the others exited the room, but Kakashi lingered behind. Once he confirmed that Obito and the rest had departed, Kakashi furrowed his brow and finally spoke. Was the situation truly perilous? Indeed, had it been you, you would have perished. Mu Feng replied. Kakashi's brow tightened. It seems it was indeed dangerous. Could you elaborate? Close the door. With a clatter, the door to the hospital room was shut. Chapter 135. The clan leader. How did it come to this? Is Master Minato's flying thunder god technique ineffective? Kakashi inquired, voicing his confusion. Mu Feng shook his head. This is not a matter concerning the flying thunder god technique. Moreover, my strength is not particularly formidable, at least. I do not consider myself a strong individual compared to your father. With his head slightly bowed, Mu Feng's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. My father? Kakashi expressed surprise at Mu Feng's mention of his father. This was the source of Kakashi's pain. Even Obito, who often clashed with Kakashi, would not use this matter to provoke him. However, Mu Feng's tone did not convey any sarcasm towards Kakashi. Rather, it suggested that there was a profound secret behind the incident Mu Feng had encountered. This sparked an unsettling thought within Kakashi. Mu Feng, what do you mean? Kakashi, you indeed possess a certain talent for ninjutsu, but your wisdom is lacking. Have you not considered why your father faced such treatment after a mission failed? And why no one was willing to speak on behalf of your father? Mu Feng continued. I can assure you that had it been a member of the Sarutobi clan who made such a mistake, they would not have been subjected to the same ostracism and scorn that your father faced. The brilliance in Mu Feng's eyes faded, replaced by a tranquil depth, akin to an unfathomable abyss. How can this be? My father, he did nothing wrong. Mu Feng interrupted Kakashi. Saving his comrades was the right thing to do. But the issue lay in his position. Just as I am now, a genius of Konoha, I am also a genius of the Uchiha. Do you comprehend my meaning? Uchiha. Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly. He began to grasp Mu Feng's implications, yet he still struggled to grasp the crux of the matter. To Kakashi's current perspective, the conflicts involving the Uchiha were merely internal disputes within Konoha, akin to his own disagreements with Obito. However, such a view was naive. Konoha and the Uchiha had not yet produced a representative figure like Hashirama or Madara to resolve their differences through combat. At present, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha had transitioned from a symbiotic phase to one of restraint, devoid of mutual promotion. The only outcomes that lay ahead were either the Uchiha's departure from Konoha or Konoha being dominated by the Uchiha. Yet, it was evident that Kakashi remained oblivious to this reality. Nevertheless, while Kakashi may not fully understand, he could surmise from Mu Feng's expression that this incident was likely tied to internal affairs within Konoha. So, this matter is quite complex? Kakashi spoke. Extremely complex. Is there anything I can assist you with? Not at the moment, Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. Very well, Kakashi sighed, his brows furrowing in resignation. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the hospital room. Mu Feng, your clan leader has come to see you. A female voice announced. At this, Kakashi's expression froze. Moments later, with a click, the door swung open to reveal Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto at the threshold, with Mikoto cradling the newborn Itachi in her arms. Mu Feng was somewhat astonished to see that Uchiha Fugaku had managed to find his way to the ninja hospital. According to Mu Feng's current assessment, the reactions within Konoha regarding his recent injury are likely to be quite perceptive, especially at such a peculiar juncture. Compounded by the involvement of special allies like Danzo and Orochimaru, many astute individuals may draw connections between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Clearly, this period is marked by its uniqueness. To Mu Feng, Uchiha Fugaku has always been a rather conservative patriarch, seemingly residing on the periphery of Konoha, seldom engaging in the village's affairs. Thus, during this hospitalization, Mu Feng had anticipated a visit from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet he was taken aback by the early arrival of Uchiha Fugaku. However, Fugaku did not approach with any defenses. He came accompanied by Mikoto and Itachi, rather than alone, signaling to the people of Konoha that he was there as the clan leader to inquire about the well-being of a talented clansman rather than to coerce Feng. Patriarch? Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Feng hastily attempted to rise. Remain lying down. Do not get up. Makoto interjected. Observing this, Uchiha Fugaku spoke, prompting Makoto to retrieve the lunchbox in her hands. Feng, I heard of your injury. Both my husband and I were quite worried about you. This is a special soup I prepared for you. At your age, you should take care of yourself. As she spoke, Makoto placed the lunchbox down, while Itachi, nestled in her arms, fidgeted, tugging at her clothing. Itachi, be quiet. Makoto gently patted Itachi's small hand, calming him down. I apologize, Feng. Leaving Itachi alone at home makes me quite anxious. Makoto expressed with a face of regret. Just having Aunt Makoto and the esteemed patriarch visit me is more than I could wish for. Feng replied with a warm smile. Fugaku's visit undoubtedly brought good news to Feng, as it signified that he held a significant place in Fugaku's heart. Furthermore, although Fugaku had relinquished many rights within Konoha, he still displayed concern for the safety of his clansmen. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku had not yet reached the stage of completely abandoning the Uchiha clan. This situation would greatly aid Feng in his future endeavors to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. Feng, is it convenient for you to speak now? After Makoto's remarks, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Kakashi and inquired. Kakashi immediately grasped the implication. Feng, I shall take my leave for now. Remember to seek me out once you're well. It has been quite some time since we last sparred. Certainly. Before departing, Kakashi cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi had little impression of Fugaku, only aware that he was a serious individual and the clan leader of the Uchiha. Is your injury severe? After Kakashi's departure, Uchiha Fugaku approached Feng, concern evident in his gaze as he inquired. It's manageable. I should be discharged today. Feng waved his hand dismissively. Was it Danzo's doing? Uchiha Fugaku then inquired directly, without any preamble. At this moment, Feng discerned a flicker of anger in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Observing this, Feng shook his head. No. Chapter 136. Panic. No. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. This time, the mastermind was Orochimaru, yet Danzo harbored similar intentions. It was only after I arrived that I realized this, which is why I did not seek them out, but returned directly to the village. Feng candidly expressed his thoughts. Orochimaru? Upon hearing Feng's words, Uchiha Fugaku appeared somewhat astonished. Clearly, he was unaware of Orochimaru's current endeavors. Indeed, among the team I was part of, there was a fellow of similar age to mine by Danzo's side, who possesses the ability to use wood release. He was created by Orochimaru. Feng continued. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku would rather see the entire Uchiha clan perish than consider leading them away from Konoha. In a certain sense, Fugaku harbored a degree of allegiance to Konoha. To persuade Fugaku to convince the entire Uchiha clan to depart from Konoha would be an enormous undertaking. Feng's first step was to make Fugaku aware of Konoha's darkness, while also allowing him to speculate on the future fate of the Uchiha clan. A conjecture that he hoped would be as grim as possible. Created? What does that mean? In response to Feng's remarks, Fugaku appeared perplexed. However, as he looked into Feng's clear yet furious eyes, he understood that Feng could no longer be regarded as an ordinary child. At this juncture, Feng inadvertently gazed out the window. Coincidentally, Uchiha Itachi began to cry for reasons unknown, prompting Uchiha Makoto to soothe him immediately. Simultaneously, Fugaku turned to Feng with a serious expression. Speak. What exactly is going on? Thanks to Itachi's cries, their conversation was somewhat obscured, leaving only the two of them able to hear clearly. Noticing this, Feng cast a glance at Uchiha Makoto, uncertain whether she had intentionally made Itachi cry or if it was merely a coincidence. Orochimaru has been collaborating with Danzo. They are experimenting with the cells of the first Hokage and transplanting them into others to gain the first Hokage's power. There is indeed someone within Danzo's root organization who possesses such abilities. I discovered this, yet I did not anticipate they would turn against me. Furthermore, when I returned, I had a confrontation with that individual. His body felt remarkably unique, as though it could accommodate many things. Feng began to recount his premeditated narrative, observing Uchiha Fugaku's increasingly tense demeanor. Although he felt a pang of guilt for deceiving someone who came to show concern for him, he soon reconciled with the notion. Reflecting on the fate of the Uchiha clan remaining in Konoha, perhaps this could be termed a benevolent deception. Accommodate many things? You mean the Sharingan? Feng directly provided his answer. In the world of Naruto, the bloodline limit is a formidable power, and the Sharingan is no exception. Generally speaking, individuals who do not belong to the Uchiha clan are incapable of wielding the Sharingan. Individuals like Kakashi are exceedingly rare, and even such a prodigious talent suffers backlash after transplanting Obito's Sharingan, enduring certain side effects as a result. The title Blue Madness is attributed to this phenomenon. For ordinary ninjas, the transplantation of the Sharingan might render them entirely incapable of utilization, potentially endangering their very lives due to an inability to adapt. This circumstance fundamentally underscores the might of the bloodline limit families and ensures that other clans cannot seize their powers through brute force. Though not every Uchiha possesses a powerful Sharingan, the rarity of those who, outside the Uchiha clan, can activate the Sharingan speaks volumes. However, if one day a certain individual were to succeed in research that allows them to implant the Sharingan into their own body using the cells of the first Hokage, thereby unleashing its full potential, how would Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, remain composed? In reality, such research has already been successfully conducted by Orochimaru, with Danzo as the ultimate beneficiary. In the original narrative, Fugaku was likely unaware of this. Yet now, Mufeng has divulged this research to him, warning that the Uchiha Sharingan could potentially be stripped away and exploited by others. This revelation left Fugaku momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he inhaled sharply. Are you saying that Orochimaru and Danzo covet your Sharingan? Fugaku managed to suppress his inner fury and inquired. Perhaps it is merely for experimentation. Mufeng replied with a faint smile, then turned to Fugaku and posed a crucial question. Clan leader, is it right for us to remain here? I once believed that Konoha was my home, but after this recent outing, I realized it is not. During the Chunin exams, I defeated Kisame from the Mist Village, bringing honor to Konoha. Subsequently, I accompanied Master Minato to Mangekyou and risked my life to infiltrate and ascertain the status of the tailed beasts. Yet now, the people of Konoha wish to turn against me, specifically, one of the 3 legendary Sannin and high-ranking officials of Konoha. Previously, when others spoke of the conflicts between our Uchiha clan and Konoha, I thought little of it. But now it feels different. Are these eyes not ours? Are they instead intended for others in Konoha? Clan leader, can you answer me this? Or have you always been aware of this yet chose to remain silent? At this point, Mufeng's gaze sharpened with intensity, piercing through Fugaku as if it were a sword, and he could distinctly perceive a slight tremor in Fugaku's body. Meanwhile, the usually composed and solemn Uchiha Fugaku's complexion turned ashen. I am unaware of this matter. Ultimately, Fugaku sighed deeply, offering a pale and feeble explanation. Very well. Do take care to rest. I shall provide you with a response regarding this matter. Fugaku continued. However, Feng remained silent, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Mikoto. Aunt Mikoto, may I see Itachi? Uchiha Mikoto nodded, gently patting Uchiha Itachi, who quieted down in his swaddling, ceasing his cries. Shortly thereafter, Mikoto approached Feng, who gazed at the swaddled Uchiha Itachi and his pair of glistening black eyes. How adorable. Moreover, his eyes are stunning, even more so than mine, Feng murmured. Upon hearing his words, Fugaku trembled once more. Mikoto, let us depart. Feng, once you are discharged from the hospital, do come by my home. With that, Uchiha Fugaku hastily exited the hospital room, leaving Uchiha Mikoto in a state of astonishment and alarm. It had been a long time since she had seen her husband so flustered. Chapter 137, The Best Choice. Nad, wait for me. In the Uchiha clan grounds. Within Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Uchiha Mikoto called out from behind, yet Fugaku hurriedly entered their home. Observing Fugaku's uncharacteristic demeanor, Mikoto quickly made her way to the study after ensuring Itachi was settled. Nad, what on earth happened? What did you say to that child? Mikoto inquired, her face etched with confusion and concern. It's nothing. Fugaku waved his hand, refraining from revealing the truth to Mikoto. His mind was in disarray, consumed by Feng's earlier statements. Are the eyes of the Uchiha clan truly Uchiha-s? Once this thought began to swirl within him, Fugaku could no longer maintain his composure. For a long time, the Uchiha clan's unique position in Konoha, their audacity to confront it head-on, stemmed from their bloodline limit. Yet now, Orochimaru had developed a technique capable of seizing the Sharingan. If that were the case, what awaited them after a defeat in battle against Konoha? Annihilation? For the proud Uchiha, death was not particularly terrifying. However, The thought of their Sharingan being stolen and their bodies trampled upon after death was an outcome that no Uchiha could accept, least of all Uchiha Fugaku. At the very least, Fugaku could not accept it at this moment. Sitting in the study, as Fugaku contemplated this, cold sweat broke out upon him. He attempted to divert his thoughts from such notions, yet they would inevitably drift back. Feng had already emerged as the most exceptional prodigy of the Uchiha clan in recent years. At his current age, he had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Should this progression continue, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ally for the Uchiha. However, before the emergence of Feng, he unexpectedly fell victim to an assault from Orochimaru and Danzo. If their sole intention was to acquire the Sharingan, Orochimaru could have easily chosen another individual. Yet, why specifically target Feng? Is there perhaps an underlying influence from Hiruzen Sarutobi? This mission was personally assigned by Hiruzen. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku pondered this notion, and his composure began to wane. "Let me prepare you something to eat," Meichin gently suggested, noticing the growing distress on Fugaku's face. "That won't be necessary, just a cup of tea will suffice," Fugaku replied, waving his hand dismissively. Before long, Meichin returned with a steaming cup of tea, then quietly exited the room to tend to Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, the tea in the study gradually cooled, while tumultuous thoughts swirled in Fugaku's mind. This night was destined to be sleepless for him. At the ninja hospital, Feng watched Uchiha Fugaku leave in haste, his expression revealing a mix of complexity. He exhaled deeply, comprehending that his words had profoundly affected Fugaku, yet he realized that persuading him to make a monumental decision would require more. That day, Feng lay on the hospital bed, appearing relaxed, though in reality, he was anything but. Waves of visitors came and went. Feng needed to carefully consider his words and execute his performance aptly. For him, this was not particularly daunting. What weighed heavily on his mind was the understanding of the choices he would face in the future. His aspirations with Hong seemed unattainable now. As for Kai, Kakashi, and Rin, their paths might only cross as adversaries henceforth. And regarding Obito, it was uncertain whether he would be willing to leave Konoha. Moreover, he could sense the genuine concern of the clan leader for him. Alas, his approach was misguided, and Feng felt compelled to rectify it. Lying on the hospital bed, Feng began to murmur to himself. Then, with a sudden thud, he reclined against the bed, gazing at the ceiling. In the corner of the ceiling, a young spider was diligently spinning its web. If left undisturbed, this room would soon be entirely ensnared by its silk. At that moment, Feng's thoughts shifted away from his plans and towards how he would confront those familiar faces in the future. Suddenly, he gained a new understanding of growth. Perhaps making choices was indeed the wisest decision. With a soft murmur, Feng released a long sigh. Soon after, he rose to his feet, shedding the hospital garb to don the attire of the Uchiha clan. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, the door to the ward creaked open. A medical ninja entered, only to discover that the room was entirely vacant. The patient's clothes and bedding lay neatly piled on the bed. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept across the medical ninja's lips. What a spirited individual. Truly the genius of the Uchiha. The medical ninja was present to conduct a final examination on Feng. Once she passed, she would be discharged. Typically, such an assessment is deemed optional. Thus, upon seeing Feng leave the room prematurely, the ninja felt no anger. Meanwhile, in the hidden village of Konoha, within the base of the root organization, Lord Danzo was confronted with a troubling situation. The Uchiha boy had returned earlier than expected, but curiously, he bore injuries. Unpleasant rumors began to circulate within the village. A member of the root organization, visibly anxious, approached Danzo to report on the matter. As Konoha's shadowy figure, he was taken aback to find his leader, Danzo, the subject of public speculation, particularly concerning a public relations crisis. "I have already visited the third Hokage regarding this incident. The fault lies with us, and I have assured the Hokage that I will provide an explanation." Danzo was already aware of the situation. However, he harbored some confusion. He could surmise that Feng had returned before both him and Orochimaru, given her mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, the fact that she was injured, and seemingly severely, puzzled him. Danzo had not considered the possibility that Feng had been attacked. The mere thought was quickly dismissed. After all, she was still quite young, and he was well acquainted with her trajectory of growth. He did not believe that she had orchestrated the incident. Wisdom and cunning require nurturing, and there are few shortcuts to success. Danzo pondered who could have harmed Feng along the way. The first name that sprang to mind was Orochimaru, yet he lacked substantial evidence. However, the thought alone heightened his wariness towards Orochimaru. In the coming days, keep a close watch on Orochimaru. Additionally, let's hold off on fulfilling any prior commitments made to him, Danzo instructed his trusted subordinate. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Chapter 138. A return like thunder. The following day, Konoha appeared to maintain its usual routine. Yet, in the early morning, a significant event transpired within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, convened several key members of the Uchiha family at his residence for a discussion that lasted 3 hours. Upon learning of this gathering, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of unease wash over him. At that moment, the thunderous return of the Uchiha from the battlefield occurred. Upon his return to Konoha, he sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen, who informed him of Feng's grave injuries and her escape back to the village. Upon hearing this news, he was taken aback. How could this be? When I parted ways with Feng, we had already left the Rain Ninja village, and Lord Danzo and Orochimaru were accompanying her. How could this have happened? This was not the outcome he desired to witness, yet it was the reality. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Originally, he had hoped to glean some valuable information from the Umbu, but it seems that even they were unaware of what transpired when the group returned. What of Feng? Is he unharmed? Umbu continued to inquire. It is no longer a matter of concern. However, his opinion must carry significant weight now, regardless of who is at fault. That child is unlikely to trust Orochimaru and Danzo, or even Konoha. Again, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a grave tone. His assertion was not without foundation. Yesterday, he had learned of Uchiha Fugaku's visit to Feng. After Fugaku's visit, Hiruzen himself had not received any word from Feng. This alone had made him realize something significant. The boy no longer chose to place his faith in him. Therefore, he relayed the events to Fugaku, yet did not seek out the Hokage himself. This was, in fact, the most troubling aspect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since Feng had exhibited remarkable talent, Hiruzen had long desired to cultivate him as his own, but now, due to this mission, their relationship had plummeted to an icy low. Was it Lord Danzo who took action? Observing the pensive Sarutobi Hiruzen, Umbu inquired. I cannot say for certain. Hiruzen shook his head. This matter ends here. Please visit Feng on my behalf later. Hiruzen diverted the topic. The situation had escalated to this point, and he wished to speak no further on it. Moreover, as Hokage, he had countless responsibilities to manage and could not afford to expend excessive thought on Feng alone. For now, Hiruzen merely felt a twinge of regret. At least Feng was still alive and remained a ninja of Konoha, which sufficed. By the way, what is the situation in the Land of Rain? The Rain Village does not wish to engage in the war, but other ninja organizations within the Land of Rain are quite active. Among them, the most prominent is an organization known as Akatsuki, which repelled the attacks from the Rock Village at the border of the Land of Rain. However, their circumstances are not favorable. The entire Akatsuki organization has come under scrutiny from the Rock Village, while other groups in the Land of Rain are also targeting Akatsuki, Umbu reported. Akatsuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Is contact possible? I fear not. Akatsuki harbors some animosity towards other great nations. I have made attempts, but upon learning that I was a Konoha ninja, their leader chose not to meet with me. Umbu reported candidly. If that is the case, then let it be. It is merely a small organization. After hearing Umbu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dwell on the matter. Shortly thereafter, Umbu reported his discoveries in the Land of Rain over the past few days, along with his encounters with various ninja organizations. Most ninja organizations in the Land of Rain exhibit strong resistance towards the 5 great shinobi villages, yet there are still some smaller factions willing to collaborate with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent Umbu to the Land of Rain not only to keep an eye on Danzo, but also to prepare for the formal onset of war, ensuring that Konoha had contingencies in place within the Land of Rain. However, this time, Ninjutsu Master Banju Raitong merely assumed the role of a scout. After a preliminary reconnaissance, Sarutobi Hiruzen would need to dispatch others to carry out the mission, either to infiltrate within the Land of Rain or to seek collaboration with local ninja organizations. In the time that followed, Banju Raitong and Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from further discussing Muke's. In the looming shadow of the Third Shinobi World War, Muke's individual plight seemed trivial. Half an hour later, Banju Raitong departed from the Hokage's office. However, instead of returning home, He purchased gifts and proceeded to the ninja hospital, where he soon discovered that Mukei's had already been discharged. With no other option, he made his way to Mukei's residence. Fortune smiled upon him as he arrived just before Mukei's was about to leave. "Lord Raitong, please come in." Upon seeing Banju Raitong, Mukei's was not at all surprised and graciously invited him into his room. "I heard from the Hokage that you were injured, but seeing your current state brings me some relief. It appears not to be serious." Banju Raitong smiled as he observed Mukei's moving about freely. "By the way, what exactly transpired? Weren't you accompanying Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru? How is it that you returned alone and injured at that?" His brow furrowed. Banju Raitong inquired curiously. Mukei's expression mirrored his concern. "This situation is somewhat my fault. I did not heed your warnings, Lord Raitong." "My warnings?" Banju Raitong was taken aback. "Did I not advise you to be cautious of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo?" Mukei's astonishment was palpable. "Ah, I see." Banju Raitong quickly grasped the implication. "So it was Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru who harmed you." His demeanor turned serious. "Mukei's, you must take this matter seriously. If this is indeed the case, the Hokage will surely address it." "Well, it might not be entirely their fault," Mukei's interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "I was injured in a confrontation with the Sand Village ninjas. But let us not dwell on the past. It is behind us now." "The Sand Village ninjas?" Banju Raitong was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I am as perplexed as you are regarding their sudden appearance. However, they did indeed show up. Just as Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru were absent," Mukei's elaborated. "But it's all right. I'm alive and well, aren't I? The only issue is that I misplaced the scroll you entrusted to me, which is why I did not seek an audience with the Hokage upon my return." A hint of guilt crossed Mukei's expression. Initially stunned, Banju Raitong soon donned a gentle smile. "Forget about it. What's lost is lost. The important thing is that you are back. You have endured much on this journey. Indeed, returning safely is what matters." Mukei's agreed, encouraged by Banju Raitong's words. "All right. Since you are unharmed, all is well. We can still undertake missions together in the future. You must remember that Lord Hokage cares for every ninja in Konoha." And Inuzuka Raito continued to emphasize this point. Upon hearing this, Feng shook his head but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Soon, the two engaged in light conversation. At that moment, a strange voice called out from outside. "Is Feng at home?" Furrowing his brow, Feng opened the door to find an elder clad in Uchiha attire standing at the threshold. "Uchiha Feng, splendid. The clan leader wishes to discuss something with you," the elder exclaimed, his face alight with joy upon seeing Feng. Inside the room, Inuzuka Raito overheard their exchange. "Feng, since that is the case, I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse again when the opportunity arises." "Indeed, Lord Raito, travel safely." Watching Raito depart, Feng asked the Uchiha member to wait a moment. After bidding farewell to Raito, he followed the Uchiha member to the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. "What business does the clan leader have with me?" Feng inquired along the way. "I am uncertain, but it should be something favorable. Besides Lord Fugaku, several other esteemed elders will also be present." "There are others?" "Yes, they are among the most distinguished figures in our Uchiha clan. By the way, Feng, I have heard about your recent matters. If, hypothetically, anyone in the village treats you unjustly, the clan leader will certainly seek justice on your behalf. Furthermore, the Hokage has always held reservations towards our Uchiha clan, likely owing to the second Hokage's disdain for us. It is incomprehensible, if there were disagreements in the past, why unite to establish the village? I have also heard that our Uchiha ancestor had significant conflicts with the first Hokage, but during the final battle, the ancestor was defeated. Otherwise, we Uchiha would undoubtedly be the rulers of Konoha." The Uchiha member rambled on, clearly aligning himself with the Uchiha cause, and his willingness to share such thoughts indicated that he regarded Feng as one of their own. Feng furrowed his brow slightly, choosing silence. As they walked, the Uchiha member continued to chatter. "I truly envy you. At your age, you have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. I, however, have yet to progress beyond a single tomo. I fear I shall remain a Chunin for life. Yet, after reaching a certain age, I have ceased undertaking missions. I participated in the Second Shinobi World War, and it was utterly terrifying." Listening to the incessant chatter, Feng occasionally nodded, at times frowning in thought. At last, they arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, and Feng felt a sense of relief. "That is the clan leader's home ahead. I shall not enter. You should hurry inside. Do not keep the clan leader waiting." Feng nodded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Had it not been for this person's incessant rambling along the way, he would already be seated with Fugaku. Upon entering Fugaku's home, Feng noticed that a few more individuals were present. These individuals, though unfamiliar, were clad in the garb of the Uchiha clan. Upon seeing Feng, the two guards stationed at the entrance nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to proceed inside. Feng inhaled deeply, realizing that his previous words to Fujitake had borne fruit. It was highly likely that Fujitake had sought him out to discuss the clan's defenses against Konoha and Orochimaru. Feng has arrived. The clan leader is awaiting you inside. Upon entering the parlor, Feng spotted Makoto, who, on this occasion, referred to Fujitake with the honorific title of clan leader, underscoring the significance of this meeting. Makoto gestured toward a room, and Feng proceeded in that direction. How could this be possible? Is this matter trustworthy? Fujitake, although you are the leader of the Uchiha, be wary of believing slander. Indeed, if that is the case, what shall we do? Let us not forget that our initial defiance of our ancestors' wishes was driven by the desire for peace. Peace, huh? Does this semblance resemble peace? Before Feng could step through the door, a cacophony erupted from within. Frowning at the noise, he was met with the Uchiha members outside who willingly opened the door. Clan leader, Feng has arrived. As the door swung open, the clamor ceased abruptly, allowing Feng to survey the situation within. The room housed 4 individuals, Fujitake, 2 elderly men, and a young ninja who appeared to be of a similar age to Fujitake. Standing at the threshold, all 4 turned their gaze toward him, though their expressions varied slightly. Feng, you have come. Please enter. Fujitake welcomed him. Allow me to introduce you. These are our esteemed clan elders, Lord Chun and Lord Qili. This gentleman is my dear friend. You may refer to him as Lord Jianyu. Lord Chun, Lord Qili, Lord Jianyu. Feng greeted the 3 with respect. At that moment, Elder Uchiha Chun regarded Feng with a puzzled expression. Were you not the one who accompanied Orochimaru and Danzo on a mission and sustained injuries? Elder Uchiha Chun inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure. Indeed, Feng nodded, not having formed a strong impression of these 3 figures. In the original narrative, although the Uchiha were formidable, the characters that emerged were few, especially in this generation, which was even less described. However, his gaze fell upon Jianyu beside Fujitake, and a realization dawned upon him. In the original story, Fujitake had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, a consequence of witnessing the tragic demise of his dear friend during the Third Great Ninja War. If Feng's conjecture held true, that friend must be the Uchiha Jianyu before him. Unlike the 2 elders, Uchiha Jianyu's gaze softened as he looked at Feng, offering him a gentle smile. Feng, since you are here, please take a seat. Share everything you observed and heard during your mission. Rest assured, this discussion will remain confidential among us. At that moment, Uchiha Fujitake spoke, setting the stage for their crucial conversation. Feng furrowed his brow and sat upright. At this moment, he had begun to discern certain truths. His prior discussions with Fugaku had indeed altered some of Fugaku's perspectives. However, Fugaku had yet to mature to the point where he could represent the entirety of the Uchiha clan alone. Therefore, he summoned the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan to deliberate on the implications of this matter and to devise future strategies. It seemed that Fugaku had formulated a preliminary plan and reached an agreement with Kainyuki. Yet, the 2 elders seated opposite them held divergent views regarding Fugaku's strategy. In summary, the leadership of the Uchiha clan now faced a schism. The purpose of calling Feng here was to reaffirm the facts once more. Chapter 140. Fugaku's choice. Is Orochimaru truly researching the transplantation of the Sharingan? How did you come to know this? The 2 elders in the room turned to Feng and inquired. Feng then glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who offered him an encouraging look. Speak freely. It's all right. This matter is rather intricate, but it is nonetheless related to the current mission. Feng began to recount the events, from the initial encounters to the subsequent tasks assigned by the Hokage, detailing his journey alongside Danzo, Orochimaru, and others to the Land of Rain. He laid out the fundamental aspects with meticulous candor. However, as Feng narrated, Fugaku and the others grasped the crux of the situation. You mean to say that you were dispatched to the Rain Ninja Village ahead of time by Danzo and Orochimaru? Indeed. While in the Rain Ninja Village, Lord Raijin had previously cautioned me about discussions Danzo and Orochimaru had regarding me, although I did not pay heed at the time. Additionally, Lord Raijin mentioned a member of the Root organization who was close to Danzo, which I later came to recognize. Feng expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chun and Uchiha Chili exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a newfound curiosity. They could discern that Feng was not lying at this moment. The actions of Orochimaru and Danzo indeed appeared suspect. While Feng possessed the Flying Thunder God technique as the first representative to the Rain Ninja Village, he lacked the requisite status and strength. Had it been either of them, they would undoubtedly have chosen a trusted confidant for such a task. Thus, it was highly probable that Orochimaru and Danzo intended to sideline Feng. As for the reasons behind such actions, the two elders fell into a contemplative silence. And what transpired thereafter? Following our discussions with Lord Danzo in the Rain Ninja Village, we departed the village, and subsequently, Lord Raijin also left. Raijin and Orochimaru departed as well. Fugaku inquired. Feng nodded. Later, while we were resting, we were ambushed by the Sand Ninja Village. At that moment, I believe I spotted Lord Orochimaru. Furthermore, Lord Danzo did not intervene. He merely commanded me to hold the position, which is why I did not retreat from the battlefield lightly. As he spoke, a glimmer of reminiscence shone in Feng's eyes. What happened next? Uchiha-chan asked. You are likely already aware of the events that followed. Feng replied. It is incorrect. If that is the case, how do you know that the members of the root organization beside Danzo possess the abilities of the first generation? He has made his move. Furthermore, would you believe me if I said that what I know comes directly from Orochimaru? Feng cast a glance at Uchiha-chan. Moreover, matters such as this can easily be investigated by yourselves. Relying solely on my words, no one would be inclined to believe me. Very well. Observing a change in Feng's demeanor, Uchiha-chan's gaze faltered, losing its earlier assertiveness. His current rivalry with Uchiha Fugaku was merely a struggle within the Uchiha clan. However, the significance of what Feng has stated is evident to all present. Such matters cannot be accepted at face value. Even if they were to ascertain the truth in Feng's claims, further investigation would still be warranted. Even if Feng's fabrications are riddled with inconsistencies, the Uchiha clan members would remain vigilant and conduct their own inquiries. Thus, once Fugaku becomes aware of this matter, regardless of the veracity of Feng's assertions, it will ultimately require validation by the Uchiha clan members. The crux of this discussion does not lie in Feng's rhetoric, but rather in the forthcoming actions of the Uchiha clan. Now, do Lord Chun and Lord Chili have any inquiries? Uchiha Fugaku inquired at this juncture. This matter is of utmost importance. Uchiha Chun remarked. We must approach this with the seriousness it warrants. Upon hearing this, Fugaku nodded in agreement, but then his tone shifted. However, in light of this revelation, our stance must also evolve. Indeed, the current situation has become precarious, and we must consider our own development. Jinhua chimed in. Enough. I shall leave these matters for your deliberation. I have grown old, yet I do not wish to see the Uchiha clan descend to a dire state. Otherwise, when our ancestor chose to depart, we would have followed suit. At that moment, Uchiha Chili interjected. You have not endured the trials of the Warring States period. You cannot fathom the suffering of that era. In comparison to then, the Uchiha clan enjoys a much more comfortable existence now. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Listening to Chili's words, Jinhua furrowed his brow. As a senior member of the Uchiha clan, he is well aware of the animosity between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. Yet, during those times, Konoha was still in its infancy. The major clans were still in the process of adapting, not just the Uchiha clan. Now, however, the other prominent families within Konoha have established their positions, while the Uchiha clan remains isolated. The current Uchiha clan has developed a significant rift with Konoha. Otherwise, Fugaku would not be contemplating reform. Yet, Chili and Chun, representing the elder generation, are still reluctant to oppose Konoha, fearing a return to the Warring States era, a time when countless families faced devastating losses. Feng observed the dialogue among the four with a slight furrow in his brow. However, he felt a sense of relief that Fugaku had now recognized the Uchiha's precarious standing within Konoha. As for the choices that Fugaku must make moving forward, it is imperative that Feng provides guidance in this matter. The first step has already been accomplished, Feng mused within his heart. After Chili's words were spoken, Uchiha-chan let out a sigh. Alas, it seems we, the Uchiha clan, are burdened with a curse. If you can pave a future for the Uchiha, it may not be without merit. However, do not underestimate Sarutobi Hizashi and the others from Konoha. Their strength is far beyond your imagination. With that statement, Shin rose to his feet, but his gaze soon turned back to Feng. You, young one, if I recall correctly, have already awakened 3 Tomo, have you not? Indeed, Feng replied. 3 Tomo. You are but a step away from the Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet that step is fraught with challenges, Uchiha-chun remarked wistfully. He continued to observe Feng, searching for signs of confusion or uncertainty in his expression. Unfortunately, Feng displayed no such reactions. He was well aware of the cost of unlocking the Mangekyou, and he had devised a means to circumvent that price. Fugaku, I leave this to you. Do not let us down. With those parting words, Uchiha-chun exited the room, followed closely by Chili. Fugaku and Jianyue then rose to their feet. My lords, take care. Chapter 141. The Surge of Flux. A week later, in Konoha, Feng engaged in his usual training and self-improvement. Following the meeting at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, after Uchiha-chun and Uchiha Chili departed, Fugaku had instructed Feng to take his leave. This past week had been the most tranquil time for Feng since his arrival in the world of Hokage. Neither Uchiha Fugaku nor the 3rd Hokage sought him out. As time progressed, Feng's experiences in the Land of Rain gradually faded from the collective memory. He seemed to exist in a state of oblivion, as even his companions, such as Yuhi Kurenai, were preoccupied with their intensive training and had little opportunity to seek him out. While Feng's life returned to a semblance of peace, a disturbance began to stir within Konoha. The Uchiha clan, responsible for the village's security, initiated actions, dispatching numerous ninjas to conduct a thorough investigation of Konoha. Their stated reason was the recent incursions by the Mist Village and the Rock Village during the Nin exams, as Konoha's inhabitants were caught unawares. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly turbulent. The prices of food and goods began to rise. For the common folk, this was a familiar occurrence, and many speculated that war was imminent. Yet, only a select few were aware that the Uchiha clan, beyond investigating spies from other ninja villages, was also probing for other hidden threats lurking within Konoha. This information soon reached the ears of Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo. The Uchiha clan had begun to mobilize. It seemed they had uncovered something significant. In a clandestine research facility beneath Konoha, shrouded in dim light, Danzo encountered Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was engaged in the dissection of a corpse, a specimen he had retrieved from the Rain Village. It is merely a minor issue. Furthermore, we have not provoked the Uchiha clan. What I have been studying is merely the primordial cells. Orochimaru turned his body, a smile gracing his features as he spoke. Not provoking? Have you forgotten that little Uchiha boy? That fellow undoubtedly harbors secrets. Ja has also confirmed this, suggesting that the Uchiha clan may have been conducting some experiments over the years. With an expression devoid of emotion, Danzo articulated his thoughts. However, upon reflecting on this, the desire to eliminate the Uchiha clan grew ever stronger within him. This place is no longer viable. It must be sealed. Ultimately, Danzo voiced his intentions. The Uchiha clan's activities would inevitably lead to the underground of Konoha, conducting live experiments and examining corpses. Such research, if discovered, would be intolerable within Konoha. Moreover, should the Uchiha clan uncover this, they would likely seize the opportunity to demand greater benefits. This was a scenario Danzo wished to avoid, hence his deliberate visit to Orochimaru for negotiations. Rest assured, they will not find this place. Orochimaru replied with unwavering confidence. After the last incident, I have grown rather skeptical of you, Orochimaru. In any case, such research is prohibited within Konoha. Perhaps you should seek another location. Danzo's demeanor darkened. The last incident he referred to was the encounter with Feng, during which Orochimaru's attack had failed, only to fall victim to Feng's cunning ploy, leaving Danzo to bear the blame. In the presence of the 3rd Hokage, Danzo lost his authority over certain matters. More importantly, the Uchiha clan leveraged this incident to gain some influence among the higher echelons of Konoha, leading to the current cleansing operation. Danzo had always held a wary attitude towards the Uchiha clan, and now, witnessing them gain a temporary advantage due to Feng had left him somewhat displeased. If they were to uncover anything now, Orochimaru could simply leave Konoha. However, if Danzo were implicated, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly seek to usurp Danzo's power. This was not the outcome Danzo desired, which is why he had come here. Very well. Orochimaru nodded, surveying the laboratory. Meanwhile, Danzo continued. Furthermore, our collaboration shall conclude here. With that statement, Danzo turned and departed from the underground laboratory. Orochimaru, taken aback by Danzo's abrupt exit, furrowed his brow as he watched Danzo's retreating figure, but soon began to tidy up the entire research facility. On the other side, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of unease. Not long ago, Uchiha Fugaku had approached him to discuss a thorough investigation within Konoha. Sarutobi ultimately acquiesced, viewing it as a recompense for the Mufing incident. Initially, Sarutobi believed that the Uchiha clan sought to place some personnel within Konoha's grassroots. But the subsequent actions of the Uchiha clan left him perplexed. They were not merely seeking to insert personnel. Rather, they had dispatched a substantial number of operatives to conduct inspections throughout Konoha. It seemed as though someone were in search of a certain object or place. This perplexed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who promptly dispatched his trusted Umbu members to investigate the matter. Not long after, the Umbu returned with their findings. Indeed, members of the Uchiha clan were seeking a particular location, seemingly related to a certain experiment. An experiment? Upon hearing the Umbu's report, Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. The first figure that crossed his mind was Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's mentor, Hiruzen understood his character well. During his tutelage, Orochimaru had conducted various ninjutsu experiments. Yet this time, it had stirred the entire Uchiha clan. What had Orochimaru done? Could it be connected to the recent events involving Ukase? Hiruzen found himself puzzled, but he had no answers and could not seek assistance from others. He would have to investigate this alone. After a moment of introspection, he summoned Minato Namikaze. Minato, I have a new mission for you. Meanwhile, as turmoil brewed in Konoha, a grand conspiracy was unfolding in Mangekyou. Inside a building in the village, the Scorpion of the Red Sand gazed vacantly at the Kazekage Tower across the way. Before him lay a wooden table adorned with an array of vials and jars. Fixated on the Kazekage Tower, he picked up a glass vial containing a translucent liquid. This was the latest poison he had concocted. This time, he intended to use this poison to forge his most formidable puppet yet. Gripping the vial tightly, a determined glint sparkled in his eyes. The image of a sharp blade flickered in his mind. This time he would not fail. Chapter 142. The Kazekage has disappeared in the lush greenery of the jungle. Several figures traversed swiftly, blending into the surrounding foliage and vanishing from sight. Soon, the jungle returned to tranquility. Kakashi arrived at a clearing in the center of the forest, his gaze scanning the area. A bell hung from his waist, chiming melodiously with his movements. Concealed in the shadows around him were Obito, Kurenai, Asuma, and others, holding their breath as they meticulously observed Kakashi. This was their training for the week, focusing on teamwork, with Kakashi as the subject of their exercises. Following his mission with Ukase and Mangekyou, Kakashi had been inspired and subsequently received the task of guiding Obito and the others. Since he had never undertaken such a mission before, he sought counsel from Minato. Together, they devised this assessment. It was not merely an evaluation for Obito and the others, but also a test for Kakashi himself. Now, in this jungle, they engaged in training to compete for the bell. In the beginning, Kakashi found himself adept at handling Obito and his companions. However, after several encounters, they recognized a fundamental issue. Individually confronting Kakashi presented them with no chance of victory. Only through collaboration could they hope to defeat him. As their training progressed, the synergy among Obito and his comrades grew increasingly seamless, and they gradually acclimated to this style of combat. Obito, too, learned to conceal himself at the earliest opportunity, waiting for the precise moment to deliver a decisive blow. Today marked the commencement of a new assessment, where Kakashi faced Obito, Kurenai, and Asuma. Although these three were not exceptionally formidable, Kakashi approached the situation with a degree of seriousness. Scanning his surroundings, his keen perception quickly identified the trio hidden in the vicinity. A smile played upon Kakashi's lips. But just as he prepared to make his move, a sudden rustle announced the arrival of a figure before him, an Umbu ninja. From his concealed position within the foliage, Obito observed as the Umbu ninja exchanged a few words with Kakashi, and he noted the immediate shift in Kakashi's demeanor. "Come out, everyone. The training is over for today," Kakashi called out. As his words echoed, he vanished from the spot, leaving Obito and the others momentarily bewildered. What just happened? After Kakashi's departure, Obito and his companions hesitated to reveal themselves, wary of a potential trick. Minutes passed, yet Kakashi remained absent. By then, Obito's confusion deepened, prompting him to step forward. Following him, Kurenai and the others emerged as well. Did he really leave? Asuma, looking perplexed, jumped down from a nearby tree. What transpired? That person seemed to be from Umbu. I have no idea. However, Kakashi's expression suggested that something significant had occurred. Kurenai remarked. Whatever the case, it works out perfectly. We don't have to train today. Obito replied nonchalantly. Just then, a figure rushed toward them from a distance, landing in front of the group. Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Asuma. Kurenai Yuhi, report to the examination grounds in 10 minutes. The middle-aged ninja announced before hastily departing. Indeed, something must have happened, Asuma mused, furrowing his brow. Beside him, Kurenai's face displayed a flicker of concern, while Obito appeared utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in another location, the training ground of Mufeng was alive with the sound of his blade slicing through the air as he diligently practiced his swordsmanship. The azure energy emanating from his weapon cleaved through the atmosphere with a sharp resonance. At that moment, a figure landed next to Mufeng. Mufeng, something significant has transpired. Mufeng turned to see Kakashi, who had hurried over from the training field. Chaos has erupted in the Wind Country's Mangekyou. They are dispatching a considerable number of ninjas to the Rain and Earth countries. Meanwhile, spies within the Wind Country report that the Kazekage seems to have gone missing. Oh. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Mufeng's brow furrowed slightly. The Hokage had summoned the villages Ch-Nin and J-Nin to discuss the list of ninjas to be dispatched to the Land of Rain. Did you receive the notification? Kakashi inquired. Since Mufeng's return from the Land of Rain and their subsequent conversation, the exchanges between Kakashi and Mufeng had become less frequent. Kakashi sensed that something within Mufeng had shifted. Meanwhile, after a thorough investigation by the Uchiha clan, the village's attitude towards them seemed to have changed. Although Kakashi did not belong to a prominent clan, he was acquainted with numerous leaf ninjas, and their demeanor revealed the shift to him. Just moments ago, an Umbu ninja had informed Kakashi to report to the Hokage Tower and prepare for battle, prompting Kakashi to immediately think of Mufeng. He inquired with the Umbu ninja, but received no definitive answer, leading him to seek out Mufeng. No, Mufeng replied with a frown. He was not surprised by the lack of orders. The turmoil in the Land of Rain had yet to settle, and his status remained somewhat unique. It had been a month since Mufeng returned from the Land of Rain, and the disappearance of the Wind Shadow indicated that this was not a recent development. Having read the original Naruto series, Mufeng was aware of the truth behind the Wind Shadow's vanishing. As Kakashi's words echoed in his mind, the image of Deidara surfaced. He had made his move. According to the timeline, he had acted much earlier than before and had succeeded. Mufeng felt a fleeting surprise within. Simultaneously, he realized that his previous encounter with Deidara in the Land of Wind had not been futile. He had disrupted the original timeline, signifying that certain events were beginning to diverge from Mufeng's understanding. Initially, upon crossing into the Naruto world, Mufeng had felt apprehensive about this possibility. Yet now, after experiencing so much, he found himself unafraid. With the Wind Shadow missing, the Sand Village would undoubtedly seek trouble with the Rock Village. It seemed that chaos would soon reign in the Land of Rain. The opportunity he had been awaiting had finally arrived. Contemplating his next course of action, Mufeng pondered deeply. Across from him, Kakashi regarded Mufeng with a faint smile, his expression slightly awkward. In that moment, it felt as though the two had grown increasingly distant. Chapter 143. Konoha's preparation for wartime was running short. I must gather now. In the training ground, Kakashi looked up at the sky, the sun slowly traversing its path, and spoke to Mufeng. Indeed, Mufeng nodded. Though he had not received any orders, it did not imply that he could remain uninvolved. The onset of the Third Shinobi World War had become inevitable. No ninja could evade it. Very well. Kakashi nodded in agreement, then vanished from sight in an instant. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Mufeng sheathed his enchanted blade and turned away from the training ground, making his way home. Half an hour later, in a square within the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before a gathering of elite ninjas alongside his fellow leaders. These ninjas were among the first chosen to be dispatched to the Land of Rain, tasked with gathering intelligence and verifying the movements of the two other great nations. The previous day, they had received precise intelligence indicating that a substantial number of sand ninjas had infiltrated the Land of Rain, with many advancing towards the Land of Earth. Moreover, a contingent was also approaching the borders of the Land of Fire. Concurrently, the Rock Village had dispatched numerous ninjas, closing in on the Land of Rain. Situated at the confluence of the Wind, Earth, and Fire nations, should either the sand or rock village gain an advantage in the land of rain, it would pose a significant threat to both the land of fire and the hidden leaf. On stage, Mito Minyan addressed the gathered crowd, his expression grave. Below, the ninjas of the hidden leaf listened intently, a singular thought surging through their minds. War was imminent. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the assembly in silence. Soon, Mito Minyan concluded his remarks, succinctly outlining the importance of the land of rain and the current crisis facing the hidden leaf, while clarifying the primary objective of the mission. You shall be the first group of ninjas from the hidden leaf to venture into the land of rain, tasked with uncovering the movements of the sand and rock ninjas and safeguarding the borders of the land of fire. Upon finishing, Mito Minyan looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. At the sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened as he surveyed the crowd below. The safety of the hidden leaf relies on your cooperation with me. Where the hidden leaf flourishes, the fire shall endure. His resolute proclamation echoed, prompting the ninjas below to respond in unison. Where the hidden leaf flourishes, the fire shall endure. Among the ranks stood Kakashi, positioned at the center. For the first time, he felt the weight of his responsibilities as a ninja and the mission that came with being a leaf ninja. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Mufeng was not present here. Prepare to depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with a sweeping motion, and the ninjas of the hidden leaf began to mobilize. They were not immediately assigned tasks. This assembly was a prelude to the specific missions and team assignments that Kakashi and the others would receive shortly. In truth, following the intelligence regarding the Sand Village's large-scale maneuvers, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minyan had already devised a strategy, making this gathering akin to a pre-battle rally. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words concluded, the assembled ninjas began to disperse, preparing for the supply phase. Simultaneously, liaison ninjas commenced their tasks, distributing the pre-established operational plans to each ninja. Kakashi received his assigned mission, which entailed collaborating with Namake's Minato to ascertain the primary routes and numbers of the Sand Village's ninjas, with the potential for engagement, if necessary. Upon receiving the mission, Kakashi felt a sense of relief after collaborating with Minato Namake's. Having completed the preparations, he set off promptly. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the training had concluded. Are we finally to embark on a mission? How splendid. Teacher, please enlighten us about the task at hand. In the classroom, Obito eagerly gazed at the instructor. Moments prior, he and his peers had been summoned back to the academy, where it was announced that their specialized training had come to an end and new assignments awaited them. The excitement was palpable, not just for Obito. After graduating, he, along with Guy and others, had not been separated into different classes as usual. Instead, they underwent specialized training. During this period, their skills had significantly improved, yet they remained at the level of genin. However, feeling their newfound strength ignited a fervent desire within them to prove themselves through missions. The announcement of their forthcoming tasks naturally filled them with exuberance. The decision to assign missions to Obito's cohort was the result of careful contemplation by Hiruzen Sarutobi. With the Sand Village taking action, the state of war remained ambiguous, suggesting no imminent large-scale conflict. After a period of training, Obito and his companions had shed their naivety from graduation. At the very least, they now recognized the significance of collaborative efforts and following orders. Thus, they were poised to make a meaningful impact on the battlefield. Konoha resembled a greenhouse, nurturing blossoms that must eventually face the tempest beyond. Hence, before the storm's arrival, it was prudent to acclimate Obito and his peers to the realities of their profession. Consequently, Hiruzen designated them among the first group of ninjas to venture into the land of rain. Obito, do not rush. Your mission details are nearly finalized. This time, your class will be divided into teams, and you will accompany a Jonin or elite Jonin. The instructor began to outline the grouping plan and the Jonin they would follow. I will now announce the roster. Once the list is confirmed, you will need to locate your leading Jonin, whose address will also be provided. Additionally, this mission is rather urgent, so please prepare your combat supplies and personal necessities. On stage, the academy instructor meticulously advised his students. Having personally guided them, he felt a mix of pride and concern as he prepared them for the battlefield. Following this, he began to read the names. Obito, Rin Noera. Your leading Jonin will be Minato Namake's, and Kakashi is also part of your team. Guy Hinata Shimizu. The instructor continued to announce the names, eliciting various reactions from the audience. Finally, he reached the name of Kurenai Yuhi. As the sun set, Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma found themselves assigned to the same group as their esteemed superior. Upon learning of this arrangement, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Asuma's eyes, while Kurenai furrowed her brow, slowly raising her hand. Teacher, may I pose a question? What is it, Kurenai? Mikazuki, where is Uchiha Mikazuki assigned? Kurenai inquired apprehensively. As her words echoed through the classroom, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned towards the teacher, who hesitated for a moment, the image of Mikazuki flashing in his mind. I'm not entirely sure. He might be on another mission, he replied. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Kurenai's expression. However, you may wish to inquire further. Given Mikazuki's capabilities, it's likely he has been assigned a challenging task, the teacher added with a smile. Nevertheless, do not be disheartened. You all are exceptionally talented. He concluded. The group assignments are finalized. You may now engage in free activities. Remember my earlier advice. Ensure you prepare both combat and supply provisions before departing. Understood, teacher. The students responded in unison. From this day forth, this cohort of Konoha ninjas would venture beyond the village, braving the trials of the outside world. Chapter 144. The Crisis of the Akatsuki Organization. What? No mission? How is that possible? We all have assignments, exclaimed Kakashi, incredulous. Mikazuki, you are undeniably powerful. How could this be? At Mikazuki's home, after receiving their assignments at school, Obito and the others rushed over, with Kurenai being the most ardent advocate. Their astonishment was palpable upon learning that Mikazuki had not received any missions from the village. During the mission assignment, the atmosphere was charged with intensity, suggesting that each individual's success or failure was pivotal to the survival of Konoha, and that every ninja within the village must give their utmost effort. Yet, upon arriving at Mikazuki's residence and discovering he had received no assignments, they were left speechless. Mikazuki had already been recognized as the strongest among their cohort, with Kakashi acknowledging that he was no match for him. During their special training, Kakashi often remarked that if Mikazuki were to face Obito and the others, they would stand no chance whatsoever. Logically, Kurenai and the others assumed Mikazuki must have been tasked with something exceedingly difficult. However, it appeared that the reality was quite different. Mikazuki found it challenging to explain to his friends. The truth is, perhaps the Hokage has his reasons, he suggested. Nonetheless, you all must remain cautious. The land of rain is not as stable as Konoha, he advised, looking at the group. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to undertake missions alongside Kurenai, Obito, and the others, but the current situation did not permit such an arrangement. Before their arrival, Mikazuki had already made a resolution. No matter what decisions Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups in Konoha made, he was determined to venture to the land of rain. As for how Konoha perceives him after his departure, it has become inconsequential. However, before leaving, Feng still wishes to engage in a discussion with Uchiha Fugaku. If he could leverage the Uchiha name to journey to the land of rain, such an outcome would be most favorable. Following the previous incident of his provocation, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha has grown increasingly intricate. The current undercurrents of tension have somewhat diminished in light of the Sand Village's extensive offensive against the land of rain and the land of earth, yet Feng, as a central figure, continues to enjoy special treatment. Moreover, in the aftermath of the last event, the higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, have categorized Feng within the Uchiha faction. Concurrently, Feng has garnered initial trust from Uchiha Fugaku. Now, should Feng propose a journey to the land of rain, it is likely that Fugaku would not impede his progress, while Sarutobi Hiruzen would find himself powerless to oppose, needing to exert full control over the overarching situation in Konoha. In the grand scheme of the Third Shinobi World War, Feng's affairs are negligible. Aware of this, Feng sought out Fugaku prior to his departure. Upon arriving in the land of rain, he has devised preliminary plans for action. This time, he would not accept any missions from Konoha, but would instead embark on his own agenda. How can this be? I had thought you would join us. After confirming that Feng truly had no mission, Obito still found it hard to believe. Enough, Obito. Feng is not like us. Meanwhile, Asuma felt a surge of excitement. He was on a team with Kurenai, and initially, he thought there would be just the two of them, with Feng likely being the third. Upon hearing Feng explicitly state he had no mission, Asuma instantly felt that his opportunity had arrived. Kurenai, too, wore a face of disappointment and reluctance. She shared Asuma's sentiments. But upon receiving the answer, Their emotional reactions diverged completely. There may be missions later. I believe it won't be long before we meet again in the Land of Rain. Observing Kurenai's dejected demeanor, Feng spoke with a smile. Really? Upon hearing this, Kurenai cast him an expectant glance. Trust me, perhaps this time, you'll all hear news of me in the Land of Rain. Feng's smile was imbued with a touch of determination. Seeing his expression, Kurenai nodded. Ah, I understand. Feng, you must have a mission, but it's inconvenient for you to share it with us. At that moment, Obito excitedly slapped his forehead. The others cast exasperated glances at Obito. Feng responded with a serene smile. This time, Obito was correct. For he indeed had plans and could not divulge them to Obito and the others. Then we shall meet in the Land of Rain. Until we meet in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, within an Akatsuki stronghold, chaos ensued. Quick, get the injured settled. Amidst the disarray, Akatsuki members frantically attended to the wounded who had come from the battlefield. A panicked member rushed in to find Yahiko. Leader, it's bad. The ninjas from IWA have just launched another surprise attack on our stronghold. The fiery red and green flames have perished. Moreover, a squad of rock shinobi is approaching us, led by 3 Jonin. What? Upon hearing this news, Yahiko immediately rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The 2 fallen shinobi mentioned were core members of the Akatsuki, possessing formidable combat prowess, and had joined the organization quite early on. Learning of this calamity struck Yahiko as if he were struck by a thunderbolt. What exacerbated the situation was that the rock shinobi seemed unwilling to relent against the Akatsuki. Even if Yahiko, Nagato, and the others fought back against the surprise attack of the 3 Jonin, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Quickly, arrange for everyone to evacuate. Retreat to our stronghold deep within the Land of Rain. Chief, if we retreat now, one of the Akatsuki members spoke despairingly. Ever since the last encounter at the border where they repelled a squad of rock shinobi, the Akatsuki had angered the rock village. The consequences unfolded just as Feng and Yahiko had previously speculated. Following that, the rock shinobi launched an offensive against the Akatsuki, and in the face of such overwhelming strength, Yahiko and his companions found themselves powerless, with the Akatsuki retreating continuously. Meanwhile, there was still no word of support from the Rain Village, which left Yahiko and the others in deep distress. After enduring for some time, Yahiko resolved to abandon the border and lead the Akatsuki away. Yet, this departure would signify that their previous efforts would be in vain, and it was evident that some were reluctant to accept this. Let us temporarily relinquish the border. Yahiko gritted his teeth and declared, we are not strong enough yet. With 3 Jonin from the rock shinobi, Chief, if you make a move, along with that fellow from before and Nagato, we could stand a chance. Someone began to speak. However, he halted mid-sentence. The fellow he referred to was none other than Feng. Ever since his last confrontation with the rock shinobi, Feng had made an appearance within the Akatsuki, and many regarded him as a strong ally of the organization. Alas, regrettably, Feng had not shown himself again since then. Hearing his subordinate's words, Yahiko furrowed his brow and turned to look at Nagato. The expression on Nagato's face grew grim, but soon he arrived at a decision. Yahiko, contact that person. What is rightfully mine, I cannot escape. A glimmer of resolve shone in Nagato's Rinnegan. Yet, Yahiko turned back and shouted loudly. Evacuate this place. Chapter 145, Action. Once again heading to the Land of Rain Konoha. After a significant number of ninjas were dispatched to the Land of Rain, the atmosphere in Konoha became markedly desolate. On this day, Feng arrived at the home of Uchiha Fugaku. The Sand Village began a large-scale infiltration into the Land of Rain, seemingly intent on provoking war with the Earth Country, while Konoha, as a third party, sought to safeguard its own interests. Strangely, however, not many members of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's combat forces, were sent to the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku found himself somewhat perplexed by the third Hokage's decision, yet he refrained from expressing his thoughts. On this day, upon seeing Feng arrive, he promptly welcomed him. Since the last time Fugaku summoned Feng to explain his mission alongside Danzo and Orochimaru, the two had not crossed paths again. However, Fugaku had internally affirmed that Feng stood with the Uchiha clan. Feng, please take a seat. Mei-chin, could you fetch us something to eat? Fugaku observed Feng with warmth in his eyes, hoping that his son, still in the cradle, would grow to be as exceptional and supportive as Feng. No need, Aunt Mei-chin. Clan leader, I have come to bid farewell. Feng declared his intentions candidly. At this statement, both Fugaku and Mangekyou were momentarily taken aback. Farewell? Yes, I intend to go to the Land of Rain. Have you received a mission from the village? Fugaku's brow furrowed. No, Feng shook his head. It is a matter of a personal nature. A personal matter? Fugaku's expression tightened further. The Land of Rain was still embroiled in turmoil, and the situation was far from favorable. Many ninjas were hesitant to venture there. Feng had grown up in Konoha, with his only connection to the Land of Rain being his previous mission there. The notion of embarking on a personal journey to such a place astonished Fugaku. Instantly, Fugaku recalled that Feng had not been entirely truthful during their last encounter. There were matters he had withheld from the clan leader. Yes, clan leader. I feel that my growth in Konoha has reached a certain limit. Though the last battle was perilous, I gained much from it. The current state of the ninja world is dire, and I desire to enhance my strength. Hence, I must go to the Land of Rain. A resolute glimmer shone in Feng's eyes as he spoke. Fugaku's demeanor shifted to seriousness, yet internally, he sighed in relief. He began to comprehend Feng's sentiments. It seems that the previous incident has had a profound impact on you, Fugaku remarked with a sigh. Feng had expressed his desire to travel to the Land of Rain in pursuit of honing his abilities. As a high-ranking shinobi, Fugaku understood this well. Combat was indeed the most effective means of sharpening a ninja's skills, albeit accompanied by significant risks. In Fugaku's view, Feng had likely been spurred by the life-and-death crisis he had faced previously, hence his urgent desire to grow stronger. Furthermore, the unrest within Konoha had instilled a sense of impending danger among many ninjas, including Fugaku himself, who had been experiencing restless nights. Moreover, Fugaku recalled that there existed certain battle maniacs within the ninja world, whose very existence revolved around combat, seeking strength, and challenging formidable foes. He did not wish for Feng to become one of them. However, given the current state of affairs, striving for strength was undoubtedly prudent. Feng, I implore you to reconsider this decision. The Land of Rain is far from a peaceful place. Since the village has not dispatched you, there is no need for you to go alone. Stay with the clan. As long as we are here, you will be safe. Fugaku remained silent while Makoto, with a look of concern, spoke gently. Thank you, Aunt Makoto. However, I believe my own strength is the most reliable. At this point, Feng paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing Feng's furrowed brow, Fugaku nodded. Since you have made your decision, then follow through with it. I shall explain the situation to Lord Hokage. Dear, it's fine, Fugaku interjected. Children must grow. Moreover, this is the fate of a ninja. If our child possesses the same level of insight as Feng, as a father, I would be deeply gratified. Shifting his gaze back to Feng, Fugaku continued. However, you must exercise caution during this mission. If necessary, I can summon a few ninjas from the clan to accompany you. No need. Feng respectfully declined. I have already planned my actions. His intention was to engage with Nagato and the Akatsuki, and it was imperative that no members of the Uchiha clan accompany him. Very well. You have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If the situation becomes precarious, you can simply escape. Fugaku stated, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. It is sufficient that the clan leader can express such sentiments. Feng replied. Rising to his feet, he declared, I shall take my leave, clan leader. Wait. Makoto interjected as Feng turned to depart. She swiftly retreated into the bedroom, emerging shortly with a protective talisman. Feng, take this. It was originally meant for Itachi, but you need it more now. Remember, do not overexert yourself once you arrive in the Land of Rain. Gazing at Makoto's benevolent expression, Feng nodded, pondering the immense resolve Itachi must have possessed to commit such acts against such loving parents. Before long, Feng exited the Uchiha residence. Instead of returning home, he hastened towards the outskirts of Konoha. Having prepared himself prior to meeting Fugaku, he reached the village gate, glanced back at Konoha, and then vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in another realm, the underground world was rife with tension. The sand and rock villages appeared on the brink of war, and Konoha had dispatched ninjas to the Land of Rain. The body of Bai slowly emerged from the ground, fixing its gaze upon the aged Uchiha Madara. Yet, the Uchiha clan had not ventured into the Land of Rain. It seemed that a conflict had arisen with Konoha. War? Madara mused, his eyelids drooping. He was now a shadow of his former self. Once a true sovereign of the battlefield, his body could no longer sustain such endeavors. Quickly, bring that child to my side, he commanded. Yet, this requires an opportunity. As long as that fellow arrives, everything will proceed smoothly. The voice of Black Zetsu reverberated through the subterranean space. Chapter 146. The Akatsuki Organization in Distress. Within the Land of Rain, the sky was shrouded in mist and vapor. Inside a cavern, flickering torches illuminated the surroundings, where several members of the Akatsuki stood guard at the entrance, their expressions tinged with a sense of numbness. A cacophony of discord emerged from within the cave, grating on the ears. We must devise a solution. If this continues, our entire organization will be brought to ruin. Are the people of Iwa Shinobi Village a band of lunatics? Now that Mangekyou has set its sights on them, they refuse to let us go. This is no longer merely an issue of Iwa. Can we permit the ninjas from the other three great nations to invade our homeland? The Leaf Village is also making moves. It is said they have reached an agreement with Rain Shinobi Village. The Land of Rain seems poised to repeat the tragedies of years past. And so what? What can we do? We cannot even withstand Iwa. The actions of Rain Shinobi Village are justified. We cannot unite against the three great shinobi villages. Currently, our only option is to develop while they engage in their fierce battles. We must take the mercenary route. The mercenary path? Do you intend to negotiate with Iwa? Spare me the nonsense. We cannot expend our efforts for the sake of the ninjas from the three great villages. What of it? Strength is paramount. They hire us to combat the other shinobi villages, achieving two objectives at once. What about the Land of Rain? If the Leaf and Sand villages send us to confront the ninjas of the Land of Rain, what then? We simply refuse the mission. Within the cave, several mid-level Akatsuki members began to bicker. Following their confrontation with Iwa, the Akatsuki had suffered significant losses. Many began to question whether their initial path was indeed correct. They had gathered together to safeguard the Land of Rain and bring peace and stability to it. Yet now, they realized that this aspiration was merely a hollow dream. As just a faction of Iwa's ninjas had rendered the entire Akatsuki organization ineffectual. To contend with the Leaf, Sand, and Iwa villages was, at this juncture, a ludicrous notion. Thus, a faction within the Akatsuki began to recognize the paramount importance of strength. Some seized the opportunity to propose an alliance with Mangekyou, engaging in combat as mercenaries to leverage their power against Iwa. This would effectively provide the Akatsuki with an additional backing, promising greater rewards. However, such a course of action would be tantamount to allowing Mangekyou to enter the Land of Rain. For some members of the Akatsuki, this was simply unacceptable. During the Second Great Ninja War, some had lost their loved ones at the hands of ninjas from Mangekyou, and the Akatsuki's enduring philosophy had been to resist the ninjas of the three great villages. To now actively seek cooperation with Mangekyou or the Leaf was a perplexing contradiction to their foundational beliefs. Yet, if the Akatsuki persisted in adhering to their original ideology and continued to engage in conflict with the ninjas of the three great villages, it would be akin to moths drawn to a flame. Even with Nagato's abilities, the Akatsuki organization currently stands no chance against any of the three great ninja villages. A conflict has arisen between survival and belief, plunging the entire Akatsuki into chaos, especially after they retreated from the borders of the Land of Rain. In recent days, numerous ninjas have silently departed from the organization, causing significant distress for Nagato, Yahiko, and several minor leaders of the Akatsuki. Yahiko, observing the quarrels among the minor leaders, displayed a pained expression. His ideals were grand, yet the reality was painfully ironic. Let the leader make the decision. I, for one, will not act alongside the Sand ninjas. The leader interjected. As it stands, one encounter with the Rock Village has already cost us many lives. If we provoke the Sand Village further, the existence of the Akatsuki itself may become questionable. Upon hearing these words, the minor leaders turned their gazes towards Yahiko. He appeared conflicted, truth be told. He was reluctant to abandon the original beliefs upon which the Akatsuki was founded, yet he was even less willing to witness his comrades perish. However, Yahiko understood that if he chose to steer the Akatsuki towards hiring ninjas, many members would undoubtedly be disheartened and leave. It was a choice between spiritual death and physical demise. Rubbing his hair in frustration, Yahiko deliberated for a while longer. Let me think this over. We have fought alongside the Rock Ninjas for an extended period. Perhaps it is time for everyone to rest for a few days. At this remark, the minor leader advocating for continued combat appeared somewhat flustered. Leader, enough. Today's discussion ends here, Yahiko declared. falling silent and allowing his subordinates to voice their opinions without interference. Reluctantly, the minor leaders departed. Once they had left, the anguish in Yahiko's eyes intensified. How did things come to this? He murmured. Konan, standing nearby, cast a worried glance at him, while Nagato furrowed his brow. In truth, that individual had already warned them at the border. They had simply failed to heed the warning. At that time, it was Uchiha. Nagato began, recalling. Had we followed his advice, perhaps we would not have reached this impasse. As the Akatsuki found itself in dire straits, Nagato reflected on the criticisms voiced by Feng in the valley regarding the organization's shortcomings. Although the Akatsuki appeared to share a unified ideology, their interests were fundamentally misaligned, with each member fighting primarily for their own desires and original intentions. Feng had suggested that Yahiko re-evaluate the membership of the Akatsuki, but at that moment, it was unthinkable for Yahiko to do so. Now, the underlying issues had escalated. The contradictions had not been gradually addressed, but had erupted violently, presenting a lethal threat. Should we seek out that individual? Nagato tentatively inquired. Long before at the border, Nagato had sought to find Feng, believing him to be the emissary of Uchiha Obito, convinced that Feng possessed a more intricate plan than his own. However, this proposition was dismissed by Yahiko, who instinctively perceived Feng as a perilous entity, particularly after learning the origin of Nagato's eyes. Now, Nagato spoke again, asserting, regardless of whether we seek him or not, that fellow will come to us. After all, these eyes are not mine. Yet they are yours now, Yahiko replied. What of the power they bestow? Nagato did not remain silent as he usually did. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, prompting Konan, who stood nearby, to interject softly. Yahiko, let us heed Nagato this time. We must not quarrel any longer. Yahiko turned to the tearful Konan, his pupils narrowing in surprise. After a moment, he produced the flying thunder god kunai that Feng had given him. Chapter 147. The discussion with Yahiko buzzing. In the land of rain, Feng donned a cloak, racing across a river. At that moment, his chakra began to fluctuate. It was the chakra disturbance emanating from the flying thunder god kunai. As the waves of energy coursed through him, Feng halted, raising his gaze towards the source. That direction. But surely, there is no one in the land of rain. Could it be Yahiko and the others? A glimmer sparked in his eyes. Having recently entered the land of rain, Feng had originally intended to test his luck and see if encountering a sand or rock ninja would trigger a system task. However, before he could initiate his plans, Yahiko had already begun to contact Feng using the kunai. Now, Feng's sensing range of the flying thunder god technique had expanded significantly, and given that he was already within the land of rain, he was able to sense it. With a swift motion, Feng entered the flying thunder god space to pinpoint the location, vanishing from his spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was no response. Yahiko examined the kunai, feeling as though he had triggered something by infusing his chakra into it. Yet, beyond that, there was no additional reaction. After a moment of silence, with nothing occurring, Yahiko grew perplexed. Konan and Nagato exchanged concerned glances. Just as Konan was about to speak, a figure suddenly materialized before them with a whoosh, swiftly snatching the kunai from Yahiko's grasp. It seems you have come to a decision. Feng, adorned with a red fox mask, stood before the trio. Startled by Feng's abrupt appearance, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were taken aback. They found themselves within the Akatsuki stronghold, and the fact that Feng could appear out of thin air with merely a kunai was truly unsettling. In their astonishment, none of the three could utter a word. At this moment, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan found themselves at a loss on how to confront Feng. Ignoring the trio, Feng gazed outward. It appears that your organization is not faring well, he remarked coolly from behind his mask. Have you engaged in battle with the rock ninja? He continued to inquire. At that moment, Yahiko stepped forward, casting a wary glance at Feng. Indeed, we are in need of your strength. However, this does not imply that we will relinquish Nagato. He has already informed us of your identity. In any case, neither you nor the Uchiha Madara behind you can coerce Nagato. Yahiko initially refrained from discussing the Akatsuki's issues, focusing instead on the matter of Nagato. Listening to his words, Feng realized that the Jinjutsu he had employed to communicate with Nagato prior to his departure had taken effect. It seemed that Nagato and the others had come to regard him as an ally of Uchiha Madara. Feng had no intention of clarifying this identity. Although this might strain his relationship with Nagato and the others, it could expedite the establishment of a cooperative rapport with the Akatsuki. Do not be anxious. Feng addressed Yahiko and his companions. I have already discussed our previous matters. I harbor no ill will towards the Akatsuki. Furthermore, Nagato's issues must be resolved by him alone. I am of no assistance in that regard. My sole objective is to bring the Uchiha clan to the Land of Rain, providing my kin with a secure haven. Upon hearing Feng's words, Yahiko furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he found it difficult to comprehend Feng's intentions. Although the ninjas of the Land of Rain despised the ninjas from the three great nations, to some extent, they envied them. Those hailing from Mangekyou, Konoha, and Fugaku were not subjected to the same precarious existence, often struggling to secure their next meal. The Uchiha clan, now a prominent lineage within Konoha, was choosing to abandon the stability of Konoha for the turmoil of the Land of Rain. This decision seemed like trading a palace for a dilapidated shrine, an unwise exchange indeed. I still cannot place my trust in your words. After contemplating, Yahiko finally responded. If you do not believe, then so be it, Feng remarked, not attempting to sway Yahiko further, instead sheathing his kunai and preparing to depart. Wait. At that moment, Nagato suddenly interjected. Regardless of your intentions, we can indeed collaborate, correct? Hearing Nagato's words, Feng halted his stride. Nagato. Yahiko attempted to interrupt, but Nagato paid him no heed. Since you are also of the Uchiha clan, dispatched by Lord Madara, our objectives should align. Nagato continued. Feng was taken aback to hear Nagato refer to Uchiha as Lord. He turned his gaze back to Nagato. The Akatsuki is currently facing some obstacles. I hope you will lend us your assistance. As for the matters concerning Lord Madara, stop. Feng interrupted Nagato's words. I have made my stance abundantly clear. I shall not intervene in matters concerning you and Uchiha Obito. At present, I represent solely myself, or rather, the Uchiha clan. I have previously conveyed my thoughts on the Akatsuki organization, yet it seems you have overlooked them. The wind shadow of Mangekyou has gone missing, and the conflict between Mangekyou and Fugaku is now unavoidable. Konoha has also entered the fray. The Land of Rain will inevitably plunge into turmoil for the foreseeable future. It is impossible for you to expect that I alone can alter the course of this war. As Feng's words resonated, expressions of shock appeared on the faces of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. What did you say? The wind shadow is missing? How can this be? Yahiko exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Compared to the three great nations, the Akatsuki organization is pathetically small, not only in terms of strength, but also in intelligence, medical resources, and supplies. They cannot compete with the three great nations. Both Konoha and Fugaku are already aware of the wind shadow's disappearance, while the Akatsuki remains in the dark, with some members even suspecting that the Sand and Stone Ninja are conspiring to invade the Land of Rain. The news Feng brought not only left Yahiko and the others in shock, but also made them acutely aware of the current situation. The disappearance of a shadow is no trivial matter. If Mangekyou can ascertain that Fugaku is responsible, then it is beyond the Akatsuki's capacity to intervene. Even with the assistance of the Rain Ninja, I will remain in the Land of Rain for a while. During this time, I shall act independently. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. I shall leave this kunai with you. With that, Feng handed the reclaimed Flying Thunder God kunai to Yahiko. Moreover, remember that we are merely in a cooperative relationship. My assistance comes at a cost. As for the issues within your organization, you must resolve them yourselves. With a swift motion, Feng vanished from sight. The trio stood in the now desolate space, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 148. The fragmentation of the Akatsuki organization after Feng's departure. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato remained frozen in place. The unfolding events diverged significantly from their expectations. Initially, Nagato had informed them of the news he received from Zetsu and the origins of his Rinnegan, coupled with his speculations regarding Feng's background. This had made both Yahiko and Konan exceedingly sensitive to Feng's identity. The power of the Rinnegan is formidable, and the conspiracy behind it is undoubtedly vast. Furthermore, the name Uchiha Obito carries tremendous weight. Yahiko and Konan felt as if they stood before an insurmountable mountain, acutely aware that they might lose Nagato at any moment. Yet, they also recognized the immense power possessed by Uchiha Obito. The origins in the Land of Rain, combined with the current plight of the Akatsuki, ignited a peculiar yearning for strength within the trio. They found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Ultimately, Relying on Mufeng or Uchiha Obito is akin to consorting with a tiger. One may either acquire formidable power or be utterly consumed. However, choosing not to engage in transactions with Mufeng or Uchiha Obito, relying solely on their current strength and power, would inevitably lead to complications. Nagato recognized this and thus summoned Mufeng. Although Yahiko opposed the decision, he understood that the Akatsuki organization had indeed found itself in a predicament. Their initial intention was to leverage Mufeng's strength, specifically Uchiha Obito's power, to rescue the Akatsuki. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that upon Mufeng's arrival, he merely engaged in superficial dialogue, displaying an apparent indifference towards the internal matters of the Akatsuki, as if he had relinquished all ties to the organization. Moreover, Mufeng seemed entirely unconcerned about the relationship between Nagato and Uchiha Obito, even going so far as to assert that he did not represent Obito. Yet, if he did not represent Obito, why had he employed Genjutsu to convey a message to Nagato after their last encounter? Is he toying with us? Yahiko clenched his fists and struck the wall with force. Mufeng's arrival did not yield any valuable advice, yet it was not without merit, at the very least. He clarified the truth behind the recent turmoil in Mangekyou to Nagato and the others. With this understanding, they could better grasp the current situation. However, the more they comprehended this, the more Yahiko realized that relying on the present state of the Akatsuki would not suffice to prevent the three great nations from clashing in the Land of Rain. With the Kazekage missing, Mangekyou was undoubtedly in a state of disarray. Furthermore, ever since the last war, the conditions in Mangekyou had been dire, and they had long harbored ambitions of initiating conflict. Now, with the Kazekage's disappearance, they were pouring gasoline onto the smoldering embers. Mangekyou needed an opportunity to prove itself while seeking benefits for the Wind Country. Their sights were now set on Iwagakure. Yet how could Iwagakure allow Mangekyou to act with impunity? The ruthlessness of this ninja village even surpassed that of Kirigakure, and the Akatsuki had merely thwarted one of their teams, already drawing the ire of Iwagakure's shinobi. How could Iwagakure tolerate the provocations from Mangekyou? At this juncture, the situation had escalated beyond the point where casualties could lead to negotiations. It was clear that Mangekyou was using the Kazekage's disappearance as an excuse. What room for salvation remained? Yahiko, what shall we do next? Conan inquired. As of now, a faction of the Akatsuki's small leaders awaited Yahiko's guidance on whether to continue battling the three great nations or to adopt a mercenary approach. While that individual might seem somewhat unreliable, much of what he said was likely true. If the Kazekage truly was missing, Mangekyou would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. The ninjas of Iwagakure were notorious for their fearlessness and grudges. If we were to persist in our conflict with the three great ninja villages, it was feared that the Akatsuki would find itself ensnared in a dire situation, especially if that individual sought to take Nagato away. At this moment, Conan voiced her concerns. Upon uttering these words, Yahiko momentarily froze, recalling the elusive ninjutsu demonstrated by Mukei's earlier. He glanced up at Nagato. In that instant, Yahiko felt as though he had been transported back to the Second Shinobi World War, to a time when he was merely a child. Back then, he lacked the capability to resist even the most ordinary of lower-ranked ninjas, forced to witness ninjas wreak havoc in his homeland. Subsequently, he acquired strength, learned ninjutsu under Jiraiya, and ultimately founded the Akatsuki organization. Yet, just as he believed he had gained power, reality delivered a harsh blow. If he could not even protect his companions, what meaning did it all hold? He announced to everyone that the Akatsuki would no longer oppose the ninjas of the three great nations and would be willing to accept their employment, albeit at a price. Finally, gritting his teeth, Nagato uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Conan and Yahiko did not display joy. Instead, their brows furrowed. They understood that this was merely a momentary concession from Yahiko. Having acquired formidable power, the Akatsuki would continue to strive for the peace of the Rain Country. At that moment, Nagato recalled Mukei's earlier mention of the Uchiha clan. If that individual could indeed relocate the Uchiha clan to the Rain Country and execute his plan, perhaps the Rain Country could truly rise. He might have seen through everything from the start. Yet, was this entire plan originally devised by Madara? Nagato's questions remained unanswered. Following Yahiko's decision, chaos erupted within the Akatsuki. Those ninjas who harbored animosity towards the three great nations began to vent their frustrations, with many resigning from the Akatsuki. What is this? I initially thought Yahiko had some backbone, but he turned out to be no different from the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village. How laughable. I thought the ninjas of the Rain country had awakened, only to find they are still incapable. Mercenaries. In the end, isn't it all for money? My parents perished at the hands of the Sand Ninjas. It is impossible for me to serve them. The Akatsuki? Huh. Should I encounter you assisting the Sand Ninjas again? It will be a matter of either your demise or mine. I'm leaving. It's better to abandon such an organization. These sentiments echoed throughout the Akatsuki. And within just 2 days, nearly 70% of its members had departed, severely weakening its morale. At the base, Yahiko tallied the remaining members, but upon observing them, his brow furrowed. In that moment, he comprehended the issues within the Akatsuki that Mukase had alluded to in the valley. It seems we must immerse ourselves in reflection for a time, Yahiko remarked, still subconsciously pondering Mukase. What is that individual doing now in the Rain Country? Chapter 149. The Trail of the Rock Ninjas Border of the Rain Country. Upon a muddy path, a few carts made their way into the heart of the Land of Rain, accompanied by a larger number of citizens clad in tattered clothing and bearing coarse fabric bundles. Mangekyou began to dispatch a significant number of ninjas into the Land of Rain, simultaneously infiltrating the Land of Earth. This provoked the ire of the Iwagakure ninjas, who promptly set about sending their own contingent into the Land of Rain. After departing from the Akatsuki's stronghold, Feng chose his initial target at the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. Compared to Mangekyou, Iwagakure possessed a greater number of ninjas, and their actions were more reckless. For an average ninja, Iwagakure was undoubtedly more formidable than Mangekyou, as their collective assault tactics could rival those of a Kage-level powerhouse. Nevertheless, Feng preferred to engage with Iwagakure over Mangekyou. Although the numbers were in Iwagakure's favor, Feng's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique rendered him unafraid of their numbers. Furthermore, if he could trigger a system task, the sheer number of adversaries would, in a sense, equate to a darkening value. The greater the number, the more benefits Feng could potentially reap. On the other hand, the current Akatsuki found itself at odds with Iwagakure. Should Feng successfully intercept the Iwagakure ninjas, it would also provide some reassurance to Yahiko and others, demonstrating his goodwill. Weighing these factors, Feng decided that this would be his first destination. Upon reaching the border of the Land of Rain, Feng discovered that the local populace had begun to evacuate. These civilians had evidently received news of the impending war. In the original Naruto narrative, war was primarily depicted among ninjas, lacking the brutality of reality. However, as Feng traversed into the Naruto world, the war proved to be far more harrowing than portrayed in the original text. Masked, Feng raced through the jungle, with the path not far ahead. During his journey, he could hear the cries of children and the anxious voices of adults. Frowning slightly, he chose not to intervene. For Feng, witnessing the civilians fleeing toward the heart of the Land of Rain was a sign that he was nearing the Iwagakure ninjas. Coming to a halt, he inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal in a dense thicket. With the enhancement of his Flying Thunder God technique, he could now inscribe multiple marks. Feng was capable of reaching any location within the Land of Rain in a single day. After etching the seal on a rock, he concealed it. Suddenly, the sounds of swift movement echoed from the nearby thicket. Listening closely, Feng discerned that these were not civilians, but rather ninjas on the move. Intrigued, he donned his mask and vanished from sight, following their trail. Meanwhile, a squad of Iwagakure ninjas raced through the dense forest. Lord Oishi is truly remarkable. That Akatsuki organization seems to be quaking in fear, yet they still insist on sending us out for patrols. It is indeed a reckless endeavor for this Akatsuki, which, despite being merely an organization from the Land of Rain, dares to oppose our rock ninja village, and they even managed to repel Lord Oishi once. Now, after that Sasuke has issued orders, Lord Oishi's first course of action is to exact vengeance upon the Akatsuki. However, it is quite unexpected that this organization harbors a Jonin. Who would have thought that an organization from the Land of Rain would possess such a powerful ninja, especially one hailing from their own territory? What good is one Jonin? We still have the Sasuke to rely upon. The 4 rock ninjas conversed as they raced along. They were the second batch of ninjas dispatched from the rock ninja village. Drawing from past experiences and in light of the provocations from the Sand Ninja village, this time the number of ninjas sent was exceptionally large, over 5,000, with tens of thousands more ready to support at the border of the Land of Earth. The Rock Ninja village has certainly sensed the hostility from the Sand Ninja village and must prepare for comprehensive defense. After being repelled by the Akatsuki, Lord Oishi returned to the village, where he faced a stern reprimand from the Tsuchikage. Nonetheless, he was soon dispatched again to lead a considerable force for a second incursion. This time, he was not alone. Other Jonin such as Hashirama and Majuru accompanied him. Their mission was twofold. First, to eliminate all threats within the Land of Rain near the border of the Land of Earth, and second, to construct a defensive line within the interior of the Land of Rain. Even if war were to break out between the Rock Ninja Village and the Sand Ninja Village, it was imperative to prevent the flames of conflict from reaching the borders of the Land of Earth. Upon receiving the mission, Lord Oishi immediately set his sights on the Akatsuki. Currently, the entire Akatsuki organization has been driven back into the heart of the Land of Rain by the Rock Ninja Village. However, Lord Oishi remains uneasy and continues to instruct his subordinates to search for any potential hidden members of the Akatsuki along the border. The small team that Feng encountered was executing this very task. Upon spotting the Rock Ninja team, Feng did not act hastily to alarm them. Instead, he quietly followed behind. After tracking them for several minutes, he had a rough understanding of their abilities. This Rock Ninja team consisted of 4 members, 1 Chunin leading the group and 3 Jonin. They had already surveyed their designated area and were now heading towards the Rock Ninja's temporary base to report back to Lord Oishi. Having reached the level of Jonin, Feng found it rather easy to trail the 3. Due to the disparity in strength, he closed the distance and overheard their conversation, grasping the nature of their mission. It seems today's task is accomplished. Let us hurry back. It has already been 3 days. In my opinion, that group from the Akatsuki has long since returned. Let them go back. If we encounter them, it would be disastrous for us. Do not forget that the leader of the 2 of you is a Jonin, someone we cannot contend with. Enough of the idle chatter. Ahead lies the stronghold. The group raced forward, utterly oblivious to the presence of Feng trailing behind. Feng followed closely, and ultimately, he witnessed the 4 of them burst forth from the dense forest, cross a small river, and vanish into a valley. Without the cover of the thicket, Feng dared not pursue too closely. He quickly sought a vantage point. Standing atop the elevation, he gazed in the direction the 4 had departed. Suddenly, a series of military tents appeared within his line of sight. At that moment, a crisp notification rang out in Feng's mind. Chapter 150, Assault on the Rock Ninja Camp. A clear chime echoed in Feng's consciousness. Ding. Detection of the Rock Ninja Village's Ninja Legion. Ding. Host's current predicament detected. War mission triggered. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng felt a surge of joy within. It had been activated. The mission had commenced. In the next instant, Feng focused intently on the system's task. War mission, shatter the battlefield. Mission description: the Kazekage of Mangekyou has gone missing, and the war among the 3 great nations is on the brink of eruption in the Land of Rain. The 3rd Great Ninja War is about to unfold. This is both a calamity and a tremendous opportunity. As a participant in this war, you must ensure your safety and interests. Mission requirements: disrupt the plans of the 3 great nations and their ninja villages in the Land of Rain, consolidating it under your control. Mission hint: this task is a long-term endeavor. War mission: shatter the battlefield's submission activated. War mission: the Rock Ninja's archenemy. Mission description: as one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Rock Ninja Village boasts a multitude of ninjas who covet the Land of Rain and the other 2 great nations, seeking to gain greater advantages from this battlefield. As a participant in this war, you are required to thwart their ambitions. Mission requirements: defeat the vanguard of the Rock Ninja Village. Mission objectives: eliminate 100 Rock Ninja Jonin, 0-100. Eliminate 50 Rock Ninja Chunin, 0-50. Eliminate 3 Rock Ninja Jonin, 0-3. Mission rewards: 50,000 blackening points. Earth Release Ninjutsu, level 35. Earth Attribute Chakra Mutation 1. Several special ninja tools, and various ability enhancement cards. Note: specific rewards are contingent upon the completion level of the mission. Note: the minimum completion threshold for this mission is 80. Falling below this threshold will be deemed a failure. Failure penalty: bloodline limit level 3, 50. 000 blackening points. Mission time limit: 30 days. Become the nightmare of the Rock Ninjas. Gazing at the system's task, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Feng's eyes. This time, he had directly triggered 2 missions, one a long-term endeavor, the other short-term. The long-term mission was, in fact, Mu Feng's primary objective from the outset. Since the inception of his plans, he aimed to establish a foothold in the Land of Rain. Leveraging the power of the Akatsuki organization and the Uchiha clan, he aspires to rise in the Land of Rain, inevitably facing the pressures exerted by the three great nations and their respective ninja villages. This is beyond dispute. Even if the system does not assign Mu Feng this task, he must contemplate it himself. The short-term objective is rather straightforward: to eliminate the ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village. Standing atop a precipice, Mu Feng gazed at the scattered tents of the Rock Ninja Village in the distance. In the next moment, he donned the Red Fox mask and leaped from the cliff. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rain Earth, what news? Have there been any discoveries? Mu Feng's accompanying Rock Ninja squad returned to their base, where a young ninja approached to inquire about the situation. We have not detected any traces of the Akatsuki members, reported the captain of the Rock Ninja squad. Neither have I. The young man nodded and continued. Let us proceed to meet Lord Onoki. With that, the leaders of both ninja squads made their way toward a tent within the base. At that moment, within the tent, Lord Onoki and MG were deliberating the next course of action for the Rock Ninja army. That Sasuke has issued new orders for us to advance deeper into the Land of Rain. The Sand Ninja Village has truly gone mad this time. They have completely crossed the border of the Land of Rain. Additionally, we have detected some Sand Ninja scouts within the borders of the Earth Country, MG remarked, frowning as he scrutinized the map of the Land of Rain. Is there still no news from the Wind Shadow? Has he truly gone missing? Onoki inquired. The large-scale operation by the Sand Ninja Village was ostensibly triggered by the Wind Shadow's disappearance. However, the people of the Rock Ninja Village were skeptical of this claim. They had dispatched several elite ninjas to investigate the one-tailed Jinchuriki in the Sand Ninja Village, only to have them vanish as well. Subsequently, news of the Wind Shadow's disappearance emerged from the Sand Ninja Village, which seemed to shift the blame onto the Rock Ninja Village. It appeared to everyone that the Sand Ninja Village was seeking revenge. Many of the high-ranking officials in the Rock Ninja Village, including Onoki, believed that the third Wind Shadow had not gone missing but had instead concealed himself. They were certain he was plotting something in the shadows, a scheme undoubtedly aimed at the Rock Ninja Village. With such concerns lingering, Onoki and the advanced forces of the Rock Ninja Village refrained from recklessly advancing into the Land of Rain. It was at this juncture that the Akatsuki organization emerged. Naturally, Onoki directed all his ire toward the Akatsuki. Although he sensed that the organization had likely vacated the border area, he remained reluctant to proceed without caution. However, just then, a command from Onoki arrived, instructing Onoki and his men to continue their advance into the heart of the Land of Rain. It seems the Wind Shadow has truly vanished, MG remarked. The entire Sand Ninja Village has appointed a proxy Wind Shadow, Losha. Has he genuinely gone missing? Onoki expressed surprise, but quickly adjusted his tone, stating, nevertheless, since it is the Tsuchikige's order, we shall execute it. The other ninja forces here have been sufficiently dealt with. As long as the follow-up teams can maintain control, we should be fine. In response, MG nodded. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the Rain Ninja Village and the Leaf Village. The Fire Country has also begun to mobilize. They have forged an alliance with the Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo, you say? He is indeed a formidable force. Upon hearing the names of Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village, Daisher's expression grew grave. He had participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Thus, he was acutely aware of the terror embodied by the salamander Hanzo. Lord Daisher. At that moment, voices of other ninjas echoed from outside the tent. U2 and several captains of the Rock Ninja Patrol team entered, ready to report on their tasks. Daisher welcomed the Chunin into the tent. However, just then, swish, swish, swish. Several kunai soared through the air, emerging from the dense forest not far from the Rock Ninja camp. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags affixed to the kunai detonated, filling the camp with the sounds of explosions. A brilliant flash of fire erupted within the encampment, causing nearby rock ninjas to evade in haste, while several tents close to the blast were engulfed in flames. What is happening? Enemy. We have an enemy. The rock ninjas in the camp began to shout. Within the tent, Daisher dashed out, fixing his gaze on a rock ninja. What has transpired? There is an enemy to the west. A rock ninja exclaimed, pointing towards the dense forest in that direction. Daisher's eyes shimmered with murderous intent as he observed the western thicket. Is it members of Akatsuki? Bring a few people and follow me. With that, Daisher took the lead, charging towards the forest. Chapter 151. Testing, Absolute Confidence. Swish, swish, swish. In the forest, Feng hurled several kunai towards the rock ninja camp. As the explosions reverberated, chaos ensued within the encampment. However, soon several rock ninjas burst forth from the chaos. Upon seeing the advancing rock ninjas, Feng swiftly turned and sprinted deeper into the thicket. There, behind him, a rock ninja Jonin called out, having spotted Feng's silhouette, and urgently beckoned his comrades to give chase. "Did you get a clear look? How many were there?" inquired a rock ninja who had rushed to join them. There was only one person, appeared rather small, seemingly wearing a mask. One rock ninja answered, pointing in the direction Feng had fled. One person? Indeed, a member of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, the brows of the rock ninja furrowed. In their previous encounters with the Akatsuki, they had frequently faced such ambushes. While the Akatsuki could not triumph over the rock ninjas in direct confrontation, they often executed such attacks, leveraging their knowledge of the terrain. The rock ninjas now regarded Feng as a remnant of the Akatsuki, intent on obstructing the rock ninja village. "Where's the enemy?" At that moment, Daisher also emerged from the camp, flanked by several Chunin from the rock village. Daisher's demeanor was serious. He had just received an order from Inoki to continue the advance. Now their camp was under attack. "Lord Daisher, it seems there is only one enemy fleeing in that direction. Their speed is remarkable, likely possessing the strength of a Chunin to Jonin." Observing the situation, Feng reported to the IWNine. "Only one person?" Daisher furrowed his brow. "You too. Follow me. The rest will stay at the camp and be cautious of any explosions." After issuing his command, Daisher glanced at several Chunin, who nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from following. Daisher charged ahead in the direction Feng had taken, flanked by two Chunin. Soon, they plunged into the dense forest. Before long, they discovered traces of Feng's movements. Feng glanced back towards the direction he had departed, activating his Sharingan. 3 Tomo swirling into view. Only 3 individuals? Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Prior to the attack, he had meticulously observed the IWNine camp, noting at least 400 IWNine present. Yet now, after inciting chaos, a mere trio had pursued him. However, Feng quickly sensed that the 3 behind him were no ordinary foes. Although the IWNine village boasted numerous ninjas, most were Jonin, while Chunin often led small teams. Typically, such teams undertook simple tasks, akin to the IWNine squad Feng had previously encountered upon entering the camp. But now, the speed of the trio pursuing him was evidently on a different level altogether. An elite squad, perhaps? Let us test these individuals. A spark of inspiration ignited within Feng as he reached for his ninja tool pouch. In the next moment, a slender steel wire appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, several kunai flew forth, as Feng set a simple trap using the steel wire, while simultaneously reducing his own speed of escape. Originally, Feng had intended to teleport into the IWNine camp using the Flying Thunder God technique, while the ninjas were in pursuit, wreaking havoc and, ideally, eliminating the medical ninjas within. However, upon observing the pursuing group, he promptly altered his strategy. He aimed to ensnare these 3 right here. With a flurry of movement, Daisher and his companions quickened their pace, soon catching sight of Feng amidst the foliage. Just ahead, one of the Chunin exclaimed, "There he is." Daisher recognized Feng at once, particularly noting the cursed blade at his waist. Instantly, he recalled their previous encounter in the Valley of Rain, a moment that had marked one of the most humiliating defeats since his ascent to ninja status. With a fierce stomp, Daisher propelled himself forward, utilizing the rebound from the tree's support to gain additional speed. He fixated on Feng, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yet at that moment, "Daisher-sama, be careful." A warning cry rang out from behind him, causing Daisher to tense, his body coming to an abrupt halt. At that instant, he noticed gleaming steel wires intricately woven between the trees, mere inches from him. Steel wire. The middle-ranked ninjas behind him surged forward, drawing their kunai to sever the steel wires with fierce determination. Daisher's fury intensified, yet as he beheld the wires, he grew increasingly vigilant. Caution was paramount. This adversary was unlikely to have devised merely a single trap. Daisher's expression darkened. The 2 middle-ranked ninjas beside him nodded in agreement. However, when they lifted their gazes once more, they found Feng, who had been fleeing moments earlier, suddenly halt. Perched atop a tree, Feng regarded the trio before him. Having recognized Daisher at last, As his eyes swept over the two accompanying ninjas, he quickly assessed their abilities. They must be middle-ranked. One elite ninja and two middle-ranked ones. This certainly hints at an underestimation of my prowess. A glimmer of resolve sparked in Mu Feng's eyes. After weighing their combat capabilities, he concluded that these three did not pose a serious threat to him. The two middle-ranked ninjas were self-evident. One possessed a heightened awareness to detect the presence of the wires, likely marking him as a sensory ninja, while the other, clad in a robust ensemble, appeared to be a master of taijutsu, precisely the discipline in which Mu Feng excelled. As for Daisher, although he was an elite ninja, his role seemed more akin to that of an assassin. Yet, the efficacy of his jutsu would be significantly diminished in the presence of Mu Feng's Sharingan. Collaboratively, while the three would prove somewhat troublesome, they were merely a minor inconvenience for him. Crucially, they remained oblivious to his techniques and capabilities. In light of this information disparity, Mu Feng could seize the initiative, potentially utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate one of them instantaneously. Having grasped this realization, Mu Feng ceased his retreat. He cast his gaze beyond the trio, noting the absence of any pursuing IWA ninjas. Meanwhile, Daisher and his companions regarded Mu Feng's sudden pause with a newfound gravity. They understood that the trap Mu Feng had set was not aimed at their demise, but rather to gauge their responses. The fact that the enemy had not fled indicated a confidence in their ability to prevail. How intriguing. I had not anticipated such an audacious leader within the Akatsuki. Daisher's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he observed Mu Feng. In the next moment, he turned to his two middle-ranked companions, who immediately nodded and sprang into action. Chapter 152, Confrontation. Annihilating one foe in his field of vision, Mu Feng halted, standing atop the tree and surveying Daisher and his comrades. Daisher furrowed his brow, having recognized Mu Feng, and exchanged a knowing glance with his companions. Subsequently, the two IWA ninjas beside Daisher commenced their assault, darting to the sides. Mu Feng's gaze flicked towards them, but as he returned his focus to Daisher, he noticed that Daisher had vanished, having employed a jutsu to disappear from sight. Observing this, Mu Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, in the next instant, three Tomo began to slowly materialize in his eyes, as he rapidly surveyed his surroundings. However, before Mu Feng could pinpoint Daisher's location, a swift rush of wind echoed from both sides, as two kunai hurtled towards Mu Feng. The two Chunin launched their assault, closing in rapidly. Without hesitation, Mu Feng drew the enchanted blade from his waist. With a resounding clang, he deflected the incoming kunai, retreating swiftly while sheathing the blade. His fingertips danced as, in the blink of an eye, several fiery orbs surged before him. Fire release, Phoenix Tail technique. The flames surged toward the two rock ninja Chunin, their pupils constricting in astonishment at Mu Feng's speed in executing the jutsu. The fluidity of his draw and sheath was mesmerizing, instilling a palpable pressure in the air. In an agile maneuver, the two evaded Mu Feng's technique, yet they did not rush towards him immediately. Their mission was to protect the formidable Daisher, forcing Mu Feng to retreat and unleash his jutsu. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Just then, an icy voice pierced the tension from behind Mu Feng. Daisher's form materialized from the surrounding environment, a kunai gripped tightly in his hand, thrusting it menacingly towards Mu Feng's waist. This strike was swift and powerful, coming from Mu Feng's blind spot, ensuring that escape was nearly impossible. The sharp kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Mu Feng's side. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, a plume of smoke erupted as Mu Feng transformed into a wooden dummy. Body replacement technique. Daisher's gaze sharpened, scanning his surroundings. The two rock ninja were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief, not expecting Mu Feng to evade danger with the body replacement technique. It is crucial to note that this technique also requires hand seals and time to execute. Moments before, Mu Feng had performed a fire release, and now, to execute the body replacement technique in such a brief span of time surpassed even some Jonin speed. Unknown to them, aside from the formidable Flying Thunder God technique, Mu Feng had perfected his body replacement technique, capable of executing it with merely a single hand seal or even with one hand. Having prepared in advance, he could manifest the flawless technique with just a thought. Understanding Daisher's combat style, Mu Feng had certainly taken precautions. As smoke billowed, Daisher retreated swiftly. In the next moment, his gaze flicked, revealing a glimmer of terror as he turned to one of the rock ninja. "Watch out!" Daisher shouted. The Chunin reacted, an unsettling chill coursing through him. He sensed a deadly intent approaching from behind and attempted to turn, but it was already too late. A flash of white steel cut through the air, and in an instant, blood sprayed forth. A thud echoed as he fell. The rock ninja spat a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground. How could this be? Meanwhile, the expression of another Nin was filled with increasing terror. Although the distance between them and the large stone was not excessively far, it was certainly not close either, even if the opponent had employed a substitution technique. Maneuvering behind them in such a brief span of time was by no means a simple feat yet. Feng had suddenly appeared behind one of them, drawing his blade and dispatching him in an instant. This instilled even greater panic in the Nin, who widened his eyes in disbelief at Feng. His desire to continue fighting waning rapidly. The opponent's speed surpassed their wildest expectations, and his recent display clearly indicated he possessed the strength of a Jonin. Although Dashi was also a Jonin, his ability to protect himself diminished significantly due to the disparity in speed. Moreover, it was critical to note that he was more adept at tracking as a sensory-type ninja. In close combat, he was outmatched by the ninja Feng had just slain. Dashi, witnessing the death of his subordinate at Feng's hands, felt a growing intensity of murderous intent in his gaze, fixating on Feng. In the next moment, he abandoned all pretense and charged directly at Feng. After landing a blow, Feng chose not to retaliate further. Instead, he turned and fled toward the depths of the forest. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Feng's mind. You have slain a Nin from the Rock Ninja Village, earning 500 points of corruption value. Hearing this, Feng felt a surge of joy within him. His strength had now ascended to that of a Jonin, and according to the system's previous protocols, eliminating ninjas of a lower rank would not yield any rewards. Feng was slightly curious, but soon the system provided him with clarity. Detected that the host is currently engaged in a war mission. Killing enemy units within this mission grants a certain reward of corruption value. Upon receiving this news, Feng felt another wave of elation. Glancing back at Dashi and the remaining rock ninja, they had now transformed in his eyes into mere prey. Lord Dashi, observing Feng's retreat, the surviving Nin hastily approached Dashi's side. Dashi's expression darkened. He found it difficult to comprehend Feng's maneuvers. Was he merely withdrawing? Regardless, the fact remained that Feng had slain a Nin from the Rock Ninja Village right before his eyes, and the look he cast towards Dashi was laced with provocation. This affront was intolerable for Dashi, and the recent actions of Feng led him to believe that Feng was too frightened to confront him directly. This man must have devised his strategy from the very beginning. They had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Continue the pursuit. He is not as terrifying as he seems. Dashi's countenance darkened. He noticed the hesitation in the expression of the nearby Nin, yet upon further reflection, Dashi suspected it was part of Feng's scheme. From the onset of their chase, every action Feng had taken had been guiding them, resulting in the loss of one Nin. Now, as both individuals heightened their vigilance, the other party immediately retreated. This clearly indicated a lack of confidence in their forthcoming actions, or perhaps they had already devised their subsequent strategy. In the realm of ninja combat, the gravest mistake is to fall into the rhythm set by the adversary. Furthermore, should Dashi falter at this juncture, he could be assured that this individual would undoubtedly reappear before him. Rather than allowing the opponent to repeatedly encroach upon him, it would be far more prudent to strike decisively, disrupt their tempo, and eliminate them outright. Listening to Dashi's command, the sensing-type Chunin felt a twinge of conflict. Yet Dashi continued, issuing orders to signal the other ninjas in the camp to converge. This foe is formidable, but the most troublesome aspect lies in their cunning methods. Gritting his teeth, Dashi fixed his gaze upon the direction in which Feng had departed. Chapter 153. The Carnage in the Dense Forest. Whoosh. A signal flare shot up into the sky. Within the IWA ninja camp, many individuals looked up towards the direction of the signal. It was a signal. It seemed to have originated from Lord Dashi. Lord Dashi is in danger. Is it those members of the Akatsuki? Those wretches are truly tenacious. Several IWA ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. Emerging from a tent, the leech-like figure cast his gaze towards the dense forest, his expression growing grave. He promptly began to gather the others in the camp. Assemble a force and head into the forest. No matter who approaches this time, they must be dealt with here. The leech bellowed. Soon, The entire IWA ninja camp was thrown into disarray, with over 100 ninjas summoned to prepare for an ambush on Mufeng in the forest. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, on the other side, we have now arrived near the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. You two must remain vigilant and not stray too far from me. In a valley, the trio sat by a campfire, with Asuma speaking to Kurenai and Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Asuma and Kurenai nodded in agreement. Before long, Asuma picked up a roasted hare from the fire. Kurenai, do give it a try. It's quite delicious. Asuma urged Kurenai. However, Kurenai appeared worried, paying little heed to Asuma's words. Since their arrival in the Land of Rain, it felt as though Kurenai had stepped into a new world. Unlike Konoha, the villages in the Land of Rain were relatively backward, and due to the devastation wrought by the Second Shinobi World War, many villagers struggled to afford even a meal. Passing through several villages, Kurenai was taken aback by such circumstances. In contrast, Asuma viewed this as normal, noting that Konoha's peace and prosperity stemmed from having powerful ninjas and a Hokage. Asuma's interest remained primarily focused on Kurenai, and after several days of reflection and adaptation, Kurenai began to accept the realities of the Land of Rain. However, her thoughts were soon captivated by Kakashi's discussion about Mufeng. The last time we visited the Land of Rain was alongside Mufeng, a fact that was not overlooked during our conversation. Shiyuhong was particularly eager to learn about Mufeng's previous experiences in this land, yet regrettably, she found that Bianzu Tong was equally unaware of such details. However, Mufeng had mentioned he would come here, which raised a question in Shiyuhong's mind. Bianzu Tong, does Mufeng truly have no mission at hand? As far as I am informed, he does not. Nevertheless, it cannot be ruled out that the Hokage might dispatch him on a mission, considering Mufeng is indeed a remarkable ninja, replied Bianzu Tong. Upon the mention of Mufeng, Asuma's demeanor shifted, revealing his displeasure. Throughout the journey, Bianzu Tong had discerned the unspoken sentiments between the two, but he merely regarded their youthful infatuation as a source of amusement. Well then, our objective this time is to investigate the information regarding the Rock Ninja's intrusion into the Land of Rain. If we can accomplish this, just as Bianzu Tong intended to redirect their focus back to the task, a sudden commotion arose from the nearby thicket as a flock of birds took flight. Evidently startled by something, with his experience, Bianzu Tong understood that this indicated the intrusion of individuals into the forest, and likely in considerable numbers. Something is amiss. Extinguish the fire, Bianzu Tong commanded, rising from his position and gazing towards the thicket. Shiyuhong immediately began to douse the flames, while Asuma turned to her, reassuringly stating, "Hong, do not worry. If anything arises, I shall protect you." Yet, Shiyuhong seemed to disregard his words entirely. Bianzu Tong, now focused, listened intently to the faint sounds emanating from the thicket. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by a tremendous burst of fire illuminating the forest. Ninjutsu. There are ninjas engaged in battle within the thicket. Bianzu Tong's senses heightened at once. In the Land of Rain, the quality and cooperation among ninjas were generally poor. Many Rain Country ninjas harbored a certain hostility towards those from Konoha. However, as long as Bianzu Tong and his companions remained vigilant, they were not in grave danger. Yet, should they encounter the ninjas from the Rock Village, the situation would be drastically different. The ruthless nature of the Rock Ninja during the Second Shinobi World War remained vividly etched in his memory. As a Jonin, he felt confident in his survival. Yet with Shiyuhong and Asuma in tow, he knew he must proceed with utmost caution. "You two stay here. I will go investigate," Bianzu Tong instructed Asuma and Shiyuhong before swiftly making his way towards the thicket. Asuma and Shiyuhong exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Yet they understood their own limitations and knew they could not be of assistance. After burying the fire pit with earth, they sought refuge in a concealed location. Meanwhile, Bianzu Tong moved swiftly into the thicket, where the sounds of roaring shouts reached his ears. "Over there! Capture that individual!" came the cries. "Damn it! He has vanished again. How could this fellow's speed be so astonishing? Be cautious, he's behind you. My hand, my hand!" With a swift flash of the blade, a piercing scream echoed through the dense forest. Following the sound, he soon discerned the figure of an IWA ninja. It appeared that the ninjas from IWA village were in pursuit of someone. After observing for a moment, his brow furrowed in concern, and soon, the inclination to retreat blossomed within him. It was evident that the IWA ninjas were engaged in combat with an individual or organization, and his presence here could easily lead to misunderstandings if discovered. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued within him. Who could possibly be fighting the ninjas of IWA village at this juncture? Could it be someone from Suna village? Concealed in the shadows, he scanned the surroundings but found no sign of the adversary mentioned by the IWA ninjas. He contemplated withdrawing, but just then, a swift crimson arc of a blade caught his eye. Fixating on that semicircular, scarlet gleam, a realization dawned upon him. He turned towards the direction of the blade's light and glimpsed a fleeting shadow vanish into thin air. Yet, he paused, for that silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Moreover, the technique appeared to be could it be him? Instead of retreating immediately, he chose to observe further. Chapter 154. The terrifying nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it truly be Mufeng? Within the forest, he scrutinized the scene. He focused intently on the shadow that intermittently appeared amidst the trees, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Opposite him, over 100 IWA ninjas had ventured into the forest, seemingly ensnared in an elaborate trap. At that moment, Daishi's expression was one of profound gravity. After clashing with Mufeng, he concluded that Mufeng's prowess surpassed that of AJ Nin, and it was clear that the opponent had a strategic plan. At that time, Daishi had intended to disrupt Mufeng's scheme, which led him to send a distress signal, summoning over 100 IWA ninjas. Logically, 100 ninjas, along with Daishi himself, should have easily dealt with a single Jonin. However, upon engaging with Mufeng, Daishi quickly realized that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. In their initial encounter, Daishi had already experienced Mufeng's remarkable speed, but at that moment, Mufeng had yet to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, witnessing the large-scale mobilization of IWA ninjas, Mufeng was naturally cautious. He had set up Flying Thunder God markers within the forest and utilized his Flying Thunder God kunai to traverse the entirety of the woodland. The velocity of the Flying Thunder God technique far exceeded the comprehension of both Nin and Jonin. The IWA ninjas found themselves in a chaotic situation. Just as one was struck down, a scream would echo from another direction. Most critically, the IWA ninjas could only glimpse a fleeting figure, unable to locate Mufeng himself. Alongside the perceptive ninjas in his team, Dashi sensed that Mufeng was elusive and unpredictable, rendering it impossible to anticipate his next move. Originally, over 100 individuals surrounded a single person. However, from the perspective of the rock ninjas, it now felt as though they were the ones encircled by a single formidable opponent. Lord Dashi, the opponent's speed is astonishing. We simply cannot catch him. A perceptive Nin remarked. I suspect he has mastered some form of space-time ninjutsu that allows him to instantaneously alter his position. Dashi, upon hearing this, felt an intensifying anger mingled with trepidation. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the dense forest, prompting the Nin to turn to Dashi and express his thoughts. Lord Dashi, perhaps we should consider a retreat. The terrain here is utterly unsuitable for us. If this continues, we will never capture that rogue. Space-time ninjutsu. Dashi struck a nearby tree with great force, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Though the Flying Thunder God technique lacked formidable offensive capabilities, it proved to be an exceedingly troublesome ninjutsu, especially for lower-ranked ninjas. This was precisely why, during the Third Great Ninja War, other great nations issued commands to abandon their missions upon encountering Konoha's yellow flash. However, the Rock Village ninjas had already experienced the terrifying aspects of the Flying Thunder God technique firsthand with Mufeng. Relay the order for everyone to retreat. Dashi gritted his teeth and commanded. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to concede. Hearing this, the Nin let out a sigh of relief and immediately began to perform his ninjutsu to contact nearby Rock Village ninjas. Just then, a black kunai suddenly soared from the forest toward the Nin. Alerted, he quickly drew his short blade and deflected the incoming kunai. Found you. A voice suddenly resonated beside Dashi and the Nin. Following that, a sharp white blade of light burst forth in the forest, aimed directly at Dashi. How dare you come for me? Dashi's anger flared. He raised his hand, invoking the Earth Release, hardening technique. A layer of rock surged around his body. With a clang, the enchanted blade struck against Dashi's rocky form, slicing through a layer of stone but failing to injure him. Simultaneously, Mufeng's figure appeared before Dashi. Fixating on Mufeng, Dashi felt a surge of excitement. Moments ago, he had felt like a headless fly, chasing Feng yet unable to grasp even the hem of his pants. This battle had infuriated him, but now Feng stood before him, presenting a rare opportunity. Sensing the blade that had grazed his stone exterior, Dashi's joy intensified. He skillfully manipulated his chakra, attempting to close the rocky formations above him in an effort to ensnare Feng's demon blade, aiming to exert control over him. However, before the stones could fully converge, a resounding explosion erupted from the abdomen of the boulder, and he was immediately propelled backward with great force. Realizing that the blade could not inflict significant damage on the rock, Feng swiftly followed up with a powerful kick, firmly striking the boulder's chest. Since his return from the Land of Rain, Feng had not rested during his time in Konoha. Instead, he had been relentlessly training. Now, his taijutsu and strength had significantly improved, rendering even a seasoned Jonin like the boulder potentially outmatched in physical combat. As he was sent flying by the kick, disbelief flickered in the boulder's eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer potency of the blow, which seemed to surpass his own capabilities. This realization sent a wave of unease coursing through him, but he quickly regained his composure. Locking his gaze onto Feng, he noted that Feng did not immediately retreat after kicking him away. With determination, the boulder began forming hand seals. With a resounding crash, the boulder's body collided with a tree and came to a halt, but simultaneously, his hands struck the ground with tremendous force. A commanding voice echoed as he unleashed the Earth-style, Earth Splitter Palm. The ground beneath Feng began to tremble violently, the thundering roars reverberating throughout the forest. In an instant, the earth between the boulder and Feng fissured dramatically, revealing a vast chasm at Feng's feet. The powerful tremors destabilized Feng, and he experienced a sudden sense of weightlessness. Looking down, he saw that he was standing over a dark abyss. At that moment, the boulder remained vigilant, his hands moving swiftly. Once again, he bellowed, Earth-style, rock collapse. The surrounding rocks within the chasm erupted and cascaded toward Feng's body. Although the sequence of events may seem prolonged in description, everything had been meticulously calculated by the boulder, occurring within mere seconds. The cacophony of thunderous sounds persisted, and it took several moments before the forest regained its tranquility. Did we eliminate that fellow? A sensory ninja exhaled in relief. But he quickly activated his ninjutsu to sense the surroundings. However, as he detected the situation within the chasm, his expression shifted dramatically. The next moment, the sensory Nin turned to face the boulder. Bang! His heart jolted as he witnessed an incredible scene unfold before him. Chapter 155. The benefits of slaying a Jonin. It has vanished. The sensory Nin peered into the crevice in the ground, and within his perception, he detected no signs of life. When he turned back to look at the boulder's location, his pupils dilated in shock. Lord Boulder. Before he could fully call out, he felt a chilling sensation creep down his back. Just then, a series of chirping sounds emanated from behind him. Simultaneously, a surge of white radiance began to swell. Chidori. A distant voice resonated as Feng's right hand entwined with the lightning, exuding a lethal aura. Dashi turned his gaze, preparing to look back. But all he beheld was a scarlet Sharingan, strikingly vivid beneath the flickering white lightning of Chidori. With a crackle, the pulsating lightning surged forth, piercing directly towards Dashi. In such a brief distance, Dashi found himself utterly unable to evade. Any attempt to conjure a jutsu was rendered futile. He strained to adjust his body, desperate to evade Feng's fatal strike. Yet, with the aid of the Sharingan, Feng had already discerned his every movement. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth as Feng's right hand pierced through Dashi's chest, the white lightning continuing to dance, wreaking havoc upon Dashi's innards. Dashi regarded Feng with disbelief, the wave of weakness surging within him signaling that he had succumbed. You are from the Uchiha of Konoha. With the last remnants of his strength, Dashi rested his hand upon Feng's right arm, unwilling to accept his fate. In the next moment, Feng withdrew his arm, now stained crimson with blood. Lord Dashi. The sensing Chunin nearby was rendered speechless by the scene. He frantically shouted, his gaze trembling as it shifted from the fallen Dashi to Feng. No, it's impossible. How could a Jonin be slain so easily? I will die too. I must flee. I must escape. Internally, the sensing Chunin was on the brink of collapse. The IWA Shinobi's team was unique. When led by a captain, they were indifferent to their own casualties. However, upon the demise of their leader, the realization of their utter defeat would shatter their resolve more swiftly than other ninja villages. In this operation, Dashi was the leader of the entire team. Mu Feng's earlier elusive maneuvers had already unsettled the group, and with Dashi now dead, they were even less inclined to confront him. Ding. You have slain the Jonin Dashi of IWA Shinobi Village, gaining 1,500 points of corruption value. Ding. You have extracted the skill Ninjutsu, camouflage from Jonin Dashi. The notifications echoed in Mu Feng's mind. Momentarily taken aback, Mu Feng realized that Dashi was the second Jonin he had slain. The first was the missed Mangekyou during his time in Konoha. After vanquishing Mangekyou, he had extracted the sword techniques of the blade of Mangekyou. Now, having extracted Ninjutsu, camouflage from Dashi, Mu Feng found himself pondering. Did this imply that defeating a Jonin allowed for the extraction of their abilities? If so, what about the strength of Kage-level opponents? Or even those beyond, at the level of the Sage of Six Paths? With this thought, Mu Feng felt a surge of excitement. Just then, a wealth of information regarding ninjutsu, camouflage flooded into his mind. Mu Feng stood rooted, momentarily lost in thought. Not far away. Upon observing that Mu Feng had refrained from taking further action, the sensing-type Chunin immediately turned to flee. Lord Daisher is dead. Everyone run, he shouted as he sprinted away. The other rock ninjas in the forest, hearing his cries, were initially struck with astonishment. However, upon witnessing the panicked demeanor of the sensing-type Chunin, they were quick to ascertain that this was no mere fabrication. How could this be? Lord Daisher is a Jonin, and he possesses the camouflage ninjutsu. How could he have fallen so quickly? We must escape. Even if Lord Daisher were alive, he would not stand a chance against that individual. They fled in terror. The sensing-type Chunin dashed forward, glancing back towards Mu Feng. Yet, when he turned around again, the spot where Mu Feng had stood was now vacant. In the next moment, a chilling scream echoed through the jungle. Mu Feng had already accepted a mission from the system, and he certainly could not allow these ninjas to return to the Rock Ninja stronghold. His earlier hesitation to confront Lord Daisher was merely a strategic ploy to set up his Flying Thunder God technique, intending to capture this entire group of rock ninjas. Now, having dealt with Lord Daisher, Mu Feng had not anticipated that the entire rock ninja team would collapse so swiftly. All were fleeing at full speed, compelling him to hasten his pace. Within the jungle, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Mu Feng systematically eliminated the remaining ninjas of the rock village. On another front, it was indeed Mu Feng utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Bingzu Lei Tong, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils dilate and gasped in disbelief. He was puzzled as to why Mu Feng had appeared here and engaged in direct conflict with the rock ninjas. What astonished Bingzu Lei Tong even more was Mu Feng's prowess. During his previous visit to the Land of Rain, he had not witnessed Mu Feng in action, and his impressions of Mu Feng's abilities were still rooted in the Chunin exams. Even though he was aware that Mu Feng had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he had not anticipated such a level of proficiency. One individual facing over 100 rock ninjas and even dispatching an opponent of Jonin rank. This display of strength left Bingzu Lei Tong feeling a chill of trepidation. Now he feared that he himself might not even be a match. Yet, he wondered why Mu Feng had come to oppose the rock ninjas, especially since the Hokage had not hinted at such a development beforehand. Suddenly, a thought struck him, Uchiha Fugaku. But soon, he shook his head. The Uchiha clan and Konoha had a strained relationship, yet Uchiha Fugaku would not needlessly provoke the rock village. After pondering for a while, Bingzu Lei Tong could not arrive at a conclusion, ultimately deciding that Mu Feng was likely acting on orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen. From his perspective, it was unfathomable that a mere child of 10 would endeavor to alter the dynamics of the ninja world, and now he had already set his plan into motion. After all, at this moment, Naruto merely aspired to become a Hokage. Observing Mu Feng as he deftly navigated through the dense forest, eliminating the ninjas of a Mangekyou. Even Banju Ling was reluctant to reveal himself. He noted that Mu Feng wore a mask and lacked the forehead protector of Konoha. However, just as Banju Ling contemplated retreat, his body momentarily stiffened. He sensed a murderous intent locking onto him. Chapter 156. Mu Feng's choice. No, this is not right. A frown creased Banju Ling's forehead as he felt a chilling presence behind him. Trembling, he turned to look. At that very moment, he spotted a figure not far away. Perched upon a tree, staring directly at him, with a ninja blade clutched in hand. Mu Feng. Has he discovered me? Upon seeing Mu Feng, Banju Ling's brow furrowed. At this instant, he distinctly sensed an unusual aura emanating from Mu Feng. In the past, When they were in Konoha, Feng always exuded a humble and amiable presence, often greeting many with a smile. Yet now, wielding a cursed blade and donning a mask, Feng appeared utterly frigid, resembling a machine designed for murder. In that moment, Banju Ling even felt as though Feng intended to strike him down. Gulp! He swallowed hard. But in the next instant, Feng's figure vanished from sight. As the forest grew eerily quiet, Banju Ling let out a sigh of relief. How foolish of me to be frightened by this fellow. Nonetheless, he must have seen me. Banju Ling pondered with furrowed brows. Feng had indeed spotted him, yet chose not to engage. This led Banju Ling to believe that Feng was wary of something. However, he soon realized that his current mission was covert, making it impossible for him to come into contact with any Konoha ninjas. What Banju Ling remained oblivious to was that the murderous intent emanating from Feng was genuine. Ultimately, however, Feng refrained from taking action. Swish! After witnessing Feng's disappearance, Banju Ling left the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, this situation has become rather troublesome. He must have recognized me. The appearance of Banju Ling startled Feng as well. It is important to note that Feng's actions were entirely driven by his own volition. He was unaware of why Banju Ling had appeared here, but Feng was increasingly concerned that Banju Ling had likely identified him. After all, Banju Ling was a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and inevitably, this matter would reach Sarutobi's ears. What will Sarutobi think of this situation? He would likely attribute Feng's actions to the Uchiha clan, heightening his vigilance against them. Consequently, Feng's future endeavors would face considerable obstacles. Though Konoha and the Uchiha clan held certain conflicts, Sarutobi and Danzo would never consent to the Uchiha separating from Konoha. Such a course of action would only serve to establish a formidable enemy for Konoha in the future. Thus, they would devise every possible means to obliterate the Uchiha clan within Konoha. If they could not utilize its power, they would ensure its complete annihilation. Prior to the actions of Feng, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo likely had some degree of foresight regarding the Uchiha defection, though their vigilance was not excessively stringent. As adversaries, they possessed a profound understanding of the temperament and character of the Uchiha clan. However, the emergence of Feng, a remarkable anomaly, disrupted the equilibrium. This only served to deepen the confusion and suspicion harbored by Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, resulting in even more stringent precautions. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Feng genuinely contemplated eliminating Danzo. Yet ultimately, he refrained from taking action. Firstly, emotionally, Feng found it challenging to make a decisive cut. Secondly, he could not ascertain whether there were other Konoha ninjas in proximity. Should he act directly and be witnessed by others, or if Danzo were to escape, he would subsequently face far greater complications. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen became aware of the confrontation with the Rock Village, Feng could still maintain his standing in Konoha. Although it would impact his plans, it would merely increase the difficulty. However, to act against Danzo would equate to betraying Konoha, thereby rendering Feng unable to remain in Konoha, and resulting in a complete collapse of his plans. Weighing these factors, Feng chose to sheath his blade. Immediately thereafter, he redirected his fury towards the other ninjas of the Rock Village. With a flurry of swift movements, the Flying Thunder God technique was unleashed repeatedly. As blades of light surged forth, and cries of agony reverberated through the dense forest for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Across the forest, within the valley, another cry of despair echoed. Who could be battling? Was it the local forces of the Land of Rain clashing with the Rock Ninjas? Asuma gazed intently at the forest, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Would their teacher, Rhydon, be in peril? Beside him, Kurenai exhibited a visage of concern. It was then that a figure drew near, appearing in their line of sight. It was Rhydon. Asuma exclaimed with excitement. Upon seeing Rhydon approach, the two promptly emerged from their hiding place. Teacher Rhydon, what transpired ahead? Asuma inquired with curiosity. It appears the Rock Ninjas are under attack. Rhydon, keen to conceal Feng's presence, especially from Kurenai, was determined that if she were to discover Feng's presence in the forest, she would undoubtedly rush in to find him. Yet at present, they needed to focus on their mission. Furthermore, Feng's appearance was shrouded in mystery. Even Rhydon could not fathom why Feng would be here, opposing the Rock Ninjas. If he were to inadvertently reveal Feng's identity to the two, it could potentially lead to complications for Feng. The Rock Ninjas are being attacked. Hearing this, Asuma's curiosity was piqued. Are they from the local ninjas of the Land of Rain? It seems so. That individual is quite formidable. The rock ninjas dispatched over 100 personnel, including a Jonin, yet they were outmaneuvered. Now, it appears all of the rock ninjas are likely perished within the forest. Sensing the situation was amiss, I withdrew immediately. Furrowing his brow, the instructor spoke with a grave demeanor, directing his gaze towards Asuma and Kurenai. You both see it now. Our situation has become perilous. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution in all our actions and adhere strictly to my commands. After all, how can one person face over 100, including elite shinobi? Asuma's eyes widened in astonishment. No matter how he pondered, it was unfathomable to conceive of anyone possessing such immense capability. Could his father manage it? Asuma mused internally, yet he had never witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen in action. This instructor, he's instilling a bit of fear in us, Kurenai admitted. Fear not, for I shall protect you both. The instructor reassured them, extending his hand to gently pat their heads, a smile gracing his lips. Moreover, that individual may not be our enemy. Perhaps they are even our ally. As the instructor gazed towards the dense forest, Asuma and Kurenai followed his gaze, struggling to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. Yet, they had come to recognize the gravity of their mission. It was one that could truly cost them their lives. Chapter 157. Inoki's ambitions in the heart of the jungle, along a narrow path. A rock shinobi sprinted towards the encampment, gasping for breath. His expression was one of sheer panic, constantly glancing over his shoulder as if some monstrous terror were in pursuit. With each frantic step, his stride became more erratic until, upon sighting the rock shinobi camp ahead, he faltered and collapsed to his knees, tears and mucus streaming down his face. I'm back. I'm back. His anguished cry echoed through the clearing. Moments later, within the confines of the rock shinobi village, a stunned Mangekyou stared at the lone ninja who had returned. What? Daisha is dead? The shock was palpable. How could this be? How many were there on the opposing side? Were they from the Rain Village or the Sand Village? Neither. It was just one individual. One person. Their speed was beyond comprehension. We couldn't even lock onto their presence. Armed with a ninja blade and possessing formidable jutsu, they must be a Jonin. No, undoubtedly an elite Jonin. This is inconceivable. Even an elite Jonin would struggle. Upon hearing the rock shinobi's account, Mangekyou's brow furrowed. Though he himself was an elite Jonin, he understood that surviving such an encounter would be challenging, let alone turning the tables on the assailant. What of the others? They're all dead. After Lord Daisha fell, none could withstand that individual. They appeared like a phantom, elusive and swift. They closed in on us before we could even use our jutsu. Then it seems we are facing a master of taijutsu. Yet, a taijutsu expert should not be capable of such feats unless they wield space-time ninjutsu. Quickly, Mangekyou's thoughts turned to space-time ninjutsu. In the realm of Naruto, such techniques were classified as exceedingly advanced, with very few capable of mastering them. The Rock Village, in particular, lacked such shinobi. However, this did not imply that Mangekyou was unaware of the existence of space-time ninjutsu. Upon contemplating the adversary's possession of space-time ninjutsu, Emoji gasped in trepidation. In the next moment, he promptly summoned the Chunin leader from outside the camp. From this day forth, no one is to leave the camp. Furthermore, elevate the camp's defense level to its utmost. You all must keep a vigilant watch. A ninja adept in space-time ninjutsu has arrived. This matter will be reported to Lord Sasuke at once. Understood, Lord Emoji. Upon hearing Emoji's commands, the Chunins within the camp immediately adopted a serious demeanor. No. We must also clear all debris surrounding the camp. The moment this individual appears, we must detect him without delay. Emoji continued to elaborate. Clearing the surroundings was not a daunting task for the IWA ninja. That very day, numerous IWA ninja employed earth techniques to level the terrain around the camp. Simultaneously, to thwart any sudden ambush by Feng, they dismantled the tents and conjured several colossal structures through ninjutsu, where the remaining ninja would rest in the spacious interiors. This measure was taken to prevent Feng from infiltrating the ranks of the IWA ninja. After completing all these preparations, Emoji felt a slight sense of reassurance. This time, it was for real. He never anticipated that Daisha would perish at the hands of such an individual. A mysterious ninja from the Akatsuki organization? Perhaps not the leader of the Akatsuki, but rather a clandestine unit from another ninja village? Remembering the report from the returning ninja from the dense forest, Emoji furrowed his brow. He then summoned a messenger and documented the events transpiring here, sending the information toward Iwa village. A day later, within Iwa village, Inoki sat in Tsuchikage's office, flanked by Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki, while several high-ranking officials of Iwa village gathered across from him. It seems that Mangekyou is resolute in opposing us, he declared. Mangekyou poses no significant threat. Their strength has always been lacking. The crucial factor lies with Konoha. We've received reports from the Land of Rain indicating that Konoha has dispatched a contingent of ninja into that territory. Although the number of ninja sent by Konoha is not substantial, once they entered the Land of Rain, they vanished without a trace. Konoha has grand ambitions this time. We cannot allow Konoha to observe passively. If we engage in conflict with Mangekyou, we must also draw Konoha into the fray. Otherwise, after we weaken each other, Konoha will emerge as the ultimate beneficiary. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha already held a significant advantage on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Were it not for Hanzo's presence, their control over the region would have been even more formidable. Konoha indeed poses a threat. Inoki's gaze sharpened as he reflected on the past. Yet, in comparison to that bygone era, Konoha no longer presented such a formidable menace. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Regarding the Third Shinobi World War, Inoki held immense confidence. The most critical factor was that Konoha's overall strength had begun to decline. Before the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha was led by the formidable Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. During the war, Senju Tobirama was still alive. However, at present, the Hokage of Konoha is Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the eyes of Inoki, although Sarutobi possesses considerable strength, he pales in comparison to the three legendary figures of the past. Thus, Inoki is imbued with confidence that he can seize an advantage in the battlefield of the Land of Rain, and perhaps even covertly dominate the entire region post-war, thereby facilitating the gradual encroachment upon the wind and fire countries. Fueled by such ambition, Inoki dispatched ninjas to investigate the situation upon learning of the tailed beast's emergence in Mangekyou. He also comprehended the precarious position of the Sand Village. However, the subsequent developments unfolded in a manner unforeseen by Inoki, yet aligned with his aspirations. The Sand Village instigated the war, subsequently gaining ground in the Land of Rain. Currently, the war plans of Mangekyou are still in motion. Reflecting on this, Inoki turned his gaze towards an Iwa ninja in the room, who was adorned with a headscarf. What is the latest regarding the situation in the Land of Rain? At that moment, a figure abruptly burst into the chamber. Lord Tsuchikage. Lord Tsuchikage. News from the Land of Rain. What has transpired? Noticing the urgency in the newcomer's demeanor, Inoki's expression grew stern. Lord Tsuchikage, it is news from Majuro. The message states that they have encountered an assault from the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, with over 100 ninjas involved, and Lord Oishi has perished. What? Upon hearing this, Inoki rose from his seat. The other occupants of the room also turned their attention towards the messenger. Chapter 158. The Foretales Jinchuriki. What? Inoki stood, fixated on the Iwa ninja delivering the report. News from the front line of the Land of Rain. The Iwa ninja reiterated, seemingly unnerved by the atmosphere in the room. Slowing his speech. The Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. How is this possible? Their leader is not the leader of the Akatsuki. Lord Majuro reported that the assailant is a mysterious ninja, and there is only one. The Iwa ninja continued. Where's the report? Here. Inoki took the document from Majuro and began to peruse its contents. After reading, his brow furrowed. The report from Majuro provided a brief description of the skills and appearance of Mufeng, but as Majuro had never encountered Mufeng himself, the information was derived from a Chunin who had survived in the dense forest. Thus, the wording lacked certainty. However, after comprehending the sequence of events and combining it with his own experience, Inoki quickly deduced that the opponent possessed a certain space-time ninjutsu, which bore a resemblance to a technique he was familiar with, the Flying Thunder God technique. Inoki murmured, could it be someone from Konoha? Lord Tsuchikage? At this moment, other ninjas from Mangekyou spoke up. Very well, you should also consider this. This ninja is highly likely to have emerged from Konoha. Moreover, the opponent has mastered a particularly troublesome ninjutsu. Could it be from the Hidden Leaf Village? It seems improbable for them to intervene at this moment. The higher-ups of the Rock Village are equally astonished, as it is their impression that the Leaf Village typically refrains from engaging at this stage. Ideally, they would wait until the battle between the Sand and Rock Ninja had reached a critical juncture before making their move. However, after reviewing the report from the Magic Leech, their brows furrowed in concern. The information indeed bears resemblance to the flying thunder god technique of the Leaf Village. Yet, is this technique not exclusive to the second Hokage? Given the passage of years, it would not be entirely shocking for another to emerge. Noki remarked. It appears that the Leaf intends to temporarily halt our expansion in the Land of Rain, or perhaps they are simply unwilling to witness our clash with the Sand Village. Regardless of the Leaf's intentions, retreat is not an option. This situation must be addressed. With Hashi already sacrificed, any retreat at this juncture would only embolden the Sand Village and the Leaf. It seems that the Leaf seeks to test our resolve. The disappearance of the Kazekage from the Sand Village indicates that their determination no longer needs testing. Thus they have turned their focus upon us. As the conversation unfolded, a flicker of anger ignited within them. If the Leaf wishes to probe, let them do so. Noki continued, summon Old Zetsu. Old Zetsu, does Lord Tsuchikage intend to? Upon hearing Naka's words, the others in the room momentarily froze. Old Zetsu holds a unique status within the Rock Village. He is a Jinchuriki, harboring the Four Tails within him, and possesses formidable lava release abilities. In the original narrative, during Naruto's era, both Jinchuriki from the Rock Village had departed. However, Old Zetsu remains. Though his straightforward nature often leads to friction with Noki, his status as a Jinchuriki grants him little influence within the village. Upon hearing that Noki wishes to summon Old Zetsu, the others immediately speculated on his intentions. He aims to deploy the Jinchuriki in the realm of ninjas. The presence of a tailed beast in warfare signifies a vastly different scenario. Tailed beasts serve as weapons of war in the Naruto universe, akin to nuclear-level threats in the real world. Generally, villages are reluctant to deploy tailed beasts unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, with war yet to commence, Noki astonishingly calls for the Jinchuriki. Such an occurrence did not transpire during the Second Great Ninja War. If the Four Tails is unleashed, it is likely that the Sand and Leaf will unite against us. While we possess the Four Tails and the Five Tails, the Leaf boasts the Nine Tails. Lord Tsuchikage. The existence of tailed beasts is primarily to safeguard the village, deploying them now. Observing Noki, the other high-ranking rock ninjas began to urge caution. Noki scanned the room. Rest assured, he will not be deployed on the front lines. You have witnessed the current predicament. The enemy's capabilities are rather formidable. Even the Great Stone is no match for him. Should we dispatch other ninjas, they too would likely fall short against this opponent. If his intentions were directed at the entire war, it would be a more favorable scenario. Yet one cannot help but fear that this individual is solely targeting our rock ninja village. Perhaps the Leaf Village has already gleaned some intelligence regarding the Sand Ninja Village, which explains their strategic maneuvers. To eliminate this masked adversary, we must enlist the aid of Old Purple. Furthermore, the situation on Old Purple's end is understood without me elaborating. This may well be his final act of service to the village. At this point, Noki sighed deeply. Although the Rock Ninja Village possesses two-tailed beasts, it appears that these two beasts are at odds with our village, as neither can be retained. As the Tsuchikage, Noki yearns for a figure akin to Naruto, one who would fervently aspire to become the Jinchuriki and serve the Rock Ninja Village. Yet alas, such a person does not exist. Upon hearing Naka's words, particularly reflecting on Old Purple's temperament, the others in the room fell into a contemplative silence. Such a scenario could indeed be plausible. However, once the Leaf and Sand Ninja villages become aware, would they not respond accordingly? No. Noki asserted with unwavering resolve. The state of the One Tail in the Sand Ninja village is quite precarious, and the Leaf Village will not allow the Nine Tails to escape their grasp. Seemingly inspired by Naka's conviction, the others in the room nodded in agreement. Soon after, discussions resumed regarding the current situation of the Rock Ninja in the Land of Rain. That very afternoon, over 500 ninjas from the Rock Ninja village set forth towards the Land of Rain. Among this contingent was a silent, middle-aged ninja with crimson hair and a beard, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Old Purple. Upon seeing Old Purple in their ranks, the demeanor and mindset of the other ninjas subtly shifted, with many deliberately distancing themselves from him. In the Land of Rain, were there mysterious leaf ninjas? The team crossed the border of the Land of Earth and entered the Land of Rain. Old Purple gazed at the drizzling sky and recalled Naka's promise. Eliminate that individual, and you shall be free from the Rock Ninja Village. Chapter 159. A false alarm system. Open the task panel. Outside, a gentle rain fell within a cave. Mufeng accessed the system's task panel. Following the battle in the dense forest, Mufeng's gains were quite satisfactory. He scrutinized the task requirements. Task objective: eliminate 100 rock ninja Jonin, 73-100. Eliminate 50 rock ninja Chunin, 2850. Eliminate 3 rock ninja Jonin, 13. After a single battle, Feng had completed a significant portion of his tasks, and the rock ninja had suffered considerable losses. In the forest skirmish, Feng had vanquished a total of 102 rock ninjas, predominantly Jonin, yet this yielded him over 10,000 corruption points. Adding this to his previous tally, Feng's corruption points had now reached 30,000. However, before this task concludes, 30,000 corruption points remain insufficient for Feng's expenditures. The distinction between the lower and middle ninjas is relatively straightforward. As long as one persists in battle, the mission is likely to be accomplished with haste. However, the situation with the upper ninjas is far more complex. Within the confines of the cave, Feng began to contemplate. During the battle in the dense forest, he had successfully slain the upper ninja, Dashur, from the rock ninja village. Yet, Feng understood that this victory was largely predicated on the disparity of information between the two parties. Dashur had been overly confident, perhaps because he had never encountered an upper ninja capable of single-handedly confronting 100 foes, thus affording Feng the opportunity to strike decisively. Furthermore, Dashur was not entirely aware of Feng's true capabilities. Although he recognized the threat in a critical moment, it was already rather too late. After the battle in the dense forest, Feng had initially intended to press his advantage by launching an assault on the rock ninja encampment or to provoke the wrath of the upper ninjas within. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. The formidable Mo.G successfully fortified the encampment, establishing it as a bastion of security and ordering that no one be permitted to enter or exit freely. The encampment housed hundreds of rock ninjas. Although Feng felt a measure of confidence in engaging in combat within the encampment and employing the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat, he lacked the assurance that he could eliminate Mo.G amidst the throng. The reasoning was simple. The Flying Thunder God technique, now his trump card, was well suited for ambushes and guerrilla warfare. In direct confrontation, however, Feng still had certain shortcomings. He was not invincible, and his defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Should he be surrounded by enemies and subjected to the onslaught of various jutsu, retreat would be imperative. The current situation mirrored this dilemma. The entire rock ninja encampment was heavily fortified. The moment Feng revealed himself, it would undoubtedly trigger a significant response. A multitude of rock ninjas would emerge, and in the open terrain, Feng would find himself unable to engage effectively, forced instead to evade their might. Nevertheless, this predicament illuminated Feng's current deficiencies in direct combat prowess. He recognized the necessity of enhancing his Sharingan. With the Susanoo at his disposal, the lesser adversaries would pose little concern. In the cave, Feng found himself increasingly in need of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Ultimately, his current defenses and area of effect capabilities were inadequate. If he could wield the Susanoo, combining offense and defense, he would become a formidable force on the battlefield. While pondering his next steps, elsewhere, Dingzhu and his companions had successfully located the rock ninja encampment, guided by the presence of Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. Due to Feng's efforts, the rock ninjas had remained within their encampment for some time, complicating Dingzhu's search. Ultimately, he had managed to identify the encampment by utilizing nearby water sources. There lay the rock ninja stronghold. Curiously, how had the rock ninjas transformed the surrounding area so drastically? From a distance in the valley, Dingzhu observed the cleared surroundings of the encampment, his expression tinged with confusion. Kurenai and Asuma, however, failed to perceive anything amiss and promptly inquired, "Is there a problem, Teacher Lejong?" They cleared the surrounding terrain, rendering it quite easy for the enemy to detect their presence. Moreover, engaging in battle would not afford them the advantage of the landscape. The common combat strategy employed by the rock shinobi involves utilizing earth release techniques to modify the terrain, creating an environment more conducive to their fighting style. However, something felt amiss this time. Could it possibly be related to the previous pursuit of that rogue ninja by the rock shinobi? Asuma inquired. Upon hearing this, Danzu suddenly had a realization. It reminded him of Feng. Could it be that a single Feng altered the entire environment? Danzu pondered inwardly, but just as he was lost in thought, a buzzing sound reverberated. Danzu felt a slight tremor throughout his body, and his pupils constricted. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted towards the rock shinobi encampment nestled within the valley. At that moment, a perceptive Chunin from the rock shinobi camp opened his eyes and directed his attention towards Danzu and his companions. "We have a situation," the Chunin exclaimed, causing the nearby rock shinobi to immediately react and converge around him. "Ninjas spotted in the Western Valley. 1, 2, a total of 3. The Chunin continued. As his words fell, a rock shinobi dashed out to disseminate the news. Soon, the entire encampment was abuzz with activity. As dozens of rock shinobi emerged to gaze towards the valley where Danzu and his comrades were situated. Observing this commotion, Danzu furrowed his brow. They were discovered so swiftly. Danzu was not particularly skilled in disguise or infiltration, and neither were Kurenai and Asuma. Thus, while scouting the rock shinobi camp, Danzu had deliberately maintained a safe distance. He had thought this would ensure their safety, but he had not anticipated the rock shinobi's rapid response. Witnessing the upheaval in the rock shinobi camp, Danzu promptly urged Kurenai and Asuma to leave the area. However, to Danzu's astonishment, even after their departure, the rock shinobi camp remained in turmoil. Yet no ninja ventured out to investigate their situation. Simultaneously, Danzu remained unaware that their sudden appearance had indeed caused a false alarm throughout the entire rock shinobi encampment. Within the camp, what is happening? Matori inquired about the situation. "We have detected something. It appears there are 3 ninjas in the Western Valley. Others are currently conducting a search within the camp," one of his subordinates reported. Matori furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The notion of being intimidated by a single ninja to the point of not daring to venture outside greatly frustrated and perplexed him. Just then, "Lord Matori, there is new intelligence from the village." A subordinate rushed in excitedly, having received a message from the rock shinobi village's carrier pigeon. "A new reinforcement team is en route, and Lord Oji is also coming here." Chapter 160, Countermeasures. A chaotic situation with the arrival of the second wave of rock shinobi reinforcements and the inclusion of Lord Oji and others. The rock shinobi village stronghold began to show signs of improvement. This time, in addition to sending Lord Oji, the rock shinobi village had also dispatched 2 other Jonin. A Jinchuriki accompanied by 2 elite Jonin entered the stronghold, bringing a sense of reassurance to the previously anxious rock ninja base. Upon arriving at the camp, Elder Z and the others wasted no time, seeking out the creature known as Mog to inquire about the events that transpired and the identity of Feng. However, in response to their inquiries, Mog could not provide a definitive answer and instead summoned the rock ninjas who had participated in the battle. As the discussion unfolded, it became apparent that no one could offer a clear response. Many had not even glimpsed Feng's visage. "How is that possible? With so many of you? Surely one must have seen clearly," an irate rock ninja Jonin demanded. In the room, the other rock ninjas exchanged uneasy glances, for they had indeed failed to discern Feng's appearance. Some even speculated that had they truly seen him, they would not be standing here. They would have long since become victims of that individual. That Sasuke suspected that this person was likely affiliated with Konoha. Ultimately, Elder Z and the others conceded, directly articulating that Sasuke's hypothesis. Meanwhile, Mog shared the information regarding the discovery of 3 individuals who bore a striking resemblance to one another. There were likely others involved, and this individual was probably a member of the Akatsuki. Daisher had confirmed this during their confrontation. It was precisely for this reason that I refrained from intervening at that time. In addition to this, 3 more ninjas had been detected in the western region today. If these individuals were indeed from Konoha, what business would they have with members of the Akatsuki? After hearing this, Emoji's curiosity was piqued. Prior to Feng's arrival, the rock ninja village had already engaged in combat with the Akatsuki and was familiar with their objectives. They understood that the Akatsuki harbored animosity toward the 3 great nations. Yet Elder Z and the others now suggested that the attackers on Daisher were likely from Konoha. Only Konoha possesses such space-time ninjutsu. That Sasuke had once witnessed the second Hokage employing a similar technique. Furthermore, to eliminate a renowned ninja like Daisher under such circumstances, it is probable that only a few other great ninja villages could nurture such a formidable shinobi. Does this imply that Konoha has allied with the Akatsuki? Emoji furrowed his brow. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Konoha has already formed an alliance with the Rain Ninja Village. The Akatsuki, after all, is merely a mercenary organization of the Land of Rain. Given that the Akatsuki has already antagonized our Rock Ninja Village, openly clashing with the other 2 great ninja villages would not be a prudent decision. However, regardless of Konoha's alliances, Our foremost task remains to identify this individual and eliminate him. Whether he is from Konoha or the Akatsuki is of little consequence. During the meeting, the rock ninja Jonin's gaze sharpened, revealing a fierce determination. This individual's space-time ninjutsu is formidable, and his speed is extraordinary. Should we rely on conventional combat methods, he may well evade capture. Emoji expressed his perspective. As he spoke, the others furrowed their brows in contemplation. Soon, the group began to deliberate further. Some proposed to lure Feng using a barrier, while others suggested employing sealing techniques, and yet others recommended reconnaissance, tracking, ambush, and assassination. After extensive discussion, Moj and the others ultimately concluded that enticing Feng and subsequently utilizing the barrier to seal the space, rendering Feng's abilities ineffective, was the most reliable approach. As for the formidable task of confronting Feng within the barrier, it fell upon the shoulders of Lao Zi. However, the focus soon shifted to another critical issue: how to ensnare Feng into the trap. At that moment, Emoji recalled something. On the other side of the rock ninja base, a vibrant crimson campfire flickered incessantly, as Asuma held a skewer of grilled fish in his hands. Teacher Lei Tong, what happened earlier? Why did you leave so suddenly? Did we not discover the rock ninja's stronghold? Asuma inquired while tending to the fish. We were discovered. The rock ninja's base seems suspicious, but fortunately, they did not follow us. It appears we cannot act during the day and must wait until nightfall. Lei Tong explained. Once we ascertain the number of individuals within the rock ninja village, we will depart. During the night, the two of you must stay close to me. Now, let us eat quickly and rest for a while, Lei Tong remarked, glancing at the campfire nearby. On hearing the command, Hinata and Asuma nodded. But Lei Tong felt a pang of anxiety as he observed the two. Meanwhile, in the dense forest not far from the rock ninja village, several unnamed ninjas clad in combat attire were advancing. Nagato, Yahiko, those fools were defeated by the rock ninja in a single encounter. Now they dare to establish some mercenary system. How absurd. Humph, it seems we underestimated them. Initially, they spoke of loyalty to the land of rain, but in the end, they are merely a bunch of cowardly rats. Without them, we can still persevere. At worst, we shall engage in guerrilla warfare with the rock ninja. Indeed, the Akatsuki may be disbanded, but we can still forge a clandestine organization. Amidst the forest, several former Akatsuki ninjas raced toward the borders of the land of rain. Ever since Feng and Yahiko discussed the latter's decision to transform the Akatsuki into a mercenary organization, many within the Akatsuki chose to depart. Most of these departing ninjas did not align themselves with new factions, but set forth toward the borders of the land of rain, preparing to confront the ninjas from the three great nations. This particular ninja squad had severed ties with the Akatsuki and sought revenge against the rock ninja village. The group comprised 9 individuals, 3 of whom possessed elite Chunin strength, 3 were of Chunin rank, while the remaining 3 were rather lacking, being mere Genin. Originally, these 9 individuals were not well acquainted within the Akatsuki. However, their shared disappointment in the organization brought them together, and they collectively vowed to emulate the former Akatsuki by rallying a pure resistance force of ninjas along the borders of the land of rain and the land of earth. Simultaneously, they set their initial target on the ninjas from the rock ninja village. Yahiko is unwilling to undertake certain tasks. Let us do them. When the Akatsuki organization falters, we shall surely prevail. Everyone, press on. Ahead lies the territory controlled by the IWA ninja. This time, we aim to make those from the Akatsuki realize that the 3 great ninja villages are not invincible. They are but a band of cowards. As they gazed toward the dense forest's edge, the leader among them began to rally the spirits of the team. Behind him, others surged forward with fierce determination. Chapter 161. The 4 factions. As night descended, the rain had cleansed the earth, releasing the earthy scent of foliage. Pat, pat, pat. Within the IWA ninja stronghold, the IWA ninjas began to spread out cautiously, forming teams of around 10, as they carefully scoured their surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Meanwhile, not far off in the valley, Narashikamaru, equipped with binoculars, noted the dispersing IWA ninjas. The IWA ninjas had begun their operations. Tonight's darkness is perfectly suited for us to approach their camp. Asuma, Kurenai, prepare yourselves. Assess the surrounding conditions. Shortly, I will lead you closer to the IWA camp, Narashikamaru stated. He did not intend to bring Kurenai and Asuma directly into the IWA stronghold, Yet as their mentor, he felt compelled to impart essential knowledge, including fundamental reconnaissance techniques and how to devise an effective retreat plan. Asuma and Kurenai listened intently. They had already encountered IWA ninjas and possessed a profound understanding of their current predicament. Simultaneously, they aspired to complete this mission under Shikamaru's guidance, as it marked their first task since leaving the village. The trio observed their surroundings while steadily advancing toward the IWA camp. In another location, finally on the move, it appears that reinforcements from IWA village have arrived. Amidst the twilight, Feng perched atop a tall pine, fixated on the flickering lights of the IWA camp. He witnessed IWA ninjas entering and exiting the camp, abandoning their usual defensive tactics, with many venturing into the dense forest to explore. Additionally, he noted the presence of several new luxurious tents within the camp, indicating the arrival of Iwa's reinforcements. Gazing skyward, Feng observed that the twilight had enveloped the heavens, with dark clouds obscuring the moon. This night promised to be particularly dark. After enduring for so long, Feng resolved to take action that very night. No longer willing to remain in a stalemate with the IWA ninjas, his gaze swept across the scene until it landed on a team hastily departing the IWA camp. They are the ones. In the next moment, Feng donned his mask and leapt from the treetop, akin to a hunting falcon. Ahead lay the IWA village camp. Cursed be these foes for mistaking our land of rain for the land of earth. We must tread carefully as we draw near. Their numbers are overwhelming. Yet we are not without our chances. This evening shall etch our names into the annals of IWA Ninja Village, and simultaneously, we shall ensure that our organization resonates throughout the entire border. A hushed murmur arose amidst the dense underbrush, as several rogue ninjas from the land of rain, having severed ties with the Akatsuki, conspired among themselves, their gaze fixed upon the IWA ninja encampment not far away. At that moment, the demeanor of one among them shifted, eyes darting to another part of the thicket. "Boss, it seems there is something amiss over there," he exclaimed. As his words fell, the others turned their attention in unison. Indeed, in their line of sight, several figures stealthily advanced, seemingly headed towards the IWA ninja camp. "I shall scout ahead," declared a ninja skilled in sensory techniques. With that, he formed hand seals and placed his index finger upon his temple. Soon, his vision transformed, revealing three individuals navigating cautiously through the forest, adorned with the forehead protector of Konoha. "It's from Konoha," he gasped, withdrawing his finger in astonishment. The others around him were momentarily taken aback. "Konoha? How could they possibly be here?" One muttered. "Damn it. Now the ninjas from the three great villages have all appeared. Do they intend to wage war upon our land of rain? Let us follow them. We cannot allow these intruders to wreak havoc in our territory." Though they felt outmatched against the multitude of IWA ninjas, the few former Akatsuki members held a measure of confidence in dealing with the three from Konoha. Just as they prepared to pursue and confront the Konoha ninjas, a resounding boom reverberated ahead. Birds took flight from the trees, and as several trees toppled, dust billowed into the air. The group exchanged astonished glances, and the sensory ninja swiftly utilized his jutsu to assess the situation. Before long, a vivid scene materialized in his mind's eye. Not far off, several IWA ninjas were huddled back to back, visibly tense, as if confronted by a grave threat. At their feet, a lifeless body of an IWA ninja lay sprawled, blood pooling beneath it, indicating the unfortunate soul had not been deceased for long. Witnessing this, realization dawned upon him. The IWA ninjas had indeed encountered an enemy ambush. Serves them right. The ninjas from the three great villages deserve their fate, he thought, secretly relishing the turn of events, and promptly relayed the news to his comrades. Upon hearing, the others felt a surge of elation. "Huh. It seems there are others who think as we do. Did you catch a glimpse of that fellow? Anyone capable of battling the IWA ninjas here is certainly no mere pawn. Perhaps we could even draw him into our ranks. Indeed, unlike Yahiko and his ilk, we shall not waver in our opposition to the ninjas of the three great villages." As the companions arrived with enthusiasm, the perceptive ninja continued to unleash his jutsu. This time, he once again beheld several rock ninjas. Strangely, however, he did not detect the ninja who had attacked them. Even more peculiar was the presence of an additional corpse on the ground, while the earlier rock ninjas remained steadfast in their back-to-back formation, albeit one less than before. Witnessing this scene, the ninja from the land of rain was taken aback. It was undoubtedly the work of a high-ranking ninja. Only someone of their caliber could achieve such a feat. With this realization, the Rain Ninja felt a surge of excitement. He relayed his observations to his companions, who were equally elated. We must recruit this individual into our organization. But before that, let us first deal with the other team. With a focused gaze, the ninjas in the group directed their attention towards the trio from the Leaf Village ahead of them. Move quickly. Let us approach while the rock ninjas remain oblivious. We shall strike swiftly. As the command was issued, 9 ninjas from the Land of Rain sprang into action, swiftly converging towards the Leaf Trio. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rock Ninja Village received a distress signal from the team under attack. Chapter 162. Chaos in the Dense Forest. A squad has encountered an assault in the northern jungles. Quickly, inform Lord Maggot and Lord Old Purple. Within the Rock Ninja's stronghold, the arrival of the distress signal from the attacked ninja stirred unrest among many. Soon, news of the ambush team reached the ears of Maggot and Old Purple. Is it confirmed? It must be that individual. The attack team had yet to see their assailant. Yet casualties had already occurred. Such speed can only belong to him. Let us depart and bring that item along. After confirming the information, Maggot, Old Purple, and 2 other high-ranking ninjas set off towards the northern jungles. At this moment, within the forest, the rock ninjas were anxiously awaiting the arrival of Lord Maggot. Stay close together. Once you spot them, notify immediately, and do not be distracted like the Western Earth. The enemy possesses the capability to slay Lord Big Stone. Can we truly survive this? Hold on. Once Lord Maggot arrives, we shall endure. 3 rock ninjas stood back to back in a small clearing, 6 vigilant eyes scanning their surroundings, missing not a single rustle in the grass. Not far from them, atop a towering paulownia, Feng cast a glance at the trio before shifting his gaze towards the direction of the rock ninja stronghold. Feng had intentionally targeted this rock ninja squad and deliberately allowed them time to signal for help. He wished to discern what reinforcements the rock ninjas might have, or rather, the strength of the approaching rock ninja forces. The outcome was as Feng anticipated. Following his attack on this rock ninja team, disturbances began to emerge at the rock ninja stronghold. With a swift motion, Feng vanished from his location, reappearing at a crucial point leading from the rock stronghold towards the northern jungles, atop a low mountain. Feng stood atop the mountains, gazing downward. Shortly thereafter, he discerned the approaching team from Rock Ninja Village, which comprised over 20 individuals. Among them, he spotted the figure of Emoji. "Hurry, the enemy is ahead," exclaimed Emoji, addressing Lao Zi and 2 other Jonin. "That fellow wields space-time ninjutsu. We must seal the area before he departs." With that, the 4 hastened their pace. In truth, Rock Ninja Village had yet to devise a strategy to confront Feng, approaching the confrontation with a tentative mindset. Unbeknownst to Emoji and his companions, their entire process of support had unfolded under Feng's watchful gaze. Observing them, particularly Lao Zi, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng's features. Having read the original work, he recognized Lao Zi instantly. The image of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was unmistakably vivid. So, it is the Four-Tails Jinchuriki? No wonder Rock Ninja Village is mobilizing. They have dispatched a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Feng furrowed his brow. With his current strength, he felt sufficiently equipped to handle Emoji and his 2 companions, even confident that he could emerge victorious against them simultaneously. However, the prospect of defeating or killing a tailed beast Jinchuriki presented a significant challenge. This predicament was becoming rather troublesome. A pair of Jonin, along with several Chunin and Jinin, would be necessary to complete the task. While the Jinin and Chunin were relatively straightforward to deal with, if Emoji remained in close proximity to Lao Zi, the difficulty of eliminating them would escalate considerably. Gazing at the quartet, Feng's brow slightly knitted. According to his original plan, he intended to assess the strength of Rock Ninja and then determine if he could employ a similar strategy to eliminate another batch of Rock Ninjas. However, upon encountering Lao Zi, he decisively abandoned this notion. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for Lao Zi, especially once the latter activated his tailed beast transformation, complicating matters further for Feng. His greatest asset at present was the Flying Thunder God technique, which excelled in speed rather than brute strength or defense. When contending with a tailed beast, potent offensive or control measures were essential for victory. Let us observe for now. If I cannot eliminate them one by one, I will have to follow them and seek opportunities gradually. With that thought, Feng vanished in an instant, silently tracking Lao Zi and his companions. Meanwhile, in another part of the jungle, Jizwale was stealthily leading Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma toward the rock ninja stronghold. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind them, prompting Jizwale to react swiftly. Who goes there? Kurenai, Asuma, prepare for battle. As the words fell, a figure swiftly appeared before Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, blocking their path. His gaze shifted towards the thicket behind him. Suddenly, 6 silhouettes emerged from the jungle, presenting themselves before him. Each of the 6 stood in varied positions, some on the ground, others at waist height on trees, and a few perched high atop the treetops. As they materialized, their eyes fixated on the figure before them. Indeed, they were ninjas from Konoha, and notably, a Jonin. One among the 6 addressed the figure, inquiring, "A wandering ninja from the land of rain?" The figure scanned the 6 before him, taking stock of their prowess. As they sized each other up, he quickly assessed their strength. All 6 were Chunin, with 3 among them exhibiting considerable skill, likely elite within their ranks. This posed a dilemma. If these individuals were indeed targeting them, the situation could escalate. Alone, he might manage, but contemplating this, his gaze shifted to Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma. He spoke directly. "I am a Jonin of Konoha, and our village has established a cooperative relationship with the Hidden Rain village. You appear to be ninjas from the land of rain. Might I inquire about your intentions in following us?" Despite recognizing the hostility emanating from the opposing group, he sought to leverage Konoha's name to deter them, while simultaneously expressing his disinterest in becoming adversaries with the Rain ninjas. Thus, he aimed to avert an unnecessary confrontation. However, upon hearing his words, the 6 adversaries scoffed in disdain. Konoha's people always resort to such tactics. The ninjas of the 3 great villages wreak havoc within our land of rain, committing atrocities without remorse. Spare us your rhetoric. Today, our dark organization has come specifically for you 3. Brothers, let us attack together. He won to be a match for 2 of our Konoha Chunin. Eliminate him. With that command, the 6 Rain ninjas charged toward him with fierce intent. Chapter 163. Encounter this is bad. Upon witnessing the oncoming assault, the figure's brow furrowed in alarm. Asuma, Kurenai, quickly find cover. I will hold them off. As his words echoed, he swiftly formed hand seals, propelling himself forward through the dense foliage. Earth release, earth flow rampart. With a resounding crash, as his hands struck the ground, chakra surged forth, causing the earth beneath to tremble and a cloud of dust to billow into the air. As if an earthquake had struck, a wall of earth, 5 to 6 meters wide, rose from the ground, effectively obstructing the advancing foes. Hurry and take cover, he urged. Damn it. Why did we have to encounter wandering ninjas from the land of rain at such a critical moment? Kurenai exclaimed, realizing her and Asuma's inadequate strength would only burden their teacher further. Asuma, quickly, don't add to Rado-sensei's troubles. At this moment, Asuma hesitated. It was his inaugural mission, and it marked his first encounter with an adversary. As a shinobi of Konoha and the son of the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma felt a sense of disgrace at the thought of fleeing. Asuma, observing him rooted in place, Yugao slightly faltered and quickly called out to him again. No, I cannot allow Rado-sensei to face these foes alone. They are merely wandering ninjas from the land of rain. Their strength is not formidable. Yugao, cover me. We can take on 1 or 2 of them. A resolute glimmer shone in Asuma's eyes. Yugao was taken aback by Asuma's words, then turned her gaze toward the few ninjas from the land of rain before them. Just then, a sudden flurry of movement occurred behind them. 3 figures emerged abruptly, revealing themselves to be the 3 lower-ranked ninjas who had previously concealed themselves within the ranks of the Rain Nin. From the outset, these 3 had set their sights on Asuma and Yugao, not with the intent to kill, but to sow chaos for Rado. The Rain ninjas had discerned that Asuma and Yugao were accompanying Rado on a mission while simultaneously learning. Among the great nations, Konoha places the utmost emphasis on nurturing the next generation, often allowing elite Jonin to take lower-ranked shinobi on missions. Recognizing this, the Rain ninjas devised a plan. 6ch Nin would engage Rado directly, while the other 3 would confront Asuma and Yugao. Should they manage to corner Asuma and Yugao, Rado would certainly be distracted, thus providing the 6ch Nin an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. 3 more. This is dire. Upon seeing the 3 Rain ninjas spring forth, both Asuma and Yugao felt a surge of tension. However, once they assessed the strength of their opponents, they were somewhat reassured. Thankfully, they are merely lower-ranked ninjas. Yugao, You handle the one on the left? I will take on the one on the right and the one in the middle. A spark of determination lit up Asuma's gaze, and he appeared eager to engage. Yugao nodded in response, her peripheral vision darting towards Rado's location. Clang, clang, clang. Meanwhile, Rado had already engaged in battle with the 6th Nin. As an elite Nin of Konoha, Rado's prowess was undeniable. Yet, the 6 before him were equally skilled, and their coordinated efforts made it unrealistic for him to swiftly overpower them. At that moment, Rado became aware of the 3 rain ninjas confronting Asuma and Yugao. He intended to rush over to assist them, but was intercepted by a barrage of shuriken that whizzed through the air. If you wish to save them, you shall have to pass through us first. The leader of the Rain Country ninja spoke with a smile, and as his words fell, he deftly hurled a kunai from his hand, aiming directly at the swift-moving Byakugan user. The kunai was deflected by Byakugan, who cast a fleeting glance towards the direction where Kurenai and her companions were situated. Upon realizing that the 3 surrounding Kurenai were merely low-ranking ninjas, he felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. It was time to conclude this swiftly. Buzzing with intent, a flicker of lightning illuminated the kunai gripped tightly in Byakugan's hand. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. With a thunderous crash, he charged forward, akin to a bolt of lightning, targeting the leader of the Rain Country ninja. Not far from the entrance of the dense forest, Lao Zi and his companions were racing ahead when suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, accompanied by a distant sound that suggested some commotion. Their pace faltered slightly, and they swiftly ascended to the treetops, peering towards the source of the disturbance. There was indeed a battle unfolding. Observing the swirling dust in the distance, Emoji spoke up, "Is it that person?" As his words echoed, a Nin beside him leaped down from the treetop to the ground, extending his hand to touch the earth while closing his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to something. After a moment, the IWA ninja Nin opened his eyes. "What did you find, Putu?" Emoji inquired. "There are 12 individuals engaged in combat ahead, one of whom is a Nin. It does not appear to be that person," replied Putu, the IWA Nin. "Not that person?" Emoji's brow furrowed slightly. "No matter, let us proceed and investigate." With that, Emoji and his companions dashed towards the location of Byakugan and the Rain Country ninja. Meanwhile, behind them, Feng had also sensed the commotion within the forest, his brow creasing in concern. Seeing Emoji and his group rushing forward, he followed closely behind, contemplating the potential opportunity that lay ahead. If a chaotic skirmish were to ensue, perhaps he could find a chance to eliminate Emoji and his companions amidst the fray. Swiftly, Emoji and his team advanced, while Feng maintained a deliberate distance, remaining wary of any perceptive ninjutsu. Soon, Emoji's group breached the battlefield where Byakugan and the Rain Country ninja were locked in an intense confrontation. Lightning release, lightning strike. With a crackle, a surge of electric brilliance erupted as Byakugan clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of lightning towards the 3 Rain Country ninjas. The pupils of the 2 Nin narrowed in alarm, and while 2 of them executed a substitution jutsu, the one standing at the rear was unable to react in time. The raging lightning ensnared him, and in an instant, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, the Rain Country ninja collapsed to the ground. One down. Seeing this, Byakugan revealed a triumphant smile, casting his gaze towards Kurenai's direction. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock, and he froze in place. He had spotted Lao Zi and his 4 companions. Chapter 164. The Rock Ninja Takes Action. The situation takes a turn. Those are the ninjas from Konoha. The others appear to be ninjas from the Land of Rain. As ninjutsu master Bingzu Lei Tong spotted Old Purple and the others, they, too, had already recognized him and the ninjas from the Land of Rain. Emoji fixed his gaze on Bingzu Lei Tong, a slight furrow forming on his brow, an expression of gravity settling upon him. The presence of the Rain ninjas here did not astonish him in the slightest. Even the appearance of ninjas from Mangekyou would only elicit a modicum of surprise. However, upon seeing Bingzu Lei Tong, adorned with the Konoha headband, Emoji's heart churned with tumultuous waves. The emergence of Bingzu Lei Tong symbolically represented Konoha, and unlike the previous appearance of Feng, he unequivocally signified the identity of a Konoha ninja. Previously, the ninja who had slain Dashur had employed Konoha's ninjutsu, and now here stood a Nin bearing the Konoha headband. Could it be that Konoha had allied with Mangekyou? Emoji pondered internally. In that moment, he refrained from making a move. Meanwhile, across the battlefield. What is happening? They are ninjas from Awagakure. Damn it. How did these fellows end up here? The ninjas from the Land of Rain also recognized Moj and his companions. Unlike Bingzu Lei Tong, the sight of the Awagakure ninjas instilled greater panic among the Rain ninjas. In their eyes, the three great ninja villages were akin to a den of thieves. Furthermore, they had previously been members of the Akatsuki organization, which was in direct opposition to Awagakure. Although Konoha and Awagakure were not exactly allies either, the war had yet to ignite, leading both sides to exercise a degree of restraint. Such restraint could result in them facing a combined assault from both Konoha and Awagakure. Realizing this, the leader of the Rain ninjas felt a surge of retreating instincts. He had discerned that the four arriving from Konoha were formidable foes. If they were to engage in combat, it would likely be their demise. Damn it, why did Awagakure have to appear at this juncture? The leader of the Rain ninjas spoke to his companions. We cannot contend with those few individuals. Although the other Rain ninjas felt a sense of reluctance. Having just lost one of their own to Bingzu Lei Tong's offensive, they had no choice but to nod in agreement and prepare for their withdrawal. Yet, just as the Rain ninjas were poised to retreat, another Jonin from Awagakure suddenly sprang into action. Instead of heading towards Bingzu Lei Tong, he charged directly towards the entangled group of Yuhi Kurenai and her comrades. Since his arrival, this Jonin had swiftly assessed the strengths and circumstances of those present. Particularly upon noticing Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, his judgment was further affirmed. A Konoha team taking a rookie out for training had encountered wandering ninjas from the Land of Rain. Consequently, the two parties clashed, sparking a conflict. The breakthrough lay within the ranks of these lower-ranked ninjas. Due to his understanding of the Konoha team and the ninjas from the Land of Rain, this particular rock ninja chose to engage with Yuhi Kurenai and the lower-ranked ninjas from the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Asuma was locked in combat with one of the lower-ranked ninjas from the Land of Rain. As they closed in on each other, a series of punches and kicks ensued, producing a dull thudding sound. Asuma's strength was not insignificant among the lower ranks, and thanks to his special training in Konoha, he had now mastered basic combat techniques. He stood firm at the forefront, occasionally launching punches or throwing shurikens, managing to hold off three adversaries. Under normal circumstances, such a standoff would soon place Asuma at a disadvantage, but behind him, Kurenai was supporting him in battle. The two had developed a synergy in team combat during their special training in Konoha. When facing Kakashi, Asuma and his companions had been able to hold their ground for a time. Now, the three lower ninjas from the Land of Rain were merely a minor challenge. As Asuma fought, the tension within him gradually dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement and exhilaration. However, the three lower ninjas from the Land of Rain began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. In reality, it was not Asuma they feared most, but rather Kurenai, who stood behind him. While it was easy to evade a direct attack, it was far more challenging to defend against a hidden threat. Kurenai was fixated on them, rendering their abilities ineffective. Whenever they sent one or two of their own to eliminate Kurenai, Asuma would invariably intervene, and crucially, Kurenai was always aware enough to evade their attempts. After a prolonged struggle, Kurenai and Asuma gradually gained the upper hand. Consequently, the three ninjas from the Land of Rain, feeling cornered, began to fight with increased seriousness and ferocity. The five of them became embroiled in a tense standoff, all the while neglecting the presence of Maki and others, as well as the approaching elite rock ninja. The clash of metal rang out crisply in the air. Asuma hurled a shuriken that deflected the enemy's shuriken and suddenly stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at the face of the lower-ranked ninja from the Land of Rain. His punch was swift, descending at an awkward angle. Asuma was confident in his ability to strike down the ninja before him. A smile crept across his lips. This should surely change Kurenai's perception of me, Asuma thought jubilantly, filled with pride. However, just as his fist was about to land, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air from the side. The next moment, a resounding thud echoed. Asuma's fist struck nothing but air, yet a splatter of blood erupted in front of him. Momentarily stunned, Asuma turned to see that the ninja he had been fighting had been struck down by a flying shuriken, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Confusion flickered in Asuma's eyes. A projectile? Damn it! Who was responsible? The other two Jonin from the Land of Rain let out a roar, their gazes fixed on the direction from which the kunai was hurtling. Asuma and Kurenai also turned their attention there. Indeed, it was a formidable assault, yet it would end here, regardless of whether you hail from Konoha or are a ninja of the Land of Rain. A robust man adorned with the forehead protector of the rock village squatted atop a tree stump, a smirk gracing his lips as he brandished the kunai in his hand, directing his gaze towards Asuma and his companions. Upon sighting the rock village ninja, the two genin from the land of rain were momentarily taken aback, quickly exchanging glances with their teammate. At that moment, after the rock village ninja made his move, the remaining members of the leech trio charged towards the rain village Jonin. The ambitions of the leech trio were voracious. Their intervention would spell doom for both Konoha and the rain village ninjas alike. Chapter 165. The oppression from a Jonin. The sudden intervention by the Jonin from the rock village interrupted the battle between Kurenai and the rain village ninja. With the demise of the rain village genin, Kurenai, Asuma, and the other two rain genins' expressions turned grave. The quartet cast a wary glance at the Jonin from the rock village. The Jonin reciprocated their gaze, a mocking laughter escaping his lips. His laughter was laced with scorn, clearly indicating that he regarded Kurenai and her companions with utter disdain. Kurenai, this is bad. He's a Jonin from the rock village. Asuma cautioned Kurenai, recognizing the Jonin's forehead protector. Do not act recklessly. We are still uncertain of the opponent's intentions. Kurenai forced herself to regain her composure. This was their first mission, and it was also the first time they had witnessed death, particularly in such a brutal manner before their eyes. Although he was not a comrade, the shock of death weighed heavily on the young minds of both Asuma and Kurenai, especially with the Jonin from the rock village radiating a palpable aura of hostility and murderous intent. The disparity in strength between Jonin and genin was stark. The two felt as though they had plummeted into an icy abyss. This experience was reminiscent of the original tale, where Sakura and Sasuke first encountered Orochimaru. Merely the release of his murderous intent left Sakura retching and Sasuke paralyzed with fear. However, Asuma and Kurenai had undergone special training in Konoha, and while they were not rendered utterly helpless, an undeniable sense of dread lingered in their hearts. Meanwhile, the other two rain village genin stood in stunned silence. Their battle experience surpassed that of Asuma and Kurenai, particularly in their ability to withstand murderous intent. Yet, they could discern the Jonin's formidable power with alarming clarity. Damn it! How did we encounter a Jonin from the rock village here? It seems we are in grave peril. A glance at their struggling companion revealed a glimmer of despair in their eyes. Upon joining the Akatsuki, these individuals anticipated their demise. Yet they held a certain acceptance of this fate. What they did not foresee was that, having just departed from the organization and before their small team could even coalesce, they would encounter a Jonin from the rock village. Nevertheless, I harbor no regrets. At this thought, a Chunin from the land of rain spoke. His gaze ignited with fierce determination as he turned towards the opposing Jonin. His comrades seemed to share in his fervor, their expressions stealing with resolve. The ninjas from the three great villages wreak havoc upon our homeland, devastating the land of rain. My sacrifice is not for naught. Nagato and Yahiko will never comprehend. Sooner or later, they too will be consumed by the three great villages. Let us strike together. Even if we cannot slay this foe today, we will inflict wounds that will make him remember. We, the land of rain, are not to be trifled with. A Chunin from the land of rain declared. As his words echoed, he hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag and charged towards the Jonin of the rock village. How laughable! The rock Jonin scoffed at the assault from the two Chunin. In the next moment, his figure flickered, vanishing from sight, only to reappear at the left flank of the two. Shurikens traced arcs through the air, directly striking the Chunin from the land of rain. The Jonin had expended little effort in dealing with them. We must flee. Now, witnessing the rain Chunin engage, Kurenai and Asuma hastily retreated into the distance. Overcoming their inner fears, they dashed frantically towards the nearby forest, seeking to evade the Jonin's gaze. Yet, they had not ventured far when, swish, the Jonin from the rock village appeared before them. Kurenai glanced back, her heart sinking as she beheld the two rain Chunin lying in a pool of blood. Trembling, they stared at the Jonin while their eyes involuntarily flickered towards the direction of their comrades. This scene did not escape the notice of the rock Jonin, who regarded them with disdain. How naive to rely on your leaf Jonin. Save your breath. All three of you shall perish here today. With Lord Nyx's intervention, no Jonin can withstand, the rock Jonin proclaimed. However, only you leaf youngsters would expect a Jonin to come to your rescue. To witness an enemy quake with fear, such ninjas would only serve as cannon fodder in our rock village. Prepare to meet your end. Fear not. My kunai shall find its mark swiftly. With that, the rock Jonin advanced menacingly towards Asuma and Kurenai. Asuma? Kurenai uttered, a tremor of fear in her voice. There is no choice but to fight, Kurenai. Wait for the right moment to escape. They will not easily kill me. I am Asuma, son of the Hokage, he asserted, stepping forward, though even he doubted the veracity of his own words, for his brother had perished on the battlefield. Do you seek a hero to rescue you? However, your strength still falls slightly short. The elite ninja from the rock village gazed at Asuma with a hint of derision. Yuhi Kurenai felt somewhat at a loss, yet she did not flee immediately. In this moment, thoughts of Feng filled her mind. What would he do in this situation? Flee. Surely, he would not retreat. There is still hope. I possess Ninjutsu. If I can control him, even for just a few seconds, it would be sufficient. With this thought, Kurenai's gaze grew resolute. Asuma, I have a plan. She stepped forward and whispered her strategy to Asuma while he listened intently, keeping his eyes fixed on the elite ninja from the rock village. Their exchange was conducted right beneath the nose of the enemy, who was not inclined to grant them the luxury of strategizing. He had seen through Kurenai's intentions. In the next moment, with a swift motion of his right hand, a shuriken whizzed between the two. Simultaneously, the elite ninja lunged towards them with lethal intent. Kurenai and Asuma were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that their actions would provoke such a response. The elite ninja was no fool. Despite knowing that Kurenai and Asuma were mere genin, he would not allow them to conspire against him. Caution had been the key to his ascent to the rank of Jonin. With a whoosh, the elite ninja transformed into a blur, charging forward. I'll start with you. His gaze locked onto Asuma as he accelerated, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at him. Asuma's expression shifted to one of shock. The opponent's speed exceeded his reaction time. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield himself, but the next moment, a tremendous force struck his forearms. With a resounding thud, Asuma was sent flying, crashing into a tree before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Asuma! Kurenai called out in alarm as she dashed towards him. But at that moment, the elite ninja's figure materialized in front of her. Next is you. A sinister grin spread across his face as he raised his fist. Yet, at that instant, a crackling sound of electricity reverberated above them. The elite ninja paused, sensing a surge of murderous intent, and quickly stepped back. Just then, a blade imbued with lightning descended from the sky, landing where he had just stood. You cannot touch her. Chapter 166. Elimination of the Rock Village Elite Ninja. The scene was electrifying, with the demonic blade shimmering with arcs of lightning. The elite ninja retreated a step, inwardly lamenting. Had it not been for his keen perception, that blade would not have been embedded in the ground, but rather lodged in his very skull. Who dares? The elite ninja of Iwa Village let out a fierce roar, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, a figure descended rapidly from above. With a resounding thud, the figure landed, stirring up a cloud of dust, while a demonic blade embedded in the ground quivered and fell into the hands of its wielder. She must not be touched. Clad in a mask, Feng emanated a potent aura of murderous intent, the force of which stirred the air around her and spread outward. It's you. The elite ninja of Iwa Village recognized her instantly. Although the surviving ninjas in the camp had provided no precise description of their assailant, the moment he laid eyes on Feng, he was certain she was the one who had slain Daisher. He quickly scanned her figure. Masked and devoid of any discernible village headband, her height was modest, and her voice bore a slight hint of youth, indicating she was likely quite young. A protector of Konoha, he thought, cursing under his breath. Could this be another prodigy from Konoha? The elite ninja pondered, and at this moment, he discerned from Feng's surging aura and killing intent that she was indeed a Jonin, her strength potentially rivaling his own. Coupled with the earlier descriptions from other ninjas, he was certain he stood no chance against Feng alone. His gaze shifted to the figure of Yuhi Kurenai, standing behind her. Kurenai was equally taken aback, gazing intently at the silhouette before her. Feng. The sight of Feng's back was familiar to her, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from her now felt alien. The Feng she had encountered in the village was always gentle, wearing a warm smile. Now, however, the killing intent and presence radiating from her surpassed even that of the elite ninja from Iwa Village. Nonetheless, this did not cloud Kurenai's judgment. Yet, as she opened her mouth, Feng, standing in front of her, did not turn around. Find a place to hide. A detached voice resonated. snapping Kurenai out of her daze. Understood, she replied, hastily rising to her feet. At that moment, she was certain that the person before her was indeed Mu Feng. However, it was clear that the current situation was not conducive to conversation. Standing up, Kurenai dashed to the side. The elite ninja from Iwa village was evidently unwilling to let her go so easily. Her comparatively weaker strength could be used to hinder Mu Feng. As he moved to intercept Kurenai, Mu Feng also sprang into action, swiftly appearing before the elite ninja. "Get lost," she shouted fiercely, swinging the demonic blade with a horizontal strike. The elite ninja quickly stepped back. In the next instant, Mu Feng took a step forward, pursuing him. And the elite ninja immediately drew his kunai, and the two engaged in battle. A formidable power emanated from the demon blade as the elite shinobi of Iwa ninja village cast a reluctant glance at the fleeing Yuhi Kurenai, his eyes brimming with unfulfilled ambition. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to suppress the might of Mu Feng. The sound of clashing kunai echoed as he swiftly parried Mu Feng's onslaught with his weapon. Taking a step back, the Iwa shinobi hurled a kunai and rapidly formed hand seals. Earth-style, rock pillar eruption. With his declaration, the ground before him trembled violently, and in an instant, several thick rock columns erupted from the earth, launching themselves menacingly toward Mu Feng. Mu Feng's body stiffened momentarily as his Sharingan activated, allowing him to deftly evade between the rock pillars with agile movements. Ultimately, he leaped onto one of the pillars, propelling himself skyward. The demon blade clasped tightly in his hand crackled with lightning chakra, radiating a resplendent glow akin to that of a divine sword. With a powerful descent, Mu Feng soared through the air, the lightning-infused blade tracing a brilliant arc in the sky, as though cleaving through the very fabric of space, aimed directly at the head of the Iwa shinobi. Startled by the spectacle, the Iwa shinobi recoiled, realizing that he could not afford to meet this strike with a kunai. In a flurry, he hastily formed seals. Earth-style, earth flow wall. He slammed his hands onto the ground, causing the earth to shudder once more as a massive wall of rock surged before him. Gazing at Mu Feng from behind the earthen barrier, the fear in his eyes lessened slightly. He exhaled a long breath, relieved that in that critical moment, he had managed to unleash the earth flow wall with unprecedented speed, perhaps the fastest since his ascent to the rank of Jonin. A sense of fortune flickered within him. However, just then, a crackle of electricity pierced the air. A blinding white light surged forth, shattering the earth flow wall before him. The pulsating white lightning expanded rapidly, piercing through his very being with a swiftness that left him awestruck. As he incredulously looked down at his chest, he saw a brilliant white light had penetrated through him, resembling a luminous sword, with arcs of electricity dancing around its form. The white beam appeared as swiftly as it had vanished, retracting with a sound that left a circular void in the earth flow wall. Through this aperture, the Iwa shinobi glimpsed a pair of crimson eyes. You are of the Uchiha clan." With those words, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. "You have slain the Iwa shinobi, earning 1,500 points of corruption value. Your earth-style ninjutsu proficiency has reached level 1. Following the demise of a renowned Jonin from the Rock Ninja Village, a system prompt resonated within Mu Feng's mind. At this moment, a faint smile graced Mu Feng's lips. In the next instant, his gaze shifted towards the other side, where Asuma Sarutobi lay unconscious beneath a tree. Chapter 167. Discovery of clues on the other side of the battlefield, where Lao Zi, Mog, and Bingzu Lei Tong had joined the fray. The dynamics of the conflict shifted dramatically. The surviving 7 ninjas from the Rain Country, initially intent on retreating, found themselves intercepted by the trio of Lao Zi. Though the remaining 3 had a fleeting chance to escape, they chose to stay, united by a shared animosity towards the Rock Ninja Village and a bond forged through their mutual flight from the Akatsuki. These individuals harbored deep-seated hatred for the ninjas of the Rock Village, and despite their unfamiliarity with one another, their aligned ideals rendered them comrades. More importantly, their decision to defect from the Akatsuki and venture to the border signified their indifference to the prospect of death in battle. They felt that surviving would be a disservice to their fallen Akatsuki brethren who had perished at the border. Thus, upon witnessing the interception of the 4, the remaining 3 resolutely chose to remain. The battlefield now bore witness to the Rain Country ninjas, Emoji, Lao Zi, Bingzu Lei Tong, and an additional Jonin from the Rock Village, plunging into chaos. However, After exchanging a few probing strikes, the combatants quickly established their positions. The 7 ninjas from the Rain country banded together, fortifying their defenses, while Moj and another Jonin from Rock Village focused their attention on them. Meanwhile, Laozi silently approached Bing Zhu Tong, who tightened his grip on his kunai, sensing a hidden yet formidable aura emanating from Laozi. His brows furrowed slightly. Laozi merely regarded Bing Zhu Tong silently, refraining from immediate confrontation. In the next moment, his gaze shifted towards the location of Yuhi Kurenai. At that juncture, Mu Feng made his entrance. Upon witnessing Mu Feng's arrival, Laozi's expression sharpened with a newfound intensity. He immediately recognized Mu Feng as the ninja who had assaulted the Rock Village and slain the formidable Anoki. Bing Zhu Tong, too, discerned Mu Feng's presence. Mu Feng, his pupils constricted, observing Mu Feng engage with the Jonin from the Rock Village and protect Yuhi Kurenai. Bing Zhu Tong's previously anxious heart began to settle. Yet, at that precise moment, Laozi appeared to shift his focus, striding purposefully towards Mu Feng. His agreement with Anoki was to eliminate Mu Feng, and now that he had spotted him, the importance of Bing Zhu Tong diminished in Laozi's eyes. As he surged forward towards Mu Feng, Laozi began to channel his chakra. But just then, with a swift motion, the tension escalated. A gust of wind surged behind Laozi, prompting him to glance sideways. To his surprise, the formidable Bing Zhu Tong had swiftly maneuvered to his rear. With a twist of his waist, Bing Zhu Tong propelled his powerful leg towards Laozi's head. Unfazed by the strike, Laozi promptly crouched down, evading the attack. In that moment, Bing Zhu Tong shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity to deliver a sweeping kick. Laozi leaped upward, resembling a monkey in agility. Soon, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided midair. "Your opponent is me." Bing Zhu Tong gritted his teeth, declaring defiantly. A flicker of urgency crossed Laozi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Bing Zhu Tong with newfound seriousness. Meanwhile, an intense battle raged between the Rain Country ninjas and the demon leeches. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The two elemental jutsus clashed, with the water dragon roaring through the battlefield. The demon leeches, wary of the Rain Country's numbers, faced the formidable strength of 2 Jonin from the opposing side. As they distanced themselves, a tactical exchange of ninjutsu ensued. In the dense forest, the demon leeches observed the approaching water dragon. Skillfully utilizing nearby trees to evade the attack, they diminished the dragon's impact. Conversely, several ninjas from the Rain Country began to dodge the Yellow Spring Swamp that surged beneath their feet. The swamp devoured the trees around them, hampering the movements of the Rain Country ninjas, causing significant distress among their ranks. At that moment, they spotted Mu Feng entering the fray. Who is that? He killed the people from Iwa, Shinobi Village. Without a Konoha headband, could he be one of ours? The sight of Mu Feng sparked a glimmer of hope among the 7 Rain Country ninjas. On the opposing side, the demon leeches recognized him as well. "It's that guy?" "No, he has been behind us all along." They were taken aback to see Mu Feng emerge from their direction. Upon witnessing him slay one of his teammates, anger surged in the eyes of the demon leeches as they turned to Laozi. "Laozi," they called out. By now, Laozi was deeply embroiled in combat with Bing Zhu Tong. "Damn it, he's entangled with a Konoha Jonin." Pu Tu, standing nearby, suggested. "You deal with these Rain Country ninjas. I shall assist Laozi. Only he has the potential to inflict damage on that guy." Casting a glance at Mu Feng, Pu Tu nodded. Although he lacked strength in direct combat and found dealing with the Rain Country ninjas somewhat challenging, he remained optimistic. Moreover, they still possessed a trump card yet to be deployed, Laozi's tailed beast transformation. If Laozi summoned the 4 tails, none of the ninjas present could stand against him. Thus, the immediate priority for the Iwa shinobi was not merely to vanquish the Rain Country and Konoha ninjas. As Mu Feng came into their sight, the assassination of Mu Feng became the paramount objective for a few individuals from the Rock Ninja Village, especially in light of the fact that Mu Feng had just slain one of their elite shinobi. To eliminate Mu Feng, they needed to guard against his flying thunder god technique. The space-time sealing scroll on Old Purple was merely a precaution. However, it seemed that Moj had discovered a more effective strategy. He attentively monitored Mu Feng's movements while hastening towards Old Purple. Upon witnessing Mu Feng approach Asuma, and place him in a safe location under the care of Kurenai Yuhi. A glimmer of determination ignited in Moji's eyes. In the next moment, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth clone. As he surged forward, the earth beside Moji stirred and transformed into a clone, which swiftly melded into a thicket. Chapter 168. The Wrath of Old Purple. This fellow is entrusted to you. In a secluded part of the forest, Feng addressed Kurenai, who was tending to the unconscious Asuma. Feng. Kurenai glanced from the unconscious Asuma to Feng, her mind brimming with inquiries. Why was Feng here? Simultaneously, she yearned to share her experiences from the journey and express her gratitude. Yet above all, she longed to see Feng's true face beneath his mask. However, the sounds of battle from the likes of Danzo and others drowned out her thoughts. Feng met Kurenai's gaze but refrained from speaking extensively. At that moment, his emotions were tumultuous. Upon encountering Danzo and his cohorts earlier, Feng realized his cover had been blown. He had even contemplated eliminating Danzo then and there. Yet, he ultimately chose restraint. Now, witnessing the rock ninjas attacking Kurenai, Feng could have opted to remain hidden, allowing the rock ninjas to deal with Danzo and his companions without concern for his own plans being exposed. However, he could not reconcile that course of action within himself. As a member of the Uchiha clan, having survived in Konoha for some time, Feng had grown increasingly disillusioned with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups of the village. He understood that his prospects in Konoha were bleak and that he needed to forge his own path. Nevertheless, during his time here, he had forged bonds of friendship with Kurenai, Kakashi, and even Asuma. While his own plans were significant, Feng was unwilling to become someone who would pursue them at any cost. To borrow a classic maxim from Naruto, those who break the rules are termed trash, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are beneath even that. At this moment, Kurenai still held a place as a comrade in Feng's eyes. Having ensured Asuma's safety, Feng turned his attention towards Danzo's group. At this juncture, Moji had successfully rendezvoused with Old Purple, intending to switch places with him to confront Feng. However, Old Z had become increasingly addicted to the battle alongside Bingzu. The energy of the four tails within Old Z began to stir restlessly. That guy has already appeared. Leave this Konoha Jonin to me, and you handle him. Moji exclaimed, eager to intervene in the fray. Yet, it seemed Old Z did not heed Moji's words. He engaged in close combat with Bingzu, their fists and kicks colliding incessantly, producing a cacophony of dull thuds and sharp clinks. As the skirmish progressed, both combatants found themselves fueled by rising tempers, particularly Old Z, whose portrayal in the original narrative was rather sparse. In truth, he appeared somewhat taciturn, yet harbored a fiery temperament. After all, it was not without reason that he had clashed with Noki and ultimately departed from the Rock Village. The four tails sealed within Old Z was equally volatile. Initially, Bingzu had the upper hand, but as Old Z began to take the battle more seriously, the tide gradually turned against him. This was merely a clash of physical prowess. Should Old Z unleash the four tails, Bingzu would stand no chance whatsoever. With a resounding crash, Old Z and Bingzu swept their legs together, their tremendous force causing Bingzu to grimace as pain shot through his calves. At that moment, Bingzu sensed an impending threat. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. In the next instant, the ground convulsed, and a formidable earthen dragon surged towards him. This was a technique unleashed by Moji, who, seeing Old Z disregard his commands, had no choice but to act. With a thunderous roar, the advancing earth dragon barreled towards Bingzu. In a moment of crisis, he formed hand seals, and with a burst of smoke, he evaded the attack using the body replacement technique. The earth dragon surged past, ultimately crashing into a wooden stump. Bingzu turned his gaze towards Moji. Struggling against Old Z alone was already exhausting. If Moji joined the fray, he would have no hope of survival. He could only create distance and begin to evade. Seizing this opportunity, Moji glanced back, spotting Feng's position. At that moment, Feng rushed toward them, his target not set on Moji and Old Z, but rather on Pu, who was engaged in battle with the remaining ninjas from the Land of Rain. Feng only needed to eliminate one Jonin to fulfill his mission, while he could handle Chunin and Jinin at his leisure. Thus, he swiftly locked onto the seemingly easier target of Pu, entangled in a standoff with the remaining ninjas from the Land of Rain. Turned to see Feng barreling toward him. Lord Emoji, Pu bellowed in desperation, seeking assistance. Emoji's brow furrowed. Pu-Tu's strength was still beneath the boulder. If he were to engage in close combat with Mu Feng, compounded by the presence of the ninjas from the land of Rain, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. The magic leech cast a glance at Old Purple. Had it not been for Old Purple's prolonged standoff with the equally matched Reiko, the situation would have been highly advantageous for the Rock Ninja. Leave the Leaf Ninja to me. Old Purple, you must confront that individual. Do not forget your agreement with Lord Sasuke. The magic leech continued, his tone now devoid of the earlier cordiality. Observing Reiko create some distance, Old Purple's ire diminished slightly, yet upon hearing the mention of the Sasuke, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew serious. Ultimately, Old Purple relinquished the battle with Reiko and hastened towards the location of Puto. With swift movements, Mu Feng was the first to dart into the battlefield between Puto and the Rain Country Ninja. Upon seeing Mu Feng approaching, Puto opted to distance himself from the Rain Country Ninja, refraining from casting further ninjutsu. The Rain Country Ninja began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, this person has come to assist us. Be cautious. He seems to have a favorable relationship with the Leaf Ninja. He must be one of them. I think I recall him. He aided Nagato at the border. Could it be that Yahiko was already allied with the Leaf back then? Truly, the Akatsuki organization has been problematic from the start. However, now was not the time for such discussions. The pressing matter was to address the current predicament. As they observed Mu Feng, the Rain Country Ninja's expressions shifted from joy to a semblance of animosity. Mu Feng, undeterred by the Rain Country Ninja, focused solely on Puto. Puto's expression darkened as he glanced back. Upon seeing Old Purple racing towards him, he felt a flicker of confidence. But at that moment, Mu Feng had already taken decisive action. He swiftly retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique from his ninja tool pouch. With a whoosh, the kunai soared towards Puto. Puto's brow furrowed. A single kunai was not particularly challenging to evade. He deftly shifted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Yet, at that instant, he sensed an unusual presence nearby. Casting a sidelong glance, he found Mu Feng had already materialized beside him. Simultaneously, Mu Feng's right hand grasped the hilt of a cursed blade. Thunderclap of the Broken Circle. Chapter 169. The melting escape mode. With a crackle, the cursed blade surged with a tempest of lightning, and Mu Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Puto was taken aback. Although he was aware of Mu Feng's mastery over a certain space-time ninjutsu, he had little comprehension of the Flying Thunder God technique. Momentarily stunned by Mu Feng's sudden appearance at his flank, Puto quickly regained his composure, for he was a seasoned Jonin. In less than half a second, he reacted, gripping his kunai tightly. Given the proximity between him and Mu Feng, casting ninjutsu was out of the question. Although Puto recognized the lightning-infused chakra enveloping Mu Feng's cursed blade, he had no choice but to confront him with his kunai. Mu Feng's attack was rapid. In the blink of an eye, the cursed blade was drawn from its sheath. A brilliant flash of white lightning erupted, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. In that instant, a vast expanse of white light erupted at the location of the two individuals. Old Purple, who was traversing the path, observed this scene with a newfound gravity in his gaze. The next moment, with a resounding crash, a figure was forcefully propelled from the source of the lightning, hurtling away with great speed. Close behind that figure, another shadow pursued relentlessly. The blade gleamed once more. With a swift motion, Mu Feng seized the opportunity and struck down Pu-Tu's day. The demon blade pierced Pu-Tu's heart, and as he looked into Mu Feng's eyes, astonishment filled his expression. The mission was accomplished. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Mu Feng's lips. At that very moment, a wave of searing heat surged from behind him. Mu Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to see a massive torrent of crimson lava racing toward him. Behind the molten mass, Old Purple glared at Mu Feng with fury, a red chakra tail swirling behind him. Witnessing this, Mu Feng's brow furrowed in concern. In the next instant, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from his position, reappearing directly above Old Purple. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. He rapidly formed hand signs, conjuring streams of water that coalesced before him. With a roar, a water dragon surged forth, charging toward Old Purple. However, unlike other ninjas, Old Purple did not attempt to evade. A wave of red energy enveloped him, and moments later, a blazing layer of molten chakra armor enveloped his form. This was not the chakra armor of the Four Tails, but rather Old Purple had entered the lava release mode. The water dragon collided with Old Purple's body, splashing water everywhere. The attack was absorbed by the molten chakra armor, prompting an enraged roar from Old Purple. Yet, despite the overwhelming power, he retained his sanity, locking his gaze onto Mu Feng and swiftly forming hand signs. Lava release, scorching river of magma technique. As he spoke, Old Purple expelled several globules of scorching magma that surged directly toward Mu Feng. The molten substance, radiating intense heat, distorted the surrounding air. Standing opposite Old Purple, Mu Feng felt a wave of heat wash over him even before the magma drew near. Recognizing the immense destructive potential of this attack, he dared not underestimate it. Once more activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Mu Feng deftly evaded to the side. This time, he resolved not to remain in a stalemate with Old Purple. Having witnessed Old Purple's lava release state, Mu Feng had already gauged his adversary's strength. While Mu Feng had attained the rank of Jonin, the Flying Thunder God technique remained his most formidable ninjutsu, relying heavily on speed and close-quarters combat. However, once the Old Purple entered the lava release chakra mode, the fiery aura emanating from him possessed an exceptionally high temperature capable of melting anything it touched. In such a state, Mu Feng naturally refrained from engaging in physical combat. Moreover, in terms of defensive capabilities, Mu Feng was no match for the Old Purple. In the original narrative, the Old Purple was captured by the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame's shark skin could absorb chakra, and even when the Old Purple transformed into the lava release chakra mode, his skin could restrain him, while Kisame's water release techniques countered the Old Purple effectively. However, currently, Mu Feng's water release was ineffective. A single water dragon bullet could not penetrate the Old Purple's lava release chakra aura, let alone engage in battle. The only advantage Mu Feng possessed was that after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, the Old Purple could not reach him, allowing Mu Feng to escape at any moment. Yet, before fleeing, Mu Feng needed to ensure the safety of Obito and Asuma, and it was best for them to be handed over to Shikamaru. Thus, after evading the Old Purple's assault, Mu Feng dashed towards the direction of Shikamaru and Obito. Witnessing Mu Feng's retreat without a fight, the Old Purple's anger flared even more, prompting him to chase after Mu Feng. On the other side, after the Old Purple departed, Shikamaru found himself engaged in combat with the Leech. Compared to the Old Purple, the Leech was evidently easier to deal with. Both Shikamaru and the Leech were seasoned Jonin, with a minimal disparity in strength and considerable combat experience. After testing each other's abilities, both Shikamaru and the Leech concluded that should they wish to eliminate one another, it would demand significant effort, likely resulting in mutual destruction. However, if either could disrupt the other's rhythm and expose a flaw, they could gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, the Leech remained unhurried, having already set up his traps, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare his adversary. In contrast, Shikamaru began to feel a sense of urgency. They were within the land of rain. Yet there existed a camp of rock shinobi nearby. If this confrontation dragged on, even if he managed to escape, Obito and Asuma would likely not fare as well. More critically, Asuma was the son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Should anything happen to Asuma under his leadership, Shikamaru would be at a loss for how to face Hiruzen upon returning to the village. Furthermore, the presence of the Old Purple loomed ominously. Thus, during their clash, Shikamaru exhibited signs of impatience. He did not aspire to defeat or kill the Leech, given the current situation. Leading Obito and Asuma to safety would be a considerable victory. While battling the Leech, Shikamaru consciously maneuvered closer to the positions of Obito and Asuma. However, this intention was soon detected by the Leech, who began to deliberately obstruct Shikamaru. The combat between them quickly became a stalemate. Just then, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. Mu Feng appeared on the battlefield where the two were engaged in combat. Simultaneously, behind Mu Feng, the formidable Lao Zi, radiating a fervent crimson glow, also entered the fray. Chapter 170. The threat from the demon Leech. Hurry, it's just ahead. Stay close, do not fall behind. There are already others engaged in battle. It must be that guy confronting Lord Demon Leech. Along the path from the Rock Ninja Village outpost to the dense forest, a multitude of Rock Village ninjas pressed forward, following the call for aid to encircle Mu Feng within the woods. Drawing from their previous experiences, the Rock ninjas began to gather, seeking open spaces as much as possible. Leading the charge were several Nin who approached the vicinity of the forest. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted as trees fell, and thick smoke began to rise ahead. Witnessing this, the ninjas of Rock Village grew increasingly excited. Everyone focus. Sensory ninjas. Keep a vigilant watch. The Nin within the ranks began to organize their comrades. Soon, a substantial contingent of Nin and Jonin from Rock Village surged toward the forest. Meanwhile, within the depths of the woods, Lao Zi unleashed his technique. Lava release, scorching river of rock. Boom, boom, boom. Upon spotting Mu Feng, Lao Zi continued to cast his ninjutsu. Massive clumps of molten rock hurtled forward, forcing not only Mu Feng but also the demon leech and the accompanying Banju RT to evade to the side. That is the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. The sight of Lao Zi, now enveloped in lava release chakra, filled Banju RT with astonishment. The Rock Village had actually deployed a Jinchuriki. This revelation was shocking to him. In the realm of ninja villages, a Jinchuriki was akin to a weapon of mass destruction. Generally, the major ninja villages would refrain from deploying their Jinchuriki lightly. Yet now, with the battle between rock and sand villages yet to commence, Banju RT had merely come to scout the scale and numbers of the ninjas dispatched by Rock Village, only to discover that they had sent a Jinchuriki into the land of rain. This realization filled him with foreboding. If this information did not reach Konoha in a timely manner, should Konoha's main forces encounter Lao Zi, it would spell disaster for them. On another note, the sight of Lao Zi only heightened Banju RT's urgency. To contend with a leading Jinchuriki, relying solely on himself, and Mu Feng was far from sufficient. This is troublesome. However, it seemed that the Jinchuriki from Rock Village was intent on confronting Mu Feng. Could it be that this was part of their earlier plan? As he evaded, Banju RE furrowed his brow in contemplation. During his confrontation with Lao Zi, the appearance of the demon leech had directed Lao Zi's focus toward Mu Feng. From this, Banju RT deduced that Lao Zi was primarily targeting Mu Feng. The reason for this soon became clear in his mind. Recalling the earlier incident in the forest where Mu Feng had faced over 100 rock ninjas. If that is the case, then the situation remains under control. However, if the Jinchuriki truly intends to participate in the battle continuously, vigilance must be heightened. Contemplating this, a renewed motivation to survive surged within the heart of Bianzu Leitong. Just at that moment, with a swift motion, a figure appeared beside Bianzu Leitong. His gaze sharpened, and instinctively, he prepared to attack. But upon recognizing the newcomer as Mu Feng, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Having witnessed the cruelty of Lao Zi, Mu Feng had already resolved to withdraw. But he needed to take Bianzu Leitong, as well as Shiri Hong and others, along with him. Now, Mu Feng's Flying Thunder God technique could transport one person, and his plan was straightforward. First, he would escort Bianzu Leitong to Shiri Hong and Asuma, allowing Bianzu Leitong to protect them. After which Mu Feng would return and retrieve all three. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Mu Feng felt justified in his intentions, especially since he had already marked Shiri Hong's location, making the operation considerably easier. Approaching Bianzu Leitong, Mu Feng spoke, "Lord Leitong, I will take you to Hong and Asuma." Recognizing him, Bianzu Leitong nodded slightly. Just then, a voice interjected, "Konoha ninja, I advise you not to act recklessly." It was Emoji, his lips curling into a smirk. With his words, a muffled sound echoed, and a figure suddenly burst forth from the nearby thicket. Both Bianzu Leitong and Mu Feng turned to see Asuma. Bianzu Leitong's expression turned to one of surprise. "Teacher Leitong." At that moment, another figure emerged from the bushes, pushed forth by someone, a shadow that belonged to Emoji's Earth clone. The clone held a kunai firmly against Shiri Hong's neck, casting a glance toward Mu Feng and Bianzu Leitong. Upon witnessing this, Bianzu Leitong's face paled, and Mu Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He had previously rescued Shiri Hong and Asuma, bringing them to a place of concealment. Yet he had not anticipated that Emoji would keep an eye on them during the battle and send forth a clone to capture Shiri Hong and Asuma. Damn, when did this guy seeing Shiri Hong being held hostage by Emoji's clone, Asuma was equally oblivious to the impending danger. The situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically, prompting Bianzu Leitong to voice his frustration. For him, this was the most concerning scenario. Mu Feng focused on Emoji's Earth clone, but internally, he began to manipulate the Flying Thunder God technique, sensing the kunai marked on Shiri Hong. After a short while, he successfully felt the Kanai's presence on Shiri Hong, which brought him a sense of relief. He then turned his gaze back to Bianzu Leitong. Through the mask, Bianzu Leitong discerned the emotions reflected in Mufeng's eyes and grasped a general understanding of the situation. "How are we faring? Are you confident?" he inquired. "It is merely a clone. There should be no significant issues. However, it would be prudent to create some opportunities," Mufeng replied, gently patting Bianzu Leitong's right arm, leaving behind a flying thunder god seal. "Very well, I shall take charge." Bianzu Leitong nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze towards Emoji. "Wait, I am Bianzu Leitong, a Jonin of Konoha, and that over there is the son of the current third Hokage lying on the ground," he declared. "I do not care about your status in a Wagakure, but you ought to consider the consequences of using a Jinchuriki to slay the Hokage's son." As he spoke, Bianzu Leitong scrutinized Emoji's reaction. Indeed, upon learning that Asuma was the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Emoji's expression shifted to one of shock. He quickly glanced at Laozi. In a typical ninja confrontation, even if Asuma were to perish on the battlefield, a Wagakure would not bear moral culpability. They could simply claim superiority in skill. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to openly wield Konoha's power to avenge his son. However, if Asuma were to fall at the hands of a Jinchuriki, the nature of the incident would drastically change. Utilizing the power of a tailed beast to kill the Hokage's son would be the most audacious provocation, not only challenging the Hokage, but also the entirety of Konoha. Thus, when Bianzu Leitong broached this topic, Emoji could not help but feel trepidation. Simultaneously, Emoji's Earth clone involuntarily glanced at the unconscious Asuma on the ground. At that moment, Lord Leitong, Mufeng's voice suddenly rang out, and in the next instant, both vanished from their original location. In the blink of an eye, Mufeng and Bianzu Leitong appeared beside Yuhi Kurenai. "Act now," Mufeng urged. With that, the cursed blade in his hand was drawn, aimed at the waist of Emoji's Earth clone. Bang! A cloud of smoke enveloped the area as Mufeng swiftly dispatched Emoji's Earth clone with a single strike. He then seized Yuhi Kurenai, pulling her protectively beside him. Meanwhile, Bianzu Leitong rushed forward, retrieving the unconscious Asuma from the ground. After examining Asuma's condition and confirming he was merely unconscious and not dead, Bianzu Leitong felt a slight sense of relief. "Mufeng, let us separate and escort Kurenai to safety," Bianzu Leitong called out. As soon as his words fell, Emoji and Laozi began to react. "Damn it, we've been deceived by that fellow." Emoji glared at Bianzu Leitong, his eyes filled with fury. However, in truth, Bianzu Leitong did not deceive Emoji. He merely capitalized on Emoji's momentary distraction and hesitation to seize the initiative. Yet deep within Emoji's heart, he was certain that Bianzu Leitong was deceiving him. "Old Purple, let's strike together. Utilize the space-time ninjutsu's interference axis scroll. We cannot allow these individuals to escape," Emoji commanded, his voice resonating with authority. In the next instant, his murderous intent surged forth, and the chakra within him began to grow increasingly turbulent. With a resounding thud, Emoji stomped heavily on the ground and charged toward Bianzu Leitong's location, akin to a cannonball. Old Purple was quite displeased with Bianzu Leitong's orders. However, fixated on Mu Feng, he shed his lava-release chakra mode to retrieve a scroll and activated it. A beam of white light flickered from the scroll. Moments later, a transparent barrier, with a radius of a full kilometer, expanded outward from Old Purple's position. This barrier had no substantial effect on Old Purple, Bianzu Leitong, or their companions. However, when the scroll took effect, Mu Feng attempted to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, only to find his transparent world beset by formidable interference. Instantly, Mu Feng realized that the scroll in Old Purple's possession was aimed specifically at him. "What is that? I have never encountered such a thing in the original work." The release of the Flying Thunder God technique encountered a hindrance, leaving Mu Feng momentarily stunned. The item Old Purple had produced was entirely foreign to Mu Feng, as he had never seen it in the original narrative. Yet now that it had been summoned and was in effect, Mu Feng found himself unable to contest its validity. After all, the original work could not encompass the entirety of the Naruto universe. Mu Feng was currently immersed in a living, breathing Naruto world, and it was entirely natural to encounter elements that did not exist in the original narrative. However, the prevailing circumstances placed Mu Feng in a predicament. Meanwhile, Bianzu Leitong seemed to sense something amiss as he turned his gaze toward Mu Feng. "The space-time ninjutsu is being interfered with. We must separate and flee. Mu Feng glanced at Old Purple, who had re-entered his lava release chakra mode, and addressed Bianzu Leitong. Without delay, Mu Feng lifted Kurenai Yuhi and sprinted away. On the opposite side, upon realizing the ineffectiveness of Mu Feng's Flying Thunder God technique, Bianzu Leitong furrowed his brow and similarly hoisted Asuma onto his back, dashing in another direction. Split up and pursue. Emoji, without further hesitation, chose Bianzu Leitong as his target and gave chase. Old Purple remained silent, merely following after Mu Feng. Boss, the ninjas from Konoha have begun to flee. Is that individual also from Konoha? This guy actually killed 2 Jonin from the Iwagakure. This is bad. That individual is heading our way. On the other side of the forest, a few remaining ninjas from the Rain Country lingered. After Mu Feng's defeat of Pu Tu, there had been no conflict with the Rain Country ninjas. These remaining ninjas understood that, at this moment, their best choice was to refrain from intervening. However, they did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, they opted to conceal themselves, hoping to observe the unfolding events and perhaps seize an opportunity. After all, whether it be the leech or the scythe-wielding adversary, even the wind of the rain, all were considered enemies to them. If the enemies were to engage in mutual destruction, they could reap the benefits. Yet, this notion was destined to become a mere fantasy once the esteemed Old Purple unleashed his lava release chakra mode. Now, witnessing the simultaneous retreat of the scythe-wielding foe and the wind of the rain, it was astonishing to see the latter charging towards their direction. The ninjas from the Land of Rain could no longer maintain their composure. Hesitation began to creep in. Old Purple was clearly beyond their capability to confront. Their dilemma now revolved around whether to intervene and obstruct the wind of the rain, potentially leading to his demise at the hands of Old Purple. Boss, should we take action? They inquired, casting glances at the eldest of their group, a seasoned Chunin. He scrutinized the wind of the rain, then glanced at the approaching Old Purple, ultimately shaking his head. Let it be. We have already lost Feiyu and the others. If any more of us fall, the organization will crumble. Furthermore, our involvement has resulted in the demise of 2 Jonin from the Rock Village. The sacrifices of Feiyu and his companions were not in vain. At the mention of their fallen comrades, the expressions of the Rain ninjas grew somber. Yet, upon reflection, they recognized that the deaths of the 2 Jonin were indeed intertwined with their actions. Thus, their hearts felt slightly lighter. Let us withdraw. We must vacate this area and carefully strategize for our next move. Understood. I will heed the boss's words. Me too. After a brief discussion, they observed the wind of the rain drawing ever closer and swiftly dispersed to retreat. Meanwhile, the wind of the rain, fixated on the fleeing ninjas of the Land of Rain, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had no fear of these Chunin, should they hinder him even slightly, allowing Old Purple to catch up, facing him without the ability to employ the Flying Thunder God technique would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he still had to protect Yugao. With Yugao in tow, the wind of the rain quickened his pace. At this moment, Yugao remained unusually quiet, understanding that now was not the time to disturb him. She also recognized that he could not abandon her to flee alone. Thus, in the dense forest, Old Purple, enveloped in a searing cloak of lava-released chakra, relentlessly pursued the duo. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of their chase, a colossal pitcher plant manifested on the trunk of a tree. Beneath its cover, Zetsu observed the unfolding pursuit, a smile gracing his face. Has the Four-Tails Jinchuriki set his sights on them? This seems like a splendid opportunity. Laughter echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound. Zetsu's figure melded seamlessly back into the trees. Chapter 172, Trapped in Desperation, a new escape plan over there. There is thick smoke rising, hurry over. In the dense forest, the ninjas from Iwagakure, responding to the signal, hurried towards the source of the smoke. Several Nins swiftly navigated through the woods. Soon, they uncovered the true cause of the smoke. It was Lord Ozai. The master of lava release was pursuing someone, clad in a mask and of petite stature. It was that individual, the one who had slain Lord Daishur. Not far away, they spotted Ozai and Mufeng, igniting excitement among the Iwagakure ninjas. During this period, they had been confined to their camp due to Mufeng's presence, and aside from their initial fear, a growing resentment had begun to fester within them. Now, witnessing Ozai in pursuit of Mufeng, these ordinary Iwagakure ninjas naturally yearned to contribute. However, having learned from their previous experience, the Nin and Jonin refrained from acting rashly this time. Even upon spotting Mufeng in advance, They chose to follow while awaiting their comrades. After gathering a few allies, the Nin and Jonin of Awagakure began to intercept Feng under the direction of their leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Deprived of the flying thunder god technique, Feng relied solely on his speed to escape. With Yugao's presence, Feng's pace was somewhat hindered, yet it remained relatively swift. However, Ozai was not far behind, matching Feng's speed, perhaps even exceeding it by a fraction. Feng glanced back occasionally, calculating the distance and speed between them. It soon became evident to Feng that he could not shake off Ozai merely by relying on his current speed. Despite having gained some ground, he was still unable to utilize the flying thunder god technique. Feng quickly deduced that the inability to use this technique was likely related to Ozai himself. Gritting his teeth, he instructed, "Yugao, hold on tight. Things may get a bit fast." Yugao nodded, gripping Feng's back as instructed. At that moment, Feng took a deep breath. Open the first gate of the 8 gates. Chakra surged within him as he activated the 8 gates. A torrent of chakra radiated from Feng's body, causing Yugao to experience a jolt. Thankfully, thanks to Feng's warning, she was merely startled and did not lose her grip. However, due to Yugao's presence, Feng refrained from further opening the gates. Feng had begun to theorize the reason for his inability to use the flying thunder god technique. In his view, as long as he could create a sufficient distance from Ozai, he would be able to employ it. This hypothesis stemmed from Feng's understanding of space-time ninjutsu. After all, while mastering space-time techniques, he had absorbed considerable foundational knowledge about time and space, rather than relying on the system's simplistic, reward-based training. With the gates open, Feng's speed increased slightly. Behind Feng, Laozi quickly sensed the shift in the atmosphere. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. As a wielder of the time-space axis scroll, he understood that to vanquish Feng, it was imperative to remain in close proximity. The next moment, with gritted teeth, Laozi began to summon the name of the Four Tails within the depths of his heart. "Son, lend me your strength." Upon completing the invocation, a surge of crimson chakra began to swirl within Laozi, distinct from his lava-release chakra mode. This red chakra belonged to the Four Tails. As the chakra manifested, Laozi felt a powerful force coursing through him, enhancing his speed considerably. Behind him, an ethereal chakra tail emerged, its tip seemingly poised to transform into a genuine tail at any moment. With swift steps, Laozi closed the distance to Feng. The latter, acutely aware of the formidable aura emanating from behind, turned to witness Laozi's accelerated pace. Just then, an earth-shattering tremor resonated ahead of Feng. The ground of the dense forest quaked violently, the verdant earth flipping over to form a colossal earthen wall, erecting itself before Feng. Startled by the sudden appearance of the wall, Feng's gaze shifted. Nearby, he spotted the presence of the Nin and Jonin from Awagakure. This time, they refrained from directly intervening in the clash between Laozi and Feng. Instead, they positioned themselves atop the forest, observing the movements of the two while mobilizing others to assist in creating obstacles for Feng. The earthen wall that now obstructed Feng's path was the result of a coordinated ninjutsu unleashed by over a dozen Iwagakure Nin. Upon seeing the wall, Feng's expression soured. The earth wall, conjured by the skilled earth users, was beyond his current offensive capabilities to breach. Consequently, Feng was left with no choice but to navigate around the barrier, a detour that would inevitably cost him precious time. However, what troubled him further was that Laozi was not bound by the same constraints. Even without the Nin's ninjutsu to lower the earthen wall, Laozi could easily shatter it with the overwhelming power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Thus, it was merely a matter of time before Laozi would catch up. Desperation surged within Feng as he contemplated a solution. He turned to Yugao, urgently needing to extricate her from the fray. "If it were just me, perhaps I could burst through by opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates." Furrowing his brows, Feng devised several plans in his mind. Trapped in a dire situation, he suddenly had a moment of clarity. An ingenious idea blossomed within him. "Yugao, the situation is precarious. We need to act quickly." As they raced forward, Feng shared his strategy with Yugao. As the crimson sunset deepened, Ziyahong attentively listened and soon grasped Feng's intentions. "If I were to escape," she expressed with concern, "what would happen to you?" "Do not fret for my safety," Feng reassured her. "The rock ninja's techniques cannot indefinitely disrupt the flying thunder god technique. Besides, in the 8th gate state, they may not be able to catch up with me." This is the only course of action left. However, once you escape, remember to keep your identity concealed. The area is predominantly inhabited by rock ninjas. After I divert their attention, you must find a way to contact Lord Leitong. Having absorbed Mu Feng's words, Xiahong nodded. All right, let us commence. With those words, Mu Feng began forming hand seals, while Xiahong held him tightly. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed, and a cloud of smoke surged around them. Chapter 173. The greatest crisis. The smoke enveloped Mu Feng, and as it cleared, Lao Zi beheld two figures of Mu Feng, both cradling Xiahong. Shadow clone technique? He pondered, his brow furrowing upon witnessing Mu Feng's clones. Yet, he quickly formed his own seals and dispatched a clone to pursue Mu Feng's. Upon the release of Mu Feng's clone, it immediately split into separate directions. Before any genuine confrontation commenced, Lao Zi and the Rock Ninjas could not discern which was the true Mu Feng. A faction of the Rock Ninjas Nin aimed to identify the authenticity of the clones by tracking Xiahong, who was following Mu Feng. However, to their astonishment, they soon realized that both Xiahong figures appeared to be clones as well. Regardless, we shall continue to coordinate with Lord Lao Zi. With our numbers, he cannot possibly escape, the Rock Ninjas declared. Upon finishing their words, they divided into two groups, each tracking Mu Feng's main body and one of his clones. Some Nin from the Rock Ninja village also released their clones, directing them to attack both Mu Fengs to swiftly determine which one was the true Mu Feng. Meanwhile, Mu Feng was racing forward. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air, and a shuriken flew from the dense forest. There came a shout as several Nin from the Rock Ninja village appeared before Mu Feng. These were not their true bodies, but rather clones. Upon sighting Mu Feng, their expressions turned exuberant, and they tightened their grips on their kunai, lunging towards him. Seeing nearly 10 Nin from the Rock Ninja village assaulting him, Mu Feng furrowed his brow, glancing down at Xiahong, who held him tightly. Drawing the demon blade from his waist, he felt the surge of chakra within him. With a crackle, lightning flickered along the blade. In the next moment, Mu Feng raised the demon blade and swung it toward the Rock Ninja Nin. Even the true forms of the Rock Ninja Nin would be no match for Mu Feng, let alone their clones. In an instant, the clones were annihilated beneath Mu Feng's enchanted blade, as flashes of lightning and swirls of smoke danced across the battlefield. Once the final clone of the IWA ninja was struck and transformed into a cloud of mist, Mu Feng regained his momentum. Opposite him, the IWA ninja Nin did not succumb to despair upon witnessing the demise of his clones. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. His true self is right here. One of the IWA ninjas exclaimed with fervor. Normally, shadow clones possess chakra, yet they struggle to wield ninjutsu with the same proficiency as their original. It was evident that the lightning chakra entwining Mu Feng's blade could only be harnessed by the original, in the eyes of the IWA ninja Nin. Discovering Mu Feng's true form was sufficient for both the Nin and Jonin of IWA village, as they had not anticipated their clones could vanquish a ninja of such elite caliber. Lord Ozi, the target ahead, is his true self. The one who just fled must have been a clone. Meanwhile, on another front, an IWA ninja reported his findings to Lord Ozi. Upon hearing this news, a more intense murderous intent flickered in Ozi's eyes. He had not misjudged. Now, Ozi's true self was in pursuit of Mu Feng's original. Nevertheless, Ozi did not abandon his chase of Mu Feng's clone. However, upon confirming that Mu Feng's true form lay just ahead, Ozi quickened his pace, hurtling directly towards him. Meanwhile, due to the interference from other IWA ninja, Mu Feng found his speed diminished. Before long, Ozi had closed the gap, and Mu Feng entered the range of his attack. In the next moment, Ozi swiftly formed hand seals. Chakra coalesced within him, generating a scorching wave of energy that subtly radiated outward. Fixating on Mu Feng, Ozi awaited the completion of his final seal, a fierce glint igniting within his gaze. Lava release, Hell's Inferno. Ozi struck the ground with both hands. A torrent of potent chakra surged from his body into the earth. The next instant, with a thunderous roar, Mu Feng felt a jolt of alarm coursing through him, compelling him to halt. A formidable presence surged forth, buffeting Mu Feng and sending a sharp sting across his skin. Danger! This was an unmistakable peril. Mu Feng's pupils constricted. Before he could fully prepare, a deafening explosion erupted. A brilliant radiance suddenly manifested before him. The ground heaved, forming a colossal mound of earth, which then detonated. releasing a torrent of incandescent magma that shot skyward, exuding a destructive, searing aura. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Mu Feng's feet began to glow ominously red. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Feng was startled, promptly retreating several hundred meters as the crimson ground relentlessly approached him. Only after his swift withdrawal did the surface beneath his feet return to normalcy. Raising his gaze, he beheld a transformation. The once verdant terrain had morphed into a pool of molten lava, the fiery magma bubbling and roiling within, exuding a searing heat that desiccated the surrounding life. Witnessing such a ninjutsu left Mu Feng astonished. Fortunately, his earlier alertness had spared him from plunging into the lava. Simultaneously, he discerned a familiar essence within this technique. This ninjutsu must have evolved from the earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. To his surprise, Lao Zi had managed to wield the lava release to such an extent. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, this technique was not even his trump card. That honor belonged to Flower Fruit Mountain. Mu Feng's brow furrowed, as he felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. He recognized that Lao Zi was undeniably an underestimated entity within the original narrative, or perhaps Kisame Hoshigaki was simply too effective against him. At that moment, as Mu Feng pondered, a series of explosive sounds echoed from behind him. He turned to see Lao Zi, with two chakra tails trailing behind, charging towards him. The intense red hue filled his vision. At that instant, Mu Feng faced the greatest peril he had encountered since entering the world of Naruto. Chapter 176, The Cascading Flow. Mu Feng's counterattack lava release, scorching river of rock technique. A commanding voice rang out. Mu Feng turned to see Lao Zi had closed the distance. With hands forming seals, he expelled several spheres of searing magma that expanded as they hurtled towards Mu Feng. A sense of urgency gripped Mu Feng. Behind him lay an expanse of lava, while the descending magma spheres bore down upon him relentlessly. The high temperature distorted the very air around him. He gazed at the fiery orbs, feeling as though they were suns plummeting from the sky. With a deep breath, Mu Feng exhaled slowly. He relinquished his weapon, the crimson blade of Kurenai Yuhi, and swiftly formed hand seals. Lacking the Flying Thunder God technique, his only recourse against Lao Zi's assault, aside from evasion through taijutsu, was to employ ninjutsu. However, with a sea of lava at his back, retreat was no longer an option. With a flurry of hand movements, he focused on the airborne magma. Earth release, earth flow wall. Mu Feng struck the ground, and with a resounding roar, a wall emerged from the earth. The wall, conjured by his earth flow technique, expanded rapidly, its surface adorned with a layer of rock that resembled granite, exuding remarkable sturdiness. This enhancement of his earth release was a reward for his triumph over the Jonin of the Rock Village. Now, Mu Feng has slain 3 Jonin from the Rock Ninja Village, having plundered the art of camouflage ninjutsu from the Great Stone, acquired the ability to sense through the earth from Puto, and enhanced his Doton techniques from another Jonin. The reinforced earthen wall rose majestically, as a torrent of molten magma surged forth, crashing against it and then slowly cascading down. However, Elder Purple did not grant Mu Feng a moment's respite. After executing the Lava River Rock technique, Elder Purple charged directly at Mu Feng. In the Molten Chakra mode, Elder Purple's close combat prowess was terrifying. The chakra cloak enveloping his body could incinerate anything it touched, making him a formidable opponent. Mu Feng utilized the earthen wall to fend off the Lava River Rock technique. But before he could escape the molten terrain, a resounding explosion erupted from the other side of the wall. Instantly, a fissure appeared at the center of the earthen wall, branching out like a spider's web. With a thunderous crash, the entire structure collapsed. Amidst the searing red, Elder Purple charged at Mu Feng like a ferocious beast, his eyes ablaze. Seeing this, Mu Feng's expression turned grave. He swiftly drew the demon blade from his waist. A sound akin to flowing water resonated as a gentle azure glow shimmered upon the blade. With unwavering resolve, Mu Feng fixed his gaze upon Elder Purple. At that moment, Elder Purple swung his fist, launching an assault on Mu Feng, while a chakra tail materialized behind him, targeting the unsuspecting Sunset Red. Damn it! Mu Feng cursed inwardly, transforming his passivity into initiative. Gripping the demon blade tightly, he charged toward Elder Purple. Elder Purple, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated Mu Feng would attempt to save Sunset Red. But he did not. Nevertheless, Elder Purple pressed on with his ferocious assault. Water Blade Torrent. Mu Feng unleashed a piercing thrust with the demon blade. As he rapidly shook his arm, The blade began to shimmer and distort, azure light coalescing into a formidable force. Clenching his teeth, Feng realized that this rapid striking technique was not entirely mastered. He still lacked a degree of finesse. However, given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to hesitate. Elder Purple's fist flew toward Feng, astonished by the unique technique he unleashed. To Elder Purple's eyes, the demon blade had transcended its form, transforming into flowing water, continuously surging and converging. The once singular line amalgamated, imparting upon Elder Purple the sensation of facing a waterfall. Yet, trusting in his own strength, Elder Purple swung down with relentless fury, while his chakra tail lashed out at sunset red. Boom, boom, boom. As the demon blade continuously thrust forward, the sound of slicing swiftly transformed from a buzzing hum to a thunderous roar, and a wave of energy began to ripple around Feng's body. Open, the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Open, the second gate. The chakra surging within him suddenly intensified, coursing through his arms and subsequently channeling into the demon blade. With a flushed face, Feng found it increasingly challenging to control the chakra's elemental transformation in this heightened state. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure. He understood that his time was limited, just as his resistance against Lao Zi would not last long. All it took was a fleeting moment. This moment would suffice. Boom. Lao Zi moved swiftly, enveloped in a blazing cloak of molten chakra. Yet, at that instant, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. His fist swung forward, striking the defensive technique Feng had set up. However, in that very moment, the scene before Lao Zi shifted dramatically. Upon activating the 8 gates, a torrent of chakra surged into the demon blade. What had once resembled a gentle waterfall morphed into a tumultuous sea, the roiling waves no longer gentle but violently restless, as if the entire lake had been flipped upside down and was crashing down upon him. Lao Zi was taken aback by the impact. Yet, he could no longer retract his assault. A sizzling sound erupted as his fist met the demon blade. But the following moment, the noise transformed. A cacophony erupted, akin to water boiling over a great fire. Accompanying this sound, a white wave of energy surged forth, enveloping both Feng and Lao Zi in an instant. Within this mist, a red chakra tail suddenly flickered to life, not attacking Feng, but instead lunging toward Uchiha, who was positioned nearby. Amidst the white steam, Uchiha could see nothing. She only heard the sharp whistling of slicing air, and in the next heartbeat, the red chakra tail pierced through her body. Her complexion turned pale at once. Yet, in the following instant, with a resounding bang, her form dissipated into a cloud of smoke, merging with the white vapor. It was then that a powerful wave erupted from the heart of the mist, followed by a surge of green energy. Open, the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Open, the 4th gate. Open, the 3rd gate. A booming voice resonated through the white steam. Feng activated the 6th gate, his chakra boiling within him like a tumultuous lake, surging wildly through his veins. Layers of formidable energy cascaded around him. Soon, the white steam was blown aside by the gusts of wind, while the momentum of Feng continued to rise. The sight before Lao Zi left him utterly astonished. On the other side, who emerged victorious? What is happening? Is it the steam? Obviously, it must be Lord Lao Zi. After all, he is the Jinchuriki, and the power of the tailed beast is insurmountable. The lower-ranking ninjas of a Mangekyou gazed with curiosity at the billowing white steam. However, as Feng unlocked the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the surging airwaves spread out, and the onlookers from a Mangekyou displayed expressions of shock. They all turned their gazes toward the spectacle. Then, they beheld Feng standing opposite Lao Zi, radiating a vibrant green light. What jutsu is that? Such a formidable presence. Damn it. Could this guy also be a Jinchuriki? The people of a Mangekyou exclaimed in astonishment. Lao Zi keenly sensed the pressure emanating from Feng after the 6th gate was opened. An elite ninja? No, this aura surpasses that of an elite, approaching the strength of a Kage. Realizing his current state could not withstand Feng, Lao Zi immediately called upon the four-tails sealed within him. An interesting opponent. I never expected a young one to be so powerful. The four-tails, sensing Feng's formidable aura and youth, grinned widely. If that is the case, I shall grant you power. Crush him. As the four-tails spoke, a surge of tailed beast chakra erupted from Lao Zi. This time, the released chakra violently tore through Lao Zi's skin. Roaring, Lao Zi fell to the ground, crawling down. The originally translucent molten chakra cloak vanished, replaced by a flowing, deep red shell of tailed beast chakra. Simultaneously, Laozi's entire visage was consumed by the ferocious chakra, most notably his hollow black eyes. With a fierce roar, Laozi, now on the ground, glared at Mufeng. Who? Has he entered tailed beast transformation? Mufeng, panting, also looked at Laozi. It seems I must end this swiftly. In the next moment, Mufeng furrowed his brow. Although he appeared to be evenly matched with Laozi, he was acutely aware that in his sixth gate state, he could not defeat Laozi. Laozi's innate lava release possesses a certain counter against physical techniques, and Mufeng is not the might Guy of the original work. The true power unleashed by the 8 gates relies heavily on the practitioner's own capabilities. In the original narrative, Might Dewey's strength after opening the Death Gate is not on par with Might Guy's after the same feat, although Mufeng can now open the 6th gate. His strength does not yet match that of Might Guy during his battle against Kisame. Moreover, Guy's victory over Kisame can, to some extent, be attributed to certain advantages in their confrontation. Under the 6th gate state, whether Kai could defeat Old Purple remained an uncertainty, even for Mu Feng, who could not provide a definitive answer, let alone his current self. Presently, Mu Feng's intention to engage was to seek an opportunity, a chance to create distance, and subsequently utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. If he chose to retreat without attacking Old Purple, he could not ascertain whether he could evade him. However, should his assault prove effective, relying on his speed in the 6th gate state, even a few seconds would bolster Mu Feng's confidence in shaking off Old Purple. Fixing his gaze on the tailed beast transformation of Old Purple, Mu Feng furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he sheathed his demon blade and exerted force with his arms. Today, he would demonstrate the physical techniques that could only be executed after opening the 6 gates. Drawing in a deep breath, he raised his fists, striking a formidable stance. Opposite him, Old Purple refrained from acting impulsively, closely observing Mu Feng's movements. Yet, at this juncture, Mu Feng made his move. With his fists lifted, Mu Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, creating numerous afterimages. The velocity of his strikes was so rapid that the surrounding air seemed to ignite from the friction. Mu Feng's unwavering focus was locked onto Old Purple. In that instant, he launched a punch that reverberated with a deep, resounding impact. To the peacock, Mu Feng roared, and with a thunderous boom, a burst of flames erupted before him, hurtling toward Old Purple. Old Purple, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Was that a physical technique? The onlookers from a Mangekyou were equally stunned, never having anticipated that Mu Feng could produce a ninjutsu-like effect through a physical technique. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that the flames Mu Feng unleashed not only bore intense heat, but also possessed formidable impact. As the fiery orb struck, it did not cease. With a series of explosive sounds, Mu Feng's fists continued to collide, sending forth multiple fireballs, each possessing an offensive capability rivaling that of the Great Fireball technique, if not surpassing it. As Old Purple watched the surging fireballs approach, he sensed the immense power contained within them and began to evade, darting like a monkey. However, as Mu Feng's assault intensified, it soon became overwhelming for Old Purple to dodge. With a thunderous crash, a fireball struck Old Purple directly, sending him reeling backward. In the next moment, more flames surged forth, crashing onto his form. With a sharp pang of pain coursing through his body, Old Purple let out a furious roar. Lowering himself and crouching on the ground, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at Mu Feng, emitting a series of growls. As Mu Feng's fists continued to swing, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air. Fiery orbs surged forth, striking Old Purple, who staggered backward under the relentless assault. Soon, due to Old Purple's resistance, the ground around him began to sink. However, bolstered by the protective cloak of the tailed beast, Old Purple's defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Eventually, Mu Feng slowed his onslaught, the flames directed towards the peacock gradually diminishing. At last, summoning all his strength, Mu Feng unleashed a final, powerful punch. Boom! The last fiery orb crashed down upon Old Purple's position. As the flames dissipated, Mu Feng gazed towards Old Purple's location, only to find chaos reigning where he once stood. Simultaneously, Old Purple had been propelled into a shallow pit several hundred meters away. Witnessing this scene, Mu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was time to retreat. Having finished the fight, he needed to flee. Chapter 175, The Setting Sun, An Escape from Death Roar. The surroundings lay in disarray. The ground pockmarked with craters, From within a modest pit, Old Purple let out a furious roar. With the final strike of the peacock descending, he finally broke free from the humiliation of being battered. After this moment of frustration, Old Purple leaped from the pit, releasing another mighty roar. The next instant, he turned his gaze to the spot where Mu Feng had been. There, a cloud of dust lingered, yet Mu Feng's figure had vanished. He has fled? Old Purple was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Mu Feng, having activated the sixth gate, had exuded an overwhelming presence, his sharp peacock technique firmly suppressing Old Purple. He had believed that Mu Feng, upon unleashing such a powerful move, would surely engage him in battle. Yet, as Old Purple prepared to retaliate, he found that Mu Feng had inexplicably disappeared from sight. Stunned, he was soon overcome by a surge of rage, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze in the direction of Mu Feng's hasty retreat. In the state of the sixth gate, Mu Feng was unable to conceal his tracks. His speed was astonishing, and the force of his movement wreaked havoc upon the surrounding environment. Old Purple followed the traces left by Mu Feng, determined to pursue him. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Mangekyou began to mobilize, intent on obstructing Mu Feng's escape. However, this time, their efforts proved far from simple. He has run away. That scoundrel has actually fled. The astonishment was palpable among the villagers of Mangekyou as they witnessed Mu Feng turn and depart. They had expected him to engage in a climactic showdown, a decisive battle to determine who among them was the strongest. Yet, now, Mu Feng had chosen to flee without a backward glance, leaving them in disbelief. But soon, they began to speculate on the reasons behind his sudden retreat. That individual undoubtedly employed some arcane technique. Should it conclude, it would inflict harm upon his body. He must not be allowed to escape so easily, especially during this moment of vulnerability. He must be slain to avenge Lord Daisher and our fallen comrades. Upon realizing this, the ninjas of Iwa Shinobi Village began to sense the whereabouts of Mu Feng just as they had before. However, this time, they required no such sensing. Standing atop the dense foliage, gazing upon the evident devastation, the ninjas of Iwa Shinobi Village could ascertain Mu Feng's location. Over there. Team 1, pursue him. This is futile. His speed is too great. He has broken free. He is no longer within our encirclement. His velocity is astonishing. Damn it, why is he heading this way? Within the thicket, before the lower-ranked ninjas of Iwa Shinobi Village could make their move, Mu Feng had already utilized his speed to escape their perimeter. Simultaneously, he deftly dispatched any unfortunate souls he encountered along the way. In truth, Mu Feng was now beyond the influence of the space-time axis, a distance that surpassed the reach of the dimensional effects. Yet, having activated the 8 gates, his chakra surged uncontrollably, akin to a torrent breaching its banks, rendering him incapable of precise control. In this state, Mu Feng could not employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, he had no choice but to rely solely on the swiftness granted by the 8 gates to flee, uncertain if he had indeed exited the affected area, and naturally hesitant to recklessly engage with the 8 gates. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoed in Mu Feng's ears, while the surrounding winds had long since dissipated. Ignoring everything else, he surged forward with singular focus. Charge, 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 toward a safe haven, and then he would leave this place immediately. Mu Feng contemplated fervently. Meanwhile, behind him, upon a sturdy tree trunk, a robust figure observed. He managed to escape. Quite the unexpected child. Yet, this is preferable. The stronger he becomes, the more capable he will be of achieving that particular task. Within the carnivorous plant, Ju gazed at the direction Mu Feng fled and murmured softly. Just then, a roar resonated from behind Ju. Turning around, he beheld the now-tailed, beast-formed Lao Zi. Your opponent is not I. With that declaration, Ju vanished into the trunk. Enraged, Lao Zi charged forward, shattering the tree, yet failing to catch a glimpse of Ju. In the next moment, he redirected his pursuit toward Mu Feng. Following Lao Zi, a multitude of ninjas from Iwa Shinobi Village surged toward Mu Feng's location. Time rewinds a few minutes earlier to the other side of the thicket, where Mu Feng's shadow clone was situated. Although it was not long after Mu Feng released his shadow clone that the Iwa ninjas discerned his true form. Lao Zi did not allow his clone to relinquish the chase after Mu Feng's shadow clone. The two figures moved at a pace that was not particularly swift, yet they managed to evade the main battlefield after a brief pursuit. Observing the surrounding area gradually quieting down, Mu Feng's clone took a careful look around. A glimmer of realization sparkled in his eyes. In the next moment, a wind-infused shuriken materialized in his hand, which he promptly unfurled. With a whoosh, the shuriken expanded, and Mu Feng's clone hurled it forcefully towards the pursuing Lao Zi behind him, followed by several kunai and shuriken. Lao Zi's clone, upon witnessing the sudden counterattack from Mu Feng's clone, furrowed his brow. He reduced his speed and deftly dodged the massive wind shuriken, subsequently drawing a kunai to deflect the incoming shuriken. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the dense forest as the shuriken, kunai, and the formidable wind shuriken struck the ground. However, Lao Zi's clone remained unfazed, his gaze firmly fixed on Mu Feng's clone. Unbeknownst to Lao Zi, Mu Feng's clone had already accomplished his task. Lowering his head, he glanced at the figure of Yuhi Kurenai cradled in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. In a flurry of activity, both Lao Zi's and Mu Feng's clones hastily departed the dense forest area. Soon, tremors resonated from another part of the woods, signaling the fierce battle between Mu Feng's true self and Lao Zi. After a period of intense shaking, the distant forest erupted into a cacophony, though this tumult gradually faded into the distance. At that moment, on the forest floor, the wind shuriken lying flat suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke with a loud bang. The next instant, Yuhi Kurenai emerged from the mist, her legs positioned in an inward stance as she sat within it. She gazed towards the raucous forest, her ruby-like eyes filled with concern and a flicker of hope. Mu Fengkuin, you must persevere. Chapter 177. The appearance of Kurojitsu, inviting Mu Feng bang. 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 Meanwhile, Mu Feng, in the state of the Six Gates, continued to sprint at a rapid pace. He frequently glanced over his shoulder. After several minutes of relentless running, he could no longer see Lao Zi trailing behind. At this moment, the chakra surging within him began to stabilize. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through his body. With the cessation of the 8 gates, Mu Feng felt as though he had been completely drained. His speed diminished as he leaned against a rock by the roadside, striving to recuperate. As long as he could restore his energy, Mu Feng would soon be able to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique once more and escape this location. He controlled his breathing, while on the other side, Lao Zi continued to pursue along the path that Mu Feng had devastated. At this juncture, Lao Zi had reverted from his tailed beast form, re-entering the chakra fusion mode. He had now come to realize that Mu Feng had previously employed some form of secret technique. Thus, it was at that moment that Mu Feng managed to escape. However, once a secret technique is employed, the more potent the technique, the greater the backlash it may incur. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the old purple quickened his pace. Trailing closely behind him were the lower-ranked ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village. At the edge of the dense forest, Mu Feng finally regulated his breathing, rising to his feet as he endeavored to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as he concentrated his mind, preparing to enter the transparent realm of the Flying Thunder God, a sudden sharp pain pierced his consciousness. Frowning, Mu Feng withdrew from that ethereal domain, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Was it the influence of the temporal axis scroll? Or had he perhaps maintained the 8 gates technique for too long? Shaking his head, Mu Feng began to ponder. At that very moment, a sound reminiscent of something cutting through the air reached his ears. Following the sound with his gaze, he spotted a crimson dot rapidly approaching. Astonished by the speed of the pursuit, Mu Feng stood upright, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. In the next instant, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes as he attempted to forcibly activate the Flying Thunder God technique. But just then, with a swish, a massive pitcher plant slowly rose from the ground before him. Haha, it seems you require assistance? The pitcher plant ascended, revealing the figure of Kurizetsu. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback by Kurizetsu's sudden appearance. In such a situation, he had half expected that his counterpart, Raiton, might unexpectedly show up. However, the notion that Kurizetsu would materialize before him had never crossed his mind. Yet, regaining his composure swiftly upon seeing Kurizetsu, Mu Feng leaped backward, drawing his cursed blade with his right hand. Who are you? Do not be alarmed. We are not foes. I have been observing you for quite some time. Kurizetsu's voice resonated. Observing me for so long? What do you mean? Mu Feng inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Kurizetsu. It is quite simple. You are also of the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha, Kurizetsu chuckled, continuing, surely you have heard of Uchiha Madara? You have temporarily lost your ability to use the Flying Thunder God. That individual is fast approaching. I can escort you away from here, or you may choose to remain. Listening to Kurizetsu's words, Mu Feng's expression turned grave. To be candid, such a turn of events had surpassed his expectations. He was well aware of the relationship between Kurizetsu and Madara, and he had once contemplated finding Uchiha Madara to achieve certain objectives, even pondering the rewards he might receive for slaying Madara himself. However, now that Kurizetsu had proactively presented himself and claimed to have observed Mu Feng for an extended period, Mu Feng felt a sense of discomfort. He could not fathom why Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara had set their sights upon him. After consulting the original text, Mu Feng concluded that it was highly likely that Uchiha Madara intended for him to take Obito's place. However, wasn't it Obito who had been saved by Uchiha under fortuitous circumstances? This revelation left Mu Feng somewhat astonished. He turned his gaze towards Black Zetsu, lost in thought. Yet, time was of the essence. As Black Zetsu conversed with Mu Feng, the formidable figure of Old Purple surged forward, enveloped in an aura of searing flames. "How is your contemplation progressing?" Black Zetsu inquired, noticing Old Purple's rapid approach. "If that individual manages to close in on you, your flying thunder god will become utterly ineffective." "Very well, I comprehend," Mu Feng replied, directing his attention back to Black Zetsu. "However, let me make it clear. If you compel me to undertake actions that contradict my own will, do not hold me accountable for any subsequent hostility. Rest assured, you are a person we have chosen with great care. There is no possibility of error." Black Zetsu exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Mu Feng's consent. "Moreover, once you meet that individual, you will inevitably make the right choice." "Haha, splendid." Just as Black Zetsu's words faded, a higher-pitched voice resonated from within Zetsu's form. It was White Zetsu. "Now we have another member in our ranks." Mu Feng chose to ignore the banter between White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, his eyes betraying a blend of astonishment and skepticism. This was a fade Mu Feng adopted to deceive Black Zetsu. He was certain that if Black Zetsu discovered that he had perused the original text, the person he would most desire to eliminate would indeed be Mu Feng himself. However, before that could transpire, they needed to deal with Old Purple. Mu Feng's gaze shifted from Zetsu's body, casually pointing towards the distant Old Purple. "There is no need for concern about that," Black Zetsu stated, observing Old Purple's rapid advance. In the next moment, he commanded White Zetsu to act, gesturing with his hand. Following this, a multitude of minuscule spores began to waft from White Zetsu's form, drifting towards Old Purple's direction. On the opposite side, Old Purple had already spotted Mu Feng and Zetsu. A gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. However, just as he closed in, he noticed a layer of what resembled pollen materializing around him, carried by the wind. Soon after, a portion of this pollen-like substance adhered to Old Purple's chakra coating. To his astonishment, rather than being incinerated, these particles began to absorb his chakra and grow rapidly. Before long, a mass of sticky white substance appeared upon his chakra cloak. "What is this?" Old Purple's speed diminished as he regarded the viscous white material with suspicion. It soon became evident to him that the White Zetsu clinging to him was siphoning his chakra. In an instant, Old Purple severed his chakra cloak. However, as he raised his head once more, he was met with an unexpected turn of events. Mu Feng and Hei Ju had vanished from the scene. Observing this, Laozi furrowed his brows in concern. "Allies, perhaps? Next time, fortune will not favor us so." Chapter 178. The curtain falls bang. In another part of the dense forest, the magic leech burst forth from a cloud of smoke, only to find the area before it utterly deserted. "Damn it, that fellow escaped." The magic leech cursed under its breath. After Mu Feng and the lightning clone separated, the magic leech pursued the lightning clone. However, their strengths were evenly matched, and after a fierce chase, the lightning clone ultimately outmaneuvered the magic leech. Fuming, the magic leech scanned the surroundings, but felt utterly helpless. Just then, a figure sped up behind it. Turning around, the magic leech saw it was Laozi. "Where's that guy? Has he perished?" Laozi shook his head. "What transpired?" Another strange individual appeared and whisked him away. Laozi spoke. Upon hearing this, the magic leech was momentarily taken aback. Then, a fierce glint ignited in its eyes, brimming with rage. "Damn it! We lost 2 elite ninjas this time, yet they left without losing a single one of their own." The magic leech's gaze shifted, filled with bitter resentment. "This time, we failed to eliminate that individual. Next time, he won't grant us another chance." Moreover, that scroll was a one-time use, and now it has been expended. Which direction did he take? Futile. Lao Zi observed the enraged magic leech and spoke up. He was not as furious as the magic leech, merely feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. His discontent stemmed from not having slain Mu Feng, which meant he still had to remain in a Wagakure. Lao Zi harbored little affection for this village. His identity as a Jinchuriki marked him as an outcast among the villagers, lacking a formidable background to sway their opinions. Most viewed him as a pariah rather than a hero. Naturally, he desired to depart from such a village. Damn it, damn it. Hearing Lao Zi's words, the magic leech began to spiral into a frenzy, yet felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Mu Feng, under the guidance of Ju, was making his escape from the area. Wait. At that moment, Mu Feng spoke up. Hearing his voice, Ju turned to regard him. Where are we headed? The land of Earth. Ju responded. What is the matter? Upon hearing Ju's answer, Mu Feng's brow furrowed. Indeed, the situation aligned with his suspicions. Ju intended to lead him to meet Uchiha Madara. However, Mu Feng faced another dilemma. His mission remained incomplete. Although he had already eliminated enough elite ninjas, the number of lower and mid-ranking ninjas he had dispatched fell short. While the system had specified the elimination of IWA ninjas, Mu Feng was still uncertain whether this referred specifically to the IWA ninjas that had entered the land of Rain. Soon after, Mu Feng swiftly contacted the system. After receiving confirmation regarding any IWA ninja, Mu Feng finally felt reassured. Let us go. I was just adjusting my chakra, Mu Feng said to Ju. He had not uttered a word, yet at that moment, he distinctly sensed that Mu Feng was shaking off the debilitating effects of the Eight Gates technique. Internally, he began to marvel at Mu Feng's extraordinary physique while maintaining a sense of curiosity. Soon after, the two of them galloped towards the land of Earth. On another front, after successfully evading the magic leech, Andus was swiftly found a suitable location to administer rudimentary treatment to Asuma's injuries. Although Andus was not a medical ninja, he carried with him some soldier pills. Fortunately, Asuma's wounds were not life-threatening. He had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. After ensuring Asuma was settled, Andus was set out to search for the whereabouts of Yugao. Half an hour later, Andus located Yugao within the dense forest. His prompt discovery was facilitated by the distinctive markings Yugao had left behind, which were unique to their squad. Yugao, are you alright? He inquired as he approached her. I'm fine. Yugao shook her head, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Anduzwa. What about Mu Feng? Wasn't he with you? Anduzwa glanced around, quickly noticing Mu Feng's absence, and immediately questioned her. Mu Feng, he separated from me to ensure my safety. Upon mentioning Mu Feng, Yugao's brow furrowed, and her expression darkened. She then recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Hearing about the numerous twists and turns that had occurred after his separation from Mu Feng, Anduzwa frowned. However, he was soon taken aback by the escape plan devised by Mu Feng and Yugao. He placed himself in old Z's position and realized that had he followed their plan, he might have unwittingly fallen into a trap. Teacherswa, Mu Feng, he won't be in any danger, will he? Yugao eventually turned to Anduzwa, her voice laced with concern. After parting ways with Mu Feng, her mind had been plagued with anxieties, particularly once she felt secure. She couldn't help but worry for Mu Feng's safety. Yet, she also understood that her own abilities were insufficient. If she recklessly ventured out, not only would she be unable to assist, but she might also find herself captured by the ninjas of the Rock Village, becoming a pawn in their threats against Mu Feng. Thus, despite her escalating worries, Yugao remained in a secure location, marking her surroundings without wandering aimlessly. Mu Feng should be fine. Last time, he managed to escape from the Sand Village ninjas, and he has also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Rest assured, he will be alright. Anduzwa gently patted Yugao's head, his demeanor kind. Yet, despite his comforting words, a sense of unease lingered within Anduzwa. After all, this time, Mu Feng was not merely facing ordinary ninjas, but the formidable Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. Such an existence, along with himself, found no means of escape in the past. It was merely a matter of offering his head. One could only hope that the Thunder God technique of Mu Feng would prove invaluable at a critical moment, and thus, Zulai comforted himself within. Alright, we must depart. The Rock Ninja may patrol at any moment. Let us leave this place post-haste. Zulai then addressed Yuhi Kurenai. Hearing his words, Kurenai nodded. Subsequently, the two swiftly departed, racing towards the location where Asuma was positioned. Upon their return, they found Asuma had already regained consciousness. Zulei furrowed his brow as he gazed at Asuma. We must search for a medical ninja nearby. Afterward, we must hasten back to Konoha to inform Lord Hokage of the events that transpired here. Asuma, Kurenai, our mission has concluded. I commend your efforts. Chapter 179, The Ultimate Mission, Reincarnation of the Sharingan. The grand finale. Within the borders of the Land of Earth, two figures traversed with great speed. At this moment, Feng had regained his composure and trailed behind Zetsu. Zetsu began to entice Feng, particularly upon hearing of his significant grievances regarding the current state of Konoha, which filled Zetsu's heart with delight. When you meet that person, you shall understand. The future of your Uchiha clan does not lie within Konoha. Zetsu spoke to Feng. Soon after, we have arrived, Zetsu announced. Feng halted, his gaze falling upon a cave ahead, feeling a surge of anxiety. After all, he was about to meet the greatest entity in the entire shinobi world. Upon entering the cave, Feng found no abnormalities nor sight of Uchiha Madara. However, Zetsu's form began to merge with the ground. The person you seek is below. With those words, white Zetsu split apart, swirling around Feng. Darkness enveloped his vision. In the next moment, a blaze illuminated Feng's sight. He had descended into a cavern beneath the ground. A colossal statue came into view. Simultaneously, Feng beheld Uchiha Madara seated before the statue, barely clinging to life, his hair a ghostly white. We have brought the one you seek, Black Zetsu declared. Uchiha Madara lifted his head, his weathered and parched visage furrowed, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity as they fixed upon Feng. Feng frowned in surprise, unable to reconcile the dancing warrior on the battlefield with the frail elder before him. Uchiha Feng. Madara's voice emerged, raspy yet commanding. Feng nodded in affirmation. At that instant, a system notification echoed abruptly. Ding! A system prompt sounded. Mission triggered. Ultimate mission. Replace. Mission description. Eliminate Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Take their place and become the most powerful in the shinobi world. Mission reward. Reincarnation Sharingan, Sage Body. Mission penalty. Erasure of the host. Upon hearing the notification, Feng was taken aback. He turned his gaze towards Uchiha Madara. It is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. However, within you, I also sense another familiar presence. Uchiha Madara gazed at Feng and continued to speak. He was already in the twilight of his life, hanging by a thread, contemplating the matters he must settle before his demise. He intended to rely on Nagato and Feng to fulfill his plan of resurrection while executing the Moon's Eye plan. According to the original narrative, Uchiha Madara indeed accomplished this. Had Feng not been acquainted with the original story, given his current relationship with Konoha, it was indeed plausible for Uchiha Madara to draw him in, temporarily aligning Feng with his side. Yet, at this moment, Feng was not taken aback by Madara's appearance. Rather, he began to ponder the feasibility of eliminating Uchiha Madara and Kagaya. The original tale did not delve into the battle prowess of the aged Madara. The name of a man carries the weight of his shadow. Even now, Feng did not believe he could vanquish Uchiha Madara, especially with Kagaya by his side. Nonetheless, the rewards of the system's mission were exceedingly enticing. The Rinne Sharingan, a unique ocular power possessed solely by Kagaya Akatsuki, surpassed even the Rinnegan in rank. It could unleash infinite Tsukuyomi and the Divine Tree, representing the pinnacle of power within the Naruto universe. If Feng were to master such eyes, the 5 great nations would be utterly insignificant before him. Furrowing his brow, Feng began to contemplate his plan, while Uchiha Madara initiated his self-introduction, recounting the history of the Uchiha clan. I am Uchiha Madara. Before discussing other matters, allow me to share a tale. Madara's presence was frail as he regarded Feng, gesturing with his hand. Come closer. Observing Madara's gesture, Feng's eyes brightened. Sensing that his opportunity had arrived, he tightened his grip on the demon blade at his waist, yet retracted his murderous intent. He cautiously approached Uchiha Madara, harboring a hint of wariness, a sentiment that Madara deemed entirely normal. The Uchiha clan has always possessed a clan land, within which lies a stone tablet. Gazing at Feng, Uchiha Madara continued, but at that moment, suddenly, the demon blade at Feng's waist glimmered, a beam of light surging directly towards Uchiha Madara. The aged Uchiha Madara was utterly unprepared for Feng's sudden attack. He could not evade in time, and with a sharp sound, a spurt of blood erupted. Following this, Uchiha Madara coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. What? What are you doing? Kaguya, observing this scene, was taken aback, intending to retaliate against Mu Feng. Yet, at that moment, Mu Feng turned and shouted, "If you wish to save your mother, Kaguya Akatsuki, then make your move." Upon hearing this, Kaguya was rendered speechless. The existence of Kaguya was a secret even from Uchiha Madara, yet this young man was aware. Kaguya was utterly astonished. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara cast his gaze upon Kurizetsu and Mu Feng. He did not perish immediately. His physique, gifted by Hashirama, granted him a modicum of vitality. Yet it could not sustain the formidable power he once wielded. "Who are you? How do you know my mother's name?" Kurizetsu exclaimed in astonishment, turning his eyes towards Mu Feng. "Infinite Tsukuyami, is it? I do not merely possess knowledge of all this. I am also aware that infinite Tsukuyami exists solely to resurrect Kaguya Akatsuki. Kaguya was dispatched to this world by the Akatsuki clan to guard the divine tree. Yet she greedily consumed its fruit, did she not? The Akatsuki clan has already pinpointed this realm. Kurizetsu, you are but a lingering remnant of Kaguya's sealing. Do you truly believe you can contend against the Akatsuki clan?" As he spoke, Mu Feng advanced towards Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu's eyes brimmed with disbelief, since Kaguya's sealing. It had meticulously orchestrated its plans over countless years, harboring deep secrets within. Yet now, all of this was being unraveled by a mere child, shattering Kurizetsu's worldview. Who exactly are you? How can you know about my mother?" I do not only know about Kaguya. I am also familiar with Hagoromo and Himura, Ashura and Indra. Mu Feng continued, unabated. "I initially came here to discuss a matter with you." "What matter?" "To borrow your life for a time." With a swift motion, Mu Feng approached Kurizetsu, wielding his demonic blade, unleashing a surge of searing flames that engulfed the cavern. In the next moment, the flames clung to Kurizetsu. As Mu Feng unleashed a relentless assault, Kurizetsu's own power was not formidable, and under Mu Feng's onslaught, it quickly found itself on the brink of demise. Observing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes reflected a deep sense of unwillingness. "Beep, Kurizetsu has been slain. You have received 10,000,000 points of corruption value." "Beep. Elder Uchiha Madara has been slain. You have received 10,000,000 points of corruption value. You have completed the ultimate task. You have acquired the reincarnation Sharingan and Sage Body." The system's notification resonated. A sudden sting coursed through Mu Feng's eyes. In the next instant, a powerful force surged within him, making him feel as if his spirit were traversing a sea of stars before retracting back into his being. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura erupted from Mu Feng, obliterating the ceiling of the underground cavern. After an hour of tumult, Mu Feng's aura finally stabilized. He glanced at the bodies of Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu beside him, furrowing his brow. Just then, a beam of sunlight pierced the cave, prompting Mu Feng to look skyward. A radiant sun hung high above. With a swift motion, Mu Feng darted out of the cavern, ascending into the sky until the world beneath him appeared diminutive. Finally coming to a halt, gazing down at the Hokage continent, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. "Now it is time for my solo performance."